Family, who would have thought that just after being hit by a dump truck, I would suddenly find myself in the world of One Piece? And right at the start, I meet childhood Nami and activate the 10,000 times training return system. I smashed a giant rock in the orange orchard with one punch, attracting an 8-meter giant bear, and then I killed it with another punch. At this moment, the Arlong pirates actually showed up. What happens next? Stay tuned. Let me tell you, this is simply absurd. Just a few hours ago, I was a poor guy who had just been knocked over by a dump truck. When I opened my eyes, I found myself lying on a beach, and a little girl with orange short hair was dragging me, muttering something about Nojiko and Belmare. At that moment, my DNA reacted instantly. Goodness, isn't that how my wife Nami looked when she was a child? Did I just get knocked into the world of One Piece? My mind was still processing this when I subconsciously blurted out, "I love Nami the most," and casually patted her little head. The sensation was incredible. As a result, the little girl's face turned bright red, both shy and angry, and she bit my hand. Let me tell you, that hurt so much it left me stunned. Illusion? Can this illusion even deliver physical attacks? While I was doubting my life, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in my head. Congratulations, host. You have crossed over and activated the 10,000 times training return system. Simply put, it means that when I train once, it equals others training 10,000 times. Plus, there's an unexpected surprise in my body being 10 years younger. I was ecstatic, crossing into One Piece, meeting childhood Nami right at the start, and I even had an outrageous cheat. What a heavenly start. Goodbye, miserable life on Blue Star. In my excitement, I laughed out loud. Nami looked at me like I was an idiot, her face full of question marks. I quickly introduced myself, saying my name was Ning. Little Nami was so kind upon hearing that I was a shipwreck orphan. She immediately took me home without a second thought. Her home was in an orange orchard, and the one who opened the door was a cool sister with a cigarette, Belmare. In just a few words, I established my tragic backstory of encountering pirates and my whole family perishing in a shipwreck. Belmare was also a straightforward person. Seeing how Nami was protecting me, she immediately decided to let me stay and help pick oranges, providing me with food and shelter. I was clear-headed this was not the time to enjoy a comfortable life. I quickly asked Belmare, "Sister, what year is it in the Sea Circle calendar?" She said it was 1512. My heart sank. Oh no, this was the very year that the fisherman Arlong slaughtered Cocoa Village. No way, I must tear up this tragic script today. Arlong, huh? If you dare to come, he'll turn you into dried fish. Upon entering the orange orchard, I met Nami's sister Nojiko, a cool girl with blue short hair. After greeting them, I immediately got to work, pulling the basket of oranges Nami had picked towards me, announcing, "From now on, I'm going to train." Nami exploded in anger, hands on her hips, scolding me from the tree, saying I was slacking off on the first day and using such ridiculous excuses. Nojiko was nearby enjoying the show, asking whether I wanted to be the pirate king or a hero of the Navy. Let me tell you, I gave him a lesson right then. Shaking my head, I said solemnly, "My goal is simply to protect those I want to protect. As for my identity, as long as I'm strong enough to be invincible, even the celestial dragons must step aside." As soon as I said this, the two little girls were completely stunned. Nojiko rushed over to cover my mouth, telling me not to say such things. I smiled and didn't explain further. I walked directly to a giant rock over 2 meters high, took a deep breath, grounded myself, and focused my energy. I looked quite professional. Then, hey, I punched it. The next second, it hurt like hell. Family, who understands? The rock was completely fine, but my fist was swollen. I started questioning my life. Could this system be from a discount store? Just as that thought crossed my mind, the system calculated, "One punch training, 10,000 times return successful." Whoosh! A huge surge of power instantly filled my right fist, and the pain from before disappeared. I felt empowered. Without a second thought, I punched the rock again. Bang! With a dull sound, I left a deep fist imprint on the hard rock. Now, Nami and Nojiko were utterly dumbfounded, both of them touching and knocking on the rock, their faces full of disbelief. I was overjoyed. Goodness, I realized my cheat was snowballing. The stronger I got, the more powerful the next 10,000 times return would be. This was simply leading by a mile. I had them stand behind me, then face the rock, exerting all my strength to deliver my third punch. Boom! With a huge sound, the Tunperhide giant rock shattered into countless pieces, like tofu. Nami and Nojiko were completely dumbfounded, staring at me with their jaws almost dropping to the ground. However, the noise attracted the old residents of the forest. With a roar, an 8-meter-tall forest bear king charged out like a small mountain. Even Belmare would have to use a gun to barely fend it off. Nami and Nojiko turned pale with fear and grabbed me to run. And me? Let me tell you, I was excited. This was a perfect live target. I reassured them, calmly saying, "We won't be having chicken legs for lunch. Let's change it to bear paws." As I spoke, the Bear King was already in front of us, its paw bigger than a cooking pot, swiping towards us with a fierce wind. Nami and Nojiko were so scared they closed their eyes. I didn't dodge at all, silently chanting system calculation, and met that bear paw with a simple punch. Boom! With a loud noise, blood mist exploded. When Nami and the others opened their eyes, trembling, they saw that the once mighty Bear King had a human-sized, transparent hole in its chest, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud, dead as a doornail. I shook my hand and turned back to smile at them. Those two little girls were already completely petrified, looking at me as if I were some humanoid Gundam. Unbelievable. Just as I finished showing off, I looked up and felt that the atmosphere in the village was off. It was too quiet, eerily quiet like a ghost town. Let me tell you, this was definitely suspicious. Sure enough, when I glanced towards the sea, there was a huge ship anchored, with a flag depicting a blood-red shark. My heart sank. Arlong pirates? They really dare to come. All right, since they're here, it saves me the trouble of looking for them. Just as I was pondering this, several fishmen emerged from the forest, looking like a nightmare for anyone with deep-sea phobia. One of them shouted loudly to his companions, "Captain, look, there are 3 kids here. Another 150,000 berries in our hands." Another one, even more ridiculous, licked his lips and said, "I hope they have no money. Kids' meat is the most tender, perfect for a meal. Family, who understands? They wanted to eat me right off the bat. How could I endure that?" However, their captain, who was called Bizarro, had some sense. He didn't charge in like his 2 foolish subordinates, but instead stared at me intently, or rather, at the giant Bear King I was carrying on my shoulder. His eyes were wide as saucers, and his jaw almost dropped in shock. I guess his fish brain had completely crashed, unable to comprehend how a human child could carry such a huge beast like it was a sack. He reacted quickly, immediately grabbing a small minion next to him and shouting in a low voice, "Hurry! Go call Captain Xiaoba. There's a tough opponent here. We need the higher-ups." The minion was reluctant and said, "Captain, aren't they just 3 kids?" Before he could finish, he was hit on the head with a club. Have you ever seen a kid who can lift a mountain? Hurry up. With a kick, he sent the little fishman flying. While he was distracted, the 2 brainless ones had already approached me, looking down at me as if I were a piece of meat. "Little brat, do you want to live? Adults are worth 100,000, kids 50,000 for the 3 of you. Let's say 200,000. One of them even licked his sharp teeth as he spoke. Nami and Nokigo were so scared they hid behind me, their little faces pale. I patted their shoulders and then turned to ask, "Nami, Nokigo, do you like shark fin? If you don't, how about we have bear paw for lunch today?" As soon as I said that, the 2 fishmen exploded with rage. "You little bastard, what do you mean? Looking to die, huh?" One swung a fist the size of a sandbag, while the other brandished a sharp claw, heading straight for my heart. Let me tell you, with that kind of strength, they were no match for the bear I faced earlier. I silently thought, system, settle the score? Ding! The 10,000-fold martial arts power was instantly credited. Without even raising an eyebrow, I leisurely threw 2 punches at the charging duo. Bang! Bang! With 2 muffled sounds, the fishmen who were just shouting about wanting to eat me were instantly blown apart in midair, turning into 2 clouds of blood mist. This left the whole place in dead silence. The captain, named Bichelou, was completely dumbfounded, standing there like a statue, cold sweat trickling down his fish-like face. He probably had never seen such an absurd scene as life 2 fishmen, with an average physique 10 times that of a human, being beaten to a pulp by a kid with just 1 punch each. He wanted to run, but his legs were trembling so badly he couldn't move. Just as he was about to wet himself from fear, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Bichelou, what the hell is going on? You can't even handle 3 kids and still need us to come over?" Upon hearing this, Bichelou felt like he had found a savior and was about to shout, "Captain Xiaoba, you finally came." "Captain, be careful," his subordinate warned. Someone screamed. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before he could finish his sentence, a huge octopus head swooped past him, wearing that kind of bewildered expression of "Who am I? Where am I?" Immediately after, my voice echoed softly, "I think octopus balls are much tastier than shark fins." The newly arrived officer, Xiaoba, didn't he even see what happened clearly before he was separated from his head? The blood sprayed like a fountain, drenching Baishalu from head to toe. "A officer from Arlong's crew? Is that it? Too weak." I shook the blood off my hands, looking disgusted. At this point, Baishalu was completely broken down. I walked up to him, grabbed his clothes to wipe my fists, and then tossed them back at him. "Go! Call your boss Arlong and all the remaining fishmen over here. Tell him I'm waiting at your boat. Today, I want a full fish feast." That guy was so scared he trembled, and a light yellow liquid flowed out from his pants. I coldly said, "Get lost." He felt like he had received a great pardon, scrambling away towards the center of the village, probably to gather people. After he ran far away, I silently thought, "System, settle up." The cultivation from those 3 punches was returned 1,000-fold. I felt my speed increase significantly again. At this moment, Nami timidly tugged at the corner of my shirt. "Ning Chuan, I'm a bit worried about Auntie Belmere." I reached out and touched her head, just about to comfort her when a familiar shout came from behind. "Ning Chuan. Nami, no Kigo. You guys run. I'll hold him off." I turned around and saw Aunt Belmere holding an old-fashioned rifle, aiming it at a large group of fishmen at the village entrance. The leader, with a serrated long nose and a fierce expression, was clearly the real Arlong. Belmere must have heard the commotion and came over out of concern. She looked at Arlong with determination in her eyes, clearly intending to sacrifice herself to buy us time. Arlong didn't even regard her, signaling to a nearby officer with a glance, "Go, get rid of that troublesome woman." Then, his blood-red eyes locked onto me. I laughed and shouted over to them, "TSK, TSK, TSK, is this the alone with a 20 million bounty? No wonder you can't survive in the Grand Line. It turns out you only know how to bully ordinary people. How did Fisher Tiger bring out such a bunch of embarrassing clowns?" As soon as I spoke, all the fishmen on the opposite side exploded in anger, each one howling like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, wanting to kill me. A mere human. How dare you mention the name of Big Brother Tiger? Aaron's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. He raised his hand to stop his subordinate's commotion and stepped towards me, saying, "Lil brat, I will tear you to pieces with my own hands." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot forward like a cannonball, opening his mouth filled with teeth that could crush steel, aiming to bite my head off. Is he really that anxious? I smirked. To others, his speed looked like an afterimage, but to me, it was like watching it in slow motion at 0.5x speed. My strength, I could only say, was far ahead. Just when his steel teeth were about to reach me, I moved. My right fist, coming from below, slammed upward right into his gaping mouth. Crack! A series of bone-cracking sounds rang out, crisp enough for the entire venue to hear. Aaron's proud steel teeth were shattered by my punch, scattering like flowers in the wind. But that wasn't the end. My fist didn't lose momentum. It went straight into his mouth and came out through the back of his head. "Sigh so weak." I murmured in disdain, retracted my fist, casually wiped it clean on his clothes, and then gently pushed him. Aaron, with a large hole in the back of his head, fell straight back like a tree. One punch done. The entire place fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was the remaining fishermen pirates or the distant bellmell, everyone was petrified. They stared wide-eyed at the body on the ground that had already gone cold, probably unable to process the information before them. I took a few steps forward, looking at the group of stunned fishmen, and coldly said, "Your boss is dead. Next, it's your turn. I'll give you a chance. Take your own lives. If I make a move, not even a whole corpse will be left." The remaining cadres, like Kruby and Ju, finally reacted and shouted hoarsely, "Brothers, don't be afraid. He's just one person. Revenge for Captain Arlong." A group of fishmen roared and charged at me recklessly. 5 minutes later, there were fishmen corpses lying in front of me, and not a single drop of blood was on me. I waved at the completely dazed Belmere and the villagers, smiling brightly. "All done. The Arlong pirates are wiped out. Let's have a feast." That day's feast made the entire Cocoa village erupt with excitement. I naturally became the hero of the village. After the feast, we followed my orders and turned all those fishmen into salted fish, hanging them in rows at the harbor, waiting for the Navy to come collect the bounty. 30 million berries shouldn't go to waste. As a result, we waited for several days, and only then did a Navy ship slowly arrive. Looking like a rat at the bow, extremely sleazy, a guy with a colonel rank on his shoulder came down with a dozen or so confidants. Aunt Belmere nervously whispered in my ear, "Ning Chuan, this is the colonel, a high-ranking officer. Don't offend him." I rolled my eyes, thinking to myself, is this it? Let me tell you, that Colonel Mouse is clearly a coward and a corrupt official. When he saw Arlong's corpse, he was startled at first. But once he confirmed that he was dead, his small eyes immediately sparkled with greed. I could see right through his little schemes. This old guy thought I was some passing strongman who had already left, and he wanted to pocket the entire bounty of 30 million berries for himself. He pretended to pat the village chief on the shoulder and said with a righteous expression, "Well done. I'll take these pirate corpses back and help you apply for the bounty. Once the money arrives, I'll bring it to you." The village chief, being honest and straightforward, trembled under his pat, knowing this guy was after money, but he didn't dare to say a word. But this Colonel Mouse is truly despicable, let me tell you, even worse than those pirates. He waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to move Arlong and his gang's corpses onto the ship. Wanted to take the pirate ship along with them. Just then, Belmare stepped forward. She used to be in the Navy, so she knew the rules well. She charged up and started to criticize him, saying it wasn't according to the rules, that he had to secure the money first before taking the bounty. Well, that really infuriated Colonel Mouse. Who dares to challenge him in this little broken village? He glanced at Belmare with disdain, pulled out a bag of gold coins from his pocket, 1,000,000, and tossed into Belmare's arms, meaning, take the money and shut up. Then he continued to have his men move the bodies. Belmare wasn't someone who could be bought off with such a small amount of money. She wanted to argue further, but the Navy soldiers drew their guns, aiming them at all the villagers. Families who would understand. The Navy, which should protect you, now had guns pointed at you. It was simply a hellish joke. The villagers were all scared stiff, not daring to move. At this point, it was my turn to step in. I patted Belmare on the shoulder and, in front of everyone, confronted Colonel Mouse directly. I said, Belmare, now you understand why I didn't want to be in the Navy, right? Then I squinted my eyes and stared at that mouse, saying, so you're Colonel Mouse, huh? Planning to rob my money. Have you thought about how you're going to die? Colonel Mouse burst out laughing, pointing at me and laughing heartily, saying, what'd I say, little kid, like you pretending to be a big shot? You really think Arlong was killed by you? His subordinates joined in with loud laughter. But oddly enough, out of the hundreds of villagers present, not a single one laughed. They all looked at them with expressions of disbelief. Colonel Mouse sensed that the atmosphere was off, but he sized me up, not believing that I could pose any threat given my small stature. He didn't bother to waste more words, waved his hand for his men to hurry up with their work, and turned to search Arlong's ship for any treasures. Just as he turned around and hadn't taken 2 steps, he heard a commotion behind him. When he looked back, to his shock, all his trusted subordinates were lying down. And there I stood in front of him, covered in blood, smiling at him. Now you know who killed Arlong, right? Unfortunately, it's a bit too late for you to find out. This guy's legs turned to jelly, and he felt his knees crying and begging, saying he didn't recognize the mountain of Taishan, offering me all his money and the ship, pleading for me not to kill him. Families who would understand. Why didn't he do this earlier? Let him go. Do you believe he wouldn't turn around and come back with a warship to massacre the village? I stepped forward and poked him with a finger, opening a hole in his neck. Feeling around his body. Hey, 30 million berries, not a single one missing. All on him. This crafty old man had prepared both hands. When he encountered tough opponents, he would use money to buy his life, and when he met soft targets, he would rob them blind. Unfortunately for him, he ran into me. After killing the Navy colonel, I couldn't stay in the village any longer. I thought, before I leave, I must take away these 2 treasures, Nami and Nojiko. Nami's navigation skills and Nojiko's cooking are the top-notch configurations for going to sea. When I told Belmare, she immediately panicked and said I had killed the naval colonel and would soon be wanted, urging me to run away quickly. But when she heard I wanted to take her 2 daughters with me, she was about to refuse. However, Nami and Nojiko stood right behind me and shouted Mom at Belmare. One said she wanted to go to sea with me to draw the world map, and the other said she couldn't rest easy leaving us 2 alone and wanted to take care of us. Let me tell you, just that one mom completely broke Belmare down. Tears started streaming down her face. She grabbed my collar fiercely and said that if her daughters faced even the slightest bit of hardship, she would hunt me down to the ends of the earth and kill me. Then, with a loving expression, she urged us to hurry up and leave before she changed her mind. I grabbed one girl in each arm and rushed onto a lone ship, hoisting the sails and steering. Everything flowed smoothly. Right in front of the stunned Navy onshore who hadn't reacted yet, our ship shot out. The people left on the warship were dumbfounded, like, huh? Why is the ship moving on its own? The Navy on the shore frantically signaled, saying that the colonel had been taken out and the culprit had escaped with hostages. The first mate on the ship was scared out of his wits, immediately sounded the alarm, and while chasing, fumbled to pull out a walkie-talkie and nervously made a call. Guess who he called? The naval hero, Carp. The old man Carp was about to visit Windmill Village to see his grandson. But upon hearing that a colonel had been killed in the East Sea, he flew into a rage and immediately ordered a turnaround, heading straight for Cocoa Village. By this time, we were already speeding across the sea. The warships behind were close on our heels, hurling shells at us as if they were free. Although they missed, the noise was giving me a headache. Just as I was contemplating whether to go down and dismantle that broken ship, Nami firmly held me back, saying that our ship was fast and if we fully hoisted the sails, we could shake them off. All right then, considering her and the other girls' worries, I temporarily let go of the idea of dealing with that warship. The ship was going faster and faster, and soon we had left the Navy far behind. Nami stood proudly at the bow with her hands on her hips, asking me where we were headed next. I thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the sea restaurant bar Thai." The two girls were confused and asked if we were going to the restaurant to learn how to fight. Had my brain gone bad? I laughed and explained that the head chef there, Zepp, was a tough guy and his kicking skills were exceptional. Coincidentally, at the same time, on Karp's warship, he was looking at the sea chart and said they were passing by Bar Thai, feeling hungry and wanting to grab a meal before catching someone. His deputy was speechless and said that the main business was more important. Karp laughed heartily and said there was no rush. The person who killed the major was just a kid and wouldn't run far. He had a feeling they would encounter him soon. A few days later, sailing on the sea was indeed dull. With nothing to do, I started practicing directly on the deck, performing a set of Kunkan boxing with great fervor. Humming Chicken You Too Beautiful. Hey, I have to say, after finishing and letting the system calculate, I got a 10,000 times return, and my Iron Mountain relied on it suddenly became several levels stronger, almost breaking the ship's mast. Nami and the other girl watched beside me, rolling their eyes, thinking this boxing style was too abstract, but they had to admit it was indeed useful. Just as I was pondering how to take Kunkan boxing further, Nami excitedly shouted with a telescope that she saw Bar Thai. We brought the ship closer, and as soon as we stepped onto the deck, that aroma, my goodness, it completely captivated us. Noki Gao immediately expressed her desire to stay and learn some cooking skills for a few days. Of course, Nami and I wholeheartedly agreed. Who wouldn't want to eat delicious food every day? We were just about to go in when we heard a hearty laugh coming from the restaurant. So delicious. Japu, give me another 100 servings of fried rice and 100 pieces of meat with bones. As soon as I heard the amount of food, my heart sank. Oh no, could it be that old man Karp? Just as I was hesitating whether to run away, the door opened. A boy with golden hair and curly eyebrows walked out. It was Sanji. He politely invited us in. I gritted my teeth and pulled Nami and Nojiko inside. Sure enough, as soon as we entered, the whole room was filled with Navy soldiers. Sitting right in the middle was none other than Karp, wearing a vice admiral's coat and looking as strong as a bull. I cursed my bad luck in my heart, hoping that my wanted notice hadn't reached him yet. Just as I was staring at him, he seemed to sense it and suddenly turned around. His sharp gaze instantly locked onto me. I tell you, it feels like an invisible dump truck is charging straight at my face. This is the Conqueror's Haki. An ordinary person would be knocked out by this hit. But can I back down? I maintained my composure and locked eyes with him, bracing against that mental shock. In the first second of being hit by the Conqueror's Haki, I shouted system, settle, ding, persisting for 1 second under the Conqueror's Haki, 10,000 times return. In an instant, I felt my mental strength surge, and the pressure from Karp diminished by a third. I endured the pressure and held on for a few more seconds. System continued to settle, ding, persisting for 3 seconds under the Conqueror's Haki, 10,000 times return. This time after the settlement, wow, Karp's Conqueror's Haki felt like it was just tickling me, completely losing its effect. I couldn't help but laugh at him and said with some dissatisfaction, "Old man, your Conqueror's Haki is not strong enough, a bit weak. Didn't you eat?" Karp was taken aback for a moment. Then a mischievous smile appeared on his face, and in an instant he amplified the power of his Conqueror's Haki. Goodness, the intensity he added was simply overwhelming. Let me tell you, that old man was really going all out. His Haki slammed into my face as if it were free, at a level comparable to when he fought against the 4 emperors. And what happened? Hey, he was dumbfounded. Not only did I not fall, but I felt like I was soaking a hot spring, becoming more energetic. The system notification in my mind was ringing like crazy. My cultivation levels skyrocketing. Karp's eyes were about to pop out, and his aide Bogart and the chef Zepp were so shocked that their jaws probably dropped to the ground and couldn't find them. I tell you, their expressions were like seeing an ant lift an elephant, their worldview completely collapsing. Bogart's hand was already on the knife at his waist, sweating nervously, probably thinking of me as some final boss. Just when the atmosphere was about to explode, Karp suddenly pulled back his Haki with a puff, then grinned widely and slapped Bogart on the shoulder, laughing like a 200-pound child. "You brat, you took care of that rat, didn't you?" Wow, getting straight to the point. The surrounding Navy all turned to look at me, their eyes filled with disbelief. Is this little brat the one? I stood straight, not even breathing hard, and replied directly, "It was me. Ha 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 ha." The old man laughed even harder. Nice. Do you know who I am? Vice Admiral of the Navy, Karp. I was as calm as if I were just listing dishes. Now he was completely excited. He slammed the table and said, "Not bad. Kid, I like you." After saying that, he picked up a beer mug bigger than my head and chugged it down in one go. Then he waved at the back, "Bogart, get another seat. Zepp, Bring me 100 servings of fried rice. Today I'm treating. I thought to myself, why not take advantage of a good deal? So I led Nami and Nojiko over. The two girls turned pale with fear, whispering behind me that this was the legendary naval hero, the monster who had captured the Pirate King. They were afraid this might be the last meal of my life. How could I not understand? I patted their shoulders and gave them a reassuring look, and with my gaze, the two girls felt a little more at ease. As soon as we sat down, Cap handed over a big mug of beer and said, "Hey, can you drink?" Can I say no? It's all in one gulp when I take it. And he looked stunned. Ha ha, that's refreshing. Just to my taste. He turned to boast to Bogart. As a result, that officer, like a school principal, quietly reminded him, Admiral Carp, he did kill Colonel Mouse. Before he could finish his sentence, Carp waved his hand, cutting him off. He stared at me with great interest and dropped a bombshell. Kid, let me ask you something. Are you interested in joining the Navy? If you come, I'll take you personally. In less than 10 years, I guarantee you'll be a rear admiral, sitting side by side with me. I told you. As soon as those words came out, the entire restaurant fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was dumbfounded. The old veterans under him had their eyes wide open like copper bells, probably having followed this old man for decades without ever seeing him care so much about anyone. Back in the day, Admiral Akiji clung to the ship like a leech just to get a few pointers. And now, this overwhelming fortune is just being thrown in my face. Nami and Nojiko's eyes lit up instantly, their faces flushed with excitement. Almost want to kneel down and worship me on the spot. This is the naval hero Garp. To take him as a master, dealing with a corrupt official would be nothing, right? Wouldn't that just be a direct ticket to fame and fortune? And what about me? Facing everyone's expectant gazes, I looked at Garp with a serious expression. Mr. Garp, the conditions are very tempting. I paused, then grinned and said, but I refuse. Who understand my family? As soon as I said those two words, the entire world froze. Everyone, including Garp himself, looked as if they had been struck by lightning, collectively petrified. Immediately, the whole restaurant erupted like a pot boiling over, filled with discussions. Is he crazy? Does this kid have a screw loose? He just threw away a chance to rise to greatness? Nami and Nojiko were so anxious they were about to cry, and just as they were about to persuade me, I raised my hand to signal them to be quiet. Garp was also stunned, taking a long time to come back to his senses, incredulously asking you. Refused? I nodded earnestly. Why? The muscles on his face were twitching. Do you also want to be that damn Pirate King? As soon as Roger was mentioned, the old man became as furious as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I shook my head with a smile. I have no interest in being a pirate. What I want is very simple, to protect the people around me. Just that one sentence hit him right in the gut. Carp instantly became emo, his smile vanished, and his eyes were filled with complexity and fatigue. He must have thought of his grandson Ace, who was eager to go to sea, and his son Dragon, who was in the Revolutionary Army, protecting the people around him. For this naval hero, it was perhaps the hardest thing to do. After a long while, he sighed and said, your dream is a bit too big. I felt it was not big at all. I looked at him, smiling confidently. Carp's expression instantly turned cold. He stared at me and said slowly, since you have rejected me, you should know what the crime of killing a naval colonel is. He suddenly waved his hand. Bogart, tell him. In a flash, the cold blade was pressed against my neck. Bogart, like an iron tower, blocked behind me, coldly pronouncing, killing a high-ranking naval officer, life imprisonment. Anyone who dares to arrest can be executed on the spot. Wow, what a quick change of heart. Nami and Nojiko were stunned. As for me, I calmly raised my wine glass, took another sip, and then leisurely spoke. Vice Admiral Carp, killing a rat was my mistake. But how about we make a deal? A deal? Carp and Bogart were both taken aback, probably never having seen someone so calm discussing business with a knife at their throat. Let's hear it, Carp said, intrigued. What kind of deal could save your life? I stared into his eyes, speaking each word clearly, my voice not loud, but enough to make the entire room hold its breath again. The whereabouts of the Pirate King Roger's son, I don't know. Is that enough to exchange for my life? Boom! As soon as I finished speaking, a murderous aura, even more terrifying than the previous conqueror's hockey, enveloped the entire restaurant. The knife in Bogart's hand was now just a millimeter closer to the artery in my neck. Carp's gaze was already like that of a beast ready to devour. Do you know his whereabouts? I laughed. Do you still need to ask others about this question? At this moment, Cap was completely silent. He knew that I had discovered his huge secret. This matter was orchestrated entirely by him, and besides him and Bogart, there was no way anyone else could know. He stared at me intently, trying to read something from my face, but I remained completely unfazed. After a full minute, long enough for Bogart's arm holding the knife to start aching, Cap finally spoke again, his voice hoarse. How did you know? Who else knows? A secret, of course, is meant to save one's life. I winked at him. Mr. Cap, don't you think so? I'm telling him, if you dare to touch me, this secret won't be kept anymore. Carp, that old man, is very shrewd. He understood instantly. A hint of helplessness appeared on his face, knowing he couldn't do anything about me. Seeing that the timing was right, I took the initiative to give him a way out. Of course, I was just joking earlier. Now let's talk about some serious business. Carp cursed little fox in his heart, but still perked up his ears. That mouse guy wanted to blackmail me for 30 million berries and a ship, so I took him out. I said, how about this? Within a year, I'll help you catch pirates with a total bounty exceeding 3 billion. With that 3 billion, it could cover his worthless life. How does that sound? 100 times the difference. You Navy will make a killing. A year? 3 billion. Carp's eyes widened again. Kid, you're blowing your own horn a bit too much. Aren't you? Whether I'm bragging or not, I'll personally deliver it to Marineford in a year. You can see the results then. I looked at him confidently. Carp was stunned by my boldness. 3 billion. Even if he won himself, a year would be tight. Just as he was about to ask who I planned to target, my next sentence made him spit out all the wine he just drank. Of course, before that, I have a small favor to ask of you. I scratched my head a bit embarrassed and wanted to ask Vice Admiral Carp to teach me how to train. To be honest, in terms of fighting, I'm actually still a newbie. Puffed. Carp sprayed a mouthful of wine all over Bogart's face. He coughed for a long time, pointing at me, barely able to speak. You say you're a newbie? Then how did you take out all those guys from a mouse's crew with one punch each? I looked innocent. I just have a bit more strength and a tougher fist. I really don't understand any boxing techniques or routines. Carp stared at me for a long time, and when he realized there wasn't a trace of lying on my face, he was completely bewildered. You really dare to go to sea without understanding martial arts? You kid are really reckless. Isn't this a coincidence? I said smoothly. I came here to learn leg technique from Boss Chapu, but unexpectedly I met you, the #1 in boxing. Carp's mouth twitched, probably thinking this fate was quite strange. After thinking for a while, he finally relented. All right, I can give you some guidance, but just this once. You have 1 hour. How much you can learn depends on your own comprehension. I'm overjoyed. I originally came to learn about legs, but ended up packing in some boxing skills too. This is a huge profit. We came to the deck, and Carp extended a hand, saying, come on, punch me, let me see what you've got. I wasn't polite either. I reminded him to be careful, and then gathered all my strength to throw a punch. At first, Carp seemed a bit dismissive, but as my fist got closer, his expression grew serious, and he even let out a low shout. Armament hockey. The moment his palm was covered with black hockey, my fist also arrived. Boom! With a loud crash, our fists met, and a terrifying shockwave exploded around us, knocking the surrounding Navy and onlookers off balance. Only Bogart stood in front, protecting Nami and Nojiko. Carp's palm went numb as he looked at me, his eyes filled with admiration and astonishment. Good kid. I finally understand how that bunch of useless fools died at your hands. Your punch, pure power and speed, along with an overwhelming momentum that breaks through everything. It's so rare. The more he looked at me, the more he liked me, but he also looked regretful. What a pity if you were willing to join the Navy. Your achievements would definitely surpass mine. Forget it. We only have an hour. Let's get started. After saying that, he began to demonstrate his boxing techniques to me, one move at a time. Of course, I would let this opportunity slip by and immediately started to learn. After he finished his set of punches, I also stopped. Just when he thought I would take my time to digest it, I directly called out to the system in my mind. Settlement. Congratulations, host, 10,000-fold return activated. You have gained the cultivation of practicing 10,000 sets of martial arts. In almost an instant, countless insights flooded into my mind. Carp was just about to say that he would only teach it once to see my comprehension, but then he noticed I was standing there in a daze. He thought I hadn't remembered it and was about to speak when I suddenly moved. Admiral Carp, how do you think my martial arts practice is going? I smiled at him, took a deep breath, and directly executed the set of punches he had just shown me. Let me tell you, the movements, the power, the essence. The wind from my punches howled, as if resonating with the ocean waves. Carp was completely stunned, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. How is this possible? He murmured to himself. How could your boxing be so proficient? It's as if you practiced it tens of thousands of times. I stood firm with my fists clenched, a smile on my lips. Perhaps I have a good talent. However, after practicing it again, just now, it seems I've gained new insights into this set of martial arts. How about you watch it one more time? New insights again. Carp's CPU completely overloaded. He felt as if his worldview had been repeatedly shattered by me within this one day. I ignored his shock and silently chanted, "System, settle again. Settlement successful. Received 10,000 times the return." A more powerful force and deeper understanding instantly filled my body. I could feel that my comprehension of this set of boxing techniques had surpassed the cap that was just demonstrated. So, regardless of his reaction, I immersed myself once again in the boxing techniques as everything around me seemed to flow slowly with my movements. Let me tell you, after I threw this set of punches, I felt completely different. Every move carries the essence that I have refined myself, and the feeling is simply exhilarating. That old man Carp next to me looked like his eyes were about to pop out, and his jaw probably dropped to the ground without him even noticing. And his aide, a guy named Bogart, had an expression on his face that was just spectacular, changing colors like he was in a dyeing workshop, going from blue to white. Family, who understands? He probably has never seen such a scene in his life. The essence that he has struggled to comprehend for half his life was just revealed to me in an instant. He muttered to himself, "How is this possible?" His voice was trembling, like he had Parkinson's. I finished my work, and Old Cap suddenly came to his senses, immediately showering me with praise, saying I was a prodigy in martial arts. He even took the opportunity to belittle his own officer, saying that Bogart was just an idiot back in the day, who couldn't learn martial arts and ended up playing with swords instead. Goodness, Bogart's face turned green. He was so embarrassed he could probably use his toes to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment, and he muttered softly, "General, let's not bring up old stories." I secretly felt pleased while maintaining a calm exterior. I casually called for the system to settle, feeling quite satisfied. Seeing that I was so responsive, Old Man Carp started to ramp up the intensity, saying that his punches came from real combat and that practicing boxing requires some tough opponents. He usually either smashed abandoned ships or hammered mountains, claiming that he didn't know how many mountains he had crushed under his fists. As soon as I heard this, I understood. Wasn't it the case that back in the day he had flattened several mountains just to train for defeating the Green Pepper? I nodded and sincerely replied, "Thank you for the reminder, Vice Admiral Carp. I'll go practice on the Red Line." As soon as those words left my mouth, Carp was momentarily stunned, staring blankly for about 3 seconds before bursting into a fit of laughter. "Huh? You kid, you're quite interesting. If you really can smash the Red Line, I'll gladly take you as my master." I tell you, my eyes lit up at that moment. The naval hero Carp wants to take me as a student? I'm familiar with this script. I must seize this incredible opportunity. Carp looked at my expression that clearly said this is what you said, and he was stunned himself, probably cursing inwardly. Wow, this kid really took it seriously? Is he really going against the heavens? He coughed a couple of times and quickly changed the subject, saying since I learned quickly, he might as well teach me some of his best-kept secrets. As soon as I heard that, my heart skipped a beat. It's coming, it's coming. Is it hockey? I asked directly. That's right. Carp said seriously, it's hockey. As soon as he said that, the surrounding naval rookies erupted like a pot boiling over, each one acting like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world before, chattering away. What is hockey? Can it restrain devil fruits? I want to learn too. My ears were almost getting calluses from all the noise. Carp ignored them and smiled at me. You little rascal, are you ready? I'll let you experience what it means to have armament hockey. With that, he grabbed my hand and pressed it against his own arm. The next second, I felt an invisible yet incredibly solid flow of energy surging wildly on his arm. Can I let this opportunity slip away? I silently thought. System, settle it for me. Goodness, when the 10,000-fold return arrived, my understanding of hockey instantly transcended dimensions. I seized the moment, kept pressing, and continued to comprehend, silently thinking. System, settle again for me. After going back and forth like this twice, Carp felt it was enough, released his hand, and looked at me with anticipation, as if waiting for me to say something like, "My goodness, this has overturned my worldview." Instead, I calmly said, "Hockey is indeed quite strong, but unfortunately, it's a bit too easy." Instantly, the entire place fell silent. The veteran soldiers next to me looked at me as if I were an idiot. What did this kid just say? Hockey? Easy? Just wait until he starts practicing. He'll be crying. Mocking voices rose one after another. I couldn't be bothered with them. Looking at Carp, I smiled slightly and directly extended my own arm, trying to mobilize the energy within me, mimicking the feeling from earlier. Carp was stunned. He thought, is he really going to use it directly? Impossible. I haven't taught him yet. In the next moment, under everyone's incredulous gaze, a faint but genuine armament hockey emerged from my arm. Although it was weak like a flickering candle in the wind, it was indeed hockey. The smile on Karp's old face completely froze, replaced by a shocked expression as if he had seen a ghost. I just let you touch it, and you managed to manifest armament hockey? What kind of monster are you? I humbly replied, No. It's still Vice Admiral Karp who taught well. Upon hearing this, Karp's old face turned red. He hadn't taught anything at all. He could only cough awkwardly and said, Ahem, although it has been practiced, it's still too weak and needs more training. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of old soldiers nearby began to chatter again. With this level of strength, you can't even break an iron block. The talent is good, but unfortunately, the quality is lacking. Nami and Nojiko were furious and started arguing with them. Hands on their hips. I smiled and walked over, ruffling their hair, and whispered in their ears, Don't worry. Watch me show them what it's like to slap faces at the speed of light. After saying that, I shouted in my heart, System, settle it for me. Boom! The intensity of the hockey on my arm surged instantly. Those old soldiers who mocked me had their laughter stuck in their throats. But a few stubborn ones were still holding on, saying, Even if you're a bit stronger, it's still not enough to see. If you have the ability, get even stronger. All right, I replied verbally while frantically sending commands in my mind. System, settle it. Settle it. Keep settling. Guess what? Right under their noses. The armed color hockey on my arm, which had started as a faint black aura, visibly solidified and deepened, eventually covering my entire arm like obsidian. And it didn't stop there. The hockey began to spread up my arm, and in just a few minutes, it completely enveloped my whole body. That terrifying pressure made the previously stubborn guys go pale, their legs trembling and their jaws dropped wide enough to fit an egg. I caught my breath and smiled at them. So, how's my arm color hockey? The whole place fell silent. The old soldiers turned into mute, their heads drooping and their faces stinging from the blows. It had only been 10 minutes since I learned hockey. Just 10 minutes. They had trained for decades. And yet I surpassed them on the spot. Their worldview must have collapsed. At this moment, the Lieutenant Bogart could no longer stand it. He thought it was unscientific and doubted whether I was just bluffing. He growled, Let me try your armed color. With that, his hockey-covered fist came crashing straight at me. I was amused. It came just in time. I also threw a punch to meet it. When our fists collided, there was a loud boom, and the shockwave directly sent several unfortunate Navy soldiers flying into the sea. We exchanged blows for more than a dozen rounds, and I didn't lose an inch. What's even crazier, while I was fighting him, I was mentally screaming for the settlement. The more he hit, the more shocked he became, feeling that every punch I threw was stronger than the last. It was simply outrageous. In the end, after trading blows for another dozen rounds, I seized an opportunity and sent him flying with a single punch. He managed to steady himself after stumbling for dozens of meters on the surface of the sea, barely avoiding falling in, but the sight was quite a mess. Standing on the water, he looked at me on the boat, completely dazed, his eyes full of helplessness and self-doubt. Finally, he drifted back to Captain Karp's side and dejectedly said, Captain Karp, I lost. Karp patted his shoulder, looking at me as if I were some prehistoric monster. I had no intention of letting him go, so I walked over with a grin. Mr. Karp, we still have 40 minutes left from the hour we agreed on. So, shall we continue? Karp twitched the corner of his mouth and, as if he had made a great decision, said, All right, let's continue. Since you've mastered the armament hockey, I'll teach you the observation hockey. The next part of the story, you can probably guess. 20 minutes later, in the same place, with the same formula, Bogart was once again sent flying by my stronger observation hockey, this time even breaking the railing of the restaurant. Karp stood by, completely speechless, muttering, Monster. What kind of monster is this kid? I walked up to him again, beaming. Admiral Karp, there are still 20 minutes left. How about? Continue? No. Karp finally exploded, glaring at me and shouting, It's only been 40 minutes, and you're already making me lose my mind. Do you want to keep going? You're really pushing it. By the end of that last hour, I had already mastered the use of armament hockey and observation hockey to foresee the future. Karp looked at me, sighed with a face full of despair, his expression as if he had been completely drained. I looked at him with a sly smile and brought up the old topic. Vice Admiral Karp, do the words you said before still count? He looked confused. What words? I continued, the ones where I said that if I could shatter the Red Land, you would come to be my master. Karp's face instantly turned pale, and the expression on his face showed just how regretful he was. But regret was useless. I tell you, Ning Chuan had directly put Karp in a spot, stating that a naval hero can't go back on his word, which left the old man speechless. Karp's expression changed repeatedly, as if he had entered a dye shop. He knew very well that he was being taken advantage of by this kid. Not only was his accusation countered, but now he was almost becoming the disciple of this so-called naval hero. This was a top-tier backstab. Garp had only one thought at that moment. Run? He had to run. If he stayed any longer, he would end up losing even his underwear to this kid. The way he looked at Ning Chuan was different, as if he were looking at some prehistoric beast, filled with dread. Without saying a word, he didn't even bother to finish his meal, ordered his subordinates to pack up, and quickly dashed back to his dog-headed warship, fleeing faster than anyone else. Watching the warship sail away, Ning Chuan felt a bit regretful and muttered that it was a pity. He originally wanted to learn a few sword techniques from Garp's aide, Bogard. Beside him, Red-Leg Zepp rolled his eyes, thinking how greedy Ning Chuan was, and luckily he didn't know that he was skilled in leg techniques. Families, who understands? Just as that thought popped into Ning Chuan's head, he suddenly turned to Zepp with a grin and said, "Boss Zepp, I heard that you were nicknamed Red Leg back in the day. Undefeated in the EC? You see, if you don't train your legs while practicing boxing, you'll suffer sooner or later. Can you teach me a couple of moves?" I'll tell you, Jipu was petrified at that moment, with 1,000 alpacas running through his mind. Does this kid have radar or something? How does he know everything? And guess what? Half a month later, Ning Chuan was already bored. Jipu's proud leg skills. In just 10 minutes. Yes, you heard me right, just 10 minutes. He graduated directly. The rest of the time, he just lays around on the deck fishing. Although his fishing skills were mainly for companionship, and he was always empty-handed, he didn't need the system. He just wanted to have fun. Sanji was really envious and wanted to join the ship, but Ning Chuan flatly refused him. Are you kidding? There are 2 beautiful ladies on my ship. How could I let a lecher like you on board? Not a chance. So, the 3 of us set sail again. Now our identities are different. We are genuine pirate hunters. Ning Chuan's strength increased significantly. Taking on a vice admiral was like childish play for him. When we had nothing to do on the ship, we played a card game. Nami and Nojiko had their faces painted like little cats, while Ning Chuan's face was clean as a whistle. Why? Because he was cheating. He was directly using observation hockey to see the cards. Who could beat him? The 2 girls were unconvinced and accused him of cheating. Ning Chuan raised his hand and swore, saying if he cheated, he would be punished by not catching any fish for a week. Nami and the others thought about it and realized, oh right, he couldn't catch fish anyway. After realizing this, they got so angry that they grabbed a pen and were about to draw a turtle on his face. The 3 of them were making a ruckus on the deck. Just then, Ning Chuan suddenly stopped, squinted at the distance, and said there were 2 ships fighting ahead. Nami and the others thought he was looking for an excuse to sneak away again, but Ning Chuan directly ordered, "East, 2 o'clock direction, full speed ahead." Wow, this is going to be fun. After all, we still had a KPI of 3 billion on our backs. How can we not catch pirates when we see them? As the ship approached, we saw that it was indeed a pirate infighting. One of the ships had a pirate flag with a big red-nosed skull. I couldn't help but laugh. ISNT that the future Emperor of the Sea, Buggy the Clown? What a coincidence. It's truly wonderful. Nami and the others didn't care about any deity. Pointing at Buggy on the ship, they said, "That red nose is too ugly." Buggy was directing his subordinates to fire cannons when he saw our little ship. Initially, he was quite vigilant, but when he saw 3 little kids, he relaxed immediately. Ning Chuan stood at the bow, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Hey, are you the future Emperor of the Sea, Buggy the Clown?" Buggy was dumbfounded at first, and then his mouth stretched from ear to ear, floating with joy. "An emperor?" This kid said, "I'm the future emperor." What insight! But then, his joy turned to despair. Just as he was gloating, a cannonball flew over and exploded, blowing him to bits. Nami and Nojiko were stunned, but Ning Chuan calmly explained, "This guy is a devil fruit user. He can't be killed." The 2 girls looked at the reassembled Buggy with disdain, saying, "This ability is too abstract. It feels like he has no combat power at all." This made Buggy furious, pointing at us and cursing. Ning Chuan was fanning the flames on the side. "Hey, don't reveal his secrets while cursing. You've exposed Buggy the Clown's background. How will he get by in the future?" Buggy was completely broken, flying over with both hands, trying to grab Nami and the others. What happened next? Ning Chuan pulled the 2 girls, dancing around, weaving in and out of Buggy's flying hands without getting touched. Buggy's face turned the color of liver from anger, feeling like he was being made a fool of. His subordinates were almost unable to withstand the attack from the other side and came over for help. When they saw their captain being circled by 3 kids, they were dumbfounded. Buggy was really anxious, roaring, "Bring the cannon over. I'm going to use Buggy Ball to blow them away." He held up a red cannonball almost the size of his nose, threatening fiercely, "It's not too late to beg for mercy now, or I'll blow you and your ship to the sky." Ning Chuan, upon hearing this, was not only unafraid, but his eyes lit up, his expression almost saying, Hurry up. Buggy, furious, directly fired the cannon, and with a bang, that powerful buggy ball flew towards Ning Chuan. Let me tell you, the scene that followed was incredible. Ning Chuan didn't dodge or evade. He just extended a hand, and the armed color hockey instantly covered it, shining black as he faced the cannonball head-on. Boom! With a loud bang, the shockwave from the explosion pushed both ships back several dozen meters. As the black smoke cleared, Ning Chuan floated in midair, completely unharmed. He slowly descended to the bow of Buggy's ship, looked at the group of stunned pirates below, and smirked, saying, "Your buggy ball isn't that great. It doesn't even count as a scraping." The whole place fell silent. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Buggy's crew completely lost their composure. How could they fight against this monster? At that moment, the captain of the wild dog pirates on the opposite ship, seeing this side in a daze, felt an opportunity had come and ordered a full attack. As a result, several cannonballs missed their target and landed beside our ship, startling Nami and the others. Ning Chuan's expression instantly turned cold. Dare to attack my ship? His voice wasn't too loud, but everyone heard it. It was a declaration of war. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind the bald captain, and with one punch, the captain's head exploded like a watermelon. Ning Chuan shook the blood off his hand and coldly looked at the remaining people. The captain is dead. You have 3 seconds. Anyone who doesn't throw down their weapon will be killed without mercy. Clang, clang. The pirates on both ships, including Buggy and his subordinates, one by one, threw down their weapons and knelt on the deck. Although Buggy was kneeling, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Ning Chuan looked at him and smiled, thinking to himself, "No wonder Buggy the Great has this indestructible spirit. It's no wonder he could become one of the 4 emperors later. Although I know he ended up being a pretty weak emperor, basically just a mascot overshadowed by Mihawk and Crocodile. But who understands this is Buggy, the child of destiny? Killing him now would be a huge loss. But letting him go isn't an option either. After all, he just tried to rob us." I was just pondering how to deal with him when Nami and Nico Robin came running over with a stack of bounty notices, saying that the combined bounty for these 2 ships was only 7 million berries. When I heard that, I thought to myself, wow, I made a big promise to Old Man Carp to gather 3 billion, and at this rate, who knows when that would happen. But just at that moment, a light bulb went off in my head. I suddenly remembered that this guy Buggy has a future worth of 189 billion berries. He just a walking 3 billion? At that moment, I felt like a genius. An amazing plan to make Buggy the king instantly formed in my mind. I walked directly up to the still kneeling Buggy, squatted down, and smiled innocently. He looked at me with a growing sense of unease. I patted his shoulder and said, "Hey, Red Nose, how about we go straight to the point and give you a name that could boost your bounty to the level of the 4 emperors?" Buggy was stunned at the time, with an expression that said, "Are you still half asleep?" I didn't waste any more words with him and got straight to the point. There wasn't anything major. I just wanted to use your name to take down 1 or 2 celestial dragons for some excitement. As soon as I said that, Baki let out a cry and almost jumped up. His face turned pale instantly, as if he had been covered with a layer of putty, and tears were about to fall. He hugged my leg and started to wail, saying, "Big brother, uncle, you are my real uncle. How can we mess with the celestial dragons? Even the 4 emperors would steer clear. Can we live a different way? I'll earn the money for you, 3 billion. I'll find a way. Please don't do this to me." I looked at his cowardly expression, and the smile on my face instantly vanished, my tone turning cold. "Oh? So you're unwilling?" I directly wrapped my armed hockey around my hand and placed it on his head. Bucky immediately felt it. His proud chop-chop fruit was completely useless in front of my hockey. Folks, this is called being professional. He knew that as long as he said no, his head would really split apart the next second, and it wouldn't be able to be put back together. His survival instinct kicked in, and with a mournful face, Bucky squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. "I agree. That is more like it." I immediately smiled again, saying I was helping him reach the peak of his life ahead of time. Bucky was completely stunned, looking utterly disillusioned. I didn't teal it up, continuing to raise the stakes. "When the time comes, I'll bring the celestial dragons to you, and you'll be in charge of attacking. As for me, I'll mainly be there for support, helping you take photos for keepsakes, which must be printed on a new bounty poster." How cool is that? Bucky. He was so scared he couldn't speak, looking at me as if I were a devil. This matter was settled just like that. However, as I looked at Bucky, a new idea suddenly came to me. I said to him, "Bucky, come on, show me your chop-chop ability." Though he didn't understand what I was up to, he didn't dare refuse and immediately disassembled himself into several pieces, floating in midair. I'm telling you, the opportunity has come. I directly reached out and touched a piece of his split body. In the next second, the system in my mind activated immediately. Wow, it was just like that remote delivery. I instantly understood the underlying logic and operation of his fruit ability. To be safe, I first tried it out with my own hair. With a single thought, whoosh, dozens of strands of hair from my head really flew out, playfully circling around Buggy's red nose, leaving him and Nami and the others dumbfounded. Buggy's eyes were about to pop out, stammering, "W, what's going on? How can your hair also split apart?" I gave him a mysterious smile, as if to say this was just the appetizer. The next second, I disintegrated right there. My arms were arms, my legs were legs, all floating in the air, just like when Buggy uses his powers. At that moment, everyone on the deck exploded in shock. Buggy looked like he had seen a ghost, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground, pointing at me, saying you for a long time. But he couldn't get out a single complete sentence. The ability of the devil fruit is unique. That's an ironclad rule. But here I was, someone who hadn't even eaten a fruit, managing to replicate the abilities of the guy who did. I reached out a hand and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Don't get excited, what's the big deal? Do you believe I can use this ability on others?" Baki shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even I, as an ability user, can't do that." "Oh really?" I laughed. I pressed my hand on him and focused my thoughts again. Suddenly, there was a terrible scream, and Baki's entire body burst into countless pieces uncontrollably, shattering even more than he had before. This time, he was truly scared out his wits, his voice trembling with a hint of crying. "W, what kind of monster are you?" I ignored him because I discovered something even more exciting. Since I could split a person, does that mean I can split everything? I was thrilled at that moment, jumped onto the nearby pirate ship, and pressed my hand down on the deck. In the terrified gazes of everyone, that nearly 100-meter-long pirate ship was silently and completely decomposed into countless small wooden pieces without a single groan, like a massive cloud of building blocks floating on the sea. At this point, Buggy completely resigned to his fate. He knew there was absolutely no escape. A few days later, I spent 100 berries to buy a newspaper from Seagull, and on the front page, there it was, our target, the celestial dragon Charlemagne, standing on the bow of his magnificent ship, arrogantly firing cannons at civilian vessels. I tossed the newspaper to Buggy and sneered, "That's the one. Such scum is not worth mourning." Buggy's face turned green, but in the past few days, he had already witnessed my increasingly perverse powers. Just yesterday, I even reached into the sea in front of him, decomposing the surrounding thousands of meters of seawater along with the sea creatures within it into floating droplets, and then perfectly restored it. He knew that he could never hope to resist in this lifetime. With Nami's top-notch navigation skills, we quickly caught up with the celestial dragon's ship. From a distance, that ship looked like a golden palace floating on the sea, gaudy and eye-catching. The ship was flying the flag of the world government, and surrounding ships kept their distance. On that ship, countless beautiful women, plundered from various places, wore explosive collars around their necks, becoming slaves to that pig-headed celestial dragon. I tell you, this pig head is quite a spectacle. There are 2 warships following the main ship as bodyguards, and they're filled with CP agents from the world government, all looking quite impressive. Ning used his observation hockey to scan and couldn't help but smirk, saying these people aren't even worth the appetizer. Goodness, he directly shouted at Buggy, "Accelerate, step on the gas, and smash through for me." Our little broken ship shot out like a torpedo. The 2 bodyguard ships opposite immediately reacted, setting off alarms like it was New Year's. The CP agents on board must have been dumbfounded, thinking, who dares to provoke the celestial dragons in this day and age? It was like a cyber madman going crazy in reality. Without saying a word, they turned their ship's bow, and dozens of dark cannons aimed at us. Fire! At the command, the cannonballs came raining down like they were free, shaking the entire sea. My heart was in my throat, but guess what? Ning calmly extended a hand and waved gently at the front. For those who understand, all the cannonballs flying in midair instantaneously disintegrated into metallic debris right before our eyes, like a grand fireworks display, not even making a sound as they approached us. It was more impressive than crossing fire lines. The people on those 2 warships had their eyes nearly popping out, mouths agape, as if a fist could fit inside. Ning sneered, "Are you done shooting? Now it's my turn." Then he used that move again, shatter. This time, the target wasn't the cannonballs, but those 2 gigantic warships. I tell you, I'll never forget that scene for the rest of my life. The 2 steel behemoths, along with everyone on board, silently disintegrated into countless small cubes as if sliced by countless invisible blades. Then with a splash, they all fell into the sea, not even a bubble rising. Of course, a few skilled individuals reacted quickly, using moon steps to fly into the air just before the ships broke apart. These CP elites looked at the empty sea beneath them, their faces turning pale, but they still held their ground, shouting something about protecting the celestial dragons, and that they would die try to capture him. They were truly stubborn, deciding to use Windfoot, a technique that could kick out wind blades, hoping to shred our ship. Dozens of white slashes came crashing down from the sky, and the momentum was indeed frightening. The underlings under Buggy were scared silly, some looking for places to hide, while others jumped straight into the sea. Nami and Nojiko remained calm, quickly hiding behind Ning Chuan, knowing that was the safest place in the whole area. Just as those wind blades were about to slice us, I felt Ning Chuan's entire aura change. It was as if he had just realized something new in battle. He extended his hand again and split the pile of energy-based wind blades, which had no physical form. Yes, you heard that right. Even energy slashes could be disintegrated into nothingness. At that moment, I felt like, bro, are you sure your ability ISNTA rule delete device? This is outrageous. The CP agents in the sky completely collapsed, their worldviews shattered. While they were stunned, Ning Chuan's figure vanished from the ship in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in front of those people. One punch each, with his fists wrapped in black arm color, no matter what iron blocks they used for defense. In front of him, they were as fragile as paper. Bang, bang, bang. It was like dumplings falling from the sky, all blood mist. In less than a minute, the sky was clear. After dealing with all the bodyguards, we directly boarded the Celestial Dragon's magnificent ship. Wow, it was luxurious. The floor felt like it was paved with gold. Nami and Nojiko, the two little money lovers, had their eyes shine, touching and looking everywhere, asking Ning Chuan if they could take all this away. Just as we were exploring like Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden, that pig-headed celestial dragon, Charlemagne Saint, was surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black suits, pointing at us and cursing lowly commoners. Who allowed you to touch my things? Kneel and accept your death. Saying that, he really pulled out a golden pistol and shot at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan didn't even blink, catching the bullet with his hand, then flicking it with his finger. The bullet instantly shattered into dozens of pieces, flying back at a speed even faster than it came. In the blink of an eye, that group of black-suited bodyguards all had bullets in their foreheads, collapsing without even having time to react. Now that pig-headed celestial dragon got even more excited, shouting that we were declaring war on the world government. Ning Chuan was so amused he laughed, directly teleporting in front of him, slapping him, shattering his fishbowl helmet, knocking out several teeth. You really know how to put on a show, huh? Before finishing his words, he slapped him again, and the remaining teeth were all gone. Finally, Ning Chuan kicked him dozens of meters away, crashing against the railing like a dead dog. Buggy and his crew of pirates were already scared silly, their legs cramping. Buggy, being a tough guy, knew that running now was a dead end, so he decided to go all out, rallying his subordinates with a pre-battle speech, saying that since they were going to die anyway, they might as well do something big and shock the world. Ning Chuan saw that their emotions were brewing just right, smiling as he kicked the celestial dragon on the ground to Buggy's feet. Then he stomped on the deck. Can you believe it? The entire ship's deck suddenly turned into sawdust. Then whoosh, it automatically formed into a gigantic execution platform several meters high in mid-air. Buggy, take him up, Ning Chuan said with a devilish smile. You guys are the first batch of brave warriors daring to execute a celestial dragon. At that moment, Charlemagne Saint truly knew fear. As he was dragged onto the execution platform, he put himself on the spot, crying and begging for mercy, saying he would give up all his treasures and power as long as he could live. Buggy, cheered on by his subordinates, finally stepped up, stepping on the celestial dragon's head, giving a passionate speech about how the Buggy pirates would gain fame across the seas. As soon as he finished speaking, with a flash of the knife, a head wearing a bubble helmet flew out. Ning Chuan even specially captured this historic moment and handed the photo to the already dazed Buggy. Bro, here's the photo for you. I'll help you contact Morgans. Guarantee you'll make headlines worldwide. Hurry and run. The Navy's main force will arrive in 20 minutes. After saying that, he took us back to our ship and slipped away. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the phone in Admiral Sengoku's office rang incessantly like a death knell. When he picked it up, the 5 elders on the other end immediately shouted, Charlemagne Saint is dead in the East Sea. Sengoku was petrified, his head buzzing. The celestial dragon died? In the most peaceful East Sea? Is the world about to change? After hanging up the phone, he slammed the table in anger. Wondering what was going on in the East Sea, first Roger, then Dragon, and now Shanks is about to become a Yonko. And now a mad gang that dares to kill celestial dragons has popped up. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Immediately ordering, summon the 3 admirals and Garp back for an emergency meeting. Soon, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru arrived in the meeting room. Sengoku, with a dark face, explained the situation, and Akainu exploded on the spot, shouting that all these pirates should be executed. Akiji remained calm, suggesting they first contain the news. Kizaru still had his usual nonchalant demeanor, lazily asking, "Were we going on a business trip to the EC?" How scary, just as Sengoku appointed the fastest Kizaru to handle the situation in the EC, the door to the meeting room was suddenly slammed open, and an intelligence officer came rolling in. Ignoring Sengoku's darkened face, he directly slammed a piece of intelligence on his desk. I tell you, when Sengoku picked it up, his face was even worse than before, looking like he had just eaten something disgusting. He crumpled the newspaper in his hands and cursed loudly. That bastard Morgan. Useless in success, only causing trouble. How dare he send out such world-shaking news as the front page headline? Akainu was right beside him and casually grabbed the newspaper. Upon seeing it, his face, which was already like a volcanic eruption, instantly turned dark enough to drip water. Execute the celestial dragons? He gritted his teeth and said, "These pirates are truly lawless." As soon as he said this, Akiji and Kizaru could no longer sit still and hurried over to take a look. I tell you, the front page photo was incredibly clear. A red-nosed clown, holding a large knife, had just beheaded a celestial dragon. The headline was even more sensational. Beheading the celestial dragons? Red-Nosed Buggy will start a new era. Now all 3 admirals were furious, complaining that these pirates were too insane. It seemed they wouldn't have a peaceful day to sleep anymore. Upon hearing this, Sengoku slammed the table and directly gave the order. "Kizaru, you stay at headquarters. Akiji, Akainu, you 2 come with me. We 3 will personally go to the East Blue. Not a single one of these scoundrels can be left alive." Let me tell you, Morgan's operation this time is really bold. This newspaper spread across the world overnight like a virus. The whole world exploded. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Dragon held the newspaper, his gaze deep and contemplative, before finally saying to the person next to him, the Okama King Ivankov, "The opportunity has finally arrived." In a new world, Shanks was throwing a party, and upon seeing the newspaper, he burst out laughing. "Ha! Buggy, you rascal, going so big, even taking photos for memories? I barely recognize you now." But despite his laughter, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. In Wano, that guy Kaido sneered after reading the newspaper and tossed it aside. Interesting. The celestial dragons can bleed too? Let the chaos begin. This boring world finally has some excitement. Whitebeard was also shocked, staring at the newspaper and muttering, "Buggy? That red-nosed brat from Roger's ship? Roger, what kind of monsters have you brought out?" Big Mom on Cake Island was even more significant, laughing so hard that all the desserts on the island were falling. "Ha ha! The celestial dragons have their day too. This red-nosed kid has guts, I like it. Quick, send someone to the East Blue to bring him back as my husband." In short, the big shots around the world all knew that the sky was about to change. As for me at this moment, I was lounging on a chair in Cocoa West Village, sipping iced lemon tea while enjoying the leg and shoulder massage service from Nami and Nojiko. Holding a newspaper in my hand, looking at Buggy's big headshot on it, I nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, Morgan's is efficient. Next, the East Blue is going to become a high-level place. I was itching with anticipation, just waiting to spar with strong opponents. It's just a pity for Buggy. His good days are over. Nami, Nojiko, put in a bit more effort. I commanded them. You can't even muster this much strength and still want to train? Nami's little face flushed red, puffing up in anger. Damn it. How come your muscles are as hard as iron? I can't even squeeze. The 2 sisters were exhausted, directly plopping down on the ground and snatching my remaining lemon tea to finish it off. Are you trying to trick us? Nami questioned with her hands on her hips, who trains by getting their shoulders massaged and legs kneaded. Nojiko chimed in beside her, right? When Vice Admiral Garp taught you, he didn't make you massage him, did he? I smiled mischievously and, not bothering to explain, pointed directly at the sea in the distance. Look, the ships from Alabasta are here. The 2 sisters' attention was instantly diverted, and Noki took out a small notebook to count. This is already the 10th country ship we've seen in the past 2 days, right? The impact of the celestial dragon being killed is too big. I shook the new newspaper in my hand and pointed at the headline, saying, "What is this? Look here. Admiral Zhangguo is personally leading 2 generals into battle. The survival game in Baji has just gotten more difficult." Nuachigao looked a bit worried. What if the Navy finds out that we are involved too? I rubbed her head, reassuring her, don't worry. All the blame is on Buggy. The photos have already been sent out, and he can't wash himself clean even if he jumps into the Yellow River. As soon as the bounty is issued, we'll capture him and hand him over to Carp, and my debt with the old man will be settled. Nami shook her head after hearing my plan. Ning Chuan, you're really bad. But who told that guy to mess with us first? Come on, shall we go join the fun? Not so fast. I waved my hand, let the bullets fly for a while. The main character has to make a grand entrance. I suspect that not only the world government, but also those forces that are against them will be coming soon. It's too early to go now. I changed the subject with a mysterious smile. I do have a place I want to go to. Let's go to Frostmoon Village to learn some sword techniques and also how to forge swords. I'll make each of you a supreme great knife when the time comes. As soon as the two sisters heard this, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Thanks to the favor of providing exclusive photos to Morgans, I easily got the address of Frostmoon Village. That place is really remote. After a small boat docked, I jumped off with the two of them, and just as we were about to head into the village, we saw a boy with green algae hair doing push-ups on the beach while carrying a giant sandbag on his back, with 3 wooden swords stuck beside him. I couldn't help but smile as the corners of my mouth curled up. Oh, what a coincidence. I just arrived and ran into Zoro from my childhood. Nami and Noki looked at Zoro, who was sweating profusely, and were both stunned. This guy is really working hard. Nami couldn't help but exclaim, if only I had half of his dedication. Wouldn't I have become stronger by now? I gave him a tap on the head and said, just know that. Let's go. Don't disturb this training. Let's head into the village. The two sisters followed behind me, looking puzzled. They recalled that I had never seemed to struggle during my training, especially with that set of Kunquin. They had secretly practiced for half a day, and aside from feeling their waists more flexible, it didn't seem to help at all. Unlike me, every time I finished training, I felt like I had leveled up. Who understands, right? The training of a genius is so plain and unadorned. Before long, we found Gung Silang's dedicated dojo. As soon as we entered, we saw a cultured uncle wearing glasses, teaching a group of little kids how to practice swordsmanship. Among the crowd, a little girl named Gu Yaina stood out, wielding her sword with impressive skill. Gung Silang had already noticed us, and once the kids took a break, he walked over, squinting, and asked, "Whose children are you? I've never seen you in the village before." I politely replied, "Hello, director. My name is Ning Chuan, and I come from Cocoa West Village. I would like to learn swordsmanship and sword forging from you." Gung Silang was taken aback on the spot. He looked me up and down, his eyes filled with surprise. "Little guy, you are quite well informed. You even know that I can forge swords? Swordsmanship is easy to teach, but sword forging, that really depends on talent." I confidently smiled and said, "Don't worry about teaching me. I have a bit of confidence in my talent." With that, I pulled out a large bag of gold coins from my pocket and tossed it to him. "This is for tuition, and the materials are included." Gung Siro took the bag, opened it, and was nearly blinded by the dazzling golden shine. He froze, and Guena, who was nearby, leaned over to take a look and was instantly petrified as well. After the shock wore off, the father and daughter looked at me with different eyes. I didn't waste any more time and directly picked up a wooden sword. Gung Siro helplessly put the money away and grabbed a wooden sword too, saying, "All right, I'll teach you a basic set first, and let's see what your talent is like." With that, he began to demonstrate a basic sword technique. And guess what? Just as he started, I immediately followed suit, perfectly synchronizing his movements. By the time he finished his set, I had also sheathed my sword. Nami and Nojiko beside us were dumbfounded. They hadn't even memorized all the moves. System settle, I silently thought. Congratulations to the host for gaining the cultivation of 1,000 sets of sword techniques. Awesome. Gung Siro's squinted eyes suddenly widened in excitement as he looked at me. Can you demonstrate it again?" "No problem." I smiled slightly, gathered my energy, and executed the sword technique fluidly. Every move, every detail was perfect, as if I had practiced for decades. The expressions of Gung Siro and Guena changed from curiosity to shock, and finally to disbelief. Gung Siro was shouting wildly in his heart, "Genius! A once-in-1,000 years swordsmanship genius." I stood still with my sword, smiling as I asked him, "Mr. Gung Silang, how do you find my swordsmanship?" He took a deep breath, his eyes shining. "Ning Chuan, as long as you're willing to work hard, in 10 years. No, within 10 years, you will definitely become a great swordsman." Goodness, this flattery was so overwhelming that even I was a bit taken aback. 10 years? That's too long. I immediately spoke up. 10 years is too long. I want to seize the day. Director, teach me some real skills that can be used in a fight. As soon as I finished speaking, Guyana beside me suddenly exploded in anger, standing in front of me furiously. 10 years is too long? What do you think a great swordsman is? Don't think that just because you've learned a basic sword technique, you know everything. I looked at her sulking expression and chuckled. Oh? Why don't you teach me what swordsmanship is? Just as I intended. She raised her wooden sword and pointed it at me. If you lose, you have to take back what you just said. All right, I replied with a smile. But if you lose, you'll have to practice swordsmanship with me from now on. Wherever I go, you go. How about that? When Yosuke heard this, he felt a jolt in his heart. This brat, isn't it enough to have taken 2 already? Now he's starting to fool my daughter? No way. I absolutely can't let her fall for it. However, before he could speak up, Guena had already agreed. Sure, I've been practicing swordsmanship for so many years. I won't lose to a beginner like you. Yosuke's heart instantly sank. He still held a glimmer of hope. This kid is just a beginner. He shouldn't be a match for Guena, should he? No way. This brat can't take my precious daughter away, unless his swordsmanship can pass my test. Just as this thought crossed his mind, I tell you, a little figure burst in through the door like Chang Yaojin. A small kid with a head full of green algae, carrying 3 swords, stood there with a fierce expression. Who is it? It's little Zoro. Goodness. This guy immediately shouted at me. Guena, don't move, I'm coming. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. What's going on? A knight saving a princess? But the problem is, I'm the prince. Guena also got anxious and shouted at him, Zoro, don't interfere. This is between us. But guess what? That stubborn little green-haired guy didn't he listen at all. With 3 wooden swords, he spun around like a little top and charged at me, shouting 3-sword style. Family, who understands? This scene was just too intense. But can I let him have his way? I silently recited in my heart. System, give me the swordsmanship I just practiced. Ding. My mind buzzed, like downloading a compressed file of several hundred gigabytes, and the experience of 10,000 sword techniques was instantly unpacked. My understanding of swordsmanship soared to a new level. Just as Zoro's 3 sword were about to poke my face, I didn't even move. Bullying a kid isn't interesting. I held back my aura and purely focused on swordplay. With a gentle flick of my wrist, the wooden sword shot out like lightning, accurately striking the point where his 3 swords crossed. There was a crisp clang, and Zoro was stunned. The 3 swords in his hands scattered to the ground like flowers falling from the sky. Before he could react, the tip of my sword was already cold against his neck. The whole movement was fluid, taking less than a second. The old man Yoshiro beside us looked like his eyes were about to pop out, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. How this kid's swordsmanship gets so strong again? Guena was also dumbfounded, her mouth slightly open, probably thinking, what the heck? I can't even see his sword. Of course, with the combined skills of the siblings, they still couldn't match the 1 second of my System S training. Zoro lowered his head, held it in for a long time, and finally uttered 3 words. I lost. I retracted the wooden sword, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a pretentious tone, your swordsmanship is quite good. Keep practicing. In the future, there will definitely be a place for you among the sword masters. The young man's eyes lit up, but I added another jab. However, a 3-sword style master can only reach the top. I'm sorry. I've reserved the position of the world's #1. Zoro's expression at that moment was like being on a roller coaster, just going up and then coming down. He stared at me intensely and declared, I will definitely defeat you. My dream is to be the strongest in the world. After saying that, he picked up his sword and ran off without looking back. As he reached the door, he shouted back at Kuina, you are no match for him. Hey, this kid has quite a sense of loyalty. But who is Kuina? The future female swordmaster. Can she back down? Right there, she drew her own wooden sword, pointing the tip directly at me. Draw your sword. I know I might not be able to defeat you, but I want you to understand that the way of the sword is not that simple. Yasaku, standing nearby, was anxiously rubbing his hands. Daughter, calm down. Don't fall for this kid's trap. Father, don't advise me. Well, he couldn't persuade her. My father-in-law had no choice but to turn and glare at me, and the warning in his eyes translated to, Kid, if you dare to go hard on her, I'll make you understand why flowers are so red. Do I care about him? I don't care at all. I even gave him a provocative smile, then turned to Guena and asked, So, does our previous bet still count? Guena's face turned bright red. It counts. Why wouldn't it count? I immediately shrugged my shoulders at Gung Sailang, meaning, old dang, look, your daughter insists on coming with me. It's not my fault. Gung Sailang was so angry that he nearly blacked out, almost choking on his breath. I bet he was roaring in his heart. Good kid. Just wait and see how I deal with you later. Guena had already taken her stance, and I had to show enough respect, right? I silently recited in my heart. System, settle. Great. After that brief fight with Zoro, I had regained quite a bit of my cultivation. Now, facing Guena was like a max-level boss returning to the newbie village. Her attacks were fierce, and her sword techniques were fast and precise, trying to find my flaws. But in my eyes, she had flaws all over. I stood my ground, relying solely on my wrist to deflect her every strike. It felt just like playing with a little kid. Gung Siling watched in shock, probably thinking, is this kid a monster? Why does it feel like he's getting stronger every second? That's right, old Deng, you finally see the truth. However, even if he admired me in his heart, he still said, there's no way you're taking my daughter. After a while, Guena realized I was just toying with her. The proud little girl got flustered. Her sword techniques became chaotic. I saw this and thought, enough playing around. I exerted strength in my wrist, pushed the wooden sword forward, and with a loud bang, I sent her sword flying over 10 meters away, pinning it firmly to the dojo floor. Guena looked at her empty hands and sighed. I lost. I will keep my promise. Wherever you go, I will follow you until I defeat you. As soon as those words came out, Gung Siling's face darkened instantly. His hand already reaching for the hilt at his waist. His killing intent was real. He really wanted to draw his sword. Can I be afraid of him? I directly ignored his terrifying gaze and walked over to Guena, smiling as I ruffled her hair and began to paint a picture. Come, since we're going on the ship, let me introduce you to your new colleagues. This is Nami, and this is Nojiko, call her sister. Our ship is docked at the port, and you can choose any room you like with a private bathroom. There will be plenty of delicious food on board, and Nojiko's cooking is top-notch. Oh, and there's a salary too, 100,000 berries a month. Spend as you like, and if you exceed, just ask Nami for reimbursement. Nami and Nojiko were quick on the uptake, immediately coming over to pull Guena and starting to share stories of our adventures at sea. In no time, they had the little girl as curiosity piqued. Yagashiro was watching from the side, and I could guess how he felt, like a father watching his precious little cabbage about to be whisked away by a street thug. Anxious enough that he coughed twice and forcefully interrupted our conversation. Who said she is going on the ship? I, as her father, haven't agreed yet. As a result, Guena shot back with a single sentence. Father, you taught me that the Shimazuki family must keep their word. Goodness, his elbow has already turned towards the Pacific Ocean. Yagashiro was choked speechless after holding in for a while. He finally came up with a reason, ahem. I mean, your strength is still insufficient. The sea is very dangerous. Unless you can defeat me and prove you have the strength to venture out to sea, I won't stop you. Hey, this old man is starting to play tricks. Guena still wanted to argue with him, but I reached out and held her down, smiling slightly at Yagashiro. Mister. Yagashiro is right. The sea is indeed dangerous. Upon hearing this, my father-in-law's expression softened a bit, probably thinking, this kid understands a bit of reason. But then I changed my tone. However, with me around, safety is definitely not a problem. As for your challenge, to be honest, I don't think it's difficult. You brat. Yagashiro completely exploded, unable to hold back any longer, and with a swift motion, he drew out his wooden sword, pointing it at me. You are too arrogant. Come. Today I'll show you just how far you still have to go. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. If I don't push him to his limits, can he teach me his true skills that he keeps hidden? I clasped my fist towards him and said, please, mister. Gung Siling, enlighten me. I instructed Nami and the others to step back and drew my wooden sword. Gung Shiro took a deep breath, and his entire demeanor changed. A sharp sword intent instantly enveloped the arena. He was serious now. You little brat, just with one move, I'll make you submit. His figure flashed, and the wooden sword in his hand transformed into countless sword shadows, pressing towards me from all directions. This strike condensed decades of his cultivation, moving so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow. But to me, I had already maximized my observation hockey. Every movement of his was like it was playing at 0.5 speed in my mind, crystal clear. As expected of swordsmen, he had some skills. I praised him in my heart, not slowing down with my hands. I aimed at a point within his sword shadows and instantly thrust out a dozen swords. Clang, clang. A series of crisp collision sounds erupted, and his seemingly unbeatable sword techniques were completely shattered by me. Gung Shiro's pupils shook. He realized that pure swordsmanship couldn't take me down, and with a grim face, he decided to cheat. A surge of armament haki quietly wrapped around his wooden sword, preparing to deliver a dimensional strike against me. Want to sneak attack me? No way. I smirked, and an even stronger, more refined armament haki erupted, similarly covering my wooden sword. Boom! The two swords, wrapped in haki, collided violently, producing a sound far beyond what it should make. A terrifying shockwave exploded, blowing off half of the dojo's roof. As the dust settled, I stood my ground unmoved. Gung Shiro, however, stumbled back a dozen steps before finally stabilizing himself. He looked at me with disbelief, his voice trembling. You brat, you can use armament hockey too? After asking, he regretted it, his old face turning bright red. His attempt to cheat failed, and he ended up being taught a lesson, feeling utterly humiliated. I need to give him a way out. After all, he will be my father-in-law in the future. I put away my imposing demeanor and said seriously, I'm sorry, Mr. Gung Shiro. I just cheated. I secretly used observation hockey to predict your sword path, otherwise I would have lost a long time ago. Upon hearing this, his expression improved a bit. However, the way he looked at me had completely changed, filled with curiosity and doubt. He couldn't figure out who had trained such a monster like me. All right, he sheathed his sword inside. You really are hiding your true self well. But since you have this kind of strength, what are you doing in my little dojo? I laughed. You didn't ask me either. I'm here to learn swordsmanship, which doesn't seem to conflict with my domineering presence, right? He was choked into silence by my words and couldn't refute. Seizing the opportunity, I brought up the topic. So, Mr. Gung Shiro, with my current strength, am I qualified to take Quinn out to sea? His face darkened again. He started to play the ultimate trick. Your domineering presence is enough. But my daughter is learning swordsmanship. Your swordsmanship is mediocre. What can she learn from you? It's a waste of talent. Kuina was beside him, stamping her feet in anger. Dad, how can you say one thing and mean another? I looked at the father and daughter, and my heart was filled with joy. I said to Gung Shilang, since you think my swordsmanship is lacking, how about this? Give me some time to practice. I'll work on that move you just demonstrated. And if I can execute it perfectly, you won't hold me back anymore. How about that? Upon hearing this, Gung Shilang's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline, and with a mischievous smile, he said, a period of time? Fine, I'll give you 1 day. If you can master the essence of my move, I'll agree. Do you dare to bet? He was too confident. This move was the culmination of his life's work. 1 day to learn it? Dream on. His calculation was that even if I couldn't master it, he could still force me to digest the essence of his swordsmanship, which would help him guide Guina in the future. I listened and curled my lips. 1 day. That's too long. It won't take that long. Gung Shiro snorted coldly, turned around and left, leaving behind a sentence. Humph. You know once you practice? Then he ran off under his daughter's reproachful gaze. Once they all left, I was the only one left in the dojo. The corners of my mouth lifted wildly as I muttered to myself, Gung Shiro, oh Gung Shiro. No matter how many plans you make, you can't account for the existence of a person called a hanging loser in this world. You still want to use the staircase to take out my Guina? No way. I sat cross-legged, closed my eyes, and silently recited. System, start the calculation. The sword technique, I just observed. Let me tell you, the sound of the system confirming the transaction is simply more pleasant than anything else. 30,000 seconds of swordsmanship expertise instantly poured into my brain. Goodness, what that old guy Gung Shilang has accumulated in his lifetime, I equivalent to playing a 3-time speed videotape. With every detail etched into my DNA, I picked up the wooden sword and started mimicking the moves based on my mental image. Guess what? Outside the door, that old guy Gung Shilang was peeking through the crack. As soon as I activated my observation hockey, I could see his little expression clearly. He must have been thinking, this kid won't even get a foot in the door for the next 10 or 8 years. Hey, little did he know, I was just familiarizing myself with the process on my first attempt. After finishing a round, I immediately thought, system settle? This time, it was a cultivation return. Who understands? Folks, a 10,000-fold return. 1,000,000 times of muscle memory exploded in an instant. I felt like I wasn't practicing swordsmanship. I was downloading. Then, in front of Gung Shilang, I raised the wooden sword again. His expression at that moment was almost like, is that it? What's the use of doing it again? But when I struck my initial pose, hey, it was different. His eyes bulged out like copper bells. Let me tell you, he was directly broken, because when I swung that sword, it carried a hint of sword intent. Although it was just a hint, having it and not having it is a matter of 2 different dimensions. His mouth was agape, probably thinking, what the heck? I've been practicing for over a decade just to reach this threshold, and this kid learned it in 2 tries? For the next 20 minutes, I'm telling you, it was a complete collapse of Gung Shilang's worldview. Every time I finished a round, I settled once, and the sword intent skyrocketed like it was on a rocket, from a thread to a wisp, and finally overwhelming like it was free. That old guy outside was completely stunned. I could even hear him pinching his thigh, probably thinking he was dreaming. When I sheathed my sword, I didn't even turn around and shouted towards the door. Mr. Gung Sailang, stop hiding. What do you think of my swordsmanship? Goodness, his old face instantly changed from shock to flushed. He realized I had known he was there all along, and I was deliberately putting on show for him. He was so mad his blood pressure was about to explode, but in the end he still relented, saying I was qualified and there was nothing more he could teach me about swordsmanship. However, he seriously warned me that this kind of cultivation method was purely a gift, and I shouldn't imitate it, telling me not to corrupt his precious daughter, Guyana. Of course, I nodded in agreement. I understood that. But my next sentence left him speechless. I said, now that I've finished learning swordsmanship, shouldn't we move on to forging swords? Damn. His expression at that moment was as if I had just sheared his sheep and was now eyeing his flock. He was so angry that he was jumping up and down, saying how could I not know to take a break? But despite his scolding, in the end, he still left me with a sentence. 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, Back Mountain, the old man is starting the furnace. Come if you want. When I returned to the ship, Goina looked worried and asked me if her dad had given me a hard time. I smiled and said nothing. Family members, sometimes actions speak louder than words, right? I directly pulled out that wooden sword filled with hockey, and with a swipe towards the sea in front of me, I slashed. In the next second, the entire sea surface parted with a whoosh, creating a 100-meter-long underwater passage. The seawater retreated to both sides, and we could even see the sand at the bottom. Nami and the others were completely stunned, their mouths agape. This effect took 5 minutes to slowly close up. Once they regained their senses, the wooden sword in my hand shattered with a bang. I blew the wood shavings from my hand and pretended to sigh. Wooden swords just one do. If this were the supreme great sword, its power would at least multiply several times. At 4 in the morning the next day, I quietly made my way to the back mountain and met Gung Shiro's father, Gung Sanlang. An old man with a pipe in his mouth. His gaze was piercing, and he saw right through my swordsman facade. I didn't waste time and got straight to the point. Old man, I came to learn sword forging. I want to make a few supreme great swords. The old man was initially taken aback, then burst out laughing, saying I was quite the bold kid, and he liked it. Then he changed the subject and started talking about how the family craft shouldn't be passed down. But then, he dragged out his tone, looking at me with a mischievous smile. When are you going to marry Arguena, huh? I was baffled at the time, huh? Is there really someone in this day and age who is eager to send their granddaughter off? I thought the old man was joking with me, so I went along with it. Old man, we won't do the arranged marriage thing. You teach me, and I'll help you forge a supreme, fast sword. If I can't do it, I'll be your assistant for life. How about that? He heard this and got so angry that his nose twisted, saying I didn't know my place, that he had only forged 2 supreme fast swords his lifetime. And I, a novice, wanted to forge one? Fine. He directly made a decision, just waiting for me to be his assistant for life. Then he led me into a hollowed-out little volcano, and wow, it was all magma down there, the heat wave hitting me in the face. He asked me to bring over those sword blanks at the entrance, looking quite pleased, saying these materials were all good, and it took him 3 years to gather them. And with luck, I could forge a good fast sword. I took a glance and immediately started criticizing. Old man, your skills are lacking with such good materials. You tell me I can only forge a good fast sword? What a waste. The old man exploded with anger, giving me an ultimatum. I had to watch him for 60 days, then forge a good fast sword myself, or I could either leave or marry Gwyna. I thought to myself, 60 days and the opportunity would be gone. I'd miss the grand show in the East Sea. So I directly picked up the worst ordinary iron sword blank from the side and followed him in. He started demonstrating, hammering away with a clink-clank, and even started a lesson talking about force and temperature. Let me tell you, I was using observation hockey the whole time, scanning all his movements. 3 hours later, he was still hammering away while I got a system notification, gaining 30,000 hours of experience. He asked me how much I remembered, and I said I remembered it all. He didn't believe me. I asked him a question. Old man, why do you have to use a hammer? Wouldn't it be more precise to wrap your fist with armament hockey and punch? The look he gave me was like he was looking at a dim-witted relative, and he started cursing. That's magma, over 1,000 degrees. You want to punch with your hands? Are you trying to cook yourself? He was in the middle of cursing when he turned around and was dumbfounded, because I, the inexperienced kid in his eyes, had already plunged that ordinary iron sword blank into magma until it turned red, and then I really extended my fist, wrapped in hockey, and started punching directly in the magma. Wow, I bet the old man had never seen such an abstract operation in his life. He was so scared he threw his hammer away and lunged at me with a shout. But halfway through, he suddenly stopped. It was like he hit the pause button, standing there dumbfounded. Why? Because my two hands were plunged into the magma and nothing was happening. I couldn't help but laugh, thinking to myself that the real show was just beginning. I silently chanted in my heart, "System, give me the conclusion." Goodness, let me tell you, it took just 1 second. The system directly returned me 10,000 seconds of cultivation. That scorching magma instantly felt like warm water, and the burning sensation was almost gone in an instant. But was that enough? I'm a man who forges his body. Keep going. Give me everything you've got. I was roaring madly inside, and the system was also working great. 10 seconds, 1 minute, 10 minutes. My cultivation was pouring into me like it was free. Slowly, my fist, covered in dominance, stirred in the magma as if I were just playing with water in my own sink, completely numb to the sensation. The old man beside me, let me tell you, his entire worldview collapsed, from initial shock to later numbness. The way he looked at me now was like he was staring at an alien. He kept mumbling, "It's been 10 minutes. His hand has been in the magma for 10 minutes. Is he even human? Family, who understands seeing a master swordsmith start to doubt life? This feeling is simply too exhilarating. I ignored him and directly used my fist as a hammer, pounding away at the glowing sword blank in the magma. While I was hammering, I was also calculating my forging skills in my mind. 5 seconds in, and I was returning 50,000 seconds. My blacksmithing skills skyrocketed like a rocket. The old man's eyes were about to pop out. He noticed that my hammering, which had started from a complete novice, became more skilled and faster than even him, an old master, in just a few minutes. By the end, my hands were almost leaving after images, and his mouth was agape. Probably thinking, what the heck is this kid? Faster than I was at my peak? His power is so precise. He can make a sword in just 1 hour? What kind of joke is this? Just as he was questioning his life, I pulled the forged sword blank out of the magma, and with a sizzling sound, plunged it into the cooling water. As the white mist dissipated, a simply styled long sword appeared in my hand. I smiled with satisfaction and handed the sword to the old man. Old man, this sword should meet your standards, right? He snatched it from me, his eyes filled with suspicion. You think you can satisfy my requirements? You think you can make a good quick blade on your first try? Dream on. He examined it closely, and the blade was smooth and gleaming. At first, he thought a novice could barely make a quick blade. But when he touched it and felt that special texture, he was instantly stunned. This is the texture that only a famous sword possesses. This kid used ordinary iron and made a good quick blade on his first try. As he lamented about getting old, he instinctively grasped the sword and waved it casually at the huge test stone beside him. I tell you, it was so smooth like cutting tofu. There was no resistance at all. The old man himself let out at him and didn't react. Immediately after, there was a loud crack, and that stone for testing the big knife, which was even taller than him, was split in half right down the middle. The cutting surface was so flat, it could be used as a mirror. It broke. The old man's hands started to tremble, and his voice changed pitch, screaming as if he had seen a ghost. This is a big knife? A big knife forged from ordinary iron. What kind of joke is this? He was completely stunned, holding that sword, feeling like he had wasted decades of his life. He had only forged 2 big knives in his entire life, and I, a newbie, managed to make one on my first try with the worst materials? The way he looked at me completely changed. He was silent for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence. You little brat. Have you gone from a novice to a grandmaster just like that? I replied arrogantly. It's just okay. I usually learn things very quickly. He wanted to scold me, but opened his mouth and held it back. After all, in the sword-making industry, those who are skilled are the masters. He even started to imagine that, in the future, I would become a legendary swordsmith, and he would have to serve me tea and water, seeking my guidance. I looked at his conflicted expression and smiled as I added, Old man, I heard that a great knife can also be cultivated into a supreme great knife. He nodded and sneered. It can, but think about it. Those top sword masters spend decades nurturing a great knife. What if they directly nurtured a supreme great knife? How terrifying would that be? Legend has it that above the supreme great knife, there exists the strongest sword that can give birth to a spirit, which is the ultimate dream of all swordsmiths. At this point, his eyes lit up. I immediately poured cold water on him. Come on, you can't even forge a supreme great knife, and you're talking about ultimate dreams. Guess what happened next? The old man suddenly chuckled and said in a voice that could make me nauseous, I can't forge it, but my apprentice can, right? Little Ning Chuan. I almost burst out laughing on the spot. Who is this old man calling my disciple? Who just told me to get lost? Don't shout randomly. It messes up the hierarchy. His face is as thick as a city wall, and he directly comes up to pat my shoulder, having learned my sword forging technique. You are my disciple. Each to their own. It doesn't affect anything. I really have no way to deal with him, so I can only say, fine. If you want to be my master, those 20 sword blanks can be considered as my apprenticeship gift. He was taken aback for a moment and mumbled, where does a master give an apprenticeship gift to a disciple? But then he thought about it. Those blanks in his hands could only end up as big knives at best. Maybe they could really create a miracle for me. He immediately changed his attitude and hurried over to grab all those sword blanks. Here, good disciple, these are all yours. Go ahead and refine them. And if you ruin them, I'll buy you more. This old man really has double standards, changing his tune faster than turning a page. He even handed me the blank that he had previously ruined and asked if I wanted it. I took it over and quickly assessed my recent progress in cultivation. Feeling that I had improved again, I glanced at the piece of scrap metal and said lightly, it's damaged pretty severely. At most, it can only reach the level of a big knife. He widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, this thing can still reach the big knife level? I rolled my eyes at him and added a remark that almost sent him away. It's not impossible to use the supreme great knife. We just need to decompose and reorganize it. What do you mean? Decompose and reorganize? He was completely confused. What kind of technique is this? I never taught you that. I couldn't be bothered with him and directly activated my ability to shatter. In the next second, that useless sword blank instantly transformed into countless tiny fragments in front of him, and then reassembled into a slightly smaller, but intact new sword blank. The old man was nearly speechless, and a news story from a few days ago about the celestial dragon fleet being attacked flashed through his mind. The attacker's ability seemed to be splitting. His gaze towards me instantly became complicated, and he shook his head frantically, as if self-hypnotizing. Who cares? Anyway, the one being hunted is that red-nosed one, not my good disciple. Even if I'm wanted, it's fake. I ignored his ramblings and directly took the repaired sword blade to begin my real performance. I stood by the magma pool, and with a thought, the sword embryo in my hand instantly split into countless tiny fragments, suspended in the air. Then, these fragments fell into the boiling magma, like rain, crashing down. But that is not all. I directly plunged my hand into the magma, activated my ability, and split the magma into countless small magma clumps. These clumps acted like numerous automatic cruising hammers, swiftly darting between the sword embryo fragments, forging each piece without missing a spot. The old man was left dumbfounded. He had never seen such sword forging in his life. I was shouting settle, settle, in my heart, relying on the cultivation returned by the system. My sword forging technique became increasingly mature. Half an hour later, all the fragments reassembled. A brand new longsword, covered in dark red lava patterns, appeared out of thin air. A piercing chill instantly filled the entire sword forging room. Good sword. The old man stared at the sword and suddenly shouted. He had a premonition that this was the supreme great knife he had been searching for his whole life. I gripped the hilt of the sword and infused a trace of, and a wave of scorching heat instantly burst forth. It forced the old man to use his armed color. Supreme great sword. This is definitely the supreme great sword. He was so excited he seemed almost insane. I simply said, oh, the supreme great knife? Not bad. Then let's forge the remaining 19 according to this template. After I finished speaking, I tossed the supreme great knife to him as if I were throwing away garbage. My little ancestor. He dashed forward to catch it, holding it in his arms and rubbing it frantically, even cutting his hands without a care. What a waste of resources. I ignored the crazy old man and turned to the remaining 19 sword blanks, repeating the previous operation. Half an hour later, with a clattering noise, 19 identical supreme great knives fell to the ground. The old man, just awakened, took a glance and immediately felt faint, clutching the sword in his hand and blissfully passing out. Before he lost consciousness, one thought remained in his mind. What the hell? They're all supreme great knives. Are you kidding me? Doing wholesale here? Looking at the old man who had fainted, I thought to myself, it's probably for the best that he passed out. If he knew what I was about to do next, he might just die of shock. I walked up to that pile of supreme great swords, pondering the ultimate dream that the old man mentioned, having a weapon with spirit. Why not? Give it a try. I felt a stirring in my heart again. First, I need to consolidate my cultivation. I feel like my understanding of sword forging has reached new heights. I directly picked up 10 supreme great knives from the ground and walked back to the sword forging platform. That's right. I'm going to use these 10 supreme great knives that can drive all sword masters at sea crazy as materials to forge a truly divine weapon. With a single thought, 10 supreme blades instantly shattered into countless flying fragments. If outsiders were to see this, they would probably fight me on the spot. I controlled the magma, refining the most essential parts from these fragments. 3 hours later, all impurities were removed, leaving only a pure essence sufficient to forge a sword. Slowly, the prototype of an ancient long sword from the Dragon Kingdom gradually took shape before me. The moment it fully formed, a terrifyingly powerful sword intent erupted from the blade, sweeping across the entire island. In the distance, Gung Soreo was startled by this sword intent, and both Kuna and Zoro couldn't even hold onto their swords. I looked at the divine sword hovering in the air and smiled with satisfaction. I reached out to grasp it. Guess what happened? The sword actually twisted away by itself, dodging my hand. Hey, little thing, you've got some attitude. I let out a cold laugh and instantly released my own sword intent, pressing down hard towards it. As my sword intent grew stronger, that sword gradually began to struggle. Just when my hand was about to touch its blade, in the next moment, this little brat, whoosh, dashed through the wall and ran away. I was really angry at that moment and wanted to run. Without thinking, I chased after it. As soon as I got outside, I was stunned. Just a moment ago, it was clear skies, and in the blink of an eye, the sky was dark and filled with ominous clouds, with thunder and lightning, as if a heavy metal rock party was going on. That broken sword just hung in midair, its entire body trembling, clearly scared out of its wits. I couldn't help but laugh and went into taunt mode. TSK, TSK, TSK. Trying to act tough with me just now? Not letting me hold you? Well, how's this? What they say in web novels is true. Divine weapons attract lightning. So take it. As soon as I finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck it. I thought it would finally behave, but guess what happened? A wave of magma-like heat suddenly erupted from the sword, and it was actually using its own power to withstand the heavenly thunder. After it took the first strike, I could clearly feel its momentum had weakened quite a bit. It seemed to take a lot of energy. I thought that was it, but it was like the sky was raining dumplings with the second, third. Lightning bolts crashing down one after another. But this sword was a tough character. Not only did it not dodge, but it also pointed its tip upwards, desperately pushing up, wanting to clash with the heavens. Let me tell you about that scene. It was unbelievable. Every time lightning struck down, it not only didn't shatter, but instead became brighter and stronger. It felt like the energy of the entire universe was giving it an energy spa, refining it again and again. When the thunder stopped and the dark clouds dispersed, the sword that had endured the thunder tribulation slowly floated in front of me. Without saying a word, I directly used my strongest power and grasped its hilt. In that moment, I felt two terrifying forces explode in my hand. One was the lava power it originally possessed, and the other was the deadly thunder power from just now. Wow, you even absorbed the lightning? I was shocked at that moment. This sword actually absorbed the power of the heavenly thunder, with both lava and lightning. All right, from now on, I'll call you the Thunderfire Sword. I held it tightly, feeling it struggle desperately in my hand, unwilling to be controlled. But how could it possibly escape my grip? Slowly, it seemed to realize it had no chance, and it stopped moving, becoming completely submissive. Just then, Gung Silang rushed over in a panic, shouting, "What's wrong? What happened?" I touched the Thunderfire Sword in my hand and stuffed it into the sheath I had prepared earlier, casually saying, "It's nothing, just drew a sword." However, before I could finish my sentence, as soon as the Thunderfire Sword entered the sheath, there was a loud bang, and the power of lightning and magma erupted simultaneously, directly blowing the sheath into a cloud of debris. Huh? I raised an eyebrow. You've got quite the temper, huh? Looking at the disobedient sword, I snorted coldly and directly covered it with armament hockey, slapping it hard on the blade. With a crisp sound, the sword, which had been so arrogant just a moment ago, began to tremble slightly, as if afraid I would slap it again. You don't want to go into the sheath. Huh? Fine, then float by yourself. I threatened it, saying if it dared to run around again, I would reforge it. This sword seemed quite sentient, even shaking its tip as if nodding in agreement. Watching from the side, Gung Shiro was almost dropping his jaw to the ground, utterly confused. You're actually talking to a sword? And it responded to you? My God, are you crazy, or am I crazy? Seeing his shocked expression, I felt mischievous and stomped hard on his foot. Gung Shiro jumped up in pain. What the hell, are you crazy? Why did you step on me? I had a wicked smile on my face. Look, Mr. Gung Silang, you can still feel pain, which means I'm not crazy. So it must be you who's gone mad. Gung Silang jumped in place while holding his foot for quite a while, but his gaze was still firmly fixed on the floating sword behind me, even forgetting the pain in his foot. What on earth is that sword behind you? Why is it flying? Before I could say anything, a trembling, excited voice came from behind us. It was a divine weapon that transcended the ultimate great blade and possessed a spirit. He had fulfilled the ultimate dream of every swordsmith. It was old man Gung Sanlang, who had woken up at some point and was holding the 10 supreme great blades I had forged earlier. Gung Sanlang was completely stunned. The ultimate dream? Dad, could it be that the legends you told me were true? Are there really living weapons in this world? He looked at the thunder fire sword behind me, his expression becoming more and more exaggerated and incredulous. It hadn't even been a day, and I had created something legendary? The look in the old man's eyes when he looked at me was, let me tell you, pure fervor. Son, these are all Master Ning Chuan's works. All of them are supreme great blades. He showcased the 10 blades in front of Gung Sanlang. Out of 20 sword blanks, 10 supreme great blades were produced, and there was even an ultimate blade that surpassed the supreme great blade. The old man became more and more excited and suddenly knelt down before me. Master Ning Chuan, please take me as your disciple. I want to learn sword forging from you. Me? Gung Sairu. Everyone is shocked, quickly helping his father. Dad, you can't say that. If you become his disciple, what about me? What will happen to Guyana in the future? This hierarchy can't be messed with. We returned to the dojo and saw a row of supreme great swords in front of us. I directly took out 2 and handed them to the father and son. One sword counted as my extra tuition for coming to learn here, and the other was a compensation for bringing Guyana along and causing you trouble. The 2 of them received the swords, their hands trembling with excitement. It's important to know that these are supreme great swords, treasures that are hard to find anywhere on the entire sea. And here I was giving them away like they were cabbages. The old man touched the sword in his hand and suddenly made a joke. Oh? So this one is Guyana's dowry? Son, you should hurry up and accept it. Gung Shiro immediately exploded. Damn it, old man. I never said I wanted to marry Guyana. She's just coming along to train at sea. What nonsense are you thinking? TSK. Such a guy who says one thing and means another. Who knows? By the time they come back from training, you might even have a grandson. I listened with a frown and quickly interrupted him. Ahem, Gung Saburo. It's better to keep the jokes to a minimum. I hurriedly took out a knife and said, by the way, please keep this knife for me. I'll give it to that little guy Zoro later. After he trains for a few more years and sets out to sea, he can have it. For Zoro, Gung Shiro took the knife with a bit of confusion. Yes, that kid has good talent. He will definitely have a place among the great swordsmen in the future. Consider this an early investment. After all, he practices 3-sword style and is in need of swords. After explaining this, I stood up and looked at them seriously. Since I have mastered both swordsmanship and sword forging, it's time for us to part ways. I will take good care of Kuina, so you don't have to worry. Gung Shiro seemed a bit reluctant. How about staying a few more days? No, there's a promise on the sea waiting for me to fulfill. That's it. I'm leaving. The ship had already set sail. I walked to the deck and saw Kuina practicing hard at the bow. I asked, aren't you going to take another look at Frostmoon Village? She didn't turn around and replied firmly, no. When we make a name for ourselves, we'll come back. By then, I will definitely become a female great swordsman. In that case, Nami no Jiko. Let's set sail. With my voice falling, Nami and Nojiko immediately raised the sails, and the small boat headed into the depths of the ocean. On the shore, Gung Saburo and his son watched us leave, their eyes filled with worry, but even more with trust. Not far away, Zoro clenched his fists tightly, staring in our direction. Kuina, Ning Chuan, when I set out to sea, I will definitely surpass you and become the world's greatest swordsman. While sailing on the sea, I habitually bought a newspaper from a seagull delivering papers. I was generous, and these seagulls loved to come to me. I glanced at the newspaper and immediately noticed some interesting news. I never expected this incident to cause such a big uproar. Even those guys in the New World were stirred up. The newspaper reported that several ships belonging to the 4 emperors had been sighted appearing in the East Sea. I understood at once. The Navy was trying to encircle Buggy, and these pirate emperors wanted to get a piece of the action too. It made sense. After all, Buggy was the first to dare to take down a celestial dragon, and it's normal for the 4 emperors to want to recruit him to boost their reputation. However, the ships of the other 3 emperors had appeared, but there was no news of Whitebeard. It seemed he wasn't interested in Buggy. I felt a bit disappointed. If Whitebeard also came, I might have been able to conveniently acquire the Tremor fruit and Marco's Phoenix ability. Looking at the Navy side, their lineup was also impressively formidable. I never expected that old man Sengoku would personally take action, bringing along a Kainu and Akiji. My mind started calculating again. If I was lucky, I might be able to obtain the abilities of all 3 of them. This commotion was really interesting. Just as I was happily plotting, suddenly, a giant pirate ship flying the mammoth pirate flag was breaking through the waves, charging towards our small boat like crazy. On the ship, a lackey was reporting to their captain, "Boss, the ship ahead doesn't seem to be a pirate ship, and the flag looks strange, like a big headshot of 4 kids. Should we still crash into it?" A rough voice shouted. "So what if they're kids? All ships that dare to block the path of our beast pirates will be crushed, even if it's the Admiral's ship." It was Jack, one of the 3 disasters of the beast pirates. With one command, his subordinates dared not disobey and directly accelerated to crash into us. We also discovered it here. Nami, holding a telescope, had a calm expression but spoke urgently. "Ning Chuan, that giant pirate ship over there is moving too fast. We can't avoid it. We need to think of a way immediately." Nokigao quickly took the telescope to have a look and recognized it instantly. "That's the flag of the beast pirates. It's Kaido's subordinates." She swiftly pulled out a stack of wanted posters, flipped through them, and then pulled out one, excitedly handing it to me. "It's one of Kaido's 3 disasters, Drought Jack. The bounty is 1 billion berries." I collected information saying that someone in the New World once offered 900 million berries for a pair of his tusks. If we take down his entire crew, we could at least get a return of 2 billion berries. After hearing Nokigao's analysis, I smiled and ruffled her hair. "Well done. This time we're going to make a small fortune." Just as Guena, who had just boarded the ship, heard this, she broke out in a cold sweat. But he's one of the 3 disasters under the 4 emperors. "Ning Chuan, are you really thinking of going after him? I know you're strong, but he is Drought Jack. My grandfather told me that Jack's abilities." Before she could finish her worried words, I placed my finger on her lips. "Don't worry. He's just a small disaster. He can't stir up too much trouble. Besides, he's coming after us. And if we don't take this opportunity for the berries, we would be going against fate." After saying that, under Guena's worried gaze, I beckoned to the back. With a whoosh, a sword shadow instantly flew in front of us. "Thunderfire sword, go," I commanded. "Slice that ship and bring back the tusks." As soon as I finished speaking, I directly activated my Busashoka haki and poured a large amount into the Thunderfire sword, with my haki nourishing it. In the next moment, the entire sword was enveloped in the overwhelming powers of thunder and lava. A terrifying sword intent spread wildly from our small boat. Guena felt this power and was shocked. "So, the Thunderfire sword is actually this strong." Just as her astonished voice fell, the Thunderfire sword seemed eager to showcase itself, instantly flying out at high speed, slashing towards the giant pirate ship that was approaching. On Drought Jack's ship, a lookout was just raising his telescope, preparing to enjoy the scene of the unfortunate being smashed. But as soon as he put the telescope to his eyes widened in disbelief. He saw an incredible sight. A sword emitting a strange glow was flying towards them at an unimaginable speed. "Report to the captain. An unidentified object is flying towards us. It looks like a sword." Hearing this, Jack raised an eyebrow. "A sword?" He immediately moved to the front of the ship and indeed saw a sword flying at high speed. Interesting. I've never seen a self-flying sword like this in the New World. Let's capture it and take it back as a gift for the boss." Just as he was planning how to intercept the sword, an unexpected scene unfolded. The flying sword stopped less than a kilometer away from their ship, the blade standing upright, the tip pointing up with the edge aimed at their ship. The air instantly froze. Jack, seasoned from many battles, had a beast-like sharp combat intuition and immediately sensed an ominous aura. This sense of crisis quickly enveloped his entire mind. For the first time facing a weapon, he felt an unprecedented oppressive feeling. "I can't wait any longer. I must transform." Without any hesitation, Jack immediately activated the ability of the ancient Zoan mammoth fruit. With a deafening roar, his body rapidly expanded, and in an instant he transformed into a giant mammoth, standing at the bow of the ship. Its tusks, several meters long, glinting ominously. The Thunderfire sword seemed to disdain Jack's transformation, but upon seeing those enormous tusks, it curiously shook its blade, as if remembering the task I had given it. Then, the powers of thunder and lava began to intertwine wildly on the sword, distorting the surrounding air and making the sea tremble. When the moment was right, the Thunderfire sword no longer hesitated. Just as Jack's ship entered the attack range, it delivered a lethal strike. A beam of sword light, carrying the might of thunder and the heat of boiling lava, cut through the sky, heading straight for the giant pirate ship. At that moment, Jack felt unprecedented pressure, a pressure he had only felt from his boss Kaido. "Just a sword, and it could cause such chaos? I'll fight you." Jack roared after transforming, channeling all his haki to its peak covering his strongest trunk and tusks, and braced himself in front of the ship. However, even the powerful, ancient Zoan mammoth could not withstand the Thunder Fire Sword strike. Its defenses were instantly torn apart. Both massive tusks and the long trunk were severed. A deep gash appeared on Jack's head, exposing the bone. "I can't hold on. I'm going to die." Blood gushed from Jack like a fountain. He knew that if he held on any longer, he would definitely be split in half. In desperation, he had no choice but to exert all his strength, sacrificing one of his arms to move his body aside. With Jack's resistance gone, the next moment, the entire sword energy instantly sliced through his giant pirate ship. The powers of thunder and lava erupted violently, and with a thunderous boom, that massive ship, along with the pirates on it, was completely annihilated in that terrifying strike. On our little boat, Nami looked at the explosion in the distance and laughed happily. "Yay! The Thunder Fire Sword is awesome. Crisis averted." Nokigao took out her notebook and started writing and drawing. Another billion berries just came in. Ning Chuan. We've already paid back a third of our debt to Vice Admiral Carp. Only Guena, who had just boarded the ship, stared blankly at the giant pirate ship that had been sliced apart. This was one of Kaido's subordinates. And it was cut down just like that? She suddenly felt that the legendary invincible Yonko didn't seem so unreachable after all. With a swoosh, the Thunder Fire Sword flew back, still carrying two massive mammoth tusks. I smiled and nodded. The Thunder Fire Sword is quite sensible. The tusks are undamaged. Good job. The Thunder Fire Sword, praised by me, happily swayed in the sky. Since we got the tusks back, there was another task for you. Go and fish out the drowning dogs that just fell into the sea. Receiving the new order, although the Thunder Fire Sword was a bit reluctant, it rushed out nonetheless. I handed the tusks to Nami and the others, letting them decide whether to carve something fun or sell them directly. Soon, the Thunder Fire Sword started darting across the surface of the sea, bringing those pirates who had narrowly survived back to the ship one by one. I didn't hold back. As each one came up, I first broke their limbs, tied them up securely with ropes, then gave each one a piece of floating wood before tossing them back into the sea to float. This way, even if there were devil fruit users among them, they wouldn't be able to use their powers. Finally, the drought-stricken Jack was awkwardly pulled out of the sea, with the Thunder Fire Sword piercing through his shoulder blade. He fell heavily onto our deck with a thud, shaking the entire ship for a while. "This guy is really big." Nami and the others couldn't help but exclaim. Although Jack was extremely weak now, the ferocity in his eyes remained. He looked up at us, not sensing a hint of danger from us, and was momentarily stunned. Could it be that someone else had just made the move? A glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. If he could take down these kids, could he force the person behind to back off, or even snatch that sword? Does anyone understand? Family? Does this guy have a bit of a serious problem? Watching the ferocity flash through his mind, I couldn't help but sneer. With just one arm left, and having lost his tusks and trunk, this waste still had such thoughts? Just as Jack was preparing to launch a surprise attack, the Thunder Fire Sword instantly pointed its tip at him. However, I reached out to stop the Thunder Fire Sword and slowly walked forward, my tone laced with disdain. "What? Still want to fight? Then I'll play with you." After saying that, I waved my hand to the Thunder Fire Sword, signaling it to retreat. Watching the Thunder Fire Sword fly away, Jack's gaze flickered between me and the sword, a mix of fear and greed. A little kid, merely relying on a sword. How powerful could he really be? At such a close distance, he thought he could take him down before the sword could react. He felt that as long as he could get that sword, even if it cost him an arm, it would be worth it. I could see clearly what this guy is thinking. It's greed, isn't it? He is all worked up. Goodness, he really charged over with a roar. That huge fist looks quite intimidating, but to me, it was as slow as flipping through a PowerPoint presentation. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. As soon as I released my aura, my armament haki enveloped my fist in an instant. He charged straight at me, and I simply raised my hand nonchalantly. Boom! There was a dull thud, and let me tell you, the scene was unbelievable. Jack's proud strength was as fragile as paper in front of me. I didn't even use my full power, just a light touch, and with a crack, his fist shattered on the spot. Immediately, that force surged through his arm, and I could hear his bones inside his body cracking like firecrackers, popping and snapping all over the place. The immense pain made his eyes bulge out, and he collapsed on the deck like a puddle of mud, struggling even to breathe. Before passing out, he managed to squeeze out a reluctant line. How could this kid be so strong? Well, of course. Who do you think I am? After dealing with this guy, the next day, I bought a real-time location from the Newsbird GPS navigation and headed straight to the point. Driving our little boat, I made my way toward the cluster of warships in the distance. I'll tell you, Just as we arrived at the outskirts, a patrol boat intercepted us. The leader was a beautiful woman, wearing the rank of colonel, named Tina. She took a look at us through her binoculars, and wow, her whole face seemed to short-circuit. She recognized at a glance the big guy, tied up like a dumpling on our boat, who was none other than Jack the Drought, one of Kaido's 3 main subordinates. The look on her face, folks, you know what I mean? It was like she saw her pet cat suddenly start rapping, full of disbelief. No way. These little brats captured Jack the Drought? Although she was shocked, this lady's professionalism was still on point. She quickly sent a report to the command ship while immediately ordering the warship to turn around, with all the cannons aimed directly at us. She was worried we might be here to pull some kind of scam or show off before their navy. I, too, couldn't be bothered with small talk and directly carried the huge package of Jack to the front of the ship. With a smirk, I shouted at her, "I am Ning Chuan, and this is the Drought Jack of the Beast Pirate crew. I've taken care of him, and I want to see Vice Admiral Carp." My voice wasn't loud, but it had a strong, penetrating power. Tina's expression at that moment was one of ultimate confusion, as if she heard me but didn't understand. A seemingly frail little kid holding the legendary pirate created a powerful visual impact. She still maintained her professionalism and shouted back at me, "You all need to stop the ship and undergo a safety inspection." Of course, I had no objections after all. They were here to deliver results, and the process had to be followed. So I had them come up for an inspection. Tina personally led the team, and as soon as she boarded our ship, she was stunned. Not a single adult in sight. Only children? She muttered to herself, her eyes wide with shock. Then, when she walked to the edge of the ship and saw the strings of dried, cured meat hanging from our railings, each piece belonging to those notorious pirates under Jack's command, she completely lost her composure. "You actually wiped out Jack's pirate crew. Oh my gosh, let me tell you." Her expression at that moment was like when a phone falls into the toilet. She was flustered, trying to get her phone out to contact her superior, and then suddenly, bam, the phone slipped from her hands and fell onto the deck. I smiled and helped her pick it up, handing it over. "Miss Tina, don't worry. It's just a routine operation." This sentence made her, a naval colonel, blush instantly, probably thinking to herself, "How embarrassing. I can't believe I'm like this in front of few kids." Once this news got back, it went straight to the naval headquarters. Marshal Sengoku, Admiral Akiji, and Admiral Akainu. These 3 heavyweight figures were in a meeting when they heard the report. The 3 of them had the same expression, like the elderly man on the subway looking at his phone. Sengoku rubbed his temples. "What did you say? For kids caught Drought Jack?" Akiji scratched his head, becoming serious for once. "Isn't this script a bit exaggerated?" Only Akainu took a deep drag on his cigar and exhaled a smoke ring. Interesting little brat. Just then, Vice Admiral Garp, who had been snacking on senbei, perked up his ears upon hearing my name, suddenly sitting up straight from his recliner and asking Sengoku, "Sengoku, what was that kid's name you just mentioned?" Sengoku angrily snatched the senbei from his hand. "Garp, I didn't call you to this meeting to slack off. That kid's name is Ning Chuan, Ning Chuan." Upon hearing this, Garp not only didn't get angry, but burst into hearty laughter. "So it's that kid Ning Chuan? He's really improving fast. Now he can catch Kaido's subordinates. Not bad, not bad. He is here to pay back my 30 billion debt." As soon as this was said, the whole room fell silent. Sengoku, Akiji, Akainu, everyone's gaze suddenly focused on Garp, their expressions as if they were looking at an alien. Sengoku adjusted his glasses. "Garp, you know that kid? How could I not know him? With such immense potential. Why didn't you tell us sooner? We should have had him join the Navy for priority training." Sengoku slammed the table in anger. Akainu also looked dissatisfied. If he had joined the Navy earlier, his achievements would already qualify him for a general rank. Faced with everyone's doubts, Garp's old face rarely showed a hint of helplessness as he spread his hands and, "I've tried before, but that kid is very stubborn and refuses to join the Navy no matter what. He has his own dreams to pursue. I tell you." As soon as the word dream was mentioned, the faces of those big shots in the conference room turned green. After all, anyone associated with Garp has dreams that are scarier than the last. His son wants to take down the world government. His grandson wants to become the pirate king. Now, there's someone he knows, who knows if his dream is to restart this world. Sengoku fell silent for a long time and cautiously asked, "Garp, be honest. Is this kid named Ning Chuan normal?" After Garp finished explaining, the atmosphere in the conference room eased a bit. Sengoku wiped the sweat from his brow. "All right, as long as the dream isn't something terrifying, that's fine." Then he made a decisive decision. "In that case, I'll personally recruit him, no matter the cost. I must bring him in." Soon, under Tina's lead, I arrived at the Navy's temporary conference room. Marshal Sengoku, actually came to greet me at the door, and he was so enthusiastic, immediately engaging in a round of mutual flattery. Ning Chuan, hello. I've heard about you from Garp for a long time. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. I rolled my eyes in my heart. You only found out who I was a second ago, right? Once in the conference room, Sengoku didn't beat around the bush and directly offered an astronomical condition. Ning Chuan, I represent the Admiral of the Navy and officially invite you to join the Navy headquarters. As long as you're willing to come, you'll start as a Rear Admiral. You can select 1,000 people from the elite forces to command as you wish. And the headquarters won't interfere much with your actions. You'll report directly to me. Goodness, this condition was so generous that even the 7 warlords would shed tears. The naval high-ranking officials present were stunned. This wasn't just recruitment, it was practically training a future successor. However, my expression remained calm. After he finished speaking, I slowly shook my head. Admiral Sengoku, your offer is very generous, but I have no ambition to become a Navy officer. I tell you, as soon as I said that, everyone was dumbfounded except for Carp. Carp next to me burst out laughing. Interesting kid, your temper is just like mine. I knew you would choose this. Sengoku was so angry that he punched Carp on the head. At that moment, the hot-tempered Akainu couldn't hold back anymore and stood up, a powerful aura pressing down. You brat, becoming a Navy and executing justice, fighting against all the pirates in the world. What's wrong with that? Is justice in your heart so unworthy? Seeing him so agitated, I couldn't help but laugh. I just wanted to provoke him. I looked into his eyes and said word by word, is so-called justice just being a dog for those nobles, the celestial dragons? This sentence instantly ignited the entire powder keg. Akainu's face turned ashen, and the power of magma surged out from him, causing the temperature in the conference room to rise sharply. Lies do not harm, but the truth is the fastest knife. My words were equivalent to exposing all the frustrations of the Navy's high-ranking officials in public. Except for Garp. Everyone had a dark expression on their faces as they looked at me. Garp was still laughing. This kid really has some guts. But he was silenced by Sengoku's furious shout. Akainu stepped closer to me, looking down at me from a height, his voice deep, like a volcano about to erupt. To dare to say such things, it seems you have quite a bit of confidence in your own strength. So, can you show me what kind of strength this guy who looks down on being a dog really has? If you can't satisfy me, I will be very angry. Sengoku tried to mediate by shouting for the greater good, but Akainu was already agitated. He coldly looked at me. Kid, I'll be waiting for you outside. After saying that, he disappeared. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. I smiled slightly at the warring states and said, sorry everyone, I have to excuse myself for a moment. As soon as I finished speaking, I chased after them. Those high-ranking Navy officials, eager to watch the commotion, all followed out in a crowd. I stood far out at sea with Akainu, facing each other without even a greeting. The moment our eyes met, there was a loud boom as our powerful haki erupted simultaneously, and our figures collided in an instant. Fists and feet struck with a force that seemed to shake the heavens and earth. The onlookers were stunned. They initially thought I wouldn't last long against Akainu, but to their surprise, we were evenly matched in this clash of haki. This kid is truly a monster, Carp said with pride. They had no idea that my mind was flooded with system notifications. Ding, Haki Mastery 100, ding 100. Practicing against a top-tier master like Akainu was much faster than training on my own. A pure experience boost. As we fought, Akainu also sensed something was off. He felt that relying solely on haki wasn't enough to suppress me, and I seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Cursing under his breath about the abnormal kid, he decided not to engage in pure hand-to-hand combat anymore. Kid, your haki is indeed strong, but even the strongest haki has its limits, and Logia powers have no limits. As soon as he finished speaking, he erupted like a volcano. Every punch he threw was accompanied by a surge of molten lava. Good heavens. He finally used his devil fruit ability. Magmama Dog. Akainu no longer held back, directly unleashing the fatal move that had shattered half of Whitebeard's face during the Marineford War. His fist, enveloped in scorching lava, charged toward my face with devastating force. The watching Navy soldiers thought I was doomed, but I just smiled. Lava no longer had any effect on me. I didn't dodge. I faced the terrifying lava head-on, my fist covered in haki, and collided with it forcefully. Boom! The two forces clashed violently, and his terrifyingly hot lava fist was actually shattered by my punch. Lava splattered everywhere, and when the smoke cleared, I stood firm like a rock, completely unharmed. In contrast, Akainu stared at his shattered lava arm, disbelief written all over his face. What kind of monster are you? How could you withstand the terrifying heat of my lava? I raised the corner of my mouth. Lava is something that, the more you come into contact with it, the more resistance you naturally develop. Unfortunately, I had just come into contact with these things not long ago. So, your lava fruit is no longer a significant threat to me. Akainu's expression was one of disbelief. How could a human body possibly have resistance to lava? But he had no choice but to believe it. Since the Hellhound couldn't take you down, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Then let's see how you handle this move. Dog bite Red Lotus. Let me tell you, Akainu was truly desperate. He directly pulled out his trump card. The magma, good gracious, in his hands seemed to come alive, instantly molded into an enormous hellish dog. Its momentum felt like it could melt the entire marine fort. He was putting all his strength into it, pushing the power of the magma fruit to its limits. And guess what? Our protagonist, Ning Chuan. He didn't dodge at all. Yes, you heard me right. He just stood there, wearing a mysterious smile that seemed to say, "Come at me if you hurt me." I admit defeat. I was dumbfounded, thinking, is this guy really planning to take the Admiral's full-powered attack head-on? With a loud boom, that lava giant dog directly swallowed Ning Chuan. His whole body was instantly submerged in scalding magma. My heart was in my throat. And then the most outrageous move came. Ning Chuan, in the magma, moved his lips, and with my 8 times magnification eyes, I understood his lip movements. He was saying, "System, settle up." I was completely stunned. Who understands what family members go through? While others fight with their fists, he's over here brushing KPIs. The next moment, I could feel his mind was probably as lively as competing for red envelopes during the spring festival. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully experiencing a 10-second lava bath, activating 10,000 times the return. Ding. 100,000 seconds of lava fruit comprehension experience has been credited. And it's not over yet. When he felt it was about time, he silently recited, "System, do it again." Goodness, he was just exploiting a bug for infinite refills. By the time he understood the ins and outs of the lava fruit, this guy actually started trying it himself. As soon as he thought about it, guess what? A small burst of lava erupted from his fingertips. Success. He must have been overjoyed inside, then hurriedly said, "System, continue calculating my experience with the lava fruit." Ding, ding, ding. Several tens of thousands of seconds of cultivation experience credited again. Let me tell you, if Akainu knew that Ning Chuan was doing a paid beta test with his big move, he would probably have a brain hemorrhage on the spot. Next, let us try elementalization. This kid Ning Chuan really dares to think. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, his body began to glow and heat up. His skin, muscles, and bones all turned the color of lava. And finally, with a poof, he transformed into a puddle of lava, mixing in with the lava released by Akainu. Now, it was Akainu's turn to be dumbfounded. His eyes widened like copper bells, his face full of disbelief. This kid, how is this possible? ISNT, the devil fruit unique? What am I if I eat the fruit? A legitimate victim? He was completely emo, wanted to find someone to ask, but discovered that all around him was his own lava, and he couldn't even tell which was Ning Chuan and which was his own. It was simply a case of killing the heart. The high-ranking Navy officials on the shore, Sengoku, Carp, and the others, turned green. Looking at the vast rolling lava for a long time, without any movement, they were probably calculating whether to set the table first or rescue someone first. Sengoku was in a dilemma, wanting to shout stop, but afraid it would delay Ning Chuan's upgrade. Even Carp, that old man, rarely had a serious expression. Mumbling, "This kid is playing too big. If he stays in there too long, even iron will melt." What happened next? Ning Chuan was having a blast inside, for the first time transforming into jam. Oh no, lava. It felt incredibly wonderful, swimming back and forth like in a hot spring. After getting tired from swimming, he didn't forget to continue milking the system. System settle. Ding. 50,000 minutes of cultivation returned. After going back and forth several times, I felt his understanding of the lava fruit might be deeper than Akainu himself. Then this guy came up with a huge malicious idea. What was he going to do? He was going to control the lava and pour it back into Akainu's body. No sooner said than done. The vast sea of lava suddenly began to flow back toward Akainu. The people on the shore saw this and thought Akainu had won, preparing to end the fight. All of them breathed a sigh of relief. But little did they know, Akainu himself was nearly scared to death. What's going on? How didn't he control it? How did this lava come back on its own? He instantly realized this was definitely Ning Chuan's trick. Afraid that Ning Chuan would use the lava to cause an internal explosion, without a second thought, he severed his connection with that piece of lava at light speed. The look of terror on his face, if it weren't for the crowd, he would probably have shouted, What the hell is going on? When the lava sank to the sea and the surface returned to calm, this fight ended so muddled. Akainu's face was like a palette, changing colors from green to white, while Ning Chuan, on the other hand, looked as calm as ever, as if he had just gone for a swim. Akiji watched from the side with shining eyes. His curiosity piqued. What kind of divine being is this kid who can make Akainu have such a constipated expression? Seeing that the atmosphere was off, Sengoku quickly stepped in to mediate. Ahem. Heroes emerge from youth. To be able to fight Akainu to this extent is remarkable. Let us call it a day. Everyone applaud, giving both sides a way out. Akainu's gaze towards Ning Chuan was incredibly complex. He must have been pondering how to find an opportunity to capture this kid and ask him clearly. Sengoku also pretended to invite Ning Chuan to a meeting. But Ning Chuan smiled and waved his hand. No, I want to interfere with Navy secrets. I'm an outsider. I need to go back and rest after the fight. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Sengoku sighing, such a good seedling, but unfortunately can't be brought into the Navy. Once Ning Chuan left, the high-ranking officials returned to the conference room, and Sengoku couldn't wait to pull Akainu aside. Sakazuki, tell me honestly, what happened just now? Your face looked like you ate a fly. Akainu hesitated for a long time, but finally couldn't hold back, gravely saying, Marshal, that kid. He seems to be able to use my lava fruit ability. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku, Akiji, Carp, one and all, had their jaws dropped to the ground. What are you saying? Sengoku could hardly believe his ears. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? This is something that overturns the worldview. Akainu shook his head and nodded. Although it's not exactly the same, I can be sure that he has indeed mastered part of it. As for how he did it, I don't know either. Sengoku pondered for a long time, seriously telling everyone. This matter must be kept confidential. This is very likely the secret behind Ning Chuan's strength. Everyone nodded. Only Akiji, his eyes growing brighter, was calculating in his mind. Can he imitate others' fruit abilities? Oh boy, I must meet him. On the other side, Ning Chuan returned to the ship, and after telling Nami and the others about the earlier battle, the three girls were so scared that they hurriedly stripped him of his clothes, checking from head to toe, only to find he was really uninjured before they could finally relax. Then the four of them surprisingly started playing mahjong until late at night. After Nami and the others had fallen asleep, Ning Chuan suddenly sat up from bed, and in a flash he was on the deck. Not far away on the sea surface, Akiji was riding his old bicycle, creaking as he stopped there. Ning Chuan's Milet, Admiral Aoki. I didn't expect you to be so interested in a small character like me. Akiji smiled back. To be able to fight to a standstill with an admiral is no small character. However, you actually guessed I was coming. Quite interesting. He didn't beat around the bush and directly said, Tomorrow the marshal will invite you to join in the encirclement of the clown buggy. By the way, I'm personally very curious about you. How about we find a place to communicate? Ning Chuan's eyes lit up, but he first asked a specific question. By the way, what buggy's bounty for taking down the celestial dragon? Akiji was taken aback, thinking this kid is still concerned about this. 5 billion berries. Ning Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, enough to settle Carp's debt. After Akiji finished, he directly extended his hand to invite. Let us go. Let us chat over there. The two found an uninhabited sea area away from the fleet. Akiji got straight to the point. I heard Akainu say you can use the lava fruit's ability? Ning Chuan generously admitted. Yes, a little. Akiji raised his eyebrows, getting more interested. Then I want to see, after beating me, will you use my ice fruit ability? After saying that, he pressed his hand on the sea surface. Without saying a word, directly unleashed his power. Ice Age. Goodness. No foreplay at all. A terrifying chill instantly swept across the entire sea, and with a crack, Ning Chuan was directly frozen into a giant ice sculpture. Akiji thought, I'll freeze you directly. Let us see how you steal the learning. However, he never expected that Ning Chuan's ability highlighted technology and toughness. Frozen in the ice, Ning Chuan's mouth slightly moved again. System starts settling. Ding! With a powerful resistance to freezing for 10 seconds, a tenfold return. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining freeze immunity. After finishing the resistance, he began to brush skills. System, settle the data of my observation of the freezing fruit. Ding! 80,000 seconds of understanding experience for the freezing fruit has been credited. After brushing a few rounds in the ice block, the system notification sounded. Your mastery of the freezing fruit ability has greatly improved. Ning Chuan's Milet. With a thought, he said, Elementalization. In the next second, under the ghostly gaze of Akiji, Ning Chuan and the ice sculpture disappeared into thin air. Where'd he go? Akiji was stunned. He couldn't even sense him with observation haki. How did this kid vanish from my ultimate move? Just as he was in a daze, a familiar yet strange voice echoed behind him. Ice Age. Akiji froze. A wave of cold, even more terrifying than his own technique, surged from behind, and with a crack, it was his turn to be frozen into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. Ning Chuan leisurely walked out from the nearby ice layer, stood in front of him, and asked with a smile, "Admiral Akiji, is my use of the freezing fruit authentic?" Crack. Akiji awkwardly broke free from the ice, his face filled with shock. His worldview shattered. "You kid. Your control over the freezing fruit is actually not inferior to mine. You just elementalized over here." Ning Chuan simply smiled and nodded, saying nothing. Akiji was completely convinced. He felt like he had wasted decades of his life. In just one day, this guy learned 2 top-tier natural fruit abilities and even practiced them to a master level. How could he fight against that? If this continued, his ice and fire dual abilities would probably be surpassed by this kid. He finally understood why Akainu had that expression during the day. "Admiral Akiji, are we still fighting?" Ning Chuan looked eager to try. Akiji shook his head madly, waving his hand. "No more fighting, no more fighting. You're too shameless. You're simply a walking skill vacuum cleaner. Whoever fights you is doomed. I have to say, this green bull is much more straightforward than that hot-tempered Akainu." He directly admitted that without my vacuum cleaner ability, he really has no way to deal with things. But this guy is quite considerate. Seeing me bored, he casually let me know that the Navy is planning to make a big move tomorrow to capture that clown buggy. There are likely quite a few of the Emperor's people on site, and he asked if I want to join the fun. After saying that, he just hopped on that old bicycle and rode away on the sea, leaving a stylish impression. I thought to myself, the underlings of the 4 emperors? How boring. They should just send the 4 emperors themselves. The next morning, after I managed to peel Nami and the others off me, I went to the deck to stretch a bit and gave a few pointers on Kuna's swordsmanship. The little girl turned as red as an apple. I was just about to warm up with a set of my family's traditional kunquin when, lo and behold, that stunning Navy officer Tina came over on a patrol boat. She was watching me from the ship, her expression one of surprise, probably thinking, wow, this guy is really dedicated, getting up so early to train. No wonder he is so strong. Then I turned around and locked eyes with her, and her face instantly turned red. "Come on, sister, your self-advancement is too fast, right?" She quickly slapped her face to snap out of it and shouted at me, "Captain Ning Chuan, the operation to encircle buggy is about to begin. Admiral Sengoku sent me to guide you." As soon as I heard that, it was just right. Everyone on our boat was still sleeping in. I waved to her directly. "Hey, beautiful, could you do me a favor and come help us sail the boat?" Tina didn't think twice and jumped onto my boat in just a few months, so smooth and straightforward. I shook her hand, and wow, that little hand was so soft and tender. While she was steering the boat, she secretly glanced at me practicing my moves, probably wondering what kind of extraordinary skill this was, which made me feel a bit embarrassed. After a while, Tina's phone rang. After she answered it, she ran over to me with an excited expression and said, "Captain Ning Chuan, the Navy's main forces have surrounded Ji's ship. Let me tell you, this situation is simply outrageous. The Navy has cleared out all of Buggy's little subordinates and surrounded his main ship. But guess what? Not a single warship dared to approach. Why? Because they receive intelligence from internal experts saying that Buggy's split fruit has become so powerful that it can decompose everything within a kilometer. Does anyone understand this?" I almost laughed out loud. This is all about the information gap. They attributed my previous achievement of using the split fruit to dismantle a celestial dragon's escort ship entirely to that coward Buggy. I brought Nami and the others, and we confidently sailed through the entire Marine fleet's encirclement on the small boat that Tina was operating, heading straight for Sengoku's command ship. Tina was extremely excited. Her little face flushed the whole way. After all, this was the front line of the front line, and the lowest rank around us was that of a vice admiral. Upon seeing Sengoku, the old man got straight to the point with a serious expression. "Ning Chuan, there's a mission. That guy Buggy has an extremely terrifying ability. He can split anything apart, and he has powerful experts from the New World on his ship. I hope you can cooperate with the 2 admirals and capture him alive." As soon as I heard that, I nearly lost my composure. Catching Buggy and needing 2 generals? If Buggy knew about this, he would definitely be scared to death, right? I cleared my throat and said calmly, "Admiral Sengoku, I don't think it needs to be so complicated. It's just Buggy. I can handle it myself." As soon as I said this, the entire command room fell silent. Akainu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. and he was probably cursing me for being so ignorant. Sengoku, however, remained composed and confirmed with me again, even earnestly advising Ning Chuan. That is a terrifying ability that can split everything. I thought to myself, you really don't need to overthink it. If you think any more, Buggy will become the Pirate King. I insisted on trying, and Sengoku reluctantly agreed, giving me an hour. Next came my moment to shine. I quietly shouted towards my small boat, Thunderfire Sword. With a swoosh, a long sword wrapped in lightning and flames shot through the air and landed steadily in front of me. The naval high-ranking officials in the command room were so startled that they shivered, thinking there was an assassin. Once they realized the sword was mine, their eyes nearly popped out. I smiled slightly, pointed my toes, and directly stood on the sword's body, said a word, "Go." In the next second, the Thunderfire Sword carried me, transforming into a streak of light, shooting straight towards Buggy's ship. The group behind me had their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Akainu and Akiji exchanged glances. Their expressions seemed to say, "Good kid, fought with us yesterday, and didn't even use a weapon." My speed of flying with the sword dashed into their so-called 1-kilometer danger zone in the blink of an eye. Everyone in the Navy held their breath, probably sweating for me, thinking it was over, I was going to be disintegrated. Their minds had already started to automatically explain. It must be that Ning Chuan's dominance was too strong, temporarily resisting Baki's abilities. I couldn't be bothered to deal with it. So I flew directly above the ship and shouted from a high position, "Red Nose, come out, it's time to serve customers. The time has come to settle our deal." Baji, hiding in the cabin, heard my voice and became furious, rushing out while shouting, "Ning Chuan, you bastard. Do you know how I've been living these past few days?" With that, he threw all his flying knives at me. With a casual wave of my hand, I sent all the flying knives flying away. He was so angry that he trembled all over, and his body automatically split apart. The Navy, watching through the telescope from a distance, probably had their hearts in their throats. It's coming, it's coming. Baki has activated his ability. Ning Chuan, hold on. I looked at the frightened and angry Buggy below and couldn't help but laugh. Stop struggling. Just surrender. Are you going to surrender on your own? Or do I have to beat you into submission? Buggy, scared by me, kept retreating, and finally, as if he had made a huge decision, turned around and yelled hysterically into the cabin, "Master Kizaru, I'll agree to your conditions. I'll marry Big Mom. Please save me." As soon as he finished speaking, a tall and powerful man with purple hair walked out of the cabin, carrying a giant sword. Oh no, a big biscuit. Goodness, it's Kizaru, one of the 3 commanders of the Big Mom Pirates. I couldn't help but laugh and shouted at Kelly Jia, "Hey, your mom isn't even married yet, and you're already prepared to be filial to your new dad?" Kelly Jia immediately broke down, drew out the sword called Salt and Pepper Pretzel, and pointed it at me. "You dare insult my mom, looking for death." After saying that, he directly unleashed his ability, summoning a bunch of cookie soldiers to charge at me. I stood on the flying sword, too lazy to move. The Thunderfire Sword buzzed and charged forward on its own. Krija thought it was just a useless sword that had consumed a devil fruit, completely dismissing it, and swung his sword down at it. As a result, the Thunderfire Sword became furious. The power of thunder and fire erupted from its blade in an instant, and a shocking sword energy mixed with lava and thunder struck down towards Krija. Terrified, Krija quickly activated his strongest armament haki and instantaneously stacked over 100 layers of biscuit shields in front of him. However, it was of no use. With a crisp crack, that sword light sliced through all his defenses as easily as cutting tofu, directly severing both of his arms along with the sword. Blood sprayed all over Buggy's face nearby. Buggy was instantly dumbfounded, completely petrified. The Navy in the distance erupted into cheers like a tsunami upon witnessing this scene. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Marine, including Sengoku, were all looking through binoculars with puzzled expressions. Isn't this supposed to be a powerful warrior? Where is the ability to split everything? Why has Buggy been trembling the entire time? I slowly landed on the deck, looking at Kriya, who had a broken arm. He had just used his ability to stop the bleeding by turning the wound into a cookie and still wanted to talk tough. I approached him with a powerful punch infused with haki, shattering all his teeth and conveniently crippling his legs as well. "Stop whining. Get ready to go to the underwater prison to keep Jack company," I said, while in my mind, I ordered the system. System, settle the cookie fruit. In an instant, I completely mastered this ability. In front of Kriya and Buggy, I casually produced a large pile of delicious cookies. Kriya's eyes were about to pop out. His worldview must have collapsed. I had the fire sword pack this guy up, just like throwing away trash, and in a whoosh, he was tossed onto the deck of the Navy command ship, landing right at Old Man Carp's feet. I can imagine Carp was bleeding inside. Oh my goodness. This 3 billion debt is coming too quickly. What a loss. I should have asked for 5 billion back then. After sending Kreejo away, I turned around and smiled at the trembling Buggy. I stretched out both hands, one igniting with scalding magma, the other forming with piercing cold ice. Buggy looked at the scene, his mental defenses completely collapsed, his legs went weak, and he knelt down. I surrender. That's more like it. I nodded in satisfaction. It seems your luck ends here. I was about to go up, grab him, and pack him away when suddenly, from the distance of the naval fleet, a tremendous uproar erupted. I'm telling you, the commotion was outrageous. A giant pirate ship, flying the iconic Jolly Roger with 3 scars, charged through the Navy's blockade like it was nothing, tearing it apart and heading straight towards us. I turned around, and there he was, that flag, and standing at the bow of the ship was the red-haired guy, none other than Shanks. I was stunned at that moment, glancing back at Buggy, who was still sprawled on the ground, unable to help but exclaim, "Wow, Red Nose, your luck is truly out of this world." Shanks himself came to rescue you? Buggy was still in a daze, asking, Who are you talking about? Shanks? With a look of disbelief, he followed my gaze, and in the next second, his expression froze. Standing at the bow was indeed that red-haired guy he had been talking about for who knows how many years. Just look at Shanks' entrance. Behind him was the frozen sea created by Aokiji, and above him, magma was raining down from a kainu. Yet he looked completely unfazed. With his back turned to the crew, his eyes fixed on Buggy, a smile on his face. Shanks? Buggy stuttered, finally calling out that name. As the ship drew closer, Shanks' iconic loud voice reached us. Buggy, you don't seem to be in a good situation. I tell you, as soon as he finished speaking, the Thunderfire sword in my hand started buzzing, excited beyond words. Who among my family understands this? This is the thrill of facing a worthy opponent. I smiled at my sword and said, Want to have a match? The Thunderfire sword flew back into my hand in an instant, and its meaning couldn't be clearer. All right, then let's go meet this legendary fruit of faceability user. I pushed off with my toes and launched myself straight from the ship, heading directly for Shanks. Shanks reacted incredibly fast. Despite seeing a child charging at him, he instantly sensed the deadly danger. His eyes changed, and without a second thought, he drew his beloved sword, Griffin, and leaped from the bow of the ship. With a loud clang, we clashed swords mid-air. Neither of us used haki. It was purely a contest of sword intent. The sharpness of the moment made everyone around us, whether Navy or pirate, feel a chill at their necks, as if a sword was being held against them. With that single move, Shanks was knocked back to the bow of the ship, staring at my figure still suspended in the air. Disbelief etched on his face. This kid's sword intent. How can it be so strong? And what is that sword of his? While he was still in shock, his ship had already approached. Akainu and Aokiji, the 2 admirals, had also avoided the danger zone I had marked, moving in front and behind to effectively encircle Shanks and Buggy's ship. But they were puzzled too. How did Shanks manage to rush in without any issues? He wasn't sliced apart by my disintegration ability. They exchanged glances, almost simultaneously looking at Buggy, and their minds probably played out a grand drama. Could these 2 know each other? Did Buggy call for reinforcements? Wow, Buggy's connections are terrifying. Kaido, Big Mom. And now, even Shanks has arrived? In that instant, not only Akainu and Aokiji, but even Sengoku in the command center was stunned. The way they looked at Buggy was as if they were gazing at a legendary figure, feeling that this guy's charisma was simply off the charts. I was watching from the side, nearly laughing out loud. These Navy high-ups had such an incredible imagination, but now wasn't the time to think about that. Sengoku and Old Man Garp exchanged a glance and also took action themselves. Goodness, the 4 Admiral-level powers surrounded us from all directions, making it impossible to escape. Garp was cracking his knuckles, probably feeling an itch to punch the culprit behind his grandson's mischief, Shanks. However, they only dared to watch from the outside and didn't rush into the circle I had drawn. On Shanks' ship, Ben Beckman was cleaning his gun, smiling as he said, Shanks, this is quite the commotion. If things go poorly, we might end up taking our last stand here. At this moment, Shanks calmed down and sheathed his sword, glancing at me before casually replying, If it really comes to that, then let us make a big ruckus. If we can break out, we must throw an enormous feast to celebrate. The crew on his ship didn't look nervous at all. Instead, they were all filled with eager excitement. Shanks' gaze fell back on me, filled with curiosity. Kid, what's your name? You're quite strong. How about joining my crew? Let us go find Captain Roger's great treasure together. Ning Tuan. I directly refused. Making friends was fine, but I had no interest in becoming a pirate. He wasn't too angry at all. Instead, he admired Ning Chuan. Nice name. I'll remember it. Your swordsmanship talent is terrifying. In another 10 years, I and Mihawk probably won TBR match. He paused, then stared at my floating Thunderfire sword. What is the name of that sword? It feels even more sinister than Mihawk's black blade. Knight? I smiled slightly and said in a subtle tone, it's called the Thunderfire sword, a collection of a series of exceptionally outstanding works. Shanks seemed to ponder this, likely associating it with the power of lightning and fire from the sword earlier. And he muttered, no wonder it's a collection of excellent works. At least it's at the level of a supreme great blade. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. If he knew that the excellent works I was referring to were completely different from what he had in mind, I wonder if his worldview would collapse on the spot. My gaze inadvertently swept over his ship, and besides the familiar faces, I unexpectedly spotted a little girl with red and white hair. Isn't that the Diva Yuta? My heart skipped a beat as I instantly realized that this was the timeline for sending Yuta to the musical country of Elegia. This won't do. I don't want her to end up with a tragic fate like in the movie. However, that can wait. Right now, I just want to have a good fight with Shanks. It seemed Shanks saw through my thoughts and said with a smile, can you wait a moment? I want to catch up with an old friend. I turned to the side, which was my way of agreeing. He nodded at me and then turned to Buck. Looking nostalgic, Buck, long time no see. You've gotten bolder, even daring to kill a celestial dragon. When Buck saw Shanks approaching him, he thought he was really there to save him, and immediately became emotional, crying, Shanks, I knew you would come to save me. I forgive you for making me eat that fruit back then. Shanks was taken aback for a moment, then jokingly patted his shoulder. You've misunderstood. I just happened to pass by and came to check on you. Now that I see you're fine, we'll be leaving soon. Upon hearing this, Buck was instantly petrified, then exploded in anger. Bastard. You bastard. If it weren't for you, would I be so weak? I'm almost dead, and you still want to leave? Shanks laughed heartily. You're still the same as before, taking a joke seriously. Don't worry, as an old friend, I will definitely take you out. After comforting Buck, he glanced at the surrounding encirclement, the 4 top powers of the Navy, plus a watchful me. He shook his head helplessly, probably thinking to himself, it seems a bit difficult to leave this time. As soon as I saw they were done chatting, I raised my Thunderfire sword and pointed it at Shanks. The reminiscing is over, so shall we begin? All right, let's get started. As soon as I finished speaking, we both erupted with power, the highest level of armament hockey instantly coating our swords, making them both as black as ink. The next second, we transformed into 2 bolts of lightning, charging into the sky, the sound of clashing swords echoing throughout the sea. The clouds above were shredded to pieces by our sword energy. Those watching below, no matter how clearly they could see, could feel the terrifying pressure from the sky. The Navy started to murmur. Ning Chuan is actually this strong? His swordsmanship can match Shanks? Wait, how come he didn't use his sword when he fought Admiral Akainu yesterday? Could it be he thinks Admiral Akainu isn't worthy of him drawing his sword? Goodness, Akainu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. His fists clenched tightly, probably cursing. This bastard kid really looks down on me? No way, I have to find a chance to teach him a good lesson. Akiji beside him probably felt similarly. After all, I also didn't draw my sword against him yesterday. In the sky, Shanks was becoming more and more alarmed as we fought. He realized that my armament hockey was actually on par with his. How could this be? Even if someone practiced from birth, it shouldn't be this strong. What's even more outrageous is that he felt my strength was actually increasing during the battle. In just a few minutes, my armament hockey had clearly improved. It's all about learning and applying it on the spot. He felt that relying solely on armament hockey wouldn't be enough to take me down. So he immediately activated his advanced observation hockey that allows him to foresee the future. And what happened? Just as he predicted my move, I preemptively predicted his prediction. This indicated that my observation hockey was also above his. Where did this guy come from? Is he even human? Shanks was probably cursing up a storm in his heart. I'm getting more and more excited here. Finding such a top-notch sparring partner is really not easy. System. Continue the settlement for me. Shanks sees that this can't go on. If he drags it out any longer, he probably won't be able to break my defense. He hesitates for a moment, wondering whether to use his newly comprehended ultimate skill, Conqueror's Hockey. But when he looks down, he sees that the 4 old monsters, Carp and Sengoku, are staring at him. He has to save his big move for escaping. If he uses it now, he'll lose his trump card. With that thought, his eyes sharpen, and he decides not to hold back. Ning Chuan, don't blame me for using my strength against you. In the next second, a terrifying pressure erupted from him, an invisible aura instantly enveloping the entire sea area. Many Navy soldiers didn't even have a chance to react. Their eyes rolled back. And they fainted. Conqueror's Haki. Shanks is going to use Conqueror's Haki to suppress me. He thinks that since I'm so young, I definitely don't have this thing. He wraps Conqueror's Haki around his sword, and the air starts to tremble. Conqueror's Haki entwine. Just as he swings his sword, can I let him succeed? No way. With a thought, I activate Dogbite Red Lotus. Extreme Cold Ice Blade. Splitting apart. Magma. Ice blocks. Splitting ability. I directly unleash a triple ability on him. Just to delay his move, and buy myself a few precious seconds. Shanks is stunned. He has to face 3 types of fruit abilities at the same time with one swing. In those few seconds of confusion, my opportunity has come. Conqueror's Haki? I've been waiting for this for a long time. System, do your thing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing Conqueror's Haki for 5 seconds. Activating 10,000 times the cultivation return. Ding. Settlement successful. The host has mastered Conqueror's Haki. The system prompt sounds in my mind, and a smile appears on my face. After waiting so long, I can finally use it. Next, let me show you my Conqueror's Haki. I suddenly open my eyes, and a pressure more terrifying, pure, and domineering than Shanks's just now erupted from me, sweeping across the entire battlefield like a nuclear explosion. The clouds in the sky were instantly torn apart, and the raging sea miraculously calmed down under this pressure. The Navy, who had just been struggling under Shanks's Conqueror's Haki, fell down in droves this time without even a grunt. Those who had just been awakened fainted again. Shanks stood frozen in place, clearly sensing that the strength of my Conqueror's Haki was already on par with his, and even. There was a faint trend of surpassing. This kid is going to be incredible in the future. Ben Beckman had somehow appeared at the bow of the ship, his face serious. In the distance, Sengoku and Carp were also dumbfounded. How? How is this possible? How old is he? He has mastered Conqueror's Haki? Sengoku looked incredulous. Only old man Carp burst in a loud laughter. I knew it. This kid must be a holder of Conqueror's Haki. No wonder he is my disciple. Ha! Akiji and Akainu exchanged glances, their faces filled with bitterness. They had practiced their whole lives without achieving what I had just learned on the spot. And to such an extent, where could they argue about it? Amidst the shock of the crowd, Shanks stared at me intently, unable to understand, and couldn't help but ask, Ning Chuan, what is your goal? What kind of dream do you have to possess such a powerful Conqueror's Haki? My goal? Let me tell you, Shanks, this is complicated, but it's not that mysterious. I just want to protect my few partners. The problem is to protect them. I have to be prepared to take down the 5 elders, and even the entire world government. Do you understand? Without this level of awareness, how can one be worthy of the Conqueror's Haki? Let me tell you, as soon as I got my hands on this Conqueror's Haki, the first thought that popped into my head was, can this thing wrap around a sword? Wow, right then and there, I gave my Thunderfire sword a powerful enchantment. Shanks's eyes were about to pop out. He must have been thinking in his heart, what kind of monster is this? Just awakened and already able to wrap Conqueror's Haki? This battle talent must be innate. While he was still in shock, I had already charged in with my enchanted great sword. In a hurry, he could only raise his sword to block. But he didn't know that, in my eyes, he was no longer a Yonko. He was just my human experience pack, specifically there to help me grind my Conqueror's Haki proficiency. I was clashing fiercely with Shanks, and in my mind, my grandpa was frantically giving me experience points. The notification sounded like firecrackers during the new year. Ding. Conqueror's Haki proficiency 100,000 seconds. Ding. Conqueror's Haki mastery greatly improved. This feeling, who understands it? Family? It's like a live version of a cheat code being activated. Shanks was getting more and more alarmed as he felt my Conqueror's Haki was getting stronger in battle, as if it had been supercharged. His once handsome face was twisting in frustration, probably cursing inwardly. If I let him develop any further, I'm definitely going to lose. Sure enough, after just a few exchanges, the black-red lightning surrounding me was already subtly overpowering him. Red-haired Shanks turned pale. He knew that if this dragged on, he would become my human experience pack. So, he stopped holding back and activated his ultimate move. Ning Chuan, you're strong, but this time I won't miss. With that, he closed his eyes, and I instantly felt my radar malfunctioning. The whole world seemed to be pixelated, and I couldn't lock onto his position at all. This was his trump card, Observation Haki. It specifically blocked the opponent's Observation Haki. The next second, Shanks reappeared right behind me, his sword named Griffin shining coldly as it stabbed toward my stomach. But was I panicking? No way. I'm a man with a resurrection armor. Just as his sword was about to gut me, I instantly disintegrated into 7 or 8 pieces. Shanks' sword thrust into emptiness, and his expression was like he had seen a ghost. What the hell? Isn't this Buggy's chop fruit? How could you? Realizing his attack had missed, he quickly retreated several meters, his gaze towards me filled with bewilderment. He immediately realized, no way, this kid isn't trying to steal my skill, is he? That's right, congratulations, you got it right. I was watching him like I was watching a paid tutorial video, not even blinking. The system notification sounded again, ding. Observed observation hockey for 1 second, return 10,000 seconds of cultivation. Shanks panicked. He knew his sword was useless against me, so he simply tossed the sword aside and switched to fists, launching a flurry of punches at me, trying to take me down before I could learn it. He was having a blast, but I was having an even better time. My mind was filled with the dinging upgrade notification sounds, and my physical strength was skyrocketing. Finally, just when his fists were getting numb from punching, that heavenly voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations, host has successfully mastered the observation hockey ability. Did you hear that? Graduation. The next second, I opened my eyes and directly returned the ultimate move he had just taught me, unchanged. Now, it was his radar malfunctioning. I could see the despair on Shanks' face, filled with questions like, who am I? Where am I? Did I just mess up? He knew he was out of options. This guy was decisive and immediately yelled to his deputy, Beckman, take Buggy and go. I'll hold him off. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Without hesitation, Beckman picked up the unconscious Buggy and ran towards the ship. On the Navy side, Sengoku and Carp saw the opportunity. Shanks was entangled with me, and Buggy was unconscious. Wasn't this the best time to kick a dog when it's down? Instantly, Sengoku transformed into the Buddha. Carp threw punches. Akiji played with ice sculptures, and Akainu spewed magma. Goodness. The four admirals could have played mahjong together as they unleashed a barrage on Shanks' ship. Beckman and the others fought desperately. But how could they withstand the assault from 4 top-tier fighters? The ship was on the verge of falling apart. Shanks was in a panic, shouting at me, Ning Chuan, do me a personal favor and let me take Buggy away. You're not a Navy soldier. There's no need for you to risk your life for them. I laughed. You want to leave? I don't care, but Bucky has to stay. This is my agreement with others. Otherwise, you can trade that billion-dollar crew of yours. Shanks' face instantly darkened. Asking him to trade his partner was worse than killing him. I realized this wouldn't work. If I continued, the red-haired pirates would be wiped out, which would be boring. So I decided to be a good person and help him out. I silently chanted system, settle, and my observation hockey surged again, completely overwhelming Shanks. Taking advantage of his moment of confusion, I flickered and disappeared from my spot. When I reappeared, I was already on his ship, effortlessly lifting the unconscious Buggy. Amidst Beckman's shocked gaze, I left gracefully. When the Navy saw that I had captured Buggy, they immediately ceased their actions as the mission was accomplished, and it wasn't worth it to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the 4 emperors. I threw Buggy at Admiral Carp's feet and laughed, saying, Admiral Carp, I've delivered him to you. I owe you $3 billion, so I'll pay you back $50 billion. You're making a fortune, so don't be ungrateful. After saying that, I took Nami and the others back to our small ship, and that marine girl named Tina followed us, her eyes filled with stars as she looked at me. I leaned against the side of the ship, watching the red-haired pirates struggle to break through the encirclement, knowing full well that this wasn't over. Shanks would definitely come back to kill. Sure enough, just after they had run a short distance, Shanks' ship turned around. This guy really values loyalty. He'd rather be wiped out than leave Buggy behind. Just as he was preparing for a second charge, 2 people fell from the sky and landed steadily on his deck. Shanks looked closely and was stunned. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D, Dragon, and Bartholomew Kuma, what are you doing here? Dragon smiled faintly. I heard my son Luffy really likes you. This sentence left Shanks speechless. Good grief. The son of Navy hero Carp is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. This family relationship is messier than the dogs downstairs in my building. Dragon got straight to the point. We have the same goal. We're here to save Buggy. Shall we cooperate? Shanks thought for a moment. He knew he couldn't do it alone, and having more helpers would increase their chances, so he agreed immediately. They discussed it and decided that the red-haired pirates would act as bait while the 2 of them would go rescue. The only variable was me. Shanks told Dragon that I might not get involved anymore. Thus, the flames of war reignited. The red-haired pirates charged at the Navy fleet once again. What about me? I'm lying on my little boat, letting Tina massage my shoulders, and it's so comfortable. I've long sensed with my observation hockey that 2 great beings, a dragon and a bear, are floating above me, acting as supervisors. That guy, Bucky, truly the chosen one. So many people are rushing to save him. But this has nothing to do with me. I'll just quietly be a bystander. Sengoku took a look and said, "Hey, this red-haired kid really has the guts to challenge us again." He was furious, again and again provoking us. Do they really think our navy is just for show? Go all out. Capture the red-haired pirates. With that order, Sengoku, Garp, Akiji, and Akainu, the 4 admirals, all flew up from the ship like they were on adrenaline and charged toward Shanks' pirate ship. Wow, this time they really stirred up a hornet's nest. I tell you, that old man Sengoku, his voice arrived before he did, glaring at Shanks like a hawk and threatening. "Shanks, get the hell out of here. You can't take Buggy today. If you keep acting cocky, I'll make sure you all stay behind." And guess how Shanks responded? He wasn't scared at all, grinning widely. "If you want to fight, let's fight. Why waste words? With Ning Chuan not here, I really don't take you guys seriously." Once he said that, there was no more talking. Sengoku's face turned dark, and he directly gave the order, "Start the battle." Let me tell you, Akiji was the first to move. This guy's also tough. Without saying a word, he unleashed an ice age, and just like that, the entire surface of the sea turned into an ice rink. Shanks' big ship was frozen in place, unable to move. Immediately after, that old man Sengoku roared again, a flash of golden light, and bam. He transformed into that giant golden Buddha statue that was dozens of meters tall. Good grief, he and old man Carp charged towards Shanks like 2 cannonballs, flanking him from both sides. These 2 veterans were really fired up today, determined to see if they could take down the red-haired pirate. On the other side, Akainu and Akiji weren't idle either. They went straight for Shanks' right-hand man, Beckman, who was armed with a gun. They were plotting away, thinking that as long as they could pin down Shanks and Beckman, half of the red-haired pirates would be crippled. Seeing all his subordinates being held up, Shanks' face turned anxious. His brows furrowed, as if he was genuinely worried he couldn't break free. But let me tell you, he was secretly overjoyed. He was just putting on an act. This was the effect he wanted. All of the Navy's top combat power had been drawn over by him alone, leaving the fleet escorting Buggy as nothing but a shell. As long as Ning Chuan didn't act, his backup plans, Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma, would surely succeed, right? Poor Sengoku, the old man actually believed it. Seeing Shanks so anxious, he felt more at ease, thinking this wave was secure. As long as they could hold down the red-haired pirates, once the main force moved far away, Buggy would be completely safe. However, while they were in the heat of battle, our Ning Chuan's little ship didn't follow the main fleet at all. I was on the ship at the time, watching clearly. Ning Chuan's eyes never left Sengoku's shining golden Buddha form. Does anyone understand? This guy had been eyeing Sengoku's fruitability for a long time. The only target missing from his list was Sengoku. Shanks' commotion was simply a huge assist for him. No matter who wins or loses in the end, my brother Chuan will be the ultimate winner, next to Ning Chuan. The beautiful Navy officer Tina was so impressed she was practically worshipping him, completely self-motivated. She must have been thinking, Captain Ning Chuan is so just. To be able to return to the battlefield as soon as possible, he actually stayed here to recover his strength. No way. I need to massage harder to help him out. Good grief, she really did start massaging even more vigorously. As for Ning Chuan, he completely ignored her and kept his eyes fixed on the distant Buddha, silently thinking, "System settle. I tell you, that ability of his is simply outrageous. It's just like scanning a QR code for mobile payment. You look at it for 5 seconds, ding. Congratulations, host, you've observed the Buddha form for 5 seconds. Your cultivation has been multiplied by 10,000 and is now credited. Then, information about how to use the Buddha form, how to exert power, and how to combine it with dominance just floods into his brain like downloading a file." Ning Chuan grinned, feeling it wasn't enough, and continued to shout in his heart, "System, keep calculating. Continue." After a few more times, the system's prompt finally rang. "Congratulations, host. You can now successfully use the human fruit phantom beast-type Buddha form. It's time." Ning Chuan stood up with a smile. To avoid sinking our little boat, he gently patted Tina's backside to stop her. Then, with a tap of his toes, he flew directly onto the sea's surface. The next second, oh my goodness, golden light exploded. Ning Chuan's body began to expand wildly, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a gigantic golden Buddha that looked exactly like Sengoku. He felt the explosive power within him, pressed down casually on the sea surface, and boom, a massive shockwave directly created towering waves. Not bad, not bad. He even mastered the shockwave. Perfect. Ning, Buddha. Chuan was very satisfied with his new skin. On the ship, Nami and the others were dumbfounded, their jaws dropped. Especially Tina, she was completely stunned. Hey, Buddha? Isn't that Admiral Sengoku's ability? Could the rumors be true? Captain Ning, Chuan really can copy others' abilities? My gosh. So strong. I wonder if he would appreciate my ability. That little look in her eyes was almost dripping with admiration. Even funnier were Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma. These two were originally floating in the air using their abilities, ready to steal away. But when they looked down, they saw another giant Buddha below. And Dragon was so startled, he almost lost his balance, nearly falling from the sky. What the hell is going on? How can he use Sengoku's ability? Dragon was completely bewildered. Bartholomew Kuma shrugged, indicating he didn't know either. After watching for a while, Dragon gave up thinking, forget it, this kid's ability is too weird. Let's not bother with him for now. The fleet had moved far away, and Shanks had also held back the others. It was time for us to act. After saying that, he nodded towards Ning Chuan as a greeting. Watching them sneakily head toward the Navy fleet, Ning Chuan grinned. TSK, TSK. It seems Buggy is safe this time. I wonder if the old men of the Five Elders will get a heart attack when they find out. On the battlefield, Sengoku and Carp teamed up and finally managed to suppress Shanks. But they both knew in their hearts that capturing Shanks would take days and nights of effort. They even began to question life. How did that kid Ning Chuan manage to take down a monster like Shanks? Just then, the strategic genius Sengoku suddenly sensed something was off. Years of battle instincts told him there was a trick, taking advantage of a gap. He glanced back towards the fleet direction, and when he saw it, his heart sank. He saw two shadows chasing after the fleet. Looking down at Shanks, good heavens. His face was calm and relaxed. Gone was the urgency from earlier. They've fallen for it. Sengoku's mind screamed with alarms. Almost at the same time, several massive tornadoes suddenly whipped up in the distant sea, directly swallowing the entire Navy fleet. Carp saw the tornado and turned pale. His heart dropped. Is it Dragon? He instantly recognized it as the work of his son. Carp understood everything now. Without a second thought, he abandoned the fight with Shanks and turned to rush towards the fleet. His speed was so fast, it left afterimages. Unfortunately, it was still too late. By the time Carp reached the command ship, the scene before him left him completely petrified. His son, Monkey D. Dragon, was grinning at him, and next to him, Bartholomew Kuma, right in front of him, slapped Buggy away. Whoosh! Buggy instantly disappeared without a trace. Carp was numb all over, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Just as his iron fist, filled with paternal love, was about to smash into Dragon's face, Dragon and Kuma were also slapped away by Kuma and vanished in an instant. Over here, Shanks saw the tornado stop and knew the plan had succeeded. He smirked and decisively ordered, all personnel retreat. The red-haired pirates were already prepared, executing orders without hesitation, retreating to the ship as soon as they repelled their opponents. Shanks even went all out, using his special ability, Observation Haki, instantly blocking the observation haki of Sengoku, Akiji, and Akainu. The three admirals sensed something was wrong and immediately switched from offense to defense, fearing a sneak attack. But Shanks just smiled at them, casually slashed his sword to break the ice below, opening a waterway. His first mate, Beckman, also showed his talent, firing a shot at the back of the ship, creating a huge explosion that propelled their ship out like a rocket, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Sengoku and the others watched the red-haired pirates leave, dumbfounded, and quickly ordered a retreat. But when they rushed back to the fleet in a panic, they only saw Carp standing on the deck, looking utterly disillusioned. I was a step too late. Carp's voice was filled with helplessness. Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma. They rescued Buggy. Boom! Sengoku's fury erupted completely. He grabbed Carp by the collar, his eyes turning red. Carp, you explained to me. Your son rescued Buggy. We went through so much trouble just to give the celestial dragons and the five elders an explanation. And what happened? Your son intercepted it. Carp was shaken like a rattle. He could only smile bitterly. Well, there's nothing I can do. How about you demote me a rank and let me be a rear admiral? Sengoku was so furious he almost had a stroke. But he had no way to deal with him, so he could only let go with a sigh. Forget it, let's go back. This operation has completely failed. Just then, our little boat slowly rocked over. Ning Chuan saw the expressions of those Navy high-ups, each one looking like they had just swallowed a fly, and he was well aware. Sengoku also saw Ning Chuan and felt a pang of bitterness. He knew that the biggest winner this time was this kid, who even borrowed my Buddha form during the fight. He still wasn't giving up and finally asked, Ning Chuan, are you really not considering coming to the Navy headquarters for a visit? We have many devil fruit users you haven't seen before. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and politely declined. Thank you, Admiral, but I prefer freedom. Looking forward to our next cooperation. After saying that, he turned to Tina and said, Miss Tina, your massage technique is excellent. I'm very satisfied. See you next time. Tina was reluctantly taken away. determined to work hard to get promoted so she could sail out to find Ning Chuan in the future. Once the Navy fleet left, Ning Chuan finally had time to count his gains this time. Good heavens, ice, magma, Buddha ability, plus Conqueror's Haki and Shanks' observation Haki. This was simply a blood prophet. His mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. Ning Chuan, where are we going next? To the Grand Line? Nami and the others, after watching the celestial battle, couldn't wait to experience the broader world. No, before we go to the Grand Line, we need to go somewhere. Where? Ning Chuan's lips curled up as he spoke a name. The country of music, Elegia. A week later, the four of us were playing mahjong on the ship and finally saw the legendary fairy island. White sandy beaches, Rainbow City. It was unbelievably beautiful. Ning Chuan's gaze was fixed on a ship docked at the port. It was Shanks' ship. It seemed they had just arrived not long ago. Ning Chuan thought to himself, that girl Yuda's talent must have already caught the attention of a seal demon. He had to stop her before she sang that forbidden melody. That's right, I, Brother Chuan, came here to save Yuda, and by the way, to convince this future world-S #1 diva to get on the ship. We hurriedly rushed through the streets, filled with music and laughter, heading straight for the palace. Just then, a commotion erupted from a nearby tavern. Ha ha ha, another drink. Beckman, let's change places and keep drinking. Ning Chuan turned around to see Shanks being helped out of the tavern by his subordinates, clearly drunk and probably thrown out by the owner for drinking too much. As the swaying Shanks looked up, he caught sight of Ning Chuan, instantly sobering up halfway. Huh, Ning Chuan, what is this little pervert doing here? His subordinates immediately placed their hands on their weapons, and the atmosphere became tense. Hey, what are you doing? Shanks quickly stopped them, saying he's a friend. He smiled and walked over, wrapping an arm around Ning Chuan's neck. What a coincidence. Thanks for your help a few days ago. Ning Chuan pushed him away in disdain. It's nothing. I don't care who captured Buggy. Shanks leaned in conspiratorially and asked in a low voice, is what Buggy said true? Did you really force him to kill the celestial dragon? You got some guts. The evidence is solid, but it has nothing to do with me. If those guys really want to trouble me, I can just kill a few more. Ning Chuan replied calmly. Shanks looked at him and could only smile wryly. You're really a bastard. Forget it. I can't beat you anyway. Let's just let this go. How about we hold a banquet? To his surprise, Ning Chuan outright rejected him. Sorry, I'm busy right now, no time. Shanks was stunned. Huh? Is there really someone in this world who doesn't like banquets? While he was still in shock, Ning Chuan suddenly patted his shoulder and said seriously, I don't like banquets. But if you learn any new moves, you can call me. For example, the legendary skill of Captain Roger, God's Avoidance. After saying that, Ning Chuan turned with us and walked towards the palace, leaving Shanks standing there, his eyes wide as saucers, completely dumbfounded. What is this kid really up to? I've been secretly researching God's Avoidance to defeat him. How could he know about it? I tell you, Redhead is still buzzing in his head right now. While Ning Chuan has already brought the girls at lightning speed to the doorstep of the Music Kingdom. A few guards at the entrance tried to stop them. Not happening. Ning Chuan couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. As soon as he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, all those people at the entrance fell down one after another, making it all look clean and neat. It was the first time for Gwenna to see such a scene, and she was a bit nervous, her little face turning pale. As a result, Nami and Nojiko immediately started to train her on the spot, running and saying, Don't be scared, girl. Remember when we boarded the Celestial Dragon's ship to stroll around? This little palace is nothing. Wow. When Gwenna heard this, her eyes widened, thinking to herself, what kind of divine teammates are these? We swaggered into the royal palace hall. As soon as we entered, we saw an old man, the King Gordon, holding a particularly ominous-looking tattered sheet of music, ready to hand it to little Yuda. Let me tell you, if Yuda sang that, it wouldn't just be making headlines. The entire country would disappear from a map. Ning Chuan wasn't going to let that happen. He stepped forward and said to the king directly, if you dare let her sing this, your country will perish by tomorrow. Mark my words. The king was stunned, stuttering and pointing at Ning Chuan, unable to say a complete sentence. Ning Chuan leaned against the wall, arms spread wide, looking arrogant. What are you stuttering for? Your guards outside have all been taken down by me. If you don't believe it, let her sing and see if I'm lying. The king was a coward. Hearing that his country was doomed, his hand froze in midair, unable to move. Just as he hesitated, the background music suddenly changed, eerie winds howling, and a particularly sinister voice began a mental manipulation in both his and Yuda's minds. Sing, sing. You will become the greatest singer. Goodness. Their eyes instantly glazed over, as if they were under some spell. The king's hand uncontrollably reached forward, and little Yuda foolishly extended her hand to receive it. Just when it looked like the music sheet was about to change hands, in the blink of an eye, Ning Chuan dashed forward a blur and snatched the tattered sheet away. A thunderous roar erupted from beneath the ground, shaking the entire island. An extremely furious voice exploded in Ning Chuan's mind. Bastard! I've waited so many years. How dare you ruin my plans? I will remember you. I will kill you. With this commotion, the king and Yuta snapped back to reality. Yuta crouched down, hugging her head and trembling, while the king turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. It finally dawned on him that what Ning Chuan said was true. He had almost become a king responsible for the downfall of his country. Meanwhile, at the tavern on the other side of the island, the red-haired pirates were drinking and boasting. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a ghostly scream came from the direction of the palace. The sound enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Shanks slammed his cup down, his gaze sharpening, Beckman that direction. Yuta! Rikiru immediately threw away the chicken leg in his hand. What are we waiting for, Captain? Let's get them. The group grabbed their weapons and charged toward the palace. Inside the palace, King Gordon was so frightened he was in a daze, trembling as he spoke to Ning Chuan, recalling an ancient legend about a great demon sealed beneath the kingdom. He was now completely convinced, expressing his gratitude to Ning Chuan. Little hero, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have become a historical villain. Ning Chuan waved his hand, getting straight to the point. Don't thank me. I'm doing this for Yuta. I don't want her to bear the blame for destroying a country. This sheet of music is the key. Burning it won't help. It's just a temporary fix. To eliminate the threat for good, we need to get rid of that thing beneath us. When the king heard they were going to confront a demon, his legs went weak. Confront it? Legend has it that thing is incredibly powerful. Ning Chuan smiled. It's just a demon with me around. It can't turn the tides. But before we deal with the demon, shouldn't we discuss compensation? The king, realizing there's no such thing as a free lunch, immediately declared, as long as you can resolve this major issue, our music kingdom will spare no effort. Ning Chuan held up 2 fingers. The terms are simple. First, when Yuta hold a concert in the future, you all must promote it nationwide. Second, build me a big ship, at least the size of a Navy admiral's warship. As for the money, I'll send you the bill once I return to Water City. The king thought it over, although it hurt to agree. It was nothing compared to losing the country, so he immediately complied. However, he was still a bit uneasy. How can I trust that you have the strength? Ning Chuan had been waiting for this question. He didn't say anything, just turned and walked to the courtyard outside. We all followed him out. Ning Chuan took a deep breath, unleashing his power. With a roar, dazzling golden light erupted, and his body began to grow larger. In the blink of an eye, a giant golden Buddha, hundreds of meters tall, rose from the ground, standing in the center of the palace. The oppressive aura was such that everyone in the country had to look up to see the Buddha's face. The king immediately knelt, his mouth agape. Yuta was okay, having seen the transformation before. But the rushing red-haired pirates, upon seeing this giant golden Buddha, were nearly scared out of their wits. What the hell? How did that old man from the war become here? No, wait, it's that kid Ning Chuan. Shanks, ever sharp-eyed, remarked, no, it's not the old man. It's Ning Chuan. With such a commotion, we need to check it out. The giant Buddha, with a voice like thunder, boomed, King, do you believe I have the ability to eliminate the demon now? The king dared not doubt any longer and nodded vigorously. Ning Chuan added, but just to be clear, if the fight damages your palace, I won't pay for it, nor will I allow any deductions from my shipbuilding funds. The king, being tough, gritted his teeth. Tear it down. Tear it all down. As long as we can kill that demon, I'd give up being king. Soon, the red-haired crew arrived, and after hearing the whole story, they were furious, barely able to contain themselves. How dare that demon use our precious Yuta? It must die. They rushed to join the demon elimination team. The plan was simple. Someone needed to use the ability of the Song Song fruit to sing that forbidden musical score to lure out the demon. Shanks grew anxious, fearing for Yuta's safety. However, Ning Chuan said, don't worry, I'll sing. Shanks was dumbfounded. You can sing and use the Song Song fruit? Of course. I practice singing every day. Ning Chuan replied with confidence. Nami and the others weakly added, he really does practice every day. It's just that we can't understand the songs. He sings something like Chicken, you are so beautiful. Chicken, you are so beautiful. The entire red-haired crew was left with 3 question marks above their heads. Ning Chuan couldn't be bothered to explain, directly asking Yuta to sing a song to activate her ability. He stood by, his observation hockey fully activated, eyes locked on her. Let me tell you, his system was practically a cheat. Yuta sang for less than 10 minutes, and Ning Chuan successfully learned the ability of the Song Song fruit. Then, folks, the real nightmare began. Ning Chuan cleared his throat, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, and then opened his mouth to sing. Chicken, you are so beautiful, you are simply too beautiful suddenly. Everything went black in front of my eyes. When I opened them again, I was completely frozen. All of us, including the red-haired pirate crew, were pulled into a space of mental pollution. I saw a boy in blue overalls with a middle parting madly playing basketball. Then one became two, two became four, and finally, there were countless golden figures everywhere, endlessly swarming like a cybernetic nightmare. The tough guys of the red-haired crew emerged with pale faces, leaning against the wall and dry heaving, swearing they never wanted to see any feathered creatures again in their lives. King Gordon was even more terrified, feeling that compared to Ning Chuan, the demon beneath the ground seemed like a cute little thing. His only thought now was, hurry up and let this great deity eliminate the demon, then get out of here. It was just too terrifying. So, under the king's orders, everyone in the country was evacuated cleanly within a day. In the empty palace square, only a few of us remained. Ning Chuan took a deep breath while holding the forbidden score and said to Shanks and the others, I'm about to start, get ready, and don't let it escape. Shanks had his hand on the hilt of his sword, looking serious. Then, Ning Chuan began to sing. The melody was eerie and grand, resonating deep into the ground. When it reached the climax, there was a thunderous explosion. The entire palace floor blew apart, and a surge of overwhelming black mist shot into the sky. A massive demon, over 100 meters tall and completely black, resembling a moving oil spill, emerged from the seal. As soon as it appeared, its fiery eyes locked onto Ning Chuan, roaring, "This is the power. Give it to me." With that, a gigantic claw, blocking out the sun, swung towards Ning Chuan. Shanks and the others reacted quickly, launching various slashes and bullets at the demon as if they were free, but it was like a mere massage. The demon completely ignored them, focused solely on killing Ning Chuan. However, just as the massive claw was about to strike down, Ning Chuan sneered, his body radiating golden light, instantly transforming into a towering golden Buddha. Facing the incoming demon, Ning Chuan didn't even use any techniques. He simply raised a gigantic golden hand and slapped down. Just a piece of trash, daring to shout? Smack! With a loud crash, the once invincible demon was firmly pressed into the ground by a single slap, its entire body embedded in the earth, unable to be pulled out. Ning Chuan gave it no chance at all, unleashing a flurry of golden punches, raining down heavy blows. I tell you, every punch landed like a firecracker, bursting with golden light and shock waves booming everywhere. It looked quite lively, but after a while, Ning Chuan realized something was off. This demon king was purely a tank. It looked like it was being beaten to a pulp, but in reality, it was just a massage, not a scratch on it. Goodness, Ning Chuan sneered and said, pretty tough, a nice toy. Then the scene changed drastically. His left hand was icy cold while his right hand was boiling hot. You know, the duality of ice and fire? He directly pressed the demon king's forehead and gave it an ice-fire hot pot. With a loud bang, the alternating temperatures caused half of the demon king's body to explode on the spot. Its screams were heart-wrenching. And guess what? This thing was like it had a cheat for immortality. We hadn't even had time to catch our breath when its half-body quickly grew back, just a bit weaker in aura. As soon as the demon king recovered, it started threatening Ning Chuan, saying it would tear him into pieces. I couldn't help but laugh. Did you not understand the situation, buddy? Sure enough, Ning Chuan couldn't be bothered with it and casually launched a lava attack, melting half of its freshly regrown head again. What followed was even crazier. Ning Chuan activated the ability of the Shatter Fruit, and with a crack, the gigantic demon king shattered into thousands of pieces, like a broken Lego set. But that wasn't the end. Ning Chuan snapped his fingers, and the artifact called the Thunder Fire Sword flew into the sky, summoning a massive bolt of lightning from the clouds, bombarding the scattered pieces indiscriminately. The nearby red-haired pirates were so shocked they were left dumbfounded, each one swallowing hard, probably thinking about how if he had used this move against them a couple of days ago, they'd be 6 feet under by now. But absurdly, even after being struck down like that, the Demon King's aura was still intact. It just wouldn't die. A normal person would be overwhelmed at this point. Yet Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his expression almost saying, "Your cheat is nice, but it's mine next." Then he just stood there, staring as if he had lagged out. I wondered what he was doing, but not even 10 seconds later, he exclaimed, "Oh." He understood. Folks, who gets it? It turns out this Demon King was resurrected by the negative emotions of the entire world. Resentment, malice, those were its power banks. As long as there were bad thoughts in this world, it would be immortal. At that moment, I thought this is troublesome. But Ning Chuan's thought process was quite extraordinary. He surprisingly thought, this ability is pretty good, I want it too. Without hesitation, he dismantled the half-assembled Demon King back into parts, and then started sucking the air. Goodness. He was stealing the Demon King's energy pack. The Demon King was furious and cried out. Wanting to resist? Too late. Ning Chuan directly used a move from Song Fruit, and as the BGM started playing, it was too beautiful. He teleported it to a different space, filled with basketball-playing Kun, focusing on mental torment and physical exorcism. The poor Demon King had been sealed away by this song hundreds of years ago, and now it was a repeat performance. But this time it was the enhanced version. Truly heartbreaking for those who heard it, and tear-jerking for those who saw it. On Ning Chuan's side, after locking the Demon King in the little black room, he began to absorb its powers with peace of mind. He absorbed the malicious energy while having the system filter out the negative effects, focusing on just taking its abilities and leaving the madness behind. An hour later, Ning Chuan not only transformed his body into an immortal demon body, but also increased his strength dozens of times. To thank this little financial benefactor, Ning Chuan generously released the Demon King from the Kun world. By that time, the Demon King was already so tortured that it was delirious, seeing everyone as playing basketball. Ning Chuan sighed and said, "Poor thing, I'll set you free." Then he dismantled it one last time, leaving no scraps behind, sucking up the last bit of malicious energy completely. Thus, his towering golden Buddha completely transformed into a pitch-black, immortal demon body. The battle ended, and the entire country erupted in excitement. The king was so happy that he didn't take care about the palace being wrecked, and immediately threw a huge victory banquet. The red-haired guy was still unconvinced and insisted on drinking with Ning Chuan, wanting to get him drunk to extract information. What happened? Ning Chuan could drink endlessly without getting drunk, while the red-haired guy ended up under the table. Later, I learned that this guy had used technology to freeze the alcohol in his stomach into ice cubes with the freezing fruit. Who could outdrink him? After sobering up, Ning Chuan suggested taking Yuta onto his ship. The red-haired guy realized it made sense. Following a bunch of rough men wasn't as enjoyable as being with peers. Yuta was also happy about it, so it was settled. Then came the main event. Ning Chuan pulled the red-haired guy aside and said, "I'll trade you a supreme great knife for your divine dodge move. How about it?" The red-haired guy's eyes nearly popped out. "You have that?" Ning Chuan calmly replied, "Oh, I made it myself, mass-produced, take your pick." Then with a whoosh, he pulled out several identical divine weapons and tossed them on the ground like trash. I tell you, the expression on the red-haired guy's face at that moment was so pained, he almost kneeled down to worship those knives. The two of them finally ran to the edge of a cliff to trade. The red-haired guy demonstrated first. That sword strike was incredible, splitting the heavens and the earth, creating a canyon in the sea. After watching once, Ning Chuan jumped in. The first strike had the essence, but it was slightly lacking. The red-haired guy nodded, thinking this kid had good talent and at least needed to practice for a night. But Ning Chuan closed and opened his eyes, and then the second strike. With a boom, the sea parted. The third strike. The power doubled. By the time he reached the 10th strike, the power was even greater than the red-haired guy's original. It plowed through the seabed and cleaved a highway through the clouds for dozens of kilometers. The red-haired guy was completely dumbfounded, standing there with his mouth agape, probably having his worldview shattered. While he was still doubting life, Ning Chuan had already sheathed his sword, turning around as if nothing had happened, and the next day the sun came out. The weather was exceptionally good, and I seriously suspected that Ning Chuan's sword from yesterday had physically exorcised the clouds in the sky. Just right, we set sail. Yuta, tearfully bidding farewell to her father Shanks, our grand ship officially set sail. The adorable kids on board, Nami, Nojiko, and the others surrounded Ning Chuan with bright eyes, chattering away, asking, "Captain, where are we going next?" Ning Chuan set up a mahjong table, pointing dramatically at the horizon, saying, "Let us go. It's time to see the world of the Grand Line." Goodness, as soon as those words came out, the girls on the ship exploded with excitement. That's the Grand Line, the place every pirate dreams of going. Nami immediately took the helm, changed direction, and sped ahead. I tell you, Ning Chuan, despite looking impressive, was essentially a lazy dog. There are 3 routes to the Grand Line. Leap over the red line? Too tiring. Cross the doldrums? Too troublesome. Without a second thought, he chose the easiest route, the reverse mountain. Why? Because it was on the way to Logtown. Don't think he was going to pay homage to the execution platform of Pirate King Roger for sentimental reasons. Forget it. He was heading for someone, a guy named Bartolomeo. This guy had a bug-level fruit, the barrier fruit. I tell you, once that thing is activated, it provides absolute defense, a true physical cheat. No one can get through. We played mahjong on the sea for several days before finally arriving at Rogtown. The dock was bustling with people like a market. The four girls were wide-eyed. Even Guna, who usually only practiced swordsmanship every day, was so captivated by the novelty that she couldn't move. Ning Chuan, the captain, was quite the extravagant one. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "Buy whatever you want. Young Master Ning will cover all expenses." Who wouldn't love a domineering captain like him? He casually tossed a broken sword called the Thunderfire sword onto the ship and issued a command. "Keep an eye on the house. If any thieves come aboard, just chop them up." Can you believe it? A sword equipped with AI automatic targeting functionality. Sure enough, just as they left, some clueless individuals tried to sneak a zero-cost purchase. What happened? Before they could even hook onto the ship, a flash of sword light swept by, and those unfortunate souls instantly turned into a mosaic on the ground. It was quite bloody. The remaining people were petrified on the spot, their legs cramping up, and they no longer dared to entertain any crooked thoughts. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan was shopping with the girls, using Yuta's Song fruit ability to open a pocket dimension to store everything, as convenient as a cloud drive. Then the group headed straight to the tavern to gather information. Upon entering, Ning Chuan snatched the microphone from the bunny girl, slammed a bag of gold coins on the bar, and shouted like a thunderclap. "Who knows where Bartolomeo is? This 1,000,000 berries is his. I told you, under heavy rewards, there will surely be brave men, but there will also be fools." Immediately, a dozen strong men with tattoos surrounded us, their mouths spewing nonsense, saying they would lead us if a few girls accompanied them for drinks. The bald leader even tried to reach out to touch Nami, his hand filthy. It was simply outrageous. In the next second, Ning Chuan didn't even raise his eyelids. He just waved his hand lightly. With a sound of splattering, those dozen strong men, along with their arrogant demeanor, instantly turned into a pile of minced meat on the ground. The only thing left on the scene was a smooth bald head that rolled around a couple of times. Noki, standing nearby, calmly listed their names. "Oh, the Tiger Hunt pirate crew. The captain has a bounty of 3,000,000, a bunch of small fry." Ning Chuan kicked that head to the feet of a blonde guy who was already scared out of his wits, coldly saying, 3,000,000 for the head. It's yours now. Now tell me where Bartolomeo is." That guy didn't dare to say a word, trembling as he took out paper and pen, drawing a map that was more detailed than any navigation system, afraid that Ning Chuan would come back to trouble him if he displeased him. At that moment, Smoker from the Navy had just finished dealing with the meat case at the port when he heard that there was a large mosaic scene at the tavern, and everyone was stunned. Upon hearing that it was people from a ship flying the pirate flag with 5 faces, he instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and rushed over, shouting angrily, "This is lawless." Ning Chuan and the others didn't care about this and directly went to Bartolomeo's lair with the map. A few guards in black suits at the entrance still wanted to put on a show, yelling at them to get lost. Ning Chuan didn't even bother to blink, unleashing his conqueror's haki. All the dozens of people rushing out from the entrance and courtyard collapsed, foaming at the mouth, like cutting wheat, one after another. In the middle of the courtyard, a green-haired, hedgehog-headed kid was lifting weights. This guy was Bartolomeo. Seeing the situation, he got angry, thinking, "Are my men all useless? Can't even stop a few kids?" He cursed and charged up, throwing a punch directly at Ning Chuan. What happened next? Let me tell you. That scene was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Ning Chuan swayed his body, disappearing from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already gripping Bartolomeo's neck with one hand, lifting him up like a chick. Bartolomeo was dumbfounded, probably not even realizing what had happened. But this green-haired kid was still unconvinced, shouting, "Let me go if you have the guts. I'm a devil fruit user. Fight me fairly." Ning Chuan laughed and actually let him go, saying, "All right, I'll give you a chance. Let me see how strong you are." Bartolomeo seized the opportunity, crossing his hands and shouting, "Barrier." An invisible barrier instantly appeared, and he became arrogant again. "Come on, let's see how you break my absolute defense." Then, Ning Chuan started singing. I tell you, that voice was simply top-tier mental pollution. "Chicken, you are too beautiful." As soon as the prelude sounded, Nami and the others, experienced, quickly covered their ears. Bartolomeo, caught off guard, was instantly pulled into a bizarre alternate world. In that world, there were Kuin wearing overalls playing basketball everywhere, and the addictive music looped infinitely. Bartolomeo collapsed on the spot, frantically trying to create barriers to block the sound. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan stood outside, observing. His external system chimed, and, after watching for several seconds, he directly copied and pasted the ability of the barrier fruit. Once he had the ability, Ning Chuan slowly walked to the front of the barrier. Bartolomeo was still inside screaming, "You despicable little man. Have the guts to fight me head on." Ning Chuan smiled. "Let me tell you a secret. In the world I created, I make the rules." After saying that, he casually threw a punch at that so-called absolute defense barrier. Crack! It shattered. Really, it broke like glass, shattering into pieces. Bartolomeo's entire worldview, outlook on life, and values shattered more thoroughly than his barrier. When Ning Chuan pulled him back to reality, this guy was already in a daze. Sitting on the ground motionless, Ning Chuan went up and patted his shoulder, comforting him a bit. "Don't be discouraged. Your fruit is quite strong. You just encountered someone like me and Yuta who are out of your league." Well, that single comfort directly burned Bartolomeo's CPU. He jumped up, his eyes filled with admiration, and bowed 90 degrees to Ning Chuan. "Senior, please take me as your disciple." Ning Chuan was stunned at the moment, thinking, what the heck is going on? While fighting, he ended up with a fervent fan? Just as Ning Chuan was troubled about how to deal with this newly minted little fanboy, Smoker arrived. This guy came charging like a smoking locomotive, wielding a stick with sea stone and thrusting it towards Ning Chuan, shouting, "I'm going to arrest you." Ning Chuan elegantly sidestepped, countering with a punch. That punch, infused with dark armament hockey, slammed solidly into Smoker's stomach. What natural type? In the face of hockey. It's just a joke. Smoker was directly turned into a shrimp, kneeling on the ground, unable to get up. Ning Chuan looked down at him, full of disdain. "Talk to me about justice? When you were being a dog for the celestial dragons, why didn't you talk about it? In this world, strength is everything. I am justice." After saying that, he slapped Smoker unconscious. He tossed the unconscious Smoker to Bartolomeo like throwing garbage, sending him back to the Navy base. As a result, this little fanboy's thought process was extremely peculiar. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, he suddenly understood. His eyes changed. "I get it. Senior Ning Chuan. This is to let me infiltrate and eventually overthrow the world government. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard to become stronger and be your sharpest spear." After saying that, he hoisted Smoker and ran off like he was on steroids. Ning Chuan stood there, directly feeling the wind blowing around him, stunned. Wait, when did I say I wanted to overthrow the world government? This kid wouldn't really go join the Revolutionary Army, would he? On the other side, Smoker woke up at the Navy base, trembling with anger, muttering about the great humiliation, but he wasn't a complete fool. He knew that the gap between him and Ning Chuan was greater than the distance from the East Sea to the Grand Line. After thinking for a moment, he charged into the office of the station vice admiral, determined to investigate and find out everything about this little brat Ning Chuan. Let me tell you, when he investigated, he directly silenced himself. As soon as he burst into the office and shouted, "Vice Admiral, do you know someone named Ning Chuan?" The next second, his superior, the station vice admiral, reacted even more dramatically. He jumped up from his chair, rushed over like an arrow, and grabbed Smoker by the collar, his expression frantic. "Ning Chuan, where's he? Did you offend him?" The vice admiral was practically spitting in Smoker's face. "Let us go. I'll take you to apologize right now. If you dare to offend him, I can't protect you." Smoker was dumbfounded on the spot, thinking, what the hell, I just came to gather information. Why do I feel like I'm being sent away by my superior? He trembled and asked, "Vice Admiral, what exactly is Ning Chuan's background?" Only then did the vice admiral release his grip, taking a deep breath, his eyes looking at Smoker as if he were looking at a naive kid who just got internet access from the village. "It's normal that you don't know," he said in a deep voice. "You heard about the recent battle to encircle the clown buggy, right? This Ning Chuan is the main force of that battle. His strength can match the 4 emperors of the New World. A direct order from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. All Navy personnel are prohibited from provoking him." Buzz. Smoker's brain exploded on the spot. Cold sweat poured out all at once. I just tried to take action against a Yonka-level big shot, and I even wanted to capture him and impel down. I'm out of my mind. No wonder my smoke fruit ability felt as fragile as paper in front of him. Turns out I kicked a hard wall. No, this is like kicking a piece of vibranium. The aftershock, an extreme sense of dread. But our smoke guy is stubborn. After calming down, he still refused to back down, defiantly asking, Can such a strong person just kill anyone they want? Kill someone? As soon as the rear admiral heard this, his eyes widened again. Who did he kill? He took out a dozen pirates in the tavern and got rid of several thieves at the port. I tell you, after the rear admiral heard this, he jumped up on the spot and slapped Smoker on the back of his head. Are you stupid? Huh? This is called killing indiscriminately? This is called eliminating harm for the people. This is called upholding justice. The rear admiral pointed at Smoker's nose, looking like he was furious. Hurry up. Go calculate how much bounty those trash he took down is worth in total. While the big shots haven't left yet, quickly bring the money to them. Remember, from now on, when you see such gods, steer clear. We in the Navy uphold justice, and people like Ning are helping us maintain that justice. Got it? Smoker covered his head and stopped talking completely. He suddenly felt that the word justice, which he had always kept on his lips, now sounded like a joke. He recalled what Ning had said to him before. Only absolute power is called justice. It seemed that it was absolutely correct. As long as your fists are strong enough, even a Navy rear admiral would come serve you tea and ask if the water is hot enough. Smoker felt a mix of emotions in his heart. For the first time, he began to doubt the beliefs he had upheld for half his life. No, I also need to gain some power. While Smoker was questioning his life, Ning was having a blast. After 3 days of fun in Rowtown, the 5 of them set sail with their peculiar skull flag, officially embarking on their journey. Destination, the Grand Line. The small boat drifted on the sea for 3 days and finally arrived at the legendary place, Reverse Mountain. Let me tell you, that scene was absolutely stunning. A red continent so high that its top was out of sight stood before them, with a huge opening in the middle where the seawater surged upward instead of flowing down. It was like a reverse gravity switch. All the pirates wanted to enter the Grand Line had to ride a water roller coaster from here. However, this place was also extremely dangerous. A slight misoperation could send the ship crashing onto the red earth, resulting in total destruction and loss of life. But this little difficulty was nothing for Ning. It was no different from the slimes at the entrance of a newbie village for him. His attention was not on this small waterway at all. He looked at the towering red continent and suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. He recalled the bet he had made with Carp. As long as he could shatter the red earth, the naval hero Carp would have to take him as a disciple. Hey, isn't this just the right place? Why not give that old guy a little reminder here? Ning grinned mischievously. Let's do it. First, he steadily controlled the small boat and safely sent Nami and the others up the ascending waterway, letting them wait on the mountaintop. Then, he stayed behind at the foot of the mountain, facing the majestic continent. Let's get started. Ning smiled slightly, leaving a message for Carp and letting the whole world know that he, Ning had come to the Grand Line. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot up into the sky, Buddha form, demon body. The next second, I tell you, that scene was incredibly cool. Ning instantly transformed into a being half covered in golden light, half cloaked in darkness, where sacred and evil powers perfectly fused on his body. Half light and half dark, looking stunningly handsome, he gathered all his strength, armament hockey coiling around his fist, and punched the red earth. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire continent shook 3 times. Ning looked down and saw a crater 100 meters wide. He was actually not satisfied and frowned. Is this it? Just a scratch. If others knew his thoughts, they would probably faint on the spot. This was the red earth, the hardest thing in the world. It would be better if the power were a bit greater. System settle. With the system's cultivation arriving, Ning power surged again. Then he went on a rampage like a crazy piling machine. One punch, one settlement, then another punch, another settlement. Each punch was fiercer than the last, rocks shattered, and the entire red earth trembled more violently, as if it was about to be demolished on the spot. Meanwhile, far away in the middle section of the Grand Line, at Mary Geos, those pampered celestial dragons suddenly felt the ground beneath them shaking like a massage chair, causing them to panic and rush out of their mansions with terrified expressions. For hundreds of years, this red earth had been as stable as a rock. What was happening today? An earthquake? The Holy Knights were urgently dispatched, and the 5 elders quickly held a video conference. The old men frowned, looking bewildered. Saturn, what's going on? Wasn't it said that the world wouldn't be submerged for another decade or so? This script isn't right. After a long meeting with no results, it ultimately required the behind-the-scenes big boss, Lord M, to take action personally. The 5 elders, along with the leader of the Holy Knights, all knelt on one knee in front of the figure on the throne. Lotim, the figure on the throne, remained silent for a long time before saying a single sentence. Make sure to investigate everything. Just these 7 simple words scared the 6 top world leaders kneeling below into not daring to breathe. When they finally left the palace, they breathed a sigh of relief, each feeling a heavy burden and quickly scattering to take action. 10 minutes later, at the foot of Reverse Mountain, the tremors finally stopped. Ning floated in midair, satisfied as he looked at his masterpiece. He had carved several giant characters stretching for thousands of miles on the red earth. Carp, come and be my master. Family, who understands? This operation was like rubbing Carp's face in the ground. Global live broadcast, public execution. If he knew that carving a few words could alarm the highest levels of the world government, he would probably be delighted and throw dozens more punches to give them a real workout. After admiring his work, Ning Chuan flashed and caught up with the small boat at the mountaintop. Nami and the others had almost been scared silly. They relaxed only when they saw him return. What just happened? The mountain was shaking. I thought there was going to be an earthquake. Nami patted her chest, still in shock. Ning Chuan smiled and comforted them, casually saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I just left a message for Carp at the foot of the mountain." "What did you carve?" Nami's curiosity was instantly piqued. "Nothing much. Just told him to remember to come and be my master." Puffed. Nami and Nojiko burst into laughter. "You're really something? Mister, Carp must be so furious he'll be jumping around." "That has nothing to do with me," Ning Chuan shrugged. "It was a deal. He's an old senior. He can go back on his word, right?" The group laughed and rushed down Reverse Mountain, officially entering the Grand Line. But just as the boat reached the foot of the mountain and hadn't stabilized yet, a whale bigger than an island came charging straight at them. "Oh, it's going to crash into us." Nami and the others turned pale with fright. Ning Chuan, however, remained calm. He recognized it immediately. It was La Boon. He knew this big guy wasn't doing it on purpose. It just wanted to crash into the red earth to find its long-lost companion. Ning Chuan thought, poor kid. Without a second thought, he flashed to the front of the whale and reached out a hand, casually pressing it on La Boon's head. Bang! With a muffled sound. That mountain-sized whale was pressed back into the sea by his single hand. The small boat was safe, but La Boon was not convinced. It had never lost to sea kings in strength. Today, it was actually held down by a tiny human. It roared in anger, diving into the deep sea and using buoyancy to charge back up, ready to knock Ning Chuan away. And what happened next? Ning Chuan still stood steadily in the air, pressing it down again. System settle. Cultivation arrived. Power surged. This time, Ning Chuan's strength was even more terrifying, directly pressing the giant whale back into the sea from the sky. With a loud splash, waves surged high. Labu struggled wildly, but it was of no use. Eventually, he calmed down and quietly floated back to the surface. The four girls on the shore were mesmerized, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Brother Ning Chuan is so strong. Ning Chuan let go, and Labu bobbed up, looking at him with clear eyes, clearly admitting defeat. Just then, an old man in a floral shirt with a petal-shaped hairstyle crawled out of the whale's blowhole. Ning Chuan laughed when he saw him. "Isn't this the ship's doctor from Roger's ship, Kuroka's? What a coincidence. We need a doctor on our ship, and here he is." As soon as Kuroka's emerged, he mumbled, "Kids these days are becoming pirates?" "Then you want to check on Labu." When Labu whimpered a few times, Kuroka's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. "What? You say you can't match that little brat's strength?" He looked at Ning Chuan incredulously. Now, the old man's curiosity was completely piqued, and he walked over. Ning Chuan, understanding the situation, smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Kuroka's. My name is Ning Chuan." Then he got straight to the point. "We plan to go to the Grand Line and want to learn some medical skills from you." The old man was taken aback and started to play dumb. "Young man, I'm just a lighthouse keeper. What do I know about medicine?" Ning Chuan smiled. "Don't hide it. Mr. Kuroka's, the ship's doctor of Pirate King Roger. I heard about you from Shanks." Upon hearing Shanks's name, Kuroka's expression softened, and he seemed to believe it. He sighed. "All right, but learning medicine isn't something you can master in a day or two." Saying this, he turned and went inside, coming out with a stack of ridiculously thick medical books. "Let me tell you, this stack is taller than 2 Nami stacked together. First, memorize these to even start." Nami and the others were dumbfounded. With so many books, how long would it take to learn everything? But Ning Chuan didn't even blink. He casually picked up a book on human anatomy and began flipping through it with his observation hockey, spending less than 10 seconds on each page. 5 minutes later, he closed the book and silently thought. System, settle. The next second, he turned to Kuroka's and said, "Sir, I've finished this book." The old man instantly got angry. "Kid, medicine is no joke. You're insulting it. If that's your attitude, you might as well go learn first aid. Don't believe me? Test me." Ning Chuan replied casually. Kuroka's was amused and said, "All right, how many bones are there in the human body?" 206 bones. Ning Chuan answered immediately. 29 in the skull, 51 in the torso, 126 in the limbs. "Do you want me to specify each one?" For example, the 29 in the skull include listening to Ning Chuan recite everything fluently, even detailing how many bones are in each toe. Kuroka's was completely dumbfounded. Is this kid a monster? Next came Ning Chuan's personal performance. In less than 3 hours, He finished that mountain of books. Kuroka's randomly quizzed him, and Ning Chuan answered effortlessly. The old man was so shocked he couldn't speak, only able to admit that this kid was a once-in-a-lifetime medical genius. Since you know the basics, let us learn my specialty, pharmacology. Kuroka's resigned himself and went back to bring out a pile of even more advanced books and his research notes. Ning Chuan accepted them all and entered an all-night study mode. He studied from day to night, with the girls taking turns feeding him, completely focused. Kuroka's watched from the side, muttering to himself, with his talent and such effort, this kid is terrifying. Until the next morning, as the sun rose. Ning Chuan finally closed the last book. He stood up, stretched, and did a smooth set of Kungqun to loosen his muscles, then said to Kuroka's, "I've finished. Sir, your research is truly profound." Kuroka's looked at his relaxed demeanor and felt completely numb, utterly emo. "You learned everything I studied my whole life in one night? What kind of joke is this?" He didn't even consider testing Ning Chuan again. After all, it would only humiliate him. "You kid, really is a freak." Kuroka's shook his head helplessly. Finally, as if resigned to his fate, he trembled as he pulled out 2 yellowed pieces of paper from his pocket, filled with dense formulas. "These 2 formulas are my prized treasures. I wasn't planning to teach you, but considering it would be a waste to keep them, I'll give them to you." He pointed to one of the papers and said, "This formula is the potion I used on Roger back then. Let me tell you, this thing is like a life-threatening version of a stimulant. It can make Roger shine brightly at the last moment and boost his performance to the max. But the cost is that he could have lingered on a bit longer, and now it's just a countdown to his life accelerating." I took a glance at it, and hey, with my current level, isn't the trick of this thing obvious at a glance? I directly told Kuroka's, "Old man, if he doesn't take this, he could at least live twice as long, right? Sure, he might have to lie in bed groaning and can't finish his last journey in such a cool way." Kuroka's looked at me with a strange gaze, as if he had seen a ghost, probably thinking, what kind of monster is this kid? A quick glance at the formula, and all the information comes out like scanning a QR code. He didn't dwell on this for long, and immediately pulled out another piece of paper. This time, his eyes lit up, as if he had struck gold. "Kid, look at this. This is my ultimate treasure, a body enhancement potion. The culmination of my research for a lifetime." He was so excited, pointing at me and saying, "This potion has a strict rule that it must be taken by young people under 15, so no one has tried it until now. You are the perfect test subject." As soon as I heard it, I thought, goodness, are they going to use me as a guinea pig? He continued to boast. "Drink this, and for the next few decades, your physical strength and recovery speed will keep increasing. Especially in fights, the more you fight, the stronger you get. And the more you get hit, the tougher you become." At this point, he sighed again and shook his head, "But this stuff might affect your lifespan." I understood at that moment. "Oh, I see. It's about crazy overdrawing potential, trading lifespan for combat power, right?" Kuroka silently nodded, looking helpless, saying that he was already out of ideas and didn't know how to improve it. He handed me the formula and said there was my laboratory under the lighthouse, with plenty of materials, so if I had ideas, I could go experiment. I took that recipe, and my mind was already calculating furiously. Nami and the others have always wanted to become stronger, but I don't want them to eat the devil fruit and become useless in this vast ocean. That's no joke. They should rely on their own training, but they are too young. Who knows when they'll be ready? This potion is like a pillow delivered just when you're sleepy. As long as I can remove the deadly side effects, isn't it the perfect upgrade cheat? Without hesitation, I rushed into Kuroka's tiny but fully equipped laboratory. To my surprise, he has quite a comprehensive collection of materials. According to the recipe, I casually swapped out a few herbs based on my understanding and concocted a bottle of strangely colored potion. Whatever, I thought, relying on the fact that I wouldn't die. I downed it in one go. System, calculate for me. Wow, a jolt in my head, and a 1,000-fold return was credited. Countless knowledge about potion making instantly flooded in like downloading a movie. I felt like my brain was about to become a supercomputer. So that's how it is. This is actually simple. I restarted the work directly according to the perfect plan that surged in my mind. Time and time again, I adjusted the mixture and drank it to activate the system's return. Half an hour later, a bottle of nearly perfect potion was in my hands. Only a tiny bit of impurities that would affect health remained, which could not be separated using conventional methods. But could this stump me? I directly activated the ability of the split fruit, focusing on the potion in the bottle. In the next second, the entire bottle of potion instantly decomposed into countless small molecules before me. Those harmful impurities were as clear as day, as if I had activated X-ray vision. I carefully removed all of them, and then recombined the remaining perfect potion. Success. A bottle of perfect potion shimmering with a faint golden light was born. I gave it a powerful name, God of War Potion. I walked out of the lab holding this precious bottle, and Kuroka's was still outside in a daze. When he saw me come out, his eyes nearly popped out. You finished it just like that? He had a look of disbelief on his face. I smiled as I handed over the potion. It worked, old man. Based on your formula, I made a few small optimizations. The efficacy remains, all side effects are gone, and there are no age restrictions anymore. Kuroka held the bottle of golden potion, his hands trembling a bit, murmuring, War, God Potion. Does such a perfect thing really exist? I laughed. Don't believe it? Why don't you give it a try yourself? He was stunned. Try myself? I nodded. After all, the formula was his, the materials were his, so this first bottle of finished product could be considered my token of gratitude. Kuroka was also a straightforward person. Without saying a word, he tilted his head back and gulped down the potion. Not long after drinking it, let me tell you, his old face instantly radiated vitality. He looked like he had regained 20 years, filled with strength, feeling like he could arm wrestle with the Sea King anytime. Oh my God, this feeling is too incredible. He shouted excitedly, Ning Chuan, you little brat, you're really a genius. I feel my strength continuously growing. I had anticipated this long ago and smiled confidently. Old Kuroka's is quite shrewd. He immediately caught on and said to me with a wink, this good stuff is prepared for those little girls, right? You rascal, your thoughts are not so innocent. He even imagined further, saying that if I were to use this thing to build an army, the scene would be too beautiful for him to bear. I ignored his comment and turned back to the laboratory. In no time, I came out with 4 bottles of freshly made War God Potion. Nami, Nojiko, Kuna, and Yuta all had complete trust in me when I told them to drink it. They didn't hesitate and downed it immediately. The effects of the potion kicked in incredibly fast, especially for Kuna, who practiced sword fighting every day. She was the first to feel the change, her muscles burning with heat, and her strength erupting like a volcano. Nami and the others were the same, each feeling like they had opened the door to a new world, their physical abilities skyrocketing. Nami effortlessly lifted a few hundred pounds of cargo from the ship, and Nojiko's hearing became as sharp as a hawk's, clearly hearing the sound of distant seabirds flapping their wings. Seeing their excited expressions made me incredibly satisfied. We stayed at Cape Gemini for a few more days, during which I devised a special training plan for them, with the War God Potion as a foundation. Their progress was astonishingly rapid. A few days later, it was time to set off. Before leaving, I informed Whale Lab of the news that Brooke was still alive. The big guy was initially taken aback. Then tears of sadness and joy flowed from its enormous eyes as it called out to me, seemingly in gratitude. It then decided to personally go to the Devil's Triangle to find its companion. Although Kuroka's was reluctant, he knew this was the best outcome. He even specifically asked me for an extra-large dose of the War God Potion and personally fed it to Lab as a send-off for his old friend. After sending off Lab, it was time for us to hit the road. Kuroka's gave me a permanent pointer to Alabasta and patted my shoulder, saying, Kid, your adventure is just beginning. After bidding farewell to the old man, we set sail again. Life on the ship was dull, just supervising the training of the 4 little devils every day, but watching them grow stronger day by day felt really good. Especially Guena, whose swordsmanship was almost catching up to that of a Naval Academy officer. After drifting at sea for more than 2 weeks, we were almost sick of the ship's provisions when we finally spotted the port of Alabasta through the telescope. We finally arrived. Alabasta. I stood at the bow of the ship and shouted to the 4 little girls behind me, who were panting from exhaustion. As soon as they heard, they instantly revived, dropped their training equipment, and rushed to the edge of the ship, chattering excitedly about what to eat and what to buy. As soon as we disembarked, we saw a huge crowd gathered ahead, like a fan meeting. How could we not join in the excitement? I directly hoisted Yuta and Guena onto my shoulders, and with one arm around Nami and the other around Nojiko, I pushed through the crowd to the front. Upon closer inspection, the guy giving the speech on stage was someone I recognized. With a slick-back hairstyle, a scar running across his entire face, a golden hook for a left hand, and a cigar in his mouth, it was none other than a younger version of Crocodile. I calculated in my mind, at this timing, he's got beaten down by Whitebeard and ran to this godforsaken desert country to develop in secrecy, preparing to pull off a big news event. I know all about his little schemes. Now he's putting on a show here, pretending to crack down on pirates to boost his reputation, acting like a national hero. In reality, he's secretly planning to use dance powder to create artificial droughts, incite internal chaos, and then seize power at the opportune moment. I couldn't help but laugh and whisper to Nami and the others, "Did you see that show-off on stage? He looks all polished and respectable." but he is actually full of bad intentions, wanting to swallow this country whole. Just as I finished speaking, I felt a sharp gaze sweep over. My heart sank. Oh no, I forgot that this old Sandman still has his observation hockey intact. He heard me. Crocodile was internally in turmoil. His plan was flawless. Even his most trusted people didn't know about it. So how did this kid manage to expose everything as if he had a god's perspective? He immediately decided that once the speech was over, he had to investigate us thoroughly. However, he maintained his composure on the surface, continuing his passionate speech, claiming that as long as he was there, no pirate would set foot in Alabasta, which garnered thunderous applause from the clueless crowd below. We had no interest in watching him act, and quickly slipped away. We first found the most luxurious hotel to stay in. After drifting at sea for so long, we had to enjoy ourselves properly. Meanwhile, as soon as Crocodile finished his speech, he transformed into a gust of yellow sand and headed straight for the port. He spotted our ship, which had our faces painted on it, and thought to himself that he needed to check out what these little brats were all about. He quietly transformed into sand, intending to float onto the ship without making a sound. However, as soon as he got close, he sensed a deadly aura. Before he could react, he heard a whoosh. A sharp sword energy flew directly towards his face. If it weren't for his quick reflexes and his observation hockey, he would have been severely injured. Even though he dodged the critical hit, his arm was still cut, causing him to wince in pain. A sword energy imbued with armament hockey. He was shocked and focused his gaze, only to find no one on the ship, just a sword quietly hovering in midair. Crocodile was dumbfounded. A sword without a wielder could attack on its own, and it could use armament hockey? He suddenly felt greedy, thinking that if he could get his hands on this divine sword, what would he have to fear from Whitebeard? Revenge in a new world would be just around the corner. Being an actor himself, he didn't forget to set up his own persona while trying to snatch the sword. He revealed his true form, and the people at the port cheered, thinking a hero had arrived. He immediately put on a serious expression and shouted, "Everyone run! This enemy is not ordinary. I'm here to protect you." As he spoke, he waved his hands, and a cloud of yellow sand instantly enveloped the entire port, creating a scene like a sandstorm. The onlookers actually believed him, moved to tears, shouting that Lord Crocodile was indeed our hero, and quickly evacuated. Once everyone had fled, Crocodile revealed a sinister smile and sneered at the sword. "A bunch of fools. Now, no one knows it's me who took you." As soon as he finished speaking, the swirling yellow sand, like giant dragons, rushed toward my thunder fire sword from all directions, trying to trap it. However, was my thunder fire sword a pushover? The sword erupted with dazzling lightning and searing lava. Thunder and flames intertwined, and as those sand dragons approached, they were either burned into glass by the lava or smashed to pieces by lightning. However, this little scene was nothing. Crocodile, seeing that he couldn't confront me head-on, transformed into a pile of sand, scattering all over the port, playing a game of hide-and-seek. Did he think I had no tricks against guerrilla warfare? Let me tell you, my Thunder Fire Sword is equipped with a rocket booster. He teleported to the east, and when his head popped up in the west, my sword tip was already at his forehead. Every swing sounded like thunder, booming loudly, with a shower of lava as a special effect, blowing his sand clones apart into pieces. Crocodile was getting anxious, gritting his teeth in anger, probably cursing, "Damn, even a sword is this difficult to deal with? How am I supposed to fight?" He was unwilling to give up, concentrating all his power, and with a whoosh, he conjured a giant sand hand that blocked out the sun like a five-fingered mountain and slammed it down toward my Thunder Fire Sword, intending to pin it down. But was that possible? My Thunder Fire Sword charged straight at the sand hand, the entire blade glowing like a little sun. With one thrust, the massive sand hand was instantly burned into glass shards by the lava, shattering all over the place. At this point, Crocodile was covered in wounds and in a sorry state. In contrast, my Thunder Fire Sword was still radiant, not even a scratch on it. At that moment, he finally realized the reality. He seemed unable to defeat even my sword. Family, who understands? The dignity of the former warlord of the sea was shattered all around. He felt extremely unwilling. Damn it. Ever since I was defeated by Whitebeard, have I fallen this low? If this continued, he would meet his end here today. He glared at my sword fiercely, preparing to elementalize and escape. However, just as he turned around and his body was about to disperse in the sand, my sword shot out and instantly wrapped itself in dark armament hockey, aiming right for his not yet fully sanded backside, and with a puff, it hit the bullseye. Bastard! A scream filled with anger and humiliation erupted from Crocodile's mouth. That sound was heart-wrenching and tear-inducing. Everyone at the port who was fleeing stopped in their tracks, looking bewildered. That was Lord Crocodile's voice? Why did it sound so tragic? Oh no, it seems even Lord Crocodile can't hold up anymore. What are we waiting for? Run! The crowd instantly erupted, fleeing even faster. While the old San was covering his backside, questioning life, I was over here, strolling down the streets of Alabasta with Nami, Noki, Goena, and Yuta, the four little cuties. We arrived at a bustling restaurant, smelling the delicious food, and were about to go in to try the local cuisine. As soon as I entered, I saw a blue-haired little beauty about our age, gnawing on a meat bone that was bigger than her face, boasting to the people around her about Crocodile's heroic deeds. I recognized her at a glance. Wasn't she that Princess Vivi of Alabasta? The key to one of the three ancient weapons, Pluton. Beside her stood a bodyguard, an uncle with curly hair like pasta, named Ikaram, the loyal type. I laughed at that moment, thinking how coincidental it was. Wei Wei also noticed us, and seeing that we were so young and out here mixing around, she found it quite impressive. She even took the initiative to walk over and extend her little hand. Hello, friends from afar? My name is Wei Wei. Can we get to know each other? Of course, I couldn't lose my manners. I shook hands and smiled, saying hello, Princess Vivi. My name is Ning Chuan, and these are my companions. Upon hearing the word princess, Vivi was momentarily stunned, and Ikelam beside her instantly became alert, his hand reaching for the weapon at his waist. Vivi curiously asked, "Why do you call me princess?" I pointed her bodyguard next to her and joked, "Princess Vivi, your big brother here. With that hairstyle, it's all about being high profile. It's hard not to be recognized." And look at him, his hand always on his waist, scanning the whole place like a radar. This isn't a habit of an ordinary person. Am I right, Mr. Ikaram, the head of the Royal Guards of Alabasta? Ikaram's expression at that moment was priceless. He looked so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. After hearing my analysis, Vivi turned to look at her bodyguard uncle and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Uncle Ikaram, you've been exposed. Ikaram's face was dark with embarrassment. Being seen through by a little kid was too humiliating. His vigilance towards me instantly increased several times. Little money-loving Nami's eyes lit up upon hearing that the other party was a princess. She leaned in and asked, "Since you're a princess, can we be friends and visit your palace?" Noki, the little clever one, was even bolder, directly switching to persuasion mode, saying to Vivi, "Princess Vivi, if you want to go on an adventure at sea, you can consider joining our ship. We're about the same age. It would definitely be fun to play together." This was simply a deadly temptation for a princess who had been locked up in the palace since childhood. Vivi's eyes instantly brightened, like they had two little light bulbs. "Really? Can I go on an adventure at sea with you?" Cough, cough. Ikaram was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He quickly stepped in between them, saying, "Princess Vivi, please calm down. The sea is very dangerous. You can't just mess around with them." His gaze towards us was like he was looking at a bunch of human traffickers. Yuta was unhappy and jumped on a stool, hands on her hips, retorting, "Hey, you big uncle. With Brother Ning Chuan here, we're very safe." My dad said that even the four emperors might not be a match for my brother Ning Chuan. Ikaram almost laughed upon hearing this. He must have been thinking, does this little girl even know what the four emperors are? She must have been fooled by this kid. He bent down, a hint of mockery on his face, and asked Yuta, "Little girl, who is your dad? Why are you so confident?" Yuta tilted her head and thought for a moment, then seriously said, "My dad seems to be quite famous. By the way, uncle, my dad's name is Shanks. Have you heard of him? Shanks?" Ikaram was still pondering why that name sounded somewhat familiar. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a big guy at the next table fell off his chair, pointing at Yuta, his voice trembling. "Sage. Shanks, the one with a bounty of tens of billions, who almost became one of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire restaurant fell silent. All eyes instantly focused on Yuta, their expressions like they had seen a ghost. The name Shanks was like a living golden signboard in these seas. No, it was a nuclear bomb. Yuta felt a bit nervous under everyone's gaze and tugged at my clothes. "Brother Ning Chuan, why do they look so strange? Is my dad scary? What can I say?" I could only helplessly ruffle her hair. "Yuta, be good. Don't casually mention your dad's name in the future." Seeing that this meal was going to be impossible to finish, I glanced at the terrified crowd around us and said lightly, "You all can disperse now. Don't gather here. I really dislike your stares. By the way, remember to settle the bill when you leave." My words carried a hint of conqueror's hockey, and the effect was outstanding. Those people nervously took out money and pressed it on the table, not daring to say a word, then scrambled away in a hurry. Ikaram was sweating coldly. In that moment, even he, the head of the royal guards, was almost scared to the point of his legs going weak. However, he still dutifully shielded Vivi behind him. Meanwhile, those who had just rushed out of the restaurant, still in shock, suddenly remembered their new hero of Alabasta. Quick, go find Mr. Crocodile. Tell him that the daughter of red-haired Shanks has appeared. We must let Mr. Crocodile capture these unruly little pirates. On the other side, Crocodile, who had just escaped from the port, was about to find a place to check the wound on his, but when he was interrupted by the screams of this group, he could only endure the intense pain, temporarily blocking the wound with sand, and pretended to be nonchalant, asking sternly, "Don't panic. What happened?" Mr. Crocodile, a terrifying character, came to the most luxurious restaurant on the street. She said she is the daughter of red-haired Shanks. Crocodile's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, but then he was filled with wild joy. The daughter of red-haired Shanks? His mind was racing with calculations. Isn't that just the little brats from the port? So she's Shank's daughter. No wonder there are such crazy weapons on the ship. He thought he'd figured it all out in an instant. He believed that I must be relying on that sword to be so arrogant. Now that we were so far from the port and the sword was not with me, this was a golden opportunity. As long as he captured us, he could not only force that sword to be used by him, but also gain the fame of capturing the daughter of one of the 4 emperors. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With that thought, he forgot the pain in his butt and transformed into a whirlwind of sand, rushing towards the restaurant where we were. In the restaurant, I looked at the nervous Ikaram and smiled to reassure him. Uncle Head of Guards, don't be nervous. If I had malicious intent, do you think you could still be standing? Just then, Crocodile's figure appeared at the door, his face dark enough to drip water. Just in time to overhear what I had just said to Vivi. Crocodile seems like a hero, but in reality, he harbors sinister intentions. His ultimate goal is to overthrow your kingdom. You little brat, you really have a lot of guts to slander me like that. Crocodile entered with a righteous expression. I looked at him and sneered. Slander? Am I slandering you? You know best about the wound on your butt. With that one sentence, I completely broke his defenses. He was so angry that his face turned crimson, while at the same time, he was shocked. How does this kid know? I don't want to waste words with him, so I'll just expose him directly. There are still traces of my Thunder Fire Sword's energy on your butt. TSK, TSK. You can't even understand being a thief, yet you want to steal a country? Even when facing death, you still dare to talk nonsense. Crocodile was completely enraged. Crescent-shaped sand dune. A massive sand blade came slashing towards all of us, completely disregarding whether it would hurt Vivi and Ikelam. I remained expressionless and waved my hand. Barrier. An invisible wall appeared instantly, and Crocodile's attack hit it without making a sound. Haven't you eaten? This is a restaurant. Why don't you eat a bit before fighting? My mockery drove him completely insane. Sandstorm. With a wave of his hands, 2 enormous tornadoes instantly formed, sucking the entire restaurant inside and shredding everything within into pieces. However, we behind the barrier were safe and sound. Yuta even had the mood to comment. Wow, a desert tornado. What a cool ability. I need to write it into a new song. Nami and Nojiko were discussing which nature-type fruit was stronger, while Kuina had a look of futility, as if saying it could be broken with a single sword from Ning. Vivi and Ikalam were already dumbfounded, feeling that this world was a bit unreal. Vivi couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you all scared?" Nami replied matter-of-factly, "Why should we be scared? We've been through so many small scenes like this." Just as they were chatting and laughing, let me tell you, old Shah was over there outputting crazily. And what was I doing over here? I was learning. I kept my eyes fixed on his sand fruit ability, and the system was crazily returning my cultivation. Soon, I felt that my understanding of sand had reached a whole new level. Almost there, a faint cold smile appeared on my face. Crocodile suddenly sensed something was off. He noticed that a portion of the sand seemed to be disconnected. It no longer obeyed his commands. Just as he was filled with confusion, I spoke up. "Are you feeling puzzled? Then let me show you something even more interesting." I faced the 2 swirling sand tornadoes that were still spinning wildly and gently said 2 words. "Stop." As soon as the words left my mouth, those 2 tornadoes capable of shredding everything suddenly came to a halt. Then I continued, reverse direction. In the next second, the 2 sand tornadoes began to swirl back in the opposite direction, rolling back towards Crocodile himself. Upon witnessing this scene, Crocodile's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpricks. His mouth agape enough to fit an egg, and his face was filled with 3 words. "This is impossible." His voice started to tremble, and, I tell you, he completely lost the earlier air of the warlord of the sea. Shakingly pointing at me, he stammered, "Why you? How can you control my sand? What kind of ability is this? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, looking at him casually and deliberately provoking him. It seems your sand fruit isn't that impressive. Huh? Your control seems even worse than mine. That one sentence completely broke his defenses. He was in chaos inside, repeatedly muttering, impossible. I am a master of the sand fruit. Then he began to exert himself, desperately trying to regain control over the sand. The intensity was like a life-and-death struggle. But the problem was, he was strong, but I was even stronger. I silently chanted in my heart, "System, settle for me. Fill me up." The next second, I felt my understanding and control over the sand skyrocketing like a rocket. It was like I was cheating, you know? Crocodile was in trouble. The harder he tried, the more he felt powerless. I could clearly see the cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and his back was probably soaked. He finally realized that it wasn't his control that had disappeared, but mine had completely and utterly crushed him. As long as I was here, all the sand in this desert belonged to Ning. Now he was thoroughly scared. I tell you, he probably never felt this terrified, even when fighting Whitebeard back in the day. This old guy began to calculate that if this continued, he would definitely be the first to exhaust his stamina. No way, he had to run. He felt so frustrated, cursing himself for not being able to defeat a mere kid. But he was indeed a hero. Losing was losing. As long as he could escape and find the Dark King, he could turn the tables. His mental fortitude was commendable. Just as he was thinking, he steeled his heart, and in an instant, he transformed into sand, ready to merge into the vast yellow desert to run away. But he was too naive. The moment he turned into sand, he realized he couldn't move. I whispered softly in his ear, "Do you think that by turning into sand, I won't be able to control you? Then all my abilities would be for nothing." Family, who understands? When he elementalized into sand, wasn't that just him packaging himself to be sent into my mouth? With just a thought, I forcibly pulled him back from his elemental state into human form, rendering him completely immobile, like a wooden puppet. Crocodile was dumbfounded, his mouth agape for a long time, finally managing to stammer, "How did you do that?" I shrugged my shoulders and said, "It's simple. You can control sand, but I can control it even better. If you turn yourself into sand, isn't that equivalent to handing over your lifeline to me?" After hearing this, his face turned green with anger, and he probably wanted to slap himself twice. Now it's all good. He can't run away and has completely become my captive. At this moment, Nami leaned over and touched the golden hook on his hand, her eyes full of stars. "Ning Chuan, how should we deal with this guy? I think this hook is quite valuable. We could keep it as a collectible." I deliberately said loudly, "There's no use in keeping him. Let's kill him. The hook will be your collectible." Upon hearing this, Crocodile was nearly scared out of his wits. He could tell that I was serious about taking action. Just as his mind was racing to find a way to survive, Nico Robin held up a wanted poster and said, "This guy used to have a bounty of 81 million berries. Handing him over to the Navy for money wouldn't be bad." Old Sam panicked. "Wait, I'm a warlord of the sea. Sending me to the Navy is useless. How about this? I'll give you 100 million. Let me go, and I'll admit defeat today." I let out a cold laugh and pointed at Vivi beside me. "Still saying you haven't committed a crime? This lady here, the Princess of Alabasta. You just attempted to attack a princess. That's a serious offense." The nearby Icolum, being clever, immediately chimed in, "According to the laws of the world government, attacking a member of the royal family of a member state starts with life imprisonment and can even lead to the death penalty." Crocodile's head buzzed, and he was left completely blank. He never expected that a casual move would land him in hot water over a princess. I then added fuel to the fire, linking this incident to the recent death of a celestial dragon, making the world government particularly sensitive right now. At this point, his old face turned completely pale, realizing that he was in deep trouble this time. As soon as I saw that the timing was just right, I said to Nami, "Go call the Navy over, and remember to bring the Sea Tower stone handcuffs." This really pushed him to a dead end. In an instant, this once defiant hero, who had refused to yield just a second ago, suddenly knelt down with a thud, performing a full bow on the ground, tears and snot pouring down. The scene was simply a real-life reenactment of my lord. "What are you doing?" "Lord Ning Chuan, as long as you don't send me to prison, I'm willing to be your servant and do anything." Watching his Oscar-worthy performance, I almost burst out laughing. Is he really trying to play the long game with me? However, having a warlord as a subordinate seems quite interesting. I squatted down, patted his face, and smiled like a villain. "I know you're not convinced, but I don't care. Just right, I need a few scapegoats, and you'll be the first." As soon as I finished speaking, I didn't give him a chance to react and directly activated the ability of the song fruit. A simple melody began to play, and the bewildered crocodile was pulled into my song world. From now on, that would be his new home. After dealing with one of the Shichibukai, I turned to Vivi and Ikelim with a grin and said, I've helped you solve a big problem for your country in advance, so no charges this time. But I have one request. Can you take us to tour your capital? This request was certainly not unreasonable. So, under Ikelim's lead, we headed towards the capital, Alyabarna. It was scorching hot in the desert, but I used the ability of the ice fruit to create a feeling of walking through an air-conditioned room. Vivi and the others were thrilled as they enjoyed the ice pops I made. 2 days later, we finally arrived at the capital. Ikelim asked us to wait outside the palace while he went in to report. Vivi waved her hand dismissively. You can go back now. I'll take Ning Chuan and the others around. Ikelim was still worried about her safety, but Vivi rolled her eyes. With Ning Chuan around, I'm safer than in the palace. This was indeed true, so Ikelim had to leave first. Vivi became our tour guide, leading us through the bustling streets of the capital to eat and drink. However, while we were having a meal, I sensed a faint gaze peeking at us. There was no hostility, just pure curiosity. As soon as I turned my head, that gaze instantly disappeared, quite alert. Interesting, I wasn't in a hurry. After all, I knew it would come back. We played until evening before entering the palace. That palace! Wow, it was resplendent, and Nami and the others were mesmerized. Vivi proudly said, Come on, let me take you to experience the best hot springs in Alabasta. As soon as they heard hot springs, Nami and the others' eyes lit up, and then the disaster began. Yuta directly jumped into my arms. I want to soak with Brother Ning Chuan. Nami also held onto my hand tightly. Yuta is too young. Let me do it. Nokiho squeezed over. Why not me? By age, I should go first. Even Gwenna blushed and said she wanted to learn sword techniques from me. Family. I was really at my wit's end at that moment. In the end, I promised to build a big hot spring for them on the ship, which finally settled this war. As a result, the few beautiful girls went to one pool, and I was alone in the men's bath next to it, finally able to have some peace. But just after I laid down for a short while, that feeling of being watched came back. Hey, I'll let you off during the day, and now you're back at night? I smirked, and my observation hockey spread out in an instant. Soon, I discovered a little hand growing out from the corner of the wall, with an eye on it, staring straight at me. I suddenly understood. So it's you, Robin? Now that you're here, don't even think about escaping. I directly expanded the range of my observation hockey and instantly locked onto Robin's real body, who was still peeking outside the palace walls. Then, I controlled a grain of sand to quietly fly to her side, and the next second, I and the hot spring suddenly transformed into a pile of sand, while my true self had already appeared behind Robin in an instant. She was puzzled about how I had suddenly disappeared from the hot spring when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Oh no! She was startled and shivered all over, and just as she was about to counterattack, her wrist was firmly grasped by me. She struggled desperately, but my grip was like a vice. I whispered in her ear, spelling out her identity word by word. Nico Robin, the only survivor of O'Hara, with a bounty of 79 million berries. She froze, her face instantly turning pale. She must have been thinking whether I was going to capture her for the bounty. In the next moment, hundreds of hands grew from her body, trying to grab me. How ridiculous, playing this in front of me. My body transformed into sand and dust again, and those hands all grasped at nothing. Then I reformed behind her, with a ball of lava in one hand and a ball of cold air in the other, deliberately letting her see. Trying to catch a Logia user. Just having a lot of hands is not enough. When Robin saw the magma and ice in my hands, she began to tremble. These two powers were the deepest nightmares of her childhood. Her voice shook. Why do you have these two powers? I calmly pretended. Oh, I learned that from the defeated opponents. She instantly reacted, her eyes wide like copper bells. Defeated opponents? Could it be that Admiral Akiji and Akainu have been defeated by you? I shrugged. Just a general, it's nothing serious. Let's not talk about this. Let's get down to business. You spied on me twice. What do you want? Robin was stunned for a while before she regained her composure and said helplessly, I heard that you defeated Crocodile, so I wanted to see what kind of person you are. She also tentatively tried to trade treasure for freedom. I interrupted her directly. Aren't you going to look for the historical texts? You came to Alabasta for this, didn't you? As soon as I said this, Robin was completely stunned. She had never told anyone her purpose for being here, looking at her expression as if she had seen a ghost. I smirked and took a good look at her 18-year-old flower-like figure and proposed my condition. I won't hand you over to the world government, and I can help you find the historical texts. But the price is you come on my ship and be my maid for a while. What do you think? I watched her in a daze and directly picked her up, carrying her back to the hot spring. I laid her down on the shore and pointed to my back, saying, I think a good maid should be great at scrubbing backs, right? Robin looked at me lying there, hesitated for a long time, but eventually resigned herself and obediently picked up a towel. The next morning, Nami and the others came to my room to wake me up, and when they pushed the door open, they saw a sexy big sister with a hot figure in my bed. They were shocked at first, but luckily, seeing that we were both fully dressed, they breathed a sigh of relief. But when they looked down at themselves and then at Robin's figure, the girls collectively sighed, their eyes filled with a sense of defeat, as if to say, "Does he like this type?" Nami shook me awake, angrily pointing at Robin and asking, "Ning Chuan? Who is she?" I rubbed my eyes and smiled as I introduced. "Oh, I forgot to mention. This is Robin, my new maid." After getting dressed with Robin's assistance, I took them to meet King Cobra. As soon as the old king approached, he saw his precious daughter Vivi getting along with us, especially sticking close to me. His heart tightened, and his eyes were filled with worry that his precious cabbage might be ravaged by a pig. He stared at me for a long time, probably thinking to himself, "This guy is handsome and strong, and he'd definitely attract girls. What if my precious daughter really falls for him? What should I do then? No, I must be on guard." Let me tell you, the old king's hidden thoughts were almost written all over his face. But he still put on a good front, warmly welcoming us and saying how pleased he was to meet us, the new friends of Wei Wei. After exchanging a few pleasantries, we finally got to the main topic. He looked at me with a serious expression and asked, "I heard from Icolum that you have crossed paths with Crocodile and even uncovered his conspiracy? Does he really want to overthrow our country?" I smiled and said, "This question is useless to ask me. You need to ask the person involved." As soon as I finished speaking, I suddenly pulled Crocodile out of my world. Goodness, Mr. Sand was immediately stunned, looking around and realizing he was actually standing in the royal palace hall, facing the king. This high-stakes situation completely threw him off. I looked at him coldly. "Crocodile, confess and you will be lenient. Resist and you will face severe consequences. Just tell me your plan." And guess what? This guy actually had the nerve to bargain with me. He pointed his flat stomach and said, "Big brother, can you at least give me something to eat? I've been locked up for 3 days, and I haven't had a drop of water." I was furious at that time. "You still dare to set conditions? Fine. If you don't speak, I'll keep you locked up for another 3 days, and this time I'll throw you directly into the Subject 3 universe, letting you loop infinitely in there." I was just about to set an example, and then Crocodile suddenly got scared. "No, big brother." "Sir," I said, "is that not enough? I'm begging you, please don't throw me back into that hellish place. It's too terrifying." In order to avoid going back to dance, he spilled all his schemes and tricks in just an hour, like a pouring bean. After finishing, he looked at me eagerly, his eyes like a stray cat waiting to be fed. I casually threw him some food and then quickly shut him back in. After hearing the whole plan, King Cobra was drenched in sweat, cold sweat streaming down his back. Crocodile's plan was too vicious. Even knowing it now, he felt he couldn't stop it. Fortunately, I was here. The way he looked at me was so complicated. On one hand, I was the great hero saving the country. On the other hand, I was the potential son-in-law who might run away with his daughter at any moment. It was quite a dilemma for him. As a result, this girl Vivi still thought her father wasn't conflicted enough. Seeing her father's expression, she thought he was pondering how to reward us. She leaned over to her father's ear and whispered, "Father, I want to go to sea with them. And, about the rewards, could you give a bit more? Don't let your precious daughter be short of money out there. Who understands family matters?" This immediately left the old king speechless. His precious daughter's elbow was turning outward, taking money from their treasury to support me, the blondie, and Cobra's old face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth and managed to say, "I'll think about it for a day, we'll talk tomorrow." Then he slipped away like he was escaping for his life. Vivi was still stomping her feet and complaining, "Father is being too unreasonable." I interrupted her directly. "All right, no more playing today. I'm taking you to a good place to find some real historical relics. Are you interested?" As soon as I said this, Nami and the others looked puzzled. But Robin behind me suddenly brightened up. Nami and the others were still foolishly asking, "What is real history?" I pointed at Robin and introduced, I forgot to mention, "This is Miss Robin. Besides being my maid, she is also a top-notch archaeologist. There are very few people in the world who can understand ancient texts, and she is one of them." When Nami and the others heard this, they got even more excited. An archaeologist? What a rare profession. But Vivi and Queenar reacted differently. They were both taken aback. Interpreting ancient texts? I remember, that's strictly prohibited by the world government. Vivi suddenly recalled something, her expression changing drastically. My father once said that there was an island called O'Hara, and because of research on this, the entire island was erased. A child managed to escape back then, named Nico Robin. Everyone's attention suddenly turned to Robin. She looked at me, and I nodded. She took a deep breath and admitted, I am Nico Robin. Wow, the scene erupted. The legendary demon child of O'Hara actually became my maid. The way they looked at me was as if they were staring at some prehistoric giant beast. I waved my hand and said, all right, it's just an identity. Let's get down to business. Today, we must help Robin find the historical text she wants to see. I turned to Robin and said, but I have to tell you in advance, there might not be what you want on this stone from Alabaston. Robin was stunned, not understanding why I was so sure. But she still asked, then where do we look? Finding it isn't a hassle. I told them to wait a moment and then activated the ability of the Sansan fruit. My perception instantly spread out, scanning every inch of the ground like a radar. I swept through the entire royal city, but found nothing. The range isn't enough. I remembered that thing was far out in the desert outside the city. If it's not enough, then add more. I silently thought, system settle. The next second, a huge force surged into my body. My cultivation was multiplied by 10,000. The ability of my Sansan fruit instantly increased several times, but I still didn't find it. Forget it, efficiency is key. I gritted my teeth and continued to invest more. 2 hours later, my perception range could cover the entire Alabaston. Found it. I grabbed them, and the sand instantly wrapped around us. The next second, we appeared in the middle of a desolate desert. With a wave of my hand, the ground split open to reveal a massive underground space, with a square stone tablet lying quietly there. Yuta and the others couldn't understand the strange symbols on it. But I knew Robin could. She leaned in to study it carefully, and after a while, her expression changed. Sure enough, as I said, what was recorded on it wasn't the blank 100 years she wanted to know about, but the location of an ancient weapon, the king of the underworld. She was conflicted about whether to tell me. I walked over, pinched her cheek, and smiled. Are you hesitating about whether to tell me the news of the king of the underworld? The tablet says the king of the underworld is underground in Wano, right? Robin was instantly dumbfounded, her eyes widening. You can actually understand ancient writing too? I certainly don't understand, but I have a spoiler tag. I didn't explain, just said, this thing isn't what you're looking for, right? I'm not interested in the remnants of losers. Robin was even more confused. Then why did you bring me here? Because I promised you, as my maid, I would show you the historical text. Ning Chuan, keep my word. I have to tell you, Robin was so moved at that time. She hesitated for a moment and tentatively asked, do you know the whereabouts of other historical texts? I didn't answer, just smiled at her. She instantly understood, her eyes full of expectation. So where are we going next? To the City of Water. I announced, they're the blueprints of the Underworld King. The ancient weapons belong to others. I want to create my own Underworld King. What I like is making history. Robin was completely stunned by my ambition. The next day, we went to meet Kabira again. The old king had 2 big dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept well all night. He looked at Vivi, sighed, and finally relented. I agree to let you set sail. Ning Chuan, I entrust my daughter to you. If you let her suffer even a little, I won't spare you. I rarely get serious. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Kabira is indeed generous, giving us a gold card with 2 billion berries on it, redeemable worldwide. He also gave us a permanent pointer to Water City. Before we left, he told Vivi that if the money runs out, just call him, and he'll recharge at any time. Nami and the others watched on the side, filled with envy. Who wouldn't want such incredible wealth? Once on the ship, I gained 2 more beautiful crew members. I also gave Vivi and Robin the War God potion to enhance their physical abilities. Now, Nami and the others finally had new training partners, dragging Robin into practice every day, all of them as energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The only downside was that no one was left to play mahjong with me. I was so bored that I could only occasionally let Crocodile out to practice on him like a punching bag. After a few rounds, I almost gave the old sandbag depression. He prayed every day in the little black room, asking me to hurry and catch another unfortunate soul. So he wouldn't be the only one I kept picking on. After drifting at sea for 2 weeks, we finally arrived at Water City. From a distance, we saw the tracks laid out on the surface of the sea, and everyone was stunned. We rented a brew for 3 days, the kind of vehicle from Haimala, and headed straight to our destination, Fisherman Tom's shipyard. When we arrived, I went directly to the front desk and said, "Hello, we want to see Master Tom. We have a big project to discuss." The fisherman lady looked at us kids and couldn't hide her disappointment. "Kids, this is not an amusement park." Without saying a word, I slammed the 2 billion gold card on the table. The receptionist's expression instantly changed. Her attitude made a complete turnaround as she respectfully said, "Dear guests, please wait a moment. I will notify Master Tom right away. Nami beside me skoft, surrealistic." After a while, the receptionist came back and said Master Tom was busy and asked us to wait in the VIP room. I directly asked, "Can we visit the factory?" She paused for a moment, but still agreed. We strode into the factory and quickly found Tom. The old fisherman was tinkering with something that looked like an engine, which should be the core component of a sea train. When he looked up and saw us, he seemed a bit confused. I'll get straight to the point. "Master Tom, my name is Ning, and I'm here to discuss a big project with you." He chuckled. "A big project? Let us hear it. How much are you planning to invest?" "At least 50 billion, I said slowly, for example, to build another Pluto battleship." As soon as the words Pluto left my lips, Tom's expression changed instantly, and he directly kicked us out. "I don't do business with the world government. I don't have the design blueprints. You can leave now." I laughed. "We are not from the world government, and I know the blueprints are with you. Let's make a deal. I'll help you complete the sea train, and you help me build a ship that is no less than the Pluton. How about that?" Tom burst out laughing right away, tears almost coming out. "Kid, do you know anything about shipbuilding? Helping me complete the sea train? I've been studying it for decades." "Are you kidding me? I really don't understand." I looked at him sincerely, but give me a day to look at the relevant books and notes, and I should be good enough. At this point, Tom was completely taken aback, never having seen such a confident outsider. He snorted, "A day? I'll give you a week. If you can pass my assessment, I'll show you the Pluton blueprints, and I'll help you design the new ship for free. If you can't meet the standard, get lost immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, before I could say anything, Nami, Kuna, and the others all had that expression of barely containing their laughter, ready to watch the show. Vivi looked at them, curious. I told her, "Don't worry about Ning Chuan." Nami laughed and directly spilled the beans to Vivi, saying our Ning Chuan's learning ability is simply not human. Just a month ago, at Twin Cape, he met an old man named Kurokas, who was the ship's doctor for Pirate King Roger. And what happened? In just one day, he learned all of that man's medical skills for a lifetime, and even conveniently developed the war god potion that we drink. Wow. As soon as this was said, not only did Vivi and Robin freeze on the spot, but even the old man Tom, who was eavesdropping nearby, almost pulled out his beard. He knows Kurokas and knows how amazing that old guy is. He felt a jolt in his heart, but still stubbornly said, "Impossible. Medicine is medicine. Shipbuilding is shipbuilding. There is no such all-rounder in the world." But I could see that he was flustered. He was definitely flustered. As for that Ning Chuan, he didn't care what others thought and directly asked Tom, "Master, can I borrow your library for observation?" Without a second thought, Tom let his little apprentice Frankie lead the way. At that time, Frankie was still a little kid, nowhere near as perverted as he would later become. Let me tell you, as soon as Ning Chuan entered that library, his eyes lit up. That wasn't just a library. It was simply an ocean of knowledge. He casually picked up a book titled Basics of Ships with over 1,000 pages, and with his keen perception, he finished it in just 10 minutes. Then he silently thought, "System, settle, ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully browsed Basics of Ships once and activated 10,000 times the return. Settlement successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained the cultivation of browsing it 10,000 times. Can you believe this?" This isn't reading. He's directly downloading data packets into his brain. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. By the time Frankie came over to check in that evening, his pupils were shaking. The library shelves were completely empty. Books piled high like small mountains, and Ning Chuan was sitting there, flipping through pages so fast it was like he was leaving after images, never lingering on a page for more than 10 seconds. Frankie was stunned and thought, "Dude, are you reading or playing Fruit Ninja?" And so a day passed. The next morning, Ning Chuan yawned and closed the last book. I tell you, his theoretical level is now on par with Tom. The only thing he lacks is practical skills. He sneaked over to the factory and saw Master Tom still tinkering with the sea train. Ning Chuan approached and greeted Master. "Good morning." Tom thought he was there to ask questions and appreciated the kid's diligence, saying, "Kid, you're up early. If you have any questions, just ask." But Ning Chuan smiled slightly and dropped a bomb. "Master, you misunderstood. I'm not here to ask questions. I'm here to hand in my paper. The bet can be fulfilled, right?" Tom was stunned, thinking, what? A week-long bet? No. Ning Chuan shook his finger. It was for 1 day. "I've read all the books, notes, and design drawings in your library. Feel free to test me." Damn. Old Tom almost couldn't catch his breath. His face turned dark. "Kid, are you messing with me?" He thought this kid was too arrogant and needed to be shown some color. So, he directly threw out a century-old problem that had troubled him for years. And what was the result? Ning Chuan answered without hesitation, not only responding fluently, but even providing an optimization plan that was better than Tom's. Tom couldn't believe it and kept firing questions one after another. Let me tell you, that scene was like a top-tier academic god online dominating the discussion. They went back and forth from morning until noon. Tom was parched from talking, but still couldn't stump Ning Chuan. The nearby Iceberg and Frankie were dumbfounded, as there were many questions they couldn't answer even after following their master for so many years. In the end, Master Tom was completely drained. He looked at Ning Chuan with a gaze as if he had seen a ghost. His whole demeanor changed. Family, who understands? One second he was puffing out his beard and glaring, and the next second he did a complete 180, shouting at his apprentices. Iceberg, Frankie, hurry, get a chair from Master Ning Chuan. Iceberg and Frankie were stunned. What was happening? Has he become a master just like that? But Ning Chuan wasn't impressed. He directly interrupted Tom, who was about to introduce the sea train. Master, let's not talk about anything else for now. The bet is done. Shouldn't I take a look at the design of the Underworld King? Only then did Tom realize. His face reddened, and he shooed everyone away, whispering, I can show you the blueprints, but there's a problem. Even with the blueprints, the Underworld King can't be built. There is no energy in this world that can power it. So it was an energy problem. Let me tell you, Ning Chuan's mind was racing. Electricity? It's hard to power a locomotive. Oil? Once the Vivi family starts mining, won't the world government come knocking? Nuclear energy? Goodness. Are you trying to manually create a Gundam in one piece? The prerequisite technology isn't even enough. Finally, a light bulb went off in his head. Dynamite rock. Just like that old man Zephyr in the movie version, its power is comparable to ancient weapons. And Ning Chuan's idea was even more brilliant. He wanted to create an energy conversion device that could not only be powered by dynamite rock, but also absorb incoming attacks and use them as a power bank. Isn't this all about energy conservation? Your energy is my energy. When Tom heard this, he was enlightened. He got excited, especially because of the energy conversion technology Ning Chuan mentioned, which revitalized his sea train project that had been stagnant for many years. When the two tech geeks teamed up, the efficiency was incredible. Within a week, the sea train had its first track test, and it was a great success. Perfectly accurate. With the sea train sorted, it was time for Ning Chuan's super battleship. But then came the problem. There wasn't enough money. The budget was $50 billion, and piecing together funds, along with the $20 billion from Vivi's dad and the $50 billion previously taken from Gordon, they barely had over $80 billion. Not even enough for a ship shell. Tom was getting anxious, but Ning Chuan remained calm, smiling slightly. Money is not a problem. Don't worry. I'll just go to the bank in the sky and get some money. The bank in the sky? Tom was startled, thinking he was going to rob the celestial dragons. But when he heard it needed a flying ship, he immediately realized, Sky Island. That place is full of gold. He got excited and jumped into the sea to rummage through his home, pulling out a long-hidden design blueprint. When Ning Chuan took a look at it, he laughed. This design takes a month to build? Too slow. He directly said, give me the materials, I'll finish it in a day. In the next second, under the astonished gazes of Tom, Iceberg, and Frankie, Ning Chuan activated the split fruit ability. All the materials instantly decomposed into countless small pieces, then reassembled in the air with a dazzling display. And a flying ship identical to the design blueprint was perfectly born. Seamless. You couldn't find a single joint. Tom was stunned, muttering, your fruit must have been born specifically for shipbuilding. Let me tell you, the efficiency is just that high. Ning Chuan made a phone call and called Nami, and the others were shopping over. When the girls arrived with their big and small bags and saw this flying ship, hearing that we were going to the legendary Sky Island, their eyes sparkled. Once everyone gathered, we ignited the ship and took off. Ning Chuan directly set himself up a lounge chair, and Robin came over to massage him and sink. They were living quite the comfortable life. The ship flew higher and higher, ultimately diving into the cloud sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The scene was incredible. The white clouds looked like the ocean, holding up our little boat. Ning Chuan smiled and said, we're at the cloud sea now. Even ability users can go swimming. As soon as he said that, Yuta couldn't hold back and quickly changed into her new swimsuit, jumping in with a splash and swimming happily in the clouds. Nami and the others hurriedly changed into their swimsuits as well, jumping in one after another. Only Robin hesitated a bit, quietly saying that she couldn't swim. Ning Chuan chuckled and directly pulled her over. It's okay. I'll teach you. So, everyone was playing and frolicking in the cloud sea while heading toward the Sky Island. Just as they were having fun, a loud bang suddenly came from afar. Boom! Ning Chuan's observation hockey had already spread out, and he frowned. Someone is fighting ahead. Once everyone returned to the ship, Ning Chuan recounted the 400-year-long grievances and entanglements on the Sky Island from beginning to end. After listening, Nami and the others couldn't help but sigh. Before they finished sighing, Vivi couldn't hold back anymore and asked me, "So what do we do now? Should we help those people on Jai Island? After all, we came to get their gold." I told them that this matter is much more complicated than it seems. I shook my head and told them that a guy claiming to be a god named Enel has come to Sky Island, acting like a thunder god, shocking anyone who opposes him. Since his arrival, the conflicts between the natives and the Sky people have been put aside, as they now share a common enemy in this false god. The natives are shocked by him, while the Sky people are fighting him every day because he has taken over their golden country. After hearing this, Robin's mind was racing, and she guessed that if we just take down Enel and retrieve the gold, then those two groups wouldn't have anything to fight about anymore. I gave her a thumbs up at that moment, praising her brilliance as expected from Robin. However, I told her that she was mostly right, but had missed the key point. I told them that what these two groups were fighting over wasn't gold at all but land. Who understands this, family? The people down below are fighting to the death over gold, while up above, these folks are actually trying to grab a piece of land. The people of Skypiea have never seen soil in their lives, and when the island of Skypiea was washed up, they thought it was a miracle, a holy place, and they were determined to take it. Nami and the others were speechless after hearing this. The gap in worldviews was just too vast. Vivi started to get anxious again, saying that we can't just stand by and watch them fight, right? I thought this was simple. I made a decisive decision. The Scypians like land? No problem. I'll just bring them an uninhabited island from below. By the way, we can set up a secret base here that even a lawless rogue named Zhang San would envy. Let me tell you, I have a little plan I haven't shared with them yet. This Sky Island, even when the sea level rises to the sky, won't be submerged. Not even the king would dare to challenge it. Definitely the best refuge. When the girls heard we were going to build a base at 10,000 meters high, their eyes lit up. They thought it was too romantic. Just as we were talking, our ship had already reached the edge of the clouds. As a result, before we could dock, oh boy, there was a loud rumble from above. A purple lightning bolt, thicker than my waist, came crashing down directly at our little boat. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and said, "Oh, can't sit still anymore? You're thinking too small, brother." I didn't move at all. Just watched the sky with a cold smile. The thunder fire sword behind me suddenly flew out, charging straight towards the lightning. A few sword energies struck down, and the thunder was torn apart like paper in an instant. Immediately, the clouds in the sky boiled over, and countless bolts of lightning exploded, all crashing down onto my sword. I tell you, that scene was like a buffet for the thunder fire sword. It was bathing in the lightning, getting more and more spirited, and its momentum grew stronger. Enel, hiding behind the clouds, was dumbfounded, frantically discharging electricity and retreating for dear life, mumbling, "What the hell is this? Why isn't my lightning working?" He didn't know that the more electricity he released, the more excited my sword became, like it had received a superpower bank. At this moment, Enel sensed something was off. His heart network, which covered the entire island, also known as observation hockey, had locked onto my sword. I couldn't help but smirk, then used a counter-observation kill to directly cut off his network. Enel immediately broke down, shouting in the sky, "Where's my heart network? I had such a big heart network. Who did something to the god?" In that moment of panic, my thunder fire sword had completed its charging, infused with armament hockey, and with a whoosh, it pinned him to the towering tree behind him like a candied hawthorn. At that moment, he couldn't understand why his sword could wield lightning better than he, the thunder god. As soon as the thunder stopped, I pointed at the land on that giant tree and smiled at Nami and the others, saying, "Let's go up the mountain and hunt the boss." We docked the ship and headed straight up. The residents by the shore turned pale with fear upon seeing us, rushing over to advise us not to go to our deaths, saying the god had already gotten angry. I smiled and told them not to worry. I was just going up to take down their false god. As soon as those words came out, the residents looked at us as if we were dead people, and they all quickly retreated, afraid that associating with us would bring them trouble. On the way up the mountain, Enel's so-called priests rushed out to block our path. This time, I didn't take action and let Nami and the others go, just to test their training results. Wow, those little minions became the girls' leveling up gift packs. Even the smallest Yuta didn't use her fruit abilities, relying solely on her physical skills to take down 3. Kuina was even fiercer. In the blink of an eye, the opponents had already fallen in droves. The 4 strongest priests under Enel were also taken down by them, working together. An hour later, we successfully reached the top. My thunder fire sword sensed my arrival and, understanding perfectly, released Enel and flew back to my side. Looking at the newly freed Enel, I arrogantly shouted at him, "Enel, if you don't want to suffer, surrender quickly." This guy exploded in anger on the spot. "So that sword is yours. I'll make you pay the price." Divine punishment. A bolt of lightning struck towards me. And what happened? I casually raised a barrier and easily handled it. The lightning dissipated, and we were all unscathed. Enel's eyes were about to pop out. "Impossible. Why aren't you afraid of my lightning?" I split my palm off to hold an umbrella for Nami and the others. While I casually walked up to the sky to face him, I smiled and said, "It seems you didn't listen to the advice at all, and insisted on seeking a beating." Before I finished speaking, I instantly appeared in front of him and punched him hard. His teeth flew out like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, all gone. He covered his mouth, eyes filled with disbelief. Your speed? Why can't even the observation hockey sense it?" I appeared beside him and delivered another punch to his stomach, turning him into a shrimp. While I was beating him, I lectured him, "Bro, it's not that your observation hockey is lacking. It's that you can't keep up with the version anymore. Your little observation hockey is nothing in front of me." This guy still wouldn't accept it, screaming in pain, and even held back a big move. Something like 200 million volts, Thor descends. The display was quite impressive, but I couldn't be bothered to even look. I directly enlarged one hand into a golden Buddha's hand, wrapped it in black Conqueror's hockey, looking much more divine than he did. His 200 million volts of lightning struck my hand without even producing a spark. I simply clapped it away. Enel was completely dumbfounded, staring at my Buddha Palm Pro Max version, probably having his worldview shattered. He wanted to dodge, but in front of my precognitive observation hockey, no matter where he ran, it was all in vain. With one slap, I knocked him from the sky down to the ground and held him down firmly. This guy was like an electric eel caught, frantically discharging electricity, but for me, that little bit of electric charge felt like a therapy session, tingly and quite pleasant. I just held on to him, letting him discharge freely, while silently chanting for the system to start the settlement. Let me tell you, this guy's endurance is really poor. After just 1 hour, the power was as weak as a non-fu battery, with no feeling left at all. But it was enough. The system notified me that I had successfully mastered the ability of the Thunder Fruit. I smiled with satisfaction and kicked the exhausted Enel into the world of Song Song, where Crocodile was locked up. "Go on, be with your future good friend." Let me tell you, Old Sand originally thought I was letting him out for some fresh air, but then the door closed again and he got a new roommate. When he saw Enel's miserable state, he went over to mock him. Enel couldn't take that insult and retaliated with a divine punishment. As a result, Old Sand just turned to sand, and it was nothing. Old Sand laughed. "Natural type against natural type. You can't be domineering, kid." In the next second, Old Sand, with his armed colored fist, went in for an attack. Well, one only knows armed color, and the other only knows observation color. What a coincidence, isn't it? Go ahead and love and kill each other. After dealing with these two big kings, I returned to Nami and the others. I smiled and said, "Let's go. Time to get the money." We arrived at the Golden Country, and the scene was incredible. The entire city was made of gold. Nami's eyes were almost turning into belly symbols. Noki was still worried about how to move it, and I waved my hand directly. "Move what? Let's create it on-site." I unleashed the maximum power of the Thunder Fruit, instantly melting the entire Golden City. Then I used the ice fruit to shape and cool it down, executing the operation seamlessly. An hour later, the Golden City had transformed into a pure gold spaceship larger than an island. I took them aboard the ship, using the Thunder Fruit as the engine, and we flew this extravagant flying ship towards Water City. When we reached the sky above Water City, the people below were terrified, thinking the sky was about to collapse. Once they realized it was a giant ship made of pure gold, they started to gather around and take pictures. I steadied the ship 100 meters above Tom's shipyard and then jumped down with the girls, leaving a clone hand in the sky using electromagnetic force to hold the ship. But as soon as I landed, I felt that something was off. In the factory, Uncle Tom was missing, and instead, there were a bunch of guys in black suits staring at us with strange looks. My heart sank. This was bad. CP9, those overachievers, had shown up early. Just then, a familiar figure walked out from the corner. Sure enough, the world government was after the design of Pluto. The young leader, I tell you, had a face full of arrogance, and his hair was styled like a pigeon. It was none other than Rob Lucci. Goodness. The future ace of CP9 now looked like a freshly graduated intern, acting all high and mighty. I don't want to waste time with him, so I get straight to the point. Where's Uncle Tom? This guy is quite pretentious, looking me up and down, and says, "I know you, Ning, the genius from the Navy." I wanted to laugh at that moment. I asked you a question, and you're here chatting with me? I interrupted him directly. I'll ask you again, where is Tom? If you caught him, hand him over quickly. I'll give you 5 minutes, otherwise. Don't blame me for being ruthless. While I was speaking, I had already used my perception to locate Uncle Tom's position in the supply room in just 1 second. But this realization made my anger surge up immediately. Uncle was covered in injuries. These bastards actually dared to take matters into their own hands. My gaze instantly turned cold, and the killing intent was hard to contain. That kid Lucci was still completely unaware, reciting his lines. Criminal Tom, assisting Pirate King Roger in shipbuilding. Heinous crimes. We are ordered to arrest you, and if you dare to interfere, you will be an accomplice. As he spoke, the fighting spirit in his eyes was almost overflowing. However, I actually hoped you would try to stop us. It would give me a chance to test your so-called genius. Family, who understands? The way he dragged out the last syllable was still hanging in the air, and I just slapped him right in the face. Bam! I tell you, I didn't even use much force. Really, it was just like swatting a fly. Lucci flew out like a cannonball, knocking down all his teammates behind him. Like Kaku and Bruno, a whole bunch of them, all fell over like a row of dominoes. The only one left in the arena was a girl named Khalifa, wearing glasses, looking completely stunned and frozen in place. Probably didn't even see when I moved. Just when she was about to make a defensive gesture, I had already teleported in front of her and grabbed her delicate neck. The girl panicked immediately, feeling the real killing intent from my hand. Her face turned pale. You can't kill us. We are from the world government. I laughed. Do you still dare to threaten me? Go to Kuin's world and calm down. With a casual swipe, I tore open a rift in space, revealing a bunch of trainees playing basketball inside. I tossed Khalifa in with a flick of my hand. 10 minutes later, I pulled her back out. Let me tell you, this girl is done for. Her eyes are vacant, and she's in a daze, seeing everyone as if they were playing basketball. No matter how impressive the world government's agent training is, it can't withstand this kind of mental pollution. I slapped her face and said, Go, bring Master Tom out to me. Otherwise, next time it won't just be 10 minutes. I'll make you stay in there until the end of time. Khalifa trembled in fear and scrambled towards the storage room. Forget about the world government holding her accountable. Right now, she would do anything, even climb a mountain of knives or walk through fire, as long as she didn't have to go back to that hellish place. At that moment, the group of Lucci, whom I had knocked down with a slap, also slowly got up, groaning. The way they looked at me was as if they'd seen a ghost, filled with fear. Especially Lucci, who lay on the ground for a long time and couldn't recover, probably with his head buzzing. He must be thinking that if I had used even a bit more strength in that slap, his head would have exploded like a watermelon. I looked at them and really couldn't muster any interest. Too weak, not exciting. I turned to the girls behind me and said, Nami, Nojiko, Yuta, you guys go ahead and practice on them. Let's test the results of your recent training. Upon hearing this, the CP9 members actually breathed a sigh of relief. As long as I wasn't personally getting involved, they felt that dealing with a few young girls shouldn't be a problem. Well, they sure were confident. Soru, Shurgon, Tekken. Right from the start, they unleashed their 6 powers, catching Nami and the others off guard. But the girls who had taken the War God Potion were not to be underestimated. In less than 5 minutes, they adapted to the rhythm and began to absurdly learn from the scene. I sat by with my arms crossed, utterly astonished. The scene was like a learning software running at double speed. The girls' skills were skyrocketing, especially Guina, who chased after Kaku with a sword, nearly scaring his long nose askew. Lucci and the others were increasingly alarmed and desperate. What kind of monstrous learning ability is this? Their progress was faster than the elites of their CP organization. This is not scientific. 2 hours later, the situation had completely reversed. The CP9 members' mastery of the 6 powers was not only learned by the girls, but they also used them better than the CP9. With the same skills, their enhanced physical abilities were overwhelming. Lucci and the others were all beaten black and blue, lying on the ground, questioning their lives. Khalifa had long helped Uncle Tom out, and she had witnessed the entire teaching match, her face pale with fright. She realized that in this lifetime, they would never catch up with these girls. At that moment, Robin walked over and said, Ning Chuan, the doctor has finished bandaging Master Tom. I nodded. Robin, pack these sparring partners up. Robin smiled slightly, and the power of the flower fruit activated, causing countless arms to sprout from the ground, tying up the fallen CP9 members like rice dumplings. Robin? Khalifa heard this name, and, seeing this ability, her pupils shook. The flower fruit. You are the child of the devil, Nico Robin? She must have been overwhelmed with shock inside. Goodness, not only is Ning Chuan beating up CP9, but he also has the world government's #1 wanted criminal by his side? What is he trying to do? Is he aiming for the heavens? She desperately tried to hide her shock, but that little bit of acting was no different from being transparent in front of me. I laughed. Oh, recognize me? I originally wanted you to disappear for a while, but now it's good. You can't go back anymore. I raised my hand and opened the closed world of songs where Crocodile and Enel were, throwing all the CP9 members in except for Khalifa. Just before closing the door, I shouted inside, Crocodile, Enel, a few little agents from the world government have come. It's up to you to educate them. Enel tried to sneak out, but I slapped him back in. Khalifa watched this scene, her heart sinking to the bottom. But then she thought, wait, we still have a backup. Bruno, his door fruit ability, no one would expect it. That was our last hope. Just as a tiny spark ignited in her heart. I poured a bucket of cold water on it. All right, I almost forgot, as if just remembering, there's someone inside named Bruno, right? He's a door fruit user. Isn't he? That's a pretty good spatial ability. Khalifa was instantly petrified. Stubborn die saying, de door fruit. I've never heard of it. I clicked my tongue twice and said, good acting, but unfortunately, it's useless to me. I directly opened a song world again in front of her and pulled Bruno out like I was lifting a chick. Kaku and Lucci inside were completely filled with despair at this scene. I threw Bruno to the ground and coldly looked at him. Door fruit, show me. If you don't obey, I'll kill one of your companions every minute, starting with Khalifa. Robin very cooperatively started the countdown. 60, 59. Bruno, this guy, was quite tough, gritting his teeth and refusing to move. I didn't waste any time and directly grabbed Khalifa by the neck again. Watching Khalifa's face turn purple from the suffocation, Bruno finally couldn't hold on any longer. I'll do it. Let her go. He had no choice but to open a door in the air right in front of me. I released Khalifa and walked up to him. With my observation hockey maximized, I could see every movement and detail of energy flow clearly. At the same time, I silently urged in my heart, system, begin settlement. Wow, the space-type ability is indeed impressive. I spent 3 hours squeezing Bruno to the point of near dehydration and even gave him a bottle of life-burning stimulant in between, before finally hearing the wonderful notification sound in my mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully mastering the door fruit ability. I smiled with satisfaction. Looking at Bruno, who was already exhausted on the ground, I thought that this kid was a hidden danger. If I kept him around, he could run away at any moment. But it would be a pity to just kill him. Guena, go get a pair of sea-stone handcuffs from the ship. I first handcuffed him to turn him back into an ordinary person, then isolated him in a separate space, locking him up alone. After doing all this, I turned to look at the trembling Khalifa. Do you want to live? She nodded vigorously. If you want to live, you need to perform in our play. An hour later, a grand show took place at the port of Water 7. Lucci, Khalifa, and the others escorted Uncle Tom, who was wearing heavy shackles, onto the world government's ship. The clueless crowd believed that the legendary shipwright Tom had been officially arrested. No one noticed Bruno in the line, his face covered with a black cloth, his figure a bit strange. The fleet's commander, that fool named Spandam, saw Lucci and the others returning with Tom and the plans for Pluton on board, laughing so hard that his mouth almost reached his ears, his mind filled with thoughts of promotion and wealth. As the ship set sail into the vast sea, Bruno suddenly transformed into a pile of sand with a puff. My figure descended from the sky and landed on the deck. Spandam was taken aback for a moment, then screamed for Lucci and the others to take me down. But what about Lucci and the others? They stood straight, looking at me as if I were a deity, not daring to move. What are you doing? Are you not going to follow my orders? Spandam shouted in frustration. I didn't even look at him, I'll give you 10 minutes. On the ship, leave no survivors except for your own people. Otherwise, you won't need to exist anymore. Rucci and the others exchanged glances and instantly understood. In the next moment, Rucci moved. A finger gun shot directly through Spandam's heart. I'm telling you, that expression was pure satisfaction. He probably wanted to do this for a long time. With the master taking action, what hesitation could the others have? Kaku, Khalifa, and the others also let go completely, and the whole ship instantly turned into a slaughterhouse. 10 minutes later, the ship was a river of blood. I nodded in satisfaction, casually opened a door in the air, and sent them back to the shipyard along with Uncle Tom. Then, I turned to face that government ship and raised my hand to unleash a devastating thunderbolt. Boom! The entire ship, along with all the incriminating evidence on it, was blasted to smithereens and sank into the deep sea. Back at the shipyard, I disassembled that pure gold ship into towering piles of gold bars, pointed at the mountain of gold, and said to Uncle Tom and the others, mobilize. The investigation team of the world government has been completely wiped out, buying us a year of time. During this year, spare no expense, and buy back all the materials for me. The day this battleship is completed will be the day I go to war with the world government. I looked at everyone's serious faces and added, as for safety concerns, there's no need to worry. When the time comes, I will move you all and the entire factory up to the sky. Without further ado, I set out to sea alone and found several uninhabited islands in the nearby waters. Then, I directly opened a giant spatial door several kilometers wide at an altitude of 10,000 meters using the door fruit, with the other side leading to the Sky Island. Next, using the capabilities of the split fruit, I decomposed the entire island into countless huge chunks of earth, then manipulated them with electromagnetic force, dumping them into the Sky Island through the spatial door like disposing of garbage. The people on the Sky Island were immediately in an uproar. Both the natives and the residents of Gaia Island were stunned. The sky opened up a huge mouth, and countless lands fell from above. A miracle. This is a miracle. The true God is bestowing us land. Just as they were fervently praying and bowing to the sky, my figure slowly emerged from the spatial door. When the people below recognized me, they instantly erupted with excitement. It's him. It's him. The savior who drove away the false god Enel. Our God. The God has brought us land. Listening to the roaring cheers, I was a bit dazed. Wow, is this how one becomes a god? I thought it should be fair. So, with a wave of my hand, I divided the land I brought over into two parts, giving one to the indigenous people and one to the residents of Gaia Island, merging them into their territory. Then, above my head with the remaining land, I constructed a brand new, larger floating continent as our future base. Just as they were still shouting miracles, I cleared my throat, ready to say a few words to my new followers. At that time, I established 2 rules for the new believers, and I said them very firmly. Listen carefully. First, this floating island will be a peace zone from now on. Anyone who dares to take action will die. Second, the land above my head is my private territory. Anyone who dares to trespass will also die. Just these 2 rules, not a word more. I can't be bothered with the rest of the trivial matters. I told you, as soon as I'm done here, I'm going to open the door and leave, continuing to be my nature's porter. But those folks down below, wow. They took my words as if they were a royal decree, each one of them getting incredibly excited. Then they saw another huge gap opening in the sky. And with a crash, countless pieces of soil and stone started falling down. While I was building my base, I also thought that I shouldn't keep all the good stuff to myself, so I casually shared some precious soil with the other 2 groups. Oh my gosh. With just that little bit of soil, those people down there were crying as if they had found their long-lost father. The cheers were deafening. Family, who understands? The broken mud that was everywhere down there turned into treasures more precious than gold up here, capable of growing food and sustaining life. I moved for 3 whole days, tirelessly clearing out over 20 uninhabited islands, and I constructed a super aerial fortress capable of holding hundreds of thousands of people in the sky. Nami and the others came over, and when they saw this grand undertaking, their eyes widened in amazement, completely satisfied. The house was built. The base was taking shape. Everything was ready, just waiting for the materials to come together. I was preparing to surprise the world government directly at an altitude of 10,000 meters by building a Poseidon-class battleship. At that time, I couldn't wait to see their bewildered expressions. I found Master Tom and explained to him that we need to prepare for the next stop, Egghead Island. I planned to invite the top scientist Vegapunk to help us solve our power problem. When Master Tom heard the name Vegapunk, his eyes lit up. After all, he is the idol of scientists all over the world. He patted his chest and promised me that he would definitely gather all the materials and not waste a single penny of mine. It was clear that the old man was truly ready to go all out for this ship. After saying goodbye to Tom, I took Nami and the others onto a new ship. Let me tell you, this ship is eye-catching. I originally wanted to build it using the atom tree, but that was difficult to manage, so I simply used my abilities to synthesize a fully metallic hull. It was all shiny gold, and as soon as it hit the sea, it was like a moving 24K pure gold target, making sure no one could miss it. Our next stop is the Sabaody Archipelago. However, after leaving Water City, we have an extra person on board, that CP9 member named Khalifa. Robin is very happy about this. She has been promoted to head maid, even though her only subordinate is Khalifa. Sailing on the sea is so boring, so I often play Mahjong with Nami and the others. Khalifa stands behind us, curiously trying to figure out how this game is played. 30,000. Nami hesitated for a long time before playing a card. My eyes lit up, I chuckled, and boom. Oh, sorry, a flower balloons on the bar. 18 arits. I pushed the cards and looked at Nami, Nojiko, and Yuta, whose faces were instantly petrified. I couldn't help but laugh. Hee hee, this month's salary is mine again. Huh. Nami was so shocked. Is it again the 18 arits? Ning Chuan, are you cheating? This is too much. No, Jiko directly slumped onto the lounge chair, entering a mode of giving up. Yuta was on the verge of tears, sobbing, Ning Chuan, big brother, you've won all my pocket money. I glanced at Guena and the others watching the show with a wicked smile and said, hey, you guys, want to come up and take a substitute? They shook their heads like rattles, joking that my unscrupulous boss had already spread the word on the ship about winning wages by peeking at cards with the observation hockey. Watching them being forced to go train one by one, I felt a sense of pride. Want to slack off? No chance. My actions are like this. While you're just dealing with cards, I'm dealing with human relationships. To help them improve, I really go to great lengths. Just then, let me tell you, something strange happened. It was sunny just a moment ago, but suddenly the sky turned dark. Not the kind of dark clouds, but a pitch-black mist so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, engulfing our entire ship. We're used to the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line, but this time it was different. We sailed forward for a bit, and when we looked back, good grief, the way we came was completely gone, leaving only a vast expanse of black mist. Nami, as the navigator, sensed something was off first and ran over to tell me. I waved my hand dismissively, remaining calm, thinking, what's there to panic about? It's just a detour into the Devil's Triangle, a small matter. Devil's Triangle? As soon as I said that, the faces of several girls on the ship turned pale. Vivi was so scared that she huddled up next to me. Is this the rumored haunted sea area? My father said that many ships came in but never came out again. Nami and Nico Robin, who usually fear nothing, also flinched at the mention of ghosts. Kuna even placed her hand directly on the hilt of her sword. The funniest was Yuta, who, frightened like a koala, jumped up and clung to my neck, looking around anxiously, terrified that something might float out from somewhere. Only Robin and Khalifa remained relatively calm. I'm amused. What is there to be afraid of? With me around, not to mention ghosts, even the King of Hell would have to bow to me. Besides, there are no ghosts here, but there are fun things. I raised my hand and pointed, and in the distance, I saw a tattered ghost ship drifting towards us. Did you see that? There's a living skeleton on that ship. Quite interesting. Hey, a living skeleton? Oh my gosh, that's a ghost. Nami, scared, clung to my neck and refused to look up. Just as the ship was getting closer, I suddenly turned my head to look at the other side of the sea and smiled. I didn't expect to run into an old friend here. As soon as I finished speaking, a loud whale call echoed through the sky. Nami and the others, upon hearing this sound, instantly transformed their fear into excitement. It was Laboon's voice. Yuta was the first to shout it out. That's right. It's that big whale from Twin Cape. I was a bit surprised that this guy really made it all the way here. It seems he has already met up with Brooke. Just when we were all captivated by Laboon, a cheeky voice suddenly rang in our ears. Excuse me, beautiful lady. May I have the pleasure of admiring your monster? A living skeleton. Get rid of it. Nami and the others turned around and started screaming and attacking. Poor Brooke, he hadn't even finished his sentence before he was knocked silly by a flurry of punches, almost having his old bones broken. I quickly rescued him, and he curled up in a corner, hugging his legs and muttering about how scary the little lowly was. In the sea, Laboon poked his huge head out, excitedly calling out. Nami and the others jumped onto Laboon's head, touching and hugging him. I once patted Laboo and chatted with it in whale language that I just learned from the system. Goodness, this little guy took the medicine I gave him, and his combat power skyrocketed. He pushed straight from Twin Cape all the way here, and all the sea kings he encountered had to take a detour. He just followed his instincts and really found Brooke. Unfortunately, Brooke is now just a skeleton, and Laboo didn't recognize him at first. It was Brooke who started playing that familiar tune, and only then did the two of them, one person and one whale, truly recognize each other across decades of time. After hearing this story, several young girls on the ship were moved to tears. In the corner, Brooke saw how familiar we were with Laboo, and his mischievous thoughts returned. Just as he was about to ask for another pair of pants, Guena's sword suddenly unsheathed a bit, scaring him back into a crouch. What? You want us to help? I was a bit surprised after hearing Laboo's request. It turns out that Brooke's shadow was stolen by a guy named Moonlight Moria. Without a shadow, he can't see the light and can't leave this ghostly place. To help him, Laboo even called a bunch of Sea King brothers to gang up on Moria, but the guy was too strong and they couldn't win. They even lost a crocodile Sea King buddy, who was captured and turned into a zombie. Now Laboo is out of options, and when he saw me, it was like he saw a savior. As soon as I heard that, I laughed. I'm not really interested in Moria's abilities, but he has two treasures under him. One is Absalom's transparent fruit, and the other is Perona's ghost fruit. Of course, I'm more interested in Perona herself, the little lowly. Brooke was eavesdropping nearby, looking incredulous and a bit worried. Are you guys going to help me? That guy is really scary. I don't want to drag you kids into this. Yuta crossed her arms on my neck, proudly saying to him, Don't worry, Mr. Skeleton. Brother Ning Chuan is super strong. That Moria guy will be taken down in no time. Brooke looked at me with skepticism, but I suddenly spoke up. Mr. Brooke, you're the user of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, right? He instinctively nodded. I laughed. This fruit is not bad. It can bring someone back to life and also allow me to master soul power. Can you please demonstrate your ability? I want to add a layer of insurance for these little guys at home. Brooke looked bewildered, thinking to himself how these two things were related. But seeing that I didn't seem to be joking, he had no choice but to comply. He then controlled his own soul and floated out of his skeletal frame. Just at the moment his soul left his body, wow, the system in my mind beeped loudly. Congratulations, host, for successfully experiencing the power of the Huangquan fruit. Activating 10,000 times return. I told him to stay still right there, just floating like that. I silently chanted, System, settle. Keep settling. Settle me to death. After an hour passed, almost drained Brooke's old bones. He was about to collapse. Finally, a heavenly voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully mastering the ability of the Hades fruit. It worked. My understanding of soul power just hit a peak. Then a light bulb went off in my head. Wow, isn't this just a soul cultivation sheet? Can I copy this set of skills for my little treasures at home? So they can also grasp their soul power in advance, immune to any soul intimidation from aunties or the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki. But how to teach them? Directly teaching 1T work. I got it. That fat guy, Moonlight Moria's Shadow Fruit, is simply a tailor-made teaching tool. As long as I get his ability, I can use my shadow to temporarily enter their bodies, guiding them hand in hand to form muscle memory for controlling their souls. With that thought, I felt that I absolutely must get my hands on that Shadow Fruit. Let us go. I waved my hand at La Boon, leading the way. La Boon shouted excitedly and cleared the path ahead. Soon, we stopped at Moria's Eerie Island. Brooke wanted to follow, but I shut him down with a single remark. You should stay here, don't hold us back. Khalifa introduced us on the side. Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords, once challenged Kaido, and after failing, he hid here. I can't help but laugh when I hear this. To put it bluntly, he's just a failed middle-aged man who got beaten down by reality and then resorted to underhanded methods, just like Crocodile. I directly activated my observation haki to the maximum, instantly locking onto the positions of everyone on the island. Let's go. First grab the transparent fruit. We directly sneaked into Absalom's room. That guy was sleeping soundly, and when he opened his eyes and saw our group of beauties, he was about to drool, thinking he was dreaming. I went up and gave him a big slap. Bam! He was stunned. I laughed. Don't worry, you're not dreaming. As soon as I finished speaking, bam, another even louder one. It directly made him see stars. And then I waved my hand, opened the door to the world of songs, packed him up, and tossed him inside to give Crocodile and the others a new teammate. The next target is Perona. When we entered her room, the little girl had just been awakened by her doll. Seeing us, she innocently asked, Are you the playmates that Lord Moria sent for me? Looking at her lonely appearance, I felt a bit reluctant, but time was of the essence. There was no time to explain. We had to capture her first. As soon as little Perona heard this, she immediately realized we were enemies and instantly activated her ability, sending several negative ghosts floating toward us. I unleashed my domineering aura, and in her shocked gaze, those ghosts seemed to crash into an invisible wall, getting stuck in midair. Why? Are my ghosts ineffective? Just as she was questioning her life, I swept through with my Conqueror's Haki, and the little girl rolled her eyes and fainted directly. I used the power of the flower fruit to roll her over and directly stuffed her into Robin's arms. She's just a little girl, so I'm not locking her up. Maid, from now on, this child will be under your care. I tell you, Carly's expression at that moment was clearly one of relief. After all, the work will be much easier from now on. She went up and clicked, putting the sea stone handcuffs on that little girl Perona, and now she was obedient, saving them from her sneaky actions behind their backs. I told you, after we dealt with Perona, we continued deeper into the ancient castle. Goodness, the sights along the way were simply forbidding. Everywhere, there were ancient corpses dug up from who knows where, among them one called Frost Moon Lama, who was said to be a fierce character known for slaying dragons. My buddy is also a person of taste. Instead of doing anything to those corpses, he simply snapped his fingers and used the power of the ice fruit to freeze them all into eternal ice sculpture masterpieces. Before long, we fought our way to the final boss's room. Kicking the door open, we saw a bizarre-looking guy, nearly 7 meters tall, resembling a giant onion. sitting on the throne waiting for us. As soon as he saw us, he leisurely started clapping his hands, and the smile on his face gave me goosebumps. He fixed his gaze on my buddy Ning Chuan, his eyes glinting like a hungry wolf spotting meat, and said, "Little ghost, your strength is quite impressive. Just give me your shadow, and I can go take revenge on Kaido." At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. Dude, do you have some kind of grand misunderstanding about yourself? Back then, you were defeated by Kaido, and the whole crew was wiped out, leaving you as the lone commander. Now you see my buddy and feel like you found hope for a comeback? You even said that if you cut off the shadows of Ning Chuan, you could have his talent. Family, who understands? This train of thought is so bizarre it could win the 2025 award for confusing behavior. Ning Chuan couldn't even be bothered to waste words with him and got straight to the point. Moria, I know you know I'm stronger than you. Surrender honestly and release the shadows you've stolen, including those of my friends, and you might suffer less physical pain. And guess what? Moria got even more excited. Surrender without a fight? Moria, haven't fallen to that level yet. With a roar, let me tell you, the scene was something else. Thousands of shadows all over the island. A dark mass, rushing into his body like a tide. Good grief, his 7-meter height began to swell like a balloon, 10 meters, 20 meters, until he turned into a giant nearly 100 meters tall. Feeling the explosive power within him, he yelled at Ning Chuan, "You little brat, take a punch for me and see." A fist bigger than a truck came crashing down with the sound of wind. And what happened? My buddy didn't even blink. And in front of us, with a bang, a transparent barrier appeared, directly bouncing that fist back. Moria was dumbfounded at that moment. His expression like that of a primitive man seeing a smartphone for the first time, mumbling, "Barrier fruit? How can this ability be on you?" He was not afraid at all. Instead, he got even more excited, howling that he wanted to steal my buddy's shadow and barrier ability together. Then he went crazy, raining down punches like hail, but he wasn't hitting us. He aimed at the ground beside us, trying to collapse the ground beneath our feet and bury us alive. My buddy just shook his head and said, "I'm not going to waste time with you anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to swell. He grew larger and larger, eventually transforming into a golden Buddha over 300 meters tall, shining brightly, towering over Moria by more than 200 meters. Moria was dumbfounded, looking up with his mouth agape, big enough to fit an egg, probably questioning his life choices. Before he could react, my buddy's golden palm, bigger than a basketball court, came crashing down. Bam! A loud bang echoed across the entire island. It was so crisp. With that slap, Moria was sent reeling, spitting black foam and shadows. And his body shrank a size. This guy was tough. After taking that hit, he was still calculating how to sneak away with shadows when my buddy relaxed his guard. Then my buddy casually said, "Just now, I only used 1/20th of my strength. With my full power, you might need a good long sleep." As soon as those words came out, Moria completely broke down. Wait, he was probably roaring inside. What kind of gamble is this? A full power strike would probably turn him into minced meat. He tried to use his ability to turn into a shadow and escape, but it was too late. My buddy's Conqueror's Haki was instantly unleashed, and the pressure was so intense, it felt like the air had solidified, pinning him to the spot, unable to use his powers. Moria was completely panicked. He felt this Conqueror's Haki was even more terrifying than Kaido's back in the day, and he was engulfed in fear of being dominated by Kaido. In that dazed moment, my buddy's golden fist, wrapped in black lightning, came crashing down. With one punch, he sent the 100-meter-tall Moria straight into the ground over 100 meters deep, like a nail being hammered in. All the shadows inside him erupted out like a volcanic eruption, returning to their respective owners. When the dust settled, Moria had reverted to his original size, his bones shattered, lying in the pit like a pile of mush. If my buddy had held back a bit at the end, he would have become a legend by now. Ning Chuan sighed, casually tore open a space, and tossed the severely injured Moria into his Song World prison-like garbage, letting him meet Lao Sha and the others as a new cellmate. Wow, that prison was lively. When Crocodile and Enel saw another newcomer fall in, they crowded over to take a look, and lo and behold, it was the former warlord, Gecko Moria. Enel and Lao Sha immediately started arguing over who could recruit this new little brother, and it looked like they were about to come to blows. Then Moria slowly regained consciousness, and upon hearing that these two wanted him to be their subordinate, he exploded. As a dignified warlord, how could he tolerate this? Straining his injured body, he retaliated by cutting off Lao Sha and Enel's shadows. Now, well, the three of them directly opened up and turned into a chaotic brawl. My buddy happened to bring us in at this time, and it was like watching a show. Nami even asked who would win. and Ning Chuan saw through it at a glance. Moria was injured and would be the first to be eliminated. Old Sand and Enel couldn't do anything to each other, and in the end, it was still a tie. The result turned out to be exactly as he analyzed. When they got tired of fighting, Ning Chuan was too lazy to watch anymore, so he released his Conqueror's Haki, instantly silencing the entire arena. He waved his hand casually, creating a wall to separate them, then tossed Perona in as well, lining her up with Moria and Absalom. It's nothing much. I just want to borrow your fruit abilities. Ning Chuan said with a smile. One by one, show me your abilities. Those who don't listen will know what happens next. Next came my buddy's exclusive ability, Supermarket Time. 1 hour later, Shadow Fruit get. 2 hours later, Transparent Fruit get. 3 hours later, Spirit Fruit get. Focused on efficiency. After learning the abilities, he brought out Perona, the new maid, and left the remaining guys to continue their love-hate relationship inside. Outside, Brooke had already retrieved his shadow, and he was so excited that he was moved to tears. We held a grand feast using Moria stock to celebrate. And early the next morning, we said goodbye to Brooke and La Boone, officially setting sail toward the end of the Grand Line, Sabeti Archipelago. Let me tell you, my buddy isn't going to Shambadi for a vacation this time. His plan is absolutely crazy. He intends to take out a few celestial dragons on the island and create a huge news story to attract the attention of the world government. This way, Mr. Tom and the others he has arranged in the rear can safely acquire shipbuilding materials. Moreover, Shambadi is the territory of Admiral Kizaru, and if anything goes wrong, Kizaru will definitely be the first to arrive. My buddy's ultimate goal is to use this opportunity to reach out to the genius scientist Vegapunk, who is behind Kizaru, and then kidnap him back to Sky Island to work for himself. A week passed, and we could already see the Sabeti Archipelago through the telescope. As soon as the ship docked, before we even had a chance to get off and steady ourselves, a figure with an explosive aura blocked our way. With graying hair, sword in hand, and a clear look of anger in his eyes. My buddy squinted his eyes and recognized the visitor. It's Rayleigh, the Dark King? He was a bit puzzled. Why was this second in command of Roger's ship, the legendary pirate, here to find us? And why did he look like he was ready to fight? Rayleigh spoke directly, his voice steady and powerful. You are Ning Chuan from Cocoa West Village in the East Blue, right? As soon as he heard the name of the village, Ning Chuan instantly understood. Back when he was in Nami's hometown, he had annihilated Arlong and his gang of fishmen. Among them a fishman named Xiao Ba. And this Xiao Ba just happened to have saved Rayleigh's life. Sure enough, Ning Chuan asked directly, is it because of Xiao Ba? Rayleigh's anger flared even more, but he still tried to be reasonable. I know they went too far, and Xiao Ba's death was his own fault. However, I owe him a life, and I must repay that debt. He looked Ning Chuan up and down and said, Shanks mentioned you to me, saying you're very strong. Even he is not your match. But even so, this battle must happen. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand pointed straight at Ning Chuan. My buddy laughed and sent us all back to the ship, telling everyone to sail away to avoid getting caught up in it. Senior Rayleigh, since you want to taste failure so much, I'll one-T hold back. He didn't even take out a weapon, but unfortunately, with your current strength, you're not qualified to make me draw my sword. This provocation was absolutely off the charts. Rayleigh's face darkened. This kid was indeed quite arrogant. He stopped talking, and his entire aura erupted. The Conqueror's Haki wildly wrapping around his sword, darkening the sky around him, with black lightning crackling everywhere. Whoosh! A devastating sword light slashed straight towards Ning Chuan. In the face of this terrifying blow, my buddy stood still, not moving at all. Just as the sword energy approached, his own Conqueror's Haki erupted. The two top-tier Conqueror's Haki clashed fiercely in the air, producing a deafening roar. Then, that familiar barrier appeared in his hand, effortlessly blocking Rayleigh's full-force strike. The dispersed sword energy instantly flattened hundreds of trees around, while Ning Chuan remained unscathed. Rayleigh was shaken to his core. His Conqueror's Haki was actually suppressed, and his full-force sword strike was blocked so easily. This young man's strength was even more terrifying than what Shanks had said. But after all, he was the Dark King Rayleigh. After the shock, he quickly calmed down, disappearing from his spot in an instant, planning to use his speed to engage in close combat. He believed that as long as he was fast enough, Ning Chuan wouldn't have time to react to his barrier. But what he didn't expect was that when he rushed in front of Ning Chuan with his sword, Ning Chuan actually removed the barrier and stood there with an open guard. Rayleigh thought to himself, this is an opportunity. He instantly exerted all his strength and unleashed over 100 sword strikes. However, the most absurd scene occurred. After over 100 sword strikes, Ning Chuan remained motionless. Yet Rayleigh didn't land a single hit. My buddy's body seemed to have predicted all the attack paths, automatically splitting into pieces at the moment the blade fell, easily dodging all the slashes. This is Buggy-esque chop fruit? Rayleigh was completely dumbfounded, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Freezing, lava, giant Buddha, and now barriers and splitting. How many types of devil fruit abilities does this kid have? Moreover, the barrier and splitting abilities are simply a nightmare for all swordsmen. How can he fight like this? For the first time, Rayleigh felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his hand gripping the sword. I'm telling you, this is not even about whether he can win or lose. It's simply a crushing defeat. That kid didn't even draw his sword, just smiled at Rayleigh. And then do you know what happened? The Ice Age. The lava hell. Goodness, it was like ice and fire hitting him directly in the face. And that's not all. The Sand fruit, the Spirit fruit, the Thunder fruit. Oh my gosh, it was like he was using a cheat code. Skills coming out one after another without any cooldown. He unleashed a brutal barrage on an old man who was nearly 70. I couldn't believe my eyes. That kid Ning Chuan seemed to be enjoying it too much, transforming into a dazzling golden Buddha, with Black Conqueror's hockey lightning wrapping around his fists. Raining down like a storm, bang, 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 smashing onto Rayleigh. The entire island sank several meters from his blows. For half an hour. Does anyone understand? It was a full half hour of relentless bombardment. Rayleigh's famous sword, which had accompanied him for decades, snapped with a crack and broke into 2 pieces. The old man himself was smashed into the ground by a golden heavy punch, lying there spitting blood, unable to stand up again. That scene, I tell you, had a certain tragic feel reminiscent of the latest 2025 version of Gojo Satoru being bisected. Ning Chuan transformed back into human form, disdainfully curling his lip, and like lifting a chick, picked up the unconscious Rayleigh and casually tossed him into the prison of that place called the Song World. As soon as Rayleigh was thrown in, the real fun began. Inside the prison, old Shaki, Enel, and that fat guy Moria were preparing to divide the territory. And when they saw, a newcomer, Enel, with his sharp ears, was the first to spot it and scoffed. What is this? An old man with white hair? This trash isn't worth my time. Whoever wants it can have it. The shrewdest old Shaki sensed something was off. Anyone who could be locked up by that kid Ning Chuan couldn't be an ordinary person. He decided to hold back for now. But Moria didn't care. He only had one transparent guy, Absalom, who was practically a lone commander, let alone an old man. He would take in an old lady too. Excitedly, he charged forward. You all don't want him? Then I'll take him. Ha, I'm going to cut off his shadow and make him my subordinate. Huh? When he got close and saw that face, he trembled, and his face turned pale. What the hell? The Dark King Rayleigh. Just as he wanted to turn and run, it was already too late. The supposedly unconscious Rayleigh suddenly stood up, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and easily grabbed Moria by the neck with one hand, lifting his massive 7-meter-tall body off the ground. Moonlight Moria, right? Rayleigh's voice was icy. Did I just hear you wanted to take me as your little brother? In the distance, Crocodile was sweating bullets, feeling extremely fortunate that he had held back. But Enel, this guy, wasn't online. He didn't know who the Dark King was. Seeing Moria and old Shaki's cowardly expressions, he got excited and pointed at Rayleigh, shouting, Hey, old man, are you really that strong? Want to try against me? I couldn't help but laugh while watching. Brother, you really are charging straight at the muzzle of the gun. Rayleigh had just been thoroughly beaten by Ning Chuan, and he was filled with anger. Sure enough, when Ning Chuan saw Enel about to be beaten to a pulp by Rayleigh, he found it too painful to watch and simply muted the prison. Then he turned and took Nami and the others to the amusement park. On the Ferris wheel at the amusement park, Ning Chuan pointed below and laughed wickedly. Look at those with fish tanks on their heads. I looked and thought, good grief, celestial dragons. He turned to Nami and the others and asked, What's the point of riding a carousel? Do you want to try riding a celestial dragon instead? The next second, the unfortunate trio of Crocodile, Enel, and Moria were released from the prison and appeared in front of the celestial dragons. The task was simple. Clear the area in 5 minutes. The celestial dragon's son, Charlos, with snot dripping from his nose, saw someone blocking the way and immediately shot. As a result, the bullet passed through Crocodile's body, bringing out a handful of sand. With no effect at all, Crocodile hesitated a bit. But this is a celestial dragon. Moria had already decided to go all out. What are you afraid of? We're going to be thrown into the black room anyway. Getting beaten up before going in is no loss. Enel was the most direct. Stop talking nonsense. I'm still a god. He raised his hand and unleashed a lightning strike, instantly blowing all the guards into a cloud of flesh. Moria quickly collected the shadows of those undercover guards, while Crocodile raised a massive sandstorm, blocking the arriving Navy reinforcements outside. After clearing the area, Ning Chuan leisurely walked over with the little girls. The celestial dragon's father, Saint Roseward, who had been shouting just a second ago, suddenly kneeled and pointed at his children, crying out, "Don't kill me. You can kill them. I'll give you money. I'll give you beauties." I have to tell you, Ning Chuan is really something else. He called out Rayleigh, handed him a supreme great knife, and then took out a camera, grinning as he said, "Come on, Rayleigh, chop him up. I'll take a cool picture for you." Rayleigh's face turned green at that moment. He instantly realized that the news about Buggy executing the celestial dragon was also this kid's doing behind the scenes. But he couldn't refuse, as his lover Xiaqi's life was still in their hands. With no choice, Rayleigh had to step forward with the knife, and with a swift motion, heads rolled. Ning Chuan snapped a picture with a click, then held the photo up to Rayleigh and asked, "How about this title for the news? The Dark King Rayleigh returns. Furious slice of the celestial dragon's dog head." What do you think? The other two celestial dragon siblings were so scared they wet their pants. Ning Chuan said, "If you want to live, kneel and be a horse." Without a word, they immediately got down on all fours, posing perfectly. Nami and her cute friends happily each rode a celestial dragon horse around in circles. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared. Admiral Kizaru had arrived. Rayleigh charged forward with his knife, and the two clashed in the air, sparks flying. Kizaru was about to call for reinforcements when Enel struck him with a bolt of lightning, shattering his transponder snail. Immediately after, Crocodile, Moria, Rayleigh, and the four of them surrounded Kizaru. Kizaru felt a chill run down his spine, and then Ning Chuan walked out from behind him, shouting with righteous fervor, "Admiral Kizaru, leave these brazen attackers of the celestial dragons to me. For justice, we must take them down." I was dumbfounded watching from the side. The thickness of his skin must be as thick as the red Earth continent. He is clearly the main director. Huang Yuan actually believed it. I was so moved, thinking this young man has such high awareness. I can't slack off like this anymore. Ning Chuan let him handle the interception on the periphery while he focused on the main attack. As soon as Huang Yuan heard this easy task, he agreed on the spot. Then Ning Chuan unleashed his conqueror's haki, and the black lightning flashed around, crashing against the aura of Rayleigh and the others. It was so real. After a moment of stalemate, he suddenly shouted at Huang Yuan, "Admiral Huang Yuan, I will use my devil fruit ability to temporarily take them down and protect the celestial dragons." Huang Yuan was stunned at that moment. What ability could take down these four masters at once? The next second, Ning Chuan actually started singing, while Huang Yuan was filled with questions. Unable to understand what this was about, Ning Chuan directly opened the singing world. Rayleigh and the other four cooperatively exclaimed, and without resistance, they were sucked in, and on the way out, they didn't forget to take those two celestial dragon siblings along as well. Huang Yuan was petrified in place, watching helplessly as both the enemies and the targets of protection disappeared. He instantly transformed into a beam of golden light and rushed to Ning Chuan's side, for the first time losing his lecherous expression, stammering with urgency. "Where are the celestial dragons? Where did you take them?" Seeing his anxious look, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking this guy, usually so lazy at work, is actually panicking now. But I didn't say that out loud. I maintained a serious expression and solemnly convinced him, "Admiral Huang Yuan, listen to me. Those four guys teamed up too fiercely. To prevent them from escaping, I used my devil fruit ability to temporarily lock them in a small dark room in another space. This small dark room can last for 7 days. I held up 7 fingers. These 7 days are enough for us to gather our forces. When the door opens, our main force will rush in and take down these vicious guys in one go, avenging the celestial dragons." Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan seemed to find some logic in it, but he quickly reacted, his face turning pale, saying, "Wait, those 2 celestial dragons are still inside. Goodness, look at how anxious he is. He doesn't care about the assassins, but the celestial dragons can't have any mishaps." I quickly patted my chest and guaranteed, "Admiral Huang Yuan, don't worry. I guarantee with my life that on my turf, the celestial dragons will be absolutely safe. Although I can't take on those 4 tough guys, protecting the 2 useless ones is more than enough." I changed my tone and guided them gently. "So, our top priority now is to quickly find a safe place, gather all our people, and set up a tight net. When they come out in 7 days, we'll take them down directly." At this point, I smirked a bit, revealing my true intentions. I was eyeing that heavily fortified Egghead Island, which looks pretty good. "What do you think, Admiral Kizaru? Egghead Island?" I tell you, as soon as Kizaru heard those 3 words, His lewd face instantly became alert. The way he looked at me was like he was staring at a scammer. He must have been thinking that everything felt too strange, as if every step was scripted by me, and he was just a tool. So many places to go. Why did it have to be Egghead Island? That's a secret research base for the Navy. His mind was racing with calculations. But then he thought I wasn't wrong. The defense power on that island, aside from a Navy headquarters, was indeed top-notch. If they opened the door and let people in, Rayleigh and the others would find it hard to escape. But he still felt something was off. I looked like I had some ulterior motive regarding Egghead Island. The more he thought about it, the more creepy he felt. Why was I present at both attacks on the Celestial Dragons? Who understands? In that moment, I felt like Kizaru's CPU was about to burn out. He must have flashed through an explosive thought. Damn, could this guy be a traitor? But he quickly dismissed that idea. If I were a traitor, wouldn't I be afraid that Rayleigh and the others would expose me after being caught? Did I really have the confidence to break out surrounded by so many powerful admirals? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out what I was up to. Then, I watched as that expression of resignation, of "I'm tired of this," appeared on his face. He probably figured it out, or decided to give up. This matter involved the Celestial Dragons. It was too hot to handle. Better to just pass the buck. He must have remembered Sengoku's earlier orders that from now on, matters concerning the Celestial Dragons would be handled entirely by the so-called Divine Guards, and the Navy would just assist. Thinking this way, Kizaru relaxed completely. In the workplace, it's all about not my business. Anyway, if the sky were to fall, the Divine Guards would take the hit. Why bother getting involved and risking a mess? If he could just throw this hot potato away, it would be the wisest choice. Thus, after a fierce internal struggle, this slacker admiral decisively chose to lay flat. He nodded in agreement with my proposal and took me to Egghead Island. As for what I would do with Egghead Island next, that was no longer his concern. Meanwhile, over at Mary Geos, let me tell you, it was quite a spectacle. Sengoku was reporting to the Five Elders, saying there was another incident in the Sabaody archipelago. Goodness, those old men blew up on the spot. That Saturn spat saliva all over Sengoku, roaring. Another one dead? And 2 missing? What are you Navy doing? Sengoku, looking helpless, quickly explained. No one is missing. They are temporarily detained by Ning. They'll be out in 7 days. Kizaru has already taken people to guard Egghead Island. As long as we send someone over, none of the assassins will escape. However, that financial god of war, Venus, with his bald head, looked at him sideways with disdain. You still want your Navy to send people? Last time, with 2 admirals, Garp, and you personally intervening, not even a buggy was left behind. This time, the opponent is much stronger than Buggy. If we let you go again, are you going to let them escape? Those words directly silenced Sengoku. There was no way around it. The last failure had already dropped the trust the 5 elders had in the Navy to freezing point. Finally, the one with the hooked mustache, Mercury, slammed his fist down. I've already contacted the Supreme Commander of the Divine Knights, Fegalandu Green Ghost. The next matters will be fully handled by him. You Navy just need to set up a perimeter. If you can't even handle this little thing, then you should just take off that uniform and get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud voice came from outside. Topman is right. You Navy are a bunch of useless trash. This matter will be taken over by us, the Divine Knights. I will personally lead a team to Egghead Island and take off Rayleigh's head. Sengoku turned around to see an old man with hair and a beard curved like a crescent moon walking in, sword at his waist. He recognized this person, a key figure in the God Valley incident. Sengoku's heart sank. He knew the Navy was completely out of this matter now, and all he hoped for was that I wouldn't provoke that old lunatic. The scene then cut back to Egghead Island. Kizaru was strolling around the island with me, like it was a park, when he suddenly received a call from Sengoku. After hanging up, he looked at me with a helpless expression and said earnestly, "The Divine Knights are going to take over here, and their leader is coming. Marshal Sengoku specifically asked me to remind you, don't provoke that guy." I smiled faintly and thought to myself, whether to provoke him or not depends on whether he knows how to read the room. Got it, I answered very straightforwardly, then changed the subject. But before you leave, Admiral Kizaru, could you do me a small favor? I want to grasp the ability of your Pika Pika, know me, before the fight starts. Kizaru was momentarily stunned. His expression was like he was asking if this kid had a fever. He probably thought to himself, I've already eaten the fruit, how are you going to grasp it? But his curious nature couldn't be suppressed, and he couldn't help but ask me, how are you going to grasp it? As soon as I saw he took the bait, I knew this was going to work. It seems that Akainu and Akiji, those 2 unfortunate guys, didn't have the guts to tell him that I had stolen their abilities. I answered easily. Of course, I learned directly. Kizaru was even more confused. Directly. Learned? Is it possible to learn the abilities of devil fruits? I looked at his incredulous expression and said with a mischievous smile, don't believe it? Just demonstrate it a few times in front of me, and I'll learn it from you. Is it really that simple? Kizaru was skeptical, but still extended his hand and shot a laser into the sky with a bayou. Is this okay? He asked. Don't rush. Let me digest it for a moment. I smiled slightly and silently thought, system settle. I'm telling you, my ability is incredible. It's all about replication. As long as I watch for a few seconds, I can directly activate a 10,000-fold return. What others have painstakingly trained for decades can be done in just a few seconds for me. Uncle Kizaru, keep going, do it a few more times. I feel like I'm about to master it. Although Kizaru thought this was completely ridiculous, he couldn't help his curiosity and continued to shoot lasers. System, continue the calculations. An hour passed just like that. Ding! A crisp sound echoed in my mind. It's done. Admiral Kizaru, it's ready. I smirked. I've successfully mastered your Pika Pika no Mi ability. Kizaru was completely petrified. Even his signature crooked smile was straightening out at this moment. What the hell? You've mastered it? Are you kidding me? I won't waste words. I smiled at him, raised my hand toward the passage in the distance, and with a thought, whoosh boom, a golden laser shot out from my fingertips, instantly exploding along that aerial road. The entire Egghead Island was filled with alarm sounds. The next second, Kizaru's snail phone rang, and inside came the roar of Bartolomeo. Old man, it was you who shot the laser again, right? How many times have I told you not to test new moves on the island? Kizaru hung up the phone, and when he looked at me again, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was sizing me up, probably contemplating whether to call Vegapunk to check my lineage factor. Just then, his snail phone rang again. It was Sengoku. Kizaru, you can withdraw. The God Knights are on their way. Kizaru hesitated for a moment and asked, should we take Vegapunk with us? I'm afraid it might turn into a fight. Sengoku interrupted him directly. The world government has long ordered Vegapunk not to leave the island. The God Knights will ensure his safety. Let's not complicate things. Kizaru had no choice but to place his hopes on me. Ning Chuan, promise me one thing. If a fight breaks out, protect Vegapunk. I smiled and assured, don't worry, General. I won't let him get hurt. I secretly added in my heart, of course, sending him to another place is the safest way. Kizaru evacuated everyone from the island. On Egghead Island, only I, Vegapunk, and his 6 clones remained. As soon as I activated my observation haki, I instantly locked onto the position of Vegapunk. With a thought, I transformed into a beam of light and vanished from my spot. Vegapunk, who was conducting an experiment, suddenly saw a flash of light beside him and thought it was Kizaru coming. However, when the light dissipated, he was shocked to find a little kid like me standing in front of him. The old man was stunned. Wait, wasn't that the power of the Pika Pika no Mi? I directly extended my hand to him. Hello, Mr. Vegapunk. My name is Ning Chuan. We will be collaborating often in the future. This old man truly deserves to be called a scientific madman. After his shock, he immediately entered work mode, shook my hand, and asked with shining eyes, did you really just use the power of the sparkle fruit? I nodded, exactly. Can you give me a little bit of your blood? Vegapunk was so excited that he could hardly speak, just a little bit. Sure, I readily agreed, and his eyes instantly lit up. But you have to agree to one condition first. Don't say 1, 100 will do. He was completely crazy now. The curvature of my mouth is getting bigger. My condition is simple. I want to give you a place where you can safely conduct experiments. What do you think? Vegapunk was stunned. Take me away? Are you joking? This place is under strict surveillance by the world government. I smiled and said, you must have been very frustrated when you were arrested for researching the lineage factor and your experiments were interrupted back then, right? I can give you a chance to research freely without anyone bothering you. He proposed 3 conditions. First, how to get him out. Second, he needed to bring his 6 clones. Third, all his experimental materials and equipment had to be packed up and taken away. It was simple. I casually drew a door frame in the air, pulled it, and behind the door was a scene of an empty island. We could just pack everything up and take it. Vegapunk stared at the door, completely dumbfounded. Door fruit? How do you have that ability too? Next came the crazy move. Under Vegapunk's guidance, we swept through Egghead Island like locusts, moving all the valuable items into my empty island base. Just as we were finishing up, his 6 clones appeared. One of them, named York, was wearing a bikini and was secretly holding a den mushi behind his back. I saw through it at a glance. This guy is a mole, reporting to the 5 elders. I sneered and directly asked, is a call to the 5 elders? Let me guess, is it to Saturn? York's face changed dramatically, still wanting to play dumb. I activated the ability of the Hana no Mi and snatched the snail phone from her hand. So it's Saturn, huh? I smiled brightly at the snail phone and said, I've taken care of your people. Vegapunk is coming with me. If you're angry, come find me at Egghead Island. After saying that, I crushed the snail phone and then aimed a laser at York, who was trying to escape. Boom! A brilliant fireworks display. On the other side, Saturn was so furious that he smashed the snail phone, shouting, "No, I must go to Egghead Island in person." He immediately used his ability to teleport there. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. When he set foot on Egghead Island, he happened to see the last scene of me sending Vegapunk through the door. "Oh, isn't that Saint Saturn?" I turned around and waved at him, saying, "I called you, and you actually dared to come. You got some guts." Saturn looked at the pile of meat that was once York on the ground, trembling with rage. "Where did you take Vegapunk?" I replied with a smile. "Guess? Goodness." The old man was caught off guard. After living for 800 years, it was the first time he was provoked like this by a little brat. He tightened his grip on the cane and angrily asked, "Are you determined to be an enemy of the world government?" Since it was bound to happen sooner or later, I thought I'd set it off a bit early. It felt pretty good. Roar. Saturn let out a roar, and his body instantly transformed into a massive bull-headed spider monster, the Bull Demon. The terrifying Conqueror's haki swept across the entire area, trying to force me to kneel. However, I just smiled coldly and said, "Is that it? I thought you were stronger. It's nothing special." I stand my ground, and the Conqueror's haki within me erupts. If his Conqueror's haki is a towering wave, then I am the giant hand descending from the sky, capable of suppressing everything back. Boom! The two haki clash, shaking the entire Egghead Island. Moments later, my Conqueror's haki overwhelms his and pushes it back effortlessly. Too weak, he's just on the same level as Rayleigh. Saturn's massive bull-headed form suddenly trembles, his eyes filled with disbelief. He must be recalling Joy Boy from back in the day, his voice shaking. "This? How is this possible? Could you be the new Joy Boy? Joy Boy? I don't know him." I look at his shocked expression with disdain. "So it's the Bull Demon form. Huh. TSK. Just in time, I've also mastered a mythical Zoan type, specifically to suppress you monstrous creatures." As soon as I had a thought, my entire body instantly expanded and transformed into a giant golden Buddha standing 100 feet tall. The Buddha's light radiated, directly suppressing the evil aura surrounding him. Saturn stared at the giant Buddha in front of him, completely stunned, and shouted in disbelief, "Impossible. This is the power of the fruit from the Warring States period. How could it appear on you?" I completely ignored him, wearing a cold smile on my face. Slowly, extended a golden hand that overshadowed everything, and with a single slap, I struck down on his bull-like head, just as the Buddha once suppressed the Monkey King. "Today, I will first subdue you, this Bull Demon." The golden giant palm, covered in boundless Buddhist light and carrying earth-shattering power, slammed heavily onto the bull's head of Saturn. He couldn't even resist. His entire bull-like body was instantly pinned to the ground by me, struggling wildly and letting out piercing cries of agony. At that moment, Saturn's eyes were filled with unprecedented terror and despair. What he felt now was the purest fear of completely being unable to see through his enemy's strength. I tell you, he felt like his bones were about to be crushed into dust by my brother Chuan. That sound, crack crack, like a live performance of eating crispy snacks. Just as this old spider was about to be taken away, a voice suddenly floated over from the side, sarcastically saying, "Oh, Satan's Saint, your style is quite unique. Do you want me to give you a hand?" Good heavens, a savior has arrived. This voice belonged to the leader of the Knights of God, Fegalandu. At that moment, Satan's Saint didn't care about the face of the 5 elders anymore. Like he had grabbed a lifeline, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Quick, kill him. Get this bastard dead for me." Fegalandu was also a tough character. Without saying a word, he unleashed his Conqueror's haki, wrapping it around his sword, and struck at my brother Chuan with a devastating slash. Let me tell you about that scene. The sky was split open, the ground cracked apart like a natural disaster. The power of this sword was no less than Shank's divine avoidance. What's even more ruthless is that this guy didn't care about his teammates' lives at all. The sword energy was so expansive that it even enveloped Satan's Saint, clearly aiming to take out both him and the small monsters in one go. When Satan's Saint saw this, he understood. This was going for an extreme one-for-one trade. He went crazy at that moment, with 6 spider legs tightly entangled around my brother Chuan's arm, roaring, "Come on, let's die together, you bastard." So, guess what happened? My brother Chuan looked at that earth-shattering sword strike without even raising an eyelid, casually waved his other hand, and with a slap, a transparent barrier hundreds of meters high stood there. The sword energy crashed into it with a bang, and then it was gone. Nothing happened. Satan's Saint was dumbfounded on the spot, completely stunned. Barrier? Barrier fruit? How do you even have this thing? I, brother Chuan, completely ignored him, suddenly exerted force with my hands, and sneered. Aren't you wanting to be cut open? Come on, I'll satisfy you. As soon as the words fell, there was a whoosh, and the enormous body of Satan Saint instantly turned into countless pieces the size of fingernails. Shatter fruit, activate. In the distance, Fagalandu's pupils trembled, and he instantly reacted. Shatter. That celestial dragon from the EC was killed by you. Oh, your brain is working pretty fast. Brother Chuan smiled at him. This directly blew Fagalandu up. He howled and slashed several times, but what happened? All of them were easily blocked by the barrier, as if swatting away mosquitoes. Brother Chuan even had the leisure to complain. I tell you, I hate fighting with swordsmen like you the most. There are only a few moves that keep repeating. I set up a wall here, and you can chop at it until 2025, and you still won't break my defense. Fagalandu was panting heavily, his face turning green. Then Brother Chuan added another knife. Actually, I'm also a swordsman. Seeing you slash for so long, my hands are getting a bit itchy too. How about I give it a try? Saying this, he casually drew a sword from his song world. A sword entwined with lightning and lava, the Thunderfire sword. Come on, get to know it. I also have a move you're quite familiar with, so don't blink. My Brother Chuan directly displayed an opening move, with the Conqueror's haki surging wildly into the sword. That aura instantly swept across the entire Egghead Island. He grinned and said, "This move is called Divine Avoidance. Decades ago in the Valley of Gods, a guy named Roger used this move to save your life, didn't he? Does anyone understand? Family?" As soon as the words Divine Avoidance came out, Figurando froze completely. The humiliating memories of being pressed to the ground by the Rocks pirates in the Valley of Gods decades ago surged back in an instant. Back then, Roger used the Divine Avoidance to cut down rocks and saved him. Now the same move is going to cut him down. It's simply an epic scene being replicated. My Brother Chuan swung his sword, and the entire island wailed, the ground cracked, and a tsunami surged. That sword light was even more terrifying than Roger's back in the day. Figurando knew in his heart that he absolutely couldn't block this sword. But the demons of his decades-long struggle were right in front of him, and he had to take it head-on. He howled, pouring all his strength into the sword and charged forward. However, it was useless. It was really of no use. My Brother Chuan's sword energy swept through everything. Figurando's sword shattered into pieces on the spot, and he was cleanly split in half. The battle ended, and my Brother Chuan stood quietly, watching the chunks of flesh on the ground and the two halves of the body beginning to writhe and heal. He knew these guys had a resurrection ability, most likely originating from him, and that killing them outright wouldn't work. Sure enough, after a while, the two of them restored to their original state as if nothing had happened. As soon as they recovered, they exchanged glances and prepared to escape through a teleportation array. Want to run? My Brother Chuan had already anticipated this. The ability of the flower fruit activated. Countless arms sprouted out of thin air, slapping them down twice. Followed by that familiar line, shattered into pieces. The freshly healed bodies shattered again. My Brother Chuan immediately began chanting that incantation. Kunkin is too beautiful. The door to the Kunkin world opened once more, and he tossed those thousands of chunks of flesh in like throwing out garbage. The focus was on a cycle of torment, fully maximizing mental pollution. After dealing with those two, my Brother Chuan looked down at Egghead Island, thinking it would be a hassle to keep it. So he decided to go all out and press his hand on the ground. Shattered into pieces. Good heavens. Such a large futuristic technology, island instantly disintegrated, collapsing into the sea like Lego bricks. The observing navy outside, including Sengoku and the three admirals, were almost in shock, watching the island vanish while my Brother Chuan floated in the sky, leisurely waving at them. Back at the Sky Island base, after helping Vegapunk move, he casually chatted about the energy converter. Vegapunk said that for it to work, it would be best to obtain the dark fruit. Well, my Brother Chuan heard this. He said, "Fine, Blackbeard, right? Noted, you're next on the list." After spending some time with Nami and Robin, enjoying a professional massage, my Brother Chuan dove straight into the Kunkin world, ready to study the secret of those two immortal beings. Upon entering good heavens, Satan Saint and Figurando had already been tormented to the point of mental disarray by countless Kunkins singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball, their eyes vacant. My Brother Chuan pulled them into a new space and got straight to the point. Where does your immortality ability come from? Speak, and I'll change your environment. If not, you'll go back to watching the concert. The two stubbornly refused to yield. My Brother Chuan didn't bother with words. Fine, I'll do it myself. He directly grabbed Figurando, disassembled him on the spot, and then used observation haki to observe the process of his restoration frame by frame. After repeatedly disassembling and reassembling him dozens of times, my brother Chuan finally understood. This wasn't recovery. This was reversing time. System settle. With the system prompt sound, my brother Chuan instantly comprehended the ability of the time fruit. He looked at the trembling saint beside him and grinned. One test subject isn't enough. You can join too. After several hundred more rounds of disassembly and reassembly, the system prompt sounded again, and my brother Chuan completely mastered the time fruit. He looked at the two who had just restored to their original form, snapped his fingers, and directly turned off the time reversal effect on them. In that instant, good heavens, centuries of age descended upon them in an instant. The two visibly aged at a rapid pace. Their hair turned white in an instant, their skin wrinkled, muscles atrophied, and in just a few seconds, they transformed from top-tier powerhouses to flickering candles in the wind, on the verge of turning to ash. The ultimate fear of death completely broke them. Just as they were about to perish, my brother Chuan snapped his fingers again, returning their ability to them. The two were pulled back from the edge of hell, collapsing on the ground, gasping for air, looking at my brother Chuan as if he were a devil. How does it feel? Want to do it again? No, no way. Just kill me. Figurando was almost in tears. Now, I'll give you a way out. Become my dogs and help me train others. My brother Chuan said this without waiting for their response, directly tearing open space and tossing these two top-tier fighters into the world where Rayleigh, Crocodile, Enel, and the others were imprisoned. To prevent these two ferocious individuals from going in and causing havoc, my brother Chuan quickly gave Crocodile, Moria, Enel, and the others the time reversal buff as well. He was about to enter a mode of refining and breeding, letting these fierce individuals grow stronger through endless cycles of death and resurrection. At this moment, the newcomer welcome ceremony in the prison world was about to begin. Rayleigh immediately recognized Figurando's identity, his expression changing. This guy is from the Knights of God. They are celestial dragons. Hearing the words celestial dragons, Crocodile, Moria, and Enel exchanged glances, and a twisted smile crept onto their faces. Old Sand was the first to speak, his tone full of mockery. Celestial dragons? Ha! Just a bunch of useless fools relying on their power. Nothing to worry about. I tell you, that guy Moria also joined in, sarcastically saying, "Come on, kneel down, let grandpas each take a ride, and we'll let you go today." Goodness, that Anilu, who calls himself a god, also got into it, looking disdainful and feeling like he was something special. You dare to call yourselves celestial dragons? What else can you do besides putting on airs? Back when I was a god, I had more class than you all. Hurry up, get down on the ground, and be our mounts. Let me tell you, these three clowns are practically asking for trouble. Old Rayleigh next to me has his hand resting on the sword hilt. His face is as tight as a drum. He has fought in God Valley, so he knows what kind of ruthless characters those two celestial dragons are. His gaze is like a radar, and he has already spotted the fury simmering in their eyes, ready to explode. Sure enough, those two celestial dragons were already seething with anger from Ning Chuan's previous actions, and now these trash in their eyes are provoking them. How can they endure it? They exploded on the spot. The one called Saint Satan shouted, "It's one thing for Ning Chuan to bully me. But what are you guys?" Before he finished speaking, he transformed into a monstrous creature resembling a bull-headed spider in a bull demon form. That domineering presence surged out like it was free, instantly immobilizing the three of them. They couldn't team move at all. The other divine general, Faijalan, was equally furious, shouting and reaching for his sword at his waist, only to find nothing. Ha ha ha, who understands? His sword was already snapped by Ning Chuan. When he turned to see the good sword in Rayleigh's hand, his eyes turned green with envy, and he actually wanted to snatch it. Old Rayleigh wouldn't tolerate that. Without saying a word, he swung his sword. In an instant, the scene turned into a chaotic mess. Ning Chuan stood by, arms crossed, watching the show, his grin almost reaching his ears. He watched as Enel was pierced through the heart by the bull demon's hoof, and the next second, with a flash of lightning, he was up and about again. Crocodile fared worse. His head was directly smashed by Faijalan's punch, but then with a whoosh, he turned back into a pile of sand and reassembled as if nothing had happened. Ning Chuan watched this king of curses contest with great satisfaction. This was exactly the extreme tug-of-war he wanted. With this kind of training, wouldn't armed and observation hockey be at his fingertips? Seeing that the timing was right, he flashed out from the song world and returned to the villa on Sky Island. As soon as he returned, he casually placed the time reversal buff on Nami and the other girls. They were bored, and upon seeing Ning Chuan, Yuta rushed over first. "Ning Chuan, Sky Island is so boring. Let us go to Fishman Island." I want to see real mermaids. Ning Chuan saw that they were all eager to go out and have fun. He smiled and said, all right, let us set off. But we need to drag Rayleigh out first to give our ship a coating. 3 days later, our little ship reappeared near the Sabeti archipelago. However, this time we didn't dare to get too close, as the island was teeming with Navy and world government personnel like dumplings in a pot. Why? It's all thanks to Ning Chuan. He sent a photo of Rayleigh chopping off the celestial dragon's head to the News King Morgans. And now he's a VIP, getting newspapers for free. Noki Gao held the newspaper, pointing at the wanted posters, laughing uncontrollably. Hey look, all those locked up are on the list. Rayleigh 5 billion. Crocodile and Moria each 2 billion. Enel 2. 5 billion. That's a total of 11. 5 billion. Nami. The little money grubber heard this and her eyes turned into belly symbols. Ning Chuan, how about? We sell them. Let us keep them. Ning Chuan laughed. They'll all be top-notch fighters in the future. As he spoke, he looked at the eternal pointer pointing downwards, waved his hand. Ladies, hold on tight. We're going to dive. Destination 10,000 meters underwater, Fishman Island. Let us go see the mermaids. With a splash, the little ship sank into the sea. I tell you, the underwater world is incredible, colorful, with all sorts of strange fish swimming around, like being in an aquarium, leaving Nami and the others mesmerized. But the good times didn't last long, as the ship suddenly began to shake violently. Ning Chuan frowned, using his observation hockey, and saw a gigantic octopus, dozens of meters tall, with its 8 legs stirring like excavators, glaring at us hungrily. This creature is called Kraken, a famous toll station on the way to Fishman Island, specifically preying on passing ships. Seeing this, Ning Chuan chuckled. What a coincidence, just what he needed for a towing laborer. The girls weren't worried at all. Noki Gao even started pondering seriously. Such a big octopus, I wonder if it would make good takoyaki? I have to tell you, that giant octopus was pretty fierce. Its 8 legs came at us like a net. But Ning Chuan was just standing at the bow of the ship, not even raising an eyelid. Boom. A wave of conqueror's hockey shot out. The giant octopus shuddered violently, its eyes rolled back, and it fainted straight away. In the next moment, Ning Chuan stepped out of the coating and walked in the water as if taking a stroll, reaching the Kraken's side, and with a swift motion, he chopped off one of its thick legs with a snap, then carried it back to the ship and handed it to Noki Gao. Fresh. We're having a full octopus feast today. 2 hours later, the Kraken woke up to a delicious aroma that made its DNA tremble. As it opened its eyes, it saw that we were having a barbecue party on the ship. It then felt itself and thought, why is it so chilly? Oh no, where's my leg? Looking again at our ship, it saw its unfinished leg hanging like cured meat. The Kraken couldn't take it anymore. It used to eat humans, and now was being treated as an ingredient? Just as it was about to lose its temper, it looked up and met Ning Chuan's unremarkable gaze, and instantly, the fear it had felt from the conqueror's hockey surged back, making its massive body tremble like a leaf. Can you understand me? Ning Chuan asked coldly. If you understand, take us to Fishman Island. If not, you'll end up in the pot. The Kraken didn't dare to say a word of defiance. It immediately wrapped one of its legs around our small boat, while the rest of its legs paddled furiously, moving at a speed like an underwater high-speed train. After more than 10 hours, a huge bubble-wrapped island appeared in the distance. Good job, you can go, Ning Chuan said, and as soon as he finished speaking, the Kraken, as if granted a reprieve, vanished in a flash, running faster than anyone else. We docked at Fishman Island, and as soon as we disembarked, wow, the atmosphere fell off. The fishmen around us looked at us with eyes full of hostility, as if we were the enemies who killed their fathers. Ning Chuan quietly explained to Nami and the others that the fishmen here generally harbor hatred towards humans because of the previous incident involving Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates. Just as he was saying this, a particularly pleasant voice came over. Welcome to Fishman Island. We looked down and saw a tiny fishwoman. She introduced herself as Princess Odoheim. I was puzzled. How could someone so small give birth to a daughter as big as Shirahoshi? Then she tried to use her observation hockey to eavesdrop on Ning Chuan's thoughts, but got caught right away. Ning Chuan leaned over and whispered in her ear, Princess, eavesdropping on others' thoughts is not a good habit. Odoheim's face turned bright red instantly, and her gaze towards Ning Chuan changed completely. We introduced ourselves, and when Vivi mentioned that she was the Princess of Alabasta, Odoheim seemed quite surprised. Just as we were having a pleasant conversation, Ning Chuan suddenly spoke up. We are here for sightseeing and would like to meet the Sea King, Poseidon. As soon as Poseidon's name was mentioned, the smile on Odoheim's face froze instantly. She quickly laughed it off, saying, "What Poseidon? That's just a legend." Ning Chuan simply smiled at her and gently said, "Your daughter, Princess Shirahoshi." At this, Odoheim's expression completely changed, and she immediately issued an eviction order. "Sorry, I can't help with that. There is no Poseidon on Fishman Island. Please leave." Nami and the others were stunned. How could she turn hostile so quickly? Ning Chuan, however, was not in a hurry. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Princess, aren't you curious how I know about this?" This question caught Odoheim off guard. Indeed, Shirahoshi's secret was known only to the core members of the royal family. How did this kid find out? Seeing her wavering, Ning Chuan added, "We are not on good terms with the celestial dragons. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." After saying this, he took out several photos and handed them over. Odoheim took them and looked at the first one. It was the photo of Rayleigh cutting off a celestial dragon's head, which nearly made her drop the picture. Gathering her courage, she flipped through the rest, and to her astonishment, each of Nami and the others had a photo of riding a celestial dragon. Odoheim was completely stunned, torn between two thoughts. These kids were incredibly bold. Were they a disaster or a blessing? After much inner conflict, she finally decided to invite this group of troublemakers into the palace and let her husband, King Neptune, deal with the headache. We followed the princess into the palace. As soon as we entered, I noticed a big shark man in the corner. His gaze was so filled with thinly veiled, killing intent that it almost overflowed from the screen, fixated on Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan had already noticed him. Wasn't this the drugged-up guy, Hody Jones, a hardcore fan of Arlong? Seeing his idol's enemy arrive, especially as a guest personally invited by the princess, he immediately lost his cool, gritting his teeth in anger, skipping work altogether, taking off his armor, and running off to Fishman Street, presumably to gather his crew. Ning Chuan didn't take him seriously at all. A drugged-up rookie, what kind of storm could he stir up? When we reached the reception room, Ning Chuan directly pulled Rayleigh out of that devil training camp. Just look at Rayleigh's expression, clearly filled with despair, having endured quite a bit of torment in there. As he finally regained his composure, King Neptune hurried over. He instantly recognized his old friend Rayleigh and exclaimed, "Rayleigh, should we talk in a private room?" After all, Rayleigh has taken down the #1 wanted criminal of the celestial dragons. However, Rayleigh weakly waved his hand, pointing at Ning Chuan. "Neptune, don't bother. The real deal is this kid. Right now, I'm just his captive." Upon hearing this, King Neptune's jaw nearly dropped in shock. The legendary Rayleigh had become this kid's captive? His wife's speculation turned out to be true? Neptune suppressed his astonishment and turned to Ning Chuan. "I heard from Odoheim that you want to see Shirahoshi." Ning Chuan nodded and got straight to the point. "To be precise, I'm here for Poseidon." Rayleigh, listening from the side, was equally surprised and muttered to himself, "The Sea King Poseidon has finally appeared?" His gaze towards Ning Chuan changed, probably pondering whether this kid was the legendary Joy Boy. But his personality was too outrageous. King Neptune took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and finally made up his mind, saying very seriously, "I can let you see Shirahoshi, but you must promise you absolutely cannot harm her. Otherwise, we fishmen will protect my daughter with our entire race, even if it costs us everything." Seeing King Neptune's protective demeanor, Ning Chuan nodded and made the promise. I told him at the time, "Don't worry, King. If I wanted to cause trouble, this crystal palace would have been torn down already, right, Rayleigh?" Rayleigh, who was next to me, turned pale and didn't dare to make a sound. He knew very well that not to mention the palace guards, the entire Fishman Island tied together wouldn't be enough for me to crush with a single finger. So it was settled, and the king and his wife led us to meet their little princess, Shirahoshi. I tell you, as soon as we entered that room, goodness, there was a 6-year-old little girl, taller than me, playing with her pet shark. She looked at us humans with great curiosity. Nami and the others were the same, their eyes shining like they had discovered a new world. Little White Star was a bit shy and softly said, "Hello, I'm White Star," with Nami's outgoing personality. She went up and introduced our group of sisters one by one. Hey, you know what? These little girls really found common ground. In less than 2 minutes, this group of cuties was all together. White Star had been living in the deep palace since she was little, so she had never seen anything like this and was incredibly happy. Seeing his daughter smile so brightly, Neptune's heart as a father finally settled down. I had already activated my observation hockey. Rayleigh leaned over and quietly asked me if I was aiming for the power of the Sea King from White Star. Let me tell you, I scanned for a long time, and guess what? Not a single trace. That power is still asleep and won't be activated until Fishman Island is about to be destroyed. Am I supposed to tear down someone else's home for a power? I'm not doing that. However, well, I had a little idea. If the straightforward approach doesn't work, We can't just trick people into leaving. When Rayleigh saw my expression, he almost rolled his eyes to the sky. He knows me too well and realizes I surely have something shady in mind. Just when I was thinking about how to start acting like a human trafficker, suddenly bang, the door was slammed open. A guard rushed in, rolling and crawling, out of breath, shouting, "King, Queen, it's bad. That group of pirates from Fisherman Street has blocked the palace with GiantBear." Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze landed on me, and the second half got stuck in his throat. I laughed at that moment and said for him, "Are they asking me, this murderer, to go out and let them handle me?" The guard nodded vigorously and said that the first prince and the second prince had already sent people up, but it was probably in vain. Neptune's face turned pale all of a sudden. He cursed loudly. "These idiots! Do they know who they are provoking?" He was so anxious that he was pacing back and forth, saying he wanted to send people to capture all those pirates. I waved my hand and walked straight out. If they specifically called for me, how could I not go meet them? Neptune saw the situation and his head started to hurt, so he quickly followed me, probably afraid that I would physically clear out their Fisherman Street. As soon as I stepped out, wow, what a scene it was. Thousands of fishmen, all looking like they were seriously ill, with murderous intent practically materializing in their eyes. The leader, a shark-faced guy named Hody Jones, and a blue fat guy, the sea warrior GiantBear. Hody pointed at me and shouted, "GiantBear, it's him, the murderer of brother Arlong. Kill him." GiantBear took a few steps forward, his blood-red eyes fixed on me, and calmly asked, "Ning Chuan, why did you kill Arlong and Little Eight?" I laughed at that moment and said, "So you're talking about GiantBear, right? You only know he's your brother. But do you know what kind of immoral things he did after he separated from you? You come seeking revenge without knowing anything. This isn't your style." My words left him speechless. I then revealed everything about Arlong's atrocities in Cocoa Village. GiantBear's expression grew darker. He probably didn't expect that his brother had sunk so low, specifically targeting the weak, which embarrassed the Sun Pirates. He was silent for a long time and surprisingly bowed to me, saying if that's the case, I apologize for what Arlong and the others have done. Wow, this caught me off guard. This blue fat guy really had a bit of chivalrous air. But the fishhead monsters behind him were not having it, chattering away about how humans are an inferior race, questioning the need for an apology and insisting on starting a fight instead. Family, who understands? Those words nearly burned out my CPU. But before I could explode, Nami and Nojiko stepped forward, their eyes red with anger. "Ning Chuan, leave them to us." As soon as I saw their expressions, I understood the grudges from years ago. They wanted to take revenge today. Goena, Yuta, and the others also stood up, expressing their desire to join in. I nodded and said, "All right, let's go then. Don't hold back. In this vast sea, the fist is the law." Just as Nami and the others were about to take action, GiantBear took a deep breath, as if he had made a monumental decision, and shouted at me. Although he was wrong, he is my brother. I must seek justice today. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at me like a cannonball. The momentum was quite intimidating. And what happened next? Let me tell you. It was like a dimensional suppression. He launched a punch with 5,000 pounds of force at me, and I simply extended a finger, wrapped it in hockey, and with a light touch, his thunderous punch came to a halt right at my fingertip. He was completely stunned. What stunned him even more was what followed. I pointed my finger towards his arm again, and with a crack, his arm, which was covered in domineering hockey, broke in response. The pain twisted his face, and he rolled and crawled back several meters, staring at his ruined arm, utterly dumbfounded. He probably had never seen such an outrageous situation in his life. We knew what he was thinking. He wanted to jump into the sea, believing that once he was in the water, it would be his territory. I spoke directly. "Not convinced? Let's practice in the sea." He was taken aback for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right, I'll lead the way," I said, and he followed behind, his expression looking as if he was mourning. As soon as we left, Nami and the others started fighting. Let me tell you, those fishermen pirates may look big and strong, but they're actually a bunch of weaklings. Kuina took the lead, taking down one little kid with each strike. That little girl Yuta, I don't know what kind of flashy move she learned from Ning Chuan, but she created some kind of crazy world that left the opponents dazed. Plus, with Robin's flower fruit, those fishmen were crying and screaming. Neptune stood by, completely stunned, while Rayleigh took a swig of his drink and said, "Don't watch anymore. These little girls are practically invincible now. They have time rewind abilities." As for me and GiantBear, when we got to the deep sea, he put all his strength into it, but in the end, he couldn't even break through my finger's defense. He was utterly hopeless. I looked at his lifeless expression and laughed. "Dude, have you ever seen someone using a devil fruit ability in the sea?" He was taken aback, probably thinking I was crazy. The next second, a golden light flashed at my fingertips, activating the yellow monkey's Pika Pika no Mi ability. Zipping sounds echoed as several lasers shot out, turning him into a sieve. Before he lost consciousness, the only question in his mind was probably, "This is not scientific." I pulled him up and directly tossed him into the world of singing as a practice partner, casually giving him a time rewind so he wouldn't die. By the time I strolled back to the palace, Nami and the others had already cleared the battlefield. When those fishermen pirates saw I returned so quickly and GiantBear was nowhere to be found, their last bit of fighting spirit vanished in an instant. But there are always one or two dimwits. That Hody Jones, seeing the situation was hopeless, actually decided to play dirty. He pulled out a human handgun and secretly aimed it at Princess Odoheim, intending to take her out and then shift the blame onto us, inciting hatred across Fishman Island. Bang! The gun went off. Unfortunately, playing this trick in front of me, he was still too young. The moment the bullet left the chamber, I had already flashed in front of the princess and easily pinched the bullet between my two fingers. Neptune's family was stunned. By the time they realized someone was attempting an assassination, Neptune's kind-hearted temperament exploded, roaring, "Who is it?" I pointed my hand and used the flower fruit to grab Hody, who was about to escape, and threw him in front of me. He still had the gun in his hand, caught red-handed. This infuriated Neptune, who rushed up and started punching Hody with all his might, landing blow after blow, directly shattering all the bones in his body. I looked at the half-dead Hody and sneered. "There's no use keeping him alive. Let's kill him." Rayleigh was also ruthless. He casually picked up a small stone, wrapped it in hockey, and flicked it at Hody's head. Bang! The watermelon exploded. The remaining fishman pirates were so scared that they wet themselves, dropped their weapons, and knelt down, banging their heads on the ground like pounding garlic. I originally wanted to eliminate them all, but since we were on their territory, I had to give the king some face. In the end, Neptune himself got worked up. Because his wife almost got assassinated, he directly charged these guys with treason and ordered them to be taken away for execution after the autumn harvest. And just like that, a farce came to an end. We returned to the palace, and Nami and the others started playing with Shirahoshi again. However, this time, Shirahoshi looked at them with starry eyes, filled with envy. Nojiko, the clever girl, started to encourage Shirahoshi to join us. Sure enough, after a while, Shirahoshi gathered her courage and ran in front of us, saying to her parents, "Father, Mother, I also want to go to sea with Brother Ning and the others. I want to be as strong as Sister Nami." Neptune had just lifted his teacup when it crashed to the floor, and Rayleigh nearly sprayed tea all over his face. Wow, I hadn't even spoken yet, and she just volunteered herself. Neptune was about to say he disagreed when Queen Odoheim pinched him hard at the waist. The queen then decisively stated, "I agree. However, I have one condition. Please make sure to protect Fishman Island. Let me tell you, this princess is truly awake to the realities of the world. She sees it clearly at a glance. This is not selling a daughter. It's called venture capital, using the daughter as a bond, tying the future of Fishman Island to my super strong backing. In this way, both the safety of Shirahoshi and the safety of Fishman Island are secured." Neptune was silent for a long time, and finally let out a deep sigh, which seemed to indicate his acquiescence. He probably realized that entrusting his daughter and the fate of the entire nation to a mere human child like me was the way to go. I have to tell you, that old man Rayleigh next to me just had to jump out to make himself noticeable, saying that it wouldn't work unless I agreed, trying to put pressure on me. Goodness, I was originally planning to bring Shirahoshi along, but his provocation made me feel annoyed instead. Has this old man been out in the wind for too long and is itching for action? Fine. I directly opened my song world and kicked him back to that high-level battle where the gods are fighting, letting him continue his team building with those old monsters. After dealing with this old man who loves to stir up trouble, I smiled and told Princess Vivi that I had already planned this. Shirahoshi's ability is undoubtedly a mobile superweapon, and sooner or later, those people from the world government will set their sights on her. Rather than letting her live in fear on Fishman Island, it's better to follow me. I tell you, with me around, even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to touch a single hair on her head. Now the king and queen were completely at ease and entrusted their daughter to me. We stayed on Fishman Island for a few more days, essentially in a tourist special forces mode, taking Shirahoshi to explore the entire island. Robin also got to see that piece of historical text she had longed for. I felt it wasn't enough, so I casually took her parents to my base high in the sky to show them the world, letting them know what kind of place their daughter would be living in. I deepened the pool in the sky villa for Shirahoshi, so even when it grows to over 10 meters high, she can swim in various styles. After 7 days, we were ready to set off. Before leaving, I had to make proper arrangements. I gave Neptune a dedicated snail phone, so he could contact me directly if anything came up. The most ruthless part was that I directly gave the couple a time reversal buff. Simply put, as long as I'm alive, they are effectively immortal, unable to die. Neptune, the king, will probably be overjoyed. We set off from the seabed, and our next stop is Dressrosa, Doflamingo's territory. As soon as we surfaced, my family, who understands, saw White Star, the little girl, experiencing the real sky and sea breeze for the first time. Her eyes widened in amazement. Meanwhile, Nami and the others immediately got into training mode as soon as we left Fishman Island, saying they wanted to truly help me. I noticed White Star's envious gaze and took out a tube of the God of War potion I had prepared earlier. A starter pack, of course. Drink this, and you'll be as strong as Sister Kuina. Upon hearing this, White Star's eyes lit up, and she gulped it down. The effects were immediate. It seemed her bloodline of Poseidon was activated all at once. On our way, we encountered several giant sea kings, and those big guys, upon seeing us, not only didn't attack, but also showed great respect to White Star, nodding and bowing before taking a detour. Our status rose instantly. After sailing for a week, we finally arrived at Dressrosa. Before the ship even docked, I sensed someone observing us from the shadows. I activated my observation hockey, and lo and behold, a perverted uncle wearing a baby hat and sucking on a pacifier was secretly watching us. Isn't that Senor, one of Doflamingo's subordinates? It seems Doflamingo had already received the news. As soon as we landed, trouble came. A group of clueless pirates at the port saw White Star and were mesmerized, probably thinking she was a rare commodity worth billions. Seeing us as young people, they attempted to come over and snatch her away. I thought to myself, are you really that hungry, willing to eat anything? I couldn't even be bothered to move. With just a thought, I combined the abilities of the flower fruit and the split fruit. Before those dozens of people could say a word, with a pop, they exploded into a mosaic of blood and flesh on the spot. With a casual wave of my hand, I swept the remnants aside, clearing a path, and walked into the city with the girls as if nothing had happened. Everyone at the port was dumbfounded, and Senor was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat, probably realizing what abstract art meant right then and there. I turned back and smiled at him, causing him to quickly avert his gaze and pretend to admire the scenery. Only after we had walked far away did he shakily take out his din mushy to report to Doflamingo. We wandered around the city for a day, and in the evening, we strolled to the most famous arena. While we were queuing to buy tickets, the ticket seller directly stopped me and respectfully handed over a few VIP tickets, saying someone had already bought them for us. Nami and the others were still guessing who it was, and I couldn't help but laugh. This is just the entrance ticket to a feast of intrigue, isn't it? That Doflamingo kid really knows how to make an entrance. I jokingly asked Nami and the others, do you want to see something even more exciting? The star is the one who gave us the tickets. Once we entered the VIP section, the view was indeed amazing. Just as we sat down, a large group of people came up behind us, all officials from the Don Quixote family, and they looked rather unfriendly. But with me around, the girls couldn't be bothered with them and waited for the match to start. Just when those officials were feeling ignored and about to explode, a man in a pink feather coat and flashy sunglasses swaggered over, striding as if he didn't know anyone. Doflamingo, he had arrived. So, Mr. Ning Chuan, are you satisfied with this position? He asked me with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I leaned back in my chair, not even turning my head. The location is nice, but there are some flies buzzing around, which is a bit of a mood killer. As soon as I said that, the group of officials behind him turned dark, each one looking like they wished they could tear me apart on the spot. Doflamingo didn't blow up, but I could guess that the gaze behind his sunglasses was probably cold enough to freeze. As a result, my next sentence directly ignited the powder keg. How about this? I said slowly, you go down and play a few matches, perform well, and maybe my mood will improve a bit. Consider it a show of sincerity for the matters we are about to discuss. I tell you, Doflamingo's veins were popping on his forehead at that time. His subordinates, like Toripole and Pika, were about to explode, pointing their fingers at me and ready to curse. I dug in my ears and laughed disdainfully. What's the matter? The boss hasn't even spoken yet, and you guys, his little brothers, are getting anxious first? You want to step up and perform for your boss? Just as they were about to make a move, Doflamingo surprisingly reached out and stopped them. This guy can really hold back. He probably heard about my strength and didn't dare to act recklessly. He stared at me and coldly said, you are very arrogant, Ning Chuan, but in this world, there are always powers you cannot contend with. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. Really? Then I can't wait. Doflamingo can't talk me down or defeat me. Yet he wants to take his people and leave. Want to leave? Not a chance. I've collected the tickets. If you don't perform, do you think you could just slip away? Stop right there. I called out to him, the VIP tickets were bought by you, and if you don't perform, Aren't these tickets wasted? As soon as I finished speaking, I activated my ability. In an instant, Doflamingo and his entire group of subordinates had several hands sprouting from their bodies, tying them up tightly so they couldn't move at all. Were the string fruit and the stone fruit compared to me? They were as useless as child's play, and I pulled them out like pulling radishes from the ground. Doflamingo's pupils. It was then he realized that I wasn't just crazy, I really had this power. I looked at the Don Quixote family tied up like a bunch of zongzi, grinning mischievously as I waved my hand, directly releasing Rayleigh, Crocodile, Enel, and Moria from the world of Go-Go. As soon as these four appeared, Doflamingo's expression was simply incredible. He stared at them intently, muttering unconsciously, Crocodile, Moria, and the Dark King Rayleigh. A chill instantly shot up from his soles to the crown of his head. He tried to maintain his composure, but his voice was already starting to tremble. Ning Chuan, what exactly do you want to do? What should I do? I just laughed at that moment and said, Dover, you're such a nice guy. Knowing we were coming, you even specially bought VIP tickets for the arena. That's too kind of you. Since the tickets are already bought, shouldn't we watch something exciting? I happen to have a few buddies who have been practicing in seclusion every day and are itching to fight. How about we let them spar with your guys? It would add some entertainment to your arena. What do you think? As soon as I said this, Rayleigh's eyes sparkled, and the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. He instantly understood that I was too lazy to do it myself and wanted them to go up as sparring partners. Crocodile was so excited. His sinister smile was impossible to hide. He had long wanted to meet Doflamingo. Moria was also rubbing his fists together. Let me tell you, he had been beaten up by those monsters in my song world recently, and his strength had increased significantly. He was worried about where to find confidence. And now a few soft persimmons were delivered right to his door. As for Enel, well, he had been displeased with Doflamingo's arrogant demeanor for a long time. In his heart, who else dared to be so arrogant besides me? This had to be taught a lesson. Doflamingo looked at the four of them with eyes like hungry wolves seeing meat, and I felt his blood pressure rising. Fight these people? What a joke. Not to mention anything else. Just having the Dark King Rayleigh standing there made it impossible to fight. Wasn't this a dimensional strike? Wasn't this bullying the honest bird? But he also knew in his heart that today a fight had to happen. Whether he liked it or not, he had to fight. If he didn't it was questionable whether he could walk out of that door standing. While he was torn between his thoughts, I cleared my throat and added some fuel to the fire for these eager guys. I said, you four discuss your order of appearance. I'll say it first. Whoever loses will have their recovery speed halved in the future. As soon as I said this, the expressions on Crocodile, Moria, and Enel's faces instantly froze. A halved recovery speed meant that getting beaten up in the song world would double the pain. Who could stand that? They immediately became serious. To decide who would go up first to catch fish, the four of them had to resort to the most primitive method, rock, paper, scissors. I specifically used observation hockey to keep an eye on them. No one was allowed to cheat. After several rounds, Enel was incredibly lucky and won the chance to go up first, followed by Rayleigh, Moria third, and Crocodile at the bottom. Moria and Crocodile's faces were as dark as a pot bottom. They were probably cursing in their hearts. Rayleigh is second. What chance do we have? We won't even get soup. Enel didn't care about that. After winning, he was overjoyed, pointing directly at Doflamingo's nose and spraying. That guy in the pink feather coat. Yes, it's you. I'm not happy with you. So you're up first to take a beating. Doflamingo's temples throbbed with anger, but he held it back. He knew he had to conserve energy to deal with Rayleigh later, so he signaled for his subordinate, Toripole, the sticky fruit user, to go up first. He wanted to test Enel's strength. When Enel saw this, he laughed. Scared, huh? The mighty warlord calling his little brother up to fight first? You're really a coward. Doflamingo ignored him and directly used his authority to change the gladiatorial match. At first, the audience protested and demanded refunds, but when they saw Toripole from the Don Quixote family come on stage, the crowd instantly went wild, cheering loudly. And the atmosphere was electrified. Toripole swayed his way to the center of the arena, looking at Enel, who wore a disgusted expression. Fighting something as gross as him was beneath his dignity. When the host called for the start, Toripole launched a sticky cannon, sending a disgusting blob of slime flying. Enel frowned, countering with a billion-volt thunder spear. I tell you, the scene was absurd. Toripole was all sticky, and when Enel's lightning struck him. Folks, this was basically a human-shaped, self-propelling conductor, right? The lightning followed the slime and zapped Toripole. With just one move, Toripole was fried to a crisp, with his hair standing on end, twitching on the ground. His CPU was cooked. The entire audience, including Doflamingo, was dumbfounded. No one expected that one of the family's top executives would go down in one hit. Once the audience reacted, they began to shout Enel's name madly. Enel was enjoying it, feeling like he was back to being a god in Skypiea. Doflamingo's face completely darkened. He originally wanted Toripole to gather intelligence. But now he faced an enemy with a thunder fruit that was his natural nemesis. Not only did he fail to gather intelligence, but he also lost a subordinate for nothing. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and send out his second subordinate. Pika, you go next. Pika stood up, his voice sharp as a eunuch's, but his momentum was strong. Don't worry, young master. At the same time, I wasn't idle. I waved my finger, opened the door to the song world, and casually tossed the half-dead Toripole inside, of course giving him recovery abilities. Otherwise, he would have been instantly wiped out in there. Doflamingo watched as his subordinates were taken one by one, feeling extremely frustrated, but he didn't dare say a word. In the arena, Enel looked at Pika as he walked up and continued to mock disdainfully. Another one here to die? Pika retorted with his sharp voice. You might be the one who dies. Enel burst out laughing. With such a big body, why does your voice sound like a woman's? Is there something wrong with your body? This hit Pika right in the nerve, and he roared, activating his stone fruit ability, instantly merging with the entire arena to become an enormous rock giant. This move was clever, grounding himself. Do you understand the physics of this? This way, when lightning struck him, it would be directly channeled into the ground. Enel, of course, didn't understand this. When he saw his opponent grow, he sneered. Is the area you can be hidden not big enough? After saying that, he unleashed his signature billion-volt thunder spear, smashing it down hard. What do you think happened? The lightning crashed into Pika, and aside from sparks flying, it was utterly useless. The current flowed through Pika's body and was completely grounded, even leaking electricity, shocking the surrounding audience into convulsions. Pika stood there completely unharmed, mocking him with a sharp voice. Is that all you've got? Just a little scraping? Enel was immediately on the defensive. His most prized lightning attack was rendered ineffective. He went wild, summoning dark clouds, unleashing countless bolts of lightning like they were free, nearly demolishing the entire arena. But Pika just stood there, unaffected. Seeing that long-range attacks were useless, Enel finally wised up. He took a deep breath, recalling the painful experiences of being shattered and reformed countless times in the song world. He withdrew the lightning, using its power to enhance his speed and strength, then wrapped his not-so-familiar armament hockey around his fists and charged in for close combat. Pika, seeing him dare to close in, found it even more amusing. You want to wrestle with a rock man? You must be joking. However, the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Enel's speed was like a flash of lightning, his fists wrapped in armament hockey and lightning, and with one punch, he blasted a huge hole in Pika's gigantic rock form. Enel didn't give him a chance, raining down punches like raindrops, forcibly dismantling Pika, the rock giant, piece by piece, and finally pulling out the original body and giving it a thorough beating, rendering him completely unable to fight back. I was a bit surprised by Enel's performance. This kid has improved remarkably fast. It seems my plan to raise him has really paid off. Just as Enel was beating up Pika, I noticed that Doflamingo on the platform not only looked unfazed but actually showed a hint of a cold smile. The moment I saw his expression, I knew he thought he was still in control. He realized that although Enel was strong, his use of hockey was still quite clumsy, like a beginner. And more importantly, he didn't know how to use Conqueror's hockey at all. After I stored the unconscious Pika into the song world, Enel shouted at Doflamingo again, Birdman, your subordinates are all dead. Now it's your turn, right? This time, Doflamingo slowly stood up, adjusted his feather coat, and coldly said, Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant you that. He walked down from the platform step by step, and the unique aura of a king instantly enveloped the entire arena. The audience went wild at this scene. The warlord was personally stepping into the ring. This was a sight rarely seen in decades. Enel was incredibly excited. He could finally deal with this pink flamingo that he had always found so annoying. I tell you, that guy came up and without saying a word, just started attacking. Good heavens, with just a flick of his fingers, that invisible line shot toward me like 5G signals, wrapped in a layer of dark armed color. If I got tangled in that, wouldn't I be sliced into sashimi on the spot? But he miscalculated one thing. Who am I, Enel? The god of Skypiea. My observation hockey had long been trained by those freaks from Ning. So your little tricks are like playing in slow motion at 25x speed in my eyes. I scoffed disdainfully and in an instant transformed into lightning, disappearing from the spot. Go ahead and hit me. Can you even reach me? While dodging, I wasn't idle either. I countered with several bolts of lightning. And guess what? That pink flamingo had pretty quick reflexes, actually used his flimsy line to weave a net that sliced through my lightning. Although the electricity that slipped through made him shiver for a moment, most of my attack was blocked by his arm color net. I felt it was a bit tricky at that moment. This guy, his fruit ability isn't that great, but he has developed it really well, like a skilled craftsman. But expect me to admit defeat? No way. If I lose, those old monsters will laugh me to death. Just when we were at a stalemate, Doflamingo suddenly gave a sinister smile and threw out a huge ball of string, instantly turning it into a cage that covered both of us. A birdcage? I thought. What are you doing, cosplaying a cricket fight? That guy smugly said to me. The space is getting smaller. Let us see how you escape. You're not good at close combat, are you? As soon as he finished speaking, the most dangerous part came. A terrifying aura exploded from him, causing a large number of people in the arena to collapse. Does anyone understand this? It's that thing again. Conqueror's Haki. I had my head spinning before when Ning, Chuan, and Rayleigh used this move on me, and I never expected that this flamingo, whom I looked down on the most, would also have it. In that instant, alarms went off in my head, feeling like my phone's battery dropped from 100 to 1 in an instant. That power unreasonably drilled into my brain, making me dizzy and disoriented. I panicked. I couldn't even hide. I was trapped in a cage. I could only brace myself and collide with him. With each collision, I felt my mental strength being crazily weakened. I gritted my teeth, feeling extremely furious inside. Why? Why do you all have this thing? What on earth is this power? I can't just be beaten down like this. I simply gave up my most proficient lightning attack. I knew that relying solely on elemental powers wouldn't solve the problem. Instead, I used my physical body to withstand his Conqueror's Haki, clashing with him head-on again and again. Let me tell you, that feeling was truly like teetering on the edge of mental collapse every second. Just when I felt I could barely hold on and everything around me started to fade to black, an unwilling fury exploded from the depths of my heart. Why? Why should I be suppressed by you guys? I'm a god. I couldn't hold back and let out a defiant roar at him. I won't accept this. Roar. Good heavens, as that roar escaped my mouth, I felt like a switch inside me had been flipped. A force even more violent and powerful than had surged forth from my body in an instant. The two conquerors' Haki clashed violently in the air, shaking the entire arena. In that moment, I understood. I completely realized. This conqueror's Haki is not a technique at all. It is the will of someone who refuses to back down. I, the god of Sky Island. How could I possibly lose to a mere mortal? I could feel my mental state instantly revitalized, my eyes filled with burning fighting spirit. The smile on Doflamingo's face froze, turning from shock to disbelief. He knew his greatest advantage was gone. He was going to lose. You bastard, he yelled in exasperation, but was already too late. I had Conqueror's Haki too, and I was the Thunderfruit user. What could he use to fight me? Next was my stage. Amidst the deafening thunderclaps, I blew his flashy pink feather coat to smithereens, and he was electrocuted, collapsing to the ground, charred and tender, emitting black smoke. I won. I won. With my awakened Conqueror's Haki, I felt invincible. My confidence skyrocketed. Defeating Doflamingo was not enough. I turned my gaze towards Ning, Chuan, and Rayleigh. It's you two, and those two old geezers in the space, who used to bully me with Conqueror's Haki every day. Now, your good days are over. Ning, Chuan, Rayleigh, you wait for me. I roared, charging towards Ning Chuan with a destructive momentum. However, just 2 steps into my charge, I felt a strange force pulling me back, and I returned to my original position. Before I could react, that guy Ning Chuan suddenly had a hand the size of a mountain, a golden Buddha hand, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki 100 times stronger than Doflamingo's, coming down toward my head. What? I was stunned, unable to dodge. He had controlled time. Boom! With a loud bang, I was slapped directly into the ground, creating a massive pit. But it wasn't over. The golden Buddha hand came down again and again, like whack-a-mole, smashing me to pieces, then using time reversal to restore me, only to smash me again. My recently inflated confidence was instantly turned into a QR code. It was a sustainable beatdown, unbelievable. Old Shah and Moria beside me were dumbfounded, probably relieved they hadn't entertained any bad thoughts earlier. Rayleigh, on the other hand, covered his face, looking like he thought this kid was hopeless. By the time Ning Chuan was done having fun, I was left with barely a breath. He sneered, opened that cursed space, and threw me back in, adjusting my time reversal ability to 100 times slower, telling me to reflect on myself in there. After dealing with me, Ning Chuan turned around and packed Doflamingo's subordinates into the training ground, calling it helping them improve their strength. Rayleigh initially wanted to find a few people to vent his frustrations, but when they saw the situation, they directly sent a representative to surrender. leaving Rayleigh so annoyed he could only go back to drink his sorrows away. In the end, Ning Chuan healed Doflamingo. As that guy woke up and saw Ning Chuan's smiling face, he shivered in fear and immediately expressed his submission, pledging to obey from then on. Ning Chuan nodded in satisfaction, then pulled out an absurdly long shopping list and handed it over. Doflamingo took it and nearly had his eyes pop out from behind his sunglasses. Explosive rocks? A large amount of sea prism stone? Artificial devil fruit materials? He was completely stunned, stuttering this so much I might not be able to afford it. Ning Chuan patted his shoulder with a look that said money was no problem, as long as he could find the sources. Whether he could buy it or not was my concern. Then he dropped a bombshell. By the way, also help me contact Kaido and Big Mom. Tell them their territory is now mine. Let me tell you, Doflamingo's face turned green at that moment. Provoking two emperors at the same time? Is this guy crazy? It's simply playing with fire. But could he say no? No way. He could only hold back tears and, with trembling hands, send a declaration of war to Kaido and Big Mom, cutting off all business and even capturing their men. Once the letter was sent, Doflamingo knew he was completely tied to the pirate ship of Ning Chuan. 3 days later, in Wano, Kaido, who was drinking, received the letter and immediately sobered up, smashing the table into pieces with a punch, roaring for Jack and Queen to move out and bring Ning Chuan back, while also taking out the traitor Doflamingo. At the same time, on Whole Cake Island, Big Mom also received the letter, angrily throwing away the deserter hand, directly ordering Katakuri to lead the team to capture Ning Chuan. And as for Doflamingo, he was to be eliminated, with a black market of Dressrosa belonging to her from then on. When Doflamingo learned from his spies that the Calamity Jack, the Plague Queen, and the future-seeing Katakuri were marching towards him with their armies, he was completely stunned, a chill running from his feet to his head. He had only one thought in his mind. How about I just run away? But that thought lasted only a second before I quickly extinguished it myself. Run? Can I run? The terrifying figure of Ning Chuan was circling in my mind, and with his unpredictable skills, I estimated that the moment I stepped out of Dressrosa, I would be caught back in place by him. At that time, the outcome, TSK, I didn't even dare to think about it. Forget it. Running away is impossible. I can only brace myself and face it. I was even trying to comfort myself, saying that as long as Big Mom and Kaido themselves didn't come, just their subordinates, Ning Chuan should be able to hold on, right? Sigh, who understands? I felt so uneasy inside. Although I knew Ning Chuan was strong and easily suppressed that Enel guy, this time he was up against the top combat powers of 2 Emperor crews. The 3 calamities, which one of them ISNTA monster? I thought, judging by Ning Chuan's previous performance, he might be about even with a vice admiral. I was there counting on my fingers, thinking that old man Rayleigh could definitely stop one, Ning Chuan could stop another, and for the remaining one. The remaining one would be me and Enel, plus the Empress and Crocodile. The 4 of us could take on one. That should be fine, right? Goodness, my calculations were clicking away, and if Ning Chuan found out, he'd probably give me a big eye roll. Am I treating him like a vice-emperor? My ambition is really too small, brother. The more I thought about it, the more anxious I became, so I quickly reported this urgent information to Ning Chuan. And guess what? After listening, he actually showed a smile on his face that seemed to say, "Oh, this is interesting. Bro, the 2 families' 4 emperors are about to come knocking at our door. And you think this is interesting?" He said since they are so eager to come and deliver, we must give them a grand welcome ceremony. Then, he directly told me to prepare a boat, because he wanted to actively go out to welcome them. I was dumbfounded at that moment. I saw the old man on the subway, looking at his phone, his face full of disbelief. What on earth? Why abandon such a great home advantage in Dressrosa and go out to the endless sea to confront them head-on? Where did you get this confidence from? But there was nothing I could do. He was the boss, and I could only comply. When I got the boat ready, I stood at the port with a grim face waiting, and the next scene directly raised my blood pressure. Ning Chuan, he actually brought Nami and the others along, looking like a sightseeing tour group, strolling over. Damn, are we going to life and death battle, bro? Did you bring your family for team building? As soon as Ning Chuan got on the boat, he calmly said, "Set sail." At that moment, I was completely stunned. I stared behind him for a long time and couldn't help but ask, where are the others? What about old man Rayleigh and the others? Are we just going with a few of us? After I asked, I felt like a fool. Ning Chuan can definitely put people into another space, right? He must have hidden Rayleigh and the others, preparing to catch the enemy off guard and give them a little shock. Yes, it must be like that. Thinking of this, I felt much more at ease and was more motivated to sail the ship. But guess what? I hadn't sailed far when even more outrageous things happened. Kaido and Big Mom's crews ran into each other out at sea. These two pirate crews were natural enemies with a deep-seated grudge, and it was truly a case of enemies meeting with extra hostility. The Beast Pirates' fire disaster, Jack, started cursing from a distance. Damn it. How did we run into this bunch of useless fools? Big Mom's Katakuri didn't tee back down either, coldly retorting, a bunch of country bumpkins from Wano. You dare to block our way? The tension was so thick that I could almost smell it through the screen. In the next moment, the Beast Pirates fired cannon, and both sides immediately started fighting on the sea. Cannons roared, ships collided, and the underlings were shouting as they leaped onto the opposing ship. Goodness, I hadn't even arrived yet, and they had already served me an appetizer. At that moment, I was flying in the sky as a scout, and when I saw this scene, I was completely stunned. Wow, did Ning Chuan anticipate that they would have an internal conflict? Is that why he dared to be so arrogant and go directly out to sea just to reap the benefits? What a master. This is definitely a master. As I looked down at Ning Chuan at the bow of the ship, his eyes were filled with admiration. However, I had barely admired him for 3 seconds when Ning Chuan gave an order that left me petrified on the spot. He ordered me to drive the ship right into the center of the battlefield. At that moment, I want to curse, dude. Are you out of your mind? Isn't it better to sit back and watch the fight? Why rush in and become a target? Just as I was about to advise him, I met his unquestionable gaze, and all my words got stuck in my throat. Fine, you decide. I could only grit my teeth and steer the boat into that hell on earth. At that time, both sides were already fighting like crazy. Yanjai had transformed into a giant pterosaur, engulfed in flames, battling fiercely with Katakuri in the sky. Plague Queen had turned into a brontosaurus, being surrounded and beaten by Smug and a group of siblings. The whole sea was a scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere, with an overwhelming aura. Just at that moment of chaos, our boat sailed straight in. Ning Chuan stood at the bow, calm and composed. His voice wasn't too loud, but it clearly resonated throughout the battlefield. I said, "Everyone, weren't you here to fight me? Why are you attacking each other first?" In an instant, the entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone stopped fighting and turned to look at us in unison. Hundreds of eyes, like searchlights, locked onto Ning Chuan. I stood behind him, my legs nearly cramping up, thinking to myself that this was it. We had become the common enemy. But what did Ning Chuan do? He looked at those people with a disdainful smile and lightly beckoned to Yanjai and Katakuri, as if to say, "I'm here. Why aren't you making a move yet?" I tell you, this time it directly ignited the powder keg. Jean and Katakuri's faces turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Arrogant guys, take him down. This is what Mama wants. The two were still arguing about who should strike first. Ning Chuan added a knife. I think you should both attack together to save time. All right, now there's no need to argue anymore. The two groups instantly reached a consensus, pointing their guns outward. Full-scale attack. Leave Ning Chuan, kill everyone else. In an instant, a deluge of cannonballs, slashes, and all sorts of bizarre abilities came crashing down on our little broken ship. However, Ning Chuan just stood there, smiling as he extended a hand, and a huge transparent barrier enveloped us all. All the attacks hit the barrier without making a sound. You guys are useless. Ning Chuan shook his head, then his momentum suddenly changed. Since you can't do it, it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying, suffocating conqueror's haki instantly swept across the entire sea area. Thud, thud, those small minions fell like dumplings, rolling their eyes and fainting. The entire battlefield became silent, with only the sound of the waves remaining. Before those officers could recover from the shock of the conqueror's haki, Ning Chuan lightly uttered 3 words. Observation kill. In the next moment, I saw Katakuri's face turn pale. All the officers, including Jean, Queen, and the others, showed expressions of extreme terror. Family, who understands, their observation haki, their combat radar for survival, was directly shut down by Ning Chuan in that instant. I was completely stunned at that moment. What kind of divine operation is this? Next to me, little Yuta was licking a lollipop while explaining. This is Brother Ning Chuan's observation kill, which can seal everyone's observation haki. When I heard this, I was dumbfounded. There's such a move? Yuta glanced at me disdainfully. What's the big deal? This is my dad's ultimate skill, and now Brother Ning Chuan can do it too. I cautiously asked, "Who is your dad?" He said, "My dad is Shanks, the Emperor. Do you know him?" I knelt down on the spot. Goodness, Shanks the red-haired's unique skill. No wonder. Just as I was in shock, Ning Chuan looked at the group of cadres across from him, who had already turned blind, and coldly said, "I'll give you a chance to surrender." As a result, those people were quite tough, relying on their numbers, and shouted angrily to rush at him again. Ning Chuan curled his lips. "It seems you have chosen a ladder? A flash of golden light enveloped him, and the Conqueror's haki coiled around him. Buddha form. Boom! A golden Buddha, towering hundreds of meters high, appeared out of thin air on the sea. That dazzling golden figure instantly stunned everyone. Before they could react, a gigantic golden hand that blocked out the sun was already coming down heavily upon them. Let me tell you, that scene was simply miraculous. The golden hand I saw in the arena was nothing compared to this one. This was Ning Chuan's complete form. Jin and Katakuri's group, with their observation haki sealed, didn't even have time to react to this world-destroying punch. With a thunderous crash, the sea surface was directly smashed into a huge pit, and those two vice admirals, along with the ship beneath them, were instantly crushed into the deep sea without even a bubble surfacing. One punch. Just one punch. Two vice admirals gone. The remaining queen and smoker turned pale. I stood at the back, my legs weak, thinking how lucky I was to surrender early. Otherwise, after this punch, I wouldn't even have any ashes left. However, Ning Chuan didn't give them a chance to surrender at all. With another punch, smoker was gone. Another punch, and queen was gone too. It was not a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. One punch per person like swatting flies. In less than a few minutes, only our ship and the debris of countless ships remained on the sea. Did you think this was the end? No, it got even crazier. Ning Chuan seemed not to be satisfied with the fight. He actually activated the power of the time fruit. With a wave of his hand, those cadres who had just been smashed into the sea and were on the brink of death were forcibly fished back from the bottom of the sea and gathered together again. Katakuri and the others were completely confused, not knowing what was happening. Then they saw that golden giant fist raised high once again. You guys came all this way to find me, and I don't know if you've eaten. Ning Chuan's voice echoed above them. If you haven't eaten, then eat another punch from me. Boom! Another punch, and these guys were smashed back into the sea again. Time rewind. They were fished back up. Boom! They were smashed down again. This process, let me tell you, lasted for more than 2 hours. Fished up, smashed down. Fished up again, smashed down again. It was a torturous routine of companionship. Those once invincible vice admirals and cadres were pummeled back and forth a few hundred times like this. And in the end, they completely collapsed, their eyes filled with endless fear. Finally, Ning Chuan was satisfied, retracted his Buddha form, flew in front of those now unrecognizable figures, and disdainfully curled his lips. Is this how you collapse? The subordinates of the four emperors aren't that tough, after all. After saying that, he casually waved his hand and opened the door to the Song world. He packed all of Kaido and Big Mom's elite subordinates, like Jin and Katakuri, into it, one by one. Let me tell you, my Song world now resembles a large, high-end breeding ground for goo. And this new batch just happened to provide extra meals for the old residents inside. Having sorted all this out, I clapped my hands and strolled back to the ship. Doflamingo and his subordinates all had their heads down, not daring to breathe. I glanced at him and casually said, "Set sail, let's go home." Goodness. My calm demeanor directly fried Doflamingo's CPU. He had only one thought in his mind. In this life, no, in the next life, he had to cling to my thigh. Betray? What a joke. He didn't want me stuffed into that hellish place for elimination. As soon as I stepped into the cabin, he relaxed completely, mumbling, "This is true invincibility. Next time, even if the four emperors themselves come, I won't be afraid." After saying that, he hurriedly ran to personally steer the ship, being exceptionally eager. Back in Dressrosa, I let Nami and the others take Princess Shirahoshi around for a bit, treating it as a public expense tour. As for me, I needed to return to the Sky Island base. I casually opened a door and stepped right in. I rushed straight to Vegapunk's lab. When I arrived, I excitedly pulled out the newly captured Ember from the Jigo world and tossed it in front of Vegapunk. As soon as the Vegapunk clones saw Ember, their eyes lit up. Lunaria tribe? That fire on him has maximum research value. I know very well that these scientific madmen are relying on Jin's genes to create those overwhelmingly powerful seraphim. In the original work, only a few people from the 7 warlords provided their genes, resulting in a limited variety of seraphim. But now, who understands my family, that in my world of songs, I have top-tier combat power locked away. Seraphim Rayleigh, Seraphim Satan, Seraphim Enel. As long as I want, I can assemble a Seraphim all-star team in no time. And the combat power is simply unimaginable. As soon as I mentioned the plan, Vegapunk was immediately excited. He had been wanting to work on this project for a long time, but lacked samples. Now, I directly brought him the only Lunaria person. Isn't this just delivering a pillow to someone who is already sleepy? However, he mentioned 2 individuals, saying that if they could join, the project would progress rapidly. One is Vinsmoke Judge, and the other is Caesar Clown, both old colleagues of his from the MADS scientific unit. Finding these two? Easy. That guy Caesar is currently working illegally for the Navy in Punk Hazard, while Judge is working on his lineage factor in Big Mom's territory. After leaving the lab, I took a detour to Water 7 to check on how Master Tom was doing with my new ship. Since the support from the Sky Islands Gold and Doflamingo's black market channels, rare materials have been pouring into the shipyard as if they were free. The biggest problem now is energy. We need an energy converter. This matter still depends on Vegapunk, and Vegapunk's research cannot bypass a key item, the dark fruit, which belongs to Blackbeard. The problem is Blackbeard won't have the fruit for several more years. I don't have the patience to wait. I thought, don't devil fruits automatically find hosts? Why not just go to Whitebeard's ship and tie up Blackbeard himself, making him a human fruit detector, and have him wander around the sea a bit? We might just stumble upon it. After a brief chat with Master Tom, I opened the door and returned to Dressrosa. As soon as I entered the mansion prepared for us by Doflamingo, I saw him frantically talking on a Den Mushi. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the Den Mushi belonged to Katakuri, and on the other end was Big Mom herself. I listened as Doflamingo stood tall, speaking with a tone of bravado. Hello, Big Mom. Your people have been captured by our boss Ning Chuan. Want them back? Come to Dressrosa to collect them. After hanging up, he picked up the Den Mushi for Zoro and dialed Kaido's number, repeating the earlier message word for word. The bravado was astonishing. After the call, he turned to me and immediately put on a flattering smile. Boss Ning Chuan, I've notified everyone. With those two lunatics' tempers, they will probably come over within a day. All right, let them come. I waved my hand, taking the opportunity to head to Punk Hazard first. Doflamingo was taken aback, but wisely didn't ask further. He immediately pledged his loyalty. Boss, I have a subordinate named Virgo, who is an undercover agent at the Navy base in Punk Hazard. If you need an insider, I can contact him right away. Virgo, huh? Just have him get the map of the island. Oh, and give me an eternal pointer to Punk Hazard. Before long, the pointer was in hand. I shot up into the sky, activating the glint fruit, transforming into a beam of light and disappearing in an instant. Half an hour later, the outline of Punk Hazard appeared before me. But what caught my eye even more was the dense array of Navy warships surrounding the island. Dozens of battleships encircled the entire island like an iron barrel, flying not only the Navy flag, but also the flag of the world government. Good heavens! With such a setup, one would think a war to annihilate a nation was about to break out. I hovered in midair, sneering. The world government must have guessed I was coming to find Caesar and had set up a trap in advance. However, with just this little force, do they really think they can stop me? I didn't take them seriously at all and flew straight to the place I had agreed upon with Virgo. But when I arrived, there wasn't even a ghost in sight. My heart sank. Something felt off. As soon as I activated my observation hockey, I instantly detected a few familiar presences that couldn't be more familiar. Carp, Akiji, Akaina, Kazuru. Hey, my old friends have all come. I smirked, and in an instant, I understood that this was a trap. That kid Virgo had probably already exposed me. But I wasn't worried at all. Instead, I found it a bit amusing. I pretended to know nothing and swaggered forward. Just as I reached a spot less than 100 meters from their ambush point, a large group of people suddenly rushed out from the dark fortress, surrounding me completely. Leading the charge were the two legendary figures of the Navy, Sengoku and Garp. Standing beside them were the three admirals, Akainu and Akiji, not missing a single one. Even more outrageous, the vice admiral candidates, Mamasuk and Tsuru, along with the retired Zephyr and Admiral Tsuru, had also shown up, and if that wasn't enough, behind this group, an old man with a bald head was calmly sitting on a rock, holding a sword. I recognized him at a glance. The financial warrior from the Five Elders. Saint Nasujiru. I tell you, this lineup is so luxurious that it could easily overwhelm any of the four Emperor's crews, and now they all come to surround just me. Faced with this unprecedented encirclement, I am not panicking at all. Instead, I'm a bit excited. It seems my reputation is quite significant. I smiled and glanced around at them. Sengoku, that old man, crossed his arms and had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, saying that I had thrown the world situation into chaos and advised me to surrender obediently, handing over the holy Satan and the leader of the Knights of God. That old guy Carp also looked complicated, saying something about public and private matters, insisting that I must be captured today. Kizaru still looked lazy, saying, "Oh dear, Ning Chuan. Little brother, this situation is really frightening. Where did you hide, Vegapunk?" Akiji and Akainu, the defeated generals, had expressions that said they had to regain their honor today. The Five Elder Star of Gold spoke up with a heavy voice. "Be careful. This kid's strength exceeds expectations. Even the holy Satan has fallen. We must not let our guard down. Since you all are so ceremonial and aren't making a move, let me warm up first. As soon as I finished speaking, I activated the abilities of the flower fruit. Countless arms suddenly sprang from my body, spreading across the entire battlefield. A Shaku jewel. Some of the arms instantly shone with golden light, and countless laser bullets rained down indiscriminately in all directions. Kizaru was immediately dumbfounded, looking dazed. Isn't this my move? Sengoku and the others quickly retreated, using their haki to withstand it. But this was just the appetizer. Dog-biting Red Lotus. On several other arms, Akainu's magma fruit ability erupted, filling the sky with magma fists, instantly turning the entire battlefield into a sea of fire. And it's not over yet. Ice Age. Akiji's ultimate technique was also unleashed by me, and the bone-chilling cold instantly froze the ground and the sea. Thunderous. Next, hundreds of terrifying lightning bolts descended from the sky, carpet bombing everyone. I tell you, at that moment, the 4 top-tier natural powers of ice, fire, light, and thunder erupted simultaneously, shaking the entire island. Sengoku, Carp, and the top-tier fighters were all forced to retreat step by step. Even that Gorosei could only hold his sword and temporarily withdraw to avoid the onslaught. The Sengoku people were stunned, probably screaming in their hearts. How can this kid use 4 abilities at the same time? This is not scientific. He suddenly turned his head and glared at Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru. That gaze seemed to say, "You 3 traitors?" The 3 of them felt uncomfortable under his stare, avoiding eye contact, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Who understands? Family members. The skills they taught are now being used against them. And it's an upgraded version. Who do they go to for reasoning? My operation this time focuses on a replication, and it's a paid upgrade version. Sengoku was still thinking of stalling for time, waiting for me to exhaust my stamina. How naive. While I continued the bombardment, I silently chanted in my heart, "System, settle, ding." The ability of the flash fruit used for 1 minute, 10,000 times return. Ability upgraded, ding. The ability of the magma fruit used for 1 minute, 10,000 times return. Ability upgraded. Almost in an instant, my understanding of these 4 fruit abilities reached a new level. The second wave of bombardment followed closely, and its power was stronger than the first by more than 1 level. Just now, they could still rely on haki to withstand it, but now, every hit made them wince in pain. Then, I muttered again, "System, continue the settlement." The third round of bombardment began. This time, the haki of Momonosuke and Toshiji had already begun to show cracks, and it was clear they were about to break. Sengoku and Carp exchanged glances and finally realized they could no longer delay. If I continue to upgrade like this on the spot, they might not make it out today. No more delays. Let's go all out. Carp shouted in anger, and Sengoku erupted with Conqueror-S haki at the same time, forcibly pushing back my elemental attacks, transforming into 2 streams of light, rushing towards me. Behind them, the 3 admirals, Zifa, Tsuru, everyone rushed out. The observing Gorosei, Venus, also moved, transforming into a skeletal horse with a human head, his long sword entwined with black lightning. And at the right moment, he slashed towards my neck from the side. Just in time, I shouted lowly, and an even stronger Conqueror-S haki erupted from within me, instantly pushing back Carp and Sengoku-S haki. Punch impact. Carp-S iron fist, accompanied by black-red lightning, smashed towards me. Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha, slamming a shockwave down towards my head. Boom! With a loud noise. I only stepped back 2 paces, while Carp and Sengoku were sent flying back dozens of meters, their faces filled with disbelief. Is this the extent of their strength? I sneered coldly, my body instantly swelling, a golden Buddha rising taller than Sengoku. Everyone in the Navy was dumbfounded, instinctively looking toward Sengoku. Sengoku-S old face turned red, awkwardly coughing twice. Focus on the enemy. Come on, let us see whose fist is harder. I swung my dozens of meters long golden giant fist, smashing Sengoku-S golden Buddha into the ground. The entire island nearly lifted off the ground from my punch. Carp was still in shock when my second fist was already in front of him. At this moment, the 3 admirals attacked from 3 directions simultaneously, and Momonosuke and the others also unleashed their strongest attacks. Venus seized the opportunity when I was caught in a pincer attack and launched a deadly strike again. However, just when he thought he would succeed, clang, with a loud sound, his sword seemed to strike the hardest object in the world, and he was sent flying along with his sword. I saw that in front of my neck, A transparent barrier had appeared without my knowing. Barrier fruit. Venus' heart sank. He knew it was over. With this absolute defense in place, they wouldn't even dream of capturing me today, let alone injuring me. On the battlefield, every attack from the Navy felt like mere tickling, while every counterattack from me was hard for them to withstand. I am getting braver as the battle goes on. It has been a long time since I played so well. The financial warriors saw the situation and completely understood that they had lost all opportunities. Continuing to fight would only make me stronger. Their luxurious team today has completely hit a brick wall. As soon as the financial warrior sensed something was wrong, guess what he wanted to do? He wanted to run. He actually wanted to make a run for it right in front of me and go back to gather more people. I have to say, I was really impressed by his move at that time. He actually ordered Sengoku and Carp, the top naval forces, to risk their lives to buy him a second to escape. Wow, isn't that just using his teammates as cannon fodder and making a run for it himself? Sengoku's old face turned green with anger, his fists cracking, but there was nothing he could do. Rank has its privileges. So he had to grit his teeth and lead the three admirals charging towards me. Seeing their self-sacrificial expressions, I couldn't help but laugh. Want to leave? Did you ask me first? I haven't even unleashed my ultimate move yet. Want to run, huh? All right, I'll send you and your good buddies back together. I grinned, directly activating my song fruit ability, and an enchanting melody instantly echoed throughout the venue. Genie is so beautiful. Family, who understands with just this voice? The whole world has changed. The sky spun and the earth turned, and in the next moment, all of us, including those Navy officers, were pulled into a bizarre space. Countless Kuns wearing overalls appeared out of nowhere, expressionless, dribbling basketballs and dancing that sanity-diminishing dance. Sengoku, Carp, and the three admirals, one and all, were stunned. They had never seen such a scene. Each one looked like they had seen a ghost, feeling their minds being crazily polluted. And that financial martial god reacted the quickest. As soon as he heard the song, his face turned pale, desperately covering his ears, but it was too late. He instantly realized that his two missing unfortunate brothers were not dead at all, but were locked up in this hellish place by me. I flickered into view in front of them, looking down on them like the ruler of this place. Welcome to my world, I said slowly, where you have already lost. The warring states over there was going all out, slapping away several Kuan, but those things seemed endless, multiplying the more they were hit. The financial martial god was mumbling to himself, saying something about how he should have thought of this earlier. It's ridiculous that he's only realizing it now. Isn't his reflex arc a bit too long? I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him and just smiled at him. Don't be anxious, financial martial god. Your two good brothers have been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as I finished speaking, I waved my hand and tore open a spatial rift. Before he could react, a tremendous suction pulled him right in. The other Navy personnel want to stop us? No chance. I closed the door behind us, leaving them to continue enjoying Kuan's VIP concert. As I took the financial martial god through the rift, the scene before us was even more thrilling. This was not a prison at all. It was simply a large-scale, goo-raising arena. I saw Saturn Saint had completely transformed into a giant spider, frantically attacking. The leader of the Knights of God was also swinging his sword, both of them surrounded and beaten by a large group of people. Guess who was leading the charge? The Underworld King, Rayleigh. Following him were Enel, Crocodile, Moria, and even fierce characters like Ash and Katakuri. Goodness, these pirates who usually wouldn't even be able to connect with each other were now working together to beat up the five elders. The financial martial god was utterly stunned, his worldview nearly collapsing. What is going on? His voice was trembling. I clapped my hands and, like a tour guide, introduced him. Welcome to my exclusive breeding ground. You five old stars are, in my eyes, the best goo, used as super training partners to gain experience and level up. It's all about an internal cycle, you understand? He trembled with anger. You, I dare you toy with us? I went up and knocked him down with a punch. He's already a prisoner, yet he's still trying to act tough with me? I stepped on his back and said, in the past, you looked down on us, but now you were just tools. Look, when those two brothers first arrived, this group wasn't even enough to fill their gaps. And now they can fight back. Do you think they've improved quickly? This guy is probably so mad at me that he's calling me crazy and asking if I'm afraid they'll become strong and retaliate against me. I laughed and kicked him into the battle group. You can go down and ask them if they dare, especially that one called Enel, who used to be a god up in the sky, was way more arrogant than you. And isn't he behaving himself now? I shouted down, this is so much fun. Once I gather 5 of the 5 elders, maybe I can summon him. After handling things here, I returned to the Kuan world. The Navy guys were already on the verge of a mental breakdown from the torment. The funniest was Carp. The old man somehow got a pair of overalls and was mixing in with the Kuin crowd, dancing along. His moves were something else. Good grief. It looked like abstract art he finally figured out. As soon as Sengoku saw me return, he immediately became alert and asked where I had taken the financial martial god. I teased them. Don't worry, I'm planning to let you all go. Seeing their incredulous faces, I then told the truth. If I don't keep you here, how can I lure out the remaining few elders? This game has just begun. Saying this, I wrapped my arm around the waist of the nearby Peach Rabbit. The feeling is nice. I like beautiful women, so she will stay as a hostage for now. After that, I waved my hand to open a door to the real world, and then without any hesitation, I kicked Sengoku, Carp, and the three admirals one by one out of my Kuin world like garbage. Splash, splash, they all fell into the distant sea. I held on to Peach Rabbit, suspended in midair, watching below as Carp and Zephyr scooped up people like they were dumplings. Peach Rabbit was so angry she wanted to draw her sword. But I coldly warned her, if you dare to move, I guarantee none of them will survive. She immediately froze, unable to do anything but watch. A smart choice. I smiled and then asked her, where is Caesar? She stubbornly refused to answer. Fine. I snapped my fingers, activating the power of the time fruit. Just like that, Sengoku and the others who had just been pulled ashore were instantly back in the water, continuing to soak. Peach Rabbit was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't comprehend what was happening. What? What have you done? She exclaimed. Tell me, where is Caesar? My tone was flat, but carried an undeniable pressure. Otherwise, they would have to drink their fill in the sea. Now she was at a loss, gritting her teeth and finally revealing the location of Caesar's secret laboratory. Only then was I satisfied, nodding my head and pulling those poor souls back from the sea. Under Peach Rabbit's guidance, I swaggered into the naval base, and she used her gaze to stop all the Navy personnel who wanted to rush in and seek death. Soon, we found that crazy scientist Caesar, who was complaining in front of a pile of broken equipment. I couldn't be bothered to listen to his rambling, so I walked over and lifted him up like a chick. He wanted to resist, but he soon realized that he was no different from a toy in my hands. I casually opened a space portal, wrapped my arms around Peach Rabbit, and carried Caesar, stepping through it. The next second, the three of us appeared on a floating island base 10,000 meters high in the sky. Caesar and Peach Rabbit looked at the sea of clouds beneath them, completely stunned. I brought them into Vegapunk's laboratory, and the 5 Vegapunks' eyes lit up when they saw Caesar. Old colleagues meeting again, it was particularly warm. Vegapunk didn't hold back either, directly revealing the core content of the Seraphim project, using the bloodline factor of the Lunarians combined with various advanced technologies to create a super weapon capable of crushing the 7 warlords. Upon hearing this, Caesar was immediately thrilled. As a science fanatic, this was a project tailor-made for him, and he immediately expressed his desire to join. Peach Rabbit, on the other hand, was alarmed. She knew that if this plan succeeded, it would completely overturn the world structure. She was anxious and wanted to report the situation to headquarters, but felt powerless. I looked at her anxious expression and leaned in to whisper in her ear, let me tell you something that might overturn your worldview. I think the world would be better off without celestial dragons. So, I went ahead and did it. After saying that, without caring about her shocked expression, I opened the spatial door again and brought her back to the villa in Dressrosa. Nami and the others were playing mahjong, and as soon as they saw me bring back a stunning Navy beauty, their eyes lit up. Let me introduce you. This is Peach Rabbit, I announced. From now on, she will be your swordsmanship sparring partner. The moment you can defeat her, I'll teach you even more powerful sword techniques. Upon hearing this, Kuina's eyes immediately lit up, and she drew her sword on the spot, insisting on having a few exchanges with Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit, seeing the fierce sword intent emanating from this little girl, was also taken aback, unable to comprehend how I had trained such a group of little monsters. Just as everyone was excitedly preparing to watch the fun, my transponder snail on my waist suddenly rang. It was Doflamingo calling. Ning, Tuan, we've received news from Wano country. The Yonko Kaido has already made his move. I tell you, as soon as I got the news, I didn't waste a second and turned into a beam of light to rush over. I was so fast that even the clouds had to make way for me. In just over an hour, I saw it. Good heavens, there was a giant dragon coiled up in the clouds, its shadow as big as a moving mountain range. No doubt about it, it was that old guy Kaido. Seeing the main character, I pressed the accelerator even harder and zoomed right up to him. Kaido noticed me too. He was already fuming, and now that he saw this uninvited guest, his enormous dragon eyes bulged like 2 searchlights, and his anger was rising. He opened his massive maw and let out a roar that could practically bring the sky down. Get lost, Bug. Let me tell you, when he shouted. It wasn't just loud. That conqueror's haki rolled in like a tsunami, trying to knock me out with sheer momentum. And the result? That haki swept over me, hey. It felt as gentle as a breeze, not effective at all. At that moment, Kaido was completely stunned, his dragon face filled with caution. Years of battle experience told him that I wasn't some small fry. I was a tough opponent. Just as he realized this and was ready to get serious, it was too late. I have already reached under his belly. In the blink of an eye, I transformed into a streak of light and directly crashed into his massive dragon body in less than 0.01 seconds. That impact was incredible. There was a loud bang, and Kaido's several hundred-meter-long dragon body was instantly twisted into a distorted shape, tumbling wildly in the sky, screaming in pain. I steadied myself in midair, watching his pained expression, and couldn't help but laugh. I said, "Is this the mighty Four Emperors Kaido? The title of strongest creature is a bit inflated, isn't it? You're too easy to deal with." Upon hearing this, Kaido's dragon eyes turned red with anger. He gritted his teeth in pain, focused his gaze, and realized it was me. The entire dragon froze. And after the shock came an overwhelming rage. "It's you, Ning Chuan, you bastard," he roared while rolling his dragon body, trying to intimidate me with his presence. Unfortunately, this was utterly useless against me. Kaido shouted, and his dragon tail, thicker than a train, swept toward me with a howling sound that tore through the air. As for me, I simply dodged left and right in the sky, like playing with a child, effortlessly. Too slow. Too slow. Haven't you eaten? I teased from the side. My family, who understands, knows that Kaido's mentality was completely shattered at that moment. When has a Four Emperor ever been humiliated like this? Being toyed with like a monkey? You will pay for your arrogance. He roared, and his dragon body swelled even larger. He was serious now. I looked at him and chuckled lightly. The last person who spoke to me like that has grass 3 meters high on their grave. As soon as I finished speaking, I flashed in an instant and was right in front of his face. My attacks were fast and precise, landing punch after punch on his vital points. Kaido's massive body was like a living target in front of me, only able to passively take the beating. Bastard. Dragon breath. Kaido, enraged by my relentless assault, took a deep breath, and his entire dragon form inflated like a balloon before he opened his mouth to unleash. A torrent of scorching dragon breath, comparable to lava, shot toward me like a fire hose. He thought this move would force me back and give him a chance to catch his breath, right? How naive. I tell you, I was too lazy to even dodge. I just charged straight into that dragon's breath. The flames that can melt steel felt like taking a hot bath in front of me. I didn't feel a thing. I directly emerged from the fire. Kaido's big eyes instantly shrank to the size of pinheads. For the first time, he felt what it meant to be afraid. By the time he reacted, I was already in front of him. Your dragon breath doesn't have much heat. It's not even as hot as stepping on magma. I coldly finished my words, clenched my fist, and the conqueror's haki wrapped around it as I aimed a powerful uppercut at his massive jaw. Boom! With that punch, Kaido felt the world spinning, stars dancing before his eyes, and his enormous dragon body completely lost control, plummeting from the sky like a kite with its string cut, crashing down onto a nearby deserted island, creating a massive dragon-shaped crater. But I have to say, this old fellow can really take a hit. Although he was seriously injured, his terrifying recovery ability allowed him to quickly climb out of the pit, visibly healing from his wounds. Once he steadied himself, he decisively reverted from his dragon form back to his human shape, pulling out that enormous kanabo from his waist and staring at me with a murderous intent. As soon as I saw him like this, I couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Don't you plan to use your strongest beast form to fight me? Kai snickered coldly, exuding dominance. I don't need to deal with you like that. But before we start, let me ask you, what about my subordinates? I shrugged and said, don't worry. You'll be able to join them soon. This sentence directly set Kaido off. You little brat. Thunderbawa. He roared, charging at me with his club wrapped in Conqueror's haki. He swung down with such force that it felt like the sky was about to split open. Faced with his full force strike, I didn't even blink. I clenched my fist, enveloped it in my own Conqueror's haki, and met the attack head on, fist against club. Boom! In that moment of collision, the entire island shook as if it were experiencing an earthquake. The shockwave generated by our clash of Conqueror's haki sent surrounding rocks and trees flying, creating giant waves dozens of meters high on the sea, and even tearing a huge hole in the clouds above. Kaido, seeing that I actually took his strike head on, burst into laughter. Not bad, kid. You were able to block my Thunderbagwa, but that's not enough. I smiled lightly, my grip tightening instead of loosening. Oh, really? Then let me see how much you can take. As soon as I finished speaking, my strength erupted, directly sending him and his weapon stumbling back several steps. Kaido's expression changed drastically. He finally realized that I had never used my full strength from the beginning. Instead of getting angry, he was delighted, his battle-crazy nature completely ignited. Ha ha, interesting. You're the first one who dares to fight me while holding back. After that, we began an intense exchange of blows. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to see the shadows, and in just a few minutes, we had exchanged blows hundreds of times. Kaido became increasingly alarmed and frustrated as he fought. He felt like a sparring partner. With every move, I made effortlessly countering his attacks. This was an absolute humiliation. Bastard, do you dare to underestimate me? Kaido could no longer hold back. He was going to use his strongest form, beast human form. With a roar, his body began to change dramatically, muscles bulging, patches of green dragon scales sprouting on his body, combining human agility with dragon defensive power. This was truly his strongest battle form. I stood with my hands behind my back, quietly watching him transform, without any intention of launching a sneak attack. Can you guess why I'm being so kind? Let me tell you, I'm after his fruit ability. I've been using my observation haki to memorize every detail of his body transformation, every flow of power. I'm just waiting for him to complete his transformation so I can take advantage of this system. When Kaido fully transforms, that aura is simply earth-shattering. Come on, Ning, this time, let me show you true power. I smiled slightly, just as I wished. I've watched everything I needed to, and now, it's time for you to see what true power really is. I silently recited, System, settle. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully observed the fish fruit, mythical beast type, Azure Dragon form for 20 minutes, activating a 10,000-fold return of cultivation. You have gained 200,000 minutes of cultivation. Unfortunately, just watching isn't enough. I couldn't directly master it. No worries, I've got a hack. Let's rewind a bit. Looking at Kaido, who had already rushed in front of me, I gave him a strange smile. His move, the 3 generations of surrender, inducing Naraku, had just raised the Kanabo and hadn't come down yet when I lightly snapped my fingers. Time rewind. In the next second, Kaido, who had flown into the sky, instantly returned to the ground, still in the posture before his jump. He was completely confused. What is going on? Wasn't I about to unleash a big move? Why am I back? An even more bewildering thing happened. The dragon scales that had just grown on him started to retract, and he transformed back from his hybrid form to a normal human form. Kaido was both shocked and angry. He knew it was my doing and tried to resist with his Conqueror's haki. But he forgot that my Conqueror's haki is stronger than his. I unleashed my haki, directly suppressing his. He was now in a dilemma, either get knocked out by my haki or watch himself be toyed with by me. Time forward. I snapped my fingers again. Kaido's body uncontrollably began to change, regrowing dragon scales and transforming back into his hybrid form. Just like that, I treated him as my electronic pet, switching forms back and forth. Human form, hybrid form, Azure Dragon form, back and forth for over an hour, exhausting him thoroughly, until the system's voice echoed in my mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully mastered the fish fruit, mythical beast type, Azure Dragon form. Done. I looked at Kaido, who was completely bewildered, and without hesitation, I concentrated my thoughts. In an instant, shining dragon scales began to grow on my body, and my form rapidly expanded. A larger, more majestic, and more imposing than Kaido in his transformed state, coiled directly in the sky, blocking out the sun. Kaido was dumbfounded, standing frozen in place, his eyes nearly popping out, muttering to himself, How is this possible? I looked down at him, a mocking glint in my enormous dragon eyes. Kaido, your fruit development isn't that impressive, is it? Look at mine, just transformed, it's already bigger than yours. All your years of effort seem to be less than what I've achieved in just a moment. And that's not all. I silently recited another phrase in my mind. System, continue the settlement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the Azure Dragon form for 1 minute. Activating 10,000 times return. Gain 10,000 minutes of cultivation. Feeling the power within me grow stronger again, I smiled with satisfaction. So next, let's continue to improve in battle. As soon as I finished speaking, a massive dragon claw, with the momentum to tear everything apart, came crashing down on Kaido, who was still in a daze on the ground. That claw hit Kaido hard, leaving him stunned. By the time he reacted and tried to use his hybrid form to fight back, he realized that he was not even in the same league. My Azure Dragon form completely overwhelmed him in terms of power, speed, and defense. Then, I unleashed an elemental barrage on him. The light from the glittering fruit, the cold from the freezing fruit, the electricity from the thunder fruit, and the fire from the lava fruit. 4 powers erupted from around me and slammed into Kaido as if they were free. Boom! Kaido didn't even have time to react before being completely engulfed by countless lasers, ice blocks, lightning, and magma. The dragon scales on his body shattered, letting out painful roars. He tried to stand up and counterattack, but I gave him no chance at all. Dragon claws struck down, elemental attacks came one after another, relentlessly pounding him and worsening his injuries. The situation had completely turned into one-sided slaughter. Fear finally crept into Kaido's heart. He knew that if this continued, he would undoubtedly die, and he started to think about how to escape. Damn it, I admit defeat today, better to leave while I can. Just as he thought about sneaking away, a cold smile spread across my lips. Want to run? Did you get my permission? I instantly switched to my own Qinglong beast-human form and flashed right in front of him, delivering a punch that sealed off all his escape routes. Ning Chuan! Kaido let out a desperate roar. Unfortunately, it was useless. My attacks came like a storm, each punch smashing into him, shattering all the dragon scales on his body. Blood gushing wildly. With my final punch, the entire island was forcefully split in half. The seawater rushed in wildly, and Kaido's body lost consciousness completely, plummeting into the deep sea. I stretched my neck and exclaimed, "It's quite nice to move my muscles and bones occasionally." Looking at the already unconscious Kaido, I snapped my fingers, activated time reversal, pulled him back from the sea, and without hesitation, opened the door to the Song Song world and kicked him inside. At that moment, in the Song Song world, Queen and the others were being tortured to the brink of death. When they suddenly saw their boss fall in, they were initially overjoyed, thinking a savior had arrived. But when they saw Kaido's battered and half-dead appearance, everyone's faces turned green. How could this be? Even the boss lost? Queen could hardly believe his eyes. On the other side, Rayleigh watched this scene with a smile on his face. Kaido's arrival meant their combat power had skyrocketed, significantly reducing the pressure of dealing with the 3 old geezers of the Celestial Dragons. The tides had turned. It was now their turn to take a beating. The 3 of them, Satan Saint, Figureland, and Izambaron, looked at Kaido, who had been thrown in, and a wave of intense unease surged within them. They realized that Ning Chuan's growth speed had completely exceeded their control, and if this continued, the entire world government would be in danger. But Figureland's words snapped them back to reality. Are we still worried about the outside? We should first think about how to survive this hell. The expressions of the 3 instantly turned extremely serious. Indeed, with Kaido and Rayleigh joining forces, along with a whole bunch of pirates, their situation in the Song Song world had become unprecedentedly dangerous. Prepare for battle, Satan Saint said coldly. We have no way out. Meanwhile, Rayleigh had already walked over to Kaido's side. Looking at this former enemy, now sharing the same fate, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. After this moment of reflection, he turned to fully explain the situation in the Song Song world to the just awakened Kaido. Let me tell you, Kaido's expression was something else. He just opened his eyes, looked confused, and when he saw Rayleigh, he became even more bewildered. By the time he heard how I captured him and learned that there were 3 celestial dragon monsters waiting outside for some heads, his old face turned green and white in turns. What else could he do? Under someone else's roof, he had to bow his head. Once a mortal enemy. Now, they could only grudgingly acknowledge it and unite. First, let us deal with those 3 outside. Just as they reached a consensus as prison mates, I wasn't idle on my end. Initially, after dealing with Kaido, I thought about directly opening a door back to Dressrosa and calling it a day. But then I realized, wait, who understand my family? The upper echelons of the Beast Pirates had basically been wiped out by me, and now Wano was like a deserted city. All that was left was a weakling like Kaido, which was practically a gift. I had to quickly take advantage of this situation and raid their home. Besides, I had been eyeing that sea stone mine in Wano for a long time. With that thought in mind, I didn't hesitate at all. I roared and transformed back in my dragon form, pulled out the eternal pointer I had taken from Kaido, and flew straight towards Wano. Good heavens! As soon as I arrived over Wano, the people below went into a frenzy. When they saw a dragon in the sky, they thought Kaido had returned, and instantly, despair filled their faces. To be honest, after years of being oppressed by Kaido, they would rather see Kazuki Oden, that great genius, return as the shogun than ever want to see Kaido again. But on the other hand, Kaido's remaining troops had a completely opposite reaction upon seeing the dragon in the sky. They thought their boss had triumphed. One by one, they charged towards Onigashima, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, excitedly preparing to welcome me with a feast. Their operation of popping champagne was all about eating their own feast in advance. I was watching these clowns from the sky, almost laughing so hard that I nearly transformed back from my dragon form. I originally wanted to just show up and give them a surprise, but then I thought, hey, since you all see me as Kaido, why not play along? I'll wait until you all gather together, and then I'll take care of it in one go, saving myself the trouble of finding each one individually. So I hovered quietly over Onigashima, watching their performance. Before long, all the remnants of the Flying Six, Black Maria, and every enemy that could breathe had gathered. They were all puffing out their chests, already starting to discuss how to take credit with Lord Kaido, and some were even wondering, why isn't the boss speaking? Did he drink too much on the way? Strange. We're Lord Jin and Lord Queen. I thought to myself, well, everyone is here. We can start the feast now. Just as their cheers reached a peak, I transformed from my dragon form back to human form right in front of everyone, quietly hovering in midair. Let me tell you, in that moment, the air on Ghost Island became solid. The deafening cheers from a second ago turned into dead silence the next. You could hear a pin drop. The crowd below was dumbfounded. Who is this? Where is Lord Kaido? Damn, how can he also turn into a dragon? Is he a bastard child? Finally, someone recognized me and let out a sharp scream. It's Ning Chuan. Boom! The crowd erupted. Impossible. Didn't the boss go to deal with him? How could he be here? Could it be the boss was defeated? The previous joy instantly turned 180 degrees into deep-rooted fear. Of course, there were always a few hard-headed ones. The few fools from the Flying Six and Black Carbon Snake, seeing that something was off, immediately got into position. One by one, they transformed into their dinosaur forms, and Black Carbon Snake turned into his ugly 8-headed shape, roaring at me. Peggy Wan, the dragon, was the first to charge at me. Looking at these mismatched characters, I didn't even have the desire to fight. I simply raised my hand slightly, not even bothering to give them a glance, and calmly uttered a few words. Wano country now belongs to me. Resistance is futile. As soon as I finished speaking, my conqueror's haki swept across Ghost Island like an invisible tsunami. Peggy Wan, who had been charging forward with great momentum, suddenly stopped as if his feet were filled with lead, his murderous intent instantly replaced by fear, trembling like a leaf. Black Carbon Snake's 8 heads drooped down like wilted eggplants. Every enemy present, one and all, was rendered immobile by my aura, not to mention fighting. Even standing firm was a struggle. With this one move, they fully understood the gap between us. It wasn't just a matter of dimensions. It was a level so high that even the author wouldn't dare to write it. Your resistance is meaningless, I said as I walked forward. Then I lightly flicked my finger, activating the power of the flower fruit, and countless giant hands emerged from the ground, lifting each of these immobile guys as if they were chicks. Immediately after, I waved my arm, and the door to the Song world opened. A tremendous suction pulling them all inside. Go on in. Your beloved Lord Kaido is waiting for you to reunite inside. Once the place was cleared, the entire Ghost Island was left with only one person I had taken away, Kaido's daughter, Yamato. Interestingly, this girl, upon seeing me defeat her father, showed no trace of hatred. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she walked towards me. Hey, did you really defeat my old man? I certainly know about her issues with Kaido, so I just nodded. When she saw that, she got even more excited, and without saying a word, she stretched her handcuffed hands in front of me. Can you help me get this off? I'll stick with you from now on. You can be my boss and teach me how to get stronger. How about that? I liked her personality. I didn't waste any words either. I reached out and pressed on her handcuffs, applied a bit of force, and with a click, the thing that had restrained her for so many years shattered, exploding my hand. Thanks, Boss Ning Chuan. Yamato shook her wrist, looking quite cool. Come on, I'll take you to raid my dad's territory. Then, she led me confidently straight into the Shogun's mansion in Wano. The guards saw us, especially me, a stranger, and were stunned, but not one dared to stop us. Yamato directly led me to sit on the Shogun's throne, and finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore. A guard bravely approached and asked, Lady Yamato, what's going on? Yamato didn't even turn her head and coolly announced, This is Ning Chuan, my new boss. My dad Kaido has been defeated by him, and from now on, Wano will be under his command. Go, inform everyone and prepare for the new Shogun's succession ceremony. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire Shogun's mansion felt like it had been struck by lightning. Everyone was dumbfounded. What? Lord Kaido? Defeated? This is impossible. Some people even reached for their weapons, but when I shot them a cold glance, the overwhelming presence of my Haushikahaki made their legs feel weak, and the swords felt as heavy as mountains, with no one daring to draw them. Kaido was already a defeated foe under my command. I leaned back on the throne, my voice not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Now, Wano's surname is Ning. Anyone who dares to resist will face only one outcome: death. At this point, no one dared to say another word. Yamato nodded in satisfaction and turned to her subordinates, ordering, "Go, notify the whole country and prepare the ceremony. Anyone who is disobedient, kill them directly." Soon, the news of Wano's new shogun spread everywhere. The common people were all gloomy, thinking that the tyrant Kaido was about to officially ascend. The remnants of the Kazuki clan, like Kinemon and Ashura Doji, were even more furious upon hearing the news, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. They had endured humiliation for so many years, waiting for Momonosuke to return and restore their country, and now Kaido was going to be the shogun? This was unacceptable. But they both knew they couldn't act impulsively and could only suppress their anger, quickly contacting other comrades with the Den Den Mushi. When Kazuki Hiyori heard the news, she broke down in tears on the spot. But after crying, she wiped her tears and decided to go see the succession ceremony in person. Soon, the square was filled with people, all waiting heavily for the appearance of that tyrant. As a result, after waiting for a long time, Kaido didn't show up. Instead, it was Yamato accompanying me, this stranger sitting on the shogun's throne. Everyone below was dumbfounded. Who is this? Where's Kaido? Why does he have to sit there? I looked at the crowd below, murmuring in discussion, slowly stood up, and my voice echoed throughout the square. People of Wano, my name is Ning Chuan. Your tyrant Kaido has been defeated by me. From today on, Wano will be under my control. The entire place fell into a dead silence at first, then instantly erupted with waves of astonished exclamations. For Emperor Kaido was defeated by him? What a joke. I smiled and then threw out an even bigger bomb. Furthermore, starting today, the position of shogun in Wano country is abolished. Anyone can expose the crimes of Kaido's former subordinates, and I will settle accounts one by one. This time, not only the ordinary people, but even the loyalists of the Kazuki family were blown away. When Denjiro and Ashura Doji heard this, their faces turned green. Has this guy gone mad? Abolishing the position of shogun? What will happen to the return of Lord Momonosuke, who will inherit the glory of the Kazuki family? This is even more unacceptable for them than Kaido being the shogun. The two exchanged glances and immediately decided that they must stop me. They quickly used the Den Den Mushi to relay the news to all the members of the Akazaya 9 who were outside. Inuarashi and Nico Mamushi from Zou, and Aizo on the Whitebeard ship all received the news. Aizo was even more shocked. Defeating Kaido was a huge blessing. But abolishing the position of shogun would dig up the roots of the Kazuki family. He remained silent for a long time, and finally made up his mind to walk up to Whitebeard. Old man, I want to resign and return to Wano country. Whitebeard was taken aback. What's wrong? Aizo explained everything in detail. After listening, Whitebeard first furrowed his brows, but then a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Gurara, a kid who could defeat Kaido? Interesting. He stroked his chin and then suddenly slapped the armrest of his chair, laughing heartily. Odin is also my son. His hometown is in trouble. How can I, as his father, just sit back and do nothing? Aizo, you don't need to resign. I'll go with you. Boys, set sail, destination Wano country. At the same time, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was in a terrible headache over a piece of information. The five elders personally ordered an unprecedented military expansion for the Navy, increasing the number of admirals from 3 to 5 and recruiting soldiers from all over the world. This momentum clearly indicated that they were preparing for an unprecedented, large-scale war. Carp was still mindlessly munching on senbei, infuriating Sengoku to the point of pointing his finger at him and cursing. It's all your fault, you old bastard. If it weren't for you bringing that brat Ning Chuan out, would there be so many problems now? As for me, after announcing those decisions, I left all the mess in Wano country for Yamato to handle. I had no interest in managing the country. I came here to eliminate Kaido's remnants, and for that sea stone mine. Of course, there was a third, and the most important purpose. I directly told Yamato about the news that Kazuki Sukiyaki was still alive and let her handle it herself. Anyway, there won't be a shogun anymore, so the Kazuki family can do as they please. I then flew straight to the foot of the mountains in Wano country, because I knew that the ancient weapon, Pluton, was sleeping beneath this land, deep within the flowing magma. Without saying a word, I activated the ability of the lava fruit, transforming my body into magma and merging into the ground. Using my observation hockey to scan wildly, I indeed found a huge cave at the end of the magma's depths. After entering and regaining my human form, a vast underground space appeared before me, and in the center of the space, there was a massive warship exuding a terrifying aura. Quietly docked. Without a doubt, this is the Pluto. I stepped forward and touched its cold shell. Tisk, it's a good thing. But how do I start this thing? I searched for a long time and couldn't find the keyhole. I thought, it can't require some kind of Joy Boy's will, right? Forget it, I don't understand. My way of solving problems has always been very straightforward. I directly used brute force to lift this giant battleship, as massive as a mountain, and then opened a door to the fruit directly leading to my Sky Island base. I told you, Bijapunk and Caesar were doing research in the lab, when suddenly it felt like the sky darkened. They looked up, and lo and behold, a massive battleship was slowly descending from the sky, nearly scaring the hearts out of them. They thought someone was coming to steal their home. When I stabilized the Pluto over the sea of clouds and walked into the lab, seeing their shocked expressions, I couldn't help but laugh. Don't be nervous. I brought back a new toy for you to study. I told you these two treasures were always talking about wanting to do some big research, right? Well, the opportunity has come. Bijapunk and Caesar were dumbfounded at that moment, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads, and the determination to fight me just moments ago vanished instantly. As soon as they heard that I had brought back the ancient weapon, Hades, the two tech geeks exchanged glances, and the sparks in their eyes were brighter than welding. That guy Caesar was practically drooling, his whole body pressed against the window like a gecko, staring at the massive battleship blocking out the sun on the sea of clouds. And he could only utter two words, wow. Bijapunk was a bit more composed, but the flickering light behind his glasses made it look like he had discovered a new world, his voice trembling. Is this the legendary Hades? I nodded and waved my hand. That's right, it's yours now. Hurry up and figure out how to set it on fire. Before I finished speaking, the figure was gone, and they opened a door and rushed off to the City of Water to bring Master Tom over. When the old guy heard that the Underworld King was back, he threw down his hammer, his eyes wide open like a cow's, and without saying a word, he followed me to the Sky Island. Goodness, when these three tech maniacs got together, the scene was unbelievable. Tom circled around the Underworld King 800 times, then laughed out loud and pulled out a scroll from his pocket, slamming it on the table. The design is here, and the real thing is here. Just make me another one. Isn't it enough to have hands? I threw this mess at them and slipped back to Dressrosa. Guess what I saw when I got back? Nami, Robin, and the others were actually playing mahjong in the villa. Even the newcomer Momonosuke was getting influenced, seriously learning how to stack the tiles. I even felt like she was about to start using hockey to cheat in the next second. Who understands? I'm out here fighting for my life and building a career, and they're having a mahjong party at home. As soon as I appeared, the mahjong game immediately broke up. I cleared my throat and said, "Sisters, do you want to see a big treasure?" The Pluto battleship, just dug up from the land of Harmony, is now parked on Sky Island. As soon as these words came out, everyone exploded with excitement. Pluto. Nami's eyes were sparkling. Is it the one that can blow away an island with one shot? Kuina was also excited. What does it look like? Even the usually calm Robin couldn't help but become curious. Yuta was pulling Vivi, and the two little girls were bouncing with excitement. Only Momonosuke sat aside, completely petrified. She was probably thinking, it's only been 2 days. We just took down Kaido the day before yesterday, and today we brought back an ancient weapon? What kind of efficiency is this? Is this going to let the world government survive? The look in her eyes toward me had already changed from shock to fear. Hey, little did she know that standing next to me was another living ancient weapon, Sea King Shirahoshi. I didn't care about her little thoughts at all. I opened the door and took a big group of people up to Sky Island. On the way, Nami asked me how things were going with Kaido, and I casually replied, "Oh, Kaido? He locked me in a song, and Wano is now our new tourist spot. I'll take you all there to have fun later." Peach Rabbit, who was listening nearby, looked like her eyes were about to pop out. Her worldview probably collapsed once again. Defeating the 4 emperors and occupying Wano sounded as easy as going out to buy groceries. When we arrived at the Sky Island base, the huge battleship, the king of the underworld, made its appearance, and everyone was stunned. That thing, rather than being a ship, was more like a moving mountain of steel. Nami and the others stood there with their mouths agape, only able to exclaim in awe. Shirahoshi, being the curious little one, asked me, "Brother Ning Chuan, can it really blow up an island with one shot?" I leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Once your power awakens, you could sink 10 islands in one breath." As we got closer, we saw, wow, Tom and the others were scratching their heads around the ship. When I asked, I found out that this ship actually had a temper. It said it had its own consciousness and refused to start unless Joy Boy showed up. My temper flared up instantly. Consciousness? Isn't that even easier? I jumped straight to the bow of the ship, slapped the hull, and coldly said, I'll count to 3. If you don't start moving, do you believe I'll dismantle you and sell you as scrap metal today? Boom! As soon as I finished speaking, the entire Pluto battleship shook violently. A terrifying energy began to surge within the hull, clearly indicating that it was defiant and ready to clash with me. Nami and the others were terrified, and Robin exclaimed, Oh my God, it really has consciousness. I smirked. You're just not convinced, are you? I like stubborn ones. It makes the fight more exciting. Seeing the main cannon's energy was about to overflow, I thought if it exploded in my base, what would happen? Without a second thought, I pulled everyone, along with this broken ship, into my song world, closing the door on the dock. As soon as we entered, the cannon of Hades, which had been gathering power for a long time, fired off. The energy beam was tearing apart the whole world. Its target was me. I sneered, extended my right hand, and a transparent barrier appeared instantly. Boom! With a loud bang, the destructive energy crashed into the barrier. Aside from the noise, it didn't even create a ripple. This barrier fruit is all about absolute defense. Hades was clearly stunned, probably not expecting that its proud shot would be like a squirt gun. It was still unwilling to back down, and the cannon began to gather energy again. I chuckled and instantly teleported over, sealing its cannon mouth tightly with my barrier. Boom! Buzz! The energy of the second shot couldn't escape and exploded inside its own belly. The whole ship swelled up like a balloon. I thought it was going to self-destruct. But unexpectedly, the ship's defenses were impressive, withstanding its own internal explosion without losing a single paint chip. However, after all this fuss, it finally became obedient. The vibrations of the ship stopped, and that rebellious aura disappeared, like a mad dog calmed down by a slap, its eyes now clear. It was all about physical transcendence. After a while, a faint will transmitted. You are Joy Boy? I raised an eyebrow and laughed. No, I'm your dad. Hades. It was rendered speechless by my words. I looked at its cowardly appearance and added another jab. I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to let me board or not? If not, I'll start dismantling it right now. In the next second, the ship shook like a sieve, and a supremely flattering voice came through. Welcome, Lord Joy Boy, aboard. Hey, it really knows how to give itself a way out. Yuta and the others behind me were starry-eyed, all shouting that Ning was amazing. Tao, too, on the other hand, wore a face of utter despair, probably already starting to question life. I waved my hand and said, all right, it's a small matter. Give Tom and the others 3 days to thoroughly study this ship. 3 days later, we will set sail and travel to the land of harmony. 3 days passed in a flash, and these 3 scientific maniacs had examined every inch of the Pluto inside and out. They confidently said that as long as the materials were sufficient, they could replicate a fleet for me. I shook my head after listening, and copying is meaningless. I want you to build an entirely new ship. It not only needs to have the firepower of Pluto, but it also has to be able to absorb any energy as fuel, whether it's from devil fruits or fists. Anything that hits the ship should turn into my fuel. I have to mention this. Good grief, all 3 of them turned green. Tom said it was too tricky. But Vegapunk was quick-witted. He suddenly slapped his thigh. The dark fruit? We can study the principles of the dark fruit's absorption ability. I smiled. Leave the matter of finding the dark fruit to me. I know who it will choose as its master. Once this is settled, it's time to fulfill the promise. I boarded the ship of the underworld with a large group of beautiful women and directly opened a portal to the port of Dressrosa. The scene was chaotic. Everyone at the port went wild, as if witnessing a miracle. I didn't give them a chance to gawk. With a command, the ship of the underworld activated, heading towards Wano. Halfway through the journey, the ship of the underworld suddenly sent me a warning. I looked ahead, and good grief, a massive fleet was approaching on the horizon. That flag, who else could have belonged to but Whitebeard's ship? When Tsuru saw that flag, her eyelids started twitching. Did we just run into Whitebeard? This is trouble. I couldn't help but laugh. Trouble? No, it's just a coincidence. I was just worrying about where to find Blackbeard, and here he is, delivered right to my doorstep. On the distant ship of Whitebeard, the lookout, probably seeing the King of Hell for the first time, was so scared that he rolled down from the tower, scrambling to report. Old man, there's a monster out there that's dozens of times bigger than our ship. Whitebeard was also startled. He walked to the bow, took a good look, and the words slipped out. King of Hell. His expression instantly became serious. But on our side, we didn't slow down at all, charging straight ahead. The captains on Whitebeard's ship weren't happy about this. They were all ruffled up like angry roosters, feeling like I was provoking them. Old man, too arrogant. Let's go meet them. Marco was the first to transform into a phoenix and rushed over, followed by Jozu, Vista, and a whole bunch of others, all full of aggression, ready to bore my ship. Whitebeard didn't stop them. He just crossed his arms and watched. I stood at the bow of the ship, watching the flock of birds and grasshoppers flying over. I sneered disdainfully and lightly stomped my foot on the deck. Let's give them some intensity, but don't kill them. They'll be useful later. As soon as I finished speaking, countless cannon ports suddenly lit up on the hull of the Pluto. In the next second, thousands of cannons fired at once. The scene was like a meteor shower washing over us. Marco and the others charged in so fast, but they were sent back in such a disheveled manner, like dumplings being thrown into water, crashing back onto their own ship and leaving dents on the deck. When Whitebeard saw this situation, his expression changed as he realized we had shown mercy, and hurriedly called back his useless sons. I stood at the high bow of the ship, looking down at them, and leisurely said, "It seems that Whitebeard is nothing much after all." Whitebeard's eagle-like eyes were fixed intently on me, and he spoke in a deep voice. "You are the little brat who defeated Kaido and is planning to seize Wano." Ning Chuan? I crossed my arms and grinned, my voice not loud, but clear enough for the entire sea to hear. "That's right, it's me. That's right, it's me. Now I'm going to show you two options. Either step aside obediently, or let me pierce through your entire pile of broken ships." As soon as I said this, the old man with the white beard was taken aback for a moment. Then he burst into a hearty laugh, and I tell you, that laughter made the surface of the sea froth. He pointed at me and said, "Good kid. I haven't seen such a bold young man on this sea for a long time. Do you dare to spar with me? If you lose, you'll come and be my son. Goodness, who understands what family means?" He came up wanting to take advantage of me. I shot back immediately. "What if you lose? Do you have to call me dad instead?" As soon as I said this, the old man's sons exploded. They were like firecrackers that had just been lit, yelling things like, "What do you think you are, you little brat?" daring to insult our old man. It was really harsh. Marco and his crew even pulled out their weapons, their eyes filled with killing intent that almost drowned me. Just as these people were about to rush at me and put on a show of filial piety with a group beating, the old man raised his hand and simply said two words, "Back off." His voice wasn't loud, but it was incredibly authoritative, and the entire place fell silent. The old man scanned his sons and said in a deep voice, "You're not his match. I tell you, old Whitebeard is a guy who can handle things. When it comes to serious matters, he really stops his sons from getting themselves killed." I laughed and added fuel to the fire. "It's still your sharp eyes as a father that see through these useless sons of yours. So, old man, are you accepting this bet? Whoever loses has to be the son." Whitebeard burst into wild laughter, and after finishing, his gaze sharpened. "All right, I'll take it. I want to see who can laugh last." As soon as he finished speaking, we both shot out from the ship, confronting each other above the surface of the sea. The next second, our conqueror's haki erupted simultaneously. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. Two invisible forces collided, the sky darkened, and the sea boiled like boiling water. Churning furiously, my Pluto is as steady as a rock, automatically deploying a shield, and nothing happened. But the fleet on Whitebeard's side was in dire straits. Like little boats in a storm, being tossed around by our aura, with a bunch of crew members clinging to the mast in fear. Marco's face turned pale as he shouted, "Run, run. Get the ship out of here. This is not a battle we can get involved in." The clash of power was just an appetizer, and then we both moved. Almost simultaneously, we threw a punch at each other's faces. Old Whitebeard initially wanted to test me out, but after one punch, he stumbled back several steps, and the look of surprise on his face was simply spectacular. I shook my hand and laughed. "Old man, your strength is lacking. Haven't you eaten?" When he saw he couldn't match my strength, he immediately activated his devil fruit. The tremor fruit. Those who understand know what I mean. As his punch came, the air shattered like glass. But was I afraid of him? I transformed into my hybrid form, with the Azure Dragon's spirit enveloping me, covered in tough dragon scales, and I clawed back to catch his fist. Boom! With a loud bang, the sea beneath us exploded into a big pit. His shockwave intended to knock me away, but all of it was absorbed by my dragon scales. Now it turned into a war of attrition. We exchanged blows in the sky, causing chaos all around. But as time passed, problems arose. Does anyone understand? This old man's stamina was dropping too quickly. He relied on the notion of being a seasoned warrior, but he was really wearing out. His breathing became heavier, and the speed of his punches slowed down. As soon as I saw that, I thought, enough is enough. Continuing to fight would just be bullying an old man. I seized an opportunity and punched him away, then stopped. TSK, bullying an old man is really no fun. I floated in the air, watching him looking a bit awkward, and suddenly had a bold idea. How about this? I'll give you a chance. I'll let you return to your peak state, and we can have another fight. How does that sound? The old man was immediately stunned, looking at me with a face that said, "Are you kidding me? Return to peak? Go back to youth? Isn't that nonsense? I won't beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. Don't believe me? Then don't resist." After saying that, I activated the power of the time fruit. In the next second, a miracle happened. A warm current enveloped Whitebeard, and the wrinkles on his body disappeared at a visible speed. His slack muscles became tight and strong again, and even his hair turned a lot darker. Wow! An oily old man instantly transformed back into a muscular hunk. Whitebeard was also stunned, looking at his own hands and feeling the long-lost, surging power within him. He stammered and asked, "Is this the time fruit?" I nodded. "That's right. So how is it? Have you regained that youthful feeling of being a son from back in the day?" In one sentence, I made him swallow the thank you he was about to say, turning his face purple and huffing in anger. I clapped my hands and said, "All right, don't be angry. Let's continue. Let me see just how fierce you were at your peak." Now, the peak Whitebeard was no joke. He drew out the great sword called Kanjiunki, and the power of his Gura no Mi was crazily infused into it, making the entire sword glow. He let out a roar and swung it at me. Let me tell you, that swing made it seem like the entire sky was about to be split open, but I was even fiercer. I summoned the Thunderfire Sword and used Roger's technique, God Avoidance. In my hands, this move was the Pro Max Plus version. The sword light and the sword light clashed violently in the air. With a thunderous boom, the entire world fell silent. The sea beneath our feet was directly split in half, revealing the bottomless seabed. After a few seconds of stalemate, there was a crisp crack, and Whitebeard's supreme great sword shattered on the spot. The next second, I struck him hard with my sword, sending him crashing into the sea like skipping a stone. By the time his sons hurriedly fished him out of the water, the old man was soaking wet, but he laughed instead, looking at me, and said, "Kid, you won." How'd I let him off the hook? I floated in front of him and cheerfully said, "So, about that bet we made earlier, isn't it time to fulfill it? Come on, call me Dad and let me hear it." Goodness, this old man just laid down on the deck, closed his eyes, and started playing dead to avoid it. This move left me baffled. The time fruit can make people young again, but it can't cure this thick-skinnedness. I looked at him like this, too lazy to tease him, and said, "All right, I won't let you call me Dad anymore. Let's change the condition. I want to learn your Tremor fruit and the abilities of your son's devil fruits." As soon as these words came out, Whitebeard and his sons were all stunned, with expressions that said, "Are you out of your mind? Learning devil fruit abilities? Unheard of. I won't explain it either. I'll just have Whitebeard demonstrate the Tremor fruit again." Although he was filled with doubts, he still complied. I saw him clasp his hands together, and the space shattered once more. Meanwhile, I stood beside him, using my observation hockey to imprint every detail of his power into my mind. Then I silently instructed the system within me. Settle. After going back and forth for an hour, my mind finally rang with a prompt. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully mastered the ability of the Tremor fruit." I laughed and said to the bewildered Whitebeard, "All right, you can stop now. It's my turn." After saying that, I struck a pose identical to his in front of everyone and clasped my hands together. Snap! The surrounding air cracked in response. At that moment, the entire Whitebeard pirates were petrified. Whitebeard's eyes nearly popped out, and his mouth was agape enough to fit an egg, completely speechless. "All right, Whitebeard, now it's your son's turn." I turned around and pointed at Marco, the Birdman. "It's your turn." Marco turned pale, but there was no choice. He could only transform into his phoenix form and fly back and forth in front of me. Half an hour later, under the astonished gazes of everyone, golden blue wings sprouted from my back, and the everlasting flame of rebirth ignited on my body. Wow, we had an impromptu phoenix duet right there. Now, they were completely convinced. Whitebeard asked me bitterly, "Is there anything else you want to learn?" I waved my hand dismissively and said with a look of disdain, "Not for now. The remaining ones are all inferior and unattractive, not worth my attention. The harm is minimal, but the insult is extremely strong." The captain's faces all turned a deep shade of purple. The white-bearded man sighed, acknowledging defeat. "We lost. We will no longer interfere in the affairs of Wano country. Now, how do you intend to deal with us?" I looked at him, then glanced at the captains behind him, and with a faint smile said, "The ordinary crew can leave. But you and your captains, none of you can go." Before they could react, I started humming a tune. In the next second, a colorful spatial door opened out of thin air, and a tremendous suction force came, instantly pulling Whitebeard and all the captains of the divisions inside, not leaving a single one behind. All right, I almost forgot there was a big black guy on the ship. I flashed in front of Blackbeard, and with a look of terror in his eyes, I knocked him out with a slap and casually tossed him into my song world. After doing all this, I flew into the air and, addressing the remaining lackeys with a cold voice, announced, "From today on, the Whitebeard pirates are disbanded. You have half an hour to disappear from the range of my ship, the Hades. Otherwise, today I'm going to use you remnants as moving targets." I tell you, that scene, the remaining little minions of the Whitebeard pirates were so scared that their souls flew away, not daring to stay for another second. Each one of them took off on their ships faster than rabbits, fearing that my buddy Ning Chuan might accidentally trigger that legendary Pluto's main cannon and give them a surprise, sending them straight down to meet Whitebeard. Once everyone had run away, the sea was completely quiet. Only then did Ning Chuan wave his hand, and with a whoosh, he pulled us back into his singing world. Wow! As soon as I entered, I couldn't help but laugh. Whitebeard and his captains all looked like they had just entered a spider's lair, their faces filled with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Ning Chuan didn't give them any time to react and said with a smile, "Welcome to my world, which can also be called a large goo breeding ground. You and those guys inside who are fighting are all my raised goo worms." As soon as he finished speaking, with a snap of his fingers, Whitebeard and the others were instantly teleported to the center of the battlefield. Let me tell you, this place is simply a former rivals Avengers. A group of people who were fighting fiercely all stopped. Rayleigh looked up and said, "Oh, my old rival Whitebeard is here." Whitebeard turned his face and thought, damn, Kaido is here too. He instantly understood that all the people who had been taken down by Ning Chuan had been packed up and sent here for a silver party. Even more explosive was that he saw an old acquaintance in the distance, Big Mom, an old rival from God Valley. Whitebeard was stunned. What exactly is Ning Chuan that even such old monsters can be captured? The funniest part was the three elders. They were already having a hard time dealing with Rayleigh and Kaido, and now a fully revived Whitebeard parachuted in. The faces of those three old men turned green, and they were probably thinking, "It's over, this has really turned into a hellish dungeon," focusing on extreme pressure. In the next moment, without anyone directing them, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Rayleigh, these three old rivals, locked eyes and instantly reached a consensus to first crush the celestial dragons. Wow! The three legendary pirates teamed up. The scene was like gods fighting, shaking the entire world. When Whitebeard threw a punch, the space cracked like glass. The power of the Tremor fruit was still at its peak. Who could withstand that? The three elders were beaten back step by step, and the undefeated myth they had maintained was directly shattered today. After knocking those three old men down, Ning Chuan came out to stir things up again. He clapped his hands and said, "Hey, we can't just take hits. We need some interaction. Starting today, let's hold a ring match. You six, the three great pirates, and the three elders will serve as the gatekeeper bosses. Others can come to challenge. Whoever can last a day under your hands will get a day's free time." Let me tell you, Nami and the others were watching with excitement, each of them eager to become disciples right on the spot. Especially Kana, whose eyes were almost bursting with sword energy. Only Momonosuke was startled. Her face turned pale. Ning Chuan found it not thrilling enough, so he went to talk to her, saying, "Major Momonosuke, what do you think would happen if I took the genes of these people and created a batch of seraphs with only 1/10 of their strength? How long could the world government hold up? Who understands this, right?" As soon as those words came out, Momonosuke's faith collapsed right there, looking at Ning Chuan as if he were a devil. After sorting this out, we set sail back to Wano country on the ship named Pluto. When that big guy docked, it completely blocked the port, and the residents of Wano had never seen such a scene. They were all dumbfounded. We spent a few days in Wano. Robin found the historical text, and Kuina practiced with the samurai, having a great time. Then Ning Chuan went to take care of business, asking Yamato if the remnants of Kaido and the Red Scabbards had been captured. Yamato said there were still a few strong ones left. Ning Chuan couldn't be bothered with small talk, so he personally went down, captured them all in no time, and packed them up to throw into the Gogogo world to raise them. A few days later, newspapers all over the world exploded. Shock. The strongest man, Whitebeard, and the strongest creature, Kaido, were defeated by the same mysterious newcomer, Ning Chuan. As soon as this news broke, the entire sea was in an uproar. Far away in Wano, Big Mom heard the news and was so scared she almost shattered her sole weapon. She had been busy building defensive structures every day with candy walls and minister patrols, losing weight in the process, and after waiting for a long time, Ning never showed up. He went straight to the North Sea to find the Vinsmoke family. When the Pluto battleship arrived in the North Sea, the leader of the Vinsmoke family, Judge, broke into a cold sweat and rushed to the port with his Germa 66 team and tens of thousands of modified soldiers. Just as he was about to show off, Ning stood at the bow of the ship, not even lifting his eyelids, and coldly said, "Come with me to meet your old friends, Vegapunk and Caesar, to research some interesting things." Judge wanted to negotiate, saying something about how the family couldn't do without him, blah blah blah. Ning shot him a glance. "You can refuse, but the price is that the Vinsmoke family will disappear from the map." Judge wanted to be tough. Saw Ning raise his hand, and I tell you, on that Pluto battleship, countless cannon mouths suddenly lit up like turning on flashlights. Judge and his sons flew into the air, but his tens of thousands of clone soldiers, with a huge bang, one cannon, just one cannon, the army of over 10,000 people was instantly vaporized. Not even a trace was left. Judge's legs went weak in the air, and when he saw the cannon aimed at him again, he immediately broke down, shouting faster than anyone else, "Big boss, I was wrong. I'll go with you. Don't shoot. Don't shoot, or the island will be gone." After bringing him on board, Ning being ruthless, directly threw all the members of Germa 66 into the Gagogo world as hostages, then took Judge himself and opened a space door to a base in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. As soon as Judge entered, he was dumbfounded to see Vegapunk and Caesar. These two immediately laid it out to him, saying they were going to create a Seraph project, using the genes of the world's top powerhouses to create a batch of super warriors even stronger than the 7 warlords. Upon hearing this, Judge's mind went blank. This wasn't just research, it was clearly about creating gods. His little Germa technology was nothing compared to this. It was like a child's play. He immediately realized this was an opportunity that could change the world and declared on the spot, "I join." Once everyone was gathered, Vegapunk said, "Ning it's time to collect samples." Ning nodded and directly opened the door to the Gagogo world again. The big shots inside were fighting fiercely, and when they saw Ning arrive, they all stopped. Ning threw a bunch of test tubes inside and coldly said, "Do it yourselves, collect your blood. 1 tube per person. If anyone has trouble, I can help." Everyone was stunned, but no one dared to disobey. Guess who was the troublemaker? That's Saint Saturn from the Gorosei. He insisted on asking questions, saying, "What do you want our blood for?" Ning couldn't be bothered to respond. He activated the world rules and slashed at his neck from afar, blood spraying out just enough to fill a tube. Then he added a debuff. "For this month, your time reversal ability is reduced to 1/10. Is there anyone else who wants my help?" At this point, who dared to complain? Each one was as obedient as a quail, frantically bleeding themselves, fearing that if they were slow by a second, Ning would personally come to help. In this way, Ning effortlessly obtained the genes of all the top powerhouses, including Whitebeard, Kaido, Rayleigh, and the Gorosei, and returned to the Sky Island base with these precious test tubes, handing them over to Vegapunk. Once this was done, I tell you, I didn't have a second to spare. I stand at the bow of the Queen of the Underworld battleship, feeling the sea breeze as I ponder my plans. In this new world, I've already dealt with Kaido and Whitebeard, and the Vinsmoke family has become my underlings. That leaves only 2 of the 4 emperors, Big Mom and red-haired Shanks. As for Shanks, there shouldn't be much of a problem. After all, he's my future father-in-law, and that relationship means something. If he knows what's good for him, he will willingly join my team, and we can all enjoy the good life together. But if he doesn't, I wouldn't mind giving him a beating first to let him experience what filial piety is all about. I guarantee that after a few combo punches, he'll voluntarily come aboard. However, Big Mom is a different story. We've had a grudge for a long time, and she must be taken down. Plus, her bizarre biscuit ministers have all sorts of crazy abilities, and leaving them around would be a disaster. If the world government were to recruit them later, it would only cause me trouble. So, to unify the new world, this old hag is the first hurdle I must overcome. All right, it's settled. Target, the 4 Emperor Big Mom. I command the Queen of the Underworld battleship to turn around, floor the accelerator, and head straight for her stronghold, Cake Island. Let me tell you, the speed of my Pluto battleship is incredible. It moves across the sea like a ghost, and any sea kings that see it have to take a detour, fearing they might get hit by my ship's bow. In just half a day's time, we zoomed straight from the North Sea to the outskirts of Cake Island. Goodness, that Cake Island was already on high alert. The old lady has some pretty good intel. She knew I was coming, and the entire port was sealed off. Hundreds of shabby ships were waiting for me like dumplings. I stood at the bow of the ship and laughed. What are they doing? Piling all their forces together. Are they afraid I can't find a place to strike? Aren't they just delivering their heads to me? The group of desert ministers on the opposite side also saw me, and when they caught sight of my legendary ancient weapon, the Hades, their faces turned green, and they shouted orders to open fire. Hundreds of warships fired simultaneously, and the shells rained down on me like a storm. And the result? Hilarious. Are they giving my Hades a scraping treatment? My shield automatically activated, and the shells exploded outside with a bang, not even scratching a single plank on my ship. Now the other side was completely in despair, but what made them even more hopeless was yet to come. I directly commanded Pluto's main cannon, activate. I saw the giant cannon at the bow of my ship start to charge, its golden light dazzling like a small sun. In the next second, boom, a world-destroying golden beam shot out. Family, who understands? That scene was simply a dimensional strike. Wherever the beam went, warships and fleets were like paper, instantly evaporating, not leaving a trace. With one shot, I cleared the entire port, and also made a special parking space for Pluto, perfectly sized. After dealing with these minor enemies, I flew directly from the bow to the sky above Cake Island, crossed my arms, and looked down at the trembling group below. I gathered my energy, and my voice thundered across the entire island. Big Mom, it's your brother Chuan here to bring you warmth. With my shout, everyone on the island was stunned. Morale? The thing dropped to rock bottom in an instant. They knew that I was the man who had taken down Whitebeard and Kaido. With their bunch of useless scraps, they were simply not enough to fill my gaps. The news quickly reached Big Mom's ears, and that old hag was furious, though she still pretended to be tough, making threats. That little brat Ning Chuan, does he really think I'm afraid of him? Even if I have to lose, I'll at least take a piece of meat from him. Fine, you got guts. I want to see how you take a bite. Soon, Big Mom came flying up on her thundercloud Zeus, accompanied by Firecloud Prometheus. As soon as she arrived, her conqueror's haki erupted, darkening the entire sky, with black lightning striking chaotically, making it look like the apocalypse. Competing in conqueror's haki with me? Does she even qualify? Let me tell you, among the 4 emperors, her conqueror's haki is the weakest. It pales in comparison to Whitebeard and Kaido. I unleashed my own haki, directly pushing back her pressure, and the sky instantly cleared. Seeing that she couldn't compete in haki, she got anxious and ordered her 2 pet clouds to attack. Zeus, unleash lightning. Prometheus, breathe fire. I couldn't help but laugh at the time. Playing with thunder and fire? The ancestor is right here. I immediately unleashed a thunder fruit and a lava fruit, creating a thunderstorm more powerful than her lightning and lava hotter than her flames, completely nullifying the attacks from her 2 little pets. Big Mom's eyes nearly bulged out. 2 types of Logia? How is that possible? She was completely panicked, drawing the massive sword from her back, wrapping it with Conqueror's haki, and unleashing her trump card, the Elbaf Spear. As she swung her sword, the air distorted. However, it was utterly useless. I simply raised my hand, and with a barrier fruit, an invisible wall appeared in front of me. With a clang, her world-destroying sword strike was effortlessly blocked by me. Taking advantage of her moment of shock, I instantly retracted the barrier and delivered a powerful punch wrapped in Conqueror's haki straight to her big face. Boom! Big Mom went down like a kite with a broken string, plummeting from the sky and smashing her beloved cakes into a pulp, creating a massive crater in the ground. Her sons and daughters stared in shock, each exclaiming, "Mom was knocked down? This is impossible." I float in the air, watching the ant climb out of the pit, and I start to crazily output. With this little strength, you dare to be one of the 4 emperors? You are simply a joke among the 4 emperors. I have to tell you, this statement is more damaging than hitting her. The ant's face twisted instantly, her eyes filled with madness, and it was clear that she was about to lose control. This is exactly what I wanted. Only a mad ant can make me take things a bit more seriously. Do you dare to underestimate me? She roared. A surge of Conqueror's haki, several times stronger than before, exploded from her body, and she completely entered a state of frenzy, ready to bite anyone in her path. Her subordinates were scared out of their wits, fleeing in panic. Run. Mama's gone mad again. Facing the crazed woman charging at me, I sneered and directly activated my Azure Dragon Beast form, my body covered in dragon scales, my aura surging. Want to go head-to-head? Bring it on. Let me see just how strong the crazed you really is. Boom, boom, boom. Our fists collided wildly, and the entire Cake Island was on the verge of sinking from our battle, all the buildings reduced to ruins. I have to admit, the crazy ant's power definitely increased a lot, but unfortunately, she was up against me. No matter how she attacked, I remained unyielding, even finding the opportunity to counter with a few punches. Not enough. Is it all you've got? Can you make this more exciting for me? I punched her away and continued to taunt her. At this point, she lost her last bit of reason and directly used the powers of the soul fruit, trying to forcibly extract my soul. Submit to me. I stood still, allowing her strange power to envelop me. And the result? Nothing at all. Your soul fruit is useless against me, I said calmly. Only those who fear you will have their souls taken away. But in my eyes, you are just a pitiful creature. Big Mom was completely stunned. Why? Why aren't you afraid of me? Not afraid, just not afraid. I couldn't be bothered to explain to her. I threw another punch, directly hitting her in the chest, sending her flying like a cannonball, crashing to the ground. Now, she was pushed to a dead end and made the craziest move. She began to indiscriminately extract the souls of everyone on Cake Island, no matter if they were her subordinates or her own children. Not a single one was spared. In an instant, the entire island was filled with wails. Countless souls forcibly ripped from their bodies, merging into Big Mom. And she, like a greedy demon, devoured all these souls, her body visibly swelling and strengthening, ultimately transforming into a giant monster nearly 10 times her original size. However, I wasn't idle while she was absorbing. I activated my observation hockey to observe the whole process while letting the system analyze frantically. By the time she finished her transformation, good heavens, I had completely learned the abilities of her soul fruit. This wave is called free riding makes me happy. Ha ha ha. Now I'm strongest. After her transformation, Big Mom laughed maniacally, looking at me as if I were a delicious cake. I laughed. The strongest? I'm the one who is the strongest. If eating a lot makes you invincible, then Moria would have already dominated the world. As soon as I finished speaking, I stopped playing with her and directly transformed into the Buddha form. In an instant, I turned into a golden Buddha towering 100 feet high, radiating golden light, exuding immense authority. The giant lady who was so arrogant just now instantly became a small potato in front of my Buddha. She looked up at me, her eyes filled with anger and a hint of fear. You think you can win me like this? She was still stubbornly talking back. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with her, so I swung my golden fist, larger than a mountain, and smashed it down at her. That fist carried a destructive force that even shattered the air. The ant's pupils constricted sharply as she crossed her arms in a desperate attempt to block, unleashing her conqueror's hockey without reserve. However, in the face of absolute power, everything was futile. As my fist descended, her meager defense crumbled like paper, and I smashed through it with a single blow. I tell you, when this punch comes down, the effect is simply immediate. The big lady's massive body trembled violently. And then, wow, it was like a dam breaking as she started spewing out white souls. She was dazed, her eyes filled with terror, probably thinking, what the hell is going on with this big Buddha? This is ruining my soul fruit. If I had given her a second to think, I would have lost. With the second punch, the third punch, my storm-like fist never stopped. With each punch, a large chunk of her soul was forcibly hammered out of her body. The scene was like a giant balloon losing air. Her body visibly shrank and became thinner. The people below, who had just regained their souls and were waking up in a daze, were all stunned. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw my towering golden Buddha pressing their invincible mother to the ground and rubbing her. The look in their eyes was no longer looking at a person, but at a deity descending. No, it was like witnessing divine punishment. One by one, they turned pale with fear, muttering, "Oh my God, is this a deity? Mom, how could you be beaten like this?" I looked at their ghostly expressions and felt amused. Just beating them up wasn't enough. I had to give them a shock to the soul. I quickly used the soul fruit ability I had just learned from the old lady and waved my hand gently at the whole island. Who understands, family? The feeling of having one's soul forcibly pulled out is something they just experienced. And now, they were getting an upgraded version. In an instant, the entire Cake Island erupted. The cries of despair could lift the heavens, and everyone fell to their knees, banging their heads like they were smashing garlic, begging me for mercy. I smiled with satisfaction and directly opened a portal beside me, just like throwing out garbage, tossing the unconscious lady along with her group of pastry ministers, one by one, into my song world, letting them hold an internal tea party inside. After dealing with these core members, I cleared my throat and spoke in a voice that was not loud but ensured everyone on the island could hear clearly. From today onwards, the Big Mom Pirates are no more. This island is under my protection. Don't act like pirates anymore. Just be good people. I remember each of your souls. And if I see anyone flying a skull flag again, it won't just be a matter of taking souls. I'll eliminate you directly. As soon as I said this, the crowd below reacted as if they had heard a royal decree. scrambling towards the sea. Those with boats set sail, while those without jumped directly into the water to swim. The scene was chaotic, with everyone in a panic, fearing that if they were a moment slower, they would become my next collection. And so a month passed. Let me tell you, the headlines of newspapers around the world, aside from me, are all about me. What new world emperors? Don't be ridiculous. There is only one emperor in the new world, and that's me, Ning. I single-handedly took down 3. Even that guy Shanks specially published a statement saying, "Everyone stop guessing. I can't beat him. We're good friends and we don't compete for that empty title." My friends back home, like those from Cocoa West Village and Frost Moon Village, must be throwing banquets every day after seeing the newspapers. But on the other side, the atmosphere of the Navy headquarters, TSK, feels like a funeral. Admiral Sengoku is there, frustrated and banging on the table, while the 3 admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, are sitting there, eyes focused, looking as if they are in a trance. It's a joke. The last time I took them all down by myself. Now, they have nightmares just seeing my name. Who would dare to say anything? As a result, 2 newcomers, Fujitora and Green Bull, not knowing the gravity of the situation, volunteered. "Admiral, let us go meet him." I can already imagine the gloating expressions on Kizuru and the others' faces, thinking, "Oh boy, finally 2 scapegoats have arrived. How terrifying." Sengoku calculated that my next target must be the Empress of Nine Snake Island, wanting to stage a heroic rescue. So he waved his hand. "All right, Fujitora, Green Bull, you 2 go to Nine Snake Island immediately and wait for the rabbit." Folks, they think I'm going to chase girls. Their perspective is too small, isn't it? Just as I was about to set off, the telephone bug from Doflamingo suddenly rang with just one sentence. "Boss, we found it." Found what? It must be the dark fruit that Blackbeard has been dreaming of and that I've also been thinking about for a long time. I immediately had the king of the underworld make a sharp turn, flooring the accelerator, heading straight for the coordinates given by Doflamingo. What Empress? What Navy? Let's put that aside for now and get to business. A few hours later, I jumped down from the king of the underworld, and Doflamingo handed me a box. Blackbeard, standing next to him, looked like his eyes were about to pop out his head, drooling. I opened the box and waved the ugly fruit in front of him before putting it away. Just playing around this guy is tough too. Seeing that hard robbery wouldn't work, he suddenly kneeled down, banging his head loudly and swearing that he would be my most loyal dog from now on. I couldn't help but laugh. This acting deserves an Oscar. Did he think I couldn't see through his little schemes? But I chose not to expose him and handed him the fruit with a moved expression. "Good brother, I believe in you." Blackbeard grabbed the fruit and swallowed it without a second thought. The next second, as soon as he got the power, he immediately turned his back. "Ha ha ha, Ning Chuan, you fool. Now I'm the Emperor of the Sea." Just as his voice fell, everything around him instantly turned pitch black, swallowing us all. I stood in the darkness and calmly asked Doflamingo beside me, "What do you think?" Doflamingo pointed to his head and said, "Boss, I think there's something wrong with him. He's simply my internet mouthpiece." Just as Blackbeard was laughing maniacally, I unleashed a punch infused with Conqueror's Haki and directly smashed it into his face. With a bang, he spun 360 degrees on the spot, utterly disoriented. I brushed off the dust from my hands and told him, "Little brother, your fruit can only absorb fruit abilities. It doesn't work against pure physical attacks. You don't really think I believe your nonsense, do you? I'm letting you eat it just to make you my little guinea pig. Now, are you ready to be the core of my new battleship's energy converter?" At this point, Blackbeard was completely thrown off balance and frantically activated his abilities, trying to outlast me. But what he didn't know was that I had no intention of finishing him off right away. I closed my eyes. What was I doing? I was learning. With my 10,000-fold return system, as long as I could perceive his abilities, I could max out my proficiency directly. Half an hour later, I heard a ding in my head. "Congratulations, host. You have fully mastered the dark fruit." I opened my eyes and waved my hand at the darkness. Guess what? The darkness surged toward me as if it had recognized its master, and before I knew it, it had tied up Blackbeard tightly. His eyes were about to pop out, and his face was filled with disbelief, as if to say, "This is not scientific." I picked him up like a little chick, opened a door, and directly tossed him into my laboratory on the empty island. Vegapunk and those scientific freaks had been waiting for a long time. I pointed at the unconscious Blackbeard on the floor and said, "Everyone, the experimental material has arrived. A user of the dark fruit. Fresh. The energy converter project can be initiated." The scientist's eyes lit up with greed, and without saying a word, they injected Blackbeard with a sedative, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. Then came the blood draw and tests. The whole process was carried out clearly. Watching Blackbeard being handled properly, I couldn't be bothered with him anymore. I turned to Vegapunk and asked, by the way, how's the Seraphim project you guys are working on? Vegapunk was so proud. It was like showing off a treasure as he took me to another workshop. Let me tell you, that scene was like something out of sci-fi blockbuster. A row of huge incubation tanks, each containing giant warriors several times larger than normal humans. Their muscular lines were distinct. Although they didn't move, the oppressive aura was incredible. That old Vegapunk, like a conspicuous package, leaned over and bragged to me that this thing was called genetically modified warriors, and it was basically completed. I tell you, these scientists have really mastered the concept of fusion. They mixed the genetic technology from the Vince Mach family with the flames of the Lunaria tribe, the horns of the demon tribe, and the size of the giant tribe. Goodness, it's a pure ultimate fusion monster. Each one looks like a mini Kaido, with horns on their heads, flames coming from their backs, and their bodies covered in dragon-like scales. Vegapunk is still boasting, saying this is just a prototype. Their bodies are formed, but they haven't even inserted the devil fruits yet. Once they fully understand the devil fruit factors, each warrior will be able to accommodate at least 3 abilities. When I heard this, I thought, all right, that's quite a big dream, but I like it. I patted him on the shoulder and told him to go for it, and to let me know directly if they need anything. By the way, I also instructed him to hurry up with the artificial devil fruits. Collaborating with the Revolutionary Army brothers on this is crucial since it's hard currency. After giving all these instructions, I just turned around, and a spatial door transported me back to the ship. And guess what? Nami, Robin, and Kuina all rushed over, chattering like a bunch of little sparrows, asking where we were going next. Especially Nami, her eyes sparkling with excitement, shouting that she wanted to go to Amazon Lily to see the legendary first beauty, Hancock. All right, no more noise, I smiled and said, it's just Hancock. Let's arrange it. Next stop, Amazon Lily. When the girls heard this, they cheered on the spot, each one more excited than the last. Only Momonosuke was standing aside, looking quite conflicted. He probably started having second thoughts about going to the territory of the 7 warlords. I couldn't be bothered with her, so I stood at the bow of the ship and commanded the Hades to sail at full speed. Hades, start up. In a whoosh, we reached 9 Snake Island in just 2 hours. But guess what? There were Navy warships all around the island, surrounding the entire area, but they didn't get close, just hanging back at a distance, looking quite cowardly. This was interesting. I wrapped my arm around Tautu's waist and pointed at the 2 largest flagship vessels, teasing her. Admiral, can you analyze whose ships those are? Tautu, blushing as I held her, struggled for a moment but couldn't break free. So she had to give up and looked in the direction I was pointing. She stared for a while, shook her head and said she didn't know, but she was sure they belonged to 2 admirals, though they weren't the usual trio of Akano, Akiji, and Kazu. I suddenly understood. Oh wow, the Navy is expanding its recruitment. 2 new members have arrived. Fujitora and Green Bull, there's no doubt about it. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. It really is like a pillow being delivered when you're sleepy. Now there are 2 new fruits to play with. Why should I be polite with them? Just give the order. Hades, create the past for me. My ship is covered in steel bumps, while the Navy's wooden ships look like they're made of paper in front of me. The engine of the Hades roars like a giant beast of the sea, charging straight at the formation of the Navy fleet. The lookout on the Navy side must have been stunned, with alarms blaring like firecrackers during the new year. The Vine Tiger and Green Bull on my ship were dumbfounded. They probably hadn't seen such arrogance in a long time, daring to charge straight at them with the ship. The one called Green Bull, with the worst temper, exploded in anger and immediately ordered, "Fire! Sink it!" Countless shells came flying in. And what happened? The Hades didn't even bother to dodge. It charged through the cannon fire like a wild beast, instantly tearing a huge hole in the Navy's defense. Those small warships shattered upon contact and sank when brushed against, like playing with building blocks. Even the flagship where Vine Tiger and Green Bull were sitting was hit hard, breaking its keel and starting to sink. Damn it! Green Bull exploded in rage, leaping up from the ship with a roar. In midair, countless vines and roots burst forth from his body, covering the Hades like an octopus, wrapping it up tightly in an instant. He was quite pleased, standing on the vines and shouting at me. Let's see how you escape this time. I slowly walked out of the cabin, standing at the bow of the ship, looking at him in the sky. As soon as he saw me, he clearly froze for a moment. At that moment, I felt a sudden heaviness beneath my feet, a tremendous gravitational force pressing down, causing the sea surface to dip. Ah, so there's another one. I laughed. It seems the new admirals of the Navy are you too. Your abilities are quite interesting, but they'll soon be mine. After hearing this, they must have been even more confused, thinking to themselves, Who is this person? And how does it seem like we know each other? Come on, let us warm up first. As soon as I finished speaking, I disappeared in an instant. The green bull's eyes widened like copper bells. He didn't even catch my movement. By the time he reacted, I had already appeared in front of him. Too slow, I lightly said, and then punched him right in the chest. He hurriedly stacked dozens of layers of shields made of vines in front of him to block it. But my punch, infused with the black and red conqueror's haki, tore through his flimsy vines like paper, smashing solidly into his chest. He flew back like a cannonball. If it weren't for the vine net he had woven himself catching him, he would have fallen into the sea to feed the fish. He knelt on the net, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at me. At this moment, the other one on the ship, the vine tiger, also made his move. Although he couldn't see, his observation haki had already locked onto me. He swung his staff sword, sending an invisible wave of gravitational force sweeping toward me. I didn't dodge at all. I simply opened a barrier with my barrier fruit to block it, then flashed again, appearing behind him. Your gravity is useless against me. I punched toward his back. He reacted quickly, turning around to block with his sword, but still, my immense force caused him to stagger back several steps. You're a bit stronger than that green-haired one, but not by much. I intentionally provoked him. Hey, blind man, how about a meteor? The green bull, seeing that I didn't take him seriously, became furious and yelled, unleashing the full power of his forest fruit, surrounding me once again with countless vines that formed a massive wooden cage. Seeing that it was so easy to trap me, he was overjoyed and shouted to the vine tiger, Vine tiger, don't hesitate. Use the meteor. Take him out now. Although the vine tiger felt something was off. How could I be captured so easily? But with the green bull urging him like a death sentence, he had no choice but to raise his staff sword and start summoning. Oh no, summoning a meteor. Good heavens, from 10,000 meters up in the sky. A huge meteor, burning with fierce flames and trailing a long tail, came crashing down. Family, who understands? They're performing a duet for me. In fact, I was deliberately allowing myself to be caught. I needed to take this opportunity to observe how their abilities worked with my observation haki. Ding! A system prompt sounded in my mind. On-site teaching guaranteed to be learnable. I had already understood the abilities of the forest fruit and the gravity fruit quite well. As the meteor approached closer, the excited expression on the green bull's face was almost ready to pop open champagne. I was trapped in the vines, with the corners of my mouth slightly raised. I gently lifted my hand, and the ability to shatter the fragmented fruit was activated. With a crisp crack, the vines that bound me, harder than steel, instantly shattered into countless pieces. What? The green bull's eyes were nearly popping out. I didn't give him a chance to react at all, constantly using the split fruit to crush his newly grown vines while waiting for the final prompt from the system. Just as the meteor was less than 100 meters above my head, the voice I had been longing to hear finally rang in my mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully mastering the power of the forest fruit. Congratulations, host, for successfully mastering the power of the gravity fruit. The game is over, my little brothers, I said, raising my palm gently towards the meteor above my head that could destroy an island. With the power of the split fruit fully activated, that imposing meteor, with a poof in midair, immediately turned into cosmic dust and was blown away by the sea breeze, disappearing completely. Fujidora and Green Bull stood there, completely petrified. Their expressions were like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Did you enjoy your fight just now? I gave them a cold smile, and now it's my turn. Forest fruit. Tree realm descends. Heavy fruit. Meteor shower. I directly upgraded their moves to a luxurious version and returned them on the spot. A towering giant tree, larger than an island, came crashing down from the sky, and countless vines instantly bound them up like zongzi. Immediately after, dozens of burning meteors fell from the sky like dumplings, crashing down on them. The deafening explosions echoed through the clouds, and those two generals were directly beaten into a pulp, lying on the deck covered in blood, unable to move even a bit. The remaining naval soldiers were stunned, but some fearless ones still raised their swords, wanting to rush up and offer their heads to me. Just then, Peach Rabbit rushed out from my ship. She is now on my side and sees things clearly. She stepped forward, using her position as the highest-ranking officer on site, and directly commanded, "The two generals have been defeated. I now order everyone to immediately cease fire and surrender." Although those soldiers were unwilling, military orders are like a mountain, and in the end, they had no choice but to throw their weapons on the ground and crouch down with their heads covered. This girl, Peach Rabbit, really knows her stuff. She understands that continuing to fight would be pure suicide, saving me a lot of trouble. I walked up to Fujitora and Green Bull, flicked my fingers, and using the newly learned power of the Force fruit, created 2 vines to tie them up tightly. I dragged 2 big eyes like they were heavy bags, one in each hand, heading towards Nine Snake Island, mumbling to myself, "It's my first visit. I should bring some gifts for the Empress, right? I wonder if she'll like these 2 little troubles." Nami and the others also got off the ship and followed behind me. Just as we reached the bottom of the cliff on Nine Snake Island, a group of female warriors suddenly jumped down from above, each holding a longbow, with hockey-wrapped arrows aimed at us. I completely ignored them and threw the tied-up Fujitora and Green Bull in front of me, saying loudly, "I am Ning Chuan, here to see your Queen Hancock. I've already dealt with those Navy guys outside." The female warriors were startled to see the 2 half-dead admirals on the ground and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a cold and proud voice came from behind them. "How dare you cause such a commotion outside my Amazon lily? What great audacity!" I saw the Empress Hancock slowly walk out, her face truly breathtaking. She struck her signature pose, pointing at me, her waist leaning back at an exaggerated angle, looking incredibly proud. I looked at her and smiled. I casually kicked the 2 severely injured admirals a bit further, solving a little trouble for you. No need to thank me. Hancock shot me a cold glance, then looked at Fujitora and Green Bull on the ground, her tone icy, calling the admirals a little trouble. "Are you trying to intimidate me? I came to Amazon Lily to make you and your country join my side." I got straight to the point. As soon as I said this, all the female warriors were furious. Hancock's eyes turned even colder, and without a second thought, she rejected me. "Amazon Lily will remain neutral forever. Don't think you can drag us into your war." I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Naive. In this world, being neutral means anyone can come and step on you. Hancock was so angry that her face turned pale, but she had just witnessed how I easily defeated 2 admirals, knowing she couldn't beat me. So she could only force herself to suppress her anger. I pointed to a deserted hill in the distance and said to her, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let's go over there and talk. I have something you'll definitely be interested in. After you see it, you could decide." Just as she was about to say she didn't want to go, my voice echoed in her ear once more, this time at a volume only the 2 of us could hear. "If you don't want the secret of that celestial dragon slave to make headlines in tomorrow's world news." As soon as I finished speaking, Hancock's eyes widened in disbelief. I smiled at her slightly and said, "No need to doubt. It's exactly what you think it is." After that, I walked toward the hill on my own. Hancock stood there, her expression more colorful than a palette. But she dared not express her anger. Let me tell you, Ning Chuan's few words hit her sore spot perfectly, leaving her completely at his mercy. Strike? She didn't dare, fearing that Ning Chuan would expose all her secrets with just a few words. Who understands that kind of suffocating feeling? She had no choice but to follow Ning Chuan with a dark face, heading towards a dilapidated hill in the distance. But inside, she was calculating. This guy definitely can't be left alive. She had to find an opportunity to ambush him and make sure he took this secret to the grave. When they arrived, Ning Chuan stopped and looked at her with a grin, saying, "This is the place. I know about your past experiences and the pain in your heart. Trust me, I can help you erase all the scars, both on your body and in your heart, all at once." Goodness, as soon as he said that, the flames in Hancock's eyes shot up. Although Ning Chuan didn't say it directly, they both understood that he was referring to her dark history of being a slave to the celestial dragons in her childhood. This matter absolutely couldn't be leaked. Who would have thought that Hancock would suddenly change her approach, bringing her stunningly beautiful face close to Ning Chuan? Her eyes sultry and her voice sweet enough to draw water. Am I beautiful? At that moment, I thought, it's over, this girl's going to go big. Ning Chuan is also a sincere kid. He nodded. Very beautiful. Just these 3 words ignited the fuse. Hancock instantly clasped her hands together, and pink heart-shaped rays shot out. While she shouted, "Sweet, sweet wind." Her expression was as if she wanted to turn me into stone right then and there. But what was the result? Ning Chuan just stood there, smiling, watching those rays pass through his body as if he was taking a sunbath, completely unfazed. Hancock's proud smile froze on her face, and she seemed to crash, her expression like a lagging internet connection. How could you? Ning Chuan shrugged, looking completely nonchalant. "Sis, you are indeed beautiful. I admit I was moved for a second just now. But you think you can petrify me with that? You're overestimating yourself. The reasoning is simple. My Conqueror's Haki is above your Devil Fruit ability, which translates to magic immunity. Thank you very much." Wow, that was a blow, not very damaging, but extremely insulting. Hancock was completely desperate. She couldn't fight back, and her strongest ability was cracked right on the spot. Seeing her about to cry, Ning Chuan softened his tone and directly pointed out the issue of the celestial dragon slave mark. Hancock immediately broke down, screaming for him to stop. That memory was a nightmare for her life, and now it was being brutally exposed. How could she bear it? Ning Chuan ignored her and continued. Trust me, I can help you. Saying this, he asked her to extend her hand. I tell you, this operation was a showstopper. Ning Chuan activated his ability. Time rewind. The next second, Hancock felt a warm sensation coming from the mark on her back that had been subtly painful. Ning Chuan casually ripped off her coat and threw her a mirror. Look for yourself, the celestial dragon's mark is gone. I used the time fruit to rewind your skin to before the branding. Hancock turned around and saw, wow. That humiliating mark that had entangled her for half her life had really disappeared. Her entire back was as smooth as jade. She was completely dumbfounded. Only then did Ning Chuan leisurely throw out his true purpose. Physical injuries are easy to heal, but emotional wounds are hard. However, I have a way. If you want to heal, bring your Amazon lily and join my ranks. Hancock snapped back to reality and coldly asked, Why help me? Ning Chuan smiled. Because you're beautiful. Besides, our goals align, don't they? If I take down the current world government, you should be very happy, right? Hancock's heart trembled. No one had ever said such things to her. Seeing her wavering, Ning Chuan added another strong dose. You might not have a concept of overthrowing the world government. So let me rephrase. Kill all the celestial dragons. Are you interested in this project? This is exactly the mental therapy I prepared for you. Kill all the celestial dragons. Hancock's eyes lit up. This was something she wouldn't even dare to dream of. She was just about to say Ning Chuan was joking when she suddenly remembered that when this guy came to the island, he had delivered 2 admirals as gifts. He had already torn his face with the world government. Ning Chuan finally extended the invitation. Join my ship, and I'll take you to the Red Line, so you can personally take down those high and mighty celestial dragons. Who could resist this? Hancock was silent for a long time before finally nodding. All right, I agree. As long as you can take me to kill the celestial dragons, I, Hancock, will be yours from now on. But you must protect Amazon Lily. You'll see it soon. Ning Chuan smilet confidently. This was settled. What was originally a tense Amazon Lily was instantly peacefully liberated. Hancock announced she would set sail with Ning Chuan, and the islanders cried out, but it took a lot of effort to calm them down. Before leaving, Hancock also asked Ning Chuan to erase the marks on her 2 sisters' backs. Ning Chuan naturally had no problem with it. Another 2 uses of time rewind, and her 2 sisters looked at their smooth backs in the mirror, crying like rain, now completely devoted. After staying on the island for a week, leveling up their favorability, the group set sail on the battleship Pluton back to Dressrosa. The speed was such that they arrived in less than half a day. Just as they settled into the villa, Don Quixote da Flamingo rushed over, looking extremely serious. Boss Ning Chuan, something's happened. The Revolutionary Army has come and wants to see you. It's their leader, Monkey D. Dragon. He has been waiting for you here for 3 days. Good heavens, a heavyweight character has appeared. Ning Chuan led the group into the conference room, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Dragon, Ivankov, and Bartholomew Kuma, the 3 giants, were all present. Dragon got straight to the point, saying we have a common enemy. The world government is definitely going to target you, so why not cooperate? Ning Chuan listened and smiled. Cooperate? No. He killed the conversation with one sentence. I don't have the option of cooperation here. What I want is for your revolutionary army to join my ranks entirely and follow my command. This is the only condition, no negotiations. I was shocked to hear that. Is this what carbon-based life forms can say? So arrogant. Ivankov and Kuma exploded on the spot, slamming the table and cursing him for being delusional. But Dragon remained calm, stopping the 2 of them and staring at Ning Chuan, his voice low. If you want us to submit, you need to give me a reason. Ning Chuan replied with 2 words, strength. With you guys, you have no qualifications to overthrow the world government. This statement completely ignited the powder keg. Dragon's eyes narrowed, and he coldly laughed. Strength, is it? Good, then we want to see what kind of strength you have. He was about to step in himself when Ivankov and Kuma quickly stepped forward. Dragon, you don't need to take action. We'll handle him. Ning Chuan saw this and smiled. This was the effect he wanted. The group took the Hades to a nearby deserted island, ready to fight. Ivankov, the flamboyant king of the transvestites, immediately started with some trash talk, saying he would turn Ning Chuan into a transvestite. Ning Chuan couldn't be bothered to respond, beckoning them with his fingers. You 2 go first. Ivankov was infuriated by this dismissive attitude. his head suddenly grew huge, and with a fierce blink, he unleashed a devastating, seductive glance. The power shook the entire island. Not bad. Let's play a little. Ning Chuan chuckled lightly and transformed into his Qinglong beast form, his body covered in green dragon scales, casually waving his hand to counter that earth-shattering attack. With a loud bang, the attack dissipated, and Ning Chuan stood there unscathed. Ivankov's eyes were about to pop out. Impossible. My full power strike. Realizing long-range attacks were futile, he immediately injected himself with a large amount of hormones, his muscles instantly bulging as he prepared to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Meanwhile, Kuma, who had been silent, quietly raised his hand, and on his iconic paw, a terrifying power began to gather, ready to team up with Ivankov for a 2-on-1. I tell you, these two people, one on the left and one on the right, instantly flashed to Ning Chuan's side. Goodness, one with a muscular heavy punch and the other with an air cannon. They directly aimed to sandwich my buddy into hamburger meat. What happened next? It was simply absurd. Ning Chuan lightly extended both hands, and with a clap, he caught both attacks. He didn't even budge. Ivankov's eyes were about to pop out, shouting that this was impossible. Ning Chuan, with his sharp tongue, directly mocked him. With that strength, you couldn't even tickle me. Then he turned to the bear and said, well, not bad, barely acceptable. Family, who understands? This act I give full marks. After such humiliation, how could these two bear it? Ivankov got furious and ran to the bear's side, transforming all 10 fingers into syringes and jabbed them into the bear. I was dumbfounded at the time. What was this for? It turned out he planned to inject all his hormones into the bear without leaving a drop. This was their prearranged suicidal tactic, exchanging the bear's remaining lifespan for a moment of peak combat power, because the bear was going to be transformed anyway. So why not shine brightly at the end? But these two didn't know, while they were performing this tragic drama, my buddy Ning Chuan wasn't even watching. On the surface, he looked calm and unbothered, but inside, the system's notification sound were almost overwhelming. Ding! Experience hormone fruit for 20 seconds, 10,000 times return. Ding! Settlement successful. In just a short moment, as Ivankov drained himself and collapsed to the ground, my buddy here, Ding, congratulations, the host has successfully mastered the hormone fruit. This round was like you were on the first floor, and he was in the atmosphere. Ivankov fell, and the bear stood up. I tell you, the aura was completely different. The bear expanded in size, resembling an ancient giant beast, and charged over in a flash. That punch carried destructive power. With a loud bang, the ground cracked. My buddy Ning Chuan was actually pushed back a step by that punch. Just one step, but that was already terrifying enough. You have to know he didn't budge against Kaido. Ning Chuan was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Not bad. This bear fruit with a buff is something else. But I'll have that ability very soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the notifications began again, Ding, settling the ability of the bear fruit. Not long after, the system rang again. Congratulations, the host has successfully mastered the ability of the bear fruit. Things just got interesting. Just as the bear was getting up from the ground to charge again, he saw Ning Chuan raise his hand, and a matching bear fruit appeared in his palm. The bear was instantly dumbfounded, his CPU almost overheating. He instantly understood that Ning Chuan had been using his ability to secretly store all the power he had been hitting him with. Now, Ning Chuan was going to return all that accumulated power from dozens or even hundreds of punches at once. Impossible. Just as the bear shouted, Ning Chuan's punch was already upon him. In that instant, the bear was like a baseball hit by a home run, flying out in a flash. Already dizzy while still in the air. Just as he was about to fall into the sea, a shadow flashed by. It was Dragon, who caught him. All right, after dealing with the small fry, it was time for the big boss. Dragon settled the bear down and flew up with a serious expression, asking Ning Chuan if he could learn others' abilities. Ning Chuan, being straightforward, admitted it. Upon hearing this, Dragon thought, I can't delay any longer. If this goes on, you'll learn all my tricks. He immediately unleashed his full power, creating tornadoes that threatened to tear the sky apart. But when Ning Chuan saw this, he laughed. Just a natural type, and you dare to show off? I tell you, the next scene completely stunned me. Light, darkness, thunder, ice, magma, sand. 6 types. A total of 6 natural abilities swirled around my buddy like planetary rings. That scene was simply the most explosive special effects blockbuster of 2025. Dragon's little wind was instantly torn to shreds in front of these 6 powerhouses. Seeing that his elemental attack couldn't compete, Dragon quickly changed tactics and summoned a massive wave, trying to drown Ning Chuan with seawater. After all, Ability users generally feared water. But Ning Chuan waved his hand. Ice Age, a signature skill of Akiji, instantly freezing all the seawater into ice sculptures. Dragon, not believing in evil, shattered the ice and tried again. This time, Ning Chuan was even more absolute. He didn't T-dodge at all, smiling slightly as he dove right into the overwhelming sea. Dragon's expression at that moment was like seeing a ghost. An ability user voluntarily jumping into the sea? Wasn't he that just asking for it? But Ning Chuan swam faster than a fish, completely unharmed, and surged up to deliver a punch coated with Conqueror's haki. Dragon was directly stunned, flying into the sky before he could recover. At this point, he finally understood. Ning Chuan wasn't even an ability user. Even more despair awaited him. Ning Chuan looked up at him, grinning mischievously, and another notification sounded in his head. Ding. Settling the wind fruit. 30 minutes of observation directly graduated. The next second, Ning Chuan also raised his hand, and a storm identical to Dragon's began to gather. Dragon looked on from the sky, completely dazed. What was this even about? His own signature ability was learned right in front of him. He sighed deeply and made a gesture to pause. I'm done. I concede. All right, after the fight. It was time for serious business. On the ship, Dragon straightforwardly stated that the Revolutionary Army would listen to him from now on. But Ning Chuan silenced him with one sentence. I'm not interested in your army. Once my artificial army is ready, your people can be disbanded. Dragon was dumbfounded, saying, Are you joking? Without an army, how are you going to overthrow the world government alone? Ning Chuan just smiled. Who said I would do it alone? My Seraphim army will be ready soon. Then he laid out his entire plan to take down Im and the Celestial Dragons, allowing each country to govern themselves. While his newly established Seraphim army maintains maritime order, ensuring no pirates exist in the future. Dragon listened, stunned, feeling that his vision was still too narrow. He was curious and asked if he could see this legendary Seraphim. Ning Chuan generously waved his hand, opening a door. Come, let me show you. Passing through the door, they directly arrived at a massive laboratory on a sky island. I tell you, the scene was incredible, with dozens of huge green cultivation tanks lined up, each containing sleeping humanoid warriors. These were the Seraphim. I'm telling you, this thing is simply the ultimate form of a patchwork monster. It has the flames of the Lunarian tribe floating behind it, horns of the Oni tribe on its head, and it's even covered in dragon scales. It's bigger than anyone else, and those muscles make it feel like one punch could pierce through the earth. Ning Chuan was casually introducing it, saying that each seraph is stuffed with at least 3 types of devil fruit abilities. And guess what? These guys are not afraid of seawater. Wow. The nemesis of ability users is directly immune to physical attacks. How are we supposed to deal with this? Then he started painting a grand vision, saying that in the future, the Revolutionary Army and the Navy will have to step aside. The New World Order will rely on these seraphs to maintain it. Dragon seemed a bit hesitant at the time, saying, Isn't this just a bunch of thoughtless weapons? What if they're used by bad people? Let me tell you, Ning Chuan's smile was something else. He said, What we want is for them to be thoughtless. Humanity becomes corrupt because of selfish desires. That's how the Celestial Dragons came to be. These seraphs will only execute orders, absolutely loyal. Moreover, as long as I'm invincible, they will only listen to me forever. The way he said it, it was so domineering. Dragon was rendered speechless, probably thinking to himself, how come I never thought of this? After painting the vision, Ning Chuan asked if we wanted to see something exciting. Of course we did. The scientists at Vegapunk were like they were on adrenaline, directly operating the console. And just like that, 100 identical seraphs appear before us, as if they were copied and pasted. Let me tell you, the pressure was so intense that Dragon turned green, probably calculating that with just these 100, if they really went all out, his revolutionary army wouldn't last 3 minutes. Ning Chuan waved his hand and opened another door, saying he would take us to see something even more thrilling. Once we entered, wow, I was hit with a shock to my pupils. This place is simply a top-tier powerhouse training ground. The 5 elders, Vegapunk, Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, they're all here, fighting each other every day, leveling up, and Ning Chuan used the ability of the time fruit to grant them an infinite resurrection hack. As long as they don't die, they can keep fighting indefinitely. Family, who understands, this is simply a paradise for battle maniacs. As soon as we entered, the whole place went silent. Kaido was still licking his lips, guessing if it was Shanks who had come this time. Big Mom said it might be Sengoku. But then Ning Chuan laughed from above and said neither. He introduced the new training partners, and with a wave of his hand, 100 seraphim dropped onto the battlefield. He even added a friendly reminder. These things are made from your genes. Don't underestimate them. or you'll get beaten badly. Upon hearing this, Kaido got fired up. Brimming with confidence, he let out a roar and charged in, using a thunderbawa to smash down on one Seraphim's head. What happened next? With a loud bang, the Seraphim simply blocked it with the dragon scales on its arm. It staggered back a few dozen steps, shook its arm, as if nothing had happened. Kaido was stunned, suddenly remembering he had been drained of blood earlier. Ning Chuan was pouring oil on the fire from above, announcing, "Time reversal is prohibited in this battle, unless you're about to die." At this, the members of the Beast Pirates turned pale. They realized it was serious. Kaido still insisted, shouting that they weren't afraid. Then the fight began. Let me tell you, the scene was nothing short of a dimensionality reduction strike. Kaido could still hold his own, fighting 10 at once. But his subordinates were in dire straits. Jin and Queen, the two big names, each were surrounded and beaten by 5 Seraphim. Jin's flames were useless against them. They could use fire too. Queen's technological weapons were predicted by the Seraphim's movements. Even worse, they had a healer on their team. As soon as one was injured, another would instantly heal and come back to keep fighting. And let's not even mention the Flying Six. One-on-one was tough enough. The remaining grunts were just pure fodder, being mercilessly beaten. By the end, Jin and Queen were down, the Beast Pirates were wiped out, and only Kaido was left standing, barely holding on. But he was frustrated as well. Every time he took one down, it would heal back to full health. How was he supposed to deal with that? It was like fighting an unkillable cockroach. In the end, Kaido had no choice but to save face, thrusting his club into the ground and shouting, "I'm done. I lost. This is so boring." Ning Chuan waved his hand, and all the Seraphim instantly stood still, following orders perfectly. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and the others had serious expressions, knowing the situation had changed dramatically. Ning Chuan then maliciously said, "This is just the first batch. There will be new models in the future, and I'll come to you for testing." The entire place fell silent, and it seemed like everyone's CPU had overheated. As soon as we came out, Long and the others' legs went weak. Seeing the 4 emperors being treated like training dummies was enough to scare anyone. Ning Chuan patted Long on the shoulder and asked how he felt. What could Long say? He could only smile wryly and say that compared to this, our revolutionary army was like a pea shooter against a rifle. Ning Chuan took the opportunity to make a request, saying that since Long recognized him so much, he should support him by providing a vial of blood from his subordinate ability users every 3 months. Long didn't even think and immediately agreed. Of course, drawing a bit of blood for such a big advantage was a no-brainer. Then, Ning Chuan had Beijia Punk pull out a giant syringe and gave each of the 3 of them a vial right there. After the blood was drawn, Long asked Ning Chuan what his next plan was. Ning Chuan chuckled and said he was going to a place where ability users gathered to upgrade the ability library of his Seraphim. Long was still guessing where that might be, but Ning Chuan laid it all out. "I'm going to pack up the entire underwater prison and move it into my song world." Good heavens! I was shocked. To treat the world's #1 prison like a package to be shipped away? That's a wild idea. Long and the others' jaws nearly dropped to the ground, thinking to themselves, this guy is really crazy. It's precisely because it's not easy that it's worth doing. Once successful, my Seraphim army will possess a wider variety of abilities. So, without further ado, I told Long and the others not to dawdle and to set off right now. My new recruits were just ready to see some blood and also remind the Navy about their place for daring to send 2 new admirals to block me. They really don't know how to live. Long and the others initially wanted to tag along to see how I would pack up the underwater prison, but I directly issued an eviction order. I told them, "Brothers, your version of the Revolutionary Army is about to be phased out. Next is my solo act with the world government, so just prepare for retirement." Although they looked confused, they didn't dare stay on my ship and could only leave in a huff. After sending them off, I took 100 Seraphim warriors and boarded my ship, the Hades, with the target being the underwater prison. But this time, I wasn't taking the usual route. Instead of navigating through the comm belt, I drove the Hades straight back against the Grand Line. Let me tell you, it was like I wanted to carve the words "I'm here to cause trouble" on the bow of the ship. The speed of the Hades was astonishing. In no time, we reached the skies above Fishman Island, right in front of that tall, foul-smelling, hard red Earth continent. In the past, people wanting to enter the New World either had to climb mountains, dive underwater, or take a long detour. Me? I chose the 4th option. Just break through it. That's right. I intended to make a hole in this wall and seamlessly connect the first half of the Grand Line with the second half. This not only slapped the world government in the face, but also declared war directly. The station Navy near the red Earth continent was already scared out of their wits. Seeing my moving fortress, the Hades, made their legs go weak, and they hurriedly reported the news to Navy headquarters. Sengoku, upon hearing it, was taken aback. He knew that my appearance meant trouble, but he couldn't figure out what I was planning. There was no choice but to gather reinforcements. And who did he call? Of course, our favorite slacker, Admiral Kizuru. Sengoku was clever. He didn't send Kizuru to stop me, but rather as a war correspondent to see what I was up to. Kizuru felt quite troubled, recalling how Fujitora and Green Bull were beaten back like dead dogs by me, and he was 100% unwilling to come. Wasn't it nice to drink tea and slack off in the office? Why did he have to come here for excitement? But orders were orders, and he had no choice but to brace himself and transform into a beam of light to fly over. As soon as he steadied himself on a reef, I spotted him. I waved at him with a smile. Hey, old Huang, now that you're here, come up for a cup of tea? Kizuru turned pale and waved his hands like a drum. No, I dare not come on your ship. What do you want to do? I grinned and said, it's nothing serious. Just feel that this wall is quite a hindrance. Let's blow it open and benefit future generations. As soon as I said this, Kizaru was instantly petrified, his eyes nearly popping out. What? You want to blast through the red soil continent? He was dumbfounded, saying that if this were to happen, wouldn't pirates just rush into the new world like they were being dropped like dumplings? I shrugged nonchalantly and said, it's okay. Let them come. I'll take on whoever shows up. I still need people for my new world KPI, and it's just right that I need devil fruit users to replenish my ability pool. Kizaru was completely speechless. He knew he couldn't stop me and could only quietly take out his notebook, preparing to be a good observer. Seeing him so compliant, I couldn't be bothered with him and directly ordered the king of the underworld. Get to work. Clear a path for me here. Instantly, the interior of the king of the underworld roared with mechanical sounds, and a massive main cannon slowly rose, pointing directly at the red Earth continent. That terrifying energy gathered. And let me tell you, the air was trembling. Kizuru, watching from a distance, felt his eyelids twitch. He knew that the world structure was about to be completely changed by my shot. I stood at the bow of the ship and waved my hand fiercely. Fire! Boom! A tremendous roar shook the heavens and the earth. A destructive energy beam shot out, crashing violently into the red Earth continent. However, this barrier was harder than I expected. Although the shot from Hades created a massive pit several kilometers wide and tens of kilometers deep, it was still far from breaking through. I frowned but found it amusing. This is quite interesting. No wonder it's a place where the celestial dragons live. It's tough enough, I like it. Kizuru beside me was already dumbfounded, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. It was his first time witnessing the power of ancient weapons. His heart almost stopped. But before he could recover from the shock, I'd already given the second order. Continue to charge. Do it again. No one is leaving today until we break through it. Upon hearing that we were going for another round, Kizaru quickly took out his Den Mushi to give Sengoku a live broadcast. I glanced at him, and he awkwardly smiled. Just a routine. The marshal probably thinks I'm slacking off here. I waved my hand nonchalantly, letting him call as he pleased. Once the call was connected, Sengoku roared from the other end. Kizaru, what is going on? That explosion just now was heard all over Marineford. Kizuru steadied himself and said slowly, Marshal Ning is using Hades to blast the red Earth continent. He's planning to open a new route directly. Sengoku was so furious he nearly had a heart attack. What? Is he crazy? Garp was beside him fanning the flames, casually walking in with tea and senbei, but Sengoku, in a fit of rage, ended up smashing all his senbei. Does anyone understand the struggle Sengoku faces as a marshal? Just then, Sengoku's Den Mushi rang again. This time it was the five elders. The celestial dragons in Pangu City were thrown into chaos, and the five elders were anxious, calling to demand answers. After Sengoku reported everything in detail, the five elders on the other end fell silent, hurriedly hanging up the phone to go find him in the Void Throne. After hearing the report, Im's face showed no emotion, but her eyes were as cold as ice. Without saying a word, she took out an ancient map, confirmed my location, and lightly tapped her finger on that area. The next second, the sky above me changed color. A giant beam of light, thicker than my waist, descended from the sky, and the overwhelming sense of destruction felt like it would crush a person to dust. I laughed at that moment, finally making a move. Imp, come on, let me see how tough this king really is. As soon as I finished speaking, I instantly transformed into a towering golden giant Buddha, directly using the ability of the barrier fruit to create a massive barrier overhead that could cover the entire Hades. Boom! The king's attack slammed fiercely against my barrier. The power, let me tell you, was enough to instantly evaporate a country and raise the global sea level by a meter. The entire world trembled under the strike. The violent energy crashed against my barrier, but I stood firm, as steady as Mount High. The attack lasted for a long time, and when the energy dissipated, I was unscathed, and the Hades beneath my feet was perfectly fine. However, the sea surface around me had been blasted out into a bottomless giant void, with seawater wildly gushing in from the abyss. The yellow ape in the distance was already dumbfounded. He told me that at that moment, as a Marine admiral, he felt an unprecedented sense of security next to me, his enemy. Can you believe it? He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and trembled as he asked, Was that just now the king's attack? I laughed. Oh, you know about the king of heaven? I continued to tease him. Maybe the king of the sea has already appeared, but you just don't know it. Little does he know, Princess White Star. The king of the sea is currently a VIP on my ship. I stopped wasting words with him and turned to continue giving orders. Hades, keep firing. Far away in Mary Geos, and felt the intense tremors beneath her feet again, and her expression finally changed. She couldn't believe that the strike from the Heavenly King had no effect on me at all. Gritting her teeth, she activated the Heavenly King once more. Next, it was a tug of war between me and him. She was firing the Heavenly King from the sky, while I was on the ground, holding up my shield and letting Hades pound the red soil continent. She couldn't break through my shield, so I focused on digging through her wall. We exchanged blows for a whole day and night, until the next morning, with the last cannon blast from Hades. A massive hole finally appeared on the other side of the red soil continent. Sunlight pierced through, and seawater rushed in wildly, creating a brand new shipping route, which I had forcibly opened up. The front and back halves of the Grand Line were seamlessly connected by me. Kizaru witnessed all of this, and, with a complicated expression, called Sengoku. After listening, Sengoku was completely stunned. Before he could say anything, Kizaru walked into his office. Sengoku looked shocked. Why are you back? Kizaru shrugged. Ning Chuan issued an eviction order. If I don't leave now, I might really get beaten up. He paused and dropped a bombshell. By the way, Ning Chuan asked me to relay a message to you. He plans to go to the undersea prison and hopes you can give him some face. Sengoku exploded at that moment. The undersea prison. Impel down. That was the face of the world government. What do you want to do there? Kidnap someone? Or demolish it? Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi, veins bulging, posed for over 10 minutes, but ultimately backed down, sighing helplessly. Forget it. Let Magellan be careful. Meanwhile, the news of the Grand Line being open spread worldwide through Morgan's Newsbirds. All the pirates were in an uproar, cheering for me. My reputation skyrocketed, and I was just one title away from becoming the Pirate King. Of course, I had no interest in that. At this moment, Im in the Holy Land had a pale face. She was completely on edge. If the Heavenly King couldn't take me down, it filled her with unprecedented fear and fury. She roared at the 5 elders. Find out. Within a month, you must figure out how he blocked the Heavenly King's attack. Otherwise, you all can get lost. There was no choice. Compared to dying on the spot, investigating me still offered a glimmer of hope, right? The next second, I sailed my cool Hades battleship directly to the face of the undersea prison at Impel Down. Let me tell you, the guards' faces turned pale. I probably left them with psychological trauma from the news of me piercing through the red soil continent. The alarms were blaring as if it were New Year's, directly reaching Warden Magellan. Goodness, Magellan had some backbone. Sengoku had clearly called him a hint that he couldn't win and should lie down, but he refused. He insisted on confronting me, saying this was his territory and that rules had to be followed. Brother, those broken rules are under my control now. And looking at his complexion, shifting between green and purple, clutching his stomach, it was obvious the side effects of the were acting up again, and he desperately needed to use the bathroom. Family, who understands? To maintain an image, one has to endure even physiological needs. I could cry. I stood at the bow of the ship, watching him. He was there making threats. Ning Chuan, don't even think about causing trouble in my territory. I couldn't help but laugh and directly asked him, so how do you plan to stop me? That one sentence left him speechless. He knew that talking was useless. And the next second, he unleashed his ultimate move. Venom Dragon. A huge purple venomous dragon rushed towards my face. Let me tell you, the scene was like a joke. I didn't even raise my hand. I just waved it lightly, and a gust of airflow went by, instantly causing that dragon to explode into a rain of poison, drenching his own men completely, leaving a mess everywhere. As for me, it was as if I had a golden bell around me. Not a drop of poison touched me. Magellan's eyes were about to pop out. I thought I should provoke him a bit more, so I shouted at him, "Is that all you've got? Today, I'm taking all the prisoners here with me. Your poison isn't enough." This really angered him, and he completely exploded, bastard, with a furious roar. Venom poured out of him like it was free, instantly generating dozens of venomous dragons that surged towards me. The whole port turned into a purple toxic pool. Even the sea creatures kept as pets were poisoned and flipped onto their backs. The deputy warden, Hannibal, who usually wanted to usurp power, was surprisingly loyal this time, bringing people to try and save the situation. But when I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki with a loud hum, everyone at the outskirts of Impel Down, except for Magellan and him, passed out with their eyes rolled back. Hannibal wanted to rush up and fight me, but with just one glance from me, he ended up embedded in the wall like a kite with a broken string, unable to get out. To be honest, I was just playing with Magellan. I fought him for a full 20 minutes, but throughout the whole time, I was using observation Haki to scan his fruit abilities. How to control the poison, how to shape it, how to spread it. I learned it all. I tell you, my main focus is on AI-assisted combat, live scanning, and graduating on the spot. Once I felt I had learned enough, I shouted in my mind, "System, settle." Good heavens, when the 10,000-fold return came in, I mastered the Venom fruit. Magellan was still struggling to unleash a big move when I suddenly retracted my Haki. Under his bewildered gaze, purple poisonous gas began to emanate from me, instantly condensing into dozens of venomous dragons. And my venomous dragons were darker in color, more potent, and overwhelmed him in momentum. Magellan was completely dumbfounded. "This is impossible. How can you also do it?" I laughed without saying a word and directly started the fight. The two armies of poison dragons collided instantly. The funny part was that my poison dragon actually began to devour his venom, turning all the poison he painstakingly created into my own power. In no time, his poison dragon was completely assimilated by me, and then my army of poison dragons turned around and charged at him. The master of poison was ultimately defeated by his own venom. Magellan was twitching all over, foaming at the mouth, with a face full of "Who am I? Where am I?" I thought it was about time, so I directly opened the door to the song world and kicked him inside. Let him keep company with Kaido and Big Mom. After dealing with the warden, it was time to clear the area. I flew to the top of Impel Down, found the ventilation shaft, and pressed a button. My enhanced toxin poured out like a flood, filling the entire prison through the pipes, starting from the first level, down through the Red Lotus Hell, Beast Hell, Desert Hell. No matter what kind of monsters were locked up once my poison gas passed, they all lay down and sang conquer. I cleared all the way to the 5th level of Ice Hell, and the efficiency was incredible, even better than Conqueror's Haki. Finally, I arrived at the deepest 6th level, Infinite Hell. This place held heavyweight figures, each one a key target for me. As soon as I entered, I heard two familiar voices cursing at me. "Ning, you bastard." I turned around and saw, oh, isn't that Jack, Kaido's subordinate, and Cracker, Big Mom's son? I had personally sent them in here back then. They were shouting in their cells, wishing they could eat me. I laughed and directly asked, "Do you want to reunite with your boss?" Without waiting for their reaction, I smashed their cells and the sea prism stone chains to pieces. Just as they regained their freedom, wanting to attack me, I kicked each of them into the song world. Now, the other cells were in an uproar, all envious and yelling for me to let them out. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Kid, dare to duel me one-on-one? If you win, let me go." I turned to look in the direction of the voice, and lo and behold, it was Barrett, the tough guy from Roger's ship, a battle maniac. I couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence this was. I immediately made a bet with him. "All right, Barrett, if you win, you can leave. If you lose, you'll have to stick with me, and I'll give you countless opportunities to challenge me." I understand this kind of person too well. As soon as he hears there's a fight, his eyes light up. I immediately unlocked his chains and casually used the time fruit to restore him to his peak state. He was shocked, saying my fierce spirit was even more intense than his. The next second, our Conqueror's Haki clashed directly. With a loud boom, the entire 6th level almost got blown away. The walls of the surrounding cells shattered, leaving a group of prisoners locked in sea prism stone, watching us like it was a movie. And what happened? In an instant, his Conqueror's Haki was pushed back by mine, and he was blasted against the wall by my aura. He got up, even more excited, roaring that we should determine the winner with physical combat. He rushed up in a single step and threw a punch at me. I transformed into my dragon form, caught his punch with one hand, and then countered with a punch that sent him flying like a cannonball. Whether it was hockey or martial arts, I completely overwhelmed him. This time, Barrett went completely insane and activated his combined fruit ability. The ground, walls, railings, and everything in infinite hell began to converge towards him, instantly transforming him into a giant stone figure hundreds of meters tall. Is that it? Looking at his gigantic body, I wasn't worried at all. He wants to merge with the entire Impel down? Not on my watch. There's still many treasures inside that I haven't collected. Buddha form. I transformed directly into a golden giant Buddha taller and larger than his stone figure. When Barrett saw this move, his eyes turned red, probably recalling the Wano country that captured him back then. He roared in anger, and his giant stone fist came crashing down on me. I couldn't be bothered to dodge. I raised my enormous golden fist, aiming right for his forehead. One punch after another. My Buddha's iron fist, enhanced with Conqueror's Haki, smashed his stone body like a cookie, causing it to crumble and fall apart. Barrett desperately tried to harden his body with armament Haki, but it was useless. His massive form began to crack inch by inch. With a loud bang, I tell you, with that punch, the stone giant that looked like a small mountain crumbled right on the spot, shattering into pieces. Barrett himself was smashed to the ground like a broken sack, coughing up blood, yet still trying to struggle to get up, his eyes filled with unwillingness. The group of old-timers from Infinite Hell, watching nearby, had their jaws nearly drop in shock. Yu Jishio, Katarina Devon, and those tough characters, who were originally just watching the show with their arms crossed, suddenly turned pale. They thought this would at least be a fierce battle, but what was it really? Goodness. This wasn't a fight at all. It was like an adult teaching children, a one-sided crushing. And then, who would understand? These hardened criminals who had been fierce 1 second suddenly changed their tune the next, switching to a sycophantic mode. Lord Ning Chuan is mighty. We are willing to recognize you as our boss. Whatever you say goes. Their slogans were louder than anyone else's. I thought to myself, the speed at which these guys changed their faces was simply the ultimate form of seasoned professionals. They were too good at it. And what about Ning Chuan? He didn't even look at them, just sneered coldly and said, "You bunch of fence-sitters still want freedom? Fine, I'll give you a chance." With a wave of his hand, a door appeared out of nowhere. Let me tell you, behind that door was a massive arena of carnage. Strong fighters battling to the point of chaos, bloodlust almost spilling out of the screen. Ning Chuan pointed at that door and said, "If you want to live, go in and fight. Win, and you'll have the right to talk about freedom. You can either walk in yourself, or I'll kick you in one by one. Your choice." Now, this was it. These old brothers were completely out of temper. You look at me. I look at you. No one dared to speak. In the end, it was Yu Jishio, probably figuring it out, who steeled himself and walked in first. With someone taking the lead, the rest had to follow suit. Even a half-dead Barrett was casually tossed in by Ning Chuan. Goodness, Ning Chuan was setting up an ultimate version of a Goo King competition. After clearing out these top-tier fighters, Ning Chuan directly released his 100 cherub accounts. With a command, these cherubs worked like a production line, throwing all the remaining over 3,000 Devil Fruit users in the underwater prison into that arena, as if packaging express deliveries. I thought this is going to be lively. Over 3,000 fighters in a free-for-all. This is bound to create some spectacle. But it didn't stop there. Ning Chuan thought this wasn't enough. He wanted to make it bigger. He directly took the cherubs and started sweeping up from the 5th level, unleashing the floral fruit ability, filling every level with hands. And combined with his all-encompassing observation Haki, not a single prisoner could escape. Hundreds of thousands of prisoners were packed and stuffed into another newly opened beginner village server. He even gave those cherubs a KPI. Whoever can defeat you in a one-on-one will get to advance to that advanced arena to continue fighting. Folks, doesn't this operation feel familiar? Isn't this a zero-cost purchase? He cleared out the inventory of the underwater prison. When the guards in the prison finally woke up, Vice Warden Hannibal was dumbfounded. Where are the hundreds of thousands of prisoners? Where are all the prisoners from my huge prison? He scrambled to call Sengoku. His voice trembling, "Sengoku, Admiral, it's bad. The prison has been emptied." On the other end, Sengoku was stunned for 3 seconds, probably scared speechless. Hundreds of thousands of prisoners. If they get released, will the world government even survive? Sengoku didn't dare take the blame, quickly called the Gorosei. When the Gorosei heard this, they immediately broke down, shouting through the phone worm at Sengoku. Say that again. Hundreds of thousands. How did he take them away? In a sack. Let me tell you, high-end leaders often only need the simplest ways to express their frustration. On this side, the world government was in chaos. And Ning Chuan himself? He had already returned to Dressrosa, acting like nothing happened, and called over Don Quixote Doflamingo. "Little Doflamingo, go, issue an announcement that from today on, I'm protecting the new world. All pirate flags must be removed." Anyone who dares to come in with a skull and crossbones will have their legs broken. Doflamingo's eyes nearly popped out, thinking, big brother, you are the biggest pirate leader yourself, and now you want to hunt pirates? What kind of operation is this where I kill my own kind? Ning Chuan added. By the way, also issue a bounty to buy various devil fruit users' blood at a high price. The price is negotiable. Little Doflamingo understood in an instant. This was to upgrade the equipment for that cherub army. Once this news broke, the whole world exploded. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was so worried his hair was almost turning white, while Carp was happily munching on senbei, watching the commotion, saying, someone is helping us for free. How great. The ordinary people directly popped champagne, nearly treating Ning Chuan as a savior. And those pirates? Each one was so furious they smashed tables and threw wine glasses, thinking, who does Ning Chuan think he is? Brothers, grab your weapons, let us fight him. And what happened? These shouting pirates didn't even touch a hair on Ning Chuan before he unleashed 1,000 freshly summoned cherubs to crush them. Over 10,000 were captured. The capable ones were thrown into the arena, and the incapable ones were tossed into the beginner village, emphasizing resource recycling. Just then, Doflamingo came over to curry favor, saying, Boss, I know of a fruit that can grant immortality. Ning Chuan's eyes lit up at that, the op fruit. Trafalgar Law. This could let my wife's crew also achieve immortality. He immediately gave little Doflamingo a thumbs up, almost wanted to send him to the arena for a month of training as a reward, scaring little Doflamingo pale. Then, without saying a word, Ning Chuan opened the door and headed to the North Sea. When he found Law, the kid was still a little punk. Upon seeing Ning Chuan, he immediately wanted to activate room. What happened? Ning Chuan unleashed his conqueror's haki, and the pressure, let me tell you, felt like the night before a deadline during exam week, crushing Law to the spot. Ning Chuan then gave him two choices. 1. Join me, I'll take you flying, and guarantee you can rub Doflamingo's face in the dirt. 2. I'll extract your fruit, and you can go home and farm. When Law heard he could get revenge, his eyes turned red, and he didn't care about anything else, immediately bowing down. Big brother, as long as I can take down Doflamingo, I'm willing to do anything. Ning Chuan nodded in satisfaction. All right, then show me what you can do. Law was practical. He hesitated for a moment, but took a deep breath, gently waved his long knife, and whispered, Room. With his voice, a blue transparent circular space unfolded before me, and the power of the op fruit began to operate around me. I told you, I just stood quietly in his blue hood, too lazy to move even a bit, just smiling and watching him. Goodness, this kid Luo was holding a knife, his palms all sweaty, his muscles tense as if he was about to take an exam. I could feel that he had no malice towards me, but that kind of primal fear made him seem completely off. I was a bit impatient at that moment and directly said, Go ahead, attack me. What happened next? This guy was stunned. He just stood there, not daring to move. I got really angry at that moment. I told you I just exploded. No, I asked if you could do it. I'm just standing here letting you cut me, and you're still trembling? With this little courage, how are you going to fight against Doflamingo? Go home, wash up, and sleep. Everything is possible in dreams. These words hit him like an electric shock, waking him up instantly. He gritted his teeth, his eyes turned red, and with all his strength, he swung a knife at me. In an instant, the blade came slicing through. At the same time, his room's force field enveloped me. To be honest, that knife didn't have any physical damage, but I could clearly feel a force trying to tear me apart. Unfortunately, in front of my dominance, this thing was nothing but a little brother. As soon as I thought about it, that force was pushed back by me. I could see the entire process clearly with my observation haki. The moment his ability affected me, I silently thought, System, settle. A ding sounded in my head. Wow. The task of experiencing the surgery fruit's ability for 10 seconds was completed, directly returning me 100,000 seconds of cultivation. In an instant, my understanding of this fruit skyrocketed. But was that enough? My goal is to directly reach awakening. I acted like it was nothing and beckoned to Luo with my finger. Continue. Luo was dumbfounded, seeing me unscathed, probably having his worldview shattered. He was breathing heavily and once again opened room, starting to unleash a frenzied output towards me. I told you I just stood there, focusing on being a companion while taking hits. He chopped for a full half hour, and this guy was exhausted like a dog. His sweat soaked through his clothes. I felt that the timing was about right, and I shouted in my heart, System, settle. Ding. Another huge sum of money has arrived. This time, it was a refund of 200,000 minutes of cultivation. The system's prompt sound directly informed me. The host has successfully mastered the surgical fruit ability. I did it. I looked at Luo, who was nearly exhausted on the other side. and suddenly laughed. The next second, I raised my hand, and a room that was 100 times larger than the one he had just created exploded from my palm, instantly engulfing the entire town. Luo's eyes bulged out, bigger than a cow's, and his mouth was open wide enough to fit a fist inside. Before he could react, I focused my mind, and with a roar, the range of this room directly covered the entire island. Family, who understands? At that moment, Luo's expression was simply a walking meme. Shock, confusion, and questioning his life were all written across his face. I ignored him and silently repeated in my mind one last time. Settlement. The system's voice came through, and I had successfully awakened the surgery fruit, even unlocking the legendary immortality surgery. I finally withdrew my power with satisfaction and looked at the petrified Luo, smiling as I asked him, "Are you ready to become stronger?" He was stunned for several seconds, and then a gleam of ecstatic light burst forth in his eyes. Like he had been pumped with adrenaline, he nodded vigorously, "I am ready." Without saying a word, I directly opened the door to the goo cultivation field in the world of songs, my tone as cold as ice. "Go in." Before kicking him inside, I casually gave him a buff, using the ability of the time fruit to accelerate his time, considered a welcome gift from me as a teacher. Watching his determined figure walk in, I smiled. "Don Quixote da Flamingo, your nightmare has already begun in the beginner village." After dealing with Law, I used the door fruit to teleport back to Dressrosa. Doflamingo was shocked to see me return so quickly. He cautiously approached and asked, "Boss, is the matter resolved?" I smiled mysteriously at him and said, "It's done. But there's some bad news. Do you want to hear it?" His facial muscles instantly stiffened, and he swallowed hard. "Boss, you say, Law has been sent to the training ground for poison making," I said casually. "You know that place? The strong come out stronger and the weak. Hee. The first person he'll likely look for when he comes out is you." With a bang, I felt like Doflamingo's brain had exploded. His face turned pale, and cold sweat poured down like rain. He knew better than anyone what kind of place the training ground was. With such deep hatred, wouldn't Law come out as a vengeful demon? His lips trembled for a long time before he finally forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. "It seems my days ahead won't be easy." However, this guy was also a fierce character. Just a few seconds later, he managed to adjust himself, probably thinking that as long as he clung tightly to my thigh, no matter how powerful Law became, he would at most just give him a beating, and he wouldn't die. I looked at his demeanor and patted him on the shoulder. "Why don't you go in and practice a bit?" He shivered in fear, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Forget it, boss. I prefer it this way. It's pretty good. I shrugged, too lazy to deal with him, and went straight back to the villa. As soon as I walked in, wow, Hancock, Nami, Robin, and the others were gathered around several tables playing mahjong enthusiastically. When they saw me come back, they immediately dropped the mahjong and surrounded me. I scanned them around and suddenly spoke up. "Do you want to live forever?" The whole place went silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. A few seconds later, Hancock was the first to react, her eyes shining. "Eternal life? You mean never dying and not aging?" "Not just that," I nodded and added, "you can also keep your current appearance forever." As soon as I said this, it was like a bombshell. All the girls' eyes lit up. Forever youthful. Which woman could resist that? Nami jumped up first. I want it. I shook my head and explained to them. "This surgery locks your physical state. Whatever age you are now, you'll be that age forever." "Nami, you guys are still young. Your bodies haven't fully developed yet. If you do it now, you'll always have a flat chest. Are you sure?" Upon hearing this, Nami, Yuta, and the other younger ones immediately wilted, expressing that they would rather wait. But Hancock, Robin, and Momonosuke couldn't sit still. They were at the peak of their beauty and figure, completely defenseless against this. Especially Hancock, as the world's most beautiful woman. How could she tolerate aging? She leaned in closer and said softly, "Ning Chuan, hurry, do it for me. As long as I can stay youthful, I'll agree to anything." Robin and Momonosuke looked at me with eager expressions as well. I smiled and said, "All right, let's start with you, Hancock." As I spoke, I raised my hand and exclaimed, "Room." Instantly, a field enveloped Hancock. I didn't rush to perform the immortality surgery. Instead, I used the abilities of a surgery fruit to clean out all the hidden injuries and flaws left from years of battle in her body, adjusting her physical state to the most perfect level. Then came the main event. I spent a full 3 hours carefully operating, removing and modifying all the cells in her body that would lead to aging. As soon as the surgery ended, Hancock opened her eyes, feeling an unprecedented lightness and strength within her. She was so excited that she hugged me tightly, almost choking me. "Thank you, Ning Chuan. I will always be with you, she whispered in my ear. I finally managed to push her away and then looked at Robin and Peach Bunny. It's your turn. Are you ready? Robin couldn't wait any longer, and Peach Bunny hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation and nodded. After all, this is immortality. Compared to this, any stance of a navy can be set aside for now. I spent another 3 hours and performed surgery on both of them. The result was predictable. When they woke up, they excitedly imitated Hancock and hugged me from both sides. I was enjoying this sweet burden with a mix of laughter and tears when suddenly, my phone rang. As soon as I picked up, I heard the almost crying voice of Doflamingo on the other end. Lord Ning Chuan, it's bad. The Yonko Shanks and Myhawk are blocking the door of my office and say they want to see you. Oh, Red-haired and Myhawk came together? Interesting. I explained a few things to the girls, telling them to practice well, and then I directly used the door fruit to instantly appear in Doflamingo's office. As soon as I walked in, I saw Shanks and Myhawk standing there like two guardian deities, while Doflamingo was off to the side like a bullied little wife. Not daring to breathe, I directly ignored Hawkeye and greeted Shanks. Long time no see, Shanks. Shanks raised an eyebrow, a bit displeased. Hey, you little brat. Yuta calls you brother, so by age, you should call me uncle, right? I laughed. We each have our own opinions, and I don't want to call a defeated opponent uncle. With that one sentence, I caught Shanks off guard. He coughed twice and stopped the nonsense, getting straight to the point, questioning why I was capturing pirates on such a large scale, saying that I was trying to end the pirate era that Roger had started. I laughed at that moment and retorted directly, the era of great pirates? Do you really call this burning, killing, and looting a dream and freedom? Was Roger's original intention to have more scum and losers on this sea? Not every pirate has a bottom line like you do. You know this better than I do, right? Beside us, Hawkeye coldly interjected. What you're doing is just trying to become a new celestial dragon. I rolled my eyes. I want to establish a new order. A world without celestial dragons and without pirates. A truly peaceful world. The era of great pirates has been wrong from the very beginning. Shanks was so angry that his face turned red, and he could barely contain his conqueror's haki. He exchanged glances with Myhawk and gritted his teeth, saying, Ning Chuan, since you are so confident, let's team up to challenge you. If we win, you will pause your plan. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. Oh, can't win fair and square, so you're bringing him back up? 2 against 1. Shanks, do you still care about your face as one of the 4 emperors? His old face turned red, but he still forced himself to say it was for the greater good. All right. I crossed my arms and looked at them with amusement. 2 against 1 is fine. However, if I win, you two will have to stay and work for me. They discussed it for a moment and actually agreed. They probably wanted to buy some time until that so-called chosen one Joy Boy shows up. I looked at their little schemes, too lazy to expose them, and directly said to the already dumbfounded Doflamingo beside me, Go. Prepare 2 dormitories for our future, 2 new colleagues, according to the standards of the 4 emperors. After saying that, I casually waved my hand and opened a door to an uninhabited island using the door fruit, gesturing for the 2 of them to go ahead. Gentlemen, let's go. Quick and decisive, just in time to come back for dinner. Upon arriving at the uninhabited island, the atmosphere instantly exploded. Hawkeye's Black Blade, Yoru, and Shanks' Griffin both exuded overwhelming sword intent and domineering aura, directly locking onto me. They didn't waste any words. They immediately launched probing slashes. I let out a light laugh, and the ability of the split fruit activated, causing my entire body to suddenly split into several pieces, easily dodging the attack. Hawkeye's pupils immediately contracted. He watched in disbelief as his slash passed through the gaps in my body, leaving him stunned. Shanks quickly reacted, shouting, he has the split fruit. Ordinary slashes won't work. Use sword energy. As soon as he finished speaking, a torrent of sword energy came rushing towards me. However, what Shanks didn't expect was, with the ability of my barrier fruit, I directly gave him a hardcore defense. Let me tell you, his overwhelming sword energy crashed into the invisible wall in front of me, and there wasn't even a sound. It just vanished like it had evaporated into thin air. Completely useless. Shanks was stunned, his brows twisted like a pretzel, muttering impossible. He must have been thinking how his full force attack couldn't even break my defense, right? This gap is just too ridiculous. Looking at the expressions on their faces, full of doubt about life, I couldn't help but laugh. I said, I have to say, you 2 great swordsmen, your sword techniques are pretty cool, and the massage feels nice, but to me, it's really no use. How about we keep it dignified and you surrender now? I can still treat you to a meal. I'll tell you, my combination of abilities is simply a bug. The split fruit allows physical attacks to pass through me directly, The barrier fruit directly blocks physical attacks. They swung their swords for more than 10 minutes and didn't even touch the hem of my clothes. By the end, there was a sense of despair in Mihawk's eyes, and Shanks was becoming more and more withdrawn as the fight went on. As soon as I saw this, I found it boring, just pure bullying of the weak. I simply jumped back and said, all right, I won't play hide and seek with you anymore. Since you are so obsessed with swordsmanship, I'll give you a lesson in the way of a swordsman. As soon as I finished speaking, I opened my song world, and a sword flew out with a swoosh. That thing, with lightning racing along one side of the blade and magma bubbling on the other, twisted the surrounding air as soon as it appeared. This Thunderfire sword hadn't been out for a while, and it was buzzing with excitement. Shanks and Mihawk's eyes nearly popped out, staring intently at the sword in my hand. Shanks had seen it before, but the aura of this sword now, the pressure it exuded, was simply on a completely different level than before. I raised my sword and asked with a smile, "Are you ready?" Two great swordsmen. Shanks, you taught me a move called God Avoidance before. Today I will teach you its youthful version plus, God Kneel. I told you, my move is all about surprise. I swing my sword down lightly, and even I think it doesn't take much effort. But that flash of sword light is as fast as teleportation. The next second, with a whoosh, Shanks and Mihawk were sliced in half at the waist. Their upper and lower bodies momentarily separated in the air, and that scene seemed to slow down time. Their last thought was probably, is this really a sword strike a human can make? Just as they were about to meet Roger, I smiled and snapped my fingers, activating my time reversal ability. I watched as their severed bodies, like a videotape rewinding, quickly rejoined in the air, leaving no scars behind. They fell to the ground with a thud. Although they were uninjured, their spirits seemed drained, collapsing on the ground and gasping for breath. That momentary experience of death completely shattered their pride. Shanks trembled and asked me, how did that sword strike look so much like divine avoidance? Of course. I walked over and patted his shoulder. I said it was the upgraded version. Its power is probably 1,000 times that of divine avoidance. Want to learn? Once you become my subordinates, I'll personally teach you. As soon as I said this, the expressions on their faces were as bitter as if they had eaten bitter herbs. Being crushed by me in the sword path, they would never catch up in this lifetime. A bet is a bet. If you lose, you have to accept it. From today on, you are my people, I announced calmly. Shanks and Mihawk exchanged glances and eventually lowered their proud heads. Shanks smiled wryly and said, we lost. We will keep our promise. Mihawk nodded as well. Losing to a monster like me actually made him feel convinced. Very good. I smiled with satisfaction. Let's go. Just in time to head home for dinner. I directly opened a space gate and brought the two of them back to Dressrosa. That little brat Doflamingo is quite clever. He had already prepared a welcome banquet. Early the next morning, I had Shanks call over his crew. He was anxious at that moment and said, Ning Chuan, I lost the bet myself. It has nothing to do with my crew. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, shrugging my shoulders and saying, all right with you. The four emperors, protecting them. They're just ordinary pirates. Now that the new world prohibits pirates from passing through, if my people get too heavy-handed, don't blame me. I call them here to give them a position, to officially become adventurers. It's a great opportunity. When Shanks heard this, his face turned pale. He knew I was someone who kept my word and could really wipe out his red-haired crew. There was no way out. He could only reluctantly take out the Din Mushy and call his brothers to gather. After hanging up, he slumped in his chair, sighing heavily. In contrast, Mihawk remained much calmer. After all, he was a lone wolf. He directly asked me, what do you want us to do next? Go attack Zoe, I said casually. As soon as those words left my mouth, both of them were stunned. What the hell? On the first day of work, you're sending us to destroy a nation. I waved my hand. Don't be nervous, it's not a real fight. I'm just going to make them submit and also allow my Seraphim troops to be stationed there. Shanks frowned again. Ning Chuan, I've always had a good relationship with Zhao Wu. If you want me to go this. If you don't go, I'll send the Seraphim. I coldly interrupted him, saying that it wouldn't look good when the time comes. Shanks' heart sank, knowing he had no choice but to nod in agreement. As it turned out, I must say, these two were quite efficient in their work. A day later, Shanks called me via video, saying Zhao Wu had already agreed to surrender. I looked at the coordinates on the video, opened a door, and stepped right in front of them. This startled everyone. Shanks was stunned. Why did you come in person? I smiled and pointed at my feet. The matter with Zhao Wu has been settled, but I pointed at the giant elephant that carries the entire country. The master of the elephant has yet to give its consent. My rule is that no uncontrollable power is allowed to exist in the new world. It must either submit or die. Shanks and Mihawk were stunned. They had never imagined that I would set my sights on this ancient beast that has lived for thousands of years. I flew directly in front of the giant eye of the elephant lord and straightforwardly stated my conditions. The old elephant was quite stubborn, saying it would only listen to Joy Boy. Joy Boy's era is over, I said. Now it's my time. How about this? Let's have a strength contest. If I win, you follow me. If I lose, I'll turn around and leave, never to disturb you again. Upon hearing this, the elephant lord was amused. A strength contest? It thought this was an easy question. Shanks behind me was so anxious he was stamping his feet, saying I was crazy. Without saying a word, I transformed into a golden giant Buddha. Hundreds of feet tall, it was quite imposing, but in front of the elephant lord, it looked like a small figurine. Just as Shanks was about to comment that my size was insufficient, I silently thought, "System, settle." The next second, let me tell you, the atmosphere changed entirely. The 10,000-fold return was credited, and I directly unlocked the new skill, heavenly and earthly transformation. My golden Buddha form instantly began to swell, from hundreds of feet to thousands of feet, and finally grew to 10,000 feet tall, towering over the elephant lord. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The huge eyes of the elephant lord were filled with shock. "Now, am I qualified?" I asked in a deep voice. The elephant lord, not willing to back down, charged at me with its enormous nose, carrying destructive power. I waved my hand and effortlessly blocked it. Unconvinced, it charged at me with all four limbs. I let out a cold laugh. Useless. With both hands pressed forward, I directly pushed against its forehead, and a terrifying force erupted, forcefully pushing its mountain-like body back for hundreds of kilometers. When finally stopped, I looked down at it and asked, "Now, can you admit defeat?" The elephant lord remained silent for a long time before finally lowering its massive head. "You win. I submit to you." With the elephant lord taken care of, the next steps were simple. I found a pleasant, uninhabited island for the fur tribe, used the door fruit to help them move within a day, and sent 100 seraphim over as security to ensure that even the 4 emperors would get beaten up if they came. After settling them down, I took Shanks and Hawkeye and rode the elephant lord, heading grandly towards our next destination, Egghead Island. As soon as the Navy on Egghead Island saw our imposing presence, they were instantly scared out of their wits. After all, that was a giant elephant bigger than a mountain. Kizaru personally came out to negotiate. His attitude was incredibly sincere, asking if I could let them retreat first, assuring me that they absolutely would not be my enemies. I generously agreed. In less than half an hour, the Navy on the entire island ran away faster than rabbits. After they left, I had the elephant master bring up a big guy from the seabed, a giant ancient robot that had been asleep for who knows how many years. I had the elephant master wake it up, and then I left it there for Vegapunk to come back and study, to see if they could figure out how to mass-produce it. With Egghead Island occupied, the entire New World basically had only one tough nut left, Elbaf, the Kingdom of Giants. I turned around and looked at Shanks and Mihawk, who had completely submitted, and smiled as I asked, "Do you want to further enhance your strength?" The two of them brightened up. Without saying much, I waved my hand and opened the door to the goo cultivation arena in the world of Song-Gu. As soon as the door opened a crack, an overwhelming aura surged out like steam escaping from a pressure cooker, almost blowing eagle eyes, eternally expressionless poker face askew. I pointed to the inside of the door and said to them, "This is the training ground prepared for you." Inside, there are 3 emperors of the sea, Roger's right-hand men, 2 elders, and the leader of the Knights of God, who are currently in a heated battle. This is the arena for top-tier fighters. Shanks and Mihawk were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The names of the 4 emperors, Roger's subordinates, the elders, and the leader of the Knights of God. These names are well known, yet they are all gathered in this mysterious space, constantly fighting to the death. This made the hearts of the 2 powerful warriors race. They had never imagined that the top fighters who had disappeared from the seas had all been captured by Ning Chuan into this training ground. No wonder so many top fighters have gone missing. It turns out they were all caught here. Shanks sighed, feeling a mix of emotions. Mihawk, on the other hand, looked intently ahead, sensing the fierce battles between the strong, igniting the desire for combat within him. He tightened his grip on his black sword knight, and his fighting spirit surged. This place is truly an irresistible training ground. I can hardly wait. Ning Chuan smiled slightly. "If you're willing to stay here for a while, you can train to your heart's content, and come out when you feel ready." Shanks and Mihawk exchanged glances, and they had already made a decision in their hearts. Despite being top swordsmen and one of the 4 emperors, they could not easily give up this unique opportunity. However, before you decide, I have one more thing to ask. Shanks reined in his smile and asked seriously, "What do you plan to do next?" Ning Chuan smiled faintly and replied without hiding anything, I plan to take Elbaf. It is the last force in the New World that has never truly submitted to anyone. Once I take Elbaf, the entire New World will be completely unified. I will establish order in the New World and bring an end to this so-called pirate era. Shanks frowned slightly. Elbaf was a special place for him. He had a good relationship with the giants and did not want to see them completely destroyed. Nevertheless, Shanks understood that the combat power of Elbaf was exceptionally strong. They were never afraid of any external enemies, especially a formidable opponent like Ning Chuan. Ning Tuan. Shanks hesitated before speaking. The warrior race of Elbaf never bows to anyone. However, I can help you mediate, but please give me a chance. I hope to avoid the extermination of the giant race as much as possible. Ning Chuan thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I can give you this opportunity. However, if you cannot persuade them, I will not show them any mercy. Shanks breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew the hope for mediation was slim, Ning Chuan had given him a chance. At least he could try his best to prevent the giant race from facing extinction. Mihawk smiled faintly. He didn't have much emotional attachment to Elbaf. His interest remained focused on the battles of the strong. I want to stay and train for a while. Just call me when you're ready to attack Elbaf. Upon hearing Mihawk's words, Shanks helplessly expressed his willingness to stay and train for the time being. But he made it clear that if it came to an irreconcilable situation, Ning Chuan had to give him a chance. Ning Chuan smiled and nodded. After confirming their decisions, he let them begin their training in the training ground. Then, Ning Chuan used the power of the Dorador fruit to return to the Sky Island base. Ning Chuan saw the three scientists, Vegapunk, Judge, and Caesar, releasing the third batch of Seraphim warriors. This batch consisted of 1,000 warriors, each possessing at least 5 types of devil fruit abilities, making them incredibly powerful. Since Ning Chuan had completely emptied the underwater prison last time, the devil fruit gene repository at the Sky Island base had been greatly replenished. This provided the 3 scientists with more room to unleash their potential. After inspecting the area with satisfaction, Ning Chuan ordered this batch of Seraphim to join his team, just in time for the upcoming expedition to Elbaf. These 1,000 warriors will become one of his key forces in conquering Elbaf. Vegapunk, Judge, Caesar, Ning Chuan said, "You 3 have an important task ahead, to study the Elephant God and the ancient robots. I hope you can replicate them." Upon hearing Ning Chuan mention the Elephant God and the ancient robots, the 3 scientists' eyes lit up instantly. Vegapunk was aware of the ancient robots, but previously, due to the celestial dragons, he couldn't directly touch the research. Now, he finally had the opportunity to directly engage with this ancient robot. Moreover, Ning Chuan had successfully awakened it. Additionally, they would have the chance to study the Elephant God. This was a creature even larger than the Sea Kings. If they could obtain the genes of the Elephant God and successfully decipher them, it would greatly advance their research. The 3 scientists nodded excitedly. Ning Chuan arranged for 100 Seraphim warriors to ensure their safety. Among them were also Seraphim warriors who controlled the doors of space, allowing them to easily move back and forth between the Sky Island base and the Island of Cannons. Ning Chuan took the 1,000 Seraphim and boarded the Titanic battleship, heading straight for Elbaf. After sailing on the sea for half a day, Ning Chuan finally arrived near the legendary giant kingdom of Elbaf. A massive world tree stood in the center of the entire kingdom. The port was filled with numerous gigantic ships. Although the giants' ships were large, they were still much smaller compared to Ning Chuan's Titanic. Ning Chuan planned to block the Titanic directly at Elbaf's port, not allowing a single giant to escape by ship. Prepare for battle. Ning Chuan commanded the Seraphim behind him. 1,000 Seraphim warriors were ready, each emanating an incredibly powerful aura. Prepare to launch a fatal assault at Ning Chuan's command. As the battleship gradually approached the port of Elbaf, the guards of the giant kingdom had already noticed this massive ship, and all eyes were focused on the Titanic. This is Ning Chuan's Titanic. It's truly astonishingly large. The giants' expressions were filled with tension. The Titanic's reputation echoed across the seas. Everyone knew it was a battleship capable of destroying islands, and its master was the most powerful existence of this era. Without a doubt, the New World was no match for Ning Chuan. As the Titanic drew closer, the guards at the port immediately became anxious and shouted into a loudspeaker, "Leave here immediately, otherwise we will attack you." Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan stood at the bow of the ship, smiling slightly, completely disregarding the giant's warnings. He merely waved his hand. "Go!" In the next moment, the 1,000 Seraphim warriors behind surged onto the land of Elbaf like a tide. A furious aura instantly enveloped the entire port. The giants, seeing Ning Chuan's boldness, directly dispatched troops to land on Elbaf. They immediately roared in anger. The port's giant guards swung their massive weapons, firing cannonballs, vowing to drive the invaders out of Elbaf. In an instant, the flames of battle ignited. Countless shells poured down, covering Ning Chuan's ship, the Hades, in fire and smoke. However, the Hades' defensive shield activated instantly. All attacks were blocked outside, with not a scratch. Faced with such immense pressure, the giant guards couldn't help but begin to panic. Yet they still did not give up resistance, and the cannon fire was almost continuous. As the Seraphim Legion advanced, Ning Chuan did not rush to act, but instead returned to the Go-Go world. According to their previous agreement, he was to call upon red-haired Shanks and Mihawk. Soon, Ning Chuan found the two engaged in fierce battle, smiling as he said to them, "We have started a war with Elbaf. It's time for you to join the fight." Upon hearing this, Shanks and Mihawk immediately stopped their swords. So soon to go to war with Elbaf? This world is quite fun. Mihawk looked at the strong fighters still engaged in battle ahead and couldn't help but say, "If you like it here, you can stay in this world in the future." Ning Chuan chuckled lightly and then scanned the other strong fighters. "Is there anyone else who wants to go out for some fresh air? This time, we're attacking Elbaf." The strong fighters originally in the training ground all turned their heads. Rayleigh, Barrett, Crocodile, and Inaru expressed their desire to participate almost in unison. Others also wanted to go out for some fresh air, such as Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido. But they were helpless, as they couldn't leave for the time being. Because if they did, their subordinates might be beaten up immediately. However, Rayleigh and the others were different. They were a temporarily formed team and could disband at any time. Just like this time, Ning Chuan glanced around and then nodded. He decided to let these few go together. "All right, Rayleigh, Barrett, Crocodile, Inaru, you come with me." After Ning Chuan finished speaking, he opened the door to the Go-Go world. When they reappeared on the battlefield of Elbaf, the scene before them was already chaotic. The Seraphim warriors were engaged in fierce combat with the giant guards, and the relentless attacks from the Seraphim made it difficult for the giants to cope. The entire port was ablaze with raging flames. Although the giants were powerful, they still seemed somewhat overwhelmed in front of the robot-like Seraphim. The giants were retreating step by step, and the situation became precarious. When Ning Chuan appeared with Shanks, Mihawk, and the four strong fighters, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield changed. At this moment, standing at the top of the world tree in the giant kingdom was Prince Loki, who was observing the battle below through a telescope. The giant guards were already struggling to withstand the Seraphim's assault. But when he saw the world-class strong fighters behind Ning Chuan, he fell into complete despair. Red-haired, Mihawk, Rayleigh, Barrett, they've all come. Loki's heart seemed to stop for a moment. Each of these strong fighters' names was enough to intimidate the entire sea, and they had all appeared behind Ning Chuan. There were even two unknown strong fighters. Could it be that everyone was here to attack Elbaf? Loki looked at all this in disbelief, his hands trembling slightly. Elbaf was facing an unprecedented crisis. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan, along with several strong fighters, had already reached the front lines of the battlefield. The Seraphim warriors, under their command, continued to push forward, while the giants' resistance had become feeble. Ning Chuan looked around, a faint smile on his face. "Shanks, Mihawk, Rayleigh, Barrett, it's up to you now. Go ahead and show what you've got. I know some of you are friends with the giant kingdom, but how many you can save depends on your efforts." After Ning Chuan finished speaking, the few of them rushed towards the battlefield without hesitation. Shanks' hockey erupted instantly, red waves sweeping in all directions as giants fell one after another. Rayleigh and Barrett were equally unyielding, activating their conqueror's hockey simultaneously, knocking giants unconscious. They were doing their best to minimize the casualties among the giants in their own way. Others, however, did not care about that. Mihawk's black sword Yoru sliced through the air like a specter, each strike precise and breaking the giants' defenses, causing them to retreat step by step. Inaru's thunder and Crocodile's desert continuously swept across the battlefield. Even the giants found it hard to cope with their devil fruit abilities. Ning Chuan did not rush to act. He stood on the side of the battlefield, silently observing the situation. Although Elbaf was strong in combat, under the joint attack of the Seraphim and these strong fighters, there was no hope for victory at all. Prince Loki, standing at the top of the world tree, looked at the battlefield below, feeling utterly powerless. He knew that although Elbaf was brave in battle, they were powerless against such enemies. Even their retreat had been blocked by Ning Chuan. How is this possible? Why is the combat power of this group so terrifying? Loki understood that Mihawk and Shanks were strong, But the 1,000 identical-looking individuals brought by Ning had such terrifying strength as well. This left Loki utterly bewildered. They were completely outmatched. Could it be that the giant race could only surrender? In the giant kingdom of Elbaf, the massive city walls of the royal palace were filled with flags, symbolizing the honor of the giants. This had once been the country of the oldest warrior race in the New World. But today, everything had changed. Although the giants of Elbaf were known for their combat skills, facing the powerful legion and a host of strong fighters brought by Ning, the pressure was like a mountain pressing down on their shoulders. On the battlefield, the Seraphim launched their attacks on the giants in an orderly manner. Their speed and strength were comparable to top-tier fighters. Every strike would force the giants to retreat. As the front line continued to push forward, more and more giants fell under the powerful onslaught of the Seraphim warriors. Meanwhile, the Seraphim warriors suffered almost no losses. Even if they sustained some minor injuries, they could be quickly healed by their companions. Despite the dire situation, the giants' courage remained unwavering. The warrior giants of Elbaf roared loudly, using their massive battle axes and spears to confront the Seraphim. They formed human walls with their enormous bodies, launching a final defense. The leading giant, Prince Loki, had already descended from the world tree, personally joining the battlefield. He swung his massive warhammer, fighting against the Seraphim warriors while commanding the giants to resist the invasion with all their might. The giant kingdom will never surrender. Loki roared, the gusts generated by his swinging hammer making the air tremble. He swung down with a hammer, unexpectedly sending a seraph flying. Seeing this scene, the giants' morale soared, and they began charging towards Ning Chuan's seraph army. But Ning Chuan merely smiled slightly, standing at the bow of the Hades, watching coldly. He didn't rush to intervene because he knew that no matter how desperately the giants fought, it would ultimately be in vain. The power of the seraphs was something they could not withstand. Moreover, Shanks, the red-haired, and Mihawk and others had already begun to take action. They wouldn't be able to hold out for long. As expected, just as Ning Chuan had guessed, within half an hour, the giants' final line began to collapse. The seraphs' attacks grew more and more fierce. More and more giants fell near the last line. Although the giants were brave, they could not withstand these powerful seraph warriors who possessed the powers of 5 different devil fruits. The massive battle axes and spears struck the seraphs, only sparking, while the seraphs' counterattacks easily sent the giants flying. At that moment, Loki let out a long howl, calling all the remaining giants of Elbaf to gather and prepare for a final counterattack. The giant warriors began to assemble, forming a neat formation, their eyes burning with a hint of anger. Loki stood at the forefront, raising his war hammer high, and roared at the remaining giants capable of fighting. Today, regardless of life or death, we will fight for Elbaf. The giants responded to Loki's call with earth-shattering roars. They marched heavily towards Ning Chuan's army for a final charge, trying to use their last strength to block the attack. However, it was all in vain. Throughout the entire process, Ning Chuan did not make a move. Let them see that the times have changed. Ning Chuan glanced at Shanks beside him and spoke softly. Shanks sighed helplessly and stepped out from behind Ning Chuan. Just now, he had already used his Conqueror's Haki to knock out quite a few giants alongside Rayleigh and Barrett, effectively preserving some sparks for the giant race. Ning Chuan was somewhat dissatisfied with his earlier restraint, already pressuring him to take action against the giants. Shanks drew the sword at his waist, the blade reflecting a cold light in the sunlight. Mihawk also stepped forward, holding the world's strongest black sword, Yuru. He exchanged a glance with Shanks, and the two silently walked towards the battlefield. Facing the attack of 2 top swordsmen, the giant Prince Loki's expression grew serious. He knew that the next moment would likely be the final one. But Loki did not back down. He knew that today's battle was unavoidable. He must fight to the last drop of blood for Elbaf. Shanks and Mihawk's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Loki. Shanks smiled wryly and said, "Loki, surrender. I can guarantee your safety." Loki did not respond. Instead, he roared and swung his war hammer fiercely at Shanks. Shanks lightly sidestepped, and his sword ruthlessly countered, aiming directly at Loki's chest. At the same time, Mihawk's Yur darted towards Loki like lightning. Rayleigh and Barrett instantly appeared beside Shanks and Mihawk, helping to block the approaching giant warriors. Loki reacted quickly, raising his war hammer to block. However, under the combined attack of the 2 strong fighters, his defense appeared pale and weak. The flash of the sword caused Loki's war hammer to be knocked from his grip, and the immense force made him unsteady on his feet, nearly causing him to fall. So strong, it's hard to withstand. Loki was shocked. He had never encountered such powerful enemies, and there were 2 of them. Shanks and Mihawk, in just a few exchanges, had already put him in a desperate situation. Even as a giant prince, he had no means to defend himself against these two powerful figures. Ning coldly observed everything from a distance. He knew that Loki's fighting spirit had been worn down to nothing. Soon, he would have to make a final choice. Indeed, as Shanks and Mihawk continued to pressure him, Loki could no longer resist. Watching his giant warriors fall one after another behind him, Loki understood that the situation was hopeless. It was as if he had lost his last breath. He directly knelt on one knee, dejectedly saying, "I represent Elbaf. Surrender. Please stop fighting. I surrender." Ning stepped forward, standing before Loki and looking down at him. "You made the right choice. The warriors of Elbaf are very brave. I will give you a new way to survive." Loki lowered his head. He knew that today's battle had come to an end. The giant kingdom of Elbaf could no longer resist Ning Chuan's rule. This was the first time in hundreds of years that the giants had surrendered to others. Ning Chuan turned to face the warriors of the giant kingdom, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "From today onwards, Elbaf will become a part of the new world. I will not strip you of your dignity, but you must obey my commands. Anyone who dares to resist will face an attack far more terrifying than today's." The giants who had not yet fainted fell silent. They looked at their kneeling Prince Loki, clearly aware that their fate could not be changed. The battle was over. Ning Chuan left 200 Seraph warriors in the giant kingdom. He then took the Seraph Legion and the giant Prince Loki back to the Hades. The warriors of the giant kingdom of Elbaf watched the departing Hades warship and bowed their heads, showing their submission. They knew that from this day forward, the glory of the giant kingdom of Elbaf had come to a complete end. Ning Chuan stood at the bow of the Hades, gazing out at the distant horizon, contemplating his next plans. The new world had been completely unified by him. The surrender of the giant kingdom of Elbaf marked the submission of the last independent force in the new world under his command. Currently, the first half of the Grand Line was still under the control of the world government. However, Ning Chuan had no intention of attacking for the time being. He planned to gather more strength, aiming to push the entire world government down in one fell swoop. After all, the existence of the Celestial Kings and the retaliation of the Five Elders and the world government needed to be considered. He needed a more solid foundation, one that would allow him to face the world government in the future without any worries. And this foundation was the new world that he had completely mastered. There was no rush to attack the first half for now. What was most important was to make the new world stronger. Strong enough that he wouldn't have to worry about the impending flood that would engulf the entire world. Ning Chuan silently thought. Using the resources of the new world and his technological power, he would completely widen the gap with the old world. He aimed to make the new world a more advanced and prosperous region, becoming a central force in the world. First, it would start with transportation. Let the sea train connect all the islands of the new world together. Soon, Ning Chuan's plan began to take shape in his mind. He used the power of the Door fruit to appear directly inside Tom's company in Water City. This time, he came to Water City with the intention of relocating Tom's company entirely to the new world. After all, he had not yet unified the first half of the Grand Line. The frantic might take action against Tom ahead of time. Not just Tom, but everyone related to Ning Chuan. He planned to bring them all to the new world. Hearing Ning Chuan's relocation plan, Tom hesitated a bit. After all, he had lived in Water City for so long. It was something that could be easily given up. However, when Ning Chuan mentioned that he wanted to put the entire new world on the sea train, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Tom's eyes. As a master shipbuilder, such a large-scale project was exactly what he was good at and what he had always dreamed of. Although Ning Chuan's plan far exceeded any projects he had undertaken before, connecting all the islands of the new world through a sea train, considering the terrain and scale, this is much more complex than any sea train I built before, Tom said with a smile. But I like this challenge. Ning Chuan nodded, revealing a slight smile. I believe only you, Master Tom, can accomplish such a project. The transportation in the new world must be improved, and the economic circulation of the entire region must become smoother. We not only need to break the past era of pirates, but also create a brand new future. I will send the giants and seraph warriors to assist you in completing it as soon as possible. Hearing Ning Chuan's assurance, Tom became even more excited. Soon, he began discussing the details of his plan with Ning Chuan. For example, how to lay the tracks, how to deal with dangers at sea, such as sea kings and natural disasters. Even how to mobilize resources from a new world to support this long-term project. To complete this project, we need not only craftsmen, but also a large number of technical personnel and resources. Tom pondered for a moment and said seriously, Ning Chuan nodded without hesitation. I will mobilize the power of the new world. All the leaders of the islands must participate in this construction. I believe they will voluntarily participate. After discussing the details with Tom, Ning Chuan left several seraphs who had mastered the door-to-door fruit ability in Water City to help with the relocation of Tom's shipbuilding company. He then returned to the New World to prepare for a meeting of the leaders of the various islands. Soon, the leaders of various islands in the New World all appeared in Dressrosa. Ning Chuan presented them with the grand blueprint of a sea train plan. Through various coercive negotiations, Ning Chuan successfully convinced all the national leaders to join this plan. They were all very willing to contribute money and resources to build the sea train that would connect the entire world. After completing these tasks, Ning Chuan let them leave temporarily. He was going to execute a new plan. Ning Chuan's goals went far beyond this. Aside from the construction of the sea train, he had even grander plans for the new world. Soon, Ning Chuan gathered the top 3 scientists, Vegapunk, Caesar, and Judge. He hoped they could combine the powers of the devil fruits to develop more powerful weapons and equipment, not only to enhance the combat capabilities of the Seraphs, but also to create an invincible naval fleet for the new world. Vegapunk presented some new research results on ancient weapons. They discussed how to apply these results to the actual development of warships and weapons. Caesar and Judge respectively proposed plans for genetically modified soldiers and advanced firepower weapons, etc. Ning Chuan was very satisfied with this. At the same time, he decided to further expand the number of Seraphs. He would deploy these powerful artificial soldiers to various islands in the New World, as well as to various locations of the future sea train, ensuring that every place was under his absolute control. Thus, the construction project of the New World began fervently a few weeks later. To speed up the construction progress, Ning Chuan personally inspected several important islands. As long as the construction of a new world was completed, capturing the old world should not be difficult. Since the sea train project was launched, Ning Chuan specifically sent Master Tom to Dressrosa as the overall commander of the project. The first sea train track would start from Dressrosa, connecting several important surrounding islands, becoming the starting point of the future transportation network. A month later, when the first section of the track was completed, Tom and Ning Chuan stood at the highest point of Dressrosa, looking far at the construction site. Tom's face was full of a sense of achievement. Ning Chuan also showed a satisfied smile. This is just the beginning, Ning Chuan said with a smile. The future new world will completely surpass the old world. In every aspect, it would be best to attract the entire population of the old world over. Without a population, even the celestial dragons would have no one to rule. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Tom also smiled and said, I believe that in less than 5 years, the new world will definitely crush the old world. At that time, the new world will no longer be a paradise for pirates, but a paradise that everyone yearns for. Time flew by quickly. A year passed quietly. In this year, the new world underwent earth-shaking changes. In a quiet sea area of the new world, Ning Chuan personally stood on an unprecedented giant warship. This warship was named the Heavenly Emperor. It had a body that was much longer and wider than the Pluton. Its momentum and power were even greater than the previous Pluton. This ship not only possessed the power far beyond the ancient weapon Pluton, but also incorporated the latest technological achievements of Ning Chuan's 3 scientists, Vegapunk, Caesar, and Judge. The Heavenly Emperor has the ability to absorb all forms of energy, whether it be the natural winds and waves, lightning, or even attacks from enemies. The Heavenly Emperor can convert all of it into enormous energy, sustaining the continuous operation of this warship. Even when it is stationary on the sea, it can utilize the energy from tidal waves to convert it into its own power. Today is the official launch day of the Heavenly Emperor, and Ning Chuan specially invited the leaders of all islands in the New World to observe. As the Heavenly Emperor slowly sailed out of the harbor, the audience on the island gasped in amazement. Ning Chuan stood at the bow of the Heavenly Emperor, raised his hand to signal. Immediately, a terrifying purple lightning bolt struck down from the sky, accurately hitting the hull of the Heavenly Emperor. Then everyone was surprised to see that the lightning did not cause any damage to the Heavenly Emperor, but was instead directly absorbed into it. The surface of the Tiandi ship instantly lit up with a dazzling glow. The ship emitted a deep rumbling sound, seemingly very satisfied with the power of this lightning strike. Ning Chuan smiled and said to everyone, this Tiandi ship possesses boundless energy. It can absorb the power of lightning, sunlight, and even ocean waves for its own use. Today's demonstration is to let you know that the new world is no longer the place that is at the mercy of storms. In the future, More ships that are not afraid of the power of storms and lightning will sail across these seas. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, the leaders of various islands in the New World applauded and nodded, marveling at the prowess of the new type of ship. Many even began to anticipate that ships with the capabilities of the Tiandi would spread across the entire New World like trains on the sea. Soon, the demonstration ceremony of the Tiandi ship concluded. Ning Chuan arrived at the central castle of the New World, preparing to welcome the completion of an even more important project. This project is the sea train track system between the islands of a New World. Under the leadership of Master Tom and 3 top scientists, solid sea train tracks have been laid across all the islands of the New World, and the train system is fully operational. The island of Dressrosa, where Ning Chuan and his team are located, has become the core of the entire New World. Here, one could take the sea train to any destination. Goods from various islands began to circulate, allowing each island to reap substantial profits. Over the past year, Ning Chuan's team of scientists overcame the complex climate and harsh marine environment of the New World. The 3 leading scientists, Vegapunk, Caesar, and Judge, contributed significant technical support. The special protective shields they developed enable the trains to operate smoothly in storms and giant waves while resisting attacks from sea beasts. Their next plan is to apply the technology that allows the Tiandi to absorb various energies to these protective shields, truly achieving self-circulating defense. After the sea trains were operating smoothly, Ning Chuan turned his attention to another grand plan, the revolution of communication devices. In the past world, information could only be transmitted via snail phones. But this form of communication is no longer suitable for the new era under Ning Chuan's control. At Ning Chuan's request, Vegapunk began to develop a brand new communication device, similar to the snail phone but smaller and more powerful. It is called the smartphone. Currently, the smartphone has entered the trial phase. The next step is to launch the first satellite belonging to the New World. This satellite will not only provide comprehensive network coverage for the New World, but will also replace the snail phone as the tool for daily communication. More importantly, the satellite will have monitoring capabilities, allowing Ning Chuan to grasp the dynamics of the entire world in real time. The upcoming launch of a New World satellite has successfully attracted global attention. Under Ning Chuan's directive, the Morgan's news agency promptly reported on the significant progress in the New World. The headline was shocking and straightforward. The rise of a new world. The fusion of technology and power. Ning Chuan's future has arrived. The report detailed how Ning Chuan has completely transformed the new world with technological power, as well as the might of the Tiandi, the operation of the sea trains, and the revolutionary satellite communication technology, even the prosperous lives of people on various islands in the New World. All of this was showcased to the world through the Morgan's news agency. Soon this report reached the Navy headquarters. Admiral Sengoku's face turned pale. He realized that Ning Chuan had built an unshakable empire in the New World. The threat of a navy to Ning Chuan was diminishing. Sengoku exchanged helpless glances with the 5 admirals in the meeting. They knew that if they continued to ignore it, Ning Chuan's power would spiral out of control. But what left the Navy feeling helpless was that they could no longer enter the New World. Not only them, but even pirates could not enter the New World now. All entrances to the New World were guarded by Seraphim warriors. Even near the Calm Belt, Seraphim were constantly patrolling. If Ning Chuan succeeded in launching the satellite, then the New World would truly become a steel fortress under his control. While the Navy was troubled, the new 5 elders were also urgently convening a meeting in Panga City. They had already sensed the enormous threat brought by Ning Chuan's technological revolution. Saint Justice, one of the 5 elders, said in shock, Ning Chuan's technological power has far exceeded any part we control. If he continues to develop unchecked, the foundation of the world government will crumble. Investigations revealed that in just the last 3 months, hundreds of thousands of people had migrated to the New World. If this scale of development continues, the consequences would be unimaginable. At a higher level on the Void Throne, Im felt a serious crisis for the first time. Even Joy Boy from back then did not make her feel such terrifying anxiety. No, they cannot be allowed to develop any further. Im's eyes narrowed sharply, then looked at the new technological warrior. How is our modified warrior development going? It's time to take them out to test against Ning Chuan's Seraphim. Ning Chuan, who shared the same thoughts as Im, was quietly standing at the bow of the Tiandi ship, overlooking the endless sea. The newly manufactured Tiandi ship, a giant warship resembling something from the future, exuded an unparalleled sense of oppression. Ning Chuan was naturally very satisfied with this warship. It was even more powerful than the Pluton. However, warships are not just for show. Ning planned to take the Tianyi ship for a stroll near Mariehua. With a command, 5000 modified, new generation Seraphim warriors lined up neatly on the deck of the warship. They were clad in identical armor, their eyes calm and sharp. After everything was ready, Ning gave the order, and the Tianyi ship instantly emitted a roar. Departure. Destination, Mariehua. After the Tianyi ship sailed through the new passage beneath the Red Line, Admiral Sengoku received urgent intelligence. Ning, with his Tianyi ship, had left the New World and was heading towards Mariehua. This information exploded like thunder in Sengoku's office. Sengoku frowned, and after a moment of silence, immediately gathered the 5 admirals and numerous vice-admirals. The Navy had already deeply experienced Ning strength. Previous attempts to stop his actions had all ended in failure. This time, faced with his new warship and the large number of Seraphim on board, Sengoku felt a sense of unease. Moreover, this time Ning had completely ignored them and was directly heading towards Mariehua. Admiral, should we immediately dispatch troops to intercept? Akainu broke the silence, looking at Sengoku. Sengoku nodded. Just as he was about to give orders, the phone bug on the table suddenly vibrated. When the call connected, Sengoku heard the familiar and deep voice of the Supreme Commander, Steelbone Kong. Sengoku, this situation does not require your Navy's intervention. Steelbone Kong's voice was filled with undeniable authority. Commander, Ning is already approaching Mariehua with the Heavenly Emperor. Are we just going to do nothing? Sengoku couldn't help but retort. I have already deployed the world government's secret forces near Mariehua. The modified soldiers will take care of him. At this point, Steelbone Kong's tone suddenly intensified. Your Navy has already lost enough face in front of him. Do not let yourselves become a laughing stock in the New World. This time, you're only responsible for observing the battle. No unauthorized actions are allowed. Hearing these words, Sengoku couldn't help but grit his teeth. Although he was dissatisfied, he did not dare to defy Steelbone Kong's orders. After Steelbone Kong hung up, Sengoku angrily slammed down the phone bug and turned to the many Navy admirals and vice admirals present. In that case, let's see if the world government's secret forces can stop Ning. If they can't handle him, then we will mock them mercilessly. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor had already crossed the Grand Line and arrived near Mariehua, below the Red Line. The massive battleship moved on the sea, and the Seraphim soldiers on board were silent yet resolute, all waiting for Ning command. Ning, with a calm expression, looked at the distant Red Line and revealed a slight smile. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the sea. Countless modified soldiers flew out from the Red Line, charging straight towards the Heavenly Emperor. These modified soldiers were secretly developed by the world government, combining the abilities of the 3 Marine admirals with the martial arts and physiques of figures like Garp. They embodied speed, strength, and fruit abilities. Looking at the modified soldiers before him, Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. It was evident that the world government had not been idle this past year. They had invested considerable effort into these modified soldiers. The modified soldiers instantly pounced on the Heavenly Emperor. The air was filled with the powers of various devil fruit abilities. Lasers, lava, and freezing energies intertwined and fiercely struck towards the Heavenly Emperor. The Seraphim soldiers quickly counterattacked, rushing forward to block these attacks. Interesting. Let us go. Ning lips curled into a slight smile, and then he gave the order. 5,000 Seraphim soldiers launched their assault simultaneously. The new generation of Seraphim soldiers was no longer a single combat unit. They could combine their devil fruit abilities to form even more powerful joint attacks. The Seraphim formed dozens of small teams, each showcasing different devil fruit abilities to swiftly respond to the attacks from the world government's modified soldiers. As the battle unfolded, the power of the modified soldiers was on full display. A modified soldier with the lava fruit ability suddenly erupted with a massive flow of lava, attempting to engulf the Seraphim soldiers. However, the Seraphim soldiers immediately utilized the combined powers of the freezing fruit and the float fruit. They first solidified the lava into hard ice, and then used the float fruit to lift the modified soldier into the air before swiftly defeating him. Although the world government's modified soldiers displayed incredible strength in their attacks, the Seraphim soldiers, with their clever tactics and superior combat power, defeated them one by one. Compared to Ning Seraphim soldiers, the world government's modified soldiers had much simpler fruit abilities. After all, they did not have Ning vast devil fruit gene pool, nor the research achievements of Vegapunk and others. Thus, their modified soldiers were brutally overwhelmed by the Seraphim soldiers. Sengoku led the 5 admirals and vice admirals to observe the battle from distance. Watching as the modified soldiers were defeated one after another on the battlefield filled him with complex emotions. Although he had already anticipated the outcome of this battle, seeing the world government's secret forces being decimated by the Seraphim soldiers made the reality before them feel utterly powerless. A kind of frown, his tone filled with shock. The coordination of those Seraphim soldiers is simply perfect. Their fruit powers are combined so tightly. Even if we were to intervene personally, it would be hard to take them down. Fujitora murmured, his expression serious. At that moment, the Heavenly Emperor emitted a deep rumble. Ning stood at the bow of the battleship, coldly observing the battle. Soon, the Seraphim soldiers completely suppressed the world government's modified soldiers. Despite the powerful individual combat abilities of these modified soldiers, their advantages were completely dismantled in the face of the Seraphim's combined fruit attacks. Ultimately, they were defeated one by one. As the battle concluded, the battlefield was littered with the remains of modified soldiers, and the air above the sea felt extraordinarily silent. Ning looked at all this, quite satisfied with his training exercise. However, what left Ning feeling dissatisfied was that before the Heavenly Emperor could be thoroughly tested, the world government's army had already been defeated. This left him somewhat speechless. After all, he had not expected the world government's forces to fall so quickly. Everyone return. Show them a special performance. With a command from Ning all the Seraphim soldiers returned to the ship. Then, they each fully utilized their devil fruit powers to bombard the Heavenly Emperor. This scene left Sengoku and the others who were observing in a state of confusion. What's going on? Why are those Seraphim attacking their own ship? Just as they were trying to figure out what was happening, Im, who was watching from the empty throne, suddenly felt something was wrong. Without hesitation, she pressed the launch button for the Heavenly King. At the same time, the main cannon of the Heavenly Emperor also gathered a terrifying sphere of energy. Today, let us make Mariehua disappear from this world. Ning murmured to himself, as if everything had been predetermined. Charging. Target Mariehua. With a command from Ning the energy charging system of the Heavenly Emperor began to operate, and the energy absorption devices inside the ship started to run at high speed. The Heavenly Emperor could absorb energy from the sea, the air, and even from enemies, converting it into its own attack power. The energy cannon ports of the entire battleship began to flash, releasing dazzling light. On board, 5,000 Seraphim soldiers lined up neatly, all using their devil fruit powers to charge the Heavenly Emperor. Seeing the scene, Im felt a wave of panic. She directly tapped into the power of the Heavenly King, preparing to completely destroy the Heavenly Emperor before it could fire that shot. Meanwhile, on the other side of the red line, Mariehua's Heavenly King had also begun to mobilize. At maximum power, deflect that ship's attack back. Im's frantic voice echoed in the hall, carrying a hint of coldness. Although she knew that wanting to destroy the Heavenly Emperor with a single blow was merely a wishful thinking, she remembered the experience from the last time. She understood that as long as Ning defended, the Tianti ship would remain unscathed. Therefore, this time his goal was not to destroy the Tianti ship. He simply wanted to borrow the power of the Heavenly King to directly block an attack from the Tianti ship. However, what he did not expect was that at that moment, Ning suddenly waved his hand. The Tianti ship, which had just been gathering energy, suddenly stopped. It was unclear about what had happened. She wanted to stop the Heavenly King's attack, but it was already too late. The Heavenly King's maximum power attack had already shot from the sky towards the cannon of the Tianti ship. A blinding beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky above Mariehua. The Heavenly King's attack tore through the sky, striking the Tianti ship with devastating force. At that moment, the entire atmosphere seemed to be cut open, and terrifying energy surged towards Ning battleship like a torrent. Ning looked at this terrifying attack without the slightest panic, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Let me borrow a shot from your Heavenly King. In the next moment, the core energy absorption device of the Tianti ship was fully activated. The incoming Heavenly King beam was quickly absorbed, and immense energy surged into the Tianti ship's interior, converting into its own energy reserves. The brilliance of the ship grew increasingly dazzling, resembling a small sun burning on the sea, truly worthy of the Heavenly King. The charging was incredibly fast. Ning lips curled slightly. At this moment, the Tianti ship not only suffered no damage but instead absorbed the Heavenly King's energy and converted it entirely into its own attack. As this energy integrated into the battleship's energy storage system, the attacking power of the Tianti ship reached an unprecedented height. Since you have already attacked, Then it's my turn next. Full firepower. Target Mariehua. Ning Chuan decisively issued the order to fire. The main cannon of the Tiandi ship began to flicker with dazzling red light. Energy in the air surged madly towards the battleship, all power converging into a terrifying beam of light. This power far surpassed the Heavenly King's attack, as if it could tear apart heaven and earth. The Seraphim warriors also felt the terror of this power. However, instead of fearing it, they transmitted their strength to the Tiandi ship with even greater intensity than before. Once the Tiandi ship absorbed all the surrounding energy, Ning Chuan waved his hand and pointed towards Mariehua at the top of the Red Earth continent, shouting loudly, "Fire!" Boom! Accompanied by Ning Chuan's command, the ultimate strike of the Tiandi ship was unleashed. A beam of energy thicker than the Heavenly King's beam instantly shot towards Mariehua. The Red Earth continent trembled violently at that moment, as if the entire world was collapsing under this attack. The beam of the Tiandi ship directly struck Mariehua, engulfing the entire city in this energy. Wherever the beam passed, all buildings, palaces, and even the celestial dragons residing in Mariehua turned to ashes in an instant. The noble celestial dragons had no time to react before vanishing without a trace in this unprecedented attack. Only those celestial dragons close to Im and the 5 elders managed to escape this catastrophe with their urgent rescue. The rest of the celestial dragons were all reduced to ashes beneath this beam. How is this possible? Im stood above the void throne, watching as Mariehua beneath her had turned into a wasteland. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face. She had thought that with the power of the Heavenly King, it would be enough to withstand a blow from the Tiandi ship. Yet reality shocked her. The Tiandi ship not only did not confront the Heavenly King, but instead used the Heavenly King's power to launch an even more terrifying counterattack against Mariehua. At this moment, Mariehua had become a ruin, and the celestial dragons under her command had died in droves. However, what one did not expect was that Ning Chuan had already contacted News King Morgans for full coverage of the initial battle. At this moment, the entire world was plunged into shock and fear due to this strike from the Tiandi ship. People around the world watching the live broadcast, upon seeing Mariehua being reduced to ruins by Ning Chuan's cannon, were left with complex emotions, not knowing how many celestial dragons had perished under this shot. Those who had been oppressed by the celestial dragons naturally felt a sense of relief. Those who had followed the celestial dragons in oppressing others began to worry about what their fate would be once the celestial dragons' rule ended. Meanwhile, far away, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, and others, upon seeing Ning Chuan flatten Mariehua with a single shot, displayed deep shock in their eyes. This was a place he had dreamed of leading troops to attack. Yet he had never imagined that Ning Chuan could flatten it with a single shot. He exchanged glances with Kuma and Ivankov, letting out a helpless sigh. The Revolutionary Army can begin to disband. This is impossible. Sengoku could not believe his eyes. He knew Ning Chuan's new battleship was strong, but he never expected it to be this strong. Even Mariehua was destroyed in a single blow. Not only Sengoku, but the Navy's high-ranking officials and world government officials were also plunged into extreme shock and panic. They realized that Ning Chuan's current threat had far exceeded their understanding. In just 1 year, he had become a being that the entire world feared. If Ning Chuan were given more time to grow, it wouldn't be long before the whole world, whether in the east, south, west, or north, or even the Grand Line, would fall into his hands. After Ning Chuan flattened Mariehua with a single shot, he disdainfully gave the sky wherein was a middle finger. Then, he calmly glanced at the Tiandi ship behind him and turned to leave, as if all of this was just a routine operation. The Tiandi ship still lay across the sea, the destructive power that had obliterated Mariehua still rippling in the air. After Mariehua was flattened, some surviving celestial dragons had already been rescued by him, while the remaining celestial dragons had none left alive. The highest symbol of power in the world government was completely destroyed in a single shot. The Tiandi ship's first expedition had concluded perfectly. Ning Chuan did not linger and led his 5,000 Seraphim warriors back towards the New World. Soon, news of Ning Chuan's departure spread rapidly within the world government, causing everyone inside to breathe a sigh of relief. They had thought Ning Chuan was prepared to completely tear the facade with the world government and start a war. However, after Ning Chuan left, Im's expression turned exceptionally grim. She stood before the void throne, her eyes flickering with uncontainable rage. Mariehua symbolized the celestial dragon's lofty power. Now that this symbol had been flattened by Ning Chuan's cannon, it was not only a challenge to the authority of the world government, but also a humiliation to her personally. Yet she felt utterly helpless, because she knows that even if she takes action herself now, she may not be able to defeat Ning Chuan. If she wants to overcome him, it seems that there is only the power of the Nika fruit left. With this thought, a fierce look flashed in Im's eyes. Nika fruit, where exactly are you? Not long after, Im summoned the 5 elders for an emergency meeting. This Ning Chuan can no longer be given any breathing room. Im gritted his teeth and said. The 5 elders exchanged glances and fell silent. They understood that if they did not take action soon, Ning Chuan's power would develop to an uncontrollable level. It was no longer about suppressing Ning Chuan. It was about completely eliminating him, crushing his influence, and ending his threat to the world government. There should still be a chance now. If they give him a few more years to develop, they would probably be unable to withstand his attack. They must mobilize all their forces and attack the new world at all costs. After thinking for a moment, Im spoke directly. Should we let the Navy strike first? Vokuri asked cautiously. Im snorted coldly. This group of useless Navy is not worth mentioning. However, they can serve as cannon fodder, charging at the front to buy us time to prepare our troops. This time, we must attack with full force. We need to resolve this trouble with Ning Chuan as quickly as possible. At the same time, we must do everything possible to find the whereabouts of the Nika fruit. Not long after, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku received orders from the world government. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku had anticipated that this day would come. But when he actually received the order to lead the attack on Ning Chuan, he felt a heaviness in his heart. He understood that this was not an ordinary war. It was an action that would completely send the Navy to the guillotine. Ning Chuan's strength was far beyond what the Navy could withstand. Past encounters had made Sengoku well aware of this. Now, the world government's request for the Navy to strike first was essentially sending them to their deaths. Bruce, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armed forces, Steel Bone Kong, was sent as the officer overseeing this attack. After arriving at the Navy headquarters, he began to urge Sengoku to quickly prepare the troops for departure. His ruthless attitude added to Sengoku's helplessness. Privately, Sengoku felt powerless, but he knew he could not just watch his soldiers go to their deaths, while pretending to follow orders and prepare the troops. He secretly thought of ways to contact Ning Chuan. Sengoku already had an idea in mind. If Ning Chuan agreed to let the Navy collectively surrender, perhaps he could save the lives of his 200,000 Navy soldiers. Soon, Sengoku privately contacted Peach Rabbit using coded language. He knew that Peach Rabbit had a close relationship with Ning Chuan, and perhaps she could help him convey this message. When Peach Rabbit received Sengoku's secret order, she was shocked. She never expected Sengoku would have such a plan. But having spent so much time by Ning Chuan's side, she was well aware of the fate awaiting the Navy being used as cannon fodder this time. As someone with feelings for the Navy, she felt this might be the only way to avoid large-scale casualties. So, Peach Rabbit quickly contacted Ning Chuan and conveyed Sengoku's thoughts. When Ning Chuan heard this news, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He did not expect Sengoku to have the idea of having the entire Navy surrender. However, he soon smiled. Ning Chuan knew that Sengoku was not foolish. Faced with such a huge disparity, Sengoku's choice was actually the most rational. After pondering for a moment, Ning Chuan smiled at Peach Rabbit and said, "Since the old man Sengoku has such awareness, I can accept their surrender. However, this time we need to act a little more convincingly. We cannot let the 5 elders see through the ruse." Peach Rabbit nodded and conveyed Ning Chuan's thoughts to Sengoku. After receiving Ning Chuan's reply, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that although the current situation was extremely dangerous, this method might still preserve the Navy's strength. Therefore, at the final Navy combat meeting, Sengoku publicly stated that he would personally lead 200,000 Navy troops to charge at the forefront and engage Ning Chuan in direct combat. Sengoku's determination and awareness shocked all the high-ranking generals present. The 5 admirals and many vice admirals even felt a deep respect. They had fought against Ning Chuan for a long time and naturally understood how terrifying he was. But even knowing the enemy was hard to resist, the act of charging at the enemy still deeply moved everyone present. They did not expect that this former Buddha of Sengoku would still demonstrate the responsibility and commitment of a fleet admiral in this bloody battle. However, only a few people at the scene noticed something was off with Sengoku. One of them was Carp. As Sengoku's old partner, he naturally knew that Sengoku, who usually liked to take 3 steps for everyone he took, would never lead 200,000 troops to their deaths. His actions clearly indicated that there was a trick. The five elders and Steelbone Kong were also surprised when they heard that Sengoku was willing to personally lead the Navy into action. They knew that the Navy posed no threat to Ning Chuan, but at least it could buy some time, allowing the world government to prepare for a major battle. They originally thought it would take a long time to persuade Sengoku, but no one expected him to take on such risk voluntarily, and to be so passionate. Did we underestimate Sengoku? This old guy seems to have been completely stirred up by Ning Chuan's competitive spirit. After exchanging glances, the few five elders speculated in their hearts. The next morning, under the sky of the Red Earth continent, Sengoku stood on the command ship of the Navy fleet, his gaze exceptionally firm. He had divided the Navy into 5 large teams, each led by an admiral, ready to set off. Sengoku understood that this action was destined to shock the world. According to the established plan, he would lead the entire Navy into action. At that time, he would secretly coordinate with Ning Chuan to transfer 200,000 Navy troops to his Gaga world. Sengoku quietly looked at the distant Red Earth continent, but his heart was far from calm. As the fleet admiral, he had deep feelings for his soldiers. He did not want to see these loyal soldiers sacrificed in this hopeless war. Therefore, he chose to cooperate with Ning Chuan, giving these soldiers a way out. Prepare to set off, Sengoku ordered in a deep voice. The 5 admirals quickly commanded their respective troops to advance. A massive fleet composed of hundreds of warships began to sail toward the other side of the Red Earth continent, grand and imposing, at the headquarters of the world government. The 5 elders nervously monitored Sengoku's movements through the phone worm. When they saw the entire Navy fleet heading towards the other side of the Red Earth continent, they felt a bit confused. What on earth is Sengoku doing? Didn't Tiwi say we should hold them off and engage in a war of attrition? One of the 5 elders asked with a frown. Perhaps he wanted to bolster their resolve, making Ning Chuan wary of the world government's determination. Or maybe he was preparing to encircle Ning Chuan's forces from the rear. Another elder speculated. They had never seen this side of Sengoku before. He was surprisingly decisive. However, as Sengoku's fleet drew closer to the new route on the Red Line, the 5 elders began to feel uneasy. What is he doing? The 3rd elder wondered. Is he planning to engage directly? This isn't like Sengoku's style. The other elders frowned as well. No need to worry. That old geezer Steelbone Kong is on the ship. As long as he's there, we don't need to worry about Sengoku making any small moves. However, what the 5 elders did not expect was that when the entire Navy fleet reached the other side of the Red Line, an unexpected event occurred. 200,000 naval soldiers and a massive fleet suddenly vanished in an instant. What is going on? Everyone disappeared? The elders' eyes widened in disbelief at what they saw. This is impossible. How could so many people and ships disappear in an instant? Another elder shouted in shock. They immediately ordered all surveillance methods to locate the Navy's whereabouts. But regardless of whether it was satellite imagery or remote monitoring, all systems failed to track the Navy's movements. Just when the 5 elders were in a state of panic, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Ning Chuan stood above, looking down with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Thank you for the Navy gift package. I'll graciously accept it. Ning Chuan's voice echoed across the sky. Seeing Ning Chuan's sudden appearance and hearing his words, the 5 elders realized they had been deceived. It turned out that Sengoku and Ning Chuan had long teamed up to perform a duet. Using Ning Chuan's song world ability, they had transported the entire Navy force into Ning Chuan's world. Looks like you 5 elders miscalculated again. By the way, Sengoku wants me to tell you, if you're going to send people to their deaths, you might as well go back and drag your loved ones with you. I, Sengoku, will not watch my soldiers die for nothing. The 5 elders were furious. They finally understood that Sengoku had betrayed the world government and sided with Ning Chuan. At this moment, they felt both angry and powerless. For a moment, they didn't know how to respond. Meanwhile, among the fleet, Commander Steelbone Kong noticed something was off. He saw the scenery around him suddenly change. The familiar red line was gone, replaced by an unfamiliar expanse. This world was vast and open, as if it were a brand new realm. Where is this? Steelbone Kong frowned, feeling that something was wrong. He silently approached Sengoku, his fists clenched, and asked with confusion, Sengoku, where exactly is this? Should Tiwi be in the New World? Sengoku smiled faintly and replied calmly, Grand Admiral, welcome to Ning Chuan's Song World. Steelbone Kong was taken aback. He never expected Sengoku to unhesitatingly betray the world government and bring the entire Navy into Ning Chuan's world. You are betraying us. Steelbone Kong exclaimed in anger, grabbing Sengoku by the collar and glaring at his former subordinate. Sengoku did not resist. He simply said calmly, Grand Admiral, You know very well that our soldiers cannot win against Ning Chuan. Is sending them to die meaningful? Rather than letting these loyal soldiers sacrifice themselves for nothing, why not give them a chance to live? Ning Chuan never intended to take these soldiers' lives. He only wanted to deal with the world government. At that moment, Steelbone Kong was stunned. His anger gradually cooled, replaced by a heavy sense of helplessness. He knew that Sengoku spoke the truth. Ning Chuan's strength had left the world government at a loss. No amount of manpower from the Navy could change the situation. However, he still found it hard to accept that he had been deceived by the disciple he personally trained. You handed us all over to Ning Chuan? Steelbone Kong's voice was low, tinged with dissatisfaction. Sengoku did not respond, but gently patted Steelbone Kong on the shoulder and sighed. Grand Admiral, I did not betray the Navy. I just hope these soldiers can survive. As for Ning Chuan, he has his plans. Perhaps he is more suited to control this world than the world government. Steelbone Kong stared blankly at Sengoku, momentarily speechless. Just then, Ning Chuan's figure suddenly appeared before them. He looked around at the various Navy generals with a smile and said, Everyone, welcome back to my song world. Back again? Steelbone Kong instantly caught on to this key phrase. He looked at Sengoku in disbelief. Sengoku shrugged, relaxing a bit. He had been captured by this kid once before. At that time, not only him but the entire Navy High Command had been captured by Ning Chuan, but they were eventually all released, not counting that guy, Tashiji, who was obsessed with Peach Rabbit. At this point, Sengoku's expression changed slightly, and he continued, However, it seems Peach Rabbit is doing quite well with Ning Chuan. I heard she even underwent an immortality procedure. When the topic of immortality surgery came up, even Sengoku, the Admiral of the Navy, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. While Sengoku and Steelbone Kong were chatting, Ning Chuan suddenly appeared near them. He stood with his hand behind his back, smiling at Sengoku and Steelbone Kong not far away. Soon, the 200,000 naval soldiers surrounded the warships in a massive circle. All eyes were focused on the center, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. With a wave of his hand, Ning Chuan instantly transformed the surrounding ocean into land. In the song world, Ning Chuan was like a god. He could change the terrain at will. This display left all the Navy personnel in shock. Watching Ning Chuan suddenly appear and assert dominance over everyone, Steelbone Kong's face grew extremely grim. He could not accept this sudden and immense change. As the highest commander who had come from a Navy, he had always been confident in his ability to lead the Navy to complete this mission. Yet today, he had not even been given the chance to engage in battle before being effortlessly drawn into this mysterious space. Along with the 200,000-strong Navy forces falling under the enemy's control. This defeat is truly frustrating. Steelbone Kong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on Ning Chuan, unable to endure the feeling of failure. He had never felt so powerless or so angry. Ning Chuan, Steelbone Kong said in a deep voice, filled with unwillingness. Do you really have such confidence that you can control all of us? We have an army of 200,000. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and replied calmly. It's not about having confidence. It's about having already done it. You are all in my singing world now, and I can decide your fate at any time, even your lives and deaths. Steelbone Kong's face darkened even more. He was a proud man and could not accept such humiliation. He took a deep breath, coldly staring at Ning Chuan, and suddenly shouted, I won't accept this. If I must be defeated, I want to be defeated honorably. Ning Chuan, if you truly have the ability, then come and fight me. I want to see what gives you such confidence. Ning Chuan smiled at his words, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Steelbone Kong truly deserved respect as the commander of the three armies, and his fearless spirit was commendable. Ning Chuan noted, Fine, I accept your challenge. However, to ensure you lose convincingly, I will only use my physical skills to compete with you. At this statement, the surrounding naval commanders showed surprise. Ning Chuan was actually willing to give up his powerful devil fruit abilities to engage in a pure physical confrontation with Steelbone Kong. It should be noted that Steelbone Kong was the strongest in physical skills in the Navy, even stronger than Garp. Good. Since you dare to say that, I naturally cannot lose to you in momentum. If I can't defeat you, then I, Steelbone Kong, will follow your orders from now on. Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong's fighting spirit surged, and he seemed to instantly return to his peak state. His fists clenched tightly, and his muscles bulged instantly. The Conqueror's haki erupted at this moment like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami surging, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure. The aura around him surged toward Ning Chuan, making the air tremble under his haki. Ning Chuan smiled slightly, hand behind his back, his body completely still. At this moment, He seemed to have reached a state of simplicity and purity. He did not display any haki. However, that calm demeanor made Steelbone Kong feel an even stronger sense of oppression. Come on, Steelbone Kong, let me see your strength. Ning Tuan Sait Kalimdi. Steelbone Kong did not say more, and with a stomp of his legs, he charged at Ning Chuan like a cannonball. His fists, filled with terrifying power, smashed toward Ning Chuan's face. This punch carried all his strength, and the surrounding air seemed to tear apart, making a low, booming sound. Ning Chuan remained standing in place, watching as Steelbone Kong's fist approached. Only then did he slowly raise his hand, and haki instantly covered his arm. Bang! The two fists collided, and the shockwave of haki exploded in the air, instantly stirring up a whirlwind that forced the surrounding naval soldiers to retreat repeatedly. Steelbone Kong felt Ning Chuan's immense power, his arms going numb. But he did not back down. Instead, he gritted his teeth and attacked even more fiercely. With punches coming one after another, each one carried a devastating momentum. Ning Chuan remained unhurried, effortlessly receiving Steelbone Kong's attacks, hardly moving his body. Each of his counterattacks was precise. The haki-covered fist struck with thunderous power, each hit making Steelbone Kong feel his arms going numb and hard to bear. The speed of the battle between the two was incredibly fast. The punches landing on flesh left the surrounding naval commanders dumbfounded. Even the vice admirals, who were not prepared for the strength of the generals, found it hard to catch their movements. Their speed had reached an extreme. Everyone in the Navy knew Steelbone Kong's strength, understood that his physical skills had reached their peak. But now, facing Ning Chuan, it seemed he had no advantage at all. Ning Chuan's physical skills had become even stronger. The naval admiral Kizaru frowned, murmuring in disbelief. He's simply a monster. Fuji tore aside softly. Senior Steelbone Kong is already the pinnacle of physical prowess among us, and even he cannot suppress Ning Chuan. It seems Ning Chuan is indeed invincible. Akiji clenched his fists, feeling somewhat helpless. This kid, the most powerful aspect isn't his physical skills, but his age. How old is he right now? If he were given more time and space to grow, then he might. Garp, watching Ning Chuan battling Steelbone Kong, pointed out to everyone. Sengoku observed the situation on the battlefield, a complex look flashing in his eyes. He had long known that the outcome of this battle was certain. Ning Chuan's strength had long exceeded everyone's expectations. Eventually, after a fierce exchange, Ning Chuan made a sharp turn, his speed unbelievable. He instantly appeared behind Steelbone Kong and slammed a fist down on his back. Bang! Steelbone Kong's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground with a muffled sound. He struggled to get up, but his body no longer obeyed him, as if all his strength had been drained in that instant. Ning Chuan casually walked to Steelbone Kong's side, looking down at him with a smile. You are strong, but not strong enough. You can only easily defeat someone at the level of the 5 elders. Steelbone Kong lay on the ground, his fists clenched tightly, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He knew he had lost, and lost thoroughly. At the same time, upon hearing Ning Chuan use 5 elders as a measure of strength, the anger in Steelbone Kong's heart dissipated significantly. Facing someone like Ning Chuan, who viewed the 5 elders as a standard of strength, he felt utterly powerless. You win. According to our agreement, I will listen to you for everything from now on. Steelbone Kong's voice was low, tinged with a hint of resignation and respect. Ning Chuan smiled, patting his shoulder, thinking to himself, these old guys do have this one good trait. They're all very trustworthy. Ning Chuan stood on the highest flagship with the Navy's high-ranking officials. The Navy soldiers before them stood neatly on the warship. However, looking at such an orderly formation, Ning Chuan's eyes revealed no sign of wavering. With a smile, he turned to Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, the 5 admirals, and other naval officers, and spoke. I think from now on, except for those at the level of vice admiral and above, the rest can be dismissed. Although Ning Chuan's voice was calm, everyone present felt a shock. Sengoku, Steelbone Kong, and the 5 admirals exchanged glances, hardly believing their ears. This was an army of 200,000, and Ning Chuan had so casually given up on it? He had no interest in this 200,000 navy at all? Ning Chuan, are you joking? Sengoku frowned, unable to understand Ning Chuan's actions. He initially thought Ning Chuan intended to recruit the entire 200,000 navy to strengthen his own power. However, Ning Chuan directly ordered their disbandment. Steelbone Kong was also filled with confusion and asked coldly, are you really giving up on 200,000 troops so easily? Among them are many elite soldiers. Ning Chuan smiled slightly, looking at Sengoku and Steelbone Kong with a hint of disdain, and said, 200,000 people may seem strong, but you should be very clear about their combat capabilities. What I need is not quantity, but quality. Moreover, you should know how decayed the Navy is. The Navy in your headquarters is acceptable, but the Navy in the Four Seas is truly a different story. Even if these people are willing to serve me, they would struggle to make an impact in the new world. After hearing Ning Chuan's statement, both Sengoku and Steelbone Kong fell silent. Ning Chuan's explanation made them somewhat understand his thoughts, but they still felt a sense of incomprehensible anxiety. After all, giving up this army seemed like a tremendous waste to them. In their impression, having more people is definitely better. It's okay if you don't understand, Ning Chuan continued, his gaze gradually becoming sharp. I will only give opportunities to true, strong individuals. The Revolutionary Army has already been completely disbanded, and only their cadres are here to help. I have no interest in useless soldiers. Letting them fight and waste their lives is not as good as having them go to the rear to develop productivity. At least this way, they can contribute to the world. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was stunned. He knew that the Revolutionary Army had always been a major concern for the world government. Yet, Ning Chuan casually mentioned the disbandment of the Revolutionary Army. This was hard for him to accept at the moment. So, how do you plan to choose these true strong individuals? Steelbone Kong asked curiously. Ning Chuan smiled slightly, casting his gaze over the Navy soldiers standing in formation, and said lightly, it's very simple. Any Navy soldier who could defeat my subordinate, the Seraphim, can stay. Even if they could defeat them later, that counts too. I will not hinder the rise of strong individuals. Although the Seraphim are powerful, their strength is fixed. And among these ordinary soldiers, there may be future generals. Ning Chuan's words lit up the eyes of all the Navy generals present. Strong individuals at the general level were few and far between in the Navy. Although the Seraphim were powerful, Ning Chuan was willing to let ordinary soldiers compete with them. This undoubtedly provided a huge opportunity for those soldiers who wanted to stay. Moreover, Ning Chuan added with a smile, outstanding Navy soldiers and cadres will have the chance to receive the reward of the immortality surgery. As soon as Ning Chuan said this, the entire venue fell into silence. All the high-ranking naval officers were stunned, their breathing becoming rapid. Immortality. This was a power that many strong individuals dreamed of. To be able to live forever like the Five Elders was a wish in the hearts of many powerful beings. And now, Ning Chuan actually had this ability. Steelbone Kong was also shocked by Ning Chuan's words. He had thought that only the Five Elders could control a power like immortality. Even he himself had worked hard to pledge loyalty to the Five Elders for this power. He never expected that Ning Chuan also had such an ability and was willing to grant it as a reward to his subordinates. This condition was far too simple compared to the stingy Emu. Sengoku remained silent, his expression extremely complex. As the fleet admiral, he naturally understood how enormous the temptation of immortality was. In the past, he had imagined countless times how having immortal power could allow him to dominate the world. But now, Ning Chuan casually presented this power as a reward for his subordinates. This left him shocked, yet also feeling helpless. No wonder they were no match for Ning Chuan. His methods were indeed endlessly innovative, even capable of performing immortality surgery. Are you talking about the surgery fruit's ability? Steelbone Kong suddenly reacted and stared at Ning Chuan, asking. He knew that the world government had paid a high price for the surgery fruit, specifically for the surgery. Ning Chuan nodded, not hiding anything, and said, it is indeed the immortality surgery of the surgery fruit. However, obtaining it will depend on your efforts. Upon hearing Ning Chuan confirm this, Steelbone Kong and Sengoku were stunned. It turned out that Ning Chuan had already mastered this ability. While everyone was discussing the immortality surgery proposed by Ning Chuan, far away at the temporary residence of the world government, the Five Elders were also coming to terms with their failure. The Five Elders, with worried expressions, reported the news of Ning Chuan taking away the 200,000 Navy troops to Emu. This mistake left them anxious, fully aware that they could hardly escape punishment. Useless, truly a bunch of useless people. Emu's voice came from the darkness, filled with endless rage. The Five Elders were shamed by the reprimand. Then Emu raised a hand from the darkness, and a blue special flame ignited in her palm. The flame emitted an eerie glow, instantly surrounding the Five Elders. The Five Elders endured the burning of the flames, suffering immensely, but dared not resist. They knew that Emu's wrath was unbearable, and any resistance would result in even more severe consequences. You are simply incompetent waste. Imu's voice was extremely cold. You couldn't even control the navy, allowing Sengoku to run away with 200,000 people without knowing. The five elders, enduring the burning, whispered pleas for mercy. But Imu no longer believed in their abilities. This time, she was prepared to take action herself. At all costs, she would find the Nika fruit. Only it could utterly end Ning Chuan's threat. Nika is invincible. Imu knew that if she didn't quickly find a power to contend with Ning Chuan, the downfall of the world government was just a matter of time. Her only hope was that legendary Nika fruit. This devil fruit possessed unparalleled power, even capable of fighting Ning Chuan. She had to find this fruit now. Only then could the world government possibly regain control of the situation. This time, Imu would personally take action. She first locked onto the ship that intercepted the Nika fruit back when Shanks was involved. On the ship, she began to track the Nika fruit by burning her own soul's power. As time ticked away, even Imu could feel her body weakening and the pain of her soul tearing apart. But she continued without hesitation. Imu's complexion gradually paled, her eye sockets deepening, and cold sweat continually oozing from her forehead. Finally, after several hours of soul tracking, a satisfying result appeared. The trace of a Nika fruit was in a small village in the East Sea, Windmill Village. The fruit's ability holder turned out to be a child much smaller than Ning Chuan. Is this fate's arrangement? Ning Chuan, your nemesis has appeared. Im's lips curled slightly, despite her weakness. But she knew that this fruit was finally going to be in her control. The Nika fruit has finally been found. She murmured softly, her eyes burning with madness. After learning the exact whereabouts of the Nika fruit, Im did not hesitate for a moment, immediately summoning the five elders and ordering them to take action personally. This operation was extremely important. She would not allow any mistakes. If it weren't for the fact that burning her soul had consumed too much of her energy and she needed to rest for a while, she would have personally gone to Windmill Village, along with the two newly promoted members of the five elders. Im decided to send all five of them to the East Sea to capture Luffy. Im said coldly, Luffy must be brought back, and there must be no mistakes. Otherwise, you five should know the consequences. The five elders trembled in fear upon hearing this. After receiving the order, they quickly appeared in Windmill Village in the East Sea at the fastest speed. At this moment, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo were training in the mountains. No one expected disaster to strike suddenly. The five elders gave them no time to react, teleporting directly in front of them. Although the three were quite outstanding among their peers, they were utterly powerless before the five elders. Luffy didn't even have time to react before he was forcibly captured. Luffy! Ace shouted loudly, trying to rush over to save his brother. But his attack was easily neutralized by the five elders. Sabo also tried to block them with a steel pipe, but the strength of the five elders was too overwhelming. Their resistance was almost meaningless. In the end, Luffy was taken away by the five elders, while Ace and Sabo could only watch helplessly as Luffy disappeared before their eyes. Damn it, these bastards! Ace angrily slammed the ground, filled with a sense of helplessness. Sabo's expression was also extremely grave. He clenched his fists, anxiety flooding his heart. We must think of a way quickly. We need to tell Aunt Dayton to help contact Luffy's grandfather. At this moment, Ning Chuan was sitting in the conference hall of Dressrosa, carefully reviewing the intelligence from the front lines. Ever since the Heavenly Emperor's ship leveled Mariewa, the world government's reaction had been well within his control. Although the world government was currently not making a big fuss and seemed very calm on the surface, Ning Chuan knew that it would never give up easily. Suddenly, an urgent message came through, breaking Ning Chuan's contemplation. The door of the conference hall was pushed open, and a member of Sengoku's intelligence team rushed in, looking anxious. Lord Ning Chuan, there's an emergency. Ning Chuan slowly raised his head, his gaze calm, as usual. Speak. What is it? The intelligence officer composed himself and trembled as he spoke. We've just received news that the five elders of the world government have gone to Windmill Village in the East Sea and captured Vice Admiral Carp's grandson, Luffy. Luffy? Upon hearing this name, Ning Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. He was not unfamiliar with this name. This was the child of destiny in the pirate world. Although in the current situation, Luffy was just a minor character, Ning Chuan knew that Luffy was related to the legendary Nika fruit. Im's actions would not be without reason. It must be that Im discovered something about the Nika fruit. With this thought, Ning Chuan fell silent for a moment before heading to where the former Marine admirals were residing. Damn it, the five elders actually dared to touch my grandson. Carp clenched his fists tightly, taking a deep breath, having already made up his mind. I will personally go to the world government and bring Luffy back. However, just as Carp was about to set off, Sengoku's voice suddenly called out from behind him. Carp, calm down. Carp turned around, glaring at Sengoku, his anger boiling. Calm down? My grandson has been captured. How can I calm down? Sengoku sighed and shook his head. It's impossible for you alone to retrieve Luffy from the five elders. I don't care. I want to confront them personally. If you're afraid of those bastards, I am not. Carp gritted his teeth. Sengoku stepped closer, his expression serious. No, you shouldn't go like this. You need to find Ning Chuan. He is the only one who can stand against the world government. Carp was taken aback by this. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he knew Sengoku was right. Ning Chuan's current strength and influence were indeed the only force that could contend with the world government. Let Ning Chuan help me? Carp furrowed his brow deeper, not wanting to owe this kid a favor. Stop talking about such unnecessary pride, Carp, Sengoku said helplessly. Carp was silent for a moment before finally picking up the Den Den Mushi, just as Ning Chuan's figure appeared before them. Mr. Carp, don't worry. They won't harm Luffy for now, Ning Chuan said lightly. Carp's voice contained a hint of confusion. Why do you say that? Because this time their target is not Luffy. Their real goal is the Nika fruit. Carp frowned, clearly not fully understanding Ning Chuan's words. The Nika fruit, a legendary fruit said to grant the user infinite power and even change the world. Ning Chuan continued to explain. The reason the five elders captured Luffy is that they must have confirmed that the power of the Nika fruit is hidden within him. Therefore, they won't take action against Luffy. After all, they still need this power to deal with me. Hearing this, Carp's anger subsided somewhat, but he was still filled with anxiety. So what should we do? Just let it be? Ning Chuan smiled slightly and shook his head. Of course not. Let's pay a visit to him. If there's a chance, we should try to take Luffy back. Ning Chuan took Carp and Sengoku to the ruins of Mariehua. Although everything on Mariehua had long been destroyed by Ning Chuan's Heavenly Emperor's ship, he knew that it would not give up so easily. Their purpose this time was to search for clues about Luffy at the ruins of Mariehua. Ning Chuan had a vague feeling that it must have left some kind of trap there or some sort of welcome ceremony. They sailed on the Heavenly Emperor's ship toward the other side of the Red Line. Standing at the bow of the ship, Ning Chuan's expression was calm, while Carp appeared somewhat impatient. Kid, hurry up. My grandson is in their hands. I want to punch those bastards away. Carp was filled with anxiety, his fists unconsciously clenched, as if ready for battle at any moment. Carp, calm down. Sengoku patted Carp's shoulder, trying to calm his emotions. Although Sengoku was also full of anxiety, he knew that being impatient at this moment was futile. Ning Chuan was their only hope. Ning Chuan turned a glance at them and said calmly, don't rush. Once we get to Mariehua, we will naturally find some clues. I have a feeling that I must have left something there. After several hours of sailing, the Heavenly Emperor finally arrived at the ruins of Mariehua. A massive wasteland came into view. This city, which once represented the highest power of the world government, was now nothing but ruins. The debris and broken walls testified to the horror of Ning Chuan's attack on Mariehua. The three of them stepped onto the ruins, and the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, as if the land had been completely abandoned. However, Ning Chuan's observation haki caught several powerful auras approaching them. They're coming, Ning Chuan said with a slight smile, appearing calm and unhurried. Carp and Sengoku exchanged glances, instantly understanding Ning Chuan's meaning. They immediately became alert, preparing to face the incoming enemies. Not far away in the ruins, five figures slowly emerged, accompanied by heavy footsteps. Just as Ning Chuan had anticipated, the five elders had been waiting for them for a long time. Three of them were familiar faces to Carp and Sengoku, aged but powerful. The other two were new members of the five elders promoted by him recently, whom they had never seen before. However, in terms of momentum, they were no less formidable than the other three. Ning Chuan, you came just in time. We were just looking for you, the leader of the five elders said coldly, his eyes filled with a chilling, killing intent. You destroyed Mariehua, and now you dare to set foot here again. Truly audacious. What's the matter? Are you angry? Since you're so angry, you wouldn't just talk without taking action, would you? Ning Chuan glanced at the five elders nonchalantly, his tone filled with disdain. The expressions of the five elders darkened, and with a command, the five of them immediately attacked. Five terrifying auras pressed towards Ning Chuan simultaneously, causing the entire ruins to tremble. The immense pressure made the air feel thin. After exchanging glances, Carp and Sengoku moved simultaneously, unleashing their strongest powers in an instant. Carp, filled with rage, charged towards one of the five elders with a thunderous iron fist, shouting angrily, "Old bastards! Give me back my grandson!" Sengoku transformed into a gigantic Buddha, his palms radiating terrifying shockwaves as they slammed towards the enemies. The two old partners, who hadn't united against a foe in many years, found that exhilarating feeling of camaraderie once again. However, the strength of the five elders exceeded their expectations. The two newly promoted members of the five elders displayed terrifying power. Carp and Sengoku's attacks did not gain any advantage against these five elders. If it were one-on-one, perhaps these two old men could take down one of the five elders. But facing five enemies of that caliber simultaneously, they were naturally no match for them. In an instant, the momentum of the two was suppressed by the five elders. Damn it, how are these guys so strong? Carp gasped, a hint of unease in his eyes. Their power is off. It seems they've undergone some sort of enhancement. They're hard to deal with. Sengoku frowned, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Meanwhile, Ning stood outside the battlefield, arms crossed, watching everything with indifference. He had no intention of engaging with these five elders. However, what disappointed Ning was that it seemed him had no intention of making a move against him today. What a coward. After waiting for a long time without seeing him appear, Ning mockingly taunted, "Five elders, you truly are arrogant. Today, with the five of us joining forces, we will make you pay the price. We don't even need Lord M to deal with you. Attack. Kill Ning." Just as they thought they could easily suppress Ning like they did with Carp and Sengoku, Ning finally moved after merely glancing at them. His figure darted across the battlefield like lightning, so fast that it was hard to perceive. The next moment, before the five elders could react, Ning fist had heavily struck the abdomen of the leading five elder, sending him flying hundreds of meters. "Do you even deserve me to make a move?" Ning said coldly, his tone filled with disdain. The other five elders were stunned and quickly launched a combined attack. However, no matter how they worked together, using various rare devil fruit powers, they still seemed weak against Ning absolute strength. Within just a few minutes, the five elders were completely suppressed by Ning unable to fight back. With one final blow, Ning punched down, unleashing a terrifying shockwave from his fist that instantly left the five of them severely injured. Ning walked over to the five elders, looking down at them with a cold smile. "Now, shouldn't you tell me where Luffy was taken by that guy?" Under Ning pressure, the five elders struggled to lift their heads, revealing sinister smiles on their faces. They did not answer Ning question, but exchanged glances, a glimmer of determination flashing in their eyes. "Want to know? If you want to know, then go to hell and find out." Suddenly, the bodies of the five elders began to convulse violently. Their souls ignited at that moment. A soul-burning attack? Ning saw through their actions with a cold laugh. Realizing it was M's method, the souls of the five elders burned more intensely. The next moment, their speed dramatically multiplied as they charged towards Ning They attempted to burn Ning soul to ashes through this self-destructive method. However, Ning strength far exceeded their imagination. He remained completely unfazed. As the five burning souls approached him, he activated the power of the barrier fruit, enclosing all five of them within the barrier. This kind of attack is truly laughable, but you are indeed ruthless enough to take out all the five elders without exception. You want to completely hide for a while and then use the power of the Nika fruit to turn the tables at the last moment? Fine, I'll wait for you. For now, I will take control of this world. After a brief confrontation with the five elders, Ning has already sensed M's true intentions. Her tactics are nothing more than a final struggle in Ning eyes. She has already planned to use the power of the Nika fruit against me. Ning chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain evident between his brows. Im is even willing to send the five elders to their deaths. It seems she has reached a dead end and decided to temporarily retreat, wanting to erase the last trace of information related to her. This guy must be preparing to hide for a few years before coming out for a final battle with me. For a while, she probably won't show up. After hearing Ning words, Carp and Sengoku, who were standing aside, reacted differently. Sengoku remained silent, his brow furrowed tightly, while Carp seemed frozen in place. "A few years?" Carp murmured softly. At that moment, he seemed to have aged several decades in an instant, his face filled with deep helplessness and pain. "So, she won't hurt Luffy. She just wants to use him." Carp mumbled, his voice low. He understood that what him wanted was Luffy's rubber fruit, which he had always considered a burden, and Luffy was merely a tool for her to fight against Ning Although this relieved Carp temporarily, the sense of powerlessness still gripped his heart tightly. "I cannot give up looking for Luffy. Ning I want to take a few years off to search for Luffy. Carp's gaze was firm as he spoke in an extremely serious tone. Carp, I think. Sengoku wanted to comfort him, but didn't know what to say. Although he and Carp had been close friends for many years, he felt incredibly heavy in the face of such a situation. Carp shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. I will not give up searching for Luffy. I will definitely find Luffy, no matter what the cost. Ning Chuan watched the two elderly strongmen. Their anxiety and fatigue seemed to be overwhelming them. Ning Chuan sighed and spoke to Carp. Carp, you don't need to waste time searching for Luffy everywhere. He will naturally reappear in a few years. Even if you expend all your efforts to search, as long as I'm as unwilling to show herself, you will not be able to find Luffy. At this point, Ning Chuan shifted his tone and continued. Don't forget, you have a grandson. This time, they captured Luffy in front of Ace. Ace should feel guilty as well. Instead of wasting energy on futile tracking, it would be better to focus on Ace and train him to be strong enough. Maybe he can help Luffy when the time comes. Carp was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Ning Chuan to mention Ace. He fell silent for a moment, gradually accepting the suggestion in his heart. Indeed, Ning Chuan was right. As long as that guy is unwilling to show herself, no one can find her. Rather than wasting time, it would be better to quietly wait for the opportunity to come. Ace, Carp repeated softly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Sengoku, standing beside them, felt a bit curious and couldn't help but ask, Ace, since when do you have a grandson? I never knew. Ning Chuan smiled and moved closer to Sengoku, speaking softly. Ace is not Carp's biological grandson. He is the son of Pirate King Roger, with the full name Joel D. Ace. What? Sengoku's eyes widened in shock, completely stunned. He slapped Carp on the head with anger in his tone. You old man have kept this from me for so long. As a navy, how dare you hide the son of the Pirate King? Back then, we searched the entire world to capture Roger's descendants. It turns out you have been secretly protecting him. Looking at the extremely angry Sengoku, Carp scratched his head innocently and shot a dissatisfied glance at Ning Chuan, revealing a hint of an awkward smile. I did it to protect him. I didn't want him to get caught up in Roger's fate. My original plan was for Ace and my grandson to become just Navy in the future. Sengoku showed a helpless expression, as if he hadn't yet recovered from this huge piece of information. But soon, Sengoku came to terms with it. He laughed heartily and said, Forget it. The Navy is gone. Why talk about the past? I say, Carp, you old man, you look foolish, but you really know how to keep secrets. Just as the two were having their pleasant conversation, Ning Chuan had already begun to plan his next actions in his heart. Now that Im has revealed her intentions and given up everything she has, betting her fate entirely on the Nika fruit, it is time for him to make his next decision as well. The territory that Im does not want, Ning Chuan will gradually reclaim. A week later, Ning Chuan stood in front of the Sky Island base, where a new batch of Seraphim soldiers was ready to go. This time, a total of 50,000 Seraphim soldiers were prepared to board the ship. Their target was clear, the first half of the Grand Line. During this time, Ning Chuan made a quick decision. He would no longer delay and would directly march into the first half of the Grand Line, preparing to completely reclaim the old world under his control. This action would be led by the Seraphim troops, with previous Navy admirals and revolutionaries assisting. They boarded warships and set off from the New World, advancing to various islands in the Grand Line. I hope you all can persuade the local military to give up resistance. I don't want excessive bloodshed. Of course, if you see pirates, give them a chance to cut down their pirate flags and surrender. Otherwise, kill them directly. After Ning Chuan's orders were given, everyone nodded in agreement. Everyone, obey the orders. Set sail. Ning Chuan was full of confidence for this expedition. The new world was already under his control, and the chaotic situation of the old world should come to an end. The Grand Line would no longer be a chaotic sea, but a brand new world led by Ning Chuan. As the orders were given, the Seraphim troops quickly boarded the warships. The massive fleet of warships appeared like walls on the vast sea, heading towards various islands in the first half of the Grand Line. Ning Chuan stood at the bow of the ship, looking steadfastly into the distance. The Grand Line was about to welcome a new order, and he would be the force reshaping the world. Carp and Sengoku stood side by side behind Ning Chuan, silently watching the Seraphim soldiers prepare for their expedition in an orderly manner. Their hearts were filled with complex emotions. I never expected we would really come to this point. Sengoku sighed softly. Yes, Carp replied, his tone carrying a hint of fatigue. He knew that everything was already fated. What they could do now was to ensure that this world transitioned safely as much as possible. After a month of battle, Ning Chuan's Seraphim army swept through the first half of the Grand Line. Alabasta, the City of Water, the Shandia Islands. and other once powerful nations and forces have all chosen to unconditionally surrender under the overwhelming pressure of the Seraphim warriors, accepting their garrison. Ning Chuan's rule is advancing rapidly and smoothly, with very few rebels daring to confront the Seraphim Legion head-on. Even if there are, they have not stirred up any waves. The combined abilities and terrifying combat strength of the Seraphim warriors have intimidated the leaders of all nations. Hundreds of thousands of troops find themselves helpless against these formidable Seraphim warriors. It seems that in front of these individuals, ordinary human armies are nothing more than useless numbers. However, during the process of gradually ruling over the entire Grand Line, a sudden piece of news shattered Ning Chuan's calm. The Seraphim Legion lost contact with 2 warriors on a newly discovered island. This abnormal phenomenon caught Ning Chuan's attention. He immediately launched an investigation to uncover the mastermind behind it. After all, the strength of the Seraphim warriors is incredibly powerful. Each of them is comparable to a bounty-level pirate worth $1 billion. The person who could stealthily take down 2 Seraphim warriors must be some powerful pirate. Who could these blind fools be? Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Since I, Ning Chuan, have declared that I will bring the entire Grand Line under my command, those who oppose me and dare to kill my Seraphim warriors, no matter who you are, I will hunt you down. Soon, Ning Chuan had Doflamingo send personnel to investigate the news. Not long after, news came back. The missing Seraphim warriors seemed to be related to the Golden Lion Shiki and the Golden Emperor Tesoro. Shiki, as a legendary pirate who has lived from the old era to the present, has always been dissatisfied with Ning Chuan's arbitrary capture of pirates. He believes that the freedom of pirates should not be oppressed in such a manner, and he is unwilling to see the end of the former Pirate King era brought about by Ning Chuan. Thus, he gathered the old pirate forces and organized a large resistance army, planning to overthrow Ning Chuan's rule. At the same time, the Golden Emperor Tesoro also got involved. This man, who is as wealthy as a nation, manipulates everything with money and has bribed many factions. He has even taken in many homeless celestial dragons and former high-ranking officials of the world government. They are all now in the Golden City of the Golden Emperor. Some of them are even dreaming unrealistic dreams of overthrowing Ning Chuan's rule and restoring the glory of the celestial dragons. After confirming the accuracy of the news, Ning Chuan naturally looked down on this sudden resistance force. However, due to the overly honest people in the first half of the Grand Line during this period, Ning Chuan had not even had the opportunity to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys. But now, 2 chickens have appeared. The performance of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys is finally about to be presented to everyone. Ning Chuan directly used his 2 strongest battleships, the Hades and the Heavenly Emperor, leading 5,000 Seraphim warriors to head towards the Golden City with great momentum. Since it is to perform a grand show of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, it naturally needs to be as grand as possible. Everyone must know the consequences of not surrendering. This way, the entire process can be expedited. The Hades and the Heavenly Emperor sailed like giant beasts of the sea, stirring up towering waves towards the Golden City. When the Hades and the Heavenly Emperor arrived at the Golden City, the Golden Lion Shiki and the Golden Emperor Tesoro had long received the news. It was too late to run now. The speed of their golden giant ship was far inferior to Ning Chuan's Hades and Heavenly Emperor. Helplessly, they could only gather their forces in the city, preparing to fight Ning Chuan to the death. At this moment, the Golden Lion used the ability of the float fruit to hover in the air, looking down at Ning Chuan's fleet. Although he was filled with trepidation, he felt even more unwilling. He has always considered himself a born king, believing that this era should not belong to Ning Chuan. The Golden Emperor Tesoro stood in the city, confident that he could buy everyone with gold. After all, even some celestial dragons were obeying his orders now. Therefore, the Golden Emperor felt that even if he couldn't defeat Ning Chuan, he could still deal with him using gold. This shouldn't be a problem. Both of them were full of confidence at this moment, believing that their strength was enough to fight Ning Chuan. However, as Ning Chuan's fleet approached, he did not give them much time to prepare. The cannons of the Hades and the Heavenly Emperor fired simultaneously. 2 terrifying beams of light instantly pierced from both sides of the Golden City. The cannon fire from the Hades and the Heavenly Emperor drew 2 dazzling arcs in the sky, violently bombarding the forces of the Golden Lion Shiki and the Golden Emperor Tesoro without any warning. After the earth-shattering explosions, the battlefield was instantly thrown into chaos. The forces gathered by the Lion and the Golden Emperor were wiped out in an instant. The remaining soldiers witnessed this extraordinary power and could not help but fall into fear. Those who had originally shouted about overthrowing Ning Chuan's rule and restoring the glory of pirates instantly collapsed. At this moment, they had no courage to fight. The Golden Lion and the Golden Emperor barely had time to react before their forces had already been decimated. Ning Chuan didn't even need to lift a finger. The cannon fire from the two warships was enough to destroy the power they had painstakingly built up over the years. The Golden Lion floated in midair, disbelief and fear in his eyes. Ever since he escaped from Impel Down, he thought he could still stir up trouble on this sea with the ability of the float fruit. But today, he truly realized that Ning Chuan's strength completely surpassed his understanding. The Golden Emperor Tesoro also stood on the Golden Fortress, his fists clenched, filled with a sense of powerlessness. How could the ship he built with gold be so easily destroyed? Is this the terror of Ning Chuan? The Golden Lion murmured, his voice mixed with unwillingness and anger. At this moment, Ning Chuan stood at the bow of the Heavenly Emperor, looking far at the two of them. His eyes showed no ripples, as if the opponents before him were merely a group of insignificant fish. He didn't even have to lift a hand, and he had already sent the armies of the Golden Lion and the Golden Emperor into disarray. This brought an indescribable shame to the Golden Lion and the Golden Emperor. Ning Chuan's indifference dealt a severe blow to their pride. The two exchanged glances, and then a hint of stubbornness ignited in their hearts. Even knowing that Ning Chuan was incredibly powerful, they were unwilling to concede defeat just like that. Ning Chuan, the Golden Lion, suddenly shouted loudly. You may be strong, but you think you can make us bow down? Impossible. If you really have the ability, then come and fight us one-on-one. If Tesoro and I win, you will let us and our subordinates go. The Golden Emperor also stepped forward in agreement. That's right, Ning Chuan. If you win, we can do as we please. But if we win, you must release the people. Ning Chuan scoffed upon hearing this. Standing beside him, Nami, Robin, Hancock, and the others couldn't help but laugh. They looked at the Golden Lion and the Golden Emperor with expressions of disbelief, thinking to themselves that these two were really brave to challenge Ning Chuan to a one-on-one fight. Nami even covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. Did they really think Ning Chuan would fight personally? They still wanted a one-on-one match? Robin shook her head, a hint of pity in her eyes. It seemed these two truly did not understand Ning Chuan's real strength. Hancock smiled wider, finding the situation amusing, and looked forward to seeing how it would end for them. Kuina and Peach Rabbit said nothing, but their half-drawn swords showed their interest in the Golden Lion and the Golden Emperor. Facing the one-on-one challenge from the Golden Lion and the Golden Emperor, Ning Chuan remained unconcerned. He slowly turned his head and glanced at Nami and the others, contemplating. These two are not worth my effort. Nami, Nojiko, Robin, Hancock. This time you go. Consider it a test of your training results. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Nami and the others immediately showed excited expressions. After all, under the guidance of Ning Chuan and several masters, their strength had improved tremendously during this time. However, they hadn't had a real opportunity to test their skills until now. Facing two notorious pirates, they felt a surge of eagerness. Finally, it was our turn to strike. Nami exclaimed excitedly. This time, we must show them that we are strong too. Nojiko and Vivi nodded in agreement, raising their fists. Hancock elegantly tidied her long hair and gently lifted her chin. Since Lord Ning Chuan has spoken, let's teach these two overconfident fools a lesson. Robin smiled slightly and gracefully followed them. It's also a good opportunity to stretch our limbs. The sound of two long swords being unsheathed echoed in everyone's ears. Kuina and Peach Rabbit each took their swords and stepped out from the Heavenly Emperor, moving with elegance. Shirahoshi jumped directly into the sea, ready to assist Nami and the others. The group walked together to the center of the battlefield. Standing before the Golden Lion and the Golden Emperor, their momentum suddenly surged. The Golden Lion and the Golden Emperor frowned at the scene before them. They had expected Ning Chuan to take action himself, but were surprised that he let a few seemingly weak women fight in his place. This was an extreme insult to them, causing their expressions to darken. Ning Chuan, are you looking down on us? The Golden Lion roared angrily, drawing his twin swords. The Golden Emperor also furrowed his brows, gradually merging with the Golden Giant ship. Ning Chuan ignored the fury of the Golden Lion and the Golden Emperor. He gently looked at Nami and the others, softly advising, be careful. Although they are weak, don't underestimate them. The women nodded in response. Then, one by one, they charged forward with elegant steps. Robin activated her flower fruit abilities instantly. Countless gigantic hands appeared out of thin air in various corners of the battlefield. She waved her hand gently, and the armed hockey-covered palm immediately lunged toward the golden lion. Seeing this, the golden lion immediately attempted to use the float fruit to fly into the sky. However, Robin had already anticipated his move. The massive palm, covered in armed hockey, accurately seized the golden lion's legs, yanking him down unexpectedly. Don't think you can escape, Robin said coldly. The pressure exerted by the palm caused excruciating pain at the golden lion's broken legs. At the same time, Nami, Nojiko, and Vivi charged in. They did not use any flashy techniques, but directly unleashed powerful punches. Since receiving special training from Carp, Steelbone Kong, and Zifa, their punching power was astounding. Armed hockey covered their fists, and the wind from their punches roared past. The immense force seemed to shake the air. Fistbone, boom! The three rushed toward the golden lion at an astonishing speed. The golden lion, facing the three approaching girls, was filled with disbelief. He had thought these girls were merely decorative ornaments by Ning Chuan's side. He never expected their strength to be so terrifying. Moreover, he sensed a familiar essence from their punches. Carp, this is impossible. The golden lion gritted his teeth, trying with all his might to break free from Robin's grasp, while using the float fruit to lift debris from the ground in an attempt to block their attack. However, before he could move, Hancock's perfume femur was already aimed at Shiki's head. On the other side, Peach Rabbit and Kuna, the two swordswomen, charged toward the Golden Emperor Tizolo from either side. The swords in their hands gleamed coldly, and sharp sword energy continuously sliced through the golden defenses in front of Tizolo. Although Tizolo's golden fruit was powerful, his defense appeared feeble in front of these two top swordswomen. Peach Rabbit's sword techniques were fierce and swift, each strike precise. Wherever the blade passed, the gold was cut like paper. Kuina's swordplay was more flexible, with sword energy swirling around Tizolo, continuously weakening his defenses. Their teamwork was seamless, leaving Tizolo with no way to resist. Damn women, do you think you can defeat me like this? Tizolo roared, attempting to summon more gold to defend. But at that moment, a terrifying wave suddenly surged from the sea. A massive torrent of water rose from the surface like a canopy, quickly crashing toward the Golden Emperor on shore. This was Shirahoshi's power. She kept moving her mermaid body in the sea. Soon after, she successfully brewed a wave several dozen meters high. Seeing this towering wave, Tizolo had no time to evade. The wave ruthlessly crashed against his golden fortress, sending it tumbling. Watching as the women overwhelmed the Golden Lion and the Golden Emperor, Ning Chuan was quite satisfied with their training during this time. It was already a certainty that Nami and the others would win. He no longer needed to worry. So, Ning Chuan directly instructed the Seraphim beside him to capture all the celestial dragons hidden within Golden City, preparing to begin the trials soon. On the battlefield, the Golden Lion Shiki and the Golden Emperor Tizolo were severely injured. However, they clearly were not willing to admit defeat. The Golden Lion panted heavily, his face filled with anger and defiance. He forcibly activated the power of the float fruit, trying to turn the tide of battle. With a loud roar, massive rocks and buildings were controlled by his ability, floating up and crashing down towards the women blocking his path. At the same time, the Golden Emperor Tezolo was not to be outdone. He crazily activated the power of the gold fruit, gathering the surrounding gold to form a gigantic golden monster, launching a final counterattack against the crowd. It's not over yet. The Golden Lion roared, his eyes bloodshot as if he wanted to destroy everything in front of him. However, in the face of this earth-shattering assault, Ning Chuan's expression remained calm. He stood on the deck of the Merman King, looking down at the battlefield as if he were indifferent to it all. Nami, Robin, Hancock, Momonosuke, and Kuina had serious expressions, fully prepared for battle. They teamed up to counter this final assault, showing no signs of fear. As various floating objects flew towards them, Robin took the lead. Her flower fruit ability activated instantly, covering countless armed hockey-enhanced hands that appeared in the air. They wove into a giant hand net, precisely blocking every piece of floating debris thrown by the Golden Lion. The floating objects collided with the hockey-covered palms, producing deafening booms. Yet, Robin managed to withstand it all, not allowing a single piece of debris to fall from the sky. Immediately after, countless arms suddenly merged together, forming a massive palm that squeezed all the floating debris together and hurled it at the golden monster transformed by the Golden Emperor. At the same time, Nami, Noki, and Vivi faced off against the Golden Emperor's golden monster. The three teamed up with fierce punches, After receiving the true teachings from Carp and others, their martial arts reached an astonishing level. Nami struck the golden monster with punches, each blow carrying immense power. The giant golden monster gradually crumbled under their assault. Momonosuke and Kuna, the two swordsmen, unleashed dazzling sword lights wherever they went. Their powerful haki fused with their swords, cutting out terrifying sword energy. Their swordsmanship continuously sliced through the Golden Emperor's golden defenses, gradually approaching the Golden Emperor himself. A hint of terror flashed in Tezulo's eyes. He had not anticipated that this group of women would simultaneously set their sights on him in an instant. Initially, dealing with those few had already been extremely challenging for him. Now everyone focused their targets on him, almost instantly breaking through his defenses. How could this be? Am I going to be defeated? He murmured, his gaze filled with helplessness and despair. At that moment, something even more despairing occurred. From the sea, White Star stirred up a colossal wave. Waves dozens of meters high crashed against the Golden Emperor. A massive amount of seawater instantly soaked him completely. When the water receded, the Golden Emperor was left weak and collapsed on the ground. Great aromatic kick. Hancock seized the opportunity and decisively attacked. A powerful kick headed straight for the Golden Emperor's face. Boom! With a loud bang, the Golden Emperor was instantly kicked hundreds of meters away, crashing deep into the sea. If it weren't for a Seraphim warrior rescuing him in time, the Golden Emperor would have sunk to the bottom to feed the fish. Only one left. Sisters, go all out and take him down. Hancock confidently tossed her hair. Then, stepping with moonwalk, she soared into the air. The others immediately followed, surrounding the Golden Lion from all sides. The Golden Lion knew that it was time for the final battle. He drew his twin swords from his waist, ready to fight desperately. However, the women would not give him the chance. The normally silent Yuta suddenly began to sing a series of melodious tunes. The clear voice resonated in the Golden Lion's mind. Just as the Golden Lion was trying to figure out what was happening, he felt the world around him begin to change wildly. Wait, why is this not on the sea? What ability is this? Before the Golden Lion could comprehend what was happening, the women seemed to have crossed space, appearing right in front of him. Various attacks struck the Golden Lion almost simultaneously, leaving him no time to react. He endured countless heavy blows. However, the Golden Lion was naturally much stronger than the Golden Emperor. After withstanding this round of attacks, he was about to retaliate. Yet, the women in front of him suddenly vanished. Give it up, old man with the golden mane. This is my world. As long as I'm here, you can't hurt my sisters. Yuta's cute voice rang in the Golden Lion's ear. The next moment, the vanished women reappeared, launching a new wave of attacks on the Golden Lion. 3 hours later, the Golden Lion was severely injured and lying on the ground, unable to stand up. Nami and the others looked at the fallen Golden Lion with smiles, high-fiving each other to celebrate. This was their first time uniting against an enemy. And that enemy was once a prominent figure on the seas, the Golden Lion Shiki. This battle left them all very satisfied. Let's take this guy with us. Ning Chuan should still need their devil fruit powers. Yuta nodded. She instantly dispelled the Song world. The next moment, the women brought the Golden Lion back to Ning Chuan's side. How was it? Did you have fun? Upon hearing Ning Chuan's voice, the women almost simultaneously nodded and smiled. I've already mastered their abilities. You specially brought these two back, so we can't waste them. Let's take their fruits. During their conversation, the Golden Lion and the Golden Emperor were struggling in pain on the ground. Their bodies could no longer move, and their eyes were filled with despair. They had once been powerful figures dominating the seas, yet now they were defeated by Ning Chuan's women. This humiliation was unbearable for them. Ning Chuan slowly walked in front of the two, his gaze cold and indifferent. He looked down at these two former sea pirates, showing not a hint of mercy. He said nothing more and directly activated the power of the dark fruit. With a swirl of darkness appearing around the two, the Golden Lion and the Golden Emperor gradually weakened. Moments later, strange light flickered from their bodies, signaling that their devil fruit powers were being forcibly extracted. The fluffy fruit of the Golden Lion and the gold fruit of the Golden Emperor were ruthlessly stripped away by Ning Chuan, transforming once again into two devil fruits that appeared in his hands. After doing all this, Ning Chuan called over the two seraphim beside him and instructed them, take these two leaders down as well. We will judge them together later. A month later, the entire Grand Line had been incorporated into Ning Chuan's territory. Today, the sky over Alabasta was clear and cloudless, but the air was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Today, this ancient kingdom on the Grand Line would witness a public execution that would be recorded in future history. Ning Chuan stood on the platform built in the center square of Alabasta. His gaze was cold, surrounded by countless citizens and global viewers watching the live broadcast through image bugs, all holding their breath, waiting for this historic moment to arrive. Now that the Grand Line was completely under Ning Chuan's control, the world order had been completely overturned. And today, Ning Chuan would put the once invincible celestial dragons on the gallows to declare the end of the old era to the entire world. Today, the world would witness a true trial. Ning Chuan's voice echoed through the microphone, reaching every corner of Alabasta. The live broadcast image bugs transmitted his voice around the world. This voice shook everyone's soul. Behind him, Hancock stood on the execution platform, her face cold. She had waited too long for this day. Today, she would personally end the celestial dragons who once enslaved her. The celestial dragons were bound and brought to the platform, where they had once looked down on everyone. Now, they could only kneel on the ground in a pitiful manner, fearfully looking at the countless cold gazes around them. No, don't kill me. I'm a celestial dragon, a noble of the world. You can't kill me. Spare me. I will give you endless money, endless power. The people around the world watched the celestial dragons begging for mercy on the live broadcast, revealing a rare joy in their hearts. These parasites of the world were finally being dealt with, especially those nations and people who had once been oppressed by them, all waiting for this historic moment. Celestial dragons. Ning Chuan's voice was steady and cold. You once ruled this world in the name of gods. Acting recklessly, you exploited the people of various countries, enslaved and slaughtered others, creating countless suffering. You once looked down on everyone, thinking the world would always be under your control. But today, all of this will end. Ning Chuan slightly raised his hand, signaling that the execution was about to begin. The global audience watched this scene nervously through the image bugs, all holding their breath. Former slaves, members of the Revolutionary Army, and those who had been oppressed by the celestial dragons. Their eyes were filled with hatred and anticipation. At the moment Ning Chuan raised his hand, Hancock and her two sisters slowly approached the bound celestial dragons. Each of them held a gleaming long knife, their eyes as cold as blades. A deep hatred for the celestial dragons burned in their hearts. And today it was finally time for their revenge. The era of the celestial dragons had come to an end. Execute. With Ning Chuan's cold command, Hancock and her sisters acted without hesitation. The knife flashed coldly, and several celestial dragon heads rolled to the ground, blood staining the execution platform, accompanied by the shocked gazes of the global audience. Those who once regarded themselves as gods finally met their doom on this day. From today on, the celestial dragons would no longer be the rulers of this world. Ning Chuan declared loudly, their crimes have finally been settled. The wealth and resources that the celestial dragons had occupied would be returned to all the people of this world. At this moment, the entire world fell into a frenzy. Those who had once been oppressed by the celestial dragons cheered, as if they had finally seen the arrival of just judgment. Countless people shouted Ning Chuan's name. However, Ning Chuan did not stop. He turned to the guards beside him and coldly said, "Bring them up." As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, Golden Lion and Golden Emperor were bound and brought to the platform. They had once dominated the seas, but now, these two had become prisoners due to hoarding celestial dragons and attempting to resist Ning Chuan's rule. Golden Lion had an unwilling expression, the wounds on his face still throbbing in pain. He sneered and hoarsely said, "Ning Chuan, do you really think that killing us will allow you to rule these seas? You will just be another tyrant. History is cyclic. No one can escape this law." Ning Chuan coldly smiled, completely ignoring his mockery. Golden Emperor, on the other hand, was silent, utterly despairing. Once, he believed that with his endless wealth, he could buy his life even if defeated. But reality cruelly told him he was wrong. Ning Chuan didn't care about his gold at all, because Ning Chuan had the means to strip away his root, the gold fruit. Golden Lion Shiki, Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro. Ning Chuan's voice rang out again, transmitted around the world through the broadcast. You once colluded with the celestial dragons, attempting to continue oppressing this world. You obstructed the new world order and sheltered the celestial dragons, ultimately ending up in such a fate. Ning Chuan's cold gaze swept across the audience as he continued. All reactionary forces that obstruct the new world order will meet the same fate as them. Golden Lion and Golden Emperor had no room for resistance. They knelt on the ground, allowing themselves to be pressed onto the execution platform. Ning Chuan slowly raised his hand, announcing their death sentence. Execute. With Ning Chuan's command, the knife flashed. The lives of Golden Lion and Golden Emperor came to an end. under the watchful eyes of the world. These two former sea overlords died at the hands of the sharp guillotine. The world fell into shock and silence once again. The deaths of Golden Lion and Golden Emperor instilled fear in countless pirates and reactionary forces. They understood that Ning Chuan's rule was unshakable. Any attempt to resist him would pay the most painful price. The era of pirates ignited by Roger had now been directly suppressed by Ning Chuan with his iron-fisted methods. The era of pirates had come to an end. What would follow would be called the era of Ning Chuan. 5 years later, Ning Chuan had already successfully dispatched troops across the seas, controlling the fate of the entire pirate world. Ever since he destroyed the world government and overthrew the rule of the celestial dragons, the new world had entered an unprecedented era of prosperity and stability. The once turbulent pirate world now welcomed comprehensive development under Ning Chuan's rule. The sea train crosses the world, connecting countless islands that were once separated by the ocean, allowing for an unprecedented flow of goods. Poverty and hunger have nearly vanished in this era, as Ning Chuan uses technology and the powers of the devil fruits to help global agriculture develop rapidly. Food supplies are abundant everywhere, and the unique situation of the celestial dragons being unable to fill their stomachs has become a thing of the past. At the same time, Ning Chuan has mass-produced seraphim warriors, completely ending conflicts around the world. The world has finally entered a golden age of peace. Under Ning Chuan's command, the Seraphim Legion and the 3 great scientists continue to contribute to the new world. The achievements developed by scientists like Vegapunk have spread throughout the globe. The satellite communication system has fully covered the world. Nowadays, anyone can communicate with people anywhere in the world with just a press of a button on their mobile phone through the new communication device. The latest satellites launched into space not only enable global communication, but also monitor activities all over the world at any time. Ning Chuan's gaze can penetrate into every corner of the world. Although the entire world now shows a thriving scene, Ning Chuan has not relaxed his vigilance. He knows that the battle is not truly over. For the past 5 years, he has been monitoring and searching for one person, the mysterious being who controls the world government from behind the scenes. Since Mary Geos was destroyed and she kidnapped Luffy, Im's whereabouts have remained very secretive. Ning Chuan has long suspected that Im would not easily give up her centuries-long rule over the world. He has been waiting for the final showdown with Im. A few days later, Ning Chuan stands on the observation platform of his Sky Island base, as usual, watching the latest satellite surveillance footage. What is different this time is that Ning Chuan suddenly discovers something he has been searching for, Pluton. One of the 3 ancient weapons that legend says can destroy everything. It has now appeared under the latest satellite surveillance. The moment he discovers Pluton, a cold smile appears on Ning Chuan's lips. Finally, the location of Pluton is no longer a secret. He has successfully monitored its whereabouts. Now, if Ning Chuan wishes, he can take action at any time to seize Pluton from him. However, just as he is preparing to head near Pluton to see for himself, an unexpected message interrupts his thoughts. Report. Anomalies have appeared in the North Sea. There are rumors that the legendary sun god has emerged in the North Sea. Upon hearing this news, Ning Chuan is taken aback, then laughs. He naturally knows who this so-called sun god is. It seems that Im has discovered my existence. After enduring for 5 years, has she finally lost patience and wants to face me in battle? Or has she successfully mastered Luffy's Nika fruit power? Ning Chuan's smidatepens, a hint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. Luffy, the sun god Nika, Ning Chuan murmurs to himself, recalling the events from 5 years ago when Luffy was taken away. Interesting, I haven't fought in a long time. I wonder if this sun god Nika, trained by him, can withstand a few of my moves? Soon, Ning Chuan relays the news of Luffy's whereabouts to Garp. Shortly after, an anxious Garp and Sengoku enter the observation platform at the same time. Garp, looking anxious, immediately asks Ning Chuan upon seeing him. Ning Chuan, is the news from the North Sea true? Has Luffy really appeared? Ning Chuan notes, his gaze fixated on the location in the North Sea where the message is coming from via satellite. Yes, has brought Luffy back. The power of the Nika fruit within Luffy should have awakened. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Garp's expression darkens instantly. 5 years ago, after Luffy was taken by the world government, he has carried a sense of guilt, but he felt powerless to change anything. Now, learning that Luffy has reappeared, Garp's feelings are extremely complex. He is both worried and hopeful. He doesn't know how Luffy has been under Im's control. After all, it is Im, the most cruel and terrifying being in the world. Garp fears that Luffy may have suffered inhumane treatment at her hands. It is even possible that Luffy is under Im's control, just like the Gore CI, with no freedom at all. Ning Chuan, what do you plan to do? Sengoku asks with a frown. Ning Chuan sneers. No need to rush. It doesn't matter how deep Im hides now. Since Luffy has appeared, it means she wants to use the Nika fruit against me. For 5 years. She has been lurking in the shadows, and now she probably can't wait any longer. Im doesn't dare to confront you directly, so she wants to use Luffy's power? Sengoku ponders. Ning Chuan nods. Exactly, she knows she's not my opponent, so she attempts to turn the tide by borrowing Luffy's Nika fruit. However, this is meaningless to her. Garp furrows his brow in concern and asks, will Luffy be controlled by him? Ning Chuan thinks for a moment and shakes his head. It's hard to say, but Luffy's will should not be easily controlled. If Luffy is really forcibly controlled by him, I have ways to deal with it. Upon hearing this, Garp seems to instantly regain a few years of youth. His eyes burst with excitement. When will we take action? Please be sure to take me with you. I've trained my fists for 5 years, and this time I want to personally smash that bastard in with my fists. Garp swings his fist, and his momentum suddenly changes. Over the past 5 years, Garp has sparred with Ning Chuan and other strong individuals. In order to one day rescue his grandson and personally deliver a punch to him, who kidnapped Luffy, Garp's training progress has significantly improved. Now, even the Supreme Commander Steelbone Kong in physical combat is no match for Garp. He has elevated his physical abilities to a terrifying level. I'll go too. Sengoku pushes his glasses and speaks up. Don't kid yourself. With your current strength, you'd just be a hindrance. Garp chuckles, mercilessly criticizing. Sengoku's face darkens, but he has nothing to say. Garp's words are indeed correct. He can no longer keep up with Garp. After all, since Ning Chuan provided Garp with the perfect immortal surgery, Garp's advantages as a martial artist have been successfully realized. Just the two of you going? Won't that be a bit too few people? Sengoku contemplates for a moment and continues. It won't just be the two of us. Everyone come in. Garp's voice just fell, and Long, Ace, Sabo, and Shanks simultaneously pushed open the door. Let those of us related to Luffy go rescue this kid together. Ning Chuan, along with Carp, Dragon, Shanks, Ace, and Sabo, instantly appeared at the location in the North Sea where the news of the Sun God had spread. The atmosphere in the North Sea was tense. Waves surged in the distant sea, and a sense of oppressive unease permeated the sky. As soon as they arrived at their destination, Ning Chuan felt a special consciousness fixated on him. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a powerful observation haki surged forth from within him. Soon, he sensed a terrifying power coalescing in the distant sky. Is it this move again? Ning Chuan scoffed. In the next moment, the sky above them suddenly darkened. The King's cannon fire began to gather, and a sense of destruction filled the air. In the next instant, a searing wave of energy came crashing down from the high sky towards them. Boom! Ning Chuan smiled faintly, looked up at the sky, and said softly, You're still unwilling to give up. The King's attacks have long been ineffective against me. Why are you still using such methods? Have you been wasting the past 5 years? As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chuan slowly raised his fist and swung it towards the sky. The terrifying intent of his punch collided with the horrifying power unleashed by the king. Although the king's power was immensely terrifying, it was instantly shattered under the force of Ning Chuan's fist, as if that shot had never existed at all. Still using the king's cannon to attack me? This move that was ineffective 5 years ago is being used again now. Ning Chuan snere distanchuli. As the king's attack was easily neutralized by Ning Chuan, the surroundings returned to a momentary calm. However, Ning Chuan knew this was just the beginning. Sure enough, in the next moment, a figure emerged from the void. It appeared before Ning Chuan and his group, bringing Luffy with her. Luffy! Ace and Sabo's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing Luffy. The scene of Luffy being snatched away 5 years ago had always haunted their hearts. They felt immense guilt for being powerless back then. And now, seeing Luffy again, the joy in their hearts was instantly replaced by fear. Luffy's eyes were no longer warm as before, but filled with terrifying black flames, his gaze hollow and cold, radiating intense fighting spirit. Luffy! Ace shouted anxiously. What is wrong, Luffy? Ning Chuan's expression darkened. He already knew this was Im's doing. He was under control, more thoroughly than the 5 elders. A thought flashed through Ning Chuan's mind. He understood that Luffy was now completely under Im's control and could not act independently. Ace and Sabo could not bear to watch their brother being controlled. They rushed forward simultaneously, trying to rescue Luffy from Im's hands. However, just as they approached Luffy, he suddenly unleashed a terrifying attack. A powerful aura enveloped him as he raised his hand and punched, instantly sending Ace and Sabo flying. Their bodies flew away like kites with broken strings. Ning Chuan frowned and quickly intervened, dissipating most of the force for them. Otherwise, Luffy's earlier strike would have severely injured them, leaving them unable to fight. Don't act recklessly, you two. Dragon coldly grabbed Ace and Sabo, saying, I brought you here to observe, not to get yourselves killed. If you dare to act recklessly again, I'll send you back. Ace and Sabo's faces were filled with unwillingness and anger. But they also knew that their current strength couldn't help Luffy. Instead, it would drag everyone down. Reluctantly, they had to grit their teeth and remain silent. Im stood at a distance, watching this farce with a cold smile. What a precious brotherly bond. Unfortunately, Luffy only listens to my commands now. Her eyes sparkled with disdain. Carp, Dragon, and Shanks were furious at Im's mockery. Carp clenched his fists, a violent aura emanating from him as he roared, Im, let my grandson go. Dragon and Shanks also glared at him. They knew Luffy's situation was extremely critical and that he needed to be rescued quickly. Im glanced at them dismissively and sneered. Let him go. If you have the ability, come and rescue him from my hands. Damn it. Carp shouted, and he, Dragon, and Shanks charged on him simultaneously. In an instant, fists soared energy, and the terrifying power of the wind fruit surged towards him. However, Im stood her ground, unshaken. She merely waved her hand lightly and instructed Luffy, go deal with them. As soon as the words left her mouth, Luffy's body moved instantly. With the activation of his Nika form, his speed was like lightning, swiftly positioning himself in front of the three. Luffy held nothing back, raising his hand to deliver a punch at Carp. Carp gritted his teeth, although he felt reluctant. He had to brace himself to confront Luffy to save him. His fist, imbued with immense strength, collided with Luffy's fist, and a shockwave instantly tore the ground apart. However, Carp quickly realized that Luffy's power was far greater than he had imagined. The terrifying strength within Luffy's punch almost forced him to retreat completely. Following that, Luffy's second and third punches came in succession. Carp's hockey defense gradually crumbled, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Dragon and Shanks also moved to flank Luffy from the sides. However, Luffy's speed was too fast for them to catch. Each of his strikes was imbued with incredible precision and power, forcing the three to continually retreat. Shanks swung his sword with all his might towards Luffy. But Luffy's body suddenly created a massive void, easily dodging Shanks' sword. A flicker of shock crossed Shanks' eyes. He had never expected Luffy's body to be capable of such transformation. The power of the Nika fruit was too overwhelming, even exceeding his imagination. How could he be so strong? Dragon thought while blocking Luffy's attacks, his face filled with disbelief. He had originally thought that he, Carp, and Shanks together would be enough to subdue Luffy. But now it seemed that Luffy's strength far exceeded their expectations. As Luffy's power continued to rise, the three of them were still being pushed back and completely suppressed by Luffy. Ning Chuan stood aside, calmly observing everything. He knew that Luffy's current state was not due to his own strength, but rather the result of being controlled by him. How interesting. In just 5 years, Luffy had grown to such an extent. Truly worthy of him. Luffy, don't hold back. They are all enemies, all obstacles to you becoming the Pirate King. Im's voice suddenly echoed, stimulating Luffy, who was battling against Carp, Dragon, and Shanks. I'm going to be the Pirate King. No one can stop me. I'm going to knock you all away. Luffy roared. In the next moment, the sky was filled with raging winds, and the sea surged violently, as if the entire battlefield was being distorted by an incredible force. Under Im's provocation, Luffy further unleashed the power of the Nika fruit. His body began to stretch and become extremely flexible, with the ground twisting like rubber. His hands reached up to the sky, grabbing the clouds and kneading them like cotton candy. Then he suddenly twisted the clouds into a gigantic whip and lashed out at Carp, Dragon, and Shanks. This whip was infused with Luffy's powerful Conqueror's haki, making it incredibly formidable. Just feeling its power made the three of them tremble with fear. What kind of monster is that? How could my grandson turn into this? Carp looked at his grandson in anguish. But at this moment, he was even more shocked by the terrifying power of the Nika fruit. He never imagined that his grandson's devil fruit contained such horrifying power. At this moment, Luffy was completely unrestrained. He was no longer an ordinary warrior, but a terrifying existence capable of freely altering the laws of physics. He had fully mastered the power of the Nika fruit. Dragon coldly said, his eyes fixed on Luffy, filled with rage. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, He was naturally aware of secrets unimaginable to ordinary people. He knew about the abilities of the Nika fruit, but he was all too clear about the cost of using the Nika fruit. Luffy, hold on a little longer. Dad will help you break free from Im's grasp. Dragon roared, his haki instantly swelling to a terrifying level. Wake up, you little brat. Let Grandpa's loving iron fist wake you up. Carp shouted, his conqueror's haki surging. His fist shot towards Luffy's abdomen like cannonballs. His fists, as massive as mountains, howled through the air, seemingly intent on smashing everything. At the same time, a massive storm swirled around Dragon. He combined the power of the storm with Carp's attack, trying to disrupt Luffy's movements. Don't underestimate him, Dragon. Shanks swung his sword. Terrifying sword energy capable of cutting through mountains slashed towards Luffy. They attempted to control him by blocking his escape route. The three men's attacks poured down like a torrential storm. However, Luffy's boundless imagination and the abilities of the Nika fruit allowed him to easily respond to their combined assault. Carp's fist was rebounded back as it approached him, thanks to Luffy's elastic body. Dragon's storm power was cleverly guided into the sky by Luffy. And Shanks' sword edge pierced through Luffy like it was entering rubber, unable to inflict any harm. This guy's ability is really troublesome, Shanks muttered through gritted teeth. He had never encountered such a tricky opponent. At this moment, he began to regret why he hadn't kept a closer eye on the Nika fruit back then, only to have it stolen by that little brat Luffy. As the battle continued, Carp, Dragon, and Shanks gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Luffy's attacks were agile and unpredictable, each punch and movement flowing as easily as a game. The ability of the Nika fruit allowed him to almost ignore physical attacks. His body could undergo all sorts of transformations, making it impossible to capture. Haha, interesting. Just as Dragon's storm power was completely countered, Luffy suddenly punched towards the sky, directly knocking Dragon down from the heights. Dragon's body flew towards the sea like a ragdoll, about to plunge into the water. Let me handle it. Just as Dragon was about to fall into the sea, a calm voice rang out. Ning Chuan's figure flashed and instantly appeared beside Dragon, effortlessly rescuing him. He waved his arm and placed Dragon in a safe spot far away. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's voice, Carp and Shanks immediately ceased their attacks, their gazes turning towards Ning Chuan. The entire battlefield seemed to be stunned by Ning Chuan's haki in that instant. And let's have some fun. Ning Chuan spoke lightly, his gaze icy. As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, Luffy, who had been interrupted, showed a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. He paused for a moment, then launched another attack towards Ning Chuan. However, Ning Chuan showed no sign of fluctuation in his eyes, and a powerful conqueror's haki erupted instantly. The unimaginable strength of his conqueror's haki directly suppressed Luffy's fruit abilities. Ning Chuan stood there as if he were an immovable mountain. You are much stronger than them. White Seal. Luffy suddenly laughed maniacally. A massive foot, like that of an elephant, descended from the sky. Ning Chuan smiled lightly and extended a fist to strike hard against the gigantic foot. Bang! After the punch, Ning Chuan remained standing still, while Luffy was sent flying backward, only stabilizing himself after a long time. So strong. Are you here to stop me from becoming the Pirate King? I'm gonna knock you away too. In the next moment, Luffy's hands stretched like rubber, and he became somewhat unusual. He unleashed various bizarre and tricky angles of attack. However, this was of no use to Ning Chuan. He easily dealt with all of Luffy's assaults with his overwhelming strength. The battle between the two shook the entire world. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, the ground cracked, and rocks flew everywhere. Ning Chuan's strength had long surpassed what ordinary people could imagine. Even the awakened Nika fruit was no match for Ning Chuan. Seeing that Luffy couldn't do anything to Ning Chuan and could no longer hold back, she waved her hand, and the power of the time fruit erupted. She attempted to accelerate the flow of time for Ning Chuan, directly causing him to age and weaken. However, what I didn't anticipate was that Ning Chuan also mastered the power of the time fruit. This trick won't work on me. Ning Chuan smilet indiferently. The power of time had no effect in front of him. Im's expression changed slightly. Then, she decisively activated her second fruit ability, the space fruit's power. In an instant, she tore open space and transported Ning Chuan, Luffy, and herself into an independent closed space. This space is controlled by me. Let's see how you escape. As Ning Chuan and Luffy were pulled into a mysterious special space by Im, Dragon, Carp, and Shanks stood outside, watching the figures of Ning Chuan and Luffy disappear into the void, filled with anxiety and unease. Ace and Sabo appeared even more anxious as they stared at the void ahead. their fists tightly clenched, faces filled with worry. Luffy was their brother, now under the control of him, with his life hanging in the balance. They only hoped that Ning Chuan could rescue Luffy from this control. Ning Chuan would definitely win, right? After all, he was the strongest person in the world right now. Ace's tone was firm, but his clenched fist betrayed his inner tension. Sabo patted Ace's shoulder, maintaining a calm facade, yet his eyes were also filled with concern. Dragon stood silently beside them, his gaze fixed on the void, feeling a mix of emotions. As Luffy's father, he hated himself for being unable to save his son. Now, he could only trust in Ning Chuan's strength. In this battle, Ning Chuan was the only one who could stand against him and Luffy. Others were far too weak. Shanks grit his teeth, a grim expression on his face. We must trust Ning Chuan now. It's all because my strength is too weak. Otherwise, I could have rescued Luffy. Carp stood nearby silent, but his tense expression revealed his own anxiety. He hated that he couldn't do anything for his grandson. At that moment, Dragon patted Carp's shoulder, offering comfort. Father, trust Ning Chuan. He is someone who can create miracles. At that moment, Ning Chuan and Luffy were brought into an independent space by him. Ning Chuan looked around, greatly intrigued by the space created by him. This space seemed endless, shrouded in an infinite void, giving off a feeling of both oppression and mystery. After much contemplation, Ning Chuan speculated. This should be Im's ability from the space fruit. She used the power of the space fruit to create this space. This space was quite similar to the Song Song World-esque space. However, Ning Chuan could clearly sense that the level of the space created by Im was significantly higher than that of the Song Song world. This should be the pure power of the space fruit. It seems the Elder Star's teleportation ability is also derived from the power of the space fruit mastered by Im. After figuring everything out, a slight smile crept onto Ning Chuan's face. The stronger Im's fruit power, the stronger the fruit power he would acquire next. So, you have always relied on this power. Ning Chuan laughed coldly. For the past 5 years, you have used this world created by the space fruit to confine Luffy here for training. That's why there's been no news of you in the entire world. However, since you have mastered such a powerful ability with the space fruit, why have you never considered using your power to explore other unknown spatial worlds? Is it because you can't, or because you are afraid? Im's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. It was clear that Ning Chuan had struck a nerve. She had once attempted to use the power of the space fruit to explore other worlds, but each attempt filled her with extreme fear. Those unknown spaces were filled with dangers and threats that she found hard to comprehend. In the end, Im chose to retreat, continuing to rule in the familiar pirate world. This cowardice had lasted for hundreds of years. Your ignorant arrogance will cost you, Ning Chuan. Im replied, feigning calmness to hide her inner fear and shame. Luffy, no one will disturb you here anymore. Go all out and take him down. She commanded Luffy to attack, trying to subdue Ning Chuan, the one who exposed her. Luffy obeyed the order, and the power of the Nika fruit was fully unleashed within him. His body twisted and stretched like rubber, and in this distorted space, he seemed to have transformed into the master of his battlefield. Im also attempted to assist Luffy's attack on Ning Chuan by manipulating the power of the space. Originally, she also had control over time, but the time fruit had no effect on Ning Chuan. Helpless, she could only use her spatial abilities to attack Ning Chuan. Luffy's fists, like elastic bands, flexibly traversed the space, launching a furious assault on Ning Chuan. Faced with Luffy's onslaught, Ning Chuan simply smiled with ease. His form appeared like a phantom before Luffy's attacks, effortlessly dodging them. Luffy's fists quickly darted through the void, but could never touch Ning Chuan's body. Even with him frantically manipulating the space, Ning Chuan managed to dodge every sneak attack from Im's spatial powers with remarkable precision. The Nika fruit is indeed interesting. Ning Chuan sighed liquidly. However, Luffy, your strength is still insufficient. At this point, Ning Chuan turned to him. Im, you have kept him here for so many years, yet you only allowed him to unleash this level of power? I find that disappointing, since you cannot bring out the true power of the Nika fruit. Let me show you how it's done. System, begin the settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the power of the Nika fruit for 30 minutes. Activating the 10,000-fold return system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a 30,000-minute cultivation return from experiencing the power of the Nika fruit. The host has successfully mastered the power of the Nika fruit. As the system's voice fell, Ning Chuan clearly felt a special power within him. A smile appeared on his lips as he began to channel the power of the Nika fruit within his body. Gradually, he started to resonate with this power. As his consciousness merged with the Nika fruit, a layer of shimmering white light appeared around his body, just like the white glow when Luffy used the Nika fruit. Luffy's attack came again. However, this time, Ning Chuan's fists had become as abstract as Luffy's. The two identical fists collided, and Luffy was instantly sent flying by Ning Chuan's punch. What? Im watched this scene in utter shock. She could hardly believe what was happening before her eyes. Ning Chuan had actually mastered the power of the Nika fruit in such a short time. This exceeded her imagination. How could you achieve this level? This is the power of the Nika fruit. Why can you use it? What is your body? Could it be that you're not from this world? At this point, Im suddenly widened her eyes. She sensed a terrifying possibility. Why did you just mention other worlds? Are you from another world? No wonder. No wonder you could grow to such a terrifying level in just a few years. No wonder you can master so many different devil fruit powers at the same time. You are not from this world. No one from this world could be as powerful as you. Even Joy Boy back in the day couldn't he do it? Im roared loudly, looking at Ning Chuan with a face full of terror. You guessed right, but unfortunately, it doesn't help. Ning Chuan looked at the terrified Im and sneered. Bastard, if I had known you were from another world, I definitely wouldn't have let you grow to this point. Damn it, Im regretted deeply at that moment. Feeling extremely fearful, she had once tried to use the ability of the space fruit to travel to other worlds. However, the power of those other worlds intimidated her. But what she didn't expect was that outsiders had come to her world. If she had discovered earlier that Ning Chuan was from another world, then she wouldn't have been forced into such a predicament now. Ning Chuan ignored the shocked Im. He looked at Luffy, who was standing nearby. Now that he had successfully mastered the power of the Nika fruit, Ning Chuan was ready to rescue Luffy from Im's grasp. At this moment, Luffy stood not far away, his eyes still covered by black flames, devoid of self-awareness. He had become Im's tool, completely losing his rationality. To save him, he first had to be freed from the state of the Nika fruit. The simplest way to do this was to completely suppress Luffy and then extract the Nika fruit from his body. This way, no matter how much Im controlled Luffy, it would be useless. System settle. As soon as Ning Chuan's words fell, the system's voice rang in his ears. Congratulations. The host has successfully used the Nika fruit ability for 2 minutes, activating the cultivation return system with a 10,000-fold return. Now, starting cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 20,000 minutes of cultivation return from using the Nika fruit ability. The host's ability to use the Nika fruit has greatly improved. Feeling the enhanced power of the Nika fruit within him, Ning Chuan gradually felt that he could fully master this mysterious power. His form began to change in space according to his imagination. Luffy, it's time to end this. First, I'll rescue you, then take down him, Ning Chuan said calmly, his voice carrying overwhelming confidence. He threw a punch at Luffy, and the air seemed to be torn apart. Ning Chuan's fist became enormous, stretching and passing through space as if no physical laws could constrain him. Seeing Ning Chuan move, Luffy, who was somewhat unwilling, also began to swell in size. He similarly used the power of the Nika fruit to stretch his body, attempting to deflect Ning Chuan's attack. However, this time was different from before. Ning Chuan had completely mastered the Nika fruit, and Luffy's attack lost its threat before him. Ning Chuan easily deflected Luffy's counterattack, instead seizing the flaw in Luffy's power in an unimaginable way. He used his own Nika fruit power to gradually assimilate Luffy's Nika fruit power. System, continue the settlement. Congratulations, the host's Nika fruit power has been greatly enhanced. As Ning Chuan began the settlement again and again, the power of the Nika fruit he mastered began to far exceed Luffy's. At this moment, the surrounding space began to twist and stretch, as if the entire space had become a stage for their battle. Ning Chuan and Luffy's fists collided in the air, and the powerful force unleashed tremendous vibrations. With every collision, Ning Chuan's Nika fruit power would devour a portion of Luffy's power. Just a few minutes later, Luffy could no longer maintain his Nika form. His body began to return to normal. At that moment, the black flames in Luffy's eyes suddenly surged. Get up, Luffy! How could the sun god Nika be defeated so easily? Im roared, trying to forcibly control Luffy's will, urging him to continue fighting in the form of the Nika fruit. However, Ning Chuan would not give him that opportunity. Dark fruit. Without any hesitation, Ning Chuan immediately activated the ability of the dark fruit, which was a natural enemy of the Nika fruit. A large amount of pitch-black dark power surged into Luffy's body. Before Luffy could comprehend what was happening, he felt his body suddenly lighten. The next moment, The power of the devil fruit that had accompanied him for over a decade was forcibly extracted from his body by Ning Chuan. Once Luffy's devil fruit was successfully stripped away, the fallen Luffy gradually regained consciousness. However, at this time, his eyes were filled with confusion. Although he didn't know what had happened, he clearly sensed that something special was missing from his body. Ning Chuan picked up the Nika fruit and stood in front of Luffy. Before Luffy could react, he directly opened the Song Song world and put Luffy inside. Then, Ning Chuan smiled and looked at him, saying, without the Nika fruit, what means do you have left? If it really doesn't work, just surrender. It's not shameful. Hearing Ning Chuan's taunting words, Im's expression suddenly darkened. She hadn't anticipated that Ning Chuan could so easily control the Nika fruit. She also hadn't expected Luffy to fail in her plans. Her last chess piece had been dealt with by Ning Chuan so quickly. At this moment, Im had fallen into a desperate situation. Her eyes were gloomy as she coldly stared at Ning Chuan. It seems I was too hasty. I thought 5 years would be enough for Nika to grow strong enough to take you down. I still failed. But do you really think it means I've lost? Im's voice was low and carried a hint of coldness. Over these 5 years, you didn't think I only prepared these few things, did you? Go die, arrogant fool. Space slash. Im roared. The next moment, intense fluctuations suddenly erupted in the air. The space they were in began to crack open. An invisible slash shot out from the void at high speed. Im's fingers moved slightly, and that slash, carrying the power to transcend time and space, headed straight for Ning Chuan's neck. At the moment Im made her move, Ning Chuan immediately sensed this terrifying space power. The speed of that slash was so fast that even he found it hard to fully predict. Fortunately, during these 5 years, Ning Chuan had not been idle. He had been using the system to enhance his 3-color haki. At this moment, he relied entirely on the instinct brought by his observation haki to dodge to the side in an instant. However, even so, one of Ning Chuan's arms was severed from his body at that moment. If he had been even a moment slower, his head might have been gone. TSK. Almost got killed by you. But it doesn't matter. Even if you kill me 10 or 8 times, I won't die. Moreover, you haven't been able to kill me yet. Saying this, Ning Chuan looked at the already weakened him with a faint smile. Thank you for that hit. It has significantly strengthened my perception of spatial power. Let me share some good news with you. I will learn your spatial power too. System settle. Congratulations, host. You have experienced the ability of the spatial fruit for 30 minutes, activating the 10,000-fold return system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained 300,000 minutes of cultivation return for the spatial fruit ability. The host has successfully mastered the spatial fruit ability. Hearing the voice of the system, a smile appeared at the corner of Ning Chuan's mouth. Since he entered this special space, he had been sensing the power of space. It had already been 30 minutes since he arrived here. If I hadn't attacked Ning Chuan with the spatial slash, he might not have gained such a deep understanding of spatial power so quickly. However, after I'm successfully severed one of Ning Chuan's arms using spatial power, Ning Chuan also successfully grasped the power of space. Arm, come back. Ning Chuan smiled slightly. In the next moment, the arm severed by him instantly returned to his hand. The spatial power contained in the severed arm was completely eradicated by Ning Chuan at that moment. Watching Ning Chuan's arm successfully restore to its original state, Im realized that Ning Chuan had now mastered his last trump card, the spatial fruit. Why? How can you so easily master the power of the spatial fruit? Even after I consumed this fruit, it took me at least 10 years to grasp part of its powers. Why can you do it so effortlessly? And why are you able to use the time fruit and Nika fruit so easily? Im's voice, filled with frustration, reached Ning Chuan's ears. At this moment, Im's heart was filled with jealousy towards Ning Chuan. Not only had Ning Chuan easily mastered the power of the spatial fruit, but he also showed no burden while using it. Unlike her, who suffered immense energy consumption every time she used it, especially with that last spatial slash. It nearly exhausted her spatial fruit powers. Yet Ning Chuan seemed completely unburdened. Thinking of this, Im felt a pang of bitterness deep within her heart. Why? Why is it that as the owner of the spatial fruit, the power she can exert is far less than that of Ning Chuan? Who hasn't even eaten a devil fruit? How unfair is that? However, despite her resentment and unwillingness, Im understood that this alone couldn't change reality. She knew she had lost. She had completely lost in this world. This world did not love her as a native, but instead fell for an outsider. This made it difficult for her to accept the truth. Nevertheless, Im was unwilling to give up. She had ruled this world for over 800 years, experiencing countless crises. But each time, she managed to survive. This time, she was not prepared to fall. She had not lived enough. She had only lived for 800 years, which was far from enough. I must survive at all costs. Im silently vowed in her heart. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and made a decision she had never considered before. She decided to abandon this world. Using the power of the spatial fruit, she would escape to other worlds to avoid Ning Chuan. She had once tried to peer into other worlds, although those worlds were filled with unknown fears and powerful enemies. This was her last retreat. She had to use the spatial fruit to escape to another unknown world, to evade Ning Chuan's pursuit. As long as I can survive, there will come a day when I will rise again. Perhaps, in another world, I can find a way to regain control of everything. Just like Ning Chuan. Maybe I can also obtain the power to control everything in other worlds. At this moment, Im's heart was filled with determination. She quickly decided to use her final means, to confuse Ning Chuan, making him think she still intended to fight to the death. Im deliberately exhibited anger and madness. Her eyes burned with flames of hatred, as if she was ready to face Ning Chuan in a life-and-death battle. Spatial slash, shouted loudly, waving her arm to tear open a spatial rift, seemingly preparing to launch a deadly strike again. However, Ning Chuan's intuition told him that things were not simple. Although Im's movements were fierce, they appeared somewhat anxious, as if she was not fully committed to the fight. Rather, she seemed to be planning something else. Sure enough, just as Ning Chuan was contemplating how to counter Im's spatial slash with the power of the spatial fruit, Im suddenly tore apart the space she was in using the power of the spatial fruit. In the blink of an eye, she jumped outside this special space. Utilizing the power of the spatial fruit, she fled as far as possible towards the outside world. Seeing this scene, Ning Chuan was indeed a bit surprised. He had considered many possibilities, but the one thing he never expected was that Im would actually escape. However, Ning Chuan did not immediately pursue her. Instead, he calmly stood in place, watching him flee, because Ning Chuan knew that Im's escape was merely her last struggle. As long as Ning Chuan settled a few more times with the power of space, he would be able to find the spatial traces left by Im and easily catch up to her. Did she really think she could escape? Let her run for a while. Let's see where she can go. After Im left, the space she created quickly began to collapse. Ning Chuan had no intention of maintaining the space. Therefore, before it completely collapsed, he withdrew from it and returned to the place where he had entered the space. At this moment, Carp and the others were still waiting in place. Upon seeing Ning Chuan return, their faces lit up with joy, and they quickly walked over. Ning Chuan brought the severely injured Luffy out from the Go-Go world. He stepped forward and handed him over to Carp. I have temporarily removed Luffy's Nika fruit. Without the power of the devil fruit, Luffy may be weak for a while. But the good news is that this guy won't be a sitting duck anymore. Ning Chuan sait kalimri. At this moment, Carp was not concerned about whether there was still the power of the devil fruit within Luffy. He tightly hugged the unconscious Luffy, his eyes filled with rare kindness. Shanks, watching Ning Chuan's demeanor, seemed to guess something and directly asked, "Is I'm dealt with?" Ning Chuan shook his head and said softly, "Not yet. She got away for now. I plan to pursue her and take care of her." Saying this, Ning Chuan smiled at everyone. "I should be back soon after I go out for a while. Can you help me send a message to Nami and the others? After a while, I will take them to travel to other worlds." Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, everyone showed a hint of shock in their eyes. Traveling to other worlds? Could it be that besides the world they are in, there are other worlds? Amidst everyone's confusion, Ning Chuan gently waved his arm. Layers of spatial power twisted around him like ripples. The next moment, Ning Chuan activated his spatial abilities, tearing through the space around him. Chasing after the direction where Im had left, Ning Chuan closely followed Im's steps, constantly shuttling through different spaces. The power of the space fruit allowed him to easily track the traces left by Im as she traversed space. During the pursuit, Ning Chuan could clearly feel that Im's mindset had changed. She was no longer the confident and calm ruler of the world, but rather like a panicked prey fleeing in haste. Through continuous tracking, Ning Chuan quickly pinpointed the world Im was heading to. You can't escape him. After locking onto the world she was about to go to, Ning Chuan did not hesitate at all. With a thought, the space in front of him twisted and changed. The next moment, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar world. The land beneath his feet was desolate, surrounded by crumbling skyscrapers and broken walls, as if it had experienced countless brutal wars. An indescribable, eerie atmosphere filled the air. The ruined city revealed a deep sense of oppression in its silence. as if the entire world had lost its vitality at that moment. Ning Chuan's gaze swept across the distance, and suddenly, he saw a dilapidated billboard on a street in the ruins. It prominently displayed a line about a supermarket promotion in Z City. Z City? What a familiar place. Which world have I chased him to? Ning Chuan muttered to himself, his brow furrowing. In his memory, he seemed to have heard of Z City. Thinking of this, Ning Chuan couldn't help but look around. In this ruin-like city, there seemed to be some unknown danger lurking. He temporarily did not know where he had arrived. But as Ning Chuan's perception gradually expanded, a strange aura emanated from afar, making him instinctively raise his guard. Just as Ning Chuan was lost in thought, faint footsteps sounded from a distance, drawing his attention. Coming into view was a particularly special figure. The person had a shiny bald head, wore a yellow tight suit, draped a white cloak, and his bright red gloves and boots stood out conspicuously. He was leisurely strolling through the ruins with a bag of discounted supermarket goods in hand. Despite the desolate and eerie scene, this man's steps appeared exceptionally relaxed, as if he were an ordinary citizen returning home after shopping. Ning Chuan stared at this man, his heart suddenly jolting. He then revealed a faint smile. No wonder this world made him feel dangerous and reluctant to come here. It turns out this is the world of One Punch Man. After figuring out what this world was, the identity of the person who felt so familiar to Ning Chuan also became clear. Saitama, the absolute protagonist of the One Punch Man world. A super strong being who can split an entire planet with a single punch. So that's why I'm as afraid of this world and dares not come here. Because of the existence of Saitama, this bug-like character, Ning Chuan thought to himself. He began to understand why I chose to flee to this world and was filled with fear. For Saitama, who possesses absolutely invincible power, all of him's methods might be insignificant in front of him. While Ning Chuan observed Saitama, Saitama also sensed Ning Chuan's presence. His gaze met Ning Chuan's, but his reaction was surprisingly indifferent. There was no surprise or unease. Instead, he continued on with a nonchalant attitude, seemingly unconcerned about Ning Chuan's appearance. This guy really is different from ordinary people, Ning Chuan thought to himself, feeling somewhat amused. After all, he is someone who can solve any problem with a single punch. He really doesn't need to feel tense about anyone's appearance. Although Saitama looked harmless, his strength was undoubtedly terrifying. Even with all the devil fruit powers he possessed, Ning Chuan still needed to be cautious in the face of Saitama. If possible, Ning Chuan would not provoke this guy actively to avoid conflict. He knew well that Saitama had broken the limits of his body. Perhaps many of the devil fruit powers he possessed might be ineffective in front of this man. If given the opportunity, he still wanted to spar with him. However, not now. He decided to find a chance to see if he could grasp the ability to break the limiter. With that in mind, Ning Chuan made a decision. He prepared to greet Saitama and probe a bit. Ning Chuan had some understanding of the story of One Punch Man currently. There was no sign of Genos besides Saitama. This made Ning Chuan realize that he was likely in the early stages of the original story, at a time when Saitama had not yet met Genos. At this moment, Saitama was still a solitary figure, without friends, disciples, or even heir. After a moment, Ning Chuan decided to break the silence first. He smiled and walked up to Saitama, directly extending his hand and saying with a smile, "Hello, my name is Ning Chuan. You are a professional hero, right? I've seen you fight those monsters before. You're really strong." Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Saitama scratched his head, looking somewhat confused. He squinted his eyes, carefully sizing up Ning Chuan, then scratched his head in puzzlement and said, "Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before, right?" Ning Chuan smiled slightly. This Saitama was indeed as unpretentious and straightforward as rumored, without any schemes. He could feel that Saitama held no hostility towards him. However, he also saw that this man lacked interest in anything. It seemed that nothing could excite him except for battles and supermarket discounts. "I came from another world, no? Another city. I arrived in Z City to chase a dangerous monster named M. A few days ago, I saw you easily defeat a demon-level monster nearby. I can see that you are very strong." After Ning Chuan finished speaking, Saitama scratched his head in confusion and said, "I don't know her. I'm not really a professional hero. Just occasionally do some hero work, that's all." Saitama shrugged nonchalantly. It seemed he completely disregarded the dangerous character Ning Chuan mentioned and had no interest in helping him catch any monsters. He just wanted to hurry home and make a big meal with the discounted supermarket items he had grabbed. However, Ning Chuan, who was already familiar with Saitama's character, would not let him leave so easily. "Mr. Saitama, if you have time, how about we sit there for a while? I'll treat you." Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Saitama instinctively wanted to refuse. However, after looking in the direction Ning Chuan was pointing, he couldn't help but swallow hard. That place was the largest sushi restaurant in City Z, known for having a sushi master. Saitama had been eyeing it for a long time, but had never gone due to his lack of money. Now, someone was inviting him because of his past achievements in defeating monsters, and this person didn't seem like a bad guy. After thinking for a moment, Saitama nodded. Seeing this, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. It seemed that good food could indeed bring people closer together. The two of them entered the hottest sushi restaurant in City Z together. Before entering, Ning Chuan took the opportunity to tie his shoelaces and picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground. Then, he used the ability of the gold fruit to instantly turn the stone into a fist-sized piece of gold. This was a very expensive place. Are you sure you want to treat me to a meal here? After they entered the restaurant, Saitama asked in disbelief. Ning Chuan simply smiled and casually tossed the giant gold nugget he had just transformed onto the boss's counter. Boss, we're having a buffet today. Here, is the payment. If you don't mind, please nod. At that moment, the boss's eyes widened as he stared at the gold nugget on the table, drooling. He had been running the restaurant in City Z for so long and had never seen anyone pay with such a large piece of gold. I have never seen such a large piece of gold. The sushi restaurant owner wiped his drool away, seemingly afraid that Ning Chuan would change his mind. He quickly hugged the fist-sized gold nugget to his chest. See, customer, please take the best seat. From now on, you will be our most distinguished member, and your meals will be free for life. Hearing the boss's words, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and led Saitama inside. At this moment, Saitama walked slowly, his gaze fixated on the fist-sized gold on the boss's counter, thinking to himself, if that large piece of gold were exchanged for money, it could easily be worth millions. This person is so rich, but it's such a waste. Here comes the bluefin tuna sushi, a 5 wagyu sushi. Ning Chuan sat beside Saitama, watching him excitedly show off the sushi. He couldn't help but find the previous situation somewhat amusing, clearly possessing the world's strongest power. Saitama did not use it to make money and live a life that ordinary people dream of, but rather had his own principles, choosing to be a hero whenever he wanted, without the goal of making money. Such a person was probably unique to Saitama. Ugh, I'm so stuffed. Saitama looked at the mountain of plates piled up in front of him and awkwardly scratched his bald head. It's okay. If it's not enough, we can order more. With that giant piece of gold at the boss's place, it would be a huge loss if we don't eat enough. Upon hearing Ning Chuan say this, Saitama nodded in agreement. For someone who usually lived quite frugally and often took advantage of supermarket promotions, wasting money was a shameful act. Boss, let's have 10 more servings of bluefin tuna sushi. Coming right up. Just as the sushi restaurant owner was bringing out a plate of bluefin tuna sushi, a loud rumble suddenly erupted from the street outside. Then, countless screams could be heard. Run. There's a monster. The monster is destroying the street. Run. This monster is crazy. He's killing people at random. Hearing the commotion outside, the sushi restaurant owner, who had just been all smiles, now wore a face of sheer terror. He quickly dropped the sushi in his hands and frantically rushed to the door, trying to close it. However, before he could shut the door, a small ball of light with terrifying destructive power flew toward the entrance where the owner was standing. It was about to hit the sushi restaurant owner. Given the previous explosion's power, this small light ball could easily destroy a building. If it hit the owner, he would likely be obliterated. Just as Saitama was getting interested in ordering 10 more servings of sushi, he saw an unwelcome monster interrupting his enjoyment. Naturally, he was quite angry. Saitama was about to rush up and swat away the light ball that was about to hit the owner. However, Ning Chuan beside him moved even faster. Suddenly, a foot appeared behind the owner, kicking him away. The small ball of light, containing terrifying power, was lightly pinched in Ning Chuan's hand. Bang! The light ball that could have destroyed a building now made a silent pop in Ning Chuan's grasp. This guy's strength seems quite formidable. At the very least, he is much stronger than the monsters outside. If given a chance, I would really like to spar with him. Saitama looked at Ning Chuan with a serious expression. At this moment, Ning Chuan had no idea that Saitama's thoughts mirrored his own. This might be the unique quantum entanglement between powerful beings. However, Ning Chuan's attention was not on Saitama. His target was the monster outside who was continuously destroying buildings. The monster in front of him looked very much like King Piccolo, but unlike King Piccolo, this one had purple skin. Familiar with the One Punch Man storyline, Ning Chuan recognized at a glance that this monster was Vaccine Man. He possessed the strength of a dragon-level threat. In the story, Vaccine Man had already destroyed several cities before arriving in City Z. His strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, this guy appeared in the opening of the anime and was defeated in one punch by the bald villain. Vaccine Man was considered a decent boss, but his timing of appearance was just not right. Ning Chuan couldn't help but sigh. Ning Chuan, are you going to step in and teach that guy a lesson? If you're not planning to take action, I'm going to start. Saitama's eyes revealed a hint of anger. Perhaps it was the appearance of Vaccine Man that disrupted his dining experience, making him act quite irritated. Ning Chuan was just about to respond, indicating that he would join in too. But then he thought of the strong individuals imprisoned in his song world. How about releasing some of these strong characters from the pirate world to start building my own force in this world? Right now, Saitama hasn't even joined the Hero Association as a C-class hero. Why not start a Hero Association in this world and recruit Saitama directly? With this thought, Ning Chuan spoke up. This little problem doesn't require both of us to intervene. My heroes will take care of this guy. Ning Chuan patted Saitama's shoulder carefully, thinking to himself, the Vaccine Man possesses strength at the level of a dragon, comparable to the Centipede Elder, equivalent to an Emperor-level power. If that's the case, let's let Whitebeard and Kaido come out for some fresh air. Your heroes? Are you part of the Hero Association? Saitama asked curiously, scratching his bald head after hearing Ning Chuan's words. No, I'm not part of the Hero Association. However, I plan to establish a new Hero Association. In fact, I was just about to tell you this during our meal and invite you to join my Hero Association. But our conversation was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a troublemaker. Ning Chuan shrugged and smiled helplessly. Establishing a Hero Association? That must cost a lot of money, right? Saitama was somewhat surprised. Perhaps, after all, I've never established a Hero Association before. The last time I set up a training ground, it was free. Ning Chuan joked while inviting Saitama. How about we go see where my heroes are? Saitama thought for a moment and then decisively nodded. I hope you can hurry. Otherwise, the guy in the sky will destroy a lot of buildings again. Seeing Saitama's concern, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. That's easy. Let him not be able to destroy this place for now. As soon as Ning Chuan's voice fell, he casually used the ability of the barrier fruit. An invincible barrier flew out from his hand, forming a sphere around the Vaccine Man, trapping him inside. He can't break this barrier for now. Let's go. As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, he directly used his Song Fruit ability in front of Saitama, taking him into his training ground. After they entered the song world, the Vaccine Man, who was still in high spirits, suddenly found himself trapped inside a transparent barrier. For someone who considers himself Earth's vaccine, this was a complete insult. Without any hesitation, he attacked the barrier with all his might. However, to his shock, no matter how he attacked the barrier in front of him, it didn't budge an inch. Meanwhile, the reporters from the television station, risking their lives to cover the Vaccine Man, reported the strange phenomenon. Everyone look! The city-destroying Vaccine Man has suddenly been covered by a special dome. He is very angry now, desperately attacking the dome in front of him. However, it has no effect. Which hero has intervened to trap this terrifying dragon-level monster? Our Hero Association TV will continue to report, searching for this hero who can trap a dragon-level monster. But as we understand, such abilities have not yet appeared among S-Class heroes. We may discover a new S-Class hero. Ning Chuan brought Saitama into the song world. As soon as Saitama entered, he noticed a fierce battle happening in the distance. Although he felt that the group fighting was quite weak, seeing how seriously they were treating the battle made Saitama feel a surge of excitement. As he watched, he found himself getting a bit eager to join in. I find this place very interesting. Can I have a spar with them? Standing at the peak of strength, Saitama hadn't encountered a worthy opponent in a long time. He really wanted to meet someone worth fighting seriously, just like the Underground King in the dream world. Unfortunately, after dreaming for so long, he still hadn't met anyone capable of withstanding a serious punch from him. Hearing that Saitama wanted to spar with the people in the training ground, Ning Chuan couldn't help but feel sorry for them. If they really encountered Saitama, it would probably be a hellish scene for them. They shouldn't be your opponents. However, when the time is right, perhaps someone might be able to spar with you. Ning Chuan's words made Saitama temporarily set aside his plans to practice with the people in the training ground. However, he was also very interested in the person Ning Chuan mentioned who might be able to spar with him. Let's not talk about that for now. Let's go find the two heroes to deal with the Vaccine Man. With that, Ning Chuan led Saitama toward the people in the training ground. At this moment, everyone in the training ground had already noticed Ning Chuan and Saitama arriving in the song world. They were all very curious about Saitama, because in their understanding, no one brought to the song world by Ning Chuan had ever been treated with such seriousness. Yet now, This bald guy who looked completely weak was being treated with such seriousness by Ning Chuan. This made everyone very curious, not understanding what kind of ability this seemingly weak bald man possessed. Hey, Ning Chuan, is that bald guy also going to be sent here to train? He looks so weak. I'm afraid I could kill him with one punch. Ha ha ha. Big Mom spoke without any reservations. Her words directly hit Saitama's sore spot. For Saitama, it's fine to say he's weak. He doesn't like to prove his strength through words. But calling him bald was definitely crossing the line. Hey, Ning Chuan, can I hit her? Saitama pointed at Big Mom, looking serious. Ning Chuan glanced at Big Mom, feeling helpless. I didn't want to give you guys a psychological blow. But since you insisted on provoking me, don't blame me. This will serve as a lesson for you. Ning Chuan looked at Saitama and said seriously, don't worry about hitting her. Treat this fat lady as a monster. She's one of the strongest here, comparable to the vaccine man. Don't worry about killing her. No one dies here. With Ning Chuan's permission, Saitama couldn't help but show a hint of excitement on his face. Seeing the excitement on Saitama's face, the old lady sneered disdainfully. Ning Chuan, you really have regressed. With such a piece of trash, I could take him out with a single punch. However, before the old lady could finish her sentence, Saitama gently spoke, serious punch. Boom! In just an instant, the old lady felt as if her entire life was flashing before her eyes like a revolving lantern. Just as she realized something was wrong, the next moment, she felt her body being struck by an incredibly terrifying force. Her entire being began to tear apart in all directions. Bang! In the shocked gazes of everyone in the training ground, the old lady's body exploded into countless fragments like a balloon. Standing nearby, Ning Chuan shook his head at this scene, thinking to himself, seriously, why did you provoke this bald demon king of all people? Don't you know how to write death? Time rewind. After the old lady was punched into pieces by Saitama, Ning Chuan directly used his time rewind ability to restore her. The old lady stood there in a daze, the earlier revolving lantern effect still flickering before her eyes. What happened? What just occurred? I can't remember anything clearly. Just as the old lady was seriously trying to recall what had just happened, Katakuri, hearing her confused voice, wiped the sweat from his forehead, forcing down his own fear. He walked over to the old lady and said, Mom, you were killed by him with a single punch. Lord Ning Chuan helped restore you. Upon hearing Katakuri's words, a deep suspicion appeared in the old lady's eyes. She turned to look at Whitebeard, Kaido, Rayleigh, and others beside her, and surprisingly saw a hint of fear in their gazes. Could it be? Is this real? I was killed by him? When the old lady's eyes returned to Saitama, for some reason, the fear left by Saitama's serious punch seemed to flood back into her mind. In an instant, an indescribable sense of fear surged in her heart. At that moment, the bald figure in front of her, which was much smaller than her own size, began to loom larger in her heart. It seemed that before this person, she had become like a little child, and this bald man seemed like a demon king wielding a butcher's knife. Is the vaccine man only this strong? Just as the old lady was about to sit down on the ground in fear, Saitama suddenly asked Ning Chuan about right. The guy you just punched might have more tricks up his sleeve than the vaccine man. Hearing Ning Chuan's reply, Saitama immediately lost interest in the vaccine man. Forget it. Let the heroes under you deal with the vaccine man. He's too weak, not interesting at all. Saitama waved his hand, indicating he was no longer interested in the vaccine man. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Ning Chuan's lips. If he wanted to establish a hero association in the world of One Punch Man, then the vaccine man, being a high-ranking opponent, could serve as the opening battle for his hero association. Kaido Whitebeard, are you two interested in going out for a bit? You just heard. There is an opponent at the level of a Yonko that needs to be dealt with. If you do well, you might even be able to stay outside for a while. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Whitebeard and Kaido's eyes instantly lit up. They had been in this world long enough and had long wanted to go out and take a look. They never expected such a great opportunity to fall into their laps. These two who fought fiercely in the One Piece world exchanged excited glances with each other. Whitebeard laughed heartily, waving his new sword, and said, I've already grown tired of being here. It's time to go out and stretch my legs. Kaido also looked excited. A Yonko-level opponent? I will definitely take him down. After discussing, the two of them left the One Piece world under the envious gazes of everyone, following Ning Chuan and Saitama. However, at this moment, the old lady had a face full of regret, because she knew she seemed to have missed a good opportunity to go out. As the gates of the One Piece world reopened, Whitebeard and Kaido appeared at the edge of City Z alongside Ning Chuan. That guy up in the sky with the purple skin. You two go take him down. Just kill him directly. But there's one requirement. Fight in the distant ruins and do not damage any buildings in this city. If any buildings are affected by your battle, then you will lose the chance to stay outside. Hearing Ning Chuan's requirements, Whitebeard and Kaido almost immediately agreed, nodding their heads. Although the requirement might be a bit difficult, they would do their best to fulfill it. After all, this was a rare opportunity to stay outside. Go. I wish you success. Ning Chuan smiled and waved his hand. In the next moment, Whitebeard and Kaido exchanged glances and flew into the air with moonsteps. As Ning Chuan lifted the barrier, trapping the vaccine man, Whitebeard and Kaido did not hold back at all and immediately pinned the vaccine man down, flying towards the distant city ruins with all their might. At the moment they appeared, distant media reporters recorded their figures. Look, something big is happening. Who is that gigantic monster? Could he be a companion of the vaccine man? Are they going to help the vaccine man break through that hard barrier? My goodness, is this disaster going to escalate further? How long will the S-class heroes take to reach the battlefield? At this moment, the reporters mistakenly thought that the towering figures of Whitebeard and Kaido were allies of the vaccine man. So they immediately reminded the audience in the live broadcast that a new monster had appeared. Oh no, the barrier is broken. Did they successfully help the vaccine man escape? No. They actually took the vaccine man away, bringing him to the distant city ruins. They don't seem to be allies of the vaccine man. They should be heroes saving the city. Could it be that the barrier that trapped the vaccine man was created by them? The heroes have already flown far away. Captain, hurry and take us there. We need to broadcast live. However, as Whitebeard and Kaido flew away with the vaccine man, the TV reporters suddenly realized that they were not monsters. They were heroes fighting against the monsters. Who are they? Are they new heroes we've never seen before? The audience was buzzing with discussions at that moment. Viewers from the entire city gathered in front of their TVs, holding their breath and focusing on this fierce battle. The vaccine man sensed the powerful aura emanating from the two. He immediately realized that he was facing formidable foes. He roared, and a blue energy beam suddenly shot out, aimed directly at Whitebeard and Kaido. You humans are the cancer of the earth. I will eliminate all of you on behalf of nature. Boom, boom. Countless energy orbs shot from his hands, striking Kaido. Ha, interesting. That actually hurts. It's about the same as being slashed by you, old man. Kaido glanced at Whitebeard and then leaped up with wild laughter. He no longer held back, directly using the powers of his devil fruit to transform into his dragon form. He charged upward, braving the vaccine man's energy beams. His enormous dragon claws fiercely clawed at the vaccine man's head. Whitebeard was not to be outdone. He raised his great sword. The power of the tremor fruit erupted instantly on the vaccine man. Whitebeard unleashed a fatal blow using the power of the tremor fruit. The terrifying shockwaves continuously erupted on the vaccine man. He felt a horrific force tearing through his body, causing him immense pain. With a loud bang, one of the vaccine man's arms was shattered, turning into bloody chunks scattered on the ground. The immense power also spread through the tremor fruit to the surrounding ruins. The ruins immediately began to shake violently, triggering a chain reaction, with debris, steel bars, and even entire buildings starting to collapse. The deafening roar echoed across the entire battlefield. At this moment, Kaido had transformed into the strongest dragon human form. His muscles bulged like steel, his scales shimmering with a bluish-green light, and an enormous oppressive force swept around him. Kaido gripped his kanabo tightly, his eyes filled with violent battle intent. Down with the three worlds, the abyss. The massive kanabo swung down violently at the vaccine man. With enough power to destroy everything, it smashed down toward the vaccine man's lower body. Boom! One of the vaccine man's legs was directly crushed under Kaido's kanabo. The intense pain made the vaccine man let out a heart-wrenching scream. His body felt like a puppet before such immense power, unable to withstand the impact. The vaccine man struggled with all his might, but against the two emperors. His resistance seemed feeble, but Whitebeard and Kaido would not give him a chance to catch his breath. Their conqueror's haki erupted instantly. Terrifying black lightning pressed down on the vaccine man. The powerful oppressive force even distorted the air. Their cooperation was incredibly seamless. Whitebeard's tremor fruit attacks gave the vaccine man no chance to breathe, while Kaido's frenzied assaults came one after another, showing no mercy. Although the vaccine man's power was strong, it seemed so insignificant under the combined assault of Whitebeard and Kaido. The scales of victory had already tilted. The vaccine man's defeat was just a matter of time. At this point, reporters from the TV station had already arrived at the battlefield by helicopter. They were covering this heart-stirring confrontation in real time. The host's voice was filled with barely concealed excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, today we witnessed an incredible battle. Who are these newly emerged powerful heroes? Their strength has likely reached S rank. They may even surpass any heroes we know. The footage from the TV station continuously switched. Every attack from Whitebeard and Kaido was frozen on the screen, the shocking scenes leaving the audience in awe. Look at that punch, my god. It's like a destructive force. And that guy with horns on his head who can transform into a dragon. His attacks seem capable of destroying an entire city. Yes, they're really powerful. Who are they? I've never heard of such strong heroes. They are incredible. They can transform into dragons and now into dragon men. So cool. Finally, new powerful heroes have emerged. They must be S rank. Hero Association, hurry up and reveal their identities. I want to buy their merchandise. The audience in front of the TV was extremely excited, and forums and social media quickly erupted with enthusiastic discussions. People speculated about the identities of these two mysterious heroes. Some said they were powerful beings who had emerged from a secret organization. Others believed they were hidden heroes of the Hero Association. But in any case, the strength of Whitebeard and Kaido had shocked everyone watching the live broadcast. At the same time, the higher-ups of the Hero Association also noticed this battle. They were greatly intrigued by these two newly emerged powerhouses. The owner of the Hero Association did not want to miss any opportunity to recruit strong individuals. Therefore, he immediately contacted Tatsumaki, who was dealing with monsters in a nearby city. On the other end of the line, her voice came through, slightly impatient. What is it? I am Busa. Tatsumaki, we need you to reach out to those two strong individuals. Their strength is extraordinary, and they seem close to defeating the Vaccine Man. Go ask them if they are interested in joining the Hero Association. The tone of the association's owner was somewhat urgent. He was eager to bring such powerful forces under the association S-Wing. Tatsumaki had just finished dealing with a powerful dragon-level monster, and hearing this news, she rolled her eyes. Newcomers? Forget it. I just became available, so I'll go check it out. With that, Tatsumaki used her psychokinesis to fly herself to the location of the Vaccine Man. Although she wasn't particularly interested in the suddenly appeared Whitebeard and Kaido, her curiosity was piqued. She decided to personally assess the situation at the Vaccine Man's battle site. After all, not everyone is qualified to be called an S-rank hero. Tatsumaki rapidly approached the battlefield. As she got closer, the powerful auras of the two emperors instantly entered her psychokinetic perception range. Oh, this is interesting. It seems these two guys are of decent quality. Tatsumaki's expression became serious instantly. That kind of strong and violent power, indeed, met her internal standards for S-rank heroes. When she flew over the battlefield, the Vaccine Man was already on the brink of collapse under the combined efforts of Whitebeard and Kaido, with almost no power to fight back. However, Tatsumaki's focus at this moment was not on the Vaccine Man, but entirely on Whitebeard and Kaido. As soon as Tornado saw them, she was immediately captivated by the gaze of these two tall and sturdy warriors. Whitebeard, an elderly man with a weathered face but a giant physique, was coldly staring at the fallen Vaccine Man. The other, the muscular Kaido with long horns on his head, exuded a strong battle aura. Their heights were almost comparable to some monsters, which made Tornado feel puzzled. Why had she never seen these two before? Were they considered humans or monsters now? Moreover, their appearance was far too towering compared to ordinary humans, and their aura was exceptionally fierce, making them seem like they didn't belong to this world. While Tornado was filled with doubt in another hidden basement and was also paying attention to this battle. Upon seeing Whitebeard and Kaido on the television screen, she was immediately startled. A sense of foreboding surged in her heart. She knew that these two had long been captured by Ning Chuan. Now that they had reappeared in this world, it indicated one thing. Ning Chuan had already come to this world. Thinking of this, a trace of fear crossed Im's mind. But she quickly calmed down. Ning Chuan. Im gritted her teeth as she whispered this name in her heart. She knew Ning Chuan would come after her sooner or later, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. However, she was no longer as afraid of Ning Chuan as she had been in the pirate world. Ever since she arrived at this place called the Monster Association, she had gathered enough powerful allies around her. With these like-minded allies, even if Ning Chuan appeared, she would not be afraid, even if Ning Chuan really chased after her. With the help of these strong allies, she would no longer fear him. As long as he dared to come, they would unite everyone to take him down. Im sneered and began to plan in her heart how to eliminate Ning Chuan. Quake Fruit. Thunderbagwa. Boom. After Whitebeard and Kaido simultaneously unleash their strongest attacks. Vaccine Man was ultimately defeated under their combined efforts, turning into a pile of ashes that dispersed into the air. Although the two emperors successfully defeated this powerful enemy, they also felt a wave of fatigue. Kaido was breathing heavily, while Whitebeard appeared somewhat calm. At this moment, they began to acknowledge in their hearts that Ning Chuan was right. This seemingly bizarre monster indeed possessed the strength of an emperor. If it weren't for the two of them joining forces and having gained an advantage from the very beginning, they wouldn't have won so easily. Otherwise, if either of them faced Vaccine Man in a one-on-one battle, it would likely take 2 or 3 days to determine the outcome. This world is interesting. I hope that brat Ning Chuan can keep his word and let us stay here for a while. Kaido plopped down on the ground, shaking the surrounding ruins. Whitebeard stood with his arms crossed, speaking seriously. This place is indeed good, and the enemies are very strong. If we can stay here and encounter more enemies with such terrifying strength, my power should become even stronger. While the two were chatting, Tornado, who had been flying in the sky, saw that the battle was over and flew straight down towards them. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and Kaido on the ground also noticed the little girl, Tornado. Although they were still unclear about her strength, their observation haki had already alerted them. Although Tornado appeared to have no combat power, the reality was quite the opposite. She was a rather dangerous individual. Another strong one has arrived? Are they friend or foe? Whitebeard and Kaido both had this thought in their minds. Ever since they had been defeated by Ning Chuan, they dared not be careless when encountering a child. Tornado flew down next to Whitebeard and Kaido. She looked at the two towering giants in front of her with great curiosity. The elderly Whitebeard exuded an imposing aura, seeming like a warrior who had experienced countless battles. The muscular Kaido, with long horns, released a pressure that could suffocate ordinary people just by standing there. Moreover, both of them had many scars on their bodies. Judging from their appearances alone, they should be seasoned warriors. However, Tornado had never heard any news about them. Where did you come from? Why have I never seen you before? Tornado spoke, her tone filled with curiosity. She wondered why two individuals with such great power had never been reported. However, that wasn't the most curious thing for Tornado. What she was most curious about was how these two were so tall. If they had any secrets to growing taller, perhaps it could be useful to her. Upon hearing Tornado's question, Whitebeard and Kaido exchanged glances, neither of them speaking. After all, they had not received Ning Chuan's permission yet. They would not be foolish enough to directly reveal their origins. If they said the wrong thing and upset Ning Chuan, they would no longer be able to stay in this interesting world. Seeing that Whitebeard and Kaido remained silent, Tornado became somewhat angry. She placed her hands on her hips, tilted her head, and struck a proud pose. Not willing to say, huh? Fine, I don't want to know anyway. By the way, someone asked me to bring you a message. The president of the Hero Association would like to invite you to join the Hero Association. If you're willing, just go to the association to sign up, and they will treat you as S-rank heroes. After finishing her speech, she immediately observed the reactions of the two. However, to her surprise, there was not a hint of expression on their faces, and they showed no reaction to the invitation from the Hero Association, as if her words hadn't been directed at them at all. Are they ignoring me? Bastards. As the second-ranked S-rank hero of the Hero Association, Tornado certainly had her little temper. Being ignored repeatedly made her feel very displeased. Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't pretend you can't hear me. Tornado instinctively prepared to use her psychic powers to teach these two who were ignoring her a lesson. However, before she could use her abilities, she suddenly felt her body lighten as if someone had picked her up from behind. Miss Tornado, S-rank hero, the Hero Association has regulations against randomly attacking others. The sudden ambush caught Tornado off guard. She turned her head in shock, looking incredulously at the young man who had picked her up from behind. Beside this young man was a bald man with a shiny head. What shocked Tornado the most was that when the two appeared behind her, even when the young man picked her up, she didn't feel a thing. It is known that she always has psychic power for self-defense. Generally, she could sense someone approaching from 100 meters away, but now, not only did she fail to notice anything, she didn't even feel anything when she was picked up. If these two were enemies, she would have likely been taken down by them already. Let go of me, Tornado shouted angrily and instantly struggled free from Ning Chuan's arms. Standing at a distance, she cautiously stared at the suddenly appearing Ning Chuan and Saitama, her face filled with wariness. Who are you? What do you want? Tornado directly asked loudly. At the same time, her psychic power kept fluctuating, ready to explode at any moment, targeting Ning Chuan and the others. Hey, I say. Miss Tornado, It was your hero association that was digging into my company for heroes, and now you're asking me what I want. This is a bit unreasonable. After Vaccine Man was killed by Whitebeard and Kaido working together, the battlefield in Z City gradually calmed down. Many reporters who came to cover the news flocked to the area near the battlefield. They all wanted to interview these two newly appeared strong beings as soon as possible. The reporters, holding microphones and cameras, surrounded Whitebeard and Kaido, eagerly hoping to extract some exclusive news from them. However, Whitebeard and Kaido seemed very impatient with these reporters. Kaido, in particular, wore a face full of annoyance, swinging his club a few times, snorting coldly, "Don't bother me, or I'll knock you all away with one swing." Whitebeard was somewhat more restrained, but he also waved his hand impatiently, his voice low and powerful. "I'm not here for any promotion. Don't waste my time. I just want to fight stronger monsters." However, what they didn't expect was that as soon as their words fell, the surrounding reporters were momentarily stunned. But then they surrounded them, even more enthusiastically. This left both of them speechless. How could reporters in this world be so annoying? If they were in the pirate world, they would have turned these reporters into pulp by now. Seeing that Whitebeard and Kaido were somewhat unaccustomed, Ning stepped forward from the side, smiling and signaling the reporters to calm down. "Everyone, don't be in a hurry. They're not very good at handling this kind of occasion. Let me handle it," he said nonchalantly, attracting everyone's attention. The reporters immediately shifted their focus to Ning. "Excuse me, sir. Do you know these two S-Class heroes? Their strength is astonishing. Can you introduce them?" Ning nodded with a smile, appearing very composed in front of the camera. "Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Ning, and I am their boss. They are all S-Class heroes of my Multiverse Hero Association." Hearing Ning words, all the reporters were taken aback. After all, they had never heard of the name Multiverse Hero Association before. What kind of organization is the Multiverse Hero Association, and why have we never heard of it before? Having anticipated that a reporter would ask such a question, Ning smiled and replied, "In fact, this hero association has just been established, and it is called the Multiverse Hero Association. Like the existing hero associations, its main goal is to handle monsters and protect humanity. Of course, unlike the existing hero associations, our goal is not only to handle monsters. Our association also offers other special services." The reporters were immediately captivated by Ning words, curiously asking, "Besides combating monsters, what are the other services you mentioned?" Ning smiled and continued, "Our Multiverse Hero Association is not just an organization specifically for dealing with monsters. We also provide special training for ordinary people, so that ordinary people have the opportunity to transform into heroes, becoming as powerful as these two S-Class heroes, Whitebeard and Kaido. In fact, everyone has the potential to become a hero. As long as they are willing to accept our training, they have the chance to become stronger." The reporters were clearly shocked by this statement, whispering among themselves. Ning words were truly overwhelming. Not only was a new hero association being established, but more importantly, he claimed that ordinary people also had the chance to become heroes. Just as everyone was in shock, suddenly a reporter asked a rather tricky question. "Then may I ask, where will the headquarters of this Multiverse Hero Association be located? If I also want to become a hero, where should I go to register?" Ning revealed a mysterious smile, looked up at the surrounding ruins, and slowly said, "The headquarters will be right here. In front of everyone, let our Multiverse Hero Association be established." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning palm gently raised, in front of the gathered reporters. He instantly activated his Devil Fruit ability, the Split Fruit. The surrounding ruins, broken buildings, and reinforced concrete quickly turned into countless tiny particles, decomposed by Ning power into the most basic elements. This scene shocked everyone present. The reporters and the audience watching the live broadcast were all staring at Ning. They all had a special premonition that they seemed to be about to witness the birth of a miracle. Following that, Ning extracted the useful parts from these elements and mixed them all together. In just a few minutes, a modern skyscraper slowly rose from the ground. The building gradually took shape, a 100-story-high reinforced concrete structure shining in the sunlight. The entire building was completed at an astonishing speed, standing atop the urban ruins near Z City. This scene left the reporters present dumbfounded, and even the audience watching the live broadcast through television screens erupted in excitement. The reporters on site were the first to react, incredulously saying, "A 100-story skyscraper. Built so quickly? This is simply a miracle. My God, a brand new building rose again from the collapsed ruins? What kind of powerful means is this?" Could it be that this young boss of the Multiverse Hero Association is also a very powerful S-Class hero? At this moment, not only all the reporters present, but also the audience watching the live broadcast were all in an uproar. Even Saitama and Tornado, who were beside Ning Chuan, were staring in shock at the brand new 100-story building before them. They're all very curious now. What kind of means did Ning Chuan use to build this skyscraper? Ning Chuan lightly clapped his hands, looking satisfied at the newly constructed headquarters of the Multiverse Hero Association. He turned to the reporters and smiled, saying, "Now, the headquarters of the Multiverse Hero Association has been completed. We will provide training here for anyone who wants to become stronger. Whether you are an ordinary person or someone with a certain level of power, as long as you have the determination, we will offer the best assistance." The reporters were excited and rushed to pass their microphones to Ning Chuan. "Excuse me, when does the training start? Are there any registration requirements?" Ning Chuan smiled slightly and said slowly, "We will open a 7-day registration period, and anyone can sign up. If you register within these 7 days, the training is free, with meals and accommodation included. Whether you want to become a hero or simply want to become stronger, we will provide you with the most suitable training. You will have the opportunity to become as powerful as Whitebeard and Kaido." This statement instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the viewers in the live stream. Many people immediately set off to apply for training at the headquarters of the Multiverse Hero Association. Discussions about the Multiverse Hero Association spread wildly on social media. Many people were filled with anticipation for this new association, believing it to be completely different from the existing hero associations. Look, this association is not just about fighting monsters. It can help ordinary people become stronger. My goodness, isn't this a blessing for us ordinary people? I've always wanted to become a hero, and now there's free training. I've got to give it a try. This is way better than the existing hero association, which only knows how to fight monsters and doesn't care about anything else. But this new association can even build skyscrapers to restore the city. It's simply amazing. Tornado watched all of this from the side, arms crossed and eyes sharp. Her heart was filled with curiosity and confusion. What kind of background does this guy named Ning Chuan have? Not only can he instantly construct skyscrapers, but he also confidently claims he can train ordinary people to become powerful like Whitebeard and Kaido. She knew that the strength of S-Class heroes was mostly innate or acquired through long-term training and battles. But the fact that Ning Chuan claimed he could turn ordinary people into S-Class heroes left Tornado feeling incredulous. Can he really train ordinary people into S-Class heroes? Does he truly have such ability? Or is he just boasting? Tornado speculated silently in her heart. But she also understood that the mysterious man before her was far more complex and powerful than she imagined. After finishing the interview with the reporters, Ning Chuan led Whitebeard, Kaido, and Saitama into the newly constructed headquarters of the Multiverse Hero Association. The towering skyscraper had a modern appearance and extremely well-equipped facilities, instantly giving off a strong atmosphere of technology and power merging. Ning Chuan walked ahead, easily pushing open the heavy glass door and leading the three into the building's interior. Each floor's facilities were orderly and filled with Ning Chuan's unique design style. At this moment, Tornado also wanted to follow Ning Chuan and the others into the building. But when she reached the entrance, she was stopped by the automatic identification system. The door emitted a slight mechanical sound, preventing her from entering. Tornado was taken aback for a moment, then frowned slightly, showing a hint of displeasure on her face. "What's going on?" Tornado glared at the doorway and snorted coldly, clearly unaccustomed to being blocked. Ning Chuan couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. He walked up to Tornado, his tone teasing. "Miss Tornado, this is an automatic identification door. Since you're not a member of our Multiverse Hero Association, you are being kept outside. Would you like to register with the Multiverse Hero Association? It would make it easier for you to come and go in the future." Tornado huffed proudly, turning her head away with a face full of disdain. "Who cares about your broken association? I'm not interested in joining." She spoke decisively but felt a twinge of regret in her heart. The battle with the vaccine man made her realize the power of Whitebeard and Kaido. The mysterious man Ning Chuan was even more full of mysteries. She was indeed curious about the path to becoming stronger that Ning Chuan mentioned. But now being blocked outside, she didn't want to bow her head in front of Ning Chuan and could only stubbornly turn away. "Since the monster has been dealt with, I'll be heading back. Sorry about the earlier incident of digging into your multiverse." Tornado dropped this line and quickly flew into the sky. Her speed was fast, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the horizon. However, the further she got from the Multiverse Hero Association, the stronger her feelings of regret became. Although Tornado was tough on the outside, she was filled with curiosity about everything regarding Ning Chuan. Can he really train ordinary people to become powerful beings like Whitebeard and Kaido? Did she miss out on something by refusing his invitation just now? But her pride kept her from turning back to ask Ning Chuan for permission to enter the building. She would rather maintain this curiosity than show any signs of compromise in front of Ning Chuan. Meanwhile, after Ning Chuan brought Whitebeard, Kaido, and Saitama into the building, he quickly arranged their respective rooms. The facilities within the building were comprehensive, and each room was meticulously designed to be both comfortable and functional for combat training, catering to everyone's special needs. Whitebeard and Kaido were quite satisfied with these modern arrangements. They came from a medieval pirate world, but these high-tech facilities felt very novel to them. Saitama appeared somewhat bewildered. He was used to a simple life and felt a bit uncomfortable with the spacious room Ning Chuan had prepared for him. So he couldn't help but ask, "Why do I have a room? I don't seem to be a member of your Multiverse Hero Association." Ning Chuan gently smiled, patted Saitama's shoulder, and explained, "You are now an honorary member of our Multiverse Hero Association. Just having your name registered will do. This way, you won't need to register with the Hero Association in the future, which is more convenient, right?" Saitama scratched his bald head, seeming a bit hesitant, but ultimately accepted Ning Chuan's kindness. "All right, since that's the case, I won't be polite then. Can I ask what my current hero level is?" Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and replied, "Tentatively classified as S-Class." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Saitama's mouth. Clearly, he was quite pleased with this level. After settling everyone in, Ning Chuan walked to the top floor of the building, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the nearby city ruins. His gaze gradually deepened as he contemplated the next plan. The Multiverse Hero Association had just been established. To gain a foothold in this world, more power support was needed. After pondering for a moment, he decided to bring some helpers and resources from the pirate world. With this in mind, Ning Chuan no longer hesitated, gently raised his hand, and activated the powers of the door fruit. In front of him, the space gate slowly opened. This door led to the pirate world where he had been before. Ever since Ning Chuan mastered the power of the space fruit, the ability of the door fruit had been greatly enhanced. He could directly utilize the abilities of the door fruit to easily traverse between different worlds. The powers of these two fruits obviously belong to the space category, creating a special reinforcement effect between them. Ning Chuan stepped into the space gate, and the surrounding scenery instantly changed. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared in the Sky Island base of the pirate world. He was prepared to take away a batch of new Seraph warriors from here to strengthen the power of the Multiverse Hero Association. At the same time, Ning Chuan also planned to look for some suitable helpers to assist him in continuing to develop influence in the One Punch Man world. For example, those guys like Carp who practiced martial arts. After all, he had already promised the ordinary people of the One Punch world to help them train. With Carp, Zifa, and the other martial arts teachers around, it wouldn't take long for the reputation of his Multiverse Hero Association to be established in the One Punch world. Ning Chuan was clear that the future of the Multiverse Hero Association would not only be about fighting against monsters. It would also become a much larger cross-world organization. The Multiverse Hero Association was just getting started. After arriving at the Sky Island base, Ning Chuan headed straight to the base's research laboratory. Vegapunk, Caesar, and Judge had already been busy there. Upon seeing Ning Chuan's arrival, the three who were working hard immediately stopped their work on a new generation of Seraphs and turned to look at him. Ning Chuan approached with a smile and casually asked, "I have good news to share with you. Are you interested in researching the genes of powerful beings from other worlds? For example, some extremely special existences whose physical structure and source of power are completely different from our pirate world. I believe that if we can decipher the mysteries of these genes, our gene warriors will become even stronger than they are now." Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Vegapunk, Caesar, and Judge's eyes immediately sparkled with intense interest. Vegapunk was the first to speak. Genes of powerful beings from other worlds? Are their sources of power completely different from ours? Interesting, he exclaimed. It might be very helpful for the development of our next generation of Seraphs. Caesar couldn't wait to chime in. That's right. If we can thoroughly study their source of abilities, especially in comparison with the powers of devil fruits, our research will definitely achieve great breakthroughs. Judge remained calm as always, but his eyes also showed uncontainable curiosity. These powerful beings' genes must contain special structures that we don't have in our world, which will bring epic-making results for the evolution of the next generation of Seraphs. Just thinking about it is exciting. Seeing the three so excited, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. Then let's go to another world together. I will prepare the research materials for you. The three immediately agreed to Ning Chuan's invitation without any hesitation. Before leaving the Sky Island, Ning Chuan also took 1,000 of the latest batch of Seraph warriors. The combat power of these Seraphs was improved compared to the previous batches, but was not as significant as the initial batches. At most, it was just due to the different powers of the devil fruits. If calculated according to the One Punch world, their base combat power was only at the level of an A-rank hero. However, if they formed a 10-person team, their strength would multiply, reaching a level comparable to the 4 Emperor level, which is S-rank. With such an elite team in the One Punch world, they would definitely provide strong grassroots support for the Multiverse Hero Association. 1,000 Seraph warriors would be enough to surpass the current strength of the Hero Association. Moreover, this was just the first batch of Seraph warriors. Once Vegapunk and the others studied the genes of the One Punch world, the strength of the Seraph warriors would once again see a breakthrough. Crushing the existing Hero Association would just be a matter of time. Soon, Ning Chuan brought Vegapunk, Caesar, Judge, and the Seraph warriors through the Space Gate, instantly arriving at the new headquarters of the One Punch Man world, the Multiverse Hero Association building. Ning Chuan specifically left a place for Vegapunk, Caesar, and Judge to set up their laboratory to facilitate their experiments. He also conveniently brought over all the equipment from the pirate world. Soon, the new laboratory was set up. Ning Chuan then immediately assigned tasks to the three. Vegapunk, your top priority now is to strengthen the defenses of this building. I want to install the defense systems from the Heavenly Emperor's ship, including the cannons and shields, on the top floor of this building. We must ensure that it can withstand attacks for some time. Vegapunk and the others nodded immediately. With the experience from the Heavenly Emperor's defense facilities, they would soon be able to create an indestructible headquarters for the Multiverse Hero Association. As for the 1,000 Seraph warriors brought over, Ning Chuan left only 100 at the headquarters to handle various administrative tasks and training duties. Especially since this time the Hero Association was open for recruitment, many ordinary people wanting to become heroes would flood in for training. These 100 Seraphs would maintain order at the headquarters and ensure everything proceeded smoothly. The remaining 900 Seraphs were outfitted with the unique combat uniforms of the Multiverse Hero Association and dispersed throughout various areas of City Z. Their main task was to find and eliminate potential monster threats. Each 10 Seraphs formed a small team, with their combat power nearing that of S-rank heroes. Ning Chuan believed that under their protection, the public security situation in City Z would greatly improve. He was very confident, knowing that the strength of the Seraph warriors was enough to deter any monsters daring to cause trouble at this stage. With all these arrangements in place, the grassroots strength of the Multiverse Hero Association was almost ready. Next was the power of the higher-ups. That is the S-rank heroes. Ning Chuan decided to return to the pirate world to gather more helpers. He used the door fruit to return to Dressrosa and send invitations to some acquaintances. Soon, powerful figures such as Shanks, Mihawk, Carp, Sengoku, Steelbone Kong, Zifa, and Akainu all arrived in Dressrosa one after another. After they gathered, Ning Chuan told everyone about everything he had seen in the One Punch Man world. Shanks, Mihawk, and the others were very curious about just how powerful the beings from another world were. Ning Chuan smiled and told them, "The powerful beings from that world are not inferior to us, and some of them are incredibly strong. However, I want to take you there, not only to let you see that world, but also to involve you in the construction of a Multiverse Hero Association." Everyone was filled with anticipation after hearing this. Sengoku sighed. The pirate world is now peaceful, and staying here is indeed a bit boring. Exploring other worlds is also a good choice. Carp excitedly waved his fist. Sounds interesting. I want to see those monsters too. This should be much more fun than educating my grandson. Soon, Ning Chuan led everyone through the spatial gate and returned to the headquarters of the Multiverse Hero Association. After they all arrived, Ning Chuan uploaded the S-rank hero information of Shanks, Hawkeye, Carp, and others to the official website of the Multiverse Hero Association. Soon, everyone who saw the news on the official website was extremely shocked. What exactly is the Multiverse Hero Association? How did they suddenly gain so many S-rank heroes? These people had never heard of them before, but their strength seemed extraordinary. Look at these two. One is called Hawkeye, and the other is Shanks. Their profiles show they are both swordsmanship masters. I wonder how their swordsmanship compares to the S-rank hero, Atomic Samurai. I don't care which one is stronger, but with their addition, our safety must be better guaranteed. I really hope to have more S-rank heroes. With Ning Chuan's promotion, the Multiverse Hero Association quickly became the focus of Z City and the entire One Punch Man world. The high-ranking members of the Hero Association and the government felt uneasy about this sudden rise of the Multiverse Hero Association, as it could have a huge impact on the existing hero system. During the enthusiastic recruitment for heroes in the Multiverse Hero Association, the members of the Seraphim unexpectedly discovered the whereabouts of the Mosquito Queen in Z City. The Mosquito Queen is a terrifying monster developed by the House of Evolution. She can control swarms of mosquitoes to suck blood, and her power grows with the blood she absorbs. This news quickly reached Ning, sparking his strong interest. Based on Ning understanding of the original plot, the Mosquito Queen's appearance coincides with the moment when the cyborg Genos makes his debut. Genos is a powerful warrior with a fully modified body. Ning knows that his body structure is precisely the kind of research subject that scientists like Dr. Vegapunk, Dr. Kaiser, and Dr. Geru are highly interested in. Moreover, since the Mosquito Queen is a monster developed by Dr. Genus from the House of Evolution, this monster-making expert also piqued Ning interest, especially his mastery of monster gene technology. Ning believes that Dr. Genus should have a lot in common with Dr. Vegapunk and the others. If he could bring Genus and Vegapunk together, their collaboration would surely yield amazing results. After pondering for a moment, Ning decided to go personally. One reason was to recruit Genos, who had not yet joined the Hero Association, into his Multiverse Hero Association. The other reason was to have the opportunity to learn more about the House of Evolution. However, Ning planned to bring a helper along. Just as he was contemplating who to take with him, Karp pushed open the door to Ning office. Ning, have there been any reports of powerful monsters lately? I've been here for 3 days, and my fists are itching. Since arriving in the One Punch Man world, Karp had not encountered an opponent that excited him, which made him feel a bit bored. You're just in time. I have a mission I'm preparing to go on. Want to join? Upon hearing Ning invitation, Karp immediately agreed, his tone filled with excitement. Finally an opportunity to stretch my muscles. Soon, Ning took Karp to the place where the Mosquito Queen had appeared. The scene around them was horrifying, with swarms of mosquitoes filling the air, and the buzzing of flying insects sent chills down their spines. The Mosquito Queen's blood-sucking ability is extremely terrifying. Wherever she goes, all the blood of living creatures is drained by the swarms of mosquitoes, leaving only desiccated corpses behind. Wow, it looks really bad here. Did these people and livestock get drained dry by mosquitoes? Karp stared seriously at the nearby devastation. Let's resolve this disaster as soon as possible. Just as Ning was preparing to meet up with the nearby Seraphim members to find the specific location of the Mosquito Queen, suddenly, a powerful energy fluctuation emanated from the surroundings. Karp's eyes lit up with excitement as he sensed the aura of a strong opponent, feeling eager to jump into action. The two followed the energy fluctuations and saw a cyborg, half human and half machine, engaged in a fierce battle with the Mosquito Queen. Ning immediately recognized that it was the cyborg Genos he was looking for. Genos was fiercely battling the Mosquito Queen with his powerful mechanical strength. Every attack from the Mosquito Queen was accompanied by a swarm of mosquitoes and the threat of blood-sucking, while Genos countered with speed and firepower. However, the situation was increasingly unfavorable for Genos. The Mosquito Queen continuously absorbed the essence of surrounding animals, causing her power to skyrocket in a short time. Genos was clearly approaching his limit. Faced with the Mosquito Queen's increasingly frenzied attacks, Genos knew he could no longer defeat her. He decisively decided to activate his self-destruct system, intending to sacrifice himself to eliminate the Mosquito Queen. At this critical moment, Ning cast a glance at Karp. Karp immediately understood and, without hesitation, dashed out like lightning. In an instant, he appeared between the Mosquito Queen and Genos. Karp's appearance caused Genos, who was about to self-destruct, to momentarily freeze. The momentum of this old man in front of him was incredibly strong, far beyond his own. This old man is powerful. Genos looked incredulously at Karp, who was launching attacks on the Mosquito Queen. Fistbone impact. Boom! With a loud bang, Karp's punch sent the Mosquito Queen staggering backward. She barely had time to react before Karp unleashed a flurry of attacks at lightning speed. The Mosquito Queen attempted to control her mosquitoes to drain Karp's blood. However, to her shock, this seemingly flesh and blood old man had skin as hard as steel. In fact, even the steel-bodied robot that had just been defeated by her was not as tough as his skin. While Karp was pummeling the Mosquito Queen, Ning gaze fell on a bald man not far away. That was Saitama. As he looked at Saitama also turned his gaze toward Ning. Saitama had originally planned to step in and directly eliminate the Mosquito Queen, but seeing that Carp had already charged in, he withdrew his action. After all, Saitama was currently in a bit of a predicament. Just moments ago, Genos had used an energy beam to cover the area to eliminate the Mosquito Army, accidentally burning all of Saitama's clothes off. Now Saitama was standing near the ruins completely naked. Ning smiled as he took out a set of clothes from his personal space for Saitama. Saitama didn't hesitate and directly put on the clothes handed to him by Ning. Since the association had sent someone, he might as well save some energy. Ning, I'll leave this group of mosquitoes to you. I'm off. After saying that, Saitama waved goodbye to Ning and quickly ran away, trying his best to avoid the camera in Ning hand that was recording Carp's battle against the Mosquito Queen. As an S-class hero of the Hero Association, he didn't want to appear in public in that manner. At that moment on the battlefield, the Mosquito Queen was nearing her limit. With only mid-level Ghost class strength, she was naturally no match for Carp, who was at the top of the Dragon class. As Carp unleashed his full power, the Mosquito Queen's body was almost on the verge of collapse. Her strength seemed insignificant in the face of Carp's might. The immense shockwave from Carp's fist, wrapped in terrifying dominance, passed through her body, shattering her internal organs and breaking her form. Ultimately, the Mosquito Queen instantly lost her combat ability and soon ceased to breathe. Beside them, Genos watched Carp easily take down the Mosquito Queen, his face filled with shock. This old man could easily crush the Mosquito Queen with pure physical strength. Genos was utterly stunned. However, what shocked him even more was that Carp clearly wasn't satisfied after defeating the Mosquito Queen. He turned to Ning, expressing his discontent. Ning, didn't you say there were experts? This one is only a moderately strong monster. It hasn't been exciting at all. Hearing Carp's complaints and seeing his unsatisfied expression, Ning couldn't help but smile slightly and comforted him. Don't worry, when we get to the Evolution House's lair, there will be plenty of experts for you to fight. Carp immediately became excited, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Is the Evolution House really that strong? Ning nodded. Of course, and there's more than one. You'll definitely have a great time fighting. Carp nodded in satisfaction, as if he couldn't wait to jump into battle, his fists cracking with anticipation. Ignoring the elderly battle enthusiast, Ning turned his attention to Genos not far away. At this moment, Genos' mechanical body was left with only a broken torso and head, severely damaged. However, he seemed unconcerned about his injuries and was fixated on the battle-hungry Carp, his face still showing a hint of confusion and shock. How are you? Ning asked. What do you plan to do next? Do you need me to arrange for someone to send you home? Genos was still lost in thought about Carp's shocking power. Hearing Ning question, he paused for a moment, then looked down at his damaged body, a complex emotion welling up inside him. He knew he urgently needed repairs, but at that moment, he didn't want to leave. In the face of Carp's immense power, he seemed to see the level of strength he yearned to achieve. He wanted to continue following Ning and witness Carp's battle against those strong opponents with his own eyes to understand just how far humanity could push its limits. After a moment of silence, Genos finally looked at Ning with determination in his eyes and asked, You're Mr. Ning right? I've seen you on TV. I have a request. Can I follow you to watch the next battle? I want to see Mr. Carp fight and understand. How can humans become that powerful? Ning didn't expect Genos to make this request, showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, he soon smiled and nodded. Of course, I like your determination to become stronger. After that, Ning took out a communicator and called in the Seraphim squad responsible for patrolling the area. Moments later, 10 Seraphim warriors appeared in front of Genos, all wearing identical black combat uniforms, their expressions cold and their gazes resolute. What shocked Genos even more was that they all looked exactly the same, as if they were 10 clones. Genos looked at the 10 Seraphim warriors before him, his eyes filled with astonishment. Are they also modified humans? Why does everyone look the same? Ning seeing Genos' puzzled expression, smiled and explained. These Seraphim warriors are indeed similar to modified humans, but you are on the mechanical ascension path. They have taken the genetic technology route. You are different. Genos nodded thoughtfully, then fell silent, obediently lying there. Ning assigned a task to one of the Seraphim warriors to take care of Genos for the upcoming journey. Genos did not refuse. At this moment, the captain of the Seraphim squad reported to Ning Lord Ning we have located the position of the Evolution House. Hearing the captain's report, Ning revealed a satisfied smile. Very good. Let's go. Are Mr. Carp ISNT done having fun yet? The evolution house was hidden underground in a deserted building complex. The surroundings were empty and silent, giving off a sinister vibe. As Ning Chuan and his team approached the base, they noticed the surveillance cameras flashing frequently. Clearly, their movements had already been detected by the base's internal systems. At that moment, the owner of the evolution house, Dr. Genos, was standing in front of the control console, closely watching the surveillance footage. On the screen, Ning Chuan was leading Carp and a team of Seraphim warriors, gradually closing in, prompting him to reveal a cold smile. Ning Chuan, the head of the Hero Association? How interesting. You really came at the right time, Genos muttered coldly. On the surveillance, Genos not only saw Ning Chuan, but also Carp and a group of Seraphim warriors following him. Genos assessed the strength of Ning Chuan and his team in his mind. He knew Carp was an S-class hero, and Ning Chuan's strength was also at the S-class level. Moreover, the Seraphim warriors under Ning Chuan were not to be underestimated. If two S-class heroes were to attack in the past, Genos would temporarily avoid confrontation. But today was different. Genos' lips curled into a confident smile, because before they arrived, his new creation, the Azura rhinoceros beetle, had already completed testing. Its strength had reached the dragon class. It was capable of simulating and taking down the zombie man number 66, who had secretly escaped from evolution. The Azura rhinoceros beetle was a creation Genos was quite pleased with. Genos opened the surveillance for the room where the Azura rhinoceros beetle was kept, looking contently at his latest masterpiece inside. Since you came at such a convenient time, let us make you the sparring partner for the Azura rhinoceros beetle. A hint of coldness flashed in Genos' eyes. Suddenly, he took out a walkie-talkie and directly instructed the other three monsters inside the evolution house. Gorilla, Beast King, Earth Dragon, we have guests arriving. You go and greet them. Their strength is very strong, and you may not be their match, so bring them all to the unicorn's room. The mechanical gorilla, Beast King, and Earth Dragon felt quite angry upon hearing the doctor's words. They were very confident in their own strength. Thus, Beast King immediately retorted, "Doctor, we are strong too. Can we have this chance to fight?" Hearing Beast King's words, Dr. Genos sneered dismissively. "Just you guys? The ones coming this time are the recently prominent president of the Multiverse Heroes Association, Ning Chuan, and his subordinate, S-class hero, Iron Fist Carp. Not to mention those identical modified warriors. Do you really think you can take them down?" After hearing the doctor's words, the previously confident Beast King, Gorilla, and Earth Dragon immediately deflated. They had not expected that the hero lineup coming to the Evolution House headquarters would be so luxurious. Without mentioning anything else, just the two S-class heroes, Ning Chuan and Iron Fist Carp, were enough to make them tremble. Moreover, Dr. Genos had already told them about the battle results between Mosquito Girl and Carp. Their strength was only slightly stronger than that of Mosquito Queen. Therefore, against opponents like Ning Chuan and Carp, they definitely had no chance of winning. All right, we understand, but at most, we can only lead them to the vicinity of the unicorn's room. The unicorn is too terrifying. He will tear us apart, the mechanical gorilla said with lingering fear. Hearing the mechanical gorilla's complaint, Genos couldn't help but scold, "Trash. That's it, let's start moving." The mechanical gorilla, Lion Beast King, and Mole Earth Dragon slowly approached Ning Chuan's group from inside the evolution house. They planned to execute a surprise attack tactic. First, ambush Ning Chuan and the others, then immediately retreat, leading this group towards the area where the Azura unicorn was located. The three of them agreed, with Earth Dragon taking the lead. As a mole-type monster, Earth Dragon possessed strong stealth capabilities, able to move underground without leaving any trace, making him ideal for assassination and ambush. According to the plan, he would quietly lurk around the target and wait for the right moment to strike. Earth Dragon burrowed into the darkness, slowly approaching Ning Chuan and the others. However, just as he got within 500 meters of them, Carp's mouth suddenly curled into a slight cold smile. His observation hockey had already detected Earth Dragon hiding underground. Even the mechanical gorilla and Lion Beast King, who were waiting for an opportunity behind him, did not escape Carp's perception. "Looks like we have some friends coming to trouble us. Everyone, be careful," Carp casually reminded, seemingly not taking these monsters seriously. After saying this, he suddenly clenched his fist, gathering his hockey onto his fist and fiercely swung it towards a certain direction underground. Fist bone clash. Boom! The surrounding air was torn apart by a terrifying airflow. The immense power of the punch erupted. Carp's punch was extremely powerful, striking the ground and shaking the entire underground research facility violently. Earth Dragon, who had no defenses, was sent flying by Carp's punch, his internal organs instantly churning, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. A giant pit appeared where Earth Dragon had just been standing. He was knocked out and collapsed on the ground, severely injured. Genos was left dumbfounded at this scene. The sight before him shocked him immensely. How did this seemingly rough old man detect the enemy hiding underground? His own detector had completely failed to sense Earth Dragon's presence. How did this old man named Iron Fist Carp know? Was his perception sharper than his life detection device? Genos was filled with confusion and looked at Carp with a mix of surprise. Meanwhile, Carp calmly patted his fist as if this were just a daily activity. Ning noticed Genos' puzzled expression and smiled as he explained, "Old man Carp uses observation haki, a special power that allows him to sense the movements of enemies. For most warriors of the Multiverse Heroes Association, this is a very basic and useful ability. If you're interested, you can sign up for training at the Multiverse Heroes Association. However, with your mechanical body, you might not be able to master this power." After hearing this, a hint of longing and disappointment flashed in Genos' eyes. The ability to master such extraordinary perception was undoubtedly a great temptation for him. But his body had already been transformed into a mechanical form. Genos knew he was likely destined to never touch such power. However, he did not feel discouraged. Even if he walked the path of mechanical ascension, he could still become stronger. To find that robot who attacked his home years ago, Earth Dragon was already on the verge of death after collapsing. Carp's punch had severely injured this demon-level monster, completely stripping him of combat capability. Ning instructed one of the Seraphs to step forward and take Earth Dragon away. Upon hearing the command, the Seraph acted quickly. This Seraph used the power of the string fruit, directly binding the barely conscious Earth Dragon into a bundle and lifting him in his hand. The mechanical gorilla and lion Beast King, who had been observing from a distance, witnessed this scene. They exchanged a glance filled with shock and fear. Carp had actually incapacitated Earth Dragon, a monster of their level, with just one punch. This terrifying power sent shivers down their spines. At the same time, they felt incredibly fortunate. Thankfully, they hadn't continued to show off and provoke these guys earlier. Otherwise, it would have been them tied up like a dumpling. At this moment, the only thought in the minds of the mechanical gorilla and lion Beast King was to escape. The further away from these terrifying enemies, the better. The two quietly retreated, planning to slip away in the direction they came from. However, Carp had already sensed their intentions and called out with a hint of amusement, "Hey, you two, planning to run away? Stop right there and fight this old man." "Ha ha." Carp's voice thundered in the ears of the two. Their bodies involuntarily stiffened, and a chill ran down their spines. The mechanical gorilla and lion Beast King, suppressing their fear, turned and sprinted away. They dared not stay for a moment longer and desperately ran toward the deeper basement where the Azura unicorn was located. They moved so fast that it was as if they were dragging their tails as they dashed into the deeper, secret passages of the Evolution House. Carp stood in place, not pursuing, but watching their panicked figures disappear at the end of the passage with great interest. "Ning, are there any more powerful guys? These guys are too easy to deal with." Ning patted Carp on the shoulder and laughed. "Of course. Beneath this laboratory, there is a formidable opponent waiting for you, one that can provide you with an exhilarating battle for a while." Hearing this, Carp nodded in satisfaction, rubbing his fists together with an excited smile on his face. He had been in this new world for several days and had yet to encounter a truly worthy opponent. This had left him feeling pent up, and he was ready to let it all out. Soon, the group followed the mechanical star and Beast King to the deepest part of the basement. The mechanical gorilla and Beast King deliberately made some noise, trying to draw Ning and the others' attention, luring them into the room where the Azura unicorn beetle was kept. Then, they would immediately close the door behind them. However, what they did not anticipate was that as soon as they made the slightest noise, the Seraphim warriors under Ning had already surrounded them. It was clear that they had long discovered the location of the two strange beings. "Are you going to surrender on your own? Or do you want me to help you surrender?" Ning voice reached the ears of the two. The mechanical gorilla and Beast King were sensible enough. After exchanging a glance, they raised their hands to indicate that they were giving up resistance. Ning was very pleased with their sensible behavior. "Take us in. Old man Carp hasn't had his fill of fighting yet. Otherwise, you'll be the ones to train with him." Hearing Ning words, although the mechanical gorilla and Beast King were reluctant to enter the unicorn beetle's room, they decisively opened the door when they thought about having to train with Carp. After all, they were bound to die sooner or later. They might as well live a little longer. Who knows, maybe Ning and the others could actually defeat the unicorn beetle. Upon entering the room that held the Azura unicorn beetle, They were met by a gigantic beetle with 6 powerful arms. It was covered in heavy black armor, enormous in size and muscular, resembling a moving fortress. It exuded a terrifying, murderous aura, with cold red light gleaming in its eyes. However, such a terrifying presence did not scare Carp at all. Ha ha! Ning Chuan, you're quite something. I like this guy who exudes a murderous aura. Carp licked his lips, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Ning Chuan, this opponent is not simple, right? Ning Chuan smiled slightly and replied, this monster should have medium-level dragon tier strength. In peak condition, it could be close to upper dragon tier. It should be a decent opponent for you. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, a satisfied smile appeared on Carp's face. Just as Ning Chuan's voice fell, a deep roar echoed throughout the laboratory. Hey, you guys, are you done making a fuss? Have you decided who will die first? The Azure unicorn beetle seemed to be getting a bit impatient, crossing its arms and staring at the intruders with its muscles tensed. Carp, upon hearing this, turned to look at the monster before him and burst out laughing. Finally, someone worth fighting. Ning Chuan patted Carp on the shoulder, saying, then it's up to you. Have fun. Carp raised his armed haki and observation haki to the maximum. His entire body felt like it was covered in indestructible steel, radiating a heavy and powerful aura. His muscles were taut, every muscle line appearing full and powerful. He faced the incoming attack of the Azure unicorn beetle and, in an instant, swung his fist to meet it, engaging in a fierce battle with the artificial monster. The Azure unicorn beetle had never encountered a true opponent in the simulated experiments of the Evolution House. However, facing Carp, it felt an unprecedented level of pressure. Carp's fists were infused with powerful armed haki. When their fists collided, the haki enveloping Carp's fists could directly strike into the Azure unicorn beetle's body, causing it to let out a painful roar. The armor covering the Azure unicorn beetle was exceptionally hard, comparable to the toughest metals. However, Carp's haki-wrapped fists easily penetrated this thick defense, inflicting significant damage. Yet, all the punches from the Azure unicorn beetle landed on the areas defended by Carp's armed haki. Not only did they fail to harm Carp, but they also left the Azure unicorn beetle's fists numb. Carp's fists fell like raindrops, while the Azure unicorn beetle did its utmost to defend itself. It wanted to stabilize the current situation, but it found it increasingly difficult against Carp's haki attacks. For the first time, the Azure unicorn beetle felt unable to withstand the power of the enemy before it. That deep, oppressive haki even made it feel suffocated. What kind of technique are you using, human? Carp grinned and replied with a mocking expression. This is haki. It's the mark of those who want to become strong. Those who rely solely on brute strength are no match for haki. Carp continued to throw punches while laughing. He hadn't encountered an opponent worth going all out against in a long time. This time, he was truly enjoying the fight. However, the Azure unicorn beetle, being beaten down, began to feel anxious and angry. It was one of the most successful monsters of the Evolution House and had never imagined being forced to such a point by an old human. It let out a furious roar, its eyes filled with unwillingness. Then it made a mad decision. It decided to fully unleash its power and enter its strongest Azure mode. Its body began to swell, the color of its skin gradually changing from black to deep purple. Green veins twisted and bulged all over its body, coiling around its muscles like serpents. Its muscles rapidly increased in size, and its strength surged more than tenfold in an instant. With the activation of Azure mode, the Azure unicorn beetle's aura became even more ferocious. It swung its arms violently, creating explosive sounds as it compressed the surrounding air. Its eyes were bloodshot, filled with frenzied, killing intent, as if it wanted to tear Carp to pieces. Seeing this, Carp's expression became serious. He could feel that the Azure unicorn beetle had significantly increased in strength. After its power surge, it had reached a level close to that of the 4 emperors. It was like a completely different being compared to before. Realizing this, Carp also stopped holding back, maximizing his haki. He then swung his fist to counterattack. His observation haki had also expanded to its limits at this moment, perceiving every subtle change in the Azure unicorn beetle's movements. At the same time, his armed haki covered his entire body, and he engaged in the most frenzied hand-to-hand combat with the Azure unicorn beetle. Their fists collided continuously, each impact accompanied by deafening sounds. The specially designed floor of the laboratory was cracked by their immense power, debris flying everywhere, and the air filled with the intense currents of battle. Kapu's fists fell upon the Azure rhinoceros like a raging storm. The Azure rhinoceros's arms swung like 2 massive hammers, each strike carrying devastating power, as if capable of destroying everything in front of it. Ning Chuan calmly watched this earth-shattering battle from the side. He could see that the fight between the two had entered a heated stage. Although the power of the Azura rhinoceros was indeed formidable, Kapu was not at a disadvantage. In fact, Kapu's experience and haki allowed him to gradually gain the upper hand in his confrontation with the Azura rhinoceros. Despite the Azura mode granting the Azura rhinoceros incredible speed and strength, Kapu's haki and the time reversal ability he imposed on himself were his greatest advantages, keeping him undefeated in battle. For Kapu, victory was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the mechanical gorilla and Beast King beside Ning Chuan were also watching this fierce battle. They looked at the duel between Kapu and the Azura rhinoceros, filled with shock and disbelief. They never expected that one of the strongest mutants from the evolution house, the Azura rhinoceros, would be so suppressed by an elderly human. The tremendous clash of power and terrifying momentum made them feel fear and helplessness. Genos stood beside Ning Chuan, his eyes fixed on every detail of the battlefield. He could not understand why this seemingly ordinary old man possessed such terrifying strength. Since the Azura rhinoceros entered Azura mode, Genos' biological detection system could no longer measure its energy intensity. This situation was extremely rare for him. It indicated that the mutant in front of him had already surpassed the strength of a dragon-level threat, a mutant capable of easily destroying an entire city. Yet Kapu could still match him, even seemingly suppressing him. This filled Genos with confusion. Was haki really that powerful? Just as everyone was speculating who would ultimately win this battle, a loud bang shattered the final silence. Underwater drop. In the air, Kapu unleashed his ultimate move. In the blink of an eye, he sent the Azura rhinoceros crashing down into the ground with a single punch. The entire laboratory shook from the force of his punch. On the verge of collapsing, as Kapu was about to take down the Azura, Ning Chuan had been using his observation haki to monitor Dr. Genos' actions in the lab. Since the battle began between Kapu and the Azura rhinoceros, Dr. Genos had been nervously staring at the screen. His brows furrowed as he focused on the constantly shifting images of the battle. Despite his efforts to remain calm, a storm of emotions was already raging in his heart. He never expected that his greatest warrior, the Azura rhinoceros, would be no match for the S-class hero Iron Fist Kapu. In this battle, the Azura rhinoceros was once suppressed with no chance to fight back. Kapu's seemingly casual punches carried overwhelming power, continuously striking at Dr. Genos' psyche. He watched the Azura rhinoceros being pushed back under Kapu's haki attacks, its once proud figure becoming increasingly disheveled, filling him with deep frustration. His most adept biological weapon had suffered such a crushing defeat. This caused Dr. Genos' expression to darken. As the founder of the Evolution House, he prided himself on being a genius, dedicated to constantly pushing the limits of biology and pursuing the ultimate goal of the strongest organism. However, now, the strongest warrior in his eyes was being suppressed by an old man like this. It was completely beyond his expectations. The Azura rhinoceros actually couldn't defeat this old guy. The doctor muttered softly, a look of unwillingness gradually appearing on his face. However, despite his deep reluctance, he had not given up hope. He stared at the data instruments before him, quickly operating the keyboard to collect more information from this battle. He secretly resolved to thoroughly analyze Kapu's battle data, to uncover the secret of why this human was so powerful. With this thought, Dr. Genos' gaze became fervent. His heart ignited with a certain obsession. If he could master Kapu's combat methods and source of power, then he could re-engineer the Azura rhinoceros. He could even create mutants more powerful than the Azura rhinoceros. At that time, he could fully realize the evolution he had always dreamed of. This thought became clearer in the doctor's mind. He nervously monitored the data displayed on the instruments, trying to keep his emotions steady. However, just as Dr. Genos was fully focused on analyzing the data, he completely failed to notice the change behind him. Ning Chuan had vanished from the monitoring screen without him realizing it. Dr. Genos, how's the data collection going? Suddenly, Ning Chuan's voice seemed to echo out of nowhere, exploding in the doctor's ear. Dr. Genos jolted, nearly jumping out of his chair in shock. In his panic, he turned around abruptly, only to be confronted with a scene that filled him with dread. Ning Chuan was casually sitting in the chair behind him, smiling and looking at him. Dr. Genos was stunned, his pupils contracting sharply, and a cold sweat broke out all over his body. The doctor's voice trembled. He never expected that Ning Chuan would silently appear before him. Just moments ago, he had been at the experimental site, facing the Azura rhinoceros. Did this guy really have the ability to teleport? Don't be nervous, Dr. Genos. Ning Chuan smiled, his tone relaxed as if chatting with an old friend. I bear you no ill will. In fact, I want to talk to you about cooperation. Cooperation? Dr. Genos was taken aback. He looked at Ning Chuan with disbelief, completely not expecting that this guy was not here to kill him. Just then, a sudden ding broke the silence. The data regarding S-Class hero Iron Fist Kapu had been downloaded successfully. Just as Dr. Genos was attempting to conceal the experimental data, even preparing a self-destruct program, Ning Chuan's next words halted him completely. You don't need to rush to destroy that data. If you want, you can keep it as a memento. Ning Chuan gently raised a hand, stopping Dr. Genos' actions. I also have 3 top scientists studying the genes of powerful beings. I believe you will have common ground. There are plenty more data like this over there. Dr. Genos was stunned, instinctively glancing at Ning Chuan with a hint of wariness. Ning Chuan noticed the doctor's expression, smiled slightly, and continued speaking. I know you have many backup clones, right? You scientists always like to leave yourselves some options. However, since I've found you, I naturally also know about the existence of those clones. To be honest, if you refuse to cooperate, I can easily find a more obedient Kinos. This statement from Ning Chuan was like a cold dagger, piercing directly into Dr. Kinos' heart. The doctor broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he hadn't expected Ning Chuan to know about his last resort for survival. Clearly, trying to use those clones as a means of escape was no longer viable. Dr. Kinos understood that he had no choice but to comply. Ning Chuan's strength exceeded his imagination, and if he wanted to survive, he could only choose to compromise. However, at this moment, Dr. Kinos was also very interested in the 3 genetic researchers Ning Chuan mentioned. If what Ning Chuan said was true, then perhaps doing research with him would make it easier to achieve the results he desired. With this thought, the doctor's heart gradually calmed down, and he accepted Ning Chuan's invitation. Ning Chuan smiled contentedly, gently patting the doctor's shoulder, and said, "Very good, Dr. Kinos, you won't regret your choice." Soon after, Ning Chuan led a group of people out of the Evolution House and set off on the journey back to the headquarters of the Multiverse Hero Association. Accompanying them were not only Dr. Kinos and the damaged Genos, but also the captured mechanical gorilla, Beast King, Earth Dragon, and Azura Unicorn. Ning Chuan held no excessive hostility towards these creatures from the Evolution House. On the contrary, he believed these beings possessed unique research value. Bijapunk and the others would surely love them, especially the Azura Unicorn, which had reached the level of a 4 Emperor-class powerhouse, making it an exceptionally valuable specimen. The mechanical gorilla and Beast King remained silent throughout the journey. For them, everything that happened today was completely beyond their understanding. Genos was equally shocked. He even forgot to ask the Seraph to take him back to the doctor for repairs first. He followed Ning Chuan and the others back to the headquarters of the Multiverse Hero Association in a daze. Soon, Ning Chuan brought Dr. Kinos and the others into the laboratory of the Multiverse Hero Association. He smiled and introduced them to Bijapunk and the other 2, saying, "This is Dr. Kinos, a genetic expert. What the Seraph is holding is his masterpiece. The strongest one has reached the level of a 4 Emperor." After introducing Kinos, Ning Chuan also pushed Genos in front of the scientists. "By the way, there's also a friend named Genos. He's a half-robot. Could you help him with some modifications to make him stronger? Oh, and this friend is very interested in hockey. Maybe you could store some hockey power within him, just like the ancient robots on Egghead Island." Bijapunk, Caesar, and Gaji quickly began the modification work on Genos as per Ning Chuan's instructions. In the laboratory, various instruments started to operate, and lights flickered continuously. Genos lay back on the operating table, initially feeling a bit nervous. After all, he had always been modified by the doctor and had never been worked on by outsiders. However, as he saw the determined expressions and smooth operations of the 3 scientists, Genos gradually relaxed. The 3 scientists in the Multiverse Hero Association seemed to be just as adept at modifying mechanical bodies as the doctor. Dr. Kinos stood to the side, arms crossed, with sharp eyes, occasionally pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. He didn't say a word, but his eyes never left the operating table. As the founder of the Evolution House, Dr. Kinos had immense confidence in his own technology. He had once transformed powerful beings like the mechanical gorilla, Beast King, and Azura Unicorn into the most suitable biological weapons for combat, believing himself to be at the pinnacle of evolutionary technology. However, now standing before him were scientists who mastered completely different techniques, even surpassing his understanding. Their special tools, complex and precise operations. and their accurate grasp of Genos' internal mechanical structure left Dr. Kinos in unprecedented shock. They seemed to have much richer experience than he did. The method of combining mechanics and biology was something he had experimented with on the mechanical gorilla, but he could tell from the start that Genos' mechanical body far exceeded the level of the mechanical gorilla. This time, we used the technology from the Tiandi Hao and the ancient robots on Egghead Island. Bijapunk explained their modification approach to Ning Chuan while operating. Although Genos and Dr. Kinos couldn't understand what they were saying, they could feel the advanced and powerful nature of these technologies. Bijapunk and the others first installed a miniature energy conversion device from the Tiandi Hao inside Genos' body. This device could absorb energy attacks from enemies and convert them into his own energy. Although due to its smaller size, the upper limit of energy absorption was somewhat restricted. Only able to counter attacks at the medium level of Dragon class, it was already a result of technological advancement. In the past, such a small energy conversion device couldn't have been made. During the modification process, Dr. Kinos' eyes hardly left the operating table. He knew in his heart that creating this miniaturized energy conversion device was extremely difficult and required prior technology. This indicated that the Multiverse Hero Association possessed many powerful black technologies. Those black technologies might only exist in the imaginations of some genius scientists, but the Multiverse Hero Association could successfully realize them. This elevated Dr. Kinos' understanding of the technological strength of the Multiverse Hero Association to a new height. In addition, Bijapunk and the others also integrated the attack capabilities of 4 types of devil fruits: freezing, lava, thunder, and storm, into Genos' limbs. The powers of these fruits were intricately designed into Genos' attack system, enriching his combat capabilities. At the same time, they also used the power of the spark fruit to thoroughly enhance Genos' original laser beams, taking his laser attacks to the next level. The power of these devil fruits was not just a simple accumulation of strength. Caesar explained to the somewhat bewildered Dr. Kinos while operating. Each power has been meticulously designed to ensure they can perfectly integrate with the mechanical system and that they won't conflict with each other. Oh, by the way, you might not understand what devil fruit abilities are right now, but it won't be long before you grasp it. Kinos nodded, trying to comprehend these complex new concepts. He watched as the powers of the devil fruits were integrated into Genos' mechanical limbs. A glimmer of fervor flashed in his eyes. This technology completely surpassed his understanding of mechanical organisms. How were these powers guided and released through mechanical systems? And how could the stability of this energy within the body be ensured? All of this made Dr. Kinos feel unprecedented excitement. Vegapunk, Caesar, Engage even specially added a unique device for Genos, a one-time use hockey storage module. Although Genos' modified body could greatly enhance his combat abilities, he was unable to perceive and use hockey independently like a human due to being a mechanical body. To fulfill Genos' desire to experience hockey, Ning Chuan infused his powerful Conqueror's hockey into this storage module. This hockey was enough to intimidate low-tier dragon-level enemies. Of course, this module could be replaced, but to obtain the intimidation of Conqueror's hockey, one would have to come to the Multiverse Hero Association for the exchange. A few hours later, Genos' explosive modification was completely finished. He looked at the new devices on his body, momentarily in disbelief. He had never imagined that his mechanical body could be transformed like this. The power of the devil fruit, the energy conversion system, and even hockey storage. All of this was beyond his imagination. Jumping off the bed, Genos felt a powerful force flowing within him. This force was far stronger than his previous body. Genos could clearly sense that his current strength was at least dozens of times greater than before. At this moment, he excitedly turned to Vegapunk and the others and gratefully said, "Thank you. I can feel my power is completely different now." "Thank you." Vegapunk smiled lightly. "It's nothing. We are just acting according to Lord Ning Chuan's instructions. I hope you can make good use of this power in your future battles. Of course, if you need anything, you can come back to the science department to express your requests, and we will try our best to accommodate." Seeing Genos so excited, Ning Chuan's mouth curled into a slight smile. The reason he wanted to help Genos with this explosive modification was twofold. 1, to keep Genos in the Multiverse Hero Association, and 2, to attract Dr. Kusno, who was behind Genos. After all, for Ning Chuan, the Multiverse Hero Association did not lack strong fighters, but it was in great need of genius scientists. At this moment, Dr. Kinos, who had been silently observing from the side, was already filled with an unmistakable fervor. He took a deep breath, with only one thought in his mind. Joining the Multiverse Hero Association was definitely the right choice. This place is amazing. I love it. The technology of these scientists before him far exceeded his understanding. If he could collaborate with them and share the knowledge he possessed, combining the technology of the Multiverse Hero Association with the evolution technology he mastered, then he could surely achieve his long-pursued goal, the ultimate evolution of biology. Dr. Kinos even began to outline many crazy modification plans in his mind. For instance, mechanical gorillas and Azura, rhinoceros beetles, could integrate these technologies. What terrifying levels of power would they reach? This thought excited him to the point of almost losing control, and his eyes sparkled with fervor. Ning noticed Kinos' expression and smiled lightly. Dr. Kinos, I believe you will find everything you want in the Multiverse Hero Association. After Genos completed his explosive modification, he couldn't wait to engage in battles with the experimental subjects from the evolution house within the base to quickly adapt to his new body. The cold mechanical parts on the operating table had become a thing of the past, replaced by incredibly powerful new mechanical limbs. These new modifications, carefully crafted by scientist Vegapunk, Caesar, Engage, significantly enhanced Genos' combat power. Every strike he made was accompanied by the abilities of the Devil Fruit. His combat methods and destructive power became diverse and terrifying. Although the monsters from the evolution house possessed considerable combat strength, they were utterly powerless against the current Genos. Genos skillfully used various abilities such as freezing, lava, thunder, and gales, making his attack methods extremely rich and unpredictable. Dr. Kinos watched Genos' performance from the side, filled with both shock and excitement. The technology of Vegapunk and the others truly exceeded his expectations. But he knew that as long as he was in the Multiverse Hero Association, he could also create such powerful works. Meanwhile, Ning checked the recent media exposure of the Multiverse Hero Association in the news and discovered that the new batch of heroes he brought, such as Akainu, Shanks, Mihawk, and Sengoku, had been gaining increasing influence in the hero community. In the news reports, Akainu showcased his terrifying lava abilities, directly melting several powerful monsters, with none escaping. Sengoku's golden Buddha form after transformation was massive and contained unparalleled power. His transformation was highly intimidating, and almost no monster dared to challenge him. Shanks and Mihawk demonstrated powerful swordsmanship, using their exquisite sword skills to slay numerous strong monsters in battle, saving many trapped civilians. However, compared to these top-tier S-class heroes, the most attention was still drawn to the Seraphim Legion sent by Ning. These warriors were scattered throughout Z City, specifically cleaning up low-level monsters. The Hero Association originally had no time to deal with these lurking monsters that occasionally killed a few humans. They lacked sufficient manpower and strength to track these creatures. The arrival of the Multiverse Hero Association's Seraphim Legion filled this gap. The Seraphim warriors would relentlessly search for these monsters. Once they discovered any traces of the monsters, they would carry out a complete suppression, ensuring that the monsters had nowhere to escape. Moreover, the Seraphim Legion was not only responsible for exterminating monsters, but also for the follow-up cleanup work. In the process of eliminating monsters, they would quickly dispatch troops for repairs to any buildings damaged during the battle. For humans injured by monsters, the Seraphim would also provide free medical services without any charges. Such actions made the citizens of Z City admire the Multiverse Hero Association. They gradually realized that this emerging hero organization was fundamentally different from previous hero organizations that only fought monsters without taking responsibility for cleanup. The Multiverse Hero Association was much better than the hero associations that only collected taxes. Z City could do without a hero association. But couldn't he do without the Multiverse Hero Association? Citizens commented like this online. In interviews on television, many people even expressed excitedly, since the Multiverse Hero Association station around Z City, there have been no monsters running rampant, and the quality of life has improved tremendously. We thank the Multiverse Hero Association. In today's Z City, almost everyone knows the name of the Multiverse Hero Association. Ning Chuan's operational model has given the residents of Z City, who were previously troubled by monsters, an unprecedented sense of security. The Multiverse Hero Association quickly established its prestige among the public. Ning watched the news reports, feeling that everything was progressing steadily according to his plan, and nodded in satisfaction. He decided to take advantage of the current stable and orderly situation to make another trip to the pirate world, to bring more strong individuals to strengthen the Multiverse Hero Association. At the same time, He wanted to give Nami and the others a chance to see the new world. Soon, Ning Chuan used his ability to open a spatial gate and returned to Dressrosa in the pirate world. He arrived at his office and sent invitations again to the strong individuals from the pirate world he was familiar with. Fujitora, Akiji Kizuru Beckman, and others were excited when they received Ning Chuan's invitation. They had already heard that many powerful individuals had gone to another world, so they were curious about this new world. Without much thought, everyone who received Ning Chuan's message agreed to follow him to the new world. While waiting for these strong individuals to arrive, Ning Chuan returned to his villa. After being away for a few days, Nami, Robin, Noki, Vivi, Hancock, and others were excited to see Ning Chuan return and immediately rushed over, surrounding him. Ning Chuan was tightly embraced in the middle, feeling the soft and bouncy warmth surrounding him, his heart filled with warmth and happiness. Ning Chuan, you're finally back. Where have you been these past few days? Nami was the first to ask, her eyes filled with anticipation. Ning Chuan looked at the girls around him, smiled, and said, I went to a new world. The environment there is quite different, with many monsters and powerful individuals. Do you want to take a trip to the new world? It has stabilized now. And if you want to go, I can take you along this time. Upon hearing the term new world, the girls' eyes instantly lit up. They had almost explored the entire pirate world, and now hearing about a completely new world filled them with curiosity. Nami was the first to nod, excitedly saying, Of course I'm interested. Take us there, hurry. Robin also smiled gently. The new world must have many different landscapes and cultural histories. I want to see it too. Hancock proudly raised her head and excitedly said, A new world? Another place waiting for my beauty to conquer. Looking at the eager faces of the girls, Ning Chuan felt warmth in his heart. He smiled and nodded. All right, then prepare yourselves. Once everyone else arrives, I'll take you to see this new world. Soon, the second group of strong individuals brought by Ning Chuan was fully assembled, including Fujitora, Akiji, Kizuru, and the red-haired pirates. Ning Chuan led them and the girls through the spatial gate back to the headquarters of the Multiverse Hero Association. Upon returning to the headquarters, Fujitora, Akiji, Kizuru, and others were immediately stunned by the sights around them. Towering modern buildings, busy scientists and warriors, uniformed seraphim warriors, and Ning Chuan's meticulously crafted scientific laboratories and training rooms. This is the Multiverse Hero Association? Kizuru stroked his beard and chuckled. This place is even more spectacular than the Navy headquarters. Akiji couldn't help but exclaim, What an incredible place. I never imagined there would be such a base. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and addressed everyone. This is where you'll be working from now on. The details and work protocols will be introduced to you by our Iron Fist, Garp. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, everyone nodded, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. The girls, upon arriving in the One Punch Man world, were full of curiosity about this new world. The novel architectural styles, strange environments, and legends of monsters made their adventurous spirits stir, especially when Ning Chuan told them that this world had very powerful monsters. Nami, Robin, Hancock, Yuta, Vivi, Shirahoshi, and others felt no fear at all. Instead, they were filled with enthusiasm. They all expressed their desire to use this as a training ground to assist Ning Chuan in eliminating monsters. Since it's a new world, why don't we help out? Nami was the first to speak. Yeah, there are many monsters here. They can be our training targets. Robin smiled and agreed, gently tapping her chin. They're right. We can't just enjoy the benefits of the Multiverse Hero Association without contributing. Hancock clenched her fists, her eyes filled with excitement. Hearing the girls' eagerness to join the fight, Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and ultimately agreed to their request. He proposed one condition. They must act collectively and not fight individually to ensure safety. The girls nodded in agreement. Thus, the female hero group of the Multiverse Hero Association was established, led by S-Class heroes Hancock and Momonosuke, along with Nami, Robin, Yuta, Vivi, Shirahoshi, and others, embarking on a monster elimination campaign. These extraordinary female heroes quickly caused quite a stir in Z-City. Especially their displayed strength and beautiful appearances became a stunning sight for the Multiverse Hero Association. One day, Ning Chuan unexpectedly received a report from his subordinate, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was in charge of miscellaneous tasks. Doflamingo had been keeping an eye on the movements of important figures in the One Punch world as per Ning Chuan's instructions. Today, he discovered something that surprised even Ning Chuan. B-Class hero Fubuki had come to the Multiverse Hero Association and actively applied to join the female hero group. Fubuki actually came to apply to join the Multiverse Hero Association. Ning Chuan couldn't help but show a curious expression. He thought to himself, that Fubuki had always been an active hero in the Hero Association and ranked first among B-class heroes in strength. He didn't expect her to come here on her own initiative, which piqued his interest. So he immediately went to the office where the female hero group was located. As he reached the door, he heard a conversation from inside. Hancock was speaking in a queenly tone. "You don't even understand what our female hero group is. You don't want to join? It's really frustrating." Fubuki's voice followed, firm and resolute. "No matter what difficulties arise, I can overcome them. I believe I am qualified to join your ranks." Upon hearing Fubuki's response, Hancock's tone suddenly became seductive. She approached SH, pinched her face, and examined her closely, a playful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Not bad looking and a great figure." Hancock teased, "Ning Chuan will definitely like her." Hancock's words stunned SH, as she clearly did not expect such an evaluation. Hancock continued nonchalantly. "Our women's hero team at the Multiverse Hero Association has only one rule. You must like President Ning Chuan to join. Your looks and figure have passed the test. And next, you have to start by dedicating yourself to Lord Ning Chuan." Cough, cough. Just as Hancock was finishing her words, Ning Chuan, who was outside the door, coughed lightly twice and pushed the door open, timely interrupting Hancock's inappropriate remarks. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to the door. Ning Chuan walked in with a smile, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. Upon seeing Ning Chuan, SH seemed a bit nervous, her face still flushed from Hancock's teasing. Ning Chuan stepped forward and gently said to SH, "What Hancock said just now was just teasing you. Don't take it to heart. Our women's hero team doesn't have such strange rules. However, strength is an important consideration for joining us." SH was taken aback for a moment, seemingly relieved. She rubbed her cheeks that Hancock had pinched, stood up immediately, and said firmly, "I'm a number 1 rank hero of the Hero Association. My strength is not bad. Moreover, I know that the Multiverse Hero Association is a place that trains ordinary people to become stronger. I am willing to accept training here to become more powerful. I want to become as strong as my sister. I don't want to always be overshadowed by her." SH's words made Ning Chuan's lips curve slightly. He naturally knew that SH had always lived in the shadow of her sister, Tornado. However, now that she had grown up, she didn't want to be protected by her sister all the time. She wanted to surpass her sister, Tornado. Therefore, after seeing the women's hero team in the Multiverse Hero Association recently, she decided to give up her original position in the Hero Association and come here to become stronger. However, as soon as she finished speaking, before Ning Chuan could respond, an urgent alarm suddenly rang out in the headquarters of the Multiverse Hero Association. Accompanied by the emergency announcement in the broadcast, it was reported that a massive meteorite was rapidly flying toward City Z and was expected to fall in a few minutes. All heroes in City Z, please proceed for support immediately. Hearing the emergency announcement, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and looked at SH, saying, "If you think your strength is not bad, then come with me. I will show you what true power is." SH was taken aback, not expecting to have an opportunity for action so soon. A hint of nervousness ignited within her, along with an eager anticipation. "Really? Is it possible? President Ning, does your invitation mean that I can join the women's hero team?" SH asked hesitantly, her eyes filled with longing. Ning Chuan did not answer SH's question. Instead, he asked her a strange question. "Can you fly?" "Zah! Hancock, take her with you." Before SH could react, she was directly grabbed by Hancock by her collar and instantly lifted into the air like a chick. SH was startled by Hancock's sudden liftoff. Hancock smiled and said, "This is called the moon step, a physical technique. If you want to join the women's team, you must master this." As soon as she finished speaking, SH saw the girls behind Hancock, such as Nami, also soaring into the air. Before long, everyone arrived at the predicted landing site of the meteorite. Ning Chuan led the members of the Multiverse Hero Association to stop on a tall building. At this moment, besides the S-rank heroes who had already arrived from the Multiverse Hero Association, there were also others present. Among them was an old man with silver hair. The S-rank hero ranked 3rd Bang. Ning Chuan was naturally very familiar with this old guy. After all, in the One Punch Man world, apart from that super mosquito, he was one of the few who had managed to make Saitama break a sweat. Another outsider was a figure completely covered in metallic armor, making it hard to see his true appearance. However, Ning Chuan recognized his identity. He was also an S-rank hero from the Hero Association, ranked 6th, Metal Knight. Apart from these two, Ning Chuan was quite familiar with the remaining 2 individuals. One had a shiny bald head, and the other was Genos, who had just finished his modifications. Before Ning Chuan arrived, they had already gathered on the rooftop discussing how to deal with this massive falling meteorite. Hancock set the shocked SH down. SH looked up at the meteorite getting closer and closer to them, her face turning pale. She didn't expect that just after applying to join the women's hero team of the Multiverse Hero Association, the president would bring her to witness such an intense scene. At this moment, SH felt a bit weak in the knees. She couldn't imagine the terrifying destructive power that such a large meteorite would cause when it fell from the sky. SH, do you have confidence in resolving this disaster? Looking at the smile on Ning Chuan's face, SH shook her head with a pale face. She felt like Ning Chuan was joking with her. Not to mention her. Even her sister Tornado would probably find it quite challenging to deal with such a massive meteorite. Ning Chuan smiled and decided not to scare SH any further. He turned his head and looked at Bang and Metal Knight, asking with a smile, "Are you two heroes from the Hero Association ready to take action to resolve this disaster?" Bang and Metal Knight exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. "I don't have any good ideas for the time being. If your Multiverse Hero Association can resolve this trouble, please act quickly," Bang said sincerely. Metal Knight remained silent, staring at Ning Chuan and those beside him. His meaning was clear. He also wanted to see how Ning Chuan and his Multiverse Hero Association planned to resolve this disaster. "I'll smash it with one punch." Saitama, seeing that no one had the intention to take action, helplessly shook his head and prepared to use his serious punch to shatter the huge meteorite that was about to destroy City Z. However, just as he was about to take action, Ning Chuan suddenly stopped him. "Saitama, are you planning to smash this meteorite?" Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Saitama nodded seriously. Meanwhile, Bang, Metal Knight, and Genos. Everyone was listening to the conversation between the two with disbelief. What's going on? Could this bald guy be crazy? Bongu found it hard to believe. After all, such a large meteorite, even if he used his strongest rockbreaker fist, he might not be able to smash it. But this seemingly ordinary guy, he could actually break it? Is this a joke? Genos and Metal Knight also thought Saitama was joking. "Saitama, have you considered that if you break this meteorite, wouldn't countless small meteorite fragments appear, potentially destroying the entire city?" Saitama scratched his head. If it weren't for Ning Chuan's reminder, he really wouldn't have thought of that. Then let's just hit it harder and completely obliterate the meteorite. Saitama thought for a moment and decided to put a little more effort into his serious punch. Seeing that Saitama was ready to smash the meteorite into dust, Ning Chuan quickly stopped him. After all, he brought so many company heroes today to show off and gain attention. He couldn't let the main event be stolen by Saitama. "Saitama, why don't we leave this meteorite to others in the association to handle? I guarantee it won't damage Z City even a bit." Hearing that Ning Chuan seemed to have arranged for someone to take action, Saitama thought for a moment and nodded. He still trusted Ning Chuan quite a bit. However, Saitama was also prepared for other contingencies. If Ning Chuan's people couldn't handle this meteorite, he would still directly punch it into ashes. Seeing that Saitama was no longer planning to take action, Ning Chuan glanced at Tiger, signaling him to act. The blind swordsman, Tiger, stepped forward with steady steps to the center of the building. He looked up at the massive meteorite in the sky. He tightly gripped his cane sword, with no hint of panic on his face. "Uncle Tiger, can he really do it?" Fubuki nervously stared at Tiger's back, filled with doubt and anxiety. She had never seen such a situation. How could a blind person deal with such a massive meteorite? Is that sword enough? Bongu and Metal Knight, who were standing far away, were also closely watching the scene. The experienced martial artist, Bongu, couldn't help but feel curious. He originally thought Ning Chuan would personally deal with the meteorite, but unexpectedly, he called upon this seemingly ordinary blind uncle to face the threat. Metal Knight calmly analyzed the situation on the scene, activating the detectors on his equipment to measure the blind man's power index. However, the detection results quickly came out. He actually sensed that there was a powerful gravitational force emanating from Tiger. This left Metal Knight thoroughly confused. How could gravity solve this meteorite? Just as everyone held their breath, all eyes focused on Tiger, he lifted the cane sword and slowly drew it out. Then, he lightly traced a large circle at his feet with the tip of the sword. To everyone, this was just a simple motion, but what happened next left them dumbfounded. The meteorite in the sky suddenly paused, as if it had lost its original momentum. What is happening? Fubuki's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the scene in the sky. Tiger exuded a powerful pressure, a presence that made the surrounding air feel heavy. He took a deep breath and softly said, "Since you come from the stars, then go back there." As his words fell, a powerful anti-gravity force instantly acted upon the meteorite in the sky. In the next moment, Everyone present was stunned into silence by the scene before them. That enormous meteorite, which was originally falling at a destructive speed, suddenly stopped at that instant. Then, it flew back in the direction it came from at an even faster speed. The onlookers were now dumbfounded, watching the meteorite gradually shrink until it completely disappeared into the horizon. They had never expected that this apocalyptic crisis would be resolved so effortlessly in such an incredible way by the Multiverse Hero Association. Among the crowd below, some people were still in shock. God, the meteorite actually flew back. This is simply a miracle. Is this the power of the Multiverse Hero Association? It's truly terrifyingly strong. Yeah, I thought the whole city was done for. But unexpectedly, that uncle on the rooftop casually waved his sword and sent the meteorite back. Is this really true? The Multiverse Hero Association in our Z city is just amazing. Amidst these discussions, there was surprise, curiosity, and disbelief. At this moment, even the experienced heroes were deeply shocked by this scene. Bangu stood aside, his gaze solemnly fixed on Tiger. He is a martial artist, well aware of the essence of power, but at this moment, he completely did not understand how Tiger accomplished all of this. That kind of power seemed to transcend common sense, even beyond human comprehension. Is this their power? It seems my understanding of the Multiverse Hero Association is still too shallow. If I have the chance, I need to pay them a visit. Bangu murmured to himself, his eyes filled with admiration. Metal Knight and Genos were already using their energy analyzers to analyze Tiger's power. Their gazes were fixed on Tiger, with special data continuously fluctuating in their devices. Their conclusion from the analysis was that Tiger was using anti-gravity power. This left Metal Knight and Genos incredibly puzzled. How could an ordinary human, no, should I say, how could such an ordinary-looking blind man control anti-gravity? Metal Knight couldn't understand. His program kept running, but never yielded a reasonable explanation. Anti-gravity, theoretically, is something current technology cannot achieve. But how did this person from the Multiverse Hero Association accomplish anti-gravity? Is it some kind of special technology we don't understand? Or is it an unknown power possessed by the Multiverse Hero Association? Metal Knight couldn't wrap his head around this special power. Genos looked towards Ning, Chuan, and Tiger, his eyes filled with doubt and curiosity. Ultimately, he quickly summed up this question as the unique power of the Multiverse Hero Association's Devil Fruit, just like the special powers they implanted in their limbs. This power is indeed mysterious and powerful. Even Dr. Kusuno understood nothing about the Devil Fruit powers mastered by the Multiverse Hero Association. At this moment, Fubuki was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the meteorite that was getting farther away in the sky, then looked at Tiger, who stood still. That blind uncle now sheathed his sword, looking calm as if what he had just done was merely a trivial matter. Is this the power of the Hero Association of all realms? Inside, Shueishua's heart was in turmoil. She finally understood why so many people held such admiration for the Hero Association of all realms. This is a place filled with hidden talents. Even a normal member could resolve a crisis that could be considered an apocalypse. While Shueishua was still in shock, Ning Chuan walked up to her side and casually asked, "So, Shueishua, what do you think of the power of the Hero Association of all realms?" Shueishua looked up at Ning Chuan, her eyes filled with an intense desire for power, and she nodded firmly. "I admit, the Hero Association of all realms is indeed powerful, more powerful than I can imagine." Seeing Shueishua's expression, a smile appeared on Ning Chuan's face, and he suddenly asked, "So, Shueishua, do you want to possess such power?" Shueishua was taken aback, a bit surprised. She longed to become stronger, but faced with Ning Chuan's question, she felt a bit at a loss. After a brief hesitation, she instinctively nodded. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and said, "Good, then close your eyes and open your mouth." Shueishua looked at Ning Chuan in confusion. Although she didn't know what he was going to do, she still complied. She obediently closed her eyes and opened her cherry-like mouth. However, her face couldn't help but flush slightly. The special posture made her feel a bit embarrassed. Just as Shueishua closed her eyes, Ning Chuan took out a special fruit from his spatial storage. This was the floating fruit that Ning Chuan had extracted from the golden lion using the powers of the dark fruit. It could grant the user the ability to control floating. Shueishua's superpower, like tornadoes, was also telekinesis. However, her telekinesis was vastly different from tornadoes. But as long as she ate this floating fruit and spent some time developing its powers, Ning Chuan believed she could reach a level similar to tornado. With that thought, Ning Chuan stuffed the floating fruit into Shueishua's mouth. Shue was instantly overwhelmed by an indescribable taste filling her mouth. The nauseating feeling almost made her want to spit the fruit out immediately. However, Ning Chuan's voice rang out at that moment. If you want to become stronger, don't spit it out. Swallow it all. Ning Chuan's words seemed to have a magical power. After hearing this, Shue tightly closed her eyes, steeled her heart, and directly swallowed the disgusting fruit. The floating fruit slid down her throat into her stomach, and the unbearable taste made Shue's face change, but she endured it. Seeing that she had successfully swallowed the floating fruit, a satisfied smile appeared on Ning Chuan's face. Very well, from now on, you have mastered the power of floating. This power is quite similar to your telekinesis, and you can even combine these two powers. However, to truly unleash this power, you will need to keep training and developing the fruit's abilities. All of this can be done in the Hero Association of All Realms. With that, Ning Chuan extended a hand, smiling at Shue. I've said enough. Welcome to the Hero Association of All Realms. Shue opened her eyes and looked at the hand extended towards her. Her eyes became slightly moist, filled with excitement and emotion. She reached out her hand and tightly grasped Ning Chuan's hand, nodding seriously. I will definitely not let you down. Ning Chuan smiled and nodded, then patted Shue's shoulder. Work hard. In this world, the strong are respected. From now on, you will train alongside Hancock and the others. They will teach you the basics of physical techniques. The meteor disaster was successfully resolved, and Ning Chuan led the members of the Hero Association of All Realms back to headquarters, leaving only Fujitora to face the media interviews. Fujitora naturally disliked such tedious matters. However, Ning Chuan understood his character and knew he wouldn't decline this responsibility. Thus, Fujitora could only maintain silence in front of the media, responding with a grunt to each question, creating an awkward atmosphere. Not long after Ning Chuan returned to headquarters, he received a report from his subordinates about a visitor. The S-rank hero Silver Fong had come to pay a visit. Silver Fong was none other than the top martial artist known as Bang, and his sudden arrival surprised Ning Chuan. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan was very willing to welcome this highly respected martial arts master. Ning Chuan walked out of the headquarters hall and saw Bang waiting near the reception area. As Ning Chuan approached, Bang's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile as he spoke. Haha, young man, we meet again. Ning Chuan smiled back and replied, I didn't expect you, old man Bang, to come here in person. It's truly our honor. Are you here just to take a look, or do you have intentions of joining our Hero Association of All Realms? Upon hearing this, Bang couldn't help but laugh. Old man me? I'm not ready to change my retirement location yet, but your Hero Association of All Realms is indeed a good place. I might consider it. Ning Chuan couldn't help but laugh as well. He knew that Bang was joking, but he could also sense the sincerity in Bang's words. It seemed that Bang genuinely wanted to learn about the Hero Association of All Realms. Ning Chuan nodded slightly. Since you're here, let me show you around. It's just that I don't have anything urgent to attend to right now. Bang gladly accepted and jokingly said that I'm really bothering you. At my age, I'm quite flattered. Ning Chuan laughed heartily, feeling no trouble at all. Not at all. Old man, your visit is a great support to our Hero Association of All Realms. What do you want to take a look first? Bang stroked his beard, seeming to ponder for a moment, then said, I heard that you teach a special physical technique here, which supposedly even ordinary people can learn. It can even allow people to fly. I'm quite curious about that. After hearing this, Ning Chuan thought for a moment and guessed what Bang was referring to. It was likely the Six Styles technique being taught by the Hero Association of All Realms. He chuckled and said, You must be talking about the Six Styles, right? Come on, let me show you. Thus, Ning Chuan led Bang toward the training ground of the Hero Association of All Realms. Inside the headquarters, the training ground was one of the busiest places. When Ning Chuan and Bang entered the training ground, they were greeted by a scene of people training. The sounds of shouting and heavy breathing echoed throughout the training ground. Many people were dressed in training uniforms, sweating profusely while doing various exercises. It was evident that they longed for strength. Bang followed Ning Chuan to the edge of the training ground, where they saw Zephyr, Garp, and Steelbones Kong, three masters of physical techniques, standing at the front of the training area. The trainees who signed up for the hero training are being trained in a naval training style. Every day, they do 2,000 push-ups and run 50 kilometers. Did you hear that clearly? Zephyr's loud voice echoed throughout the training ground. Keep training, train hard. We have plenty of doctors here. If you get injured, we can treat you. But if anyone wants to be a deserter, my Iron Fist 1T allow it. Garp shouted, not wanting to be outdone. If you want to be stronger than others, you must endure more hardships than others. Everyone train hard. Steel Bone's deep and powerful voice conveyed determination, inspiring these aspiring heroes. The trainees were sweating profusely, yet not a single person backed down. Perhaps some had thought about it before, but under Garp's loving iron fist education, they temporarily abandoned that idea. Ning Chuan seemed used to this scene, while Bangu watched with great interest. He wasn't particularly interested in the trainees who were strengthening their basics. At this moment, Bangu was watching those practicing the 6 styles, especially those practicing shave and moonwalk. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You really can let ordinary people fly here. It's truly extraordinary." Ning Chuan smiled and replied, "The old man must be referring to moonwalk, which is a small technique in the 6 styles that allows one to walk in the air. If you're interested, I can teach you." Upon hearing this, Bangu became energized and excitedly said, "Great. I'm really interested in trying this moonwalk." Seeing Bangu so eager, Ning Chuan didn't hold back and directly taught him the techniques of moonwalk. Due to Bangu's already high physical fitness and his deep martial arts foundation, Ning Chuan only needed to explain a few principles and techniques, and Bangu quickly grasped the key points of moonwalk. In no time, Bangu lightly jumped and surprisingly managed to stay suspended in the air for a while. Then, using the airflow beneath his feet, he stepped multiple times in the air. Although the movements were a bit clumsy, considering he was a beginner, achieving this level was already quite impressive. Bangu stabilized himself in the air, turned to Ning Chuan, and laughed heartily. "Haha, wonderful. Not bad. Old man can also fly now." "Young man, thank you." Ning Chuan couldn't help but laugh at the old man's excitement. "You learn really fast, old man. You master the trick so quickly. Since that's the case, let me teach you something even more interesting." Bangu looked at Ning Chuan curiously. "Oh, what else is more interesting?" Ning Chuan smiled and asked, "Are you interested in hockey? I can teach you armament hockey in exchange for your fluid rock smash fist technique. What do you think?" Bangu looked somewhat puzzled. "Armament hockey? What is that?" Ning Chuan nodded and explained, "Armament hockey is a technique that allows one to condense their aura into power, strengthening the body to be harder than steel." After saying this, Ning Chuan extended one hand, activating armament hockey. In the next moment, his entire arm gradually turned a deep black, emitting a metallic sheen, accompanied by a strong sense of pressure. Bangu looked at Ning Chuan demonstrating armament hockey, his eyes showing a hint of shock. He had never imagined that aura could be used this way. At this moment, he felt an unusual aura surrounding Ning Chuan, as if he were wrapped in an unmovable fortress. This is the power of hockey?" Bangu couldn't help but exclaim. He could feel that this power was far beyond ordinary physical techniques. Ning Chuan smiled and nodded. "That's right, this is armament hockey. It not only enhances the body's defense, but also increases attack power. In exchange for your fluid rock smash fist technique, you shouldn't be losing out." Hearing this, Bangu's eyes revealed a hint of amusement. "You, Ning Chuan, didn't expect you to set your sights on my fist technique. To be honest, I'm very interested in your armament hockey. Then let's trade." At this point, a sly look suddenly appeared in Bangu's eyes. "However, I can only teach you for one day, and of course, I won't take advantage of you. You'll also teach me armament hockey for one day. As for how much we can master, that depends on our talents. What do you think?" "I think this proposal is quite good, old man Bangu. However, you might end up at a disadvantage." Upon hearing this, Bangu deliberately glanced at Ning Chuan, a smile appearing on his face. Who ends up at a disadvantage is still uncertain. Since you think this condition is fine, let us start. Soon, Ning Chuan and Bangu stood on the training ground. Facing each other, the air filled with an invisible tension. "Ning Chuan, in one day, you must learn well." Bangu stroked his beard, a kind smile on his face. However, his eyes were fixed on Ning Chuan's every move. After all, Ning Chuan was so young and had already become an S-class powerhouse. His talent was naturally terrifying. However, having extraordinary talent in other areas does not necessarily mean he has exceptional talent in martial arts. The fluid rock smash fist technique requires one to comprehend the meaning behind the fist to truly master its intricacies. Those who cannot grasp the meaning of the fist can only end up with a flashy shell. "I'm starting now. You need to watch closely." Bangu decided to demonstrate his fluid rock smash fist first, allowing Ning Chuan to observe all the details. Therefore, Bangu deliberately slowed down each of his movements, even his breaths, to fully express the meaning of the fluid rock smash fist. Ning Chuan also focused intently on following Bangu's guidance, activating his observation hockey to ensure he didn't miss a single move. Soon, Bangu had completed his first demonstration of the fist technique. After finishing the set of moves, he turned to Ning Chuan and smiled. "Ning Chuan, how was it? Did you learn it all?" Originally, Bang's question was just a joke. However, Ning Chuan's response made him somewhat uneasy. It should be almost done, Senior Bangu. Just wait a moment. A mischievous smile appeared on Ning Chuan's face. Then, he silently spoke in his heart. System begins settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the Fluid Rock Smash Fist for 10 minutes. Activating the 10,000 times return system. Now, starting cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the 10,000 minutes of cultivation return for the Fluid Rock Smash Fist. The host has successfully mastered the Fluid Rock Smash Fist technique. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, a smile appeared on Ning Chuan's lips. Then, in front of Bangu, he began to perform the Fluid Rock Smash Fist technique. Has it started already? Bangu looked at Ning Chuan's movements, very surprised. He couldn't understand whether Ning Chuan was for real. Just by watching himself practice the boxing technique once, he started to follow along. However, what shocked Bangu was that when Ning Chuan practiced the flowing rock-shattering fist technique, he showed no signs of hesitation at all. Instead, it was incredibly smooth. Between the boxing moves, there was even a hint of boxing intent. Soon, Ning Chuan had completed the entire set of boxing techniques. He stood with his hands behind his back, turned to Bangu, and smiled slightly, saying, "Old man, I have mastered the boxing technique you taught me. I have mastered it all, but I still need to refine it a little. Please wait a moment." After saying this, Ning Chuan silently thought in his heart, "System. Continue the settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing the flowing rock-shattering fist technique once, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now, starting the cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the cultivation return equivalent to experiencing the flowing rock-shattering fist technique 10,000 times. The host's mastery of the flowing rock-shattering fist technique has reached a new level." After a moment, Ning Chuan looked up at Bangu. He smiled and said, "Old man Bangu, I have mastered this boxing technique. Now, it's my turn to teach you the armed color domineering, okay?" Bangu was immediately stunned. His eyes showed disbelief. However, he quickly shook his head, put his hands on his hips, and said with slight displeasure, "Kid, don't be too confident. The flowing rock-shattering fist is not something you can fully master in a day or two. Even if you're a genius and remember all the boxing routines, that's just memorizing. If you don't believe me, come on, use your flowing rock-shattering fist technique and exchange a few moves with me. Let me see what level you've actually learned." Ning Chuan smiled slightly and nodded. He leaned forward, taking a stance to challenge. The two faced each other, and Bangu took the initiative to attack first, launching his strikes as smoothly as flowing water. Each punch was filled with invisible killing intent. Ning Chuan responded with the same boxing technique, and every time their punches crossed, there was a dull collision sound, the force of their fists shaking the air. Ning Chuan's movements were precise and fluid, as if every punch he threw had already merged with the way of nature. Bangu became increasingly alarmed as they exchanged blows. He gradually realized that Ning Chuan's boxing technique had not only reached a level comparable to his own, but was even more perfect in certain details. What's going on with this kid? Could he be a natural martial arts genius? Even the rascal wolf, who possesses top-notch martial arts talent, couldn't have mastered my flowing rock-shattering fist in such a short time. After a short exchange of over 100 moves, Bangu slightly gasped and voluntarily stopped. He looked at Ning Chuan with a complex expression, filled with disbelief. This kid has really mastered my boxing technique, even reaching the same level as me. How is he so abnormal? Ning Chuan ignored Bangu's shock and slightly closed his eyes, continuing to speak softly in his heart. "System settle." When Ning Chuan opened his eyes again and swung his fist, this time, his punch wind was even more intense, as if the flowing water had gathered into a torrent, carrying an irresistible sense of power. Every movement was filled with natural strength and rhythm, and the overall momentum changed accordingly. Bangu watched in astonishment. At this moment, he was completely shocked by Ning Chuan's performance. This has far exceeded my understanding of the flowing rock-shattering fist. Bangu muttered to himself, his expression transitioning from disbelief to shock, and then to a sense of helplessness. He knew that this boxing technique required not only strength but also an understanding of flow and nature. Yet, Ning Chuan had elevated the boxing technique to a level he himself could hardly reach within such a short time. Such a person seems to be born for the flowing rock-shattering fist. In the distance, Cap, who had been secretly observing, couldn't help but burst into laughter at Bangu's expression. He strode over, patted Bangu on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Brother, accept reality. When I first met this kid, I was even more shocked than you. This damn kid is a monster. Seeing Ning Chuan instantly learn his flowing rock-shattering fist and cultivate it to a level not inferior to his own put immense pressure on Banggu. He secretly felt that if he couldn't learn Ning Chuan's armed color domineering in a short time, wouldn't that be a huge embarrassment? However, Ning Chuan noticed Banggu's thoughts and smiled at Cap, saying, "Old man Cap, I'll leave old man Banggu to you. He's here to learn the armed color domineering. You two are of similar age, so you might get along well." Cap showed a strange smile upon hearing this. He then turned to look at Banggu, his gaze carrying a hint of challenge. Banggu nodded repeatedly, thinking that it was fine that Ning Chuan was not here. Even if he couldn't learn it for a while, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. However, when he met Cap's eyes, he instantly understood the fighting spirit in Cap's gaze. Are they going to have a match? But that's fine. It will be just right to test the practicality of the armed color domineering that Ning Chuan mentioned. Seeing that both of them had no objections, Ning Chuan decided not to linger any longer and was ready to leave the training ground. Mastering a new boxing technique put Ning Chuan in a good mood, but he also felt a bit bored now. Although the training ground was lively, there seemed to be no reason for him to stay any longer. However, just as Ning Chuan turned to leave, Cap and Banggu suddenly started to exchange blows behind him. The wind from their punches howled, and the battle between the two veterans attracted the attention of everyone present. The two martial arts masters clashed, drawing many spectators in the training ground. In fact, many recognized that the one fighting against Instructor Cap was the S-rank hero of the Hero Association, Banggu. Not bad, but be careful next, Cap shouted with a smile. Then threw a punch. His fist, wrapped in armed color domineering, rushed directly towards Banggu with a whistling sound. Banggu's eyes flashed with light, and he nimbly dodged to the side while counterattacking with a punch. The punch was a perfect blend of strength and grace, perfectly showcasing the essence of the flowing rock-shattering fist. The two exchanged blows back and forth, the scene extremely intense. Ning Chuan glanced back at the two of them fighting vigorously, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He knew that with the strength of Cap and Banggu, they wouldn't decide a winner anytime soon. It would be better to let them have a good match, as it would serve as a nice exchange and sparring. He then turned to leave the training ground, planning how to pass the time. At that moment, Ning Chuan remembered the agreement he made with Saitama a few days ago. After all, the Multiverse Hero Association had stolen Saitama's opponents several times and took the opportunity to expand its influence. This made him feel a bit guilty. Therefore, he decided to invite Saitama to enjoy some delicious food, specifically the finest Wagyu beef. When Ning Chuan sent a message to Saitama, Saitama agreed to the invitation without hesitation. For Saitama, although the Multiverse Hero Association paid him a high salary, spending his own money on top-notch dining was still a bit painful. However, if someone else was treating, that was a different matter altogether. While Saitama appeared calm on the outside, he was actually a bit happy inside. After all, this was the legendary top-grade Wagyu beef. He had never eaten it before. Ning Chuan stood at the entrance of the Multiverse Hero Association headquarters, waiting for Saitama's arrival. Just then, he suddenly sensed a movement with his observation hockey. Someone was quietly approaching him, and the person carried a hint of hostility. However, Ning Chuan also knew that this hostility did not contain any killing intent. It seemed to be purely provocative. Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile slightly, pretending not to notice anything. He continued to stand still, as if waiting for the person to take the initiative to attack. The next moment, a figure suddenly lunged toward Ning Chuan from a distance with tremendous force. The newcomer directly executed the flowing rock-shattering fist technique that Ning had just mastered. The wind from the punch howled as it aimed straight at Ning Chuan's face. Ning Chuan smiled slightly. He already knew who the attacker was. It was a disciple of Banggu, the evil wolf. This guy was determined to become the strongest villain, aiming to stand at the pinnacle of evil to achieve his own version of justice. Therefore, he sought to enhance his fame by targeting heroes. However, this time, the opponent he had his eyes on was Ning Chuan. Recently, the Multiverse Hero Association was booming, and the publicity surrounding in society had gone a bit overboard. After all, in Evil Wolf's eyes, these were all just hypocrisy. So, he came to the front of the Multiverse Hero Association, intending to ambush one or two heroes to see if they were really as good as advertised. However, what Evil Wolf did not expect was that he would end up confronting Ning Chuan, the youngest S-Class hero in the Multiverse Hero Association. Seeing that the opponent was using the flowing rock-shattering fist technique, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. He retaliated with the same technique. When their fists collided, Evil Wolf felt an overwhelming power coming at him, many times stronger than his own. At the moment his fist made contact with Ning Chuan's. He felt as if he had been hit by a giant beast, and the force shattered his arm. This was the result of Ning Chuan holding back. Otherwise, that punch could have easily taken Evil Wolf's life at this stage. How is this possible? Evil Wolf exclaimed in shock, his eyes flashing with unwillingness as he quickly adjusted his stance to prepare for another attack. However, Ning Chuan clearly had no intention of entangling with him. Just 2 or 3 moves later, Ning Chuan suddenly punched out, directly hitting Evil Wolf's face. Evil Wolf felt darkness engulf him, and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground with a muffled groan. Evil Wolf struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes filled with defiance. He still wanted to continue attacking Ning Chuan. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a bald man casually walking in front of him. "Get out of the way. Don't block my path." Evil Wolf shouted angrily, preparing to push the man aside and charge toward Ning Chuan. However, before he could react, the seemingly unremarkable bald man instinctively raised a fist and swung it at him. With a dull thud, Evil Wolf's body was once again sent flying. This time, he was not so lucky. Saitama's punch knocked him out cold. Looking at the Evil Wolf he had just sent flying, Saitama showed a puzzled expression, scratching his bald head and muttering to himself, "Huh? Where did that guy just go?" Seeing this scene, Ning Chuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seemed like the plot was back on track. He then waved to Saitama, signaling him to come over. "Saitama-sensei, no need to look for him. He's already knocked out by you." Ning Chuan laughed as he pointed to the Evil Wolf lying motionless on the ground in the distance. Saitama paused for a moment upon hearing this, then shook his head in fear. "Yes, just a human. I'm glad I held back at the critical moment. Otherwise, I would have killed an innocent person." Hearing Saitama's words, Ning Chuan couldn't help but laugh again. He patted Saitama on the shoulder and said with a smile, "All right, let us go eat Wagyu. The reservation is already made. Let that kid be. He has great talent and terrifying potential for the future. He will become a worthy opponent for you." Upon hearing this, Saitama's eyes lit up. After all, it had been a long time since he had a good opponent. Well, maybe there was one, but for now, Ning Chuan didn't want to fight him. As Ning Chuan and Saitama enjoyed the finest Wagyu barbecue, the atmosphere was extremely relaxed. On one side was the tantalizing aroma of beef sizzling over charcoal, and on the other, the two were engaged in simple conversation. Saitama occasionally flipped the meat slices to check if they were cooked, appearing very casual. However, amidst this leisurely atmosphere, a sudden voice broke through. "Excuse me, please make way. I want to sit here." Ning Chuan and Saitama looked up simultaneously. They saw a short, stout man dressed in an elegant but slightly outdated suit walk straight to their table and sit down without ceremony. This person had the appearance of some sort of official. He wore a confident smile on his face, seemingly accustomed to commanding others. Without hesitation, he ordered a portion of top-grade Wagyu beef and then turned to Ning Chuan and Saitama, introducing himself. "Hello, my name is Ishikawa Shikisuk, and I am an administrative staff member of the Hero Association. I wanted to meet you, Mr. Ning Chuan. Unfortunately, I couldn't succeed after trying for a long time. I never expected to run into you at this restaurant today." Ning Chuan looked at this uninvited guest with no enthusiasm whatsoever. He lazily asked, "Do you need something? What is your purpose?" Ishikawa seemed oblivious to Ning Chuan's cold attitude, maintaining his facade of a smile as he said, "Actually, I was sent by the founder of the Hero Association, the world's richest man, Agni, to discuss some matters with you. Mr. Ning Chuan, on behalf of the Hero Association, I would like to formally propose that the Hero Association is willing to fund your Multiverse Hero Association and incorporate it into our Hero Association system. If Mr. Ning Chuan is willing, the richest man Agni is even willing to fully acquire your association and ensure the best arrangements for every hero, helping them gain government recognition. What do you think? Isn't this condition very attractive?" Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan couldn't help but laugh. He put down the grilling tongs in his hand and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Before I could acquire your Hero Association, you came to me first to propose acquiring me? Huh, that's really funny." Ning Chuan's tone was filled with mockery, and there was a hint of cold sharpness in his eyes as he continued, "Sorry, I'm not interested in selling out my association. I advise you to get lost now, before I take action." Ishikawa Shikisuk was thoroughly enraged by Ning Chuan's indifferent attitude. The fake smile on his face could no longer be maintained, replaced by a sullen expression. He stood up and said coldly, "All right, since that's your attitude, we'll see what happens. Offending us means offending the government. The government won't allow you illegal heroes to appear in this country." After finishing, Ishikawa turned to leave, his face full of anger. However, just as he was about to step out the door, Ning Chuan lazily spoke up. Since your hero association wants to play, I'll play along. Coincidentally, Z City has now completely entered a safe period, and our multiverse hero association should start expanding its territory. This statement felt like an invisible knife, stabbing deeply into Shikawa's heart. He abruptly turned around, wanting to hurl a few more harsh words. But upon meeting Ning Chuan's cold gaze, the words got stuck in his throat. He could only grit his teeth and let out a cold snort before hastily leaving. Ning Chuan looked at Shikawa Shikisuk's departing figure and chuckled coldly to himself. He had kept the Multiverse Hero Association stationed in Z City without plans for expansion because he couldn't find a reasonable excuse to occupy someone else's territory. After all, this world was different from his previous pirate world. Everything had to be done cautiously. However, now that the Hero Association had taken the initiative to provoke him, Ning Chuan was naturally willing to accompany them to the end. If they want to play, then let us play big. At this moment, Ning Chuan turned his gaze to Saitama across the table. Saitama had been focused on eating meat, completely oblivious to their conversation. It seemed he had no interest in whether the Multiverse Hero Association would expand. The two continued to enjoy their delicious top-grade wagyu without further interruption. Soon, the table of grilled meat was nearly finished. Ning Chuan stretched lazily, signaling that it was time to settle the bill and leave. However, just as they stood up and were about to walk out of the restaurant, suddenly, an unusual cold wind swept in. Following that, the sky suddenly began to pour with heavy rain. The downpour, accompanied by strong winds, seemed to want to swallow the entire city. In the distance, waves began crashing against the coastal breakwater. The air was filled with a strong, fishy smell, as if thousands of sea fish were struggling desperately. It felt like something was surging from the deep sea, and the atmosphere in the entire city instantly became tense. Ning Chuan looked up at the rolling waves in the distance, frowning slightly. This smell, something's off. Ning Chuan sighed softly, his mind racing as he recalled the plot of the One Punch Man world. Soon, a look of realization appeared on his face, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. The Deep Sea King. Is he about to come out? Saitama, preparing to raise his hand to shield himself from the rain, looked at Ning Chuan in confusion. Deep Sea King? Who's that? Ning Chuan didn't answer Saitama, but focused his gaze on the distant coast. The Deep Sea King's strength wasn't very strong. In his normal state after coming ashore, he only had the power of a peak ghost level. However, after the rain, if he entered his Sea King form, he would have dragon-level strength. Actually, Ning Chuan wasn't very interested in the Deep Sea King, but there were two things that made him interested in the Deep Sea King's appearance. One was a C-class hero named the Unlicensed Knight. The other was that Ning Chuan wanted to take this opportunity to see if White Star could awaken the power of Poseidon within her through this event. After all, when he was pushing against the world government in the pirate world, he did so too quickly, resulting in White Star's Poseidon ability not having a chance to awaken over the years. And now, this world just happened to have deep sea beings. If White Star could awaken her Poseidon power here, she might be able to directly control these members of the Deep Sea tribe. Controlling them would basically mean controlling the ocean of the One Punch Man world. With this thought, Ning Chuan turned to Saitama, a smile on his face. Saitama, I have something to take care of. Saitama scratched his bald head. Is there a monster appearing? Do you need me to help? Ning Chuan shook his head this time. The monster isn't powerful. I don't need you to step in for now. Upon hearing this, Saitama nodded, then yawned widely. As long as you can handle it. I'll go back to watch TV. If you encounter trouble you can't solve, feel free to contact me. After saying that, Saitama waved goodbye to Ning Chuan and started walking back home. Ning Chuan watched Saitama's retreating figure and smiled. I stole your chance to make an appearance again. I'm feeling a bit guilty about always taking your moments. In various parts of Z City, residents were fleeing in all directions in the sudden downpour, seemingly sensing the threat coming from afar. The waves in the distance were growing more and more violent, and some marine creatures had already been pushed on ashore by the massive waves, including some strange creatures that appeared to be giant mutated fish. As time passed, a massive figure gradually emerged from the center of the waves. It was a gigantic monster covered in greenish-blue scales. Its face was fierce, with a crazed glint in its eyes. It was the Deep Sea King. Standing among the waves, the Deep Sea King spread his arms, seemingly welcoming the submission of the land. A cruel smile curled on his lips as a deep, hoarse voice emerged from his throat. Land, humans, prepare to be completely submerged by the power of the deep sea. Meanwhile, the Hero Association branch in Z City had already issued an emergency evacuation notice. calling upon all A-class heroes and above to head to the coast to support the defense against the attack of the deep-sea tribe. The communication channels were filled with the sounds of heroes responding and taking action. The entire Hero Association fell into a tense state of readiness. However, amid the calls from a Hero Association, the name of the Multiverse Hero Association did not appear. It seemed they had begun to actively distance themselves from the Multiverse Hero Association. Nevertheless, Ning didn't take care. He had already notified the female hero team from the Multiverse Hero Association to come. Since the Deep Sea King set foot on land, the entire Z City had plunged into a panic-stricken storm. The Deep Sea tribe surged in, attempting to conquer this human city with absolute power. Ordinary citizens fell into panic, and the sounds of screams and running echoed through the streets. However, the Deep Sea tribe's landing plan soon faced unexpected resistance. The Deep Sea tribe encountered an unexpected opponent, the Seraphim Warriors. The Seraphim Warriors had already spread throughout Z City, ready to respond to any sudden occurrences. As the invasion of the Deep Sea clan began, they immediately took countermeasures and organized a powerful defense. Hundreds of Seraph warriors stood in formation, accurately and orderly blocking the waves of attack from the Deep Sea clan. These warriors all looked the same, their movements synchronized, resembling an impeccable steel legion. Because of their presence, the citizens of City Z were protected as much as possible. Although some buildings were affected and damaged during the battle, not a single innocent citizen suffered substantial harm. In front of the Seraph's defense line, the Deep Sea clan seemed to encounter an insurmountable barrier. The Deep Sea King stood by the sea, gazing at these identical warriors, his anger growing stronger. He was very puzzled about where these monstrous warriors had come from, and why they could so easily block his army on this narrow coastline. His subordinates struggled desperately to break through the defenses, but were ruthlessly pushed back each time. Even when the Deep Sea King personally took action, he gained no advantage, instead falling into a dilemma. This left the Deep Sea King, who sought to conquer the human world, feeling extremely frustrated and angry. He had an army of 100,000 Deep Sea Clan warriors, yet he was trapped by a mere group of human soldiers, unable to make any progress. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation for him, just as the Deep Sea King was seething with anger. A-rank heroes Poison Sting and Lightning Max from the Hero Association finally arrived on the battlefield. They rushed over at their fastest speed, hoping to protect City Z. However, they were shocked by the quietness of the city. After wandering around City Z, they found not a single member of the Deep Sea clan. In desperation, they followed the smell of fish to the coastline. When they arrived and saw that this group of Deep Sea clan members was actually trapped on the shoreline, unable to move forward, Poison Sting and Lightning Max were surprised and also developed a sense of contempt. It seemed that the situation regarding the Deep Sea clan had been misreported. In fact, their strength was not worth worrying about. They even began to look down on these opponents. After a brief exchange, the two A-rank heroes decided to capture the king first. Since there was a particularly tall member of the Deep Sea clan in front of them, he was likely the leader of this group of monsters. If they could take him down, they could quickly end this chaos. Therefore, Poison Sting and Lightning Max directly targeted the Deep Sea King and charged at him without hesitation. The Deep Sea King squinted his eyes as he observed these two unexpected guests. He had never seen such foolish humans before. The Deep Sea King's power, bolstered by his proximity to the ocean, remained at its peak. With a casual strike, he sent the two heroes flying. Poison Sting and Lightning Max couldn't even see how the Deep Sea King attacked before they felt an overwhelming force hit them. They instantly lost consciousness and fell heavily to the ground. Just as the Deep Sea King prepared to completely eliminate these three troublesome human heroes, a tall figure suddenly dashed over from a distance like lightning. S-rank hero, Sensual Prisoner from the Hero Association had finally arrived on the battlefield. He positioned himself in front of Poison Sting and Lightning Max at a critical moment, successfully saving them. Immediately afterward, Sensual Prisoner launched an attack, attempting to drive the Deep Sea King back so he could take the two away. However, the Deep Sea King's strength in peak condition was simply too powerful. Sensual Prisoner was soon defeated and fell heavily to the ground. He had not anticipated that the Deep Sea King's power would be so terrifying. At the same time, he was also shocked by the Seraphs, who could hold back the Deep Sea clan army on the coastline. Were they not ordinary heroes of the Multiverse Hero Association? How could their strength be so formidable? Just as the Deep Sea King was grinning and walking towards Sensual Prisoner, ready to completely eliminate these three troublesome human heroes, a sudden sound of rapid movement came from afar. Two swift figures rushed in, appearing in the center of the battlefield in an instant. It was Peach Rabbit and Hancock. Their speed was incredible. Almost in a flash, they effortlessly rescued sensual prisoner Poison Sting and Lightning Max. Upon returning, Peach Rabbit's sharp blade was stained with a few drops of deep-sea clam blood. Hancock, on the other hand, wore a look of disdain, arms crossed, her eyes showing a hint of contempt. The appearance of the two S-rank female heroes from the Multiverse Hero Association instantly reversed the entire situation. Along their path, aside from the Deep Sea King, the remaining members of the Deep Sea Clan were no match for them in even one round. They were either cut in half by Peach Rabbit or turned to stone by Hancock, and then kicked into pieces. Is this the level of strength of the S-rank heroes of the Hero Association? They might as well stay obediently behind our Multiverse Hero Association. Hancock's disdainful voice reached the ears of the three, making them blush, but they did not dare to argue or even look up at Hancock. After all, they had long heard of the feats of this queen of petrification. Anyone who gazed at her with admiration would be turned to stone. However, just when the three heroes of the Hero Association thought that Peach Rabbit and Hancock would completely eliminate the Deep Sea King, an even more unexpected scene unfolded. Peach Rabbit and Hancock did not rush to attack. Instead, a beautiful girl, several meters tall, with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a giant fishtail, walked out from behind them. Hancock looked at the girl who walked out from behind them and smiled, saying, "White Star, Ning Chuan said this guy might help you awaken the power of Poseidon. The next step is up to you." White Star slowly walked out from behind Hancock and Peach Rabbit. Her elegant human form with a fishtail and beautiful face instantly captured the attention of all the Deep Sea Clan members. One by one, they widened their eyes in astonishment. They were shocked to find that this mermaid girl who walked out from the crowd looked exactly like the descriptions of their legendary deep sea royalty. The beauty and dignity that symbolized royalty made them feel an involuntary awe. The Deep Sea King's gaze was firmly locked on a White Star, his eyes flashing with amazement and greed. He seemed to be completely captivated by White Star's beauty. He couldn't help but mutter, "How can there be such a beautiful mermaid? This is the royalty of the sea. If I can marry her and become her king, then I would have no regrets, even if I die." Upon hearing the Deep Sea King's infatuated words, White Star felt a surge of disgust. She glanced at the Deep Sea King and found his rough and ugly appearance utterly unacceptable. Compared to the handsome Ning Chuan, he was simply a joke. The Deep Sea King showed a look of obsession on his face. Stepping forward, it seemed he had already taken Shirahoshi as his possession, reaching out to get closer to her. However, just when he thought Shirahoshi was merely a fragile girl who wouldn't resist, a cold glint suddenly flashed in her eyes. Without any hesitation, she directly gathered her armed color hockey. She threw a punch at the ugly fishman in front of her, as Shirahoshi's fishtail suddenly whipped. Her figure darted towards the Sea King like a bolt of lightning. The Sea King was stunned by the scene before him. He never expected that this seemingly weak mermaid girl would suddenly launch an attack against him. Moreover, he didn't anticipate her speed would be so swift. Bang! With a loud sound, Shirahoshi's fist struck heavily at the Sea King's abdomen. The powerful force sent the unprepared Sea King flying. He crashed against a rock wall several meters away, causing it to shatter instantly, with debris flying everywhere. "Your Majesty!" The onlooking members of the Deep Sea Clan gasped in shock. They could hardly believe their eyes. Their king had been knocked away by a single punch, and the opponent was just a girl who looked to be no more than a teenager. However, the Sea King soon crawled out from the ruins. No matter, the girl's punch was still somewhat lacking in strength. The Sea King, now back on his feet, once again sized up Shirahoshi. He never expected this young girl would make him lose face in front of his clan. This made him, the king of the deep sea, feel a twinge of humiliation. "Little girl, next, let me show you what the power of a Sea King is like." With a roar, the Sea King's muscles rapidly swelled. His eyes became even more enormous, and a layer of eerie blue-green light shimmered across his skin. He no longer held back his strength, but unleashed all his power, preparing to completely defeat this naive little girl. The Sea King's eyes turned blood red as he clenched his fists and charged at Shirahoshi. The air trembled with his immense power. An invisible pressure enveloped Shirahoshi. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Shirahoshi felt a bit of pressure in her heart. This slightly slowed her punching speed. "I can't lose. I am the princess of the Sea King tribe. I can't lose to such an ugly fishman," Shirahoshi constantly reminded herself, her eyes shimmering with determination. She met the Sea King's attack head-on, whipping her fishtail again. She skillfully dodged the Sea King's fist and quickly counterattacked. Shirahoshi had been training alongside Hancock and the others, so her foundation was naturally solid. The two's fists clashed continuously in midair, producing deafening booms. Each of the Sea King's punches carried immense destructive power, seemingly capable of tearing through the air, while Shirahoshi's fists, enhanced by her armed color hockey, barely managed to withstand the Sea King's attacks. In the distance, Ning silently observed Shirahoshi's battle, unable to help but furrow his brows. He could see that Shirahoshi had made significant progress during this time. She was no longer the weak princess who needed protection, but the Sea King tribe princess who dared to face strong enemies directly. However, Ning also noticed Shirahoshi's problem. That was, she had always been surrounded by Hancock and the others, coupled with his own protection. Shirahoshi actually lacked a bit of the courage to fight fiercely against stronger enemies. Although Shirahoshi could barely contend with the Sea King now, managing to temporarily block his attacks. This was actually due to the time reversal ability that Ning had imposed on her. Without his help, Shirahoshi would likely have become increasingly weakened due to her injuries. This was not her fault. It was because he and Hancock had protected Shirahoshi too well. While Shirahoshi and the Sea King were locked in intense combat, Ning stood at the back, silently observing the battle. However, just as Ning was fully focused on watching Shirahoshi's fight, he suddenly noticed a strange figure beside him. It was a young man dressed in cycling gear, wearing a helmet, with an ordinary bicycle parked next to him. Ning gaze swept over the young man, and he immediately recognized him. The unlicensed rider. The man most likely to break his limiter like Saitama. Although his current power was still very weak, Ning understood that the courage and steadfast belief in becoming a hero that the unlicensed rider possessed were incredibly precious. That spirit of not fearing any danger and not backing down was a quality many strong individuals lacked. Of course, Shirahoshi also lacked these things at the moment. At this time, the unlicensed rider was also intently watching the battle between Shirahoshi and the Sea King. Although the speed of both fighters was extremely fast, so fast that he couldn't see the specific details of their moves, the unlicensed rider did not give up. His eyes were filled with focus and determination, even mimicking Shirahoshi's movements as he followed along. It was as if he wanted to learn something from this battle. He kept throwing punches, constantly imitating. Even though he knew that simply watching would not allow him to learn these fighting techniques, he still made an effort to grasp the essence of every movement. Ning noticed this and couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. The unlicensed rider sensed that he was being watched by a burning gaze. He turned slightly and met Ning eyes. The unlicensed rider saw that Ning had been staring at him, and he suddenly felt a bit flustered, showing a hint of embarrassment on his face. He never expected that he would draw the attention of Ning the president of the Multiverse Hero Association. Seeing this, Ning smiled slightly, with a hint of amusement, and spoke to the unlicensed rider. "Do you want to go up and spar with the Sea King? I can give you that opportunity." His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable strength. The unlicensed rider was taken aback, his face instantly turning red. He instinctively shook his head, stammering, I'm not the Sea King's opponent." His voice trembled, clearly feeling a bit self-conscious about his lack of strength. Ning shook his head and said lightly, "This has nothing to do with whether you are an opponent or not. It is about courage. Becoming stronger requires the courage to continually challenge yourself." The unlicensed rider was stunned by Ning words, as if something within him had been touched. Ning words echoed in his mind, making him realize what he truly needed. When facing a strong enemy, he had to bravely confront them. Even if he knew that the opponent was too powerful to match, he still needed the courage to challenge. The unlicensed rider took a deep breath, and his gaze gradually became more resolute. He inexplicably nodded. Although he still felt a bit hesitant inside, he ultimately mustered all his courage. Ning seeing this, smiled with satisfaction, said nothing more, and directly waved his hand to push the unlicensed rider towards the battlefield. The figure of the unlicensed knight shot toward the battlefield like a cannonball, instantly appearing in front of the Deep Sea King. His sudden arrival stunned both the Fighting White Star and the Deep Sea King. Hancock and Peach Rabbit noticed an unexpected guest intruding into the battlefield, and their faces instantly showed displeasure. They instinctively wanted to throw the unlicensed knight out and teach him a lesson. But when they turned to look at the position from which the unlicensed knight came, they saw Ning waving at them, signaling them not to take action. The two exchanged a glance and immediately understood. Perhaps it was Ning intention to have this guy appear here. Although they didn't understand why Ning Chuan would want such a weak, ordinary person to intervene in the battle, they chose to trust him. So, they abandoned the idea of stopping the unlicensed knight. As soon as the unlicensed knight landed, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. Some onlookers were surprised, thinking the unlicensed knight had come to save the day. Others couldn't help but wonder what this C-class hero was doing here. Did he really have the ability to help White Star fight against the Deep Sea King? Many even thought he was just here to cause trouble. After all, even A-class and S-class heroes couldn't hold out long against the Deep Sea King. A C-class hero like the unlicensed knight would only be sending himself to his death. The unlicensed knight felt incredibly embarrassed at this moment, but he did not choose to retreat. He remembered what Ning Chuan had told him. That sentence seemed to be a source of strength, supporting him not to back down. So, he gritted his teeth, adjusted his state, and without saying a word, charged straight at the Deep Sea King. His fists were clenched tightly, and he attacked the Deep Sea King with a reckless determination. Bang! His fist landed on the Deep Sea King. It didn't even break the Deep Sea King's skin. It could even be said to be just scratching an itch. The Deep Sea King, feeling this trivial attack, showed a hint of mockery on his face. He had been engaged in an exciting battle with White Star when he was suddenly interrupted by an inconsequential human, naturally feeling dissatisfied. He sneered coldly and, without any mercy, swung a fist at the unlicensed knight. The force of this punch was tremendous, instantly sending the unlicensed knight flying. His body crashed heavily to the ground. His chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering serious injuries. But what shocked everyone was that the unlicensed knight did not lose his fighting spirit because of this. He struggled to get up, swaying as he steadied himself. There was no hint of retreat in his eyes. Instead, they burned with an even fiercer fighting spirit. I can't go down. Heroes never give up. The unlicensed knight muttered to himself. He clenched his fists tightly and charged at the Deep Sea King once again. His body was already on the verge of collapse. But that indomitable spirit deeply moved everyone. White Star felt a surge of emotion upon seeing this scene. She had initially wanted to persuade the unlicensed knight to leave. After all, his strength was far inferior to the Deep Sea King's, and continuing to fight would only be a futile sacrifice. Moreover, he did not possess the time reversal ability that she had. His injuries could not be healed. However, when she saw the unlicensed knight's resolute gaze and his determination to get up again and again, White Star suddenly understood something. He seems to possess something that I lack. White Star thought silently. It was an indomitable courage, a spirit that stands up to fight, even knowing it is at a disadvantage. This spirit was exactly what she was missing right now. I'm the princess of the Deep Sea royal family. Why should I be afraid that I can't defeat this ugly fishman? Why do I hesitate when throwing punches at him? At this moment, White Star's inner self was completely awakened. She was of the Deep Sea royal family, the future leader of the Deep Sea tribe. If she lacked the courage to deal with a mere fishman, how could she lead the fishman tribe in the future? A strong sense of battle intent and determination ignited within her. White Star took a deep breath, quickly gathering the power within her. Her previously calm aura suddenly became incredibly powerful. A decisive light flickered in her eyes, and an indescribable pressure emanated from her entire being. In the next moment, the conqueror's haki within White Star erupted. That powerful aura swept over the entire battlefield like a tidal wave. White Star's conqueror's haki contained a special power. It was a force specifically targeting deep-sea creatures. As soon as this power appeared, all members of the deep-sea tribe involuntarily trembled. They felt an oppression that came from the depths of their souls. That power seemed to penetrate their hearts directly, causing their legs to weaken, and they couldn't help but kneel down. Even the Deep-Sea King, who had been fighting White Star, felt an irresistible pressure at this moment. His legs trembled, and the power within him seemed to be suppressed, unable to be unleashed fully. He looked up at White Star, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if he had seen some unbeatable existence. Ning Chuan stood at a distance, a slight smile on his lips as he softly said, I didn't expect this move to really work, but it has made things tough for the unlicensed knight. This kid is a talent. Let's hand him over to Carp and the others next. Let them train him. Perhaps the next one to break the limiter will really be this kid. Is this the Poseidon that rules all the powers of the ocean? So it was hidden within my conqueror's haki. White Star was somewhat surprised as she felt the power of her conqueror's haki. She looked up at those members of the Deep Sea tribe kneeling under her conqueror's haki and spoke in a commanding tone. All of you get back to the sea. Leave this ugly fishman here. He is a criminal who started the war. Must be eliminated. White Star's words resonated like thunder, directly stunning all members of the deep-sea tribe. Her voice, infused with conqueror's haki and authority, echoed in the air, completely stripping the will to fight from the 100,000 deep-sea tribe members. In an instant, the once aggressive deep-sea tribe army on the shore fell into chaos. Those huge, ugly deep-sea soldiers lowered their heads, their eyes filled with awe for this beautiful and powerful new king. The gazes they directed at White Star were no longer filled with hatred and hostility, but rather a natural sense of submission. The deep-sea king stood in place, struggling to hold himself up, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He shouted, trying to use his voice to wake up those soldiers who were submitting to White Star. "Hey, what are you doing? Stand up. I am your king." His voice resonated in the air, carrying his final struggle. However, none of it had any effect. The soldiers of the deep-sea tribe had long been intimidated by the conqueror's haki that White Star exuded. They looked at her with awe, ignoring the Sea King's calls, as if that one sentence made them realize who the true king worthy of following was. One by one, the soldiers of the deep-sea tribe ignored the Sea King's orders. Without hesitation, they turned around and leaped into the depths of the sea with their massive bodies. Their movements were swift and resolute, showing no signs of hesitation. It was as if White Star's words were a command, one that could not be defied. "Damn cowards! You bastards! Come back!" The Sea King roared in anger. But facing him were only backs that showed no intention of turning back. They sank into the deep sea, disappearing amidst the waves. The Sea King's anger and roars ultimately turned into powerless sounds, dissipating in the wind. Seeing his entire army abandon him, the Sea King was filled with despair and unwillingness. He forcibly suppressed the fear within him, snorted coldly, and prepared to say a few harsh words before returning to the sea. He silently resolved in his heart. If he couldn't succeed today, he could retreat back into the deep sea, wait for another opportunity, and come ashore again. As long as he could escape, he would have a chance to make a comeback, to continue conquering humanity. However, Ning stood calmly at the back, observing everything. He quietly spoke to Hancock and Peach, who stood beside him. "We can't let him escape. Capture the Sea King and hand him over to Vegapunk and the others in the Hero Association for research." Hancock and Peach exchanged smiles. They immediately stepped forward, leading the other female heroes to quickly launch an attack on the Sea King. Their movements were swift and decisive. In an instant, they all charged toward the Sea King. The Sea King felt a tightening in his heart as he saw these female heroes approaching him. He knew that in his current state, he could not compete with these strong opponents, especially after being affected by White Star's conqueror's haki just now. His power had been significantly weakened, down to less than 1/10 of what it had been. In this state, he was no match for them. At this moment, the Sea King just wanted to quickly escape back into the sea. However, he was still too slow. Hancock and Peach had already rushed to his front at an incredible speed. Greater Roma leg. Hancock's eyes showed no mercy as she lifted her long leg and swiftly kicked toward the Sea King. The Sea King couldn't dodge in time and took a heavy hit, his body being forcefully knocked back. Immediately after, Peach swung her sword, completely sealing off the Sea King's last escape route. Then, Hancock mercilessly unleashed her petrification ability, quickly turning the Sea King into a stone statue. Under the powerful force of the female heroes, the Sea King had no way to resist. He could only watch in terror as he was completely petrified. His gaze was filled with unwillingness and despair. But none of this could change anything. He knew he had lost this opportunity. Perhaps he would never have a chance to return to the deep sea and regroup. He might even lose his freedom. Hancock and Peach quickly finished dealing with the battle. They handed the petrified Sea King over to the nearby Seraphim, preparing to take him back to the headquarters of the Hero Association for Vegapunk and the others to conduct research. Ning watched this scene and nodded in approval. He then ordered all members of the Hero Association to retreat. As the members gradually dispersed, only a few onlookers and media reporters remained at the scene. This earth-shattering battle had allowed everyone present to witness the strength of the Deep Sea Tribe. They also saw the true power of the heroes from the Hero Association. The media reporters immediately began to broadcast live, conveying the situation at the scene to everyone watching television at home. "Dear viewers, the female heroes of the Hero Association have just completely petrified and captured the Sea King. The entire process was clean and efficient, with no delays. What is even more surprising is that a mermaid princess from the hero group managed to scare away the entire deep sea tribe of 100,000 with just one sentence. This is indeed a miracle among miracles." The reporter's voice was filled with excitement. "Did you see that? That beautiful mermaid hero is incredibly strong. With just one sentence, She made all those deep-sea monsters run back into the sea. I've never seen such an amazing hero before. Indeed, the Hero Association truly deserves its reputation. They are simply the guardians of our Z city. I've decided that I want my children to join the Hero Association in the future. As the broadcast continued, the reputation of the Hero Association quickly spread among the masses. The people were filled with admiration and gratitude towards the Hero Association. Meanwhile, at the base of the Hero Association, the petrified Sea King was safely transported back and was now imprisoned in a laboratory, alongside the Underworld King and the Sky King, becoming subjects of research. Vegapunk carefully observed these ancient monsters in the laboratory, filled with curiosity and a desire to study their genes. Ning, President. We have captured 3 ancient kings, the Underworld King, the Sky King, and the Sea King. Vegapunk adjusted his glasses and said to Ning with anticipation. However, we need more samples for our research, especially since the genes of these ancient monsters are very special. They seem to share some similarities with the genes of modern monsters. If we can further study them, I believe we can achieve extremely valuable results. We might even grasp a portion of the powers of monsters. Upon hearing this, Ning eyes lit up. Need samples of ancient monsters? That's easy. There should still be one ancient king alive. Ning pondered for a moment and spoke. But soon, he fell back into deep thought. I remember that in the original plot, the ancient king angered Tornado and was sent away by her with a meteorite. However, for the sake of the association's research, I need to retrieve the ancient king from Tornado's hands. I hope Tornado won't be angry. Thinking of this, a cute image of Tornado when she was angry appeared in Ning mind. Ning smiled slightly and directly locked onto the trace of spatial power he had left on Tornado. The next moment, Ning pushed open a spatial door and instantly appeared beside Tornado. Tornado had received an urgent directive from the Hero Association stating that the ancient king was rampaging on human territory. Although the army had already been dispatched, the existing weapons of humanity could not inflict any effective damage on this behemoth. The power of the ancient king was terrifying. Each roar brought about destructive tremors, and wherever it went, it was like a hell on earth. For Tornado, this mission was just another routine task. Although the ancient king belonged to the dragon-level monsters, this level of dragon was hardly a threat to her. Since the situation wasn't urgent, Tornado chose to take a fighter jet to save some energy. She sat quietly in the cockpit of the fighter jet, her arms crossed over her chest, eyes closed in meditation, her expression quite proud. Through the window, she could see the billowing dust on the ground. The destroyed cities looked like scars, etched in her vision. Just as she was contemplating how to take down the ancient king, a sudden slight tremor rippled through the cockpit, as if something had torn through the air. Tornado opened her eyes alertly. She was just about to launch an attack when she saw a familiar figure standing in front of her. Ning, Tornado exclaimed, her nerves instantly tightening, forcibly retracting the psychic energy she was about to unleash. Her brows furrowed, confusion evident in her eyes. How did you end up here? Ning stood in the cramped cockpit, wearing a knowing smile as he looked at Tornado. He seemed completely unfazed by the piercing gaze that could almost penetrate his body, casually shrugging and saying, I heard the ancient king is causing trouble, so of course, I had to come join the fun. Tornado widened her eyes, revealing her signature fangs, and shouted angrily, That's my prey. I won't let you interfere. Her cheeks flushed slightly with anger, resembling an irate little beast. Ning couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. He reached out, unceremoniously ruffling her green hair, as if soothing a small animal. Don't be so stingy, Tornado. Whoever gets it first, it belongs to them. Ning teasing tone only fueled Tornado's irritation. She was so angry she nearly jumped up. But just as she was about to explode, she suddenly realized something. Just now, Ning had easily messed up her hair, and her psychic shield had reacted not at all, as if it had no effect on him. How is this possible? Tornado's psychic shield was a reflex. Anyone attempting to approach her would be blocked by it. Yet Ning could ignore it. This thought made her gaze turn serious. Ning strength was far more terrifying than she had imagined. As the fighter jet roared forward, Tornado's anger gradually gave way to calm contemplation. She realized that Ning arrival might complicate this mission. Of course, the complication wasn't the ancient king, but the unpredictable guy in front of her. She stole a glance at Ning who seemed completely relaxed, gazing out the window as if he were just sightseeing, which only added to her dissatisfaction. Soon, the fighter jet reached the location of the ancient king. Through the window, Tornado saw the massive creature, the ancient king. It resembled the legendary Godzilla. Its gigantic body like a mountain, covered in scales, with eyes glowing a bloodthirsty red. Its open mouth revealed surging, intense energy. It was striding forward, causing everything in its path to collapse under its feet or from its energy attacks, as if nothing could stand in its way. Tornado snorted coldly and stood up, preparing to use her psychic power to deal with this creature. The psychic energy quickly began to gather around her. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. She slightly raised her fingers, and the surrounding air began to tremble, a fierce wind picking up. Tornado was ready to unleash her psychic power, intending to tear the ancient king to shreds. However, just as she was about to attack, a more powerful aura suddenly erupted beside her. Ning Chuan acted faster than her. He extended his hand, lightly waving his palm as if tearing apart an invisible curtain. Song world. Ning Chuan directly intervened before Tornado, sending the ancient king into the training ground of the Song world. In that instant, the space seemed to twist. The massive ancient king was enveloped in an invisible force. Then, its enormous body vanished without a trace in an instant. The once roaring ancient king seemed to have never existed at all. Only the traces of destruction on the ground testified to its past existence. What? Tornado stared in shock at everything before her. She couldn't comprehend what had just happened. One moment, she had seen that enormous monster wreaking havoc, and the next, it had completely disappeared before her eyes. She didn't even get a clear look at what Ning Chuan had done. She only felt an indescribable force erupting in an instant. And then everything was gone. After a moment of daze, Tornado's anger peaked. Her prey, her target, had been so easily snatched away by Ning Chuan. This sense of defeat ignited her fury. What did you do to the ancient king? Tornado gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with rage. Ning Chuan smiled, shrugged, and appeared indifferent. Nothing much, just took it for research. Our scientists need samples. Tornado's face turned red with anger at his words, glaring at Ning Chuan. This is my mission. What right do you have to interfere? Seeing her angry expression, Ning Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out again to ruffle Tornado's hair, as if he were comforting a child. Don't be so worked up, little Tornado. Didn't we agree? Whoever gets it first, it's theirs. Tornado was so furious she nearly jumped up. She swung her hand to push Ning Chuan away with her psychic power. But no matter how hard she tried, her psychic energy had no effect on him. Why is my psychic power useless against you? Tornado stared at Ning Chuan in disbelief, recalling how he had just ruffled her hair, how he had blocked her at the Multiverse Heroes Association, and how he had just stolen her prey. She could no longer hold back. Her eyes widened in fury as she glared at Ning Chuan. Don't look at me like that. Next time there's prey, I'll let you have it, okay? Ning Chuan smiled, continuing to joke with Tornado. However, this time, he accidentally ignited a powder keg. Bastard, you're driving me crazy. Ning Chuan, I want to duel you. Tornado was seething with rage. Ning Chuan's words infuriated her. She felt belittled by him. Tornado's eyes narrowed slightly, her hands raised, causing the surrounding stones to float up like a rain of stones rushing toward Ning Chuan. Those stones spun and danced in the air under the control of her psychic power. Each one was infused with powerful destructive force, as if it aimed to bury Ning Chuan completely. However, Ning Chuan simply stood there, a faint smile on his lips. In the next moment, a transparent barrier enveloped his body. The barrier's ability instantly activated, blocking all of Tornado's attacks. The stones continuously struck the barrier, yet it was as if they were hitting a copper wall or an iron wall, shattering into dust. Seeing this, Tornado's face darkened even more, and the anger in her heart burned even fiercer. Her eyes glimmered slightly, and as her psychic power surged, the energy boiling in the air seemed to resonate with her fury. In her angry state, Tornado decided to hold nothing back. She wanted to use her psychic power to completely tear Ning Chuan apart, making him understand the price of offending her. With a wave of her hands, her psychic power surged towards Ning Chuan like a violent storm, distorting the entire space under Tornado's strength. However, Ning Chuan's figure remained as steady as a mountain. Tornado's psychic power met Ning Chuan's body, but couldn't break through the formidable defense reinforced by his armed hockey. Tornado's attacks repeatedly failed, infuriating her. She bared her tiger teeth and shouted angrily at Ning Chuan, "You bastard! Why can't even my psychic power tear you apart? How did you do it?" Seeing her so enraged, Ning Chuan found it amusing. Seizing the moment she was distracted, he stepped in front of Tornado and gently ruffled her hair. With a smile on his face and a teasing look in his eyes, he said, "Don't be so angry. By the way, your sister Fubuki has joined our Multiverse Hero Association. Do you want to join us too?" Upon hearing Ning Chuan mention Fubuki, Tornado's expression instantly changed. Her eyes filled with rage, her hair standing on end, and her small tiger teeth clenched together as she angrily said, "What did you say? Fubuki joined you? You bastard, you actually took my sister away from the Hero Association." Ning Chuan couldn't help but chuckle at Tornado's uncontrollable fury. He showed no remorse, instead appearing indifferent. "Come on, don't be so angry. Why don't you come over and take a look? Fubuki is very happy to join us." Tornado trembled with anger, her small tiger teeth clattering. "I don't want to go to your place," she shouted angrily. The psychic power within her erupted to its peak instantly. She wanted this detestable guy to understand the consequences of casually laying hands on her and her sister. Tornado raised her hands high, and her psychic power howled like a raging wind. With all her might, she summoned a massive meteor from the sky. This meteor was even larger than the one that nearly destroyed City Z before. Carrying immense pressure, it plummeted straight down towards Ning Chuan. In the sky, the enormous meteor streaked through the air, descending rapidly with world-destroying power. The entire Earth seemed to tremble under the threat of this force. The massive meteor quickly appeared on the Hero Association's observation system. The observers turned pale with fear and immediately sounded the alarm. "Emergency! A giant meteor is descending, even larger than the one that almost destroyed City Z last time. This could destroy all of humanity." The upper management of the Hero Association was stunned by this news, completely at a loss. Everyone was contemplating how to deal with this crisis. They immediately thought of the people from the Multiverse Hero Association. After all, they had easily resolved the last meteor crisis in City Z. However, just as they hesitated about asking for help, someone suddenly remembered that the meteor's landing location seemed to be the task site where Tornado was. The upper management of the Hero Association quickly contacted Tornado. The call was soon connected. "Tornado, we discovered that a massive meteor is falling towards your location. You must deal with it quickly. The Hero Association cannot lose to the Multiverse Hero Association." However, Tornado on the other end of the line sneered and replied coldly, "That meteor is summoned by me." "What?" The voices of the upper management were filled with fear and shock. "Are you joking? Tornado, you can't mess this up." Tornado completely ignored them, directly hanging up the phone, her eyes filled with anger towards Ning Chuan. Under her psychic control, the meteor approached Ning Chuan faster and faster. The pressure seemed to solidify the very air. Ning Chuan looked up at the giant stone falling from the sky, a faint smile on his lips. Faced with this meteor, he showed no panic. Instead, he seemed somewhat amused. He shook his head slightly, then raised a hand and gave a gentle wave, instantly unleashing the power of the chop fruit. At the moment the meteor was about to land, it seemed to be affected by an invisible, immense force. The next moment, it shattered into countless fragments right before everyone's eyes. The once mighty meteor that blocked the sky instantly turned into a sky full of stones and dust, scattering in all directions with the wind. Tornado stared at this sudden change, completely stunned. Ning Chuan's speed was so quick that she couldn't even see it clearly. Just as Tornado was still in shock, Ning Chuan's figure appeared behind her like a ghost. He reached out, grabbing the back of Tornado's neck and lifting her effortlessly, as if she were a child. Tornado didn't even have time to react before feeling a tremendous force slap against her backside. "Smack! You little rascal, you're getting more mischievous." Ning Chuan maintained his teasing smile as he patted Tornado's backside. "When you hit me just now, you didn't use much strength, so now I'm going to use some." Tornado felt the strength from Ning Chuan's big hand, her face flushed with anger, her mind in chaos. As a full-fledged S-rank hero, she was being lifted like a child and spanked. How could she endure this? The anger burned deep within her. However, no matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from Ning Chuan's grip. "Let go of me, you bastard. How dare you do this to me?" Tornado shouted in humiliation and anger, kicking her limbs wildly in the air. Ning Chuan continued to spank Tornado's backside, laughing as he said, "See, I'm just helping you. Your power is still not strong enough. You should practice more and learn from experts like me." His words carried a hint of teasing and mockery, as if he didn't take Tornado's resistance seriously at all. Tornado gritted her teeth, furious to the extreme, tears welling in her eyes. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such humiliation. If it weren't for Ning Chuan restraining her, she would have surely bitten him. While spanking Tornado, Ning Chuan asked with a smile, "Want to join my Multiverse Hero Association? I can help you become stronger." His words were laced with provocation and jest, as he closely observed Tornado's reaction. However, Tornado's expression became increasingly complex. Initially, she completely rejected it. Oof, I don't want your help. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll have to smash your butt. Tornado retorted angrily, trying to break free from Ning Chuan's grip. However, with every slap of Ning Chuan's palm, she felt a fiery pain on her backside. The shame mixed with physical pain gradually made her unable to resist, and her heart wavered slightly. In the end, she sighed softly and relented a bit. I can join too, but there are no telekinetic experts in your Multiverse Heroes Association. How could you help me become stronger? Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan revealed a confident smile. Then I'll become a telekinetic expert to teach you. This statement left Tornado stunned, her eyes showing disbelief. Telekinesis is an innate ability. How could you possibly become a telekinetic expert? Are you joking with me? Seeing Tornado doubt his words, Ning Chuan slightly loosened his grip and smiled. Show me your telekinesis again. After being released, Tornado's face flushed slightly. At this moment, she felt both angry and confused. After some adjustment, she calmed down a bit. She angrily used her telekinesis to lift a stone, throwing it at Ning Chuan as if to retaliate. This is my telekinesis. I want to see how you learned it. Seeing Tornado's defiant expression, Ning Chuan gently shook his head. He had already observed Tornado's telekinesis for a long time, especially analyzing it carefully with observation hockey. Therefore, when Tornado made this request, he almost laughed out loud. System, start the calculation. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing telekinesis for 10 minutes, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now starting cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 100,000 minutes of telekinesis cultivation return. The host has successfully mastered telekinesis. As the system's voice sounded, Ning Chuan felt a sudden surge of a special ability within him. This was telekinesis. After feeling this ability, he smiled at Tornado and said, I've already learned it. A hint of doubt flashed in Tornado's eyes. You're kidding, right? She stared at Ning Chuan, wanting to expose his trick. Without waiting for her reaction, Ning Chuan waved his hand, and telekinesis was instantly released. The stone that Tornado had just thrown flew back to her side, hovering in the air. Seeing the scene, Tornado was shocked. She never expected Ning Chuan to really learn telekinesis. How is this possible? How did Ning Chuan do all this? Tornado's heart was in turmoil. However, she was still unwilling to admit defeat and began to look for excuses to cover up her shock. Even though you've learned telekinesis, your telekinesis level is too low to help me improve. Ning Chuan smiled slightly, naturally seeing that Tornado was trying to argue. He controlled his telekinesis for another 5 minutes, then spoke in his heart. System, continue the calculation. Congratulations to the host for successfully using telekinesis for 5 minutes, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now, starting cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 50,000 minutes of telekinesis cultivation return. The host telekinesis has successfully reached a new height. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ning Chuan knew that his telekinesis had been elevated to a new level. He immediately activated his telekinesis. In the next moment, the surroundings began to shake violently, as if even the surrounding air was vibrating. Tornado felt this change and instantly showed a look of panic. What? What is this? Telekinesis? How is this possible? Tornado stared blankly at Ning Chuan, feeling a strong sense of disbelief rising in her heart. In such a short time, Ning Chuan's telekinesis has gone from nothing to this terrifying level. Tornado could tell that at first, Ning Chuan's telekinesis was similar to hers. But now, compared to her telekinesis, Ning Chuan's was like a small river meeting the ocean, completely on a different level. How about it? Do you want to become stronger? If you join the Multiverse Heroes Association, I'll tell you how I did it. Ning Chuan smiled, his tone laced with temptation. Tornado hesitated for a moment. She was indeed very interested in Ning Chuan's method for enhancing telekinesis. But at the same time, she didn't want to leave her own Heroes Association. Just as she was indecisive, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the Heroes Association. As soon as Tornado answered the phone, she heard a very urgent voice from the higher-ups. Tornado, a god-level disaster is about to strike. You must quickly return to the Heroes Association headquarters to discuss countermeasures. Tornado was instantly taken aback. A god-level disaster had never occurred before. This filled her with a sense of unease. She looked up at Ning Chuan and said seriously, Ning Chuan, something big is about to happen. I must go back. The matter of joining your Multiverse Heroes Association will have to be delayed. Also, I want to ask you to prepare quickly, because a god-level disaster is about to strike Earth. Her tone was urgent. After saying this, she moved and directly flew back towards the Heroes Association. Ning Chuan heard the content of the call while Tornado was on the phone. Watching Tornado's departing figure, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and silently thought, is the spaceship of the Cosmic King Boros coming? According to the original plot, after defeating the Ancient Queen, Tornado would return to deal with Boros's matters. If that's the case, then a good show is about to unfold. Ning Chuan's lips curled up slightly. He was now looking forward to Saitama encountering Boros sooner. After all, in the current One Punch Man storyline, only this guy could last a while against Saitama, allowing Ning Chuan the opportunity to observe Saitama's fighting style and try to break through human limitations like Saitama. Upon learning that Boros's spaceship was about to descend on Earth, Ning Chuan quickly made a decision in his heart. This was a rare opportunity to further expand the influence of the Multiverse Heroes Association from Z City to other cities, gradually devouring all the territories owned by the Heroes Association. Notify all S-rank heroes to assemble immediately. This battle concerns the reputation of our entire Multiverse Heroes Association. Everyone must give their all. Ning Chuan's calm and decisive voice echoed in the command room. All the correspondents hurriedly executed orders, quickly contacting the S-class heroes scattered across various locations. After returning to the base, Ning Chuan headed straight to the science department. He brought back the Ancient King from the Goo refinery in the Goo world and handed it over to Vegapunk and his research team for study. The Ancient King, a dragon-class monster that once rampaged in the real world, was terrified when it first emerged from the refinery. The experience in the refinery was a terrifying nightmare for it. Ning Chuan had locked it in the Goo world, subjecting it to various tortures and torment. Despite the Ancient King's immense power, there were too many strong beings in that special refinery. It simply couldn't resist and could only passively take the beatings, especially since it was a newcomer to that place. It was naturally well entertained by the old lady and the 5 elder stars. Boo-hoo. It was so terrifying in there. The Ancient King quickly walked toward the laboratory, wiping its tears. I would rather be treated as a test subject than go back to that place. I can't fight back, and I can't even die. It's just pure beating. The Ancient King choked up, its expression quite complicated. Ning Chuan looked at it, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that this special training had a significant psychological impact on the Ancient King. After handing the Ancient King over to Vegapunk's team for research, Ning Chuan quickly gathered all the S-class heroes of the Universal Heroes Association. A massive battle lineup soon gathered in the conference room. Top heroes from the pirate world, such as Carp, Sengoku, Shanks, Hawkeye, Kizaru, and Akainu, all appeared with excited expressions. Clearly, everyone was not worried at all about this disaster. Instead, they were very much looking forward to it. Ning Chuan stood in front of them, scanning the room, and then spoke. Everyone, the next opponent is Boros's spaceship, which is about to descend to Earth from space. I have figured out their first destination, City A, where the Hero Association is located. They will destroy the entire city the moment they arrive. By then, probably less than 1% of the population will survive. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, the gathered heroes frowned. Isn't the headquarters of the Hero Association in City A? How could they not react to this? What a bunch of idiots. When Sengoku thought about the consequences Ning Chuan mentioned, that such a large city could only have less than 1% of its population survive, he felt that the folks at the Hero Association were really not up to par. They might as well be merged into the Universal Heroes Association sooner. This is precisely the opportunity for our Universal Heroes Association. At this point, Ning Chuan emphasized his tone. I hope everyone understands that this is not just an ordinary battle. It is also an opportunity for our Universal Heroes Association to showcase our strength. After we protect City A, we must immediately take action against the enemies on the spaceship. We cannot let the Hero Association steal our achievements. As he said this, he glanced around, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Remember, whoever lets their enemies be taken away will be sent back to their original world. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly became tense. A surge of fighting spirit rose involuntarily among the crowd. No one wanted to return to their original world. They all wanted to continue staying in this new world filled with challenges and opportunities, enjoying the thrill of battle. Finally, I can have a good match with stronger opponents. Carp laughed, patting his fists with a long-lost provocation in his expression. Enemies from outside the universe. I wonder if they can withstand my iron fists. Sengoku also nodded, his expression serious. For us, no strong enemy can be underestimated. We must give it our all. Your opponents are not just the people on the spaceship, but also the heroes from the Hero Association, Ning Chuan added. Once we withstand the first wave of attacks, they will immediately intervene in the battle and compete with you. Everyone must not let their guard down and allow the enemy to be taken away. Oomph. Heroes from the Hero Association? Shanks showed a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. We're not afraid of those guys. We'll see whose moves are faster. Exactly. Kizaru smiled slightly, his tone full of confidence. Akainu also silently clenched his fists. All right, time is short. Everyone prepare to take action. Meanwhile, the Hero Association was also holding an emergency meeting. More than a dozen S-Class heroes had gathered in the command room of the headquarters. Everyone looked serious, preparing for the expedition. This crisis was unlike any other. They were facing a terrifying disaster descending from space. The atmosphere inside the Hero Association was oppressive and tense, far from the relaxed demeanor of those in the Universal Heroes Association. Everyone knew that this battle would likely require them to fight desperately. Just as the people of the Hero Association were in their meeting, Boros's spaceship had quietly descended over City A. The massive shadow of the spaceship loomed over the entire City A. A gigantic energy cannon hung from the bottom of the ship, aimed directly at the city. Get ready and destroy this city immediately. Boros's voice carried a hint of cold laughter from within the spaceship. He was prepared to deliver a welcome gift to the people on this planet. However, just as they were accumulating energy, a massive rift suddenly tore open in the sky. Soon, members of the Universal Heroes Association rushed out from the rift. Each hero emanated a powerful aura, using their abilities to charge straight at Boros's spaceship. Top heroes like Carp, Shanks, Kizaru, and Sengoku rushed towards the spaceship, unleashing various powerful attacks to start damaging the energy cannons. The sword energy from Shanks and Hawkeye instantly cut through, destroying several cannon openings. Kizaru's lasers followed suit, and Sengoku transformed into a giant golden Buddha, punching repeatedly at those energy cannons. While these heroes were frantically damaging the spaceship, Ning immediately directed Vegapunk and others to take over all communication information from City A. He broadcasted the news of the massive spaceship from deep space to everyone. Emergency evacuation of City A has begun. Everyone, leave City A immediately. This will be handled by our Universal Heroes Association. As soon as Ning Chuan's voice fell, all the citizens of City A involuntarily looked up at the sky. When they raised their heads, they were all shocked and stood there in disbelief. They saw a huge spaceship hovering over the city, its massive form blocking the sun, resembling a city floating in the air. As countless heroes quickly launched their attacks around the spaceship, the citizens of City A finally realized that they were in the midst of an unprecedented disaster. However, after the shock, a surge of anger followed. Many citizens began to express their outrage loudly. What about the Hero Association? What's going on? How could such a large spaceship not be detected in advance? We are in City A, the headquarters of the Hero Association, and yet there was no warning about this disaster. Where's all the tax money we usually pay going? They couldn't even notice such a giant spaceship. Instead, it's the Multiverse Hero Association coming to clean up our mess. How can we trust you? Trusting you is not as good as trusting the Multiverse Hero Association. These words seemed to pierce the heart of the Hero Association like a sharp sword. At that moment, the high-ranking officials of the Hero Association, who were nervously holding a meeting at headquarters, received news of the outbreak outside. Their faces immediately turned extremely grim, a mix of shock and anger. What? The spaceship has already arrived over City A. One high-ranking official of the Hero Association exclaimed excitedly. How is this possible? We didn't receive any intel at all. Even more infuriating is that the Seraphim of the Multiverse Hero Association seem to have been informed already. They have all arrived in City A and started protecting the citizens. Almost simultaneously, all members of the Multiverse Hero Association worked together to launch a fierce offensive against the spaceship. The spaceship's defense system attempted to counterattack, but was completely thrown off rhythm by the concentrated assault. Meanwhile, the citizens were evacuating in an orderly manner under the protection of the Seraphim, without any panic. This was a disgrace. One high-ranking official of the Hero Association turned pale with anger. Our headquarters is in City A. How can we make such a huge mistake? And let outsiders steal our thunder? Quickly, let all the heroes go out and do everything they can to resist the attack from the spaceship. Just as the high-ranking officials of the Hero Association were in a frenzy, Ning Chuan stood in the air, watching the heroes rushing out from the Hero Association building below, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Hero Association, he said softly, you are too slow. The consequence of being one step behind is a significant drop in support. In this battle, you're already out of the game. As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, another portal appeared behind him. This time, the portal led to the pirate world. In the pirate world, the sea was clear and sunny. Ning Chuan had already made ample preparations here. Over 10,000 Seraphim warriors stood in Nitros. The moment the portal opened, these Seraphim warriors, like well-trained soldiers, stepped forward in unison. The next moment, they arrived in the one-punch world through the portal. One by one, they soared into the air, flying toward Boros's spaceship. At this time, Boros had received reports from the warriors inside the spaceship. His brows furrowed slightly, and a rare interest flashed in his eyes. To encounter such strong resistance on a spaceship he personally led was an experience he had never had before. A hint of provocation gleamed in Boros's eyes. So many people dare to stand in my way? Interesting. This is indeed the place prophesied where someone could fight me. He sneered coldly, his confidence evident. In that case, let's see if the army of this planet can match my forces. Open the hatch, all troops deploy. With a command from Boros, the spaceship's hatch opened simultaneously. One could see 10,000 elite warriors from various races in the universe stepping out one after another. Their aura was powerful, their expression stern, each emanating a terrifying killing intent. These warriors came from different planets. Some were gigantic and possessed immense strength. Some were exceptionally agile, moving like phantoms, and others wielded unique abilities. Seeing this massive army, a cold smile flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes. He understood Boros's intent. Before the top experts of both sides fought, they would first have a Legion-level contest with their respective soldiers. And he initially had the same idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought out these 10,000 Seraphim warriors. This time, Ning Chuan also wanted to test the outcome of his Seraphim warriors against these soldiers from across the universe. Come on, Ning Chuan silently chanted in his heart. With a wave of his hand, the neatly arranged Seraphim quickly formed a formation and launched a fierce charge toward Boros's spaceship. Immediately, Ning Chuan directed his warriors to pounce forward, and the sky erupted with a series of rumbling sounds. The Seraphim warriors, in teams of 10, each utilized the power of their devil fruits, launching rapid and precise attacks against the enemies. Boros's army did not underestimate them at all, and quickly launched a fierce counterattack. A total of 20,000 warriors collided fiercely in the air, various abilities intertwined in the sky. Before long, under the terrifying combined abilities of the Seraphim warriors, the top warriors from powerful races across the universe began to falter, being defeated one by the Seraphim warriors. Seeing this, Boros's eyes narrowed. He snorted coldly, and 3 of the top combat members beside him immediately understood the cue and charged out of the spaceship to support the 10,000 warriors from across the universe. Upon seeing these 3 officers fly out, Carp and the others couldn't help but smile. They felt the immense power of these 3. Finally, the cadre-level monsters worth fighting had appeared. Carp and the others were extremely excited at this moment. They began to roll up their sleeves, eager to start the battle. They were even about to fight each other over who would take on these 3 cadre members from spaceship. Meanwhile, Boros inside the spaceship also set his sights on Ning Chuan, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Could this young man be the one rumored to be able to fight me? Interesting. After the battle among the subordinates concludes, let's have a proper king versus king showdown. As the spaceship descended from space, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Although the S-Class heroes of the Hero Association had just received orders to prepare for this battle against the monsters from the universe, when they rushed to the battlefield, the scene before them left them stunned. The front had already been filled with S-Class heroes from the Multiverse Hero Association. They had no space to fight. Almost none of the ordinary alien minions managed to escape. All were taken over by the Seraphim warriors of the Multiverse Hero Association. The S-Class heroes of the Multiverse also quickly occupied the battlefield against the top opponents. The 3 strongest monsters were completely claimed by them. At this moment, it seemed that the Hero Association had no place to stand. What's going on here? The Atomic Warrior looked at the situation in front of him with a complicated expression. How did the people from the Multiverse Heroes Association cross the line? They're actually competing with us for enemies? The Metal Bat was also very angry and dissatisfied with the actions of the Multiverse Heroes Association. The Sexy Prisoner, Silver Fong, and other S-Class heroes also wore serious expressions. Usually, when faced with any challenge, they would rush into it without hesitation. But the current situation made them feel a bit helpless. On their own territory, the enemies that originally belonged to them had already been taken away by others, and they could only stand there and watch. This feeling was truly frustrating. Tornado stood to the side, her brows slightly furrowed, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. If it were in the past, upon seeing such a situation, she would have dived right into the battle, absolutely unwilling to tolerate anyone stealing her chance to fight. However, now her attitude was clearly different from before. Since the last confrontation with Ning Chuan, Tornado's inner confidence had been deeply shaken. She knew the gap between her current strength and Ning Chuan's. Therefore, she no longer impulsively competed with the strong members of the Multiverse Heroes Association like she used to. She clearly understood that once Ning Chuan made a move, her group would be thoroughly humiliated. Hey, don't you think today's tornado is a bit strange? If it were in the past, she would have exploded with anger if someone stole her opponent. The sexy prisoner whispered, seeming confused by Tornado's behavior today. Yeah, the old Tornado would have charged up to deal with anyone who took her opponent. The metal bat frowned as well. Today's situation seemed a bit off. Are we going to fight or just stand here watching? Silver Fong Bongu didn't speak, only stared into Tornado's eyes, seemingly guessing what she was thinking. Tornado naturally heard the murmurs from a few people, but she didn't answer. Instead, she continued to look ahead, her mind occupied with one thought. Could it be that all of Ning Chuan's powerful subordinates became this strong because of him? If that's the case, maybe I could try going to Ning Chuan's side. Just then, the spaceship's hatch slowly opened. A figure walked out from the spaceship. It was an alien with a huge build, covered in muscles and 5 heads. Each head had an extremely cold expression, with intense hostility in their eyes. He opened his mouth and spoke in a hoarse voice. I am Maluzagalu, the highest level combat personnel of Lord Boros. I have come to crush all of you ants. Hearing his self-introduction, Shanks, Mihawk, and Carp didn't feel afraid at all. Instead, they showed extremely excited expressions. This kind of powerful opponent was precisely the challenge they had been looking forward to for a long time. Seeing this, Sengoku directly turned to the crowd and said, let's discuss who will fight first. I'll go first. Shanks stepped forward without hesitation, drawing his sword with a confident look on his face. No, it should be me. Mihawk quickly reacted and stood beside Shanks. How about this? I'm older, and you don't respect your elders, so let me go first. Carp stepped forward at this moment, his fists colliding heavily, seemingly very interested in this 5-headed enemy. Admiral Carp, let me handle it. He said he would kill everyone. Such a vicious thug should be buried in magma. For a moment, everyone was in heated debate. It seemed they all wanted to be the first to face this bizarre creature. In the end, after a round of intense rock-paper-scissors filled with observation hockey, Shanks won the opportunity to fight first. Thus, under everyone's gaze, Shanks approached Maluzagalu first, directly drawing the griffin from his chest. He sneered, provocatively scanning Maluzagalu. A cosmic monster? Let's see what you're capable of. One of Maluzagalu's heads slightly lowered, with a dismissive look. A small human swordsman dares to challenge me? One of my clones is enough to easily defeat you. Before his words fell, Maluzagalu indeed split off a clone that stood beside him. This clone looked exactly like Maluzagalu, clearly one of his abilities. Seeing this scene, Shanks' mouth curled up slightly, coldly laughing in his heart. A clone? You really are arrogant. Then, Shanks unhesitatingly wrapped his conqueror's haki around his sword, preparing to slash this clone. As a powerful sense of oppression emitted from the entire sword, the next moment, Shanks swung his sword fiercely. The sword gleamed, directly piercing Maluzagalu's clone. God's avoidance. Maluzagalu did not expect Shanks to be so decisive, actually using his strongest move right at the start. As a terrifying sword energy swept past, the speed was so fast that Maluzagalu had no time to react. The clone was directly cut in half. Maluzagalu was instantly shocked. He had thought that the defense of his clone could withstand Shanks' attack. He didn't expect Shanks to be so formidable. He immediately prepared to use the core's power to revive the severed clone. However, he was horrified to discover that the core he was supposed to use for revival had also been completely destroyed by Shanks' sword. In the next moment, one of the 5 heads on Maluzagalu's shoulders was suddenly gone. This meant that he had permanently lost one head. How is this possible? The other 4 heads of Maluzagalu simultaneously emitted sounds of immense shock. He never expected to lose a life to a single sword strike from a human. Hey, 5-headed monster. No, now you only have 4 heads. Do you dare to continue? If you choose to admit defeat, I can spare your life. When Maluzagalu's clone was instantly taken out by Shanks' sword, and even his core was completely destroyed, Maluzagalu's rage nearly drove him to madness. His clone was an important reliance in his battles, taking decades to grow one. Yet he lost one in an instant, and even the core part was destroyed. Maluzagalu knew that to completely turn the situation around, he had to be doubly cautious. He had to ensure that this enemy, Shanks, was dealt with first. Damn red-haired swordsman. Maluzagalu ground his teeth and growled, an endless rage surging in his heart. You have successfully angered me. I will kill all of you sword-wielding humans. This time, Maruzagaludo held nothing back and quickly created 4 clones. 2 of the clones prepared to face Shanks, while the other 2 charged straight at Mihawk. After all, in his understanding, Mihawk was an enemy who wielded a sword just like Shanks. Therefore, his strength must be extraordinary as well. Maruzagaludo believed he must defeat these sword-wielding foes as soon as possible. The rest were not worth fearing. Once these 2 sword users were dead, the others could only be slaughtered by him. However, just as Mihawk looked at the flying clones and prepared to draw his sword for an attack, Shanks' thunderous roar suddenly rang out. These guys are all mine. No one else is allowed to interfere. This roar echoed across the entire battlefield like a thunderclap. Maruzagaludo, who originally intended to split his forces, felt an invisible pressure at that moment. This terrifying pressure made his heart race. The momentum of this red-haired swordsman was too strong. It actually caused him to feel a momentary panic. At the same time, Mihawk was interrupted by this roar as well. He had been ready to strike, but now sheathed his sword, a look of boredom on his face. Shanks, keep an eye on your enemies. If another one pops up, I'll have to draw my sword, Mihawk said, lowering his head to retract his black blade and quietly standing to the side. None of them will escape, Shanks replied. Upon seeing this scene, Maruzagaludo felt a surge of anger rise within him. He could not tolerate Shanks and Mihawk's arrogant attitude of underestimating him. This made his determination even stronger. He must give his all to quickly eliminate this red-haired swordsman. Then there was the swordsman with the black long sword. He had to show them how powerful a cosmic-level warrior truly was. Thus, Maruzagaludo no longer split his attention and ordered all 4 clones to launch a fierce attack on Shanks simultaneously. He attempted to defeat his opponent in one fell swoop. Upon seeing Maruzagaludo's attack, Shanks' lips curled into a slight smile as he tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, revealing a confident grin. He stepped forward, unleashing his 3-color haki to its fullest extent at the same time. His body transformed into a flash of lightning, directly meeting the 4 clones' attacks with his fierce swordsmanship. Even facing 4 at once, Shanks had no intention of defending. Instead, he began a series of relentless offensives. In his eyes, Maruzagaludo was merely a very good opponent. Facing 4 enemies who were in sync was a first for him. This novel feeling instantly excited Shanks. As Maruzagaludo's clones came charging in, Shanks swung his sword, and the sword energy surged like a massive wave, instantly cleaving through the attacks of 2 of the clones. Then he leaped forward, thrusting the tip of his sword sharply into one clone's chest, the powerful sword energy instantly tearing the clone's body apart into countless fragments. However, with the prior experience of his core being shattered by Shanks' sword, Maruzagaludo had already begun frantically adjusting the position of his core to avoid Shanks' attacks. Therefore, those clones severed by Shanks could recover again under the cover of the other clones. However, what Maruzagaludo did not know was that he was not the only one with recovery abilities. His opponent Shanks had the time reversal ability bestowed upon him by Ning. Meanwhile, the Atomic Samurai from the Hero Association and his disciples stood at a distance, watching the intense battle with rapt attention. The Atomic Samurai himself wielded a sword, but his swordsmanship pursued speed and precision, fast and subtle. He aimed for maximum lethality without focusing on momentum, but when he saw Shanks' swordsmanship, he was immediately stunned. Shanks' swordsmanship was completely different from the sword path he had learned. Shanks' sword energy was like thunder, magnificent, and every swing could unleash a violent surge of sword energy. What kind of swordsmanship is this? The Atomic Samurai murmured in surprise, as his curiosity was ignited by witnessing Shanks' sword technique. This swordsmanship was so wild. It seemed less like swordsmanship and more like a terrifying force unleashed by the sword. Swordsmanship can be used like this? At that moment, the Atomic Samurai was entranced. He couldn't help but ponder whether he should ask Shanks about the sword path after this disaster ended. After all, with Shanks' level of swordsmanship, it would surely bring unprecedented inspiration to his own sword techniques. Just as Shanks was locked in a fierce battle with Maruzagaludo, another even more powerful opponent appeared on the other end of the battlefield. Gloribas, a monster covered in green with a giant mouth for a head and hands, and a terrifying poisonous tail spike growing from its back. Its mere presence made the surrounding air feel heavy. Gloribas had its sights set on Akainu. seemingly harboring intense hostility towards the red color associated with him. "You red one, let us start with you." Gloriba's mouth twisted as it emitted a low voice. Akainu felt Gloriba's gaze and revealed a cold smile. Since arriving in this world, he had not encountered a truly worthy opponent for a long time. The previous monsters had all turned into pools of blood in his magma within a short time. Now, Gloriba's appearance excited him. "I can finally enact the justice in my heart. You evil beings must die in the magma." Before Akainu could finish his words, Gloriba suddenly spewed forth a strong, corrosive liquid. The liquid exuded a foul odor and shot directly towards Akainu. However, Akainu, with his powerful observation haki, sensed it instantly. He immediately unleashed his magma fist, striking with earth-shattering momentum toward Gloriba's. The magma fist, accompanied by a tremendous heat wave, almost instantly evaporated the corrosive liquid and forced Gloriba's back. Following that, Akainu spared no effort and directly elementalized his body, transforming into pools of magma. He quickly surrounded the enemy. At the moment Akainu and Gloriba's clashed fiercely, the last top-tier combat member on Boros' ship also moved. Goriganship, entirely pitch black, with its head and limbs resembling those of a massive octopus. Just making eye contact with it could send shivers down one's spine. He was the strongest psychic master in the entire universe, with psychic powers even stronger than Tornado, this being known as the strongest psychic master in the universe. Now, cast a piercing gaze at the heroes observing the battle. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his strongest psychic power, launching an attack on all the unengaged S-Class heroes. Goriganship was the strongest being on the entire spaceship aside from Boros. He is confident that he will capture all the S-Class heroes in one sweep. Almost in an instant, the S-Class heroes of the Hero Association felt an invisible and overwhelming force suddenly enveloping their bodies. That strange pressure was like mountains collapsing, making it impossible for them to move. Except for Tornado, who could control psychic powers, heroes like Metalbat, Sexy Prisoner, Flashy Flash, and Blacklight were all firmly suppressed by this powerful psychic force. Their bodies suddenly sank, as if their feet had instantly sunk into the ground. It was as if they were violently thrown into the air by an invisible hand, completely losing their ability to control themselves for a moment. In contrast to the Hero Association, the heroes of the Multiverse Hero Association were faring much better. The moment they sensed something was wrong, they quickly maximized their armament haki, wrapping their bodies in this powerful defense. The strong armament haki directly blocked the oppressive force of the psychic power from the outside. When armament haki clashed with the psychic force, it was as if two torrents collided head-on, stirring up invisible waves. Goryu Ganshipu thought he could easily deal with these pesky heroes this time, but he didn't expect such intense resistance. For a moment, he was unable to inflict any lethal damage on them. Bangu stood at a distance, and with a glance, he saw Carp still standing there motionless. Although he hadn't made a move, his aura had already erupted at that moment. Bangu immediately understood that this old guy Carp was using armament haki to resist the impact of the psychic force. Since that was the case, the armament haki ability he had just learned was just in time to be put to use. With that thought, Bangu unhesitatingly activated his mastered armament haki. The moment the haki was activated, Bangu immediately felt his body become much lighter. The suffocating psychic force and haki fiercely clashed, and he ultimately broke free from it. Restored to freedom, he steadied himself and revealed a relaxed smile. Upon seeing Bangu successfully escape the restraints like the heroes of the Multiverse Hero Association, Metalbat, Atomic Samurai, and Sexy Prisoner were all astonished and eagerly asked Bangu how he did it. Bangu smiled lightly and explained, "This is called armament haki, which I learned from Iron Fist Carp of the Multiverse Hero Association. It might be too late to teach you now, but I can tell you that it is a very effective defensive technique. After this, you can also go to the Multiverse Hero Association to learn." Hearing Bangu's explanation, the hearts of the heroes stirred. The Multiverse Hero Association actually teaches such things? It turns out they're not just relying on their names to scare people, but truly possess real skills. Metalbat and Sexy Prisoner exchanged glances, and a common thought arose in their minds. After this disaster is over, they should go to the Multiverse Hero Association to learn about this haki power. Tornado, standing not far away, naturally heard their conversation. She frowned, recalling her previous battle with Ning. He seemed to have used this power called haki as well, effectively resisting her psychic powers. Thinking of this, Tornado couldn't help but pout in dissatisfaction. That Ning is really bad, clearly. His psychic powers are stronger than this cosmic monster before her, yet he chooses not to help and just watches from the sidelines. Is he just waiting for her to embarrass herself? With that thought, Tornado's little temper surged. She decided to defeat this psychic monster in her own way. Let Ning Chuan see that she, Tornado, would never be inferior to anyone, not even a cosmic being. However, just as Tornado was about to elevate her psychic power to the limit and start fighting Goryu Ganshipu, a mighty voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Evil and wickedness shall not find an advantage here. Buddha form. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared in the sky. A gigantic golden Buddha descended from the heavens, bringing an overwhelming aura. Before the words fell, the Buddha's fist had already crashed down, targeting Goryu Ganshipu. This sudden change stunned everyone on the scene. Tornado's pupils narrowed, and she involuntarily stopped her actions. They had all heard that there was an S-class hero in the Multiverse Hero Association who could transform into a golden Buddha. However, they did not expect that seeing this golden Buddha in person would be so shocking. The moment the golden Buddha appeared, the Conqueror's haki emanating from Sengoku surged wildly around him, directly pushing aside Goryu Ganshipu's psychic force. Although Goryu Ganshipu did not expect his psychic force to be broken through by an inexplicable power, he was still one of the strongest psychic users in the universe. He quickly reacted, unleashing his psychic power in a sudden burst, attempting to block Sengoku's attack. However, the next moment, once Sengoku proved that the Conqueror's haki could counter psychic force, Whitebeard, Kaido, and others on the scene almost instantly maximized their own Conqueror's haki. These concentrated Conqueror's haki combined together, actually forcing Goryu Ganshipu's psychic power back. Goryu Ganshipu's attention had already been drawn to Sengoku's Buddha, and he did not expect to suddenly face so many capable of resisting his psychic power. This made him extremely furious. Just as he was preparing to further unleash his psychic power to tear everyone apart, Earthquake, Whitebeard's fist slammed towards him with incredible force. His punch was incredibly fierce, imbued with the terrifying power of the Quake fruit. Thunderbagua. Boom. Kaido also took this opportunity to swing his spiked club fiercely at him. Almost in an instant, the psychic shield around Goryu Ganshipu exploded with numerous cracks. Many attacks struck Goryu Ganshipu's body at that moment. The immense force sent him flying. He crashed heavily into a distant wall, raising countless clouds of dust. The S-class heroes of the Hero Association, watching from a distance, were all dumbfounded by this scene. The strength of the Multiverse Hero Association's members is indeed somewhat terrifying. We didn't even get a chance to make a move. We were all overshadowed by the Multiverse Hero Association's people, while the pirates were fiercely clashing with the three highest-ranking combat members. Boros had already set his one eye on Ning Chuan. His 10,000 troops were suffering a disastrous defeat against Ning Chuan's 10,000 Seraphim warriors. They were on the brink of being slaughtered. Meanwhile, the three highest-ranking combat members seemed unable to withstand the overwhelming power of Ning Chuan's subordinates. Boros was well aware that his subordinates' low and mid-tier forces had already been defeated. The only option left was a peak clash of the strongest forces. However, Boros believed that as long as he could defeat Ning Chuan, he would still be the ultimate victor of this battle. Even he could recruit all the strong individuals on this planet as his subordinates. Boros's figure suddenly flashed and directly flew out of the spaceship, arriving at the external battlefield. A powerful aura erupted from him, making the surrounding air seem to tremble. At this moment, he was completely different from the three highest-ranking combat members before. It was a terrifying power with a chasm-like gap. The people from the pirate world who possessed observation haki immediately sensed Boros's terrifying strength. Apart from the three who were in battle, the others felt a deep sense of vigilance rising in their hearts. They all knew that the strongest enemy had finally appeared. At the same time, the members of the Hero Association also felt a fear that came from the depths of their souls. Just by looking at Boros, they couldn't help but feel a strong sense of apprehension. They had a gut feeling. This one-eyed alien was not someone they could compete with at all. Ning Chuan looked at Boros, who had walked out of the spaceship, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He then turned to Saitama, beside him. "Are you coming?" Saitama naturally also sensed Boros's overwhelming aura. Although Boros's strength was indeed formidable, Saitama had a feeling in his heart that Boros's power was far inferior to that of Ning Chuan beside him. If given a choice, he would rather fight Ning Chuan. However, ever since he joined the Hero Association, he hadn't truly fought for a long time. So this time, he didn't intend to miss the opportunity. He needed an opponent to stretch his almost rusty body. Saitama stepped out and walked straight toward Boros. Boros, seeing an ordinary-looking bald man walking toward him, felt a surge of disdain. The opponent he wanted was the young man exuding a powerful aura, not this bald guy who had no presence. Boros snorted coldly, deciding to casually deal with this annoying fellow before going to find Ning Chuan for a decisive battle. However, when Boros suddenly threw a punch at the approaching Saitama, targeting Saitama's face, he thought this punch would be enough to smash the opponent into pieces. Yet to his surprise, his fist struck Saitama's face but felt like hitting a pile of cotton, having no effect at all. Saitama didn't even sway his body. He merely glanced at Boros and then countered with a punch. This punch was unadorned but so fast that Boros had no chance to react. Almost in an instant, Boros's whole eye was filled with blood, nearly bursting from the impact. His entire body was sent flying like it had been struck by a giant hammer, crashing heavily into the distant spaceship with a deafening roar. The ship's exterior was dented from the massive impact, and smoke and dust rose, seemingly ready to engulf the entire battlefield. Boros struggled to stand up from the rubble, his face filled with shock and disbelief. He gasped several times before finally stabilizing his form, his gaze fixed on the bald man before him. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary opponent could possess such terrifying power. Who are you? Boros's voice was hoarse and low, trembling with disbelief. He had never felt such immense power before. It was a force capable of destroying everything, as if it surpassed all his understanding of power. Saitama scratched his smooth head, seemingly confused as he looked at Boros, and casually replied, "Me? I'm just a hero out of interest. Do you want to continue fighting?" Upon hearing this, an uncontrollable rage surged within Boros. He considered himself the strongest warrior in the universe, having experienced countless battles and challenges, pursuing his own peak battle. And now, this bald man was responding to him with such nonchalance, as if Boros was nothing to fear. Boros's single eye gradually turned red, and his fighting spirit began to burn within him. "Do you think this will defeat me? I am Boros, the strongest warrior in the entire universe." Boros roared, terrifying energy bursting forth from his body. The armor sealing his power began to fall off piece by piece, revealing his true form. With the seals that suppressed his power removed, Boros's aura instantly soared. He transformed into a terrifying source of energy. Every movement carried the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Saitama looked at Boros, who had erupted with even greater strength, and his expression remained largely unchanged. He merely tilted his head and continued, "Oh, it seems you've gotten a bit stronger. Then I'll take this seriously." Saying that, Saitama took a fighting stance. His gaze changed at that moment. The previously slightly dazed look became a bit more focused. His entire aura changed, as if a sleeping beast had been awakened in an instant. Boros roared and charged at Saitama, and the two engaged in combat in an instant. Intense energy waves surged from their collisions, shaking the entire battlefield. Ning Chuan stood at a distance, quietly observing the fierce battle between the two. He could clearly feel the destructive power of each of Boros's attacks, and also sense the seemingly endless power within Saitama. His observation haki swept over Saitama almost continuously, as if trying to record all of Saitama's movements. At the same time, the members of the Hero Association and the pirate world were dumbfounded. They had never seen a battle of such a level. It was power that exceeded their understanding. Who is that bald guy? Why had there never been any news about him before? He seems very strong, incredibly strong, simply terrifyingly strong. Bangu and the others watched the battle between Saitama and Boros, all in shock. Even Tornado, at this moment, began to furrow her brows. She didn't expect that there would be an opponent she couldn't see through in the Hero Association. The strength of the bald man in the tight suit seemed extremely terrifying. Tornado stood not far away, her brows tightly knitted. Although she was also a top S-class hero, she felt a profound sense of powerlessness when facing Boros and Saitama. This feeling made her very uncomfortable, just like when she faced Ning Chuan. This feeling was very displeasing. At this moment, Tornado couldn't help but think of Blast. She was pondering if Blast were also here, who among the four of them would be the most powerful. Boros, realizing Saitama's true strength, no longer dared to treat him as a mere underling. Instead, he regarded him as a worthy opponent to give his all against. His single eye sparkled with the intent to battle, igniting the blood in his heart once more. As the strongest warrior in the universe, how could he miss such a powerful opponent? Boros took a deep breath, his aura rising again, and the air around him seemed to vibrate with the force of his power. Saitama remained calm, his gaze steady on Boros. This was a rare warm-up opportunity for him. Boros no longer hesitated. He stepped forward, launching himself at Saitama like a cannonball. The battle between the two erupted instantaneously, with a violent shockwave sweeping through the entire city of A at the moment of their collision. Boros's fists, carrying earth-shattering power, rained down on Saitama like a storm. Each punch seemed capable of tearing through the air, stirring up fierce winds. Saitama met the challenge with ease, his movements simple yet precise, effortlessly dodging Boros's attacks. Occasionally, he would throw a punch that brought immense destruction. The clashes between them were deafening, and the ground was torn apart by their battle, creating massive cracks. Buildings collapsed under the intense vibrations. The entire city of A had become a battleground for the two. As the fight progressed, Saitama gradually became serious. Boros felt the pressure mounting. The power emanating from Saitama seemed unfathomable. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it even a little. His fists struck Saitama, but they failed to inflict any damage. Yet each of Saitama's punches was like a thunderclap, making Boros feel a fear of imminent death each time. "Come on, show me your true strength," Boros roared, launching his final challenge at Saitama. Saitama, looking at Boros, who had completely erupted, remained unfazed. He casually moved his wrist and once again faced Boros. The two clashed like comets colliding, the tremendous impact causing the ground of City A to tremble. The intense energy waves even stirred up monstrous waves on the sea hundreds of miles away. As the battle continued, Boros's attacks grew fiercer, but his power seemed increasingly futile against Saitama. Each of Saitama's moves was filled with overwhelming strength, and Boros was pushed back with no ability to counter. Finally, in a desperate attack, Boros swung with all his might, sending Saitama flying into the sky. Saitama's body streaked across the sky like a meteor, flying off the earth straight towards the moon. However, just as everyone was taken aback, Saitama gently pushed off the moon and instantly transformed into a white light, rushing back to earth at an incredible speed. Before Boros could react, Saitama appeared in front of him. "A serious punch." Saitama quietly uttered these 4 words, then threw a punch. This punch had no unnecessary movements, seeming like a casual strike, but the terrifying power hidden within surged forth in an instant. Boros's pupils contracted sharply at that moment. He felt an irresistible force approaching. In the next instant, his body shattered into pieces under this force, dissipating into the air. Saitama's punch not only shattered Boros, but also sent shockwaves that neatly parted the clouds across the entire Earth. The massive shockwave rippled through the atmosphere. People thousands of miles away could clearly feel the terrifying force of that punch. However, at the moment of Boros's death, Ning directly reached in and salvaged a fragment from Boros's body, tossing it into his own Jigo World's training ground. Soon, Ning felt Boros successfully resurrecting in the training ground. The natives in the training ground had already begun to attack Boros. However, aside from Saitama, no one else noticed this. The rest were still stunned by the power of Saitama's punch. The heroes of the Hero Association were all wide-eyed. Even Tornado couldn't help but show an expression of disbelief. She had never seen such powerful strength. It was a terrifying power so strong that it was hard to resist. Meanwhile, the Hidden M was also shaken by Saitama's horrifying power. She had originally planned to take advantage of the chaos during the fierce battle between Boros and Ning to launch a sneak attack on Ning. However, Saitama's sudden appearance completely disrupted her plans. Previously, Ning had not engaged with strong opponents, and she had not dared to attack him. And now, with such a terrifying guy appearing beside Ning, she dared not make a move. She feared ending up like Boros, getting smashed to pieces by this incredibly powerful, bald guy. Im frowned, deciding to temporarily abandon her ambush plan and turn to leave. As Im activated her space fruit to leave, Ning successfully sensed the spatial fluctuation. Without thinking, he knew, this must be Im. After all, in the current one-punch world, aside from himself and Im, only Explosion possessed spatial powers. But Explosion should be busy dealing with that deity outside of Earth and couldn't possibly return. Therefore, aside from him, there was only Im left. Try to ambush me while Boros was coming to Earth. Ning sneered, looking down on Im's plan. However, he did not immediately use the power of the space fruit to pursue her, because he had something more important to do. System, settle up. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing Saitama breaking through the limiter for 30 minutes. Activating the 10,000-fold return cultivation system. Starting now, cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 30,000 minutes of cultivation return from watching Saitama battle and break through the limiter. The host has touched the threshold of the limiter. Just touched the threshold of breaking the limiter system. This settlement result left Ning Chuan slightly disappointed. He had thought that he could use this battle between Saitama and Boros to successfully break through his own limiter and accelerate his growth. But unexpectedly, he had only touched the threshold of the limiter. However, after thinking for a moment, Ning Chuan successfully let it go. After all, for him, with the existence of the system, the limiter was already useless. He could infinitely grow stronger through the system. However, if he could break the limiter and surpass the limits of being human, then every time the system settled, his cultivation gain would almost double in every aspect. His body would no longer have the upper limit threshold. The cultivation gain would also be free from the body's restrictions. It would directly translate into addition, applying all abilities to himself. It seems that I will have to wait for the next opportunity. As long as I can find a challenger for Saitama, who can last a long time in battle, I will have the opportunity to break my own limiter. Ning Chuan saw Saitama returning from the battlefield and couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder, a slight smile appearing on his face. Saitama, how was it? Did you enjoy the fight? Saitama scratched his head and calmly replied, I just warmed up and my opponent couldn't keep up. Upon hearing Saitama's words, the people around them fell into a speechless silence. Whether it was the powerful figures like Hawkeye, Carp, Shanks, and Sengoku from the Multiverse Hero Association, or the S-Class heroes such as Tornado, Atomic Samurai, and Bang from the Hero Association, all displayed complex expressions. Each of them felt a deep sense of awe at Saitama's incredible strength. Hawkeye crossed his arms, his tone laced with curiosity. This bald man is indeed rare at headquarters. I wonder just how strong he really is. That battle just now surpassed our previous understanding. Carp laughed heartily, colliding his fists together. Ha, what a remarkable kid. It seems I should find an opportunity to spar with him. Shanks, with a glimmer in his eyes and a meaningful smile, thought, being able to shatter that one-eyed monster with a single punch, his strength is definitely not simple. I really want to see what he looks like when he goes all out. Sengoku stood nearby, his expression somewhat grave. Such power seems to have surpassed the limits of humanity. Even we old-timers can only look up to such an existence. Perhaps only Ning Chuan can take him down. Meanwhile, the heroes of the Hero Association were also discussing among themselves. Tornado crossed her arms, her face filled with unwillingness. That bald guy is so strong. But whether it's him or Ning Chuan, I will surpass them. Atomic Samurai looked at Saitama's back and murmured, such strength is truly enviable. I can't hold back any longer. Tonight, I'll visit the Multiverse Hero Association and discuss swordsmanship with that red-haired guy. Bang gently stroked his beard, revealing a meaningful smile. Young people always bring surprises. After Ning Chuan, another powerful guy like this appears. We won't have to worry about the safety of Earth anymore. Ning Chuan listened to the discussions and smiled slightly, patting Saitama's shoulder again. Saitama, how about finding some stronger opponents to fight in the future? Saitama's eyes lit up instantly, excitement on his face as he nodded vigorously. Of course, I've been looking for opponents that can let me fully unleash my potential. Having such an opportunity would be amazing. Ning Chuan smiled. Don't worry, such opponents will come. His gaze revealed a hint of depth, as he already had a plan in mind. If, after dealing with the god Evil Wolf, he still hadn't fully broken his limiter, he would take Saitama to other, stronger worlds to find opponents. Perhaps the Dragon Ball world, or the Super God world, or even a Marvel world. In these powerful worlds, there must be strong beings that could excite Saitama. However, before that, Ning Chuan had many things to do. He decided to properly manage the one-punch world for the time being, ensuring that the Multiverse Hero Association could establish a solid foothold in this world. After Saitama shattered Boros into pieces, today's battle had come to a complete end. The S-Class heroes of the Multiverse Hero Association also successfully defeated the 3 top combatants aboard Boros' ship. Although they were all seriously injured and on the verge of death, the members of the Multiverse Hero Association did not take their lives. They were well aware that the science department was looking for various monsters to conduct research on in order to further upgrade the Seraphim forces. These 3 top combatants were undoubtedly excellent experimental materials. Thus, after defeating them, the members of the Multiverse Hero Association prepared to take them back to the base for the science department to study. Meanwhile, they also took Boros' ship with them. This enormous ship could almost cover the entire City A, although none of them knew how to operate it, with the combined strength of many powerful individuals. they were still able to transport the ship back to the base successfully. Watching the members of the Multiverse Hero Association carry away the massive ship, everyone felt a mix of emotions. The higher-ups of the Hero Association stood in their specially designed building, watching Sengoku, Whitebeard, and Kaido take the ship away. That was a piece of alien technology. If they could fully develop it, it would significantly enhance the technological strength of the Hero Association. But now this big piece of meat was slipping away right in front of them, to be devoured by their rivals. The eyes of these high-ranking officials were filled with envy and anger, but they could do nothing about it. The heroes of the Hero Association stood at a distance. Although they were local heroes, they had not played a significant role in this disaster. It was the members of the Multiverse Hero Association who truly resisted Boros and his army. Atomic Samurai sighed. Sigh. It seems we still have a long way to go to reach their level. Bang nodded, his eyes filled with respect. Yes, this disaster was born by the Multiverse Hero Association. We can only stand by and watch. It's truly shameful. Tornado, though somewhat unwilling, had to admit this fact. Next time, I absolutely want to let them get ahead. I will definitely become stronger. Meanwhile, the heroes of the Hero Association silently watched Saitama and Ning in the distance. They understood that the current Multiverse Hero Association was far beyond what they could compare to. Perhaps it was time to change their allegiance and join the Multiverse Hero Association. After returning to the headquarters of the Multiverse Hero Association, Ning directly opened the Gugu World's training ground and stepped inside. Boros had successfully been restored under Ning Chuan's time reversal ability. At this moment, he was facing the desperate attacks from the remaining people in the Gugu world. The three elders, along with the four emperors Big Mom, Crocodile, and Enel, were all unleashing their most powerful attacks, frantically assaulting Boros. Boros, however, handled their attacks with ease, striking back one after another. Although he didn't know how he ended up in this world, he would fight earnestly no matter which world he was in. Seeing this scene, Ning couldn't help but smile, as expected of a born fighter. In that case, let me play with you for a while. In the world of Gagaga, Ning was ready to have a good fight with Boros. Previously, in order to master the ability to break through the limiter, Ning had only been watching Saitama in action. To be honest, he was indeed feeling a bit itchy. He was also prepared to thoroughly torment Boros. Ning looked at Boros and calmly spoke. Boros, how about we make a bet? If I win, you will willingly join the science department of the Universal Heroes Association and cooperate with Vegapunk in their experimental research. Boros narrowed his single eye slightly and responded seriously. If you lose, then let me go. I will leave Earth and never return. Ning nodded. Deal. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and a powerful aura collided in the air. It was as if the entire world had paused for a moment due to their standoff. Ning acted first, showing no reservations, and immediately unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. That immense power instantly surged from Ning enveloping the entire battlefield with a strong sense of oppression. Boros felt Ning Conqueror's Haki in an instant. This powerful and domineering force was something he had also experienced from Big Mom and others before. However, Ning Conqueror's Haki far surpassed theirs, powerful to an incredible extent. Just the sheer aura made Boros feel an inexplicable fear, as if even breathing had become difficult. Boros secretly compared the pressure Ning exerted on him with that of the bald man. Ning power was perceptible, an overwhelming pressure that was terrifying to behold. It felt as though merely standing there, his aura alone could crush everything. In contrast, the bald man's power was not at all apparent, seeming rather ordinary. But whenever he truly struck, that irresistible, terrifying power would erupt in an instant. By then, it would be too late, and there would be nowhere to escape. Buddha form. Ning body shone with golden light, his figure instantly swelling, transforming into a colossal golden Buddha hundreds of feet tall. The Buddha exuded an imposing presence, its golden light shining like the sun, shaking the entire Gagaga world. Just as Boros was about to marvel at Ning transformation into this golden Buddha, a gigantic fist, carrying destructive power, came crashing down, aimed directly at Boros. Boros had no time to think or dodge, having to endure the punch head-on. However, when Ning fist fell, that unmatched power nearly crushed Boros into a pancake. His body twisted and deformed under the violent impact. The immense shock made him feel unprecedented pain. He quickly realized that he could no longer take Ning attacks head-on. Otherwise, even with his strong recovery ability, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Boros decided to change his strategy, wanting to use his speed advantage to try and dodge Ning Chuan's attacks. His figure moved swiftly across the battlefield like lightning, attempting to evade Ning Chuan's heavy blows with agile movements. However, he soon discovered that no matter how he changed his position or accelerated, he couldn't escape Ning Chuan's attack range. What Boros didn't know was that Ning Chuan's observation hockey had precisely locked on every one of Boros's movements. It was as if every step he took was under Ning Chuan's control. Whenever Boros tried to dodge, Ning Chuan could always predict his actions a step ahead. The Golden Buddha's fists came crashing down repeatedly, landing heavily on Boros. Alongside Ning Chuan's punches, powers of nature such as thunder, fierce winds, and lava manifested on Boros's body. Under the continuous heavy blows, Boros's body gradually became unable to withstand the impact. Even his powerful recovery ability struggled to keep up with the frequency of the destruction. Each of Ning Chuan's punches carried overwhelming force, battering Boros's body into a pulp, almost turning him into mush. Boros struggled on the ground, his recovery ability nearing its limit, unable to heal such wounds. Just when Boros thought he was about to collapse completely, Ning Chuan suddenly stopped his attack. He snapped his fingers, and in the next moment, the ability to rewind time appeared on Boros's body. In an instant, Boros's body had fully recovered. At that moment, Boros gasped for breath, feeling his body restored. But the fear in his heart had not dissipated. He retreated far away, staring at Ning Chuan from a distance. Boros felt an indescribable sense of powerlessness. He had once thought he was the strongest warrior in the universe, coming to Earth merely to find a worthy opponent. But now, the reality had slapped him hard in the face, because there was not just one opponent here, but two, and both of them were beings who could easily crush him. The previously mentioned bald man and the current Ning Chuan were both opponents he could not overcome at all. This sense of defeat made it difficult for Boros to accept for a moment. Should he continue? Ning Chuan looked at Boros with calm eyes. He could see that Boros had already lost the will to fight, although he had once been the strongest in the universe. Now he had to lower his proud head before Ning Chuan. I admit defeat. Upon hearing Boros say this, Ning Chuan found it somewhat amusing. A martial fanatic had been beaten by him to the point of not wanting to fight anymore. It seemed his punches were indeed quite formidable. Boros took a deep breath and slowly straightened his body. I admit, you are much stronger than I am. According to our agreement, I will join the science department of the Universal Heroes Association and cooperate with your experimental research. However, I hope that during your experiments, I can still practice daily. Ning Chuan nodded. Of course, when there are no experiments, you can continue to train. The Universal Heroes Association welcomes anyone who is willing to pursue power. Here, everyone can break through their limits and become stronger. Upon hearing this, Boros felt somewhat reassured. Although he had been defeated once again, it did not mean that everything was over. Perhaps, in this Universal Heroes Association, he could still find his own path to becoming stronger. Then let's go. We are heading back to the headquarters of the Universal Heroes Association. Ning Chuan directly opened the door to the Gagaga world, preparing to take Boros out. As for the others in the Gagaga world, seeing Ning Chuan about to take an outsider out, they couldn't help but feel envious. Vegapunk tentatively spoke up. Ning Chuan, no. Lord Ning Chuan, can we also go out for some fresh air? We have grown tired of staying in this Gagaga world. Hearing this, Ning Chuan turned to glance at Vegapunk, Saturn, and the others. Then he smiled and spoke directly. If you want to go out, you can. But there's one thing. Im is still in this world. Are you sure you want to go out? Upon hearing that Im is still in this world, the three immediately dismissed the thought of leaving. In this world, Im cannot perceive them, and they can continue to live. But once they go out and are sensed by Im, they will end up like the other 5 elders and be taken out by Im. They haven't had enough of life yet. Thus, the people in Gogo World could only watch as the two left. Ning Chuan brought Boros back to the laboratory of the Multiverse Hero Association. The laboratory was brightly lit and filled with a sense of technology. Vegapunk, Caesar, Geru, and Dr. Kino stood in the center of the lab. When they saw Boros following behind Ning Chuan, a glint of excitement flashed in the eyes of the four. The 4 scientists had already watched the entire battle between Saitama and Boros through surveillance. They naturally knew the terrifying power contained in Boros's body and its high research value. If they could decode Boros's genes and achieve his various abilities through scientific means, applying them to the Seraphim warriors, then the strength of the Seraphim warriors would reach new heights. Ning Chuan stepped forward with Boros and directly asked, "How are the recent research results? The Sky King, Sea King, Underworld King, and Ancient King have all been sent to you for research for some time now. There should be some results, right?" Upon hearing Ning Chuan's inquiry, Vegapunk and the others exchanged glances, then revealed confident smiles. Vegapunk spoke first. Lord Ning Chuan, rest assured, the genes of the four monster kings have all been decoded. We have successfully implemented their abilities into the latest generation of Seraphim warriors. Caesar added, the Sky King's storm control, the Sea King's water attribute enhancement, the Underworld King's earth element manipulation, and the Ancient King's powerful physique have all been integrated into the genes of the Seraphim warriors. These abilities can merge with the powers of devil fruits of the same attribute, further enhancing their abilities. The latest batch of Seraphim warriors will be even stronger than before. Garu wore a proud smile. Not only that, but we have also begun decoding the genes of the 3 highest-ranking combat members of Boros' subordinates that we just captured. It won't be long before their abilities can also be deciphered and used for upgrading the Seraphim warriors. For example, psychokinesis, utilizing nuclear restoration abilities, or abilities that can spray sulfuric acid from the body can all be realized in the latest Seraphim warriors. Dr. Kinos nodded, that's right. We are accelerating research to complete the gene decoding work as soon as possible so that these abilities can be integrated into the Seraphim warriors. The Azura rhinoceros beetle technology, one previously developed, has also been implemented in the latest batch of Seraphim warriors. Upon hearing the scientist's reports, Ning Chuan felt a sense of surprise. Boros was even more astonished by what the scientist said. He never expected that Ning Chuan scientists could be so impressive. Even those Seraphim warriors who could defeat his army of 10,000 were the result of these scientists' research. Seeing Boros' expression, Ning Chuan smiled and asked, so Boros, what do you think of our scientific team? Boros took a deep breath and couldn't help but exclaim, so powerful. I never imagined there would be such a strong scientific team. If my genes are deciphered and applied to the Seraphim warriors, how much of my power will these warriors possess? Vegapunk shook his head with a smile and said slowly, Boros, your strength does not rely solely on genes. Your power comes from your hard work and training. Genes are just one part of it. The Seraphim warriors created can, at most, possess 1/10 of your strength under extreme conditions, and usually reaching 1% is already the limit. After all, their genes also need to accommodate other abilities and cannot focus entirely on one ability. Hearing this answer, Boros was still quite shocked. He knew that his strength came from years of training, but he never expected that even if it was just 1% of his power, if these warriors formed an army, they would possess such terrifying combat power. If there were enough Seraphim warriors to form an army, they could almost sweep many intelligent planets in the universe. At this moment, Vegapunk suddenly turned to Ning Chuan and said solemnly, Lord Ning Chuan, if we want the Seraphim warriors to evolve further, we need more ability samples. These samples do not necessarily have to be from powerful beings. Even other special abilities can serve as research materials. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan immediately understood Vegapunk's meaning. Vegapunk was hinting to him that he could go to some lower-level worlds to capture people as experimental materials, in order to expand the range of ability samples as much as possible. After all, some abilities might not show their true power in those lower-level worlds. But if they could be mastered by the scientific department, those abilities would be able to exert their maximum effect on the Seraphim warriors. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment, nodded, and silently noted it down in his heart. Perhaps next, he should take this opportunity to visit other worlds and obtain more valuable ability samples. Boros, seeing the change in Ning Chuan's expression, couldn't help but ask, Ning Chuan, what are you thinking? Ning Chuan smiled and patted Boros on the shoulder. You just stay here obediently. As for what I'm thinking, you'll find out in due time. If you want to do daily combat training in the headquarters laboratory, you can look for Saitama. By the way, Saitama is the bald guy who smashed you to pieces with one punch. Upon hearing Ning Chuan mention Saitama, a hint of fear involuntarily appeared on Boros' face. To him, Saitama was simply terrifying. With one punch, he could make him see the lights of life flashing before his eyes. However, Boros now considered himself part of the Multiverse Hero Association. Even if he were to spar with Saitama in the future, Saitama probably wouldn't go easy on him, right? Boros mentally reassured himself. Oh, and remember to tell the scientists about the secrets of the spaceship. Maybe we can use your spaceship's abilities to develop stronger mechanical warriors. After giving instructions to Boros, Ning Chuan called Vegapunk aside to arrange some tasks for the next phase. Vegapunk, I need a communicator that can transcend space. Next, I should go to other worlds to capture some special experimental samples. However, there are still some matters I need to handle in this world, and I want to ensure that I can keep an eye on the news here while I'm in the other worlds. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's instructions, Vegapunk immediately nodded. We have already been experimenting with this project. We can now synchronize chat with the base in the pirate world. With your spatial abilities to help, this cross-border communicator can be completed soon. Ning nodded and said directly, then let's get started. Let's aim to develop this cross-border communicator before I set off. Just one day later, with the assistance of Ning Chuan's spatial fruit abilities, Vegapunk, Caesar, Judge, and Dr. Kino's successfully created a communication tool capable of crossing worlds. Ning Chuan held the newly developed cross-border communication tool and felt very satisfied with his scientific team. However, his scientific team shouldn't consist of just these 4 people. It should be expanded, but he had to work hard himself to find suitable talents in various worlds. Ning Chuan returned to his office with the cross-border communication tool. When he pushed the door open, Nami, Robin, Hancock, and others were already waiting there. Upon learning that Ning Chuan planned to take advantage of the current lull, without strong enemies, to go to other worlds to collect samples, all the female heroes of the Multiverse Hero Association returned to Ning Chuan's office, wanting to accompany him to see other worlds. Seeing Nami and the others waiting for him, Ning Chuan naturally saw through their intentions and smiled as he handed the cross-border communication tool to Nami and the others, giving each of them one and explaining how to use it. If this is your first time going to other worlds, it might be a bit dangerous on the way, so I plan to go alone. This communicator will allow us to stay in contact no matter which world we are in. As long as you activate the communicator, I will open the spatial door and come to your side right away. Nami took the communicator with a hint of reluctance on her face. Ning Chuan, are you really going alone? Ning Chuan nodded, his voice gentle yet firm. Yes, this time I will go alone. After all, this is my first time encountering a completely new world, and there might be some unknown dangers. Moreover, bringing you all through space carries certain risks, and I don't want to put you in danger. However, once I successfully arrive and get familiar with the environment, I will take you all to travel to other worlds. Robin smiled slightly and said gently, we understand, Ning Chuan. You are considering everyone's safety. We will wait for you here and take care of the base affairs. Although Hancock felt reluctant, she didn't say much. She knew this time was different, so she could only nod silently. Vivi, Shirahoshi, Yuta, and other cute ones also nodded along. Don't worry, I will be back soon. That night, Ning Chuan finished organizing everything and prepared to set off early the next morning. However, in the stillness of the night, Ning Chuan's door was quietly pushed open. Before Ning Chuan could react, Hancock walked in, blushing and wearing a nightgown. Hancock, why are you here so late? Before Ning Chuan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Hancock's sudden embrace. She hugged him tightly, her face flushed, her voice trembling yet filled with determination. Ning Chuan, before you leave, I have something to say to you. I can't miss this chance like last time. Ning Chuan was taken aback and was about to ask, but Hancock directly pushed him onto the bed. Hee. Ning Chuan, tonight you are mine. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. Ning Chuan looked at Hancock lying beside him and gently patted her rosy cheek. Hancock had already woken up, shyly curling up in Ning Chuan's embrace. Feeling the soreness in her body, her face turned even redder, yet her heart was filled with sweetness. No one to take my big sister's position anymore. Hancock thought proudly in her heart, a smile involuntarily appearing on her lips, seemingly pleased with her successful plan. Ning Chuan gently got up and covered Hancock with a blanket. Then he walked to the center of the room, took a deep breath, and opened the spatial door. He stepped inside and began his cross-border journey. In the passage of space, Ning Chuan continuously traversed, searching for other worlds. This time, his target was a world with a lower combat power. After all, his task this time was to find experimental samples for the laboratory, not to challenge strong enemies. If he found a world with overly strong powers, it would be difficult to take it down quickly and would slow down his plan. However, if he really encountered a strong enemy, Ning Chuan was not afraid at all. At most, it would take a bit more time to conquer that world. As Ning Chuan moved forward in space, he soon sensed a unique aura coming from a certain world. This aura was distinctly different from other powerful worlds and seemed somewhat weak. Ning Chuan's heart stirred, guessing that this might be a world with low combat power. This is it, Ning Chuan thought to himself. He no longer hesitated and directly passed through the spatial door, entering this new world. When Ning Chuan's feet touched the ground, he found himself standing in waist-deep snow. He was now in a snowy night. The surroundings were cold, and snowflakes continued to swirl and fall in the night sky. Standing in the snow, Ning Chuan looked around at the scene. He began to ponder which world he had arrived in. Just then, Ning Chuan's observation Haki suddenly sensed a repulsive aura. This aura was filled with malice. As if it were the opposite of humanity, making one involuntarily feel disgusted. Following the direction of the aura, Ning Chuan saw that not far away, a household was filled with screams. A grotesque creature, resembling neither human nor beast, was attacking the residents of that household. Some had already fallen at the hands of this monster. Is this a demon? Ning Chuan frowned, feeling somewhat puzzled. His gaze quickly fell on the inside of that household, where several familiar figures soon came into view. It was Nezuko Kamadu. The moment he saw Nezuko, Ning Chuan instantly realized that he must have arrived in the world of Demon Slayer. So it was the world of Demon Slayer. The combat power here might be a bit too low. However, the timing was quite coincidental, as he happened to encounter the attack on Tanjiro's family. I remember that the demon attacking Tanjiro's family seems to be Muzan, right? Muzan conducted experiments on Tanjiro's family in order to create demons that could resist sunlight. Not only did he kill all of Tanjiro's family, but he also left Nezuko as the sole demon offspring. Under the observation of Ning Chuan's observation haki, he quickly identified the person attacking Tanjiro's family. That person's face was very familiar to Ning Chuan. It was none other than the final boss of the Demon Slayer story, Muzan Kibutsuji. TSK. Muzan Kibutsuji is quite a unique specimen. It's just a pity that before the story of Demon Slayer even begins, the big boss is about to go offline. After sensing the presence of the scum boss Muzan, Ning Chuan sneered coldly and instantly appeared in front of Muzan. At that moment, Muzan was preparing to kill Tanjiro's mother, Ki. The sudden appearance of Ning Chuan stunned him, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. When did this young man appear? Why did I not sense his presence at all just now? Did I overlook something? Muzan was filled with confusion. However, he didn't have time to think too much. He was the demon King Muzan, and a human who could evade his detection wasn't worth his attention. As long as he dealt with him and turned him into a demon later, he would clearly understand how this young man evaded his exploration. Just as Muzan was about to temporarily let Ki go and turn his attention to Ning Chuan, he saw Ning Chuan slightly raise his palm, sneeringly extending a hand towards him. Upon seeing Ning Chuan's action, Muzan's initial surprise quickly turned into a cold laugh. He believed this was nothing more than a meaningless resistance. The young man before him seemed completely unaware of his own power. However, just as Muzan was secretly contemplating, Ning Chuan's outstretched palm suddenly came crashing down, landing directly on Muzan's face. Muzan barely saw Ning Chuan's movement. His entire body was instantly sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily through the wooden house of Tanjiro's family, flying into the mountains behind. The entire mountain shook violently as if an earthquake had occurred. Inside the wooden house, Tanjiro's mother Ki, Nezuko, and Hanako were momentarily frozen in place. They stared blankly at the young man who had suddenly appeared and then glanced at the direction where a large hole had been smashed into the house, swallowing hard. Their eyes filled with disbelief. Ning Chuan smiled gently and looked at the three of them. He then bent down and rubbed Nezuko and Hanako's heads. Turning his head, he glanced at Ki, who was still in shock, and softly reassured her. "Don't worry, I'm here." Under Ning Chuan's comforting words, the three of them quickly calmed down. Then Ki seemed to remember something and directly got up to the side of the three children lying on the ground. Ning Chuan's gaze also fell on Tanjiro's three brothers, who were on the brink of death from Muzan's torment. He gently shook his head, reassuring the mother and daughters. "Don't worry, they still have a breath left. They can be saved." After saying this, Ning Chuan waved his hand, using his ability to reverse time. In the next moment, the wounds on Tanjiro's brothers rapidly healed. Their vitality gradually recovered. Moments later, they had completely returned to their original state. The three women were immediately filled with joy upon witnessing this scene. "It's cold. Make sure to keep warm." Ning Chuan flicked his fingers, and a fire blazed around the three of them, dispelling the cold of the winter night. Ki and Nezuko looked at the warm flames before them, and once again felt the help of their savior, their hearts overflowing with gratitude. "I'll be back soon." After Ning Chuan said this, he didn't linger any longer. His figure instantly vanished from the spot. The next moment, Ning Chuan appeared beside Muzan. At this moment, Muzan was embedded into the mountain from Ning Chuan's slap, his head spinning and his body in immense pain. He struggled to lift his head, but saw Ning Chuan approaching him with a smile on his face. The confidence and composure radiating from that smile filled Muzan with deep fear. Who is this guy? Muzan's heart was once again filled with dread. He felt as if he was facing an existence he could not contend with. A shadow of death was gradually looming over him, causing him to involuntarily feel fear. At the moment when Ning Chuan's slap landed on his face, All the memories of his life seemed to flash before his eyes. Ning Chuan slowly walked up to Muzin, looking at him calmly, his tone indifferent. That slap just now could be considered a greeting gift. My name is Ning Chuan, and from now on, you'll be a specimen of our Multiverse Hero Association. Upon hearing this, Muzin's heart surged with a mix of anger and fear. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Specimen. He actually dared to call me a specimen. He considered himself the strongest demon, and no one had ever dared to address him like that. He had always used other humans for experiments. And now, a human dared to reverse the heavens and use himself as a specimen? This was unacceptable. It was an insult, a blatant humiliation. Bastard, do you really think you could defeat me? I am the king of demons. I am an immortal being. Muzin roared, his entire body suddenly erupting with a strong power of blood demon art. The next moment, he charged at Ning Chuan with intense killing intent. Ning Chuan, however, remained unfazed, sneering contemptuously. An immortal being? You think you deserve that title? A creature that cannot withstand the sunlight. With that, Ning Chuan stood still, launching a punch. Muzin didn't even have time to react before he felt an irresistible force crashing towards him. This time, his body didn't fly away, but it was even more terrifying. Muzin's body shattered under the massive impact, turning into a puddle of flesh. Looking at Muzin's current state, Ning Chuan couldn't help but shake his head. TSK. This recovery ability is far worse than Boros. You can't even recover instantly. If it weren't for your special identity as a demon, a weakling like you wouldn't even qualify to be my specimen. Listening to Ning Chuan's continuous mocking, Muzin didn't even dare to refute. Why? Why am I afraid? He clearly doesn't know the breathing technique, nor does he have the Nikron blade. Why am I afraid of such a human? Muzin forced himself to lift his head and looked at Ning Chuan, who was slowly approaching him. At that moment, he finally understood that the young man before him had become so powerful that he was no longer an existence he could contend with. Ning Chuan walked up to Muzin, looking down at him, with not a shred of pity in his eyes. You think of yourself as the king of demons, but you are nothing more than a coward who enjoys bullying the weak and fears death. However, I'm also a guy who enjoys bullying the weak, so today I will play with you. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Muzin's eyes widened in fear. He wanted to struggle, to escape using his blood demon art. But in Ning Chuan's hands, there was no chance of escape. With a wave of Ning Chuan's hand, a powerful armament-colored domineering instantly covered his arm. He then suddenly slammed his palm down heavily on Muzin's head. Muzin's head completely collapsed under this strike, turning into a mist of blood. Time rewind. Thunder. Time rewind. Lava. Time rewind. Gravity. This was the first time Muzin felt the sensation of being bullied. It was a state of wanting to live, but unable to, wanting to die, but unable to. This directly shattered his already weak heart. After being restored by Ning Chuan countless times, Muzin suddenly cried out, wow. After experiencing various forms of death at the hands of Ning Chuan, Muzin had become completely numb. His body had endured tearing, crushing, burning, freezing, and other forms of torture. His pride and confidence were slowly destroyed, leaving only fear of death and despair towards Ning Chuan. After enduring round after round of endless pain, Muzin finally collapsed, kneeling before Ning Chuan, tears and snot flowing as he begged loudly for mercy. I'm begging you, please stop torturing me. I am willing to be your test subject. Just give me a swift end. I'm begging you. Seeing Muzin's current state of collapse, Ning Chuan revealed a faint cold smile. So, this is begging for mercy? This demon king really is pathetic. Ning Chuan casually grabbed Muzin by the neck and lifted him up like a chick. With a flash, he took it back to Tanjiro's small house. At this moment, in Tanjiro's small house, Nezuko, Hanako, and their mother, Aoi, along with 3 sleeping younger brothers, were anxiously guarding the fire, eagerly waiting for their savior to return. Their hearts were filled with worry and unease, fearing that the young man who suddenly appeared would fall victim to that terrifying monster. However, not long after, they heard footsteps coming from outside. When Ning Chuan pushed open the door and walked into the small house, the 3 women initially flashed with joy. But when they saw the bloodied and vengeful face of Muzin that Ning Chuan was holding, their eyes were immediately filled with fear. Muzin's bloodied and resentful face made them instinctively retreat in fear, trembling together. Ning Chuan casually threw Muzin into a corner and softly said to the 3 women, "You don't need to worry anymore. This demon has been dealt with by me. He won't harm you again." Upon hearing this, Nezuko's family finally let out a sigh of relief. although they still felt fear towards the terrifying demon on the ground. Ning Chuan's presence gave them a sense of security. Aoi suppressed her fear and bravely walked to the kitchen to brew a pot of tea for Ning Chuan, while also bringing out some pastries for guests. Nezuko and Hanako stayed close to Ning Chuan. Nezuko mustered her courage and boldly approached Ning Chuan, curiously looking at the young man who had saved their whole family. Her gaze was filled with admiration. After all, this man not only possessed great power, but also stood up to save them in their most desperate moment. Nezuko stared at Ning Chuan for a while, and unknowingly, a blush appeared on her face. Ning Chuan's handsome features, determined eyes, and calm demeanor deeply attracted this young girl in her prime. Her heart raced, and her face grew even redder. Standing beside her, Hanako couldn't help but laugh mischievously and joked, "Sister, do you have a crush on Big Brother? Why not just marry him?" Upon hearing Hanako's words, Nezuko's face turned as red as an apple, and she hurriedly waved her hand to deny it. "Hanako, what are you talking about? Don't be ridiculous. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll smack your bottom." Seeing Nezuko's face flushed, Ning Chuan couldn't help but show a warm smile. He reached out and gently ruffled Nezuko's hair, saying softly, "No need to be nervous, it's okay." After saying that, he took out some snacks from his personal space that came from the world of One Punch Man and the pirate world, distributing them to everyone present. Of course, excluding Muzan. Little Hanako received the snacks and jumped up happily. "Thank you, save your brother." Nezuko, on the other hand, lowered her head and softly said thank you, still blushing as she stole a glance at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and handed her the snacks. She carefully cradled them in her hands, and her gratitude and fondness for Ning Chuan continued to rise. As night deepened, the group sat around the fire, chatting and laughing, discussing lighthearted topics. During the conversation, Nezuko gradually relaxed. Unknowingly, she leaned against Ning Chuan's shoulder and fell asleep. Ning Chuan felt a slight weight on his shoulder and looked down. Seeing Nezuko's peaceful, sleeping face, he couldn't help but smile. He did not push her away, but allowed her to lean on him. For Nezuko's family, this night was a peaceful night after experiencing life and death. However, for Muzan, it was an extremely torturous night. He was thrown into a corner by Ning Chuan, and the pain all over his body made it impossible for him to sleep. What terrified him even more was that he watched as the dawn broke, realizing that the sun was about to rise. At this moment, he no longer had the will to seek death. Instead, he wanted to continue to survive. The sun. No way. I must find a place to hide. Muzan's heart raced with anxiety, and his gaze searched around the room, trying to find a spot to avoid the sunlight. Just then, a clear sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside. Hearing this sound, Muzan's pupils constricted. He was very familiar with that sound. It was the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. He had killed too many members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and he was well aware of their presence and footsteps. He wanted to take the opportunity to attack the incoming person. However, when he felt Ning Chuan's overwhelming pressure beside him, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Soon, the door was pushed open from the outside, and a young man with long hair, wearing a half-red robe, appeared at the door. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, murmuring, "This is the place. I sense a very strong demon presence." However, before he could finish his words, when Tomioka turned to look at the corner of the room, he was instantly stunned in place. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Before him was Muzan, the Demon King, whom the Demon Slayer Corps had been hunting for years. At that moment, he was actually staying quietly in the room, curled up in a corner like a frightened little animal. This scene left the young Demon Slayer member somewhat at a loss. Tomioka had imagined the scene of meeting Muzan more than once, but he never expected it to be like this. Ju instinctively wanted to draw his sword and behead the Demon King Muzan, but just as he grasped the hilt, a hand suddenly landed on his hand, pressing it down to stop him from drawing his sword. "Muzan is now my test subject. You can cut him a few times if you want, even maim him, but he needs to be left alive for my experiments," Ning Chuan said, his tone filled with undeniable authority. Ju raised his head to look at Ning Chuan, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. He didn't know who this young man was or why he could so easily subdue the Demon King Muzan, but he could feel that this young man possessed an irresistible power. It was a strength that surpassed all his understanding. "Why you? Who are you?" "My name is Ning Chuan. That's all you need to know. As for the rest, you don't need to understand too much." Ning Chuan's attitude made Ju very unconvinced. However, after their brief exchange just now, Ju realized that he was no match for this young man before him. Ning Chuan's strength was unfathomable. He could even easily subdue the Demon King Muzan. Faced with such a powerful opponent, no matter how much Ju felt unwilling, He could only turn it into a helpless sigh. Moreover, the other party had successfully captured Muzin. Muzin, a being far more terrifying than upper moon demons, had been subdued by Ning Chuan with ease. This was beyond Zhu's comprehension. He knew very well that if he were to confront Ning Chuan, he would have no chance of victory at all. Although he understood this, Zhu Tomioka did not choose to leave. He stood outside the house, his expression stern, his gaze warily fixed on Muzin inside. At the same time, he summoned a black crow to convey the news about the discovery of Muzin to the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yoyakan Roji. Zhu quietly stood guard outside the door, his heart filled with doubts and unease. He did not know who Ning Chuan really was, nor did he understand why he was controlling Muzin. But Zhu understood that Muzin's existence posed a great threat to humanity. If he could not be completely eradicated, the efforts of the Demon Slayer Corps would be meaningless. Therefore, Zhu decided to stay here until other members of the Demon Slayer Corps arrived. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan paid no mind to Zhu's actions. He had his own plans. At this moment, he was waiting for dawn. After dawn, he was prepared to search for the blue spider lily near Tanjiro's home. This flower, which only bloomed during the day, was something Muzin had always longed to find. It could help Muzin overcome the power of the sun, allowing him to appear outside during the day. And Tanjiro's mother, Kaneo, just happened to know the location where this flower bloomed. Kaneo had once taken Tanjiro to see this flower, but they did not know that these ordinary blue spider lilies were something Muzin had searched for his entire life but never found. And now, Ning Chuan was ready to find this plant and see what was so special about it. As time passed, the sun gradually rose, and sunlight poured into the small house through the windows, making the room brighter and brighter. Muzin's space for movement became smaller and smaller. He could only curl up in the shadows, trembling all over, his eyes filled with fear. To prevent Muzin from being killed by the sun's rays, Ning Chuan used the power of the dark fruit to create a dark area, allowing Muzin to temporarily hide. The power of the dark fruit enveloped the corner where Muzin was located, putting that area in absolute darkness. Muzin could hide from the sunlight there, but this dark area was less than a square meter in size. Muzin had to curl up in the small space. A slight misstep would cause him to touch the sunlight and be burned to death. Ning Chuan glanced at the trembling Muzin, then turned to Kaneo and asked, "Madam Kaneo, do you still remember the location where those blue flowers bloom?" Kaneo was momentarily stunned. Then after thinking for a moment, she nodded. "I remember. Are you looking for those blue flowers? However, they only bloom on certain specific days of the year. They can't be seen at other times." Ning Chuan smiled and nodded in response. "That's okay. You just need to tell me the exact location of the flowers, and I have a way to make them bloom early." Kaneo, upon hearing this, although she didn't quite understand Ning Chuan's meaning, still nodded in agreement. She turned and led Ning Chuan away from the small house, preparing to find the blue spider lilies. Before leaving, Kaneo couldn't help but glance back at the curled-up Muzin, her gaze filled with concern. Ning Chuan noticed Kaneo's gaze and smiled slightly, saying, "Don't worry. I will take him with us. Coincidentally, I also want to conduct an experiment on him using the blue spider lilies." After saying that, Ning Chuan casually waved his hand, directly grabbing Muzin and pulling him out of the darkness. Zhu Tomioka was taken aback to see Ning Chuan bring Muzin out of the small house. He originally thought that Muzin would surely die in the sunlight, but the scene before him completely overturned his understanding. Muzin was not harmed by the sunlight at all. Instead, he was obediently held in Ning Chuan's hand. Could it be that the Demon King could move during the day? Zhu's heart was filled with confusion, but he soon realized that this must be Ning Chuan's ability. He watched as Ning Chuan took Muzin and Kaneo away, hesitating in his heart. Ultimately, he decided to follow and see what was going on. It was currently the dead of winter, and the cold air made one shiver involuntarily. Ning Chuan glanced at Kaneo and noticed that she was dressed very thinly, shivering a bit in the cold weather. So, he took out a plush coat from his spatial storage and gently draped it over Kaneo's shoulders. Kaneo was taken aback and quickly waved her hand to refuse. "No, this is too precious. I can't accept it." Ning Chuan smiled and shook his head, looking at her with sincere eyes. "Don't be polite. It's freezing cold. Put it on, or you'll catch a cold." When Kaneo saw the sincerity in Ning Chuan's eyes, her heart warmed, and she ultimately accepted the down jacket. She thanked him softly, and her fondness for Ning Chuan grew stronger. Kaneo couldn't help but think, no wonder Nezuko likes this young man. He really feels warm and kind. If I were a few years younger. Pa. Kaneo, how can you think like that? He is someone your daughter likes. Soon, Kaneo led Ning Chuan to the place where the blue spider lilies had once bloomed. At this moment, the blue had already withered, leaving only some dry branches. Kuei Ji pointed to the roots on the ground and said to Ning Chuan, "These are the ones. The blue grows from these roots." Ning Chuan glanced at the roots and then gently nodded. He extended his hand, and a green light radiated from his palm. This was the power of this. Under Ning Chuan's control, the withered roots gradually regained vitality and began to grow rapidly. Before long, blue bloomed in the cold winter. The vibrant blue petals shimmered in the sunlight, as if they were a dream. Muzin watched this scene completely stunned. He widened his eyes, staring intently at the blue, filled with disbelief. The thing he had searched for his entire life, the blue that he had been pursuing but never found, appeared so effortlessly in front of him. Muzin's heart was filled with complex emotions, shock, anger, and helplessness. He couldn't believe that the goal he had spent his life trying to achieve was so easily accomplished by this young man before him. Ning Chuan looked at the ever-changing expression on Muzin's face and smirked coldly. "What's wrong, Muzin? Haven't you been looking for this all along?" Ning Chuan sighed coldly, with a tone of mockery. Muzin looked up at Ning Chuan, his eyes filled with desire and fear. His body trembled slightly, but he dared not resist Ning Chuan. He knew that the power of the man before him far exceeded his imagination. Even the legendary blue could be found by him. However, even though he longed for the blue, he did not dare to make any excessive moves. Right now, Ning Chuan didn't even need to take action. The sunlight outside was enough to turn him to ashes. "Muzin, I remember you have 7 hearts and 5 brains, right? Just right, here's some blue. Let's split you in half. One half eats the blue, and the other half doesn't. Let's do a control experiment." Muzin. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Muzin's face turned pale instantly. He had never imagined that one day he would be reduced to the level of being treated as a test subject. As a demon who often experimented on living people, he clearly understood the meaning of Ning Chuan's words. Ning Chuan intended to split him into 2 parts, feeding one half the blue and not the other. The mention of his 7 hearts and 5 brains filled Muzin with even greater fear. Could it be he wants to separate my body and see which side has more hearts and brains, or distribute them evenly? Muzin's eyes widened, and the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He could already imagine the terrifying experimental process. Ning Chuan seemed to be planning to dissect him completely for extremely cruel research. Sure enough, he guessed correctly. Ning Chuan did not give Muzin any chance to explain. As he pressed his hand on Muzin's shoulder, his observation haki quickly penetrated into Muzin's body. Ning Chuan's consciousness instantly perceived the structure of Muzin's body, the true form hidden beneath the human facade, those hideous muscle tissues, as well as the positions of the 7 hearts and 5 brains. Ning Chuan sneered, his gaze devoid of any compassion. He suddenly struck out with a hand blade, directly splitting Muzin in half. Muzin let out a piercing scream as his body was torn apart in an instant. Each half of his body contained 3.5 hearts and 2.5 brains. Muzin's screams echoed through the empty mountains and forests, heart-wrenching and filled with pain. Kuei Ji, beside him, turned pale with fright, trembling slightly. She had not expected her savior to have such a terrifying side. Although this terrifying power was used on demons, witnessing this scene still left her trembling with fear. Tenjin Yuzui was also stunned by Ning Chuan's actions. He had never seen anyone so easily tear apart a formidable enemy like Muzin. Moreover, this was done with bare hands. To him, Muzin's body should be as hard as iron. Even the Nicaran blades of the Demon Slayer Corps would struggle to cut through it. But Ning Chuan had simply split him open with a hand blade. Yuzui stood by, deeply feeling his own insignificance. He had originally thought that the Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps were the limit of humanity. But the Ning Chuan before him completely overturned his understanding. How could the human body be so strong? Even stronger than the body of the demon King Muzin. Ning Chuan's strength far exceeded his imagination. It was an existence he could not reach. Come Muzan. The blue you desire the most has arrived. Ning Chuan ignoret Muzan's spinschulweis. He reached out and took one half of the body, stuffing the blue into the mouth of that half of Muzin. Muzin screamed in pain, trying to resist. But his body had no room for resistance in Ning Chuan's hands. The moment the blue was swallowed, a strange blue light emanated from Muzin's body, enveloping that half of his body. Ning Chuan watched this change intently. He was very curious to know what kind of transformation the blue would bring to Muzin. As the blue light gradually dissipated, Muzin felt that his body seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. His pain was gradually alleviating, and it felt as if a power was awakening within him. That half of him slowly opened his eyes, looking at himself being tossed into the sunlight by Ning Chuan. The sunlight fell on Muzin's half of the body. His skin was no longer burned, but instead felt a warmth. This was the first time in 1,000 years that Muzin felt the warmth of the sun. This long-lost feeling left him momentarily stunned, even temporarily forgetting the pain. He couldn't even believe it. He could finally stop fearing the sunlight. Although, only half of himself could. However, just as Muzin was immersed in this brief moment of joy, Ning Chuan coldly smiled and grabbed the other half of Muzin's body, throwing it out from the darkness of the dark fruit. The sunlight instantly shone on the other half of Muzin's body, and a burning pain immediately struck. The skin on that half of the body began to emit white smoke, making a piercing, sizzling sound. Muzin let out a painful scream, his voice filled with despair and fear. Half of his body was burning in the sunlight, while the other half remained unscathed. This starkly different feeling nearly drove him insane. Muzin's screams echoed in the mountains and forests, and Tenjin Yuzui watched in horror. He had never seen a demon emit such a desperate howl. Muzin, who had always been referred to as the king of demons, actually had such a tragic side. Meanwhile, the cold expression on Ning Chuan's face made Yuzui feel a twinge of fear. However, Ning Chuan did not truly intend to let Muzin perish in the sunlight. At the moment before Muzin's body was about to be burned to ashes, Ning Chuan once again used the power of the shadow fruit to pull Muzin's injured body back into the shadows. Then, he used the power of time reversal again to help Muzin recover his body, gradually restoring the burned parts. Initial research results showed that the separated Muzin did not possess the ability to connect. Should we try merging him back together? Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, the other half of Muzin, who feared sunlight, retreated several steps into the shadows in fright. Muzin was now completely broken. Although his body was recovering quickly, his spirit had suffered immense trauma. The fear in his eyes, as he looked at Ning Chuan, was palpable. He never imagined that he would one day fall into such a state, toyed with by a mere human. Ning Chuan koldi rekartet musan. A hint of amusement in his tone. How is it, Muzin? Isn't this the power you sought? Why hide? The blue spider lily can free you from your fear of sunlight. Come, let me help you merge back together. Muzin said nothing. He only curled up on the ground in pain, filled with fear and helplessness. He felt that compared to the terrifying Ning Chuan, the latter seemed more like a malevolent demon. Ju Tomioka stood aside, witnessing everything, filled with complex emotions. He originally thought the goal of the Demon Slayer Corps was to completely eliminate Muzin, to eradicate all demons from the world. But now it seemed that Ning Chuan's punishment of Muzin was perhaps more fitting for what he deserved. Just as Ju was getting interested and prepared to see what Ning Chuan would do next with Muzin as a subject for his experiments, a familiar sound of footsteps suddenly reached everyone's ears. It was the other Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. After receiving the message he had sent through his Black Crow, they rushed over without stopping. Each Hashira came with the determination to die, ready to eliminate the Demon King Muzin. At the same time, they prayed in their hearts, hoping Ju would be able to hold on a little longer and not fall to Muzin's hands before they arrived. However, when they reached the location and caught the scent of Muzin, everyone was stunned. They looked at the half of Muzin standing in the sunlight in the snowy ground, all showing expressions of extreme shock. Ning Chuan's observation haki had already sensed the arrival of the other 8 Hashira. But just now, he had been playing with Muzin with great interest, and, for a moment, he didn't pay attention to them. When the other 8 Hashira gathered behind Ju Tomioka, Ning Chuan finally raised his head, a hint of a smile on his face. Ju, why don't you explain to them? Ning Chuan said calmly. Ju was taken aback, filled with surprise. He didn't expect Ning Chuan to know his name. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. He stepped forward and began to explain everything that had happened to the other 8 Hashira. When the other 8 Hashira heard Ju say that the large mass of muscle standing in the sunlight was the Demon King Muzin, everyone nearly drew their swords in fright. They were filled with disbelief. It was daytime, and Muzin had actually evolved to the point where he no longer feared sunlight. This was the worst news for them. But under Ju's explanation, everyone quickly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that was only half of Muzin's body. The other half was thrown in the dark shadows far away. The other Hashira felt somewhat reassured, but they still couldn't understand why Muzin had become like this. Flame Hashira, Kaidro, Rengoka looked at the two halves of Muzin's body, frowned, and turned to ask Ju. Ju, why did Muzin become 2 halves? Ju glanced at Ning Chuan, suppressing his shock, and said with a somewhat complex tone, he was torn in half by Ning Chuan. As soon as these words were spoken, The other 8 Hashira were all stunned in place, unable to respond for a long time. They found it hard to believe what they had just heard. That was the demon King Musin, a being more terrifying than the Upper Moon 6. How could he be torn in half by this young man who looked younger than them? Everyone involuntarily looked at Ning Chuan, trying to find some sign of jest in his expression. But Ning Chuan's expression was calm and composed, and Zhu's tone showed no hint of joking. Moreover, they all knew that Zhu was not good at making jokes. Therefore, they understood that what he said might be true, just as they were filled with shock and confusion. Ning Chuan suddenly stood up, his gaze sweeping over the 9 Hashira, and he spoke. You have finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The other Hashira exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Ning Chuan didn't give them time to ponder, continuing. I want to try your respective breathing techniques. Come on, 9 Hashira. All of you attack me at once. Flame Hashira Kaijiro Rengoku immediately stepped forward, shaking his head. Our Nichiren blades do not strike against humans. They only strike against demons. His tone was filled with determination. This was his creed as a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Ning Chuan smiled slightly after hearing this, thought for a moment, and then suggested, then let us make a deal. If you all fight me, I will help you eliminate all the remaining demons in this world, and I will give you a chance to become stronger. How about that? Upon hearing this, the other 8 Hashira were all stunned. They exchanged glances, filled with hesitation. Ning Chuan's proposal was incredibly tempting. Not only could it help them eliminate all demons, but it also offered a chance to become stronger. For them, this meant the ultimate goal of the Demon Slayer Corps could be achieved. After a brief discussion, the Hashira finally reached a consensus. The Flame Hashira stepped forward, looking firmly at Ning Chuan. We agree to fight you, but we will go one at a time. We hope you can show mercy. Ning Chuan waved his hand and smiled. No need to be so troublesome. Let us go all together. Just right, I also plan to learn all your breathing techniques. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Ning Chuan. It was his conqueror's haki. Although it had been weakened by Ning Chuan to an unimaginable degree, to the 9 Hashira, this terrifying aura still pressed upon them like a mountain. The 9 Hashira had no time to react, only feeling a heavy weight on their chests, their legs involuntarily trembling slightly, nearly losing their balance. Even the weakened version of Conqueror's haki made them feel an unprecedented fear and pressure. Love Hashira Mitsuri Kenroji couldn't help but exclaim, What breathing technique is this? How can it have such immense power? Her eyes were filled with shock and confusion. I have never seen anyone with such a terrifying aura. The wind pillar, Shinazugawa Sanemi, gritted his teeth and held on, veins bulging on his forehead, but his heart was filled with unwillingness. Damn, this sense of oppression. It's not a power that a human could possess. The snake pillar, Iguro Abanai, also felt an immense shock, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Ning Chuan's power is beyond their imagination. The flame pillar, Rengoku Kyudru, gritted his teeth, trying to steady himself. He is the leader among the pillars, and must remain calm and resolute in such moments. Yet even so, he couldn't deny it. Ning Chuan's power must far exceed each of theirs, even beyond their imagination. Ning Chuan looked at the 9 pillars struggling to hold on, still wearing a faint smile. This is just my aura. If you can't even withstand this, how can we talk about fighting? The water pillar, Tanjiro, took a deep breath, trying to stabilize his body, filled with complex feelings. They had put in countless efforts over the years to reach the level of pillars to fight against demons. But now, facing Ning Chuan, he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. The strength of this young man is not something they can compete with. Ning Chuan retracted the pressure of his conqueror's haki. The 9 pillars finally caught their breath, gasping heavily, cold sweat on their foreheads. They exchanged glances filled with shock and awe. All right, with that said, you should be able to make your move now, right? Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, the 9 pillars exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with helplessness. Just moments ago, they had actually thought of attacking one by one. But this young man had merely released his aura, and had already left them gasping for breath. If they attacked one by one again, they would truly be taken down by Ning Chuan with a single punch. Realizing that Ning Chuan had withdrawn his aura, the 9 pillars understood. Ning Chuan was intentionally letting them off easy, and it seemed he really wanted to see the breathing techniques that these pillars had mastered. Well then, my friend, since that's the case, we will offend you. Flame breathing, water breathing, wind breathing. The 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps unleashed their respective breathing techniques. Fiery flames, fierce water currents, and violent storms, along with various elemental powers, transformed into sharp blades in their hands, continuously attacking Ning Chuan. However, faced with the joint attack of the 9 pillars, Ning Chuan appeared calm and unhurried. He weaved through their attacks with ghost-like speed. The observation haki easily helped him predict the trajectory of each attack. It felt like he was playing a relaxed game, completely without pressure. While dodging, Ning Chuan carefully observed each movement of the 9 pillars with his observation haki, sensing the flow of their breath when they executed their techniques. The skills and breathing methods of each technique gradually became clear in Ning Chuan's mind, coupled with the meticulous observation of his observation haki. In just a moment of the 9 pillars attacking, Ning Chuan had already grasped a general understanding of the 9 breathing techniques they mastered. System begins settlement. In the next moment, the system's voice began to echo in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing flame breathing for 10 seconds. Activating the cultivation return system with 10,000 times the return. Commencing cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 100,000 seconds of cultivation return for experiencing flame breathing. The host has successfully mastered flame breathing. The host has successfully mastered water breathing. The host has successfully mastered wind breathing. As the system's announcement continued to sound in Ning Chuan's mind, he quickly mastered all 9 of these breathing techniques. Ning Chuan understood that this so-called breathing technique was actually just another way of utilizing qi. The method of utilizing breathing techniques was remarkably similar to the haki he had mastered. Both unleashed greater power by mobilizing the breath of the body. Having grasped the principle of the breathing techniques, Ning Chuan felt that using these powers was just a matter of raising his hand. He suddenly stopped dodging, standing in place, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes, and then abruptly unleashed his conqueror's haki. A terrifying aura erupted like a towering wave. The 9 pillars had no time to react before being pushed back by this invisible force. All right, you can stop now. Ning Chuan smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 9 pillars, finally resting on Eong. Eong, how much you can learn next depends on you. Ning Chuan casually picked up a dry branch from the ground. He slowly assumed an elegant sword stance, softly murmuring, water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Ning Chuan's sword swiftly struck out. A sword aura like flowing water emerged, and wherever the sword aura passed, the air seemed to be cleaved apart, leaving a straight watermark. The crowd stared blankly at Ning Chuan's water breathing technique. Then with a loud bang, the towering mountain behind them was effortlessly split open like tofu by Ning Chuan's strike. Rocks scattered, and dust filled the air. A massive crack spread from the center of the mountain, and the entire peak seemed to be split in two in an instant. The 9 pillars stared in disbelief at this scene, their eyes filled with incredulity. The flame pillar, Rengoku Kyujuru, widened his eyes, seemingly petrified, muttering this. Is this water breathing? It can achieve this level. The water pillar, Tanjiro, was completely stunned. He watched every move of Ning Chuan's water breathing, the familiar movements, the incredibly precise sword stance, all exactly like the techniques he practiced daily. But the power Ning Chuan unleashed exceeded his imagination, even beyond what he dared to dream. Is this still my water breathing? How could it be? How could it be this strong? Eon's heart was filled with shock. He thought he had mastered water breathing quite thoroughly. But compared to Ning Chuan, he realized how small he had been before. He had never imagined that water breathing could cause such exaggerated destructive power. Moreover, this was just the most basic first form. If the later sword techniques were displayed, how terrifying would Ning Chuan's water breathing be? He could hardly imagine. The love pillar, Kenroji Mitsuri, covered her mouth, unable to speak from surprise. She looked at Ning Chuan's elegant and powerful figure, her eyes filled with little stars. His power. Is it really the limit that a human can reach? The wind pillar, Shinazugawa Sanemi, gritted his teeth, his face filled with disbelief. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Such power is not something a human could possess. At this moment, Ning Chuan retracted his sword stance, his eyes carrying a hint of calmness and a smile. The essence of breathing techniques is, in fact, the use of breath. The breathing techniques of water, flame, wind, thunder, and rock mostly derive from the breathing of the sun. Next, I will attempt to use your breathing techniques to recreate the oldest breathing of the sun. Ning Chuan closed his eyes, and images of various breathing techniques began to evolve in his mind. He utilized the power of the system to recombine the principles of the 9 breathing techniques, gradually tracing back to their most original forms. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes and thought, system, begin calculation. Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the 5 breathing techniques of water, wind, thunder, flame, and rock, activating the tenfold cultivation return system. The cultivation calculation begins now. Calculation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the cultivation return of experiencing the 5 derivative breathing techniques. The host has successfully fused the 5 breathing techniques and has grasped the breathing of the sun at its roots. As Ning Chuan's words fell, a brand new power surged within him. It was as if blazing flames ignited on his body, not ordinary flames, but the sun's fire capable of incinerating everything. Ning Chuan softly said, "Breathing of the sun, dance of the circle." He swung the sun sword in his hand, and the sword light drew a brilliant arc in the air, like the rising sun, radiating immense brilliance. With that swing, the entire forest seemed to be illuminated. The raging flames distorted the surrounding air. Muzin, witnessing this scene, suddenly changed his expression, a deep fear flashing in his eyes. The scorching sword light reminded him of the moment he faced Kaneo Tsuyuri back then, that legendary swordsman who nearly cost him his life. He could not forget that feeling, and now that fear surged once again. Moreover, the person using the breathing of the sun this time was 1,000 times more terrifying than Kaneo Tsuyuri. No, it's impossible. Kaneo Tsuyuri is already dead. But this person, this Ning Chuan, is even more terrifying than Kaneo Tsuyuri. The fear within Muzin made it almost impossible for him to breathe. His body trembled involuntarily. Ning Chuan slowly sheathed his sword and turned to Muzin, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Muzin, if you don't want to die under the sword of the breathing of the sun, then gather all your demons tonight. Dare to miss even one, and the consequences." Ever since Ning Chuan used that technique, the breathing of water, to slice open a mountain, the entire Demon Slayer Corps Hashira, as well as the Demon King Muzin, deeply realized the terrifying power of Ning Chuan. The might of Ning Chuan's sword was enough to shock everyone. Whether it was the Hashira or Muzin, all felt a sense of awe in their hearts. Ning Chuan's strength far exceeded their imagination, especially Muzin, his eyes filled with deep fear. Once, he was the king of demons, controlling the life and death of countless demons, ruling over everything in the dark world. However, facing Ning Chuan, he felt as if he was just a grasshopper at the mercy of others. Muzin was filled with a sense of powerlessness. He understood that if Ning Chuan wished, he could easily erase everything about him. At this moment, he felt very bitter. He had once commanded the dark world with his powerful blood demon techniques and countless demon means. But in front of Ning Chuan, everything about him seemed so fragile. Therefore, he dared not resist Ning Chuan's request. Muzin understood that if he defied Ning Chuan's orders, the result would be a disaster he could not bear. Thus, he set aside all his pride and rebellious thoughts. He knew that he was no longer the demon king that instilled fear in the world. Instead, he was a clown, a death row inmate controlled by fear. "I will summon all the demons using blood demon techniques," Muzin said in a low voice, his tone mixed with uncontrollable fear. He had just heard that Ning Chuan had promised those Ashira that he would eliminate all the demons. Therefore, gathering those demons was intended to kill them, or to use them as experimental subjects. Even so, Muzin had no courage to resist. In this terrifying atmosphere, Muzin issued a summon to all the demons under him. To Muzin, these demons were like dogs that came and went at his command. They were merely tools for him to extend his life. Muzin coldly smiled. The lives of these subordinates were nothing compared to his own. If he could exchange the lives of these demons for just one more moment of life, he would not hesitate to let all his subordinates die. Muzin completely degraded himself to a clown who would do anything to survive. Faced with Ning Chuan's terror, he did not dare to make any movements. Meanwhile, the Hashira followed Ning Chuan and Kaneo back to Tanjiro's house. Muzin was coldly left behind by Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan was not afraid of Muzin escaping. Moreover, Muzin had been terrified by Ning Chuan and lacked even the courage to run away. Even if he were not present, leaving behind a dark area created by the dark fruit, Muzin would not dare to step out, not even half a step, because he feared that if he crossed the dark area with his left foot, Ning Chuan would find an excuse to kill him or torture him again. After returning to Tanjiro's house, the Hashira did not enter but stood outside, discussing the sword strike Ning Chuan had just executed. In everyone's eyes, there was deep shock. Even these skilled fighters who battled demons day and night felt a sense of inadequacy upon seeing Ning Chuan's sword. Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, Sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzi, and others were all discussing the power of Ning Chuan's sword technique. Each of them imagined what kind of earth-shattering changes would occur in the Demon Slayer Corps if Ning Chuan were willing to join. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan returned home with Kaneo. Nezuko had already prepared a sumptuous lunch for them. The ingredients provided by Ning Chuan were fresh and delicious. Nezuko had carefully cooked a table full of tasty dishes, and the entire house was filled with a warm atmosphere. Tanjiro had just finished selling coal, returning home exhausted but with a smile on his face. Upon seeing Ning Chuan, he involuntarily stepped forward and bowed deeply in gratitude. He had learned about Ning Chuan's deeds from his younger siblings. Although Tanjiro was not good with words, the gratitude he felt in his heart could not be expressed in words. Mr. Ning Chuan, thank you for saving me and Nezuko, Tanjiro said excitedly, his eyes filled with sincerity. Ning Chuan nodded, looking at Tanjiro. As if recalling something, he suddenly asked, Tanjiro, if you had the chance, would you like to become stronger? Tanjiro was taken aback, feeling somewhat hesitant inside. As an ordinary coal merchant, he had always lived a peaceful life. He did not understand what becoming stronger meant in Ning Chuan's words. Just as Tanjiro was about to refuse, Kaneo quickly patted his shoulder and spoke for him. Tanjiro, this is a rare opportunity. Thank Mr. Ning Chuan for noticing you. Hurry up and call a master. Aoi has already witnessed Ning Chuan's strength and understands that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Tanjiro. If Ning Chuan values Tanjiro and is willing to teach him a skill, then Tanjiro's future will be unimaginable. Aoi knows that Ning Chuan possesses the power to easily cut through mountains. Tanjiro should definitely not give up such an opportunity. Tanjiro looks at his mother's serious expression. He knows that his mother would never harm him, so he immediately nods in agreement. Thank you, Mr. Ning Chuan, I am willing. Ning Chuan smiles slightly. All right, since you are willing to become stronger, get ready to work hard. However, your master is someone else, not me. Upon hearing this, Aoi's face showed a hint of disappointment. But soon, that disappointment disappeared. Even though Tanjiro cannot be under Ning Chuan's name, if Ning Chuan can find a good master for Tanjiro, that would be great. As night fell, the sun gradually disappeared beyond the horizon. All the demons, summoned by Muzan, gathered in the place where the blue spider lilies bloomed during the day. At this moment, the scene at this location resembled a nightmare. Shadows of demons flickered, the atmosphere was eerie and terrifying, and the air was filled with the scent of death. Ning Chuan knew that the time was ripe. So, he took Tanjiro and Nezuko with him, deciding to let them see another side of this world. Let's go, I'll show you the world, Ning Chuan said calmly. As his words fell, Tanjiro and Nezuko followed closely behind, and the three of them walked out of the house together. The Hashira had already sensed the arrival of the demons. However, they did not act immediately, but were waiting for Ning Chuan to come out of the house. Tonight, all demons will be eliminated one by one, Ning Chuan said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the Hashira nodded, their faces filled with joy. They knew that this battle was destined to change the entire world. Perhaps from tonight on, the matter of demons would only become a legend. Under Muzan's summons, the 12 Kizuki and hundreds of minor demons gathered together. Under the night sky, the entire clearing was filled with a heavy smell of blood, and the shadows of demons flickered as if heralding a disaster. Muzan stood high above, overlooking this massive army of demons, his heart swirling with complex emotions. He had once been proud of his ability to tame these demons and establish such a powerful force. Each demon was a sharp blade in his hand, and every drop of blood forged his throne as the Demon King. Looking at the demon army before him, Muzan knew that this was the peak of his demon clan's power. If it were in the past, Muzan would have been filled with excitement, thinking about how to use this army to conquer all of humanity. But now, a figure emerged in Muzan's mind. The magnificent scene of someone with immeasurable power cutting through mountains had long left a deep imprint in Muzan's memory. Although Muzan remained the king of the demon clan, he understood that even the peak of the demon clan could not be compared to Ning Chuan's power. Without Ning Chuan's appearance, he might have easily crushed the Demon Slayer Corps with this massive army of demons, even conquering the entire world. But Muzan knew that the power he possessed was already approaching its limit. For ordinary people, although the members of the 12 Kizuki were all powerful and terrifying, compared to Ning Chuan, they were merely insignificant existences. Tonight's scene filled Muzan with complex emotions. This night might be the strongest moment for the Demon Clan, but it was also the moment they were about to face extinction. Muzan felt an unprecedented sense of tension. He knew that tonight's decisive battle, regardless of victory or defeat, would completely rewrite history. Just then, in the darkness from afar, Tamayo, and Yashiro quietly appeared. Miss Tamayo's face was pale, and her eyes flickered with complex light. She had followed these demons all the way and finally tracked down the gathering place of the demon clan. Looking at the 100 demons' night march before her, Tamayo couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. She knew that tonight, the Demon King Muzan seemed ready to implement a terrifying plan. After all, this was an unprecedented scene of all demons gathering together. Every demon exuded a strong, killing intent, and the air was filled with the impending storm of blood. Tamayo gritted her teeth, determined to relay this news to the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, urging them to prepare for battle. But she also hesitated to pass on this message. She knew that this battle could be an unprecedented disaster. Although the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps were powerful, Tamayo did not hold much hope against such a vast force of demons, especially with the 12 Kazuki and the entire elite of the demon clan gathered here, with the Demon King Muzan present as well. She secretly calculated that if the Demon Slayer Corps engaged in battle with the demon clan, they would have no chance of winning at all. Each member of the 12 Kazuki possessed powerful abilities, and Muzan himself was an unshakable, terrifying presence. Even if the 9 Hashira joined forces, they could not defeat such a massive demon army. The outcome seemed almost predetermined, and the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps might face total annihilation tonight. Tamayo's heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. Just when she was unsure of what to do, her gaze unintentionally swept over the group of demon clan members behind Muzan. Suddenly, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Tamayo saw a group of people approaching the gathering place of these demons from afar. To her shock, she discovered that these people were the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, and there were even some unfamiliar faces. Seeing this, Tamayo's heart skipped a beat. She did not expect the Demon Slayer Corps to be present here. Could tonight's battle be a predetermined showdown between both sides? Tamayo quickly assessed the situation before her and felt a wave of despair. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps had no chance against such a massive force of demons. Her heart was filled with sorrow. This decisive battle, regardless of the outcome, seemed to herald an irreversible disaster. As Ning, Chuan, and the others approached, the members of the 12 Kazuki also noticed this group of newcomers. All eyes were focused on them. The upper moons couldn't help but smirk, showing a hint of cold laughter. Kokoshibo, Doma, and other upper moon's 6 demons' eyes sparkled with excitement. They did not expect that Lord Muzan summoned them to engage in the final battle with the Demon Slayer Corps. For these demons, the Demon Slayer Corps had always stuck to them like a stubborn plaster. They were already tired of these hunters' pursuits. Today, they could finally eliminate these annoying enemies in one fell swoop. All the upper moons were itching to attack, eagerly anticipating the bloody slaughter. However, just as all the Demon Clan members were preparing to welcome this bloody massacre, an unexpected scene occurred. Muzan's gaze suddenly turned to Ning Chuan, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Just as all the demons had yet to react, Muzan unexpectedly knelt down without hesitation, deeply bowing to Ning Chuan. Lord Ning Chuan, I have summoned all the demons. You can begin to act. Muzan's voice was deep and powerful, as if suppressing endless emotions. His attitude left all the demons present in shock. Even Tamayo and Yashiro widened their eyes, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. This scene left everyone present utterly stunned. As the king of the demon race, Muzan knelt before a human. Such a sight was probably something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. However, it seemed that Muzan did not care about everyone's perception of him at this moment, because Muzan knew the terror of Ning Chuan and understood that his fate was already in this person's hands. As long as Ning Chuan was willing, a casual move from him could wipe out both Muzan and the entire demon race. What Muzan could do now was to make Ning Chuan as satisfied as possible. Only in this way could his upcoming fate perhaps be a little better. The group of demons behind Muzan watched in disbelief as their king knelt before human. They felt a surge of absurdity in their hearts. They were ready to fight to the death against humans. Yet their own demon king had surrendered to a human before the battle even began. This wasn't right. However, the next moment, an even more chilling and terrifying scene unfolded. Muzan, with a shameless grin, crawled a few steps closer to Ning Chuan while still on the ground. Lord Ning Chuan, do you want me to use my blood demon art to directly help you eliminate all these demons? Please believe me, I absolutely have the ability to do this. After all, they all have my blood in their bodies. Ning Chuan ignored Muzan's suggestion and coldly replied with 2 words, no need. Muzan's words did not pique Ning Chuan's interest. In fact, Ning Chuan did not intend to kill all these demons, especially those from the 12 Kazuki, who had extremely high research value as mutated beings. For Ning Chuan, they still held great research value. Perhaps he could unravel more about demons from them. Moreover, each of the 12 Kazuki contained unique powers. Regardless of the harm they had caused to humanity, they would ultimately become subjects of research in his laboratory, dissected by groups of scientists every day. Compared to being cut and studied by researchers daily, Ning Chuan believed they would all prefer a quick death. With a wave of his hand, an oppressive feeling filled the air, and the surrounding space seemed to warp. An invisible force quickly spread out. Following this, Ning Chuan activated the powers of the Gomu fruit. The figures of the 12 Kazuki were caught by an invisible force, instantly pulling them into a completely different space. That place was Ning Chuan's Gu cultivation arena. As a ripple of spatial distortion occurred, the 12 Kazuki and Muzin were sent into this mysterious space. They immediately fell into confusion. Their expressions changed, almost unable to believe their eyes. Although the 12 Kazuki were powerful, they could not react in time. In an instant, they were thrown into this unfamiliar place, without even a chance to resist. Ning Chuan's speed was simply too fast, leaving them no room to struggle. Facing the scene, the Hashira stood far away, completely dumbfounded by Ning Chuan's actions. They had never witnessed such terrifying power. Ning Chuan was like a deity, effortlessly eliminating 12 evil demons with a wave of his hand. At this moment, all the Hashira felt a profound shock once again. They began to genuinely revere this mysterious figure from the depths of their hearts. In the face of such power, any resistance seemed trivial. After Ning Chuan successfully brought the 12 Kazuki into the Gu cultivation arena, the remaining members of the demon race began to feel fear. They had originally hoped to rely on Muzin's protection, but seeing that even the 12 Kazuki could not resist, their fear spread instantly. Muzin remained kneeling on the ground, unable to move, and the lower-level demons, witnessing this scene, immediately began to hesitate. They considered themselves stronger than any human, but faced with Ning Chuan's terrifying power, they had no room for resistance. Some demons wanted to escape, but they were still threatened and controlled by Muzin, unable to leave easily. Muzin's authority still deeply bound them. Seeing the demons hesitate, Ning Chuan did not intend to give them too much time to think. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The valuable demons had been collected. It was time to clean up the remaining trash. He then picked up a branch from the ground. With a gentle wave, the temperature in the air changed instantly. Ning Chuan's gaze locked onto the demons who were still hesitating, and with a thought, he quickly activated the breath of the sun. This move was incredibly powerful. The next moment, the pitch-black night sky resembled the rising sun. The blood-red aura in the sky instantly transformed into golden light, illuminating the entire world with this power. Just as these lower-level demons prepared to flee, they were suddenly enveloped by this blazing sunlight. In an instant, their bodies began to dissolve, ultimately turning into a pile of ashes. With a series of whoosh sounds, all the demons let out piercing screams. In an instant, it felt as though the entire world had been consumed. This move was like a rising sun. Any demon that came into contact with the sunlight, regardless of strength, would be instantly burned to ash. The breath of the sun that Ning Chuan unleashed nearly annihilated all the remaining members of the demon race in an instant. All that remained was the ash floating in the air and the thick smell of charred flesh. However, just as the breath of the sun was about to sweep across the entire area, Ning Chuan's gaze suddenly halted as he sensed something unusual. Tamayo and Yashiro, the two demons opposing Muzin, happened to be within the area of annihilation. If they were affected by this move, they too would likely be turned to ash. With a thought, Ning Chuan directly activated the powers of the Yami fruit, absorbing all the light around the two. Just like that, hundreds of demons vanished under Ning Chuan's single move, without even a chance to resist. Muzin couldn't help but tremble all over, his hands propping himself up on the ground. Filled with endless fear, Ning Chuan was truly terrifying. Just after Ning Chuan dealt with all the remaining demons, a sudden sound of a cart came from the distance. Ning Chuan immediately became alert and looked up. He saw a familiar figure jump down from the cart, panting heavily, barely managing to stand. The newcomer had a very ugly face, with a pair of twins supporting him. The person in front of them was Kanu Yoya, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. At this moment, Kanu Yoya wore a look of fatigue and urgency. He struggled to step towards Ning Chuan. Upon reaching Ning Chuan, he hesitated not to break free from the support of the twins, kneeling directly and bowing deeply, his voice loud and sincere. Lord Ning Chuan, thank you for helping the Demon Slayer Corps eliminate the evil demons. Ning Chuan's gaze fixed on Kinuyoya. He did not rush to respond, but turned his head slightly to look at the Hashira and said, I have a place that can make you stronger. Are you willing to go? Upon hearing Ning Chuan's voice, a hint of surprise flashed in Kinuyoya's eyes. The Hashira did not respond, but all looked at Kinuyoya, seemingly waiting for their leader to answer the question. Kinuyoya quickly regained his composure and answered without hesitation. As long as these children of the Demon Slayer Corps agree, I will never obstruct them. Ning Chuan nodded and looked at the surrounding Hashira. Their expressions were somewhat hesitant. After a moment of silence, Ning Chuan smiled with satisfaction and said, I'll give you 3 days to think and prepare. 3 days later, I will wait for you here. If you agree, I will take you to a whole new place where you can train and enhance your strength. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, the Hashira nodded one after another. At this point, Ning Chuan turned his gaze to Tamayo and Yashiro. Miss Tamayo, I wonder if you would be interested in visiting our science department of the Multiverse Heroes? You have a special research on demons, and perhaps you could help us. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Tamayo seemed taken aback. See, can I really help you? Regarding Tamayo's doubts, Ning Chuan smiled and nodded. I can involve you in Yuzin's research. As soon as these words were spoken, Tamayo's eyes lit up. I am willing. Ning Chuan slowly extended his hand and casually waved in the air. In the next moment, a spatial door leading to the headquarters of the One Punch world appeared in front of everyone. This door looked like a crack, through which a completely different world could be seen. I will return in 3 days. If you have made up your minds, gather here. After leaving this message, Ning Chuan instantly disappeared with Nezuko, Tanjiro, and Tamayo in front of everyone. Their speed of disappearance was so fast that it seemed as if they had never been there. The other members of the Demon Slayer Corps were shocked by this sight. They knew Ning Chuan's power was beyond ordinary, but they did not expect him to possess the terrifying ability to tear open space. This was a power only legendary gods were said to have. Just as they were still trying to process what had happened, Ning Chuan had already crossed space with Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Tamayo, returning to the One Punch world. In the next instant, the four appeared inside the headquarters building of the One Punch world. The interior of the headquarters was filled with various high-tech equipment, leaving the three newcomers somewhat at a loss. Let's go. We have important work to do. Ning Chuan smiled as he ruffled Nezuko's hair. Then he led them to the laboratory inside the building. Dr. Vegapunk and several other scientists were busy in the lab. Upon seeing Ning Chuan bringing some unfamiliar faces, they immediately stopped their work and rushed over to Ning Chuan. I brought back some interesting specimens for you. You have some work to do during this time. With that, Ning Chuan handed Muzin's 2 half-corpse pieces to Vegapunk. He also opened a portal to the demon world and pulled out the 12 Kazuki, who had been severely tortured by those pirates. Ning Chuan briefly explained the origins and abilities of these demons to Vegapunk and the others. He detailed how Muzin transformed from an ordinary human into the current Demon King, and how he utilized his abilities to create the powerful demon clan, the 12 Kazuki. He also briefly introduced each demon's abilities, especially the special powers of the 12 Kazuki. Abilities that differ from Devil Fruit powers? Interesting. Vegapunk's eyes flashed with excitement as he felt the enormous research value contained within these demons. He even sensed that this could lead the science department to develop a new research direction. Vegapunk was extremely excited at this moment. The other scientists also turned their gazes toward these demons, unable to resist the urge to start dissecting them for research. Seeing their reactions, Ning Chuan nodded in satisfaction. This is Tamayo, who used to be a demon under Muzin. However, she has already managed to break free from Muzin's control and has some research on demons. I believe she can provide you with some help. Let her start from the most basic researcher. Upon hearing these words, Tamayo felt a stir in her heart. She was once a member of the Demon Clan, but now she stood in this new world of the science department, able to participate in a larger plan and conduct thorough research on Muzin. This made Tamayo very grateful to Ning Chuan. Your understanding of demons is on par with any expert here. Ning Chuan patted Tamayo's shoulder and smiled, continuing, however, your professional knowledge still needs improvement. I will arrange for Vegapunk and the others to help train you. You have the potential to become a top biologist. Go for it. Tamayo nodded, filled with gratitude. After arranging matters for Tamayo, Ning Chuan took Tanjiro and Nezuko to other places in the headquarters. Their next stop was the Swordsman Association. This association was jointly founded by Mihawk and Shanks, 2 great swordsmen. Many swordsmen from the pirate world were registered here. Ning Chuan knew that here, Tanjiro could receive more systematic training and learn top-tier sword techniques. As the child of the world of Demon Slayer, although the upper limit of the Demon Slayer world is not high, he still holds the identity of a child of the world. Ning Chuan believed that Tanjiro's achievements in this world would definitely be significant. After arranging for Tanjiro, Ning Chuan took Nezuko back to his office. He decided to take Nezuko to the Heroine Corps, letting Momonosuke, Hancock, and others take good care of her and help her train and grow. When Ning Chuan brought Nezuko to the Heroine Corps, Hancock smiled slightly upon seeing the petite and adorable girl. As the leader of the Heroine Corps, seeing her team grow stronger naturally filled her with a sense of accomplishment. Hancock also knew that Nezuko should be from another world. The fact that Ning Chuan was able to bring her back indicated that Nezuko must have something special about her. Another beautiful little sister, huh? Come and tell your sister. On the way here, did that bad guy Ning Chuan bully you? Hancock's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. No, Nezuko, teased by Hancock, instantly turned red. Ning Chuan, on the side, couldn't help but roll his eyes in dissatisfaction and said, Hey, how can you think of me like that? I've never bullied anyone. Okay, hearing this, Hancock couldn't help but smile charmingly and said, Never bullied anyone? Just a couple of days ago, you made me stay in bed all day. Soon, it was already evening. As Ning Chuan expected, Hancock took the opportunity to sneak attack him after everyone else had gone to sleep. However, Hancock's strength was still too weak. After a few exchanges, she surrendered to Ning Chuan. In the moment of intimacy between the two, Hancock began to tell Ning Chuan about the changes that occurred during his 2 days away. Ever since defeating Boros, many members from the Hero Association have started to visit the Multiverse Hero Association for observation and learning. This includes Metalbat, the sexy prisoner, and even Bang, who came with his senior brother. Of course, besides these S-rank heroes, many heroes of other ranks also came. It seems that after defeating Boros last time, the Multiverse Hero Association's fame has skyrocketed. Let them learn as much as they want. When the Hero Association goes bankrupt, they will come to us, Ning Chuan said with a smile. Clearly, he didn't care about these heroes coming to steal knowledge from him. After all, the things he had here were definitely not something they could fully learn, just like the various breathing techniques he brought back this time. While not very useful for heroes above B rank, for ordinary people below B rank, it was a significant improvement in combat skills. Those who want to become stronger won't refuse it. In the future, he will also go to other worlds and bring back the cultivation methods from those worlds, continuously expanding the capabilities within the Multiverse Hero Association. If possible, he even wants to merge all the worlds he has visited into one, allowing all these worlds to be under his rule. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains into the room. Ning Chuan sat up from bed, refreshed and ready to start a new day. Hancock, however, was exhausted from the night's antics and lay in bed, reluctant to get up. Ning Chuan smiled at Hancock, who was still lazing in bed, and went to his office to think about today's arrangements. However, at that moment, Ning Chuan's communicator suddenly rang, and a message from his assistant Robin popped up on the screen. Ning Chuan, the organizers of the martial arts tournament are asking if the Multiverse Hero Association is interested in participating in this year's tournament. They have given us several spots. Hearing this news, Ning Chuan stopped what he was doing and fell into deep thought. Has already reached this point? The martial arts tournament event made him recall the plot of One Punch Man. In his memory, the opening of the martial arts tournament coincided with the outbreak of the Monster Association's chaos. A large number of demon-level and dragon-level monsters would wreak havoc in the city, spreading monster cells to potential humans, turning them into monsters and causing great chaos in the city. Even in the later stages of this monster chaos, that guy Evil Wolf would continuously absorb the world's malice, advancing to the peak of dragon level. And that guy Bomb would also return from other worlds. Even deities from beyond Earth would intervene in this Monster Association chaos. Recalling this, a cold smile crept onto Ning Chuan's lips. Interesting. Whether it was Evil Wolf, Bomb, or the deities from beyond the world, they all had something I want to grasp. In that case, let's start making arrangements. Strive to minimize the damage to the city from this chaos and simultaneously further seize the support rate from the Hero Association. Subsequently, Ning Chuan immediately ordered an emergency meeting. This time, he summoned all S-rank heroes within the association. Soon, the top fighting forces of the Multiverse Hero Association gathered under Ning Chuan's command. During the meeting, Ning Chuan informed everyone about the news of the Monster Association and introduced several top-tier monsters from the association, such as the Wandering Emperor, the Phoenix Man, and the Natural Water, all dragon-level monsters. Ning Chuan instructed the S-rank heroes to start selecting their opponents, cautioning them not to let their own people fight over opponents. After a chaotic scramble for opponents, each S-rank hero was assigned a suitable opponent in a responsible area. They were ready to respond to the impending chaos from the Monster Association. Soon, The heroes took their orders and quickly began to deploy. All S-rank heroes brought 100 seraphs for assistance. Their figures quickly appeared in their respective areas, starting to implement Ning Chuan's commands by patrolling in advance. The arrangements in the one-punch world were nearly complete. 3 days later, Ning Chuan opened the spatial door again and returned to the Demon Slayer world. To his surprise, this time, besides the Hashira, there were also their disciples and masters gathered here. Even Aoi brought Tanjiro's younger siblings along, ready to follow Ning Chuan to the one-punch world. Each of them was filled with curiosity about the new world and hope for becoming stronger. Seeing the scene, Ning Chuan was taken aback. He thought there wouldn't be many people going to the new world, and he even doubted whether he could gather all the Hashira. But now, so many people showed up. So many wanted to see a stronger world. Facing the eager gazes of these people, Ning Chuan did not refuse, but directly opened the spatial door to invite them to the new world. After all, the Multiverse Hero Association was in need of personnel. After training, these people could contribute to the association. Since you all want to see the new world, let's go together, Ning Chuan said with a smile. He then took the lead and walked into the spatial door. As Ning Chuan's words fell, everyone followed him through the spatial door, instantly disappearing from the Demon Slayer world. When they opened their eyes again, they had arrived in the one-punch world. Ning Chuan led this new team back to the headquarters building. Soon, he called Robin to start arranging positions for these new members, ensuring everyone had a suitable place. Ning Chuan's arrangement for those brought from the Demon Slayer world were evidently very thoughtful, especially for the beautiful and cute girls like Mitsuri, Shinobu Kocho, and Kanaho. He specifically assigned them to the female hero team and, along with Nezuko, they would undergo more rigorous training. In the next 2 days, Ning Chuan was busy coordinating various affairs of the Multiverse Hero Association while also checking on the training of new members. However, due to the excellent grading system of the Multiverse Hero Association, everyone had been assigned training progress that suited them. With the martial arts tournament approaching and all S-class heroes in the association already deployed, the Multiverse Hero Association was ready to face the chaos brought by the Villain Association. Finally, the time for the martial arts tournament arrived. All the S-class heroes of the Multiverse Hero Association were in position, quietly waiting for the Villain Association's big move. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan was not idle. He understood that the villains from the Villain Association must have sensed the recent disturbances on their side. They might not act according to the original plot. What Ning Chuan needed to do now was to monitor the locations where various villains appeared to find out the location of the Villain Association's headquarters. Then, within the shortest time, he would storm in and see if there were any powers worth mastering or recruiting. Now, everything was ready. Ning Chuan muttered to himself. He then turned his gaze to the martial arts tournament, where the opening ceremony was taking place on the monitor. The upheaval from the Villain Association should also be starting soon. As this thought flashed through Ning Chuan's mind, the next moment Sengoku, stationed in the central area of City Z, transmitted a message to the public channel. The peak dragon-level villain, Elder Centipede, has appeared near me. Everyone my opponent has arrived, so you can just envy me. Upon hearing Sengoku's message, Ning Chuan immediately accessed the surveillance at Sengoku's location. On the screen, a golden giant Buddha was engaged in a fierce battle with a massive centipede. The clash between Sengoku and Elder Centipede attracted countless onlookers. The golden Buddha seemed like a divine being descending before everyone. The thousands of meters long monster, Elder Centipede, collided violently with Sengoku. The impact made the ground tremble. A huge shockwave spread from the center of the battlefield, nearly sweeping away all nearby buildings. The nearby structures creaked under the clash of the two, as if they would collapse at any moment. Go, Mr. Sengoku. Go, Hero Buddha. Kill that city-destroying villain. In the distance, among the crowd of onlookers, many people shouted excitedly. Although Elder Centipede was enormous, with its thousands of segments sprawling across the ground, its imposing aura was terrifying. But Sengoku's power was equally formidable. Each attack from Sengoku, infused with the Conqueror's haki, struck heavily against Elder Centipede's body. The Golden Buddha's fists thundered like a storm, making Elder Centipede's armor crumple outward. The two were locked in a fierce struggle. However, Elder Centipede did not intend to face Sengoku alone. He knew that against such a powerful enemy as Sengoku, relying solely on his own strength would likely prolong the battle. Therefore, Elder Centipede immediately communicated through the internal network of the Villain Association, relaying the information back to headquarters. The S-class hero from the Multiverse Hero Association, Buddha Sengoku, is engaged in fierce combat with me. Hurry and send a few more people to help me take him down. A human this powerful, once turned into a villain, will surely be even stronger. Elder Centipede directly requested more reinforcements from the Villain Association. His goal was clear, not only to defeat Sengoku, but also to use villain cells to transform Sengoku into one of their own. At this moment, in the headquarters of the Villain Association, upon receiving the message, the sharp-eyed Jiang immediately dispatched Natural Water and Phoenix Man to support Elder Centipede. After all, capturing an S-Class hero and turning him into a villain would mean the Villain Association would gain another Dragon-level member. As Elder Centipede notified the Villain Association, the Multiverse Hero Association intercepted the internal communications of the Villain Association and immediately relayed this information to the waiting Whitebeard and Shanks. Upon hearing that their assigned opponents had begun to move, they flew over from their respective areas. Meanwhile, other S-Class heroes who had not encountered their opponents looked on with envy at their walkie-talkies, hoping their opponents would arrive soon. Not long after, amidst the ruins of the city, the four powerful figures sent by both sides encountered each other on the road. Soon, these six formidable individuals were embroiled in a chaotic melee. Various abilities began to fly across the battlefield, seeing that the Multiverse Hero Association was also increasing their numbers. The Villain Association called for reinforcements once again. Correspondingly, members of the Multiverse Hero Association continued to gather towards the battlefield. Gradually, this invasion by the Villain Association turned into a large-scale battle between the Villain Association and the Multiverse Hero Association. While others were engaged in fierce combat, Ning Chuan arrived at the venue of the martial arts tournament. At this venue, Saitama was in the finals against Water Dragon. Saitama, dressed in ordinary attire with a wig, looked comical and out of place. Soon, Saitama sent Water Dragon flying. However, due to his wig falling off, violating the rules of the competition, the referee disqualified him from the tournament. As a result, Water Dragon was declared the champion of this martial arts tournament, receiving cheers and applause from the crowd. However, Saitama was indifferent to this outcome. He stood aside, his expression unperturbed. After all, he wasn't there to become the champion, so he naturally did not care about the result of this martial arts tournament. Just as Water Dragon stood on stage accepting the trophy, a powerful aura suddenly appeared at the martial arts tournament venue. Everyone looked up to see a gigantic villain appear before them. Upon his arrival, he introduced himself as Hero. When this name was mentioned, everyone in the arena was shocked. Hero was the champion of previous martial arts tournaments, but he had disappeared for a long time in pursuit of greater power. However, he had now found a way to become stronger by breaking the limits of humanity and becoming a villain. He came to the martial arts tournament with the intention of finding this year's champion and turning him into a villain like himself. Hero stood on the stage of the martial arts tournament, looking at the surrounding contestants. With a wave of his hand, a large number of black, three-feathered crows flew directly toward the stage. Whoever can defeat these crows will have the chance to survive and grow stronger like me. Hero's voice was chilling. As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of three-feathered crows surged towards the crowd. Water Dragon and the two A-class heroes on stage reacted quickly, engaging in fierce combat with the crows. The scene became chaotic in an instant. The hero stood by, watching coldly, seemingly selecting those who could become carriers of the monster cells. However, what the hero didn't know was that, while he was observing the likes of Water Dragon, Ning Chuan was also watching him from a distance. Has the hero already transformed into a monster? This guy seems to be a mid-level member of the Monster Association, and he knows the location of the association. If that's the case, let's take him down directly. Just as the hero was watching the battle of these people in front of him, Ning Chuan suddenly appeared in front of him, so fast that the hero didn't even have time to react. The hero looked at Ning Chuan, his pupils slightly constricted, feeling a wave of unease in his heart. But soon, his expression returned to calm. Isn't this the founder of the Multiverse Hero Association, Ning Chuan? The hero smiled, his tone filled with disdain. In the past, he might have felt fear towards Ning Chuan, but now it's different. He has become a dragon-level monster through the enhancement of monster cells. The hero confidently believed that with his current self, he was fully capable of fighting Ning Chuan. Oh, so you know me. Ning Chuan was obviously a bit surprised. How can I not know you? You are a celebrity in Z City. Moreover, you are also one of the main targets of our Monster Association's operation this time. All of us monsters are looking forward to how powerful you will become after transforming into a monster. Listening to the hero's words, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smirk. Since you're so welcoming, why not take me to see your Monster Association headquarters? Want to go to our Monster Association headquarters? You can't just walk there. At the very least, you have to be knocked down to the ground and dragged there by me. As soon as the hero finished speaking, his fist rapidly smashed towards Ning Chuan. His punch was full of power, carrying a terrifying airflow straight towards Ning Chuan's face. However, Ning Chuan merely smiled coldly. He casually raised his hand and easily caught the hero's attack. Since you don't want to, then I'll have to use force. With a twist of Ning Chuan's wrist, the hero's fist was completely controlled, unable to move at all. The expression on the hero's face instantly turned ferocious, but he was powerless to break free. Room, Ning Chuan whispered. In the next moment, the ability of the surgical fruit was activated, enveloping the surrounding space. Within the room space, Ning Chuan waved his hand, and the hero's limbs were instantly severed. You! The hero's face turned pale in an instant, his eyes wide open as he stared at Ning Chuan. But he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Ning Chuan looked coldly at the hero and casually grabbed his heart. The hero's body instantly lost its support and fell limply to the ground. He looked at the heart in Ning Chuan's hand, his eyes filled with terror. Be honest and lead the way. Otherwise, I'll crush your heart. With the activation of Ning Chuan's surgical fruit, the hero had already lost all ability to resist. His heart was firmly held in Ning Chuan's hand after being extracted. Despite his body being in tatters, he could still feel endless pain, especially with Ning Chuan's hand constantly delivering electric shocks. Each jolt stimulated the hero's heart, making him continuously experience the sensation of dying. The hero's eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. He now finally understood that even after transforming into a monster, this person in front of him was not someone he could contend with. There wasn't even a chance for resistance. Every action of Ning Chuan brought the hero endless despair. At this moment, his only thought was to preserve his life, no matter the cost. I can help you. Take you to the Monster Association's headquarters. Just spare me. Let me live. The hero's voice trembled, his eyes filled with humility and fear. There was still a final trace of calculation. As a member of the Monster Association, the hero naturally understood how terrifying the inner workings of the Monster Association were. Although Ning Chuan was powerful enough to easily subdue him, there were also incredibly strong beings like him within the Monster Association. For example, the strongest monster within, the Monster King, Orochi. The hero believed that even if Ning Chuan encountered Orochi, he would probably not be its opponent. That was a being that even he feared. Moreover, at the headquarters of the Monster Association, there were many dragon-level executives. If Ning Chuan entered there, he would definitely be doomed. Additionally, he might even gain reward from the Monster King for leading Ning Chuan into the Monster Association. He could even become stronger than he was now. Ning Chuan coldly glanced at the hero, having already seen through his thoughts. However, he didn't care. Then lead the way. After saying that, Ning Chuan waved to Saitama beside him. Saitama, let's go. I'm taking you to a fun place. There, you can encounter enemies like Boros. Hearing this, Saitama's eyes immediately lit up. He didn't care about what monsters he would face, but was instead full of anticipation for whether he could meet truly strong opponents. Ning Chuan gently flicked his hand, and the hero's head was taken off. He lifted the hero's head to lead the way. Thus, Ning Chuan and Saitama followed the hero's guidance to the Monster Association. Soon, Ning Chuan and Saitama arrived at a hidden entrance. The hero, with his remaining head, indicated, "This is the entrance to the Monster Association." Ning Chuan glanced at the entrance and directly activated the ability of the split fruit. In the next moment, the entrance's door was instantly torn open by a massive force. The entire wall collapsed, revealing a passage leading to the interior of the Monster Association. Ning Chuan and Saitama stepped into the headquarters of the Monster Association. As soon as they entered, they were spotted by a black giant dog guarding the entrance. Ning Chuan recognized it at a glance. This black giant dog was likely a dragon-level monster within the Monster Association, Pochi. At this moment, Pochi's eyes were gleaming with ferocity. As soon as it saw the intruders, Pochi did not hesitate to open its massive mouth. A terrifying laser beam instantly erupted from its throat, heading straight for Ning Chuan and Saitama. Ning Chuan smiled coldly. He didn't dodge. Instead, he directly activated the ability of the barrier fruit. An invisible barrier appeared in front of him, blocking Pochi's laser. The laser collided with the barrier, producing a huge roar. The entire underground space trembled, but the barrier showed no sign of wavering. Ning Chuan did not stop. He continued to move forward. He braved the impact of the laser and quickly approached Pochi until its massive mouth was right in front of him. Then, he forcefully wedged the barrier between Pochi's jaws, directly preventing its mouth from closing. At the same time, Saitama also moved. He instantly leaped on Pochi's head and raised his fist to smash down hard. The immense force caused Pochi's sharp teeth to shatter instantly, blood splattering everywhere. Pochi's head was knocked dizzy by Saitama's punch, staggering as its massive body swayed before collapsing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, behind Bach, a figure hidden in the shadows had been secretly observing Ning Chuan and Saitama's actions. Miao Miao had originally planned to take advantage of Bach's attack to ambush Ning Chuan and Saitama. However, upon seeing Bach being almost instantly defeated by the two, it felt a chill in its heart. The expression on its face instantly froze. They actually defeated Bach so easily? Miao Miao was filled with fear. It knew that its strength was nowhere near Bach's. With Bach being instantly killed, if it rushed in, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Realizing this, Miao Miao quickly turned to flee. However, just as it was about to escape, Miao Miao looked up and saw two figures blocking its way. Ning Chuan had a slight smile on his face, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. Miao Miao, right? Now it's your turn to lead the way. A flicker of terror flashed in Miao Miao's eyes as it tried to slip into the wall to escape. But it realized too late that it was already too late. Ning Chuan sneered, casually tossing aside the head of the fallen hero in his hand. He then stepped forward and grabbed Miao Miao by the scruff of its neck, pulling it out from the wall. "Ah, don't kill me. I promise you, I'll do anything. Just don't kill me." Miao Miao's voice trembled, filled with despair. It knew that these two terrifying beings before it were not to be resisted. The only way to possibly save its life was to comply. Ning Chuan smiled lightly and lifted Miao Miao in his hand, pointing forward. Then lead the way properly. After passing through a dim corridor and a series of pipes, Ning Chuan and Saitama finally arrived at the core area of the Monster Association. Here, many dragon-level monsters had gathered, waiting. They stood in a huge hall, their eyes filled with ferocity and murderous intent. In their midst stood a tall and ominous figure, whose presence made the atmosphere in the hall extraordinarily tense. The Monster King, Orochi, the public leader of the Monster Association, finally appeared before Ning Chuan and Saitama. Ning Chuan stood still, holding Miao Miao in one hand and pointing at all the remaining monsters around it with the other. Then he disdainfully said, "Forgive my bluntness, but everyone present here is trash." At Ning Chuan's mocking tone, the air in the entire Monster Association seemed to ignite. The many monsters gathered in the hall showed angry expressions. They felt the blatant provocation. The controlling eye of the Monster King, De Jiongyan, sat on the highest throne, his face filled with anger. His sharp gaze was fixed on Ning Chuan and Saitama, and a raging fury had already ignited within him. As the mastermind behind the Monster Association, he could not tolerate these two uninvited guests running amok in their territory. Even less could he tolerate their insults to the Monster Association. "Orochi, take action. Kill these two guys." The Jiongyan's voice was filled with oppressive power, like a command transmitted to Orochi's ears. Upon hearing De Jiongyan's order, Orochi moved without hesitation. His tentacles whipped like steel whips, creating a piercing wind as they crazily struck toward Ning Chuan and Saitama. Saitama glanced at Ning Chuan, showing no signs of tension on his face. He casually scratched his wig with a finger and asked nonchalantly, "Ning Chuan, can I kill this guy with one punch?" Ning Chuan quickly shook his head and gestured with his hand. No, you can play with him, but don't kill him just yet." Saitama looked at Ning Chuan with some confusion. "Why can't we just take him out?" Ning Chuan patiently explained, "The body cells of this Monster King, Orochi, have high research value. The monster cells within him can produce a large number of monsters and even grant ordinary people the powers of monsters. If our scientists can decipher his abilities, the combat power of the Seraphim warriors will see further breakthroughs, which is crucial for our future development." After hearing this, Saitama looked at Ning Chuan with a blank expression. He clearly had no interest in the scientific research Ning Chuan was talking about, but he caught the key point, which was that this monster could not be killed for now. Since he couldn't kill him, Saitama felt there was no need to act. He simply stood aside, hands on his hips, casually watching Orochi's wildly waving tentacles. Seeing this, Ning Chuan smiled and said, "No need to rush. There will be other enemies worth your effort coming up. Just wait a bit." Hearing this, Saitama finally nodded and put his hands down. Orochi continued to wave its tentacles in anger, watching these two dare to chat in front of him, seemingly indifferent to him. Its inner fury gradually soared to its peak. "You dare to ignore me?" Orochi's roar echoed like thunder throughout the hall. Several massive, hideous heads simultaneously let out low growls. Orochi's tentacles struck toward Ning Chuan and Saitama with even greater speed, creating gusts of wind as if they were going to tear the entire space apart. However, Ning Chuan remained unfazed. He simply raised his hand, activating the barrier fruit's ability. An invisible barrier appeared in front of him and Saitama, effortlessly blocking Orochi's attack. Withstood by Orochi's furious lashes, Ning Chuan stepped forward, gradually approaching Orochi's massive body. Just as Ning Chuan drew near, several of Orochi's heads suddenly opened their massive mouths. In the next moment, intense heat gathered in the throats of its many mouths. A terrifying blast of high-temperature breath erupted from Orochi's mouths, directly shooting toward Ning Chuan. The scorching breath rushed toward him, and the temperature in the entire hall suddenly soared. However, faced with such an attack, there was not a trace of panic on Ning Chuan's face. He coldly smiled, standing still, simply allowing the barrier to shield him. The high-temperature breath exploded against the barrier, and the blazing flames raged wildly. Yet, they could never break through the barrier. Not a single trace of fire was left on Ning Chuan's body. "Is this all you've got? Your fire play isn't very impressive," Ning Chuan said contemptuously, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He raised his arm, and a hot lava appeared in his palm. The lava, flowing like blood, exuded a destructive power. Infernal Hound, a signature ability of the Red Dog, the Infernal Hound, carrying the searing lava, violently slammed toward Orochi. However, to Ning Chuan's surprise, at that moment, Orochi quickly mimicked Ning Chuan's ability. In an instant, the barrier fruit was activated. The scorching lava collided with the barrier. The powerful impact caused the entire hall to shake violently. Magma splashed everywhere, melting the surrounding ground. However, the barrier firmly blocked Ning Chuan's attack. Seeing this scene, a hint of pride flashed in the big snake's eyes. It seemed to provoke Ning Chuan. Mimicking abilities? Not bad. The research value has increased. Ning Chuan let out a cold laugh. The next moment, a powerful aura erupted from his body. It was Conqueror's Haki. The intense pressure surged towards the big snake. The Conqueror's Haki directly attacked the depths of the big snake's mind. Several of the snake's heads let out low growls simultaneously. Filled with pain, its body began to tremble under the suppression of the Conqueror's Haki, its mind falling into a blank state. Seizing the opportunity while the big snake was momentarily dazed, Ning Chuan did not hesitate and suddenly threw a punch. This punch carried terrifying power, striking one of the big snake's heads directly. "If you have the ability, continue to mimic my powers." Boom! Ning Chuan's fist directly hit one of the big snake's heads. The immense force penetrated its head, instantly blowing it apart. In an instant, blood splattered. The head of the big snake shattered into countless fragments, flying apart. Its massive body swayed slightly, as if it would fall at any moment. Gaga World, taking advantage of the big snake being severely injured and having no chance to resist, Ning Chuan opened the practice space of the Gaga World. Instantly, the hundreds of meters tall big snake was sucked inside. At this moment, the other monsters in the Hall of the Monster Association were all stunned, trembling in fear. Those monsters who were originally preparing to join the fight. Upon seeing the big snake being so effortlessly defeated by Ning Chuan, felt a surge of endless terror. The big snake was the strongest combat power in the Monster Association. Just like that, it was easily defeated and taken away by Ning Chuan. Is this the true strength of the president of the Hero Association of all realms? It was simply terrifying. After dealing with the big snake, Ning Chuan turned his gaze to the big eyeball. Then he smiled and spoke. "Big eyeball, are you ready to continue? Or is it time for the true mastermind behind our Monster Association, Sykes, to make a move?" As soon as Ning Chuan's words came out, the remaining monsters were all shocked and froze in place. They had originally thought that controlling the Monster King Big Snake and establishing the Monster Association was all the work of the Big Eyeball. However, they never expected that Ning Chuan would say that all of this was created by someone named Sykes. This left all the monsters utterly astonished. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, the atmosphere in the Monster Association became even more tense and oppressive. The Big Eyeball, upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, immediately sat up straight from the throne, a look of disdain on its face as it coldly laughed, seemingly wanting to make a final defense. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could our Monster Association be fooled by your words?" However, before it could finish speaking, a cold light flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes. He did not give the Big Eyeball any chance to defend itself, and directly waved his hand to unleash a terrifying thunderbolt. The next moment, the Big Eyeball was shattered by the terrifying lightning. However, All the monsters present noticed that the big eyeball was merely a layer of skin, with nothing inside. At this point, all the surrounding monsters finally believed everything Ning Chuan had just said. The big eyeball was indeed just a puppet, and the true mastermind controlling the Monster Association was someone else. Ning Chuan did not pause at all, his gaze calmly sweeping around. Then he walked to the throne where the big eyeball had been sitting. He extended his hand and pressed his palm against the throne. The ability of the Shatter Fruit was immediately activated. The ground beneath the throne began to shake violently, instantly cracking with countless fissures. An entire slab of ground was torn apart, turning to dust and disappearing into the air. As the ground shattered, a passage leading downward was revealed beneath the throne. It led to the deepest part of the underground. There was the true mastermind behind the Monster Association, Sykes. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and turned to look at Saitama. Saitama, let's go down. Saitama glanced at the passage that Ning Chuan had just opened, then looked at the surrounding black sperm, gummy, ugly president, and other dragon-level monsters. He scratched his head and directly asked Ning Chuan, shouldn't we deal with all of them before going down? As soon as this sentence came out, it immediately frightened these monsters, who immediately took defensive stances. Ning Chuan smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry about them. My subordinates, those S-rank heroes, will handle everything soon. Saitama nodded, indicating he understood. Since Ning Chuan said there was no need to deal with them, he naturally wouldn't take unnecessary actions. Then, he followed behind Ning Chuan, and the two jumped down the passage near the throne. Their bodies fell like meteorites from a great height, crashing heavily into the depths of the underground. Accompanied by two muffled sounds, the ground trembled, and the surface was even smashed into two huge pits. However, Ning Chuan and Saitama were completely unscathed, easily standing up. This passage was a full 1,500 meters deep. Sykes should be right here. After saying this, the two looked around the underground space. The underground world before them was a vast and spacious place. The entire space was decorated in a very luxurious manner, resembling an underground palace. Ning Chuan looked up and saw a young woman with black-framed glasses, blue-purple wavy long hair, a slim and sexy figure, leisurely sitting on a genuine leather sofa, holding a glass of red wine, quietly watching the two of them. Not far behind the woman was a large area of boiling hot magma. This woman was the true mastermind behind the Monster Association, Sykes, who had reached dragon-level strength. Sykes slightly raised her head, her gaze landing on Ning Chuan and Saitama. Her tone calm. Are you here to kill me? Ning Chuan's lips curled into a smile as he slowly replied. No, I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to offer you a new job opportunity. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Sykes showed a puzzled expression. The telekinesis she was about to unleash stopped immediately. Ning Chuan continued, I admire your theory of near-death evolution and am very interested in your ability to create monsters like the big snake. Therefore, I would like to invite you to join our Hero Association of all realms and become a member of our scientific department. Sykes was somewhat confused by Ning Chuan's words. She was momentarily taken aback. She had thought Ning Chuan was here to eliminate her, to carry out some so-called justice punishment. She never expected to hear such words instead. Sykes asked, slightly perplexed, the Hero Association of all realms. Isn't it supposed to eliminate all monsters? You actually want to spare me and let me join your research institute? Ning Chuan smiled slightly and shook his head. Don't confuse our Multiverse Hero Association with ordinary heroes. We respect everything that has research value, including anomalies. Your abilities and theories of evolution as an anomaly are indeed very valuable. Upon hearing this, a strange light flashed in Sykes' eyes. It seemed that Ning Chuan's words had touched her heart. However, she was still an anomaly and remained filled with vigilance and doubt. You speak so well, but how do I know what you say is true? If you want me to join you, you must show me that you really have enough power. Sykes narrowed her eyes slightly, her blue-purple hair moving without wind, as a powerful psychic force began to gather around her. Ning Chuan saw Sykes' reaction and sneered inwardly. He had anticipated that she would respond this way. After all, he wanted to bring Sykes under his command. If he didn't demonstrate overwhelming power, she would not easily yield. He remained calm, unleashing an extremely powerful psychic force from his body. In an instant, Sykes' psychic force was directly suppressed by Ning Chuan's, rendering her unable to move, her face showing shock. This kind of power? How was it possible? Sykes looked at Ning Chuan in terror, completely unable to understand how he possessed such powerful psychic force. Even stronger than her, the dragon-level anomaly. Sykes felt that Ning Chuan's psychic force was probably stronger than that of the world's #1, Tornado. However, just then, Ning Chuan sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the vicinity of the lava in the distance. He turned to look at the seething lava, which suddenly began to churn violently, as if something horrifying was emerging from within. The next moment, two massive feet slowly rose from the lava, each foot several dozen times larger than the previous giant snake. The enormous feet stomped into the lava, causing the entire underground space to tremble. The colossal figure seemed intent on revealing itself from the lava, exuding a destructive power that radiated a suffocating sense of oppression. This sudden change startled Sykes. She had been here for so long and had never seen anything so terrifying. However, Ning Chuan remained very calm, as if he had anticipated everything. He glanced at the massive figure emerging from the lava and then turned to look at Saitama, a smile appearing on his lips. "Saitama, it seems your opponent has arrived." A glimmer of light flashed in Saitama's eyes, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, as if sensing a hint of anticipation. "This guy seems pretty strong." Ning Chuan smiled and nodded. "Yes, this guy is a legendary deity." Upon hearing Ning Chuan mention the word deity, Sykes' heart surged with turmoil. Her understanding of the concept of deity had always been theoretical and legendary. Even as a dragon-level anomaly pursuing scientific truth, she had always held a skeptical attitude toward the existence of a deity. But seeing the two enormous feet suddenly appearing above the lava, her heart finally began to waver. She couldn't imagine that she was actually witnessing a deity that might transcend all existence. In contrast to Sykes' tension, Saitama appeared particularly excited. He always enjoyed facing powerful opponents, and the deity that Ning Chuan mentioned clearly met this standard. An excited smile spread across Saitama's face as he clenched his fists, his whole being seemingly filled with a desire for battle. Just as Saitama was preparing to strike the massive feet faintly visible in the lava, suddenly, a black light surged from beneath their feet, enveloping Ning Chuan, Saitama, and Sykes. The speed of the flickering light was astonishing. The next moment, the three were teleported deep into the universe. Without any warning, they were transported into the vacuum of space. Sykes immediately panicked, despite her strong mental fortitude. Such a sudden change left her feeling extremely uneasy. In the vacuum environment, she felt as if her blood was flowing backward, and her lungs instantly lost oxygen. Sykes frantically activated her psychic power, attempting to create a protective barrier to combat the terrifying conditions of space. However, as she desperately exerted her psychic force, she glanced at Ning Chuan and Saitama beside her, only to find that they were freely floating in space without any protective measures, their faces devoid of tension. This scene struck Sykes' heart with immense shock. She could hardly believe that these two seemingly ordinary humans could survive in space solely by their physical strength. Ning Chuan seemed to notice Sykes' embarrassment. He smiled lightly and waved his hand, pulling Sykes into the space he had just created using his spatial fruit ability. In fact, the moment they were teleported, Ning Chuan had sensed a spatial force acting around him. Without hesitation, upon realizing he was in space, he had immediately used his spatial fruit ability to create a large spatial area around himself and Saitama, allowing air to flow within the space and forming an environment suitable for breathing. However, he had unconsciously overlooked Sykes' presence. Once in the space created by Ning Chuan, Sykes gradually calmed down and regained her normal breathing. At the same time, she became acutely aware of the vast gap between herself, Ning Chuan, and Saitama. After adjusting her mindset, Sykes took a deep breath, turned to Ning Chuan, and asked with confusion, "Where exactly are we now?" Saitama also looked at Ning Chuan curiously. Although he didn't care much about the details, he was still somewhat puzzled about being in a completely unfamiliar place. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and pointed to the earth behind him. "Just look behind you and you'll understand. This is the universe beyond Earth. And as for why we are here." At this point, Ning Chuan smiled and pointed forward. "We must have been invited by the deity." Sykes' eyes were filled with confusion as she followed Ning Chuan's finger. The next moment, she was completely stunned, her eyes filled with shock and fear. At the end of her line of sight, a massive figure stood in the void of the universe. The figure was even several times larger than Earth. It was a gigantic humanoid deity, radiating a light that was impossible to look at directly, as if the power of the entire universe was converging within its body. Its enormous eyes sparkled with endless mysterious brilliance, seemingly examining every life in the universe. Sykes couldn't help but widen her eyes. She finally realized that Ning Chuan was not lying. God seemed to truly exist in this world. And now, this God stands before them with incredible majesty. In contrast, Saitama reacts completely differently. An excited smile appears on his face as he looks at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, I like this opponent. He looks really strong. At this moment, Saitama is already eager to try. He takes a step forward and flies directly out of the spatial area created by Ning Chuan, charging towards the massive god. However, as soon as he leaves the spatial area, he immediately feels an overwhelming pressure that makes it hard to breathe. He quickly pinches his nose and hurriedly returns to Ning Chuan's spatial area, looking a bit embarrassed at him. Seeing this, Ning Chuan smiles and says, "Don't rush. Wait for me to prepare you first." After saying that, he waves his hand again, using the power of the space fruit. He creates an area around Saitama where he can breathe freely. "All right, you can go now." Saitama nods, and this time he flies out without hesitation. He finds that the air around his body is completely normal, without any discomfort. He gives Ning Chuan a thumbs up, then suddenly accelerates, transforming into a streak of light like a meteor, rushing towards the distant god. Sykes stands in place, looking in the direction Saitama flew, completely bewildered. She turns to Ning Chuan and asks in confusion, "What is he going to do?" Ning Chuan casually replies, "He is preparing to fight that god." Upon hearing this, Sykes is instantly stunned, her brain seemingly unable to process this information. Fight a god? That being whose size is several times larger than Earth? That cosmic giant exuding infinite mystery and majesty? That seemingly easy-to-ignore bald head actually intends to confront such an existence? However, before Sykes could react, something even more astonishing happened. Ning Chuan glanced at the battlefield in the distance, turned to Sykes, and said, "Let's go see what's happening." Without waiting for Sykes' response, Ning Chuan reached out and pulled her, flying directly towards the direction where Saitama is battling the god. Sykes' body involuntarily followed Ning Chuan, being forced out of the safe spatial area. At this moment, the shock within her was beyond words. A god, such an existence, could actually be challenged by a mortal? Moreover, Ning Chuan was actually going to take her to watch the battle live? For a moment, Sykes felt as if she had entered a world completely beyond common sense. Perhaps after watching the battle between Saitama and the god, I could also break my own limiter. In the boundless depths of the universe, Saitama suddenly leaps up, transforming into a golden lightning bolt, rushing towards the enormous god. The god size is several times larger than Earth, but this does not make Saitama shrink back at all. This is the level of opponent he has always yearned to encounter. The god looks at the tiny light speeding towards him with a very serious expression. He seems to understand the terror of Saitama. With a low roar, he swings his gigantic fist, the scale of which rivals the entire Earth, like a massive planet, charging towards Saitama with the momentum to destroy everything. The speed of both is incredibly fast, and in an instant as their fists collide, a tremendous sound erupts. That sound reverberates throughout the universe, and the surrounding small planets are instantly shattered into countless fragments, some even reduced to dust, dissipating into the endless darkness. The collision between Saitama and the god generates terrifying energy fluctuations. The surrounding space seems to tremble violently, and some distant small planets are even torn apart by this force. Sykes stands in a safe area in the distance, staring in astonishment at this scene. She has never witnessed such a terrifying battle. The power of both far exceeds her understanding of strength. Ultimately, the god's power proves to be superior, sending Saitama flying. Saitama's body hurtles at incredible speed into the depths of space, instantly transforming into a meteor. However, astonishingly, even after being struck by such a powerful force, Saitama's body is unharmed. He flips in the air, stabilizing himself effortlessly and coming to a stop. Looking at the distant god, Saitama reveals a faint smile and murmurs, "Looks like I need to get serious." Ning Chuan stands in the distance, closely observing Saitama's every move. He suddenly notices that when Saitama declares he will get serious, the massive god's body slightly trembles, as if sensing a threat from Saitama. Ning Chuan's lips curl up slightly, secretly amused. It seems that Saitama has already instilled some caution in this god. In the next moment, Saitama suddenly exerts himself, and the power of seriousness bursts forth at this moment. His entire body tightens, speed suddenly increases, leaving behind trails of golden light in the void of space. With every punch he throws, it carries an unparalleled momentum. With a fist that seems to tear through the stars, he strikes towards the god's giant body. Saitama's fists transform into streaks of meteors, while the god does not show weakness, swinging his massive fist to counter. The battle between the two is incredibly fierce, shockwaves continually expanding, distant small planets being torn apart. It feels as if the entire universe trembles with their collisions. Sykes stands beside Ning Chuan, her gaze fixed tightly on the distant battle. However, as Saitama and the god's speed increases, she soon can no longer see their movements clearly. With only a blur of light and the continuous eruption of energy impacts left before her, she feels a bit dazed, deeply shocked. The level of this battle has far exceeded her understanding. Ning Chuan, on the other hand, watches this cosmic-level battle with great interest. He uses observation haki to carefully observe every action and detail of Saitama. He knows that this battle is a great opportunity for him to break his limiter. Therefore, every 10 minutes, Ning Chuan softly says, "System settlement." Congratulations to the host. The battle between Saitama and the god lasts for an hour. The god's power is incredibly terrifying. Saitama is knocked back time and again, yet he stands up each time and charges towards the god. The goddess' gaze becomes increasingly serious. He realizes that this tiny human is actually able to withstand him for such a long time. An hour later, Saitama is once again knocked back by the god. He looks up at the god, a serious expression in his eyes. Next up is the finishing move series. Serious punch. At this moment, Ning Chuan speaks again. System settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully feeling the finishing move series for 1 minute, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now starting cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a 10,000-minute cultivation return from feeling the finishing move series. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through their own limiter. Ning Chuan feels as if something within him has been instantly shattered. It was a feeling unlike anything he had ever experienced before. It seemed as if some limitation of being human had completely shattered at that moment. Ning Chuan could clearly sense that his physical strength had undergone a tremendous leap at that instant. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he felt an immense sense of exhilaration in his heart. However, the deity, who was fiercely battling Saitama from a distance, seemed to have sensed Ning Chuan's change as well. Just as Saitama was about to unleash his ultimate punch, the deity suddenly turned his head and cast his gaze towards Ning Chuan. When he saw the smile on Ning Chuan's face, a flicker of unbelievable terror flashed in the deity's eyes. This brief moment of distraction gave Saitama an excellent opportunity. He suddenly accelerated towards the deity. His right fist clenched tightly, and powerful energy condensed within his fist, transforming him into a meteor that crashed directly into the deity's chest. Ultimate series. Ultimate punch. Saitama's punch, carrying world-destroying power, struck the deity's massive body with a tremendous force. The power of that punch was terrifying. It seemed as if the fabric of the universe was ripped apart in that instant. The deity's huge lower body was shattered into pieces by that strike, turning into countless tiny specks of stardust that dispersed into the cosmos. Pain and terror appeared on the deity's face. Before he could react, Saitama was already preparing to punch again, ready to deliver a second ultimate strike to completely eliminate this colossal being that stood outside the universe. However, just as Saitama's fist was about to fall, Ning Chuan's figure suddenly appeared beside the deity. Shattered, Ning Chuan's gaze was icy. He had completely broken through his limiter, and each battle allowed his physical abilities to increase without restriction. Coupled with the system's abilities, Ning Chuan knew that his progress would be extraordinarily terrifying. Therefore, this time he was prepared to test his strength through his battle with the deity. At this moment, the deity, seeing another strong individual who had broken their limiter join the battle, looked even more terrified. It seemed he no longer had any intention of continuing the fight. Suddenly, a black light began to envelop him from below, like a black hole, wrapping his body within it. Just as Ning Chuan and Saitama's fists were about to strike, the deity's body instantly vanished from the spot. Ning Chuan immediately sensed the fluctuations of the deity's spatial power. Just as he was about to use the abilities of the spatial fruit to pursue, Ning Chuan suddenly noticed that the space beside him was fluctuating once again. Someone was using spatial abilities to rush over here. Just as Ning Chuan was taken aback, a familiar figure stepped out from the space beside him. Is that explosion? Ning Chuan and Saitama had just finished their fierce battle with the deity and were about to return to the Multiverse Hero Association headquarters when they suddenly sensed unusual fluctuations in the surrounding space. They exchanged glances, and Ning Chuan frowned slightly, realizing that this power was unusual. At that moment, a figure in a white combat suit stepped out from a spatial rift. His aura was stable and profound, and his eyes sparkled with sharp light, as if he could see through everything. This person was Explosion, the #1 hero in S-Class of the Hero Association. He had always been an enigmatic presence. Explosion's sudden appearance surprised Sykes as well. This legendary hero had not been seen in public for a long time, and many even thought he was missing. Yet at this moment, he unexpectedly appeared before them without warning. Explosion glanced at Ning, Chuan, and Saitama, his gaze lingering on the two of them. There was a hint of curiosity in his expression as he asked, "I sensed a powerful energy fluctuation here just now. What were you fighting against?" Ning Chuan knew the background of this hero and did not intend to hide anything, directly stating, "That gigantic deity." Upon hearing the word deity, Explosion's expression changed immediately, revealing an incredulous look. His pupils slightly constricted, clearly shocked by this information. The deity was someone he had been tracking for a long time. It was also the reason he had not appeared on Earth in recent years. As the strongest member of the Hero Association, his duty was to protect the Earth. However, he had chosen to leave Earth in recent years because he realized that the deity outside Earth could potentially become a god-level disaster for the planet. Explosion took a deep breath, looking at Ning Chuan and Saitama, his tone filled with deep respect. "Did you really fight against the deity? And you survived?" Ning Chuan smiled and nodded. "Well, it wasn't exactly a fight. That guy escaped in the end." Explosion was taken aback, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. The deity escaped? To him, the deity was an extremely dangerous existence, one that he could hardly contend with even at his best. Even he could only investigate and monitor from a distance, not daring to confront directly. Yet, this young man and the seemingly ordinary bald guy could actually battle the deity and force him to flee. This made Explosion feel that what he was hearing was somewhat unreal. Not wanting to waste more time on this topic, Ning Chuan recalled that when Explosion traversed space earlier, he had keenly sensed the spatial power emanating from him. It was a type of spatial ability entirely different from the one he himself possessed. This piqued his interest significantly. "Explosion, your spatial power seems quite special, different from ordinary spatial abilities. Can you show it to me?" Upon hearing this, Explosion smiled slightly and nodded. He extended his palm, and a crack appeared in the space, which rapidly expanded under his control, forming an independent small space. This ability to create space was clearly entirely different from Ning Chuan's spatial fruit ability. As Ning Chuan watched Explosion's demonstration, he became greatly interested in his spatial power. He quickly activated his observation haki, observing every detail of how Explosion used his spatial abilities. At the same time, he silently chanted system settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully sensing Explosion's spatial power for 5 minutes, activating the cultivation 10,000-fold return system. Cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a return of 50,000 minutes of cultivation for sensing spatial power. The host has successfully mastered Explosion's spatial power. The host currently possesses 2 types of spatial power. Fusion of spatial powers can be performed. Would you like to fuse immediately? Hearing the system's voice, Ning Chuan felt somewhat surprised. He did not expect that a type of spatial power belonging to a superpower and a type brought by a devil fruit could actually fuse together. The fusion of these 2 types of spatial powers, combined with his body after breaking through the limiter, would likely elevate his spatial power to a tremendously terrifying level. Thinking of this, Ning Chuan answered without any hesitation. Yes. In the next moment, Ning Chuan felt his understanding of space gradually deepening. The spatial power he controlled within his body resonated under a certain influence. As the 2 types of spatial powers merged together, the spatial power within Ning Chuan underwent a qualitative change. It was a new force that combined with his original spatial fruit ability, possessing stronger traversal and creativity. Blast looked at Ning Chuan and keenly sensed the changes in him, unable to help but exclaim, "Ning Chuan, you seem to also possess powerful spatial control. It looks even stronger than I imagined. When we have time, we can spar with each other's spatial abilities." Ning Chuan smiled slightly and nodded in response, "Sure. I'll be waiting for you at the Multiverse Hero Association." Blast chuckled, then a serious expression appeared on his face. "I still need to continue tracking the traces of the gods. I hope the next time we meet, we can both become stronger." After saying that, he opened a spatial rift again, and his figure gradually disappeared into the void. Ning Chuan watched Blast leave, standing in place, closing his eyes, and carefully feeling the newly acquired spatial power within him. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted, feeling very satisfied with the power he had just gained. He knew that Blast's spatial ability had opened a new door for him, allowing him to see more possibilities. The fused spatial power seemed to already support him in merging different worlds together. For some reason, Ning suddenly had this feeling. He decided to conduct a small experiment first, merging a small world as the first step of his experiment. However, the only small world he currently understood was the world of Demon Slayer. Therefore, he prepared to merge the world of Demon Slayer into the world of One Punch Man. The power systems of the two worlds were different, and the rules also varied. But Ning felt this was a good experimental subject. If he could successfully merge these two worlds, he felt that he might be able to gain new power in the process of world fusion. And this power should be part of the top-level power system. He already had a grand blueprint in his mind. First, he would merge the world of Demon Slayer, then the world of pirates, followed by other worlds, merging existing worlds to create new worlds. Next, let's take the world of Demon Slayer as the first experimental object. After Blast left, Ning felt there was no need to stay in the cosmic space any longer. So he directly opened the spatial door to the headquarters building, bringing Saitama and Sykes back to the headquarters. As soon as they returned to the ground, Saitama looked at Ning and directly asked, "Is there anything else you need my help with?" Hearing Saitama's words, Ning smiled and shook his head, saying, "The gods have been driven away, and the remaining monsters can be handled by my S-class heroes. If you still want to have some fun, you can continue to play in a monster association. Killing a few monsters can also help save some effort for the heroes in the association." Saitama frowned upon hearing this and said helplessly, "Aren't those all test subjects of the company?" Ning nodded. "Sort of, but if you can't help it and want to kill a few, that's fine. After all, the source of the monster cells, Orochi, has already been captured by me. In the future, we will research more special monsters from Orochi." After hearing this, Saitama scratched his head helplessly and laughed. "Those monsters are too weak. There's no challenge. I might as well go back and play games. My opponents in games are much more challenging." After saying that, Saitama waved his hand, bid farewell to Ning and went off to find his new friend, King. Ning watched Saitama's departing figure, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He knew who that good friend was that could accompany Saitama in playing games. It should be King, who had picked up Saitama's slack on several occasions. Although King didn't have much combat power, he was indeed skilled in games. If King could control Genos' strength might be better utilized. Sykes stood by, watching Saitama leave, a slight relaxed expression appearing on her face. Especially regarding the monsters in the Monster Association, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous for them. She thought to herself, fortunately, Saitama didn't go after the other monsters. Otherwise, none of those monsters would be able to withstand a single blow from Saitama. After all, he's a terrifying guy who can battle against gods. Those monsters are simply no match for him. Ning took Sykes to the science department. There, he introduced Sykes to Dr. Vegapunk and others. When Vegapunk, Gaji, Caesar, and Genos heard that the beautiful woman in front of them was the scientist who developed the monster cells, they all showed shocked expressions. They had been observing through surveillance for a long time and naturally understood how powerful the monsters developed by Sykes were. Those monsters could rival powerful existences like Carp and Shanks. Vegapunk looked at Sykes excitedly, his eyes sparkling with light. "With your assistance, our genetic research will definitely make great progress." Gaji and Caesar also nodded, showing expectant smiles. They knew that the energy and potential contained within the monster cells would bring countless new possibilities to their research. Ning watched the scientists in the science department chatting happily with Sykes, feeling very satisfied. He then released Orochi from the Go-Go world and placed it into a pre-prepared, super-sized petri dish. Under Sykes' control, Orochi continuously provided fresh monster cells for the laboratory. In the future, more Seraphim warriors would attempt to make contact with Orochi cells for the next phase of research. After settling Orochi and Sykes, Ning decided to start his plan. He opened the spatial door again. However, this time his destination was the world of Demon Slayer. Ning flew to the highest point of the Demon Slayer world, overlooking the entire world. He found that the Demon Slayer world was very small, with only the country of Neon existing in this world. Ning nodded secretly in his heart, thinking that this small world was indeed the best experimental subject. He was prepared to attempt the first world fusion, merging the world of Demon Slayer with the world of One Punch Man. Ning stood high in the air, closed his eyes, and felt the breath of the entire Demon Slayer world. He pushed his spatial power to the maximum. Soon, his spatial power covered the entire Demon Slayer world. He wrapped the Demon Slayer world with his spatial power, preparing to bring it into the One Punch Man world. However, he quickly felt a tremendous resistance. Under this resistance, Ning Chuan realized that his attempt at world fusion seemed to have failed this time. Ning Chuan opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. He quickly found out the reason for his failure. The scale of the one-punch world was simply too large. His spatial power was unable to fully cover the entire range of the one-punch world. Moreover, there were incompatibilities in the energy systems and rules between the two worlds, making the fusion even more challenging. However, Ning Chuan did not give up and began to contemplate other possibilities. While he was using observation hockey to carefully sense the differences between the two worlds, he suddenly had a new discovery. Although directly merging the Demon Slayer world into the one-punch world was difficult, it seemed that integrating the Demon Slayer world into his own body was not a problem. With this thought, a glimmer of light flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes. He realized that if he could turn the Demon Slayer world into his personal space, he could enter and exit this world at any time, while also being able to control the entire world's operations more conveniently. When he arrived at the next relatively smaller world, he could also merge that smaller world into his body. Then, the fusion of the Demon Slayer world and the next smaller world would probably not be as difficult. Ning Chuan understood that as he fused more worlds, his spatial power would continuously rise to a stronger and unimaginable level. Since that's the case, let's first integrate the Demon Slayer world into my body. Ning Chuan muttered to himself, then took a deep breath. The spatial power within him began to expand outward, resonating with the space of the Demon Slayer world. Soon, he could feel the pulse of the entire Demon Slayer world. The spatial energy flowed continuously under his guidance, and the whole world gradually fused with him. After a moment, the space of the Demon Slayer world gradually became transparent, as if merging with Ning Chuan's body. Ning Chuan could sense that the Demon Slayer world around him was still operating normally, but everything was now completely under his control. He had become the god of the Demon Slayer world. He could do anything he wanted in the Demon Slayer world. Wait, what is this? Just as Ning Chuan was about to try changing the rules of the Demon Slayer world, he suddenly discovered that special power had appeared within his body. This power presented a chaotic color, and it had not appeared before. It was a special power that emerged only after he successfully integrated the Demon Slayer world into his body. To understand what this power was after sensing it, Ning Chuan softly said in his heart, "System settle. Congratulations. The host has successfully accessed the world's source power for 10 minutes. Activating the 10,000-fold return system. Now, starting cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 100,000 minutes of cultivation return from accessing the world's source power. The host's grasp of the world's source power has been partially enhanced. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ning Chuan realized that the power he had just obtained was actually the world's source power. However, when he heard the system say that his grasp of the world's source power had only received a partial enhancement, it surprised Ning Chuan greatly. He did not expect that even with the system's capabilities and having broken through the limiter, the mastery of the world's source power after 100,000 minutes would only receive this little enhancement. This made him realize that the power of the world's source was far more powerful than he had imagined. Mastering it completely was not easy. After the world's source power entered his body, Ning Chuan clearly felt its weakness. He couldn't even mobilize this power, let alone truly cultivate it. It seemed that cultivating the world's source was far more difficult than he had imagined. However, the harder it was to master, the stronger it should be. Ning Chuan shook his head slightly in helplessness, but he quickly calmed his emotions. Although he could not immediately master this power, he already knew the way to grasp the world's source. That was to continue merging other worlds into his body. As long as he kept merging more worlds, the world's source power would continue to accumulate with the progress of the fusion until he had enough power to truly harness it. With this thought, Ning Chuan decided to take action immediately. With a thought, his spatial fruit ability was instantly activated. A spatial rift tore open in front of him, and Ning Chuan entered the space outside the world directly. In this endless spatial world, Ning Chuan began searching for the next small world to merge. Soon, he was traversing through the spatial world, surrounded by boundless chaos and darkness, with many large and small worlds. Ning Chuan's perception spread out like a tide, continuously scanning for possible existing worlds. Before long, he sensed a new world. Compared to the previous Demon Slayer world, this world appeared slightly stronger, but still weaker than the pirate world. Ning Chuan smiled slightly. This was a good target. Soon, Ning Chuan made up his mind. He tore the space and entered this new world. Ning Chuan floated in the sky, overlooking this unfamiliar world, feeling the unique energy of this land. This energy, while not as easily controllable as that of the Demon Slayer world, was also far less complex than that of the pirate world. Ning Chuan felt that he was completely capable of merging it into his body. Thus, Ning Chuan began to use his spatial power, continuously expanding towards this world. He prepared to merge this world into his body as well. However, he soon discovered that things were not as smooth as he had imagined. Despite Ning Chuan exerting all his strength, he encountered tremendous resistance during the fusion process. The entire process became quite difficult, even impossible to advance. Ning Chuan furrowed his brows and began to carefully sense the source of this resistance. He found that this world seemed to possess a unique will, an invisible force that feared his fusion. Soon, Ning Chuan realized that this situation was completely different from his previous experience controlling the Demon Slayer world. Why was this world so difficult to fuse when the two worlds were of similar levels? Wait, could it be? Ning Chuan quickly guessed. The reason the Demon Slayer world could fuse smoothly was that he had previously taken away the world-S child, Tanjiro, and the big boss, Muzan, before the fusion. However, this new world had not gone through such purification. With this thought, Ning Chuan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that in order to merge this world, he first had to deal with the world-S child and the big boss. He quickly understood the current situation. Only by first taking care of the core characters of this world, namely the so-called world-S child and boss, could he smoothly bring this world under his control. Since that's the case, let's take a look at what kind of world this is. Ning Chuan muttered to himself, then retracted his spatial power. He slowly descended from the sky and flew towards the ground. As Ning Chuan arrived in this city, the surrounding streets appeared somewhat desolate and silent, with a suffocating atmosphere lingering in the air. Occasionally, he could see some residents hurrying by, their eyes revealing a sense of vigilance and fatigue, which gave Ning Chuan a familiar feeling. It seemed that the people here had grown accustomed to surviving in a state of crisis and conflict. Ning Chuan decided to walk around the city to gather some information. As he strolled down the street and passed through a small grove, he suddenly spotted three very familiar figures under a large tree. They were three children, seemingly engaged in conversation. The tall boy had a pair of determined eyes. The short-haired girl had a stern face filled with protectiveness, and beside her was a blond boy who appeared intelligent and perceptive. Ning Chuan stopped in his tracks and carefully observed the three children. A faint smile appeared on his lips. If he wasn't mistaken, their names should be Eren, Mikasa, and Armin. Is this the world of Attack on Titan? Ning Chuan silently thought, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. If that's the case, then the child of the world and the ultimate boss are obvious. If he directly kills Eren or takes him away, it should resolve everything, allowing him to successfully merge with this world, right? With that thought in mind, Ning Chuan's gaze locked onto the boy named Eren. Wait, it might not necessarily be Eren. It could also be the abnormal worm. Just as Ning Chuan was about to approach Eren for a conversation, he suddenly remembered something. Everything happening in this world has the shadow of the abnormal worm behind it. Therefore, just dealing with Eren might not be enough. The main thing is to eliminate the abnormal worm. However, just as Ning Chuan was lost in thought, a sudden violent tremor came from a distance. Immediately, Ning Chuan lifted his head and squinted at the tall walls. He sensed a unique aura coming from outside the walls. Is it about to begin? Ning Chuan raised his eyebrows, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared in the sky. The shadow blotted out the sun, suddenly appearing outside the city walls. The next moment, Ning Chuan saw its form clearly through the thick fog. A colossal titan, Berthold Hoover. The figure of the colossal titan descended from the sky, its enormous size bringing an overwhelming sense of terror, as if a mountain was descending outside the city walls. Upon seeing the colossal titan descend, everyone in the city froze in place, looking at the terrifying giant in disbelief. The colossal titan slowly lifted one foot, its massive foot capable of easily crushing a house. But its target was clearly the city walls standing in its way. That tall wall protecting the city. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the colossal titan's foot suddenly kicked towards the walls. The solid walls crumbled under the titan's strength as if they were made of paper, creating a massive breach with countless stones flying everywhere. The barrier that was supposed to protect the city collapsed with that one blow. The walls have fallen, run. The titan is coming in. Hurry, run. The titan is here to eat people. In an instant, the people inside the walls fell into chaos, scattering in all directions. Ning Chuan stood at a distance, coldly watching all of this unfold. At this moment, he was contemplating whether to directly deal with this colossal titan. After all, the colossal titan also possessed the power of the abnormal worm. Perhaps this colossal titan was one of the factors affecting his merger with the Titan world. If that's the case, then I'm sorry. Ning Chuan decided to deal with this colossal titan. So, while everyone was fleeing in all directions, Ning Chuan chose to go in the opposite direction, heading towards the location of the colossal titan. Meanwhile, Aaron turned back in panic and saw Ning Chuan walking against the tide. He remembered that this stranger had been standing aside, watching the three of them. A sense of worry arose in Aaron's heart. Just as he was about to rush home to tell his mother to escape, he saw Ning Chuan actually heading towards the titan. His instincts told him that he had to dissuade this person. So, gritting his teeth, Aaron charged forward and blocked Ning Chuan's path. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Aaron shouted, his face filled with anxiety. "The walls have been breached. The titan will kill everyone. You need to run away with us." Aaron's voice was filled with concern and urgency. He was just an ordinary boy, and seeing someone risking their life heading towards the titan, he couldn't just ignore it. In that moment, Ning Chuan stopped, slightly turned his head to look at Aaron, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Ning Chuan sighed. He simply couldn't bring himself to harm someone who was kind to him. What Aaron didn't know was that because of his kind advice, he had actually saved his own life. Ning Chuan didn't respond to Aaron, but instead looked up at the approaching colossal titan in the distance. He glanced at Aaron, Mikasa, and Armin. Then, his figure suddenly soared into the air, flying straight towards the distant colossal titan in the shocked gazes of Aaron and the others. "That person can fly?" Armin's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He had never seen a human fly without any equipment. This extraordinary power exceeded his understanding. Mikasa was equally shocked, gazing at Ning Chuan's figure, a complex emotion reflected in her eyes. Who is this person? At that moment, outside the walls, the colossal titan, who had just kicked a breach in the walls, was preparing to retreat, steam billowing up from behind, obscuring the surrounding view. Berthold, as the controller of the colossal titan, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he could safely retreat now that the task was complete. However, just as he was about to vanish, he suddenly sensed another figure nearby. Berthold instinctively turned his enormous head, and an unbelievable sight appeared before him. A human, actually floating in mid-air without any equipment. This scene shocked Berthold, his heart racing with a surge of unease. What on earth is this? I need to take care of him first. White steam rapidly rose from Berthold's body, attempting to scald this suddenly appearing stranger with high temperatures. However, just as he was about to strike, a disdainful smile appeared on Ning Chuan's lips. Too weak. Ning Chuan spoke softly, his voice filled with endless disdain. His palm suddenly rose and struck the cheek of the colossal giant with a resounding slap, as if it were casual action. However, the force of this blow far exceeded everyone's imagination. The terrifying giant, over 60 meters tall, was sent flying by Ning Chuan's slap. Its massive body arced through the air and crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! The earth began to tremble. A deep chasm appeared outside the city, and the colossal giant was sent flying 100 meters away, knocking down a forest along the way. Dust billowing and rocks flying everywhere. The once formidable giant now appeared utterly powerless, collapsing to the ground like a ragged sack. This scene instantly shocked everyone in the city. What was that? Someone had sent the giant flying? How could this be possible? That was a giant taller than the city walls. The residents of the city stopped fleeing, turning to look in the direction of Ning Chuan and the colossal giant. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, astonishment, and fear, as if witnessing a scene from a myth. A giant over 60 meters tall had been casually slapped away by a human? This was simply incredible power. Who is he? Aaron, Mikasa, and Armin stared in shock, their hearts filled with astonishment and confusion. That giant was sent flying by him? Armin murmured, his voice filled with amazement. Mikasa fixed her gaze on Ning Chuan in the distance, her expression still calm, but her eyes betrayed her shock. She could tell that Ning Chuan's power far exceeded their understanding. He seemed not to be human. Just as everyone was in a daze, the next moment, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. A fully armored giant reappeared outside the city. It swung its massive fist, violently smashing toward the person flying in the air. The armored titan launched a fierce attack again, its armored fist descending from the sky with a deafening sound, aimed directly at Ning Chuan's face. But Ning Chuan remained remarkably calm in the face of this assault. He didn't retreat an inch, simply extending his hand to gently block the armored titan's fist. The powerful force of the punch was completely ineffective before him, as if it had been stopped by an invisible barrier. Ning gently tapped the giant's enormous fist. The armor of the armored titan crumbled like paper before Ning Chuan's strength. With a crisp sound, the surface of the armor cracked, and fragments flew out. Immediately after, Ning unhesitatingly activated the ability of the Shatter fruit, completely disassembling the armored titan's massive body. The armor shattered like broken porcelain, and large parts of its body instantly turned into scattered fragments. At that moment, Ning gaze locked onto a small area at the back of the armored titan's neck, where Reiner was hiding. With a flick of his finger, he activated his telekinesis, easily extracting Reiner. Everyone around was dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such terrifying power. What shocked them even more was that a human was hiding behind this fully armored giant. This revelation raised countless questions in everyone's minds. Could it be that every giant hid a human behind them? Were these giants not purely monsters, but some sort of artificial beings? In an instant, various thoughts surged in people's minds. Just then, the colossal giant also noticed Reiner being extracted. Realizing its companion was in trouble, it stood up again, wanting to rush toward Ning in an attempt to rescue Reiner. However, Ning merely cast a cold glance, then waved his hand, shooting out a laser that instantly obliterated the lower half of the colossal giant's body. The explosive aftermath kicked up dust that engulfed the ground, and the entire giant collapsed like a cut piece of meat, falling awkwardly. Ning expression was cold. He had no intention of giving the giant any chance to resist. With a gentle wave of his telekinesis, the colossal giant's massive body was instantly torn into pieces, scattering like a powerless sandbag. As the last piece of the giant's body fell, Bertolt's figure finally emerged. Without hesitation, Ning reached out to extract Bertolt from the giant's corpse, leaving him floating silently in the air. At that moment, the female titan, Annie, stood not far away, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. She had never seen such a powerful human presence. Ning strength even surpassed any giant she had faced before, even more terrifying than the colossal giant. She had never imagined encountering such an opponent. A deep fear surged in Annie's heart. If this human was truly from the island, then Marley's hopes would be completely dashed. Annie's mind began to race. Her mission was to infiltrate and continue executing Marley's plan. However, faced with this sudden situation, she had to reassess her options. She knew that Ning power left her with no possibility of resistance. If Ning truly belonged to the forces on the island, then her mission might completely fail. What should I do now? Annie found herself at a loss. With two of her giant comrades already subdued by the suddenly appearing human, she had to decide what to do. Should she continue to lay low or find a way to escape? Meanwhile, Ning in the air also noticed Annie below. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Familiar with the plot, Ning knew very well that there were three instigators behind this wall-breaking operation. Annie was the last of the three. At this moment, Annie was still unaware that she had been targeted by Ning. However, she had already made her internal decision. She decided to take a risk and lay low. At the very least, she needed to find out the identity of the person flying above. She had to report everything back to the island. Just as Annie prepared to hide in a nearby building, she suddenly caught an unusual gaze from the corner of her eye. Instinctively, she turned around, but in that instant, her figure seemed to be locked by some invisible force. Then, her whole body involuntarily lifted off the ground, as if grasped by an unseen hand. She was shocked to find that she was completely controlled by a powerful force. Unable to move, Ning stood before her, a cold smile on his lips, his gaze sharp as a knife. You are Annie Leonhardt, the spy from Marley, possessing the power of the female titan, right? Annie's heart sank, a flash of panic crossing her eyes. She bit her lip tightly, trying to remain calm. You have the wrong person. I am not a titan. Hearing this, Ning smiled lightly, his eyes sharp as a hawk. You don't need to acknowledge it. It doesn't matter anyway. Your identity has already been exposed. His voice was not loud, but it carried an overwhelming sense of oppression. You are from Marley, and your purpose is to lurk here, infiltrating this island. The ultimate goal is to seize the power of the founding titan. Am I right? Upon hearing this, a thunderclap surged in Annie's heart. She did not expect that this person before her understood her so well. He even knew about her mission. Who are you? How do you know this? Ning ignored Annie's question and coldly said, You don't need to know who I am, nor do you need to know my purpose. You only need to know that none of you can wield the power of the Titans, because this world will soon no longer need this power. After hearing Ning words, Annie's heart raced sharply. She could almost hear her own heartbeat, and her hands began to tremble involuntarily. Although she could not understand what Ning Chuan was saying, she had a feeling that what he said would definitely come true. 3 Titan powers have already been gathered, and there are still 6 more Titan powers remaining. If we can eliminate all these Titan powers, perhaps we can merge this world. As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, he waved his hand and directly threw the 3 people in his hands into the Giga world, temporarily controlling them. Ning Chuan slowly descended from the sky, and as his feet touched the ground, the stable aura instantly silenced the entire battlefield. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, as if time had stopped at that moment. In the distance, the city walls had been shattered by the frenzied attacks of the colossal titans and pure titans. Huge cracks resembled black holes that devoured everything, with titans surging in like a tide, assaulting humanity's last line of defense. Countless screams, cries, and terrified shrieks intertwined, the breath of life rapidly dissipating, as the titans mercilessly devoured humanity. However, Ning Chuan just stood there quietly, his gaze leisurely observing everything that was happening. At that moment, the survivors in the distance saw Ning Chuan's figure, and a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in their eyes. It was as if they saw a glimmer of hope. They rushed towards Ning Chuan, seeking refuge as if he were savior. Their cries merged into one. "Please save us. Please protect us. Great deity, please save us. Your divine power is unmatched." Listening to the voices of the crowd pleading for him, Ning Chuan felt a hint of devotion from them. In a vague sense, Ning Chuan seemed to feel that the will of the world, that ethereal thing, had subtly changed. Could it be that being worshipped by these people could alter the world will's attitude towards me? I seem to feel that the world's resistance towards me has weakened somewhat. If that's the case, then the room for maneuvering is even larger. With this thought, a smile appeared at the corner of Ning Chuan's mouth. He looked at the group of pure titans attacking the crowd in front of him and simply waved his hand. At that instant, all the titans around seemed to sense an invisible pressure. Their bodies began to twist violently, flesh exploding, instantly turning into chunks of bloody meat. The intense battle almost came to a halt, and the entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. The survivors seeking help saw this scene, their eyes filled with terror and awe. They could not comprehend what was happening before them. But when they looked at Ning Chuan, they all involuntarily felt their legs weaken and immediately knelt on the ground. Could it be that the will of the world does not want to see these titans either? If that's the case, then I will unleash a massacre. Ning Chuan did not pay attention to the humans kneeling on the ground. His gaze was sharp as a blade, quickly scanning the surroundings. Then, with a wave of his hand in the air, he blew all the surrounding pure titans into bloody pieces. However, he soon stopped, because he saw something interesting about to happen. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan wanted to test whether stopping this event would reduce the world's resistance towards him. He did not waste time and directly appeared in Aaron's home. At this time, Aaron stood at the door, watching helplessly as his home was destroyed by the titans. The roof collapsing, debris flying, and his mother trapped under the fallen house. A wave of powerless despair surged in Aaron's heart, his eyes turning red as if being swallowed by darkness. But at that moment, he felt a strange power slowly approaching, and his body began to move uncontrollably. His vision blurred, and his entire consciousness seemed to gradually detach from reality, entering a strange state. Everything before him seemed to have been rehearsed in the future. At that moment, Aaron's consciousness seemed to connect with his future self. He began to uncontrollably control a pure titan, walking towards the place where his mother was trapped. The massive figure of the titan began to approach, its steps heavy, unhesitatingly reaching for Aaron's mother. Aaron felt as if he was watching the impending scene through the eyes of the titan. His heart raced, as if he was already experiencing the pain and impact of the future. However, just as the pure titan was about to grab Aaron's mother, a dazzling golden light pierced through the air. Ning Chuan stood in the distance, pointing casually, and the golden laser penetrated the air, accurately hitting the titan's chest. The pure titan was instantly blown to pieces, its body turning into a pile of flesh scattered, not even having time to let out a scream. Aaron's gaze suddenly regained focus, as if he had been pulled back from a future illusion to reality. He saw Ning Chuan standing beside him, wearing a calm smile, as if everything was under his control. Aaron was momentarily stunned, his mind blank. His future self had experienced countless battles, but had never encountered an existence like Ning Chuan. More importantly, this person before him was completely absent from the trajectory of his future memories. "You." Aaron's voice trembled, filled with confusion and shock. "Who are you? How did you get here?" Ning Chuan smiled slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of profound meaning. "You must be Aaron from the future, right? You want to end all of this, don't you?" He said softly, his tone devoid of urgency, as if everything had already been predetermined. Aaron's heart sank abruptly, as if something had completely collapsed within him. He began to ponder, had the trajectory of the past been altered? Why did everything he remembered completely contradict the situation before him? Ning Chuan had never appeared in his memory. This man's emergence broke all the rules and even changed his future destiny. "Who are you? Where do you come from?" Aaron's voice was low and urgent, feeling an invisible pressure emanating from Ning Chuan. It was a force that was impossible to resist. Ning Chuan looked around, his gaze sweeping over the giant corpses outside the house, surveying the chaotic city. "Coming from another world, here to merge with yours. However, I don't think you would understand all of this, because I have arrived, and you are about to disappear." A flash of fear crossed Aaron's eyes, but he clenched his teeth, tried to regain control of the situation for his future self. The plan in his heart began to operate rapidly, and a blueprint of the future quickly emerged in his mind. The Aaron from the future possessed immense power, capable of controlling all the colossal giants that formed the walls. Perhaps only through this power could he confront Ning Chuan. You cannot stop me," Aaron shouted, a strong determination surging in his eyes. In the next moment, he intended to command the colossal giants within the walls to attack Ning Chuan. However, Ning Chuan merely smiled faintly and gently patted Aaron's shoulder. In an instant, the power of the fruit of time erupted. Time rapidly distorted around Aaron, as if an irresistible vortex pulled him back to the starting point. The future Aaron was instantly pushed back to the past by Ning Chuan's power. All control shattered in an instant. The giants within the surrounding walls also came to a halt. "What I, Ning Chuan, have set my sights on, no one can stop me from obtaining. Your world has already caught my interest, so you can just disappear peacefully." After completely crushing the will of the future Aaron, Ning Chuan wasted no time and directly approached the walls. The surroundings were in disarray, the walls breached by giants, revealing huge gaps, and the ground was littered with rubble and broken walls. In the distant sky, thick smoke billowed. The entire city seemed shrouded in shadows of death and fear. Ning Chuan slowly ascended into the air, standing above the city, looking down at the world outside the walls. Outside the city, countless mindless giants surged in, greedily devouring the land where humans lived. The faces of the giants were terrifying, emitting chilling roars as they attacked the city aimlessly, greedily sniffing the scent of humans. A cold light flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes as he slowly raised his arm, energy beginning to gather at his fingertips. Immediately, dazzling lasers shot out from his hands. The lasers tore through the sky, accurately penetrating each giant's body, the scorching light instantly blowing them to pieces, turning them into pools of filthy blood on the ground. Ning Chuan did not pause, energy continuously pouring from his hands, as if a rain of lasers fell from the sky. Giants fell one after another, their bodies shattered into countless bloody remains under the onslaught of the lasers. The once formidable power of the giants became so weak and fragile before Ning Chuan. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence, with only the thunderous sounds of laser explosions and the heavy thuds of giants falling. Ning Chuan's figure resembled a deity, standing high above, overlooking everything. The terrifying threat of the mindless giants was effortlessly resolved in his hands. Just as Ning Chuan ruthlessly slaughtered all the mindless giants outside the city, reinforcement from the Survey Corps finally arrived. They rode horses, galloping to the damaged walls. Commander Irwin and Captain Levi led the soldiers to stand beside the broken walls. From a distance, they saw the mysterious man in the air continuously launching laser attacks. "WH. Who is that? He is slaughtering all the giants, like a god. This is too terrifying. Such powerful giants are so vulnerable in his hands." Commander Irwin stared blankly at Ning Chuan in the sky, his heart filled with shock. They had fought giants for many years and knew their terrifying power, but now, before Ning Chuan, these giants seemed as fragile as paper. Their attacks posed no threat to Ning Chuan at all. As Ning Chuan blew the last, mindless giant to pieces, the entire battlefield fell into a strange silence. Commander Irwin and Captain Levi exchanged glances. They then decided to make contact with this mysterious powerhouse. Perhaps this mysterious figure clearing the giants would know everything about them. They led the members of the Survey Corps to Ning Chuan's feet. Everyone knelt on one knee, quietly waiting for Ning Chuan to descend from the sky. Ning Chuan slowly landed on the ground, his imposing presence making it difficult to look directly at him. Commander Erwin stepped forward, respectfully speaking. Honorable Powerhouse, may I ask how you are addressed? Ning Chuan cast a faint glance at them, and then said, Ning Chuan. Commander Erwin smiled slightly, and then asked Mr. Ning Chuan, could you please accompany us back to the Survey Corps base? We are very curious about you, and have many questions to ask. Ning Chuan's gaze was profound. He knew Erwin's true intentions. He merely wanted to inquire about his identity, why he possessed such immense power, and anything related to the giants. Originally, Ning Chuan did not intend to pay attention to the Survey Corps, but upon reconsideration, he needed the Survey Corps assistance for something. For example, to find the royal family member Rod Rice, who possessed the power of the founding titan in the royal city. After all, Ning Chuan did not know Rod yet. He also wanted to use the power of the Survey Corps to find Rod and take the founding titan power from him. With this in mind, he nodded in agreement to Erwin's invitation. All right, I can go with you. Ning Chuan agreed. Captain Levi sighed in relief upon hearing Ning Chuan's consent. However, before leaving, Ning Chuan pointed at Aaron and spoke to Levi. Take this kid named Aaron with you. He will be useful. At this moment, Aaron had just come back to his senses from shock. Hearing that Ning Chuan intended to take him along, confusion filled his eyes. The members of the Survey Corps were also taken aback, wondering what this mysterious powerhouse wanted with the child. But since this was Ning Chuan's request, and they had their own needs from him, Erwin almost without hesitation instructed Levi to take Aaron along. Seeing Aaron being taken away by the Survey Corps, Mikasa and Armin were unwilling to part with him. They decided to follow Ning Chuan and the others to the Survey Corps base, even if it meant they might end up in prison. Soon, Ning Chuan returned to the Survey Corps base with the members. Along the way, all the members of the Survey Corps looked at Ning Chuan with awe. They had never seen such a powerful human before. Some even began to doubt whether Ning Chuan was some kind of unknown deity manifesting in this hellish world. After returning to the base, Commander Pixis, who had received the news, also came to meet Ning Chuan. They prepared a spacious conference room for Ning Chuan, filled with the best tea and food. All the high-ranking officials of the Survey Corps attended this meeting. Commander Pixis, Captain Erwin, the scientific genius Hang, and the strongest soldier Levi sat on either side of the conference table, while Ning Chuan sat at the center. Commander Pixis was the first to speak, his tone very cautious. Mr. Ning Chuan, first of all, thank you for your help. If it weren't for your appearance, we probably wouldn't have been able to stop those damn giants. I can't imagine how many people would have died at their hands. Ning Chuan glanced at him and nodded slightly, signaling Pixis to continue. Pixis hesitated for a moment and then said, Mr. Ning Chuan, regarding your identity, the powers you possess, and those two giants that suddenly appeared, could you tell us more? Erwin looked at Ning Chuan with great anticipation. Clearly, they were very eager to understand the secrets of the giants and the reason for Ning Chuan's immense strength. Ning Chuan looked at them with a hint of amusement in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said slowly, do you really want to know all of this? Even if it might completely overturn your worldview and change your understanding of this world. Upon hearing this, Erwin and Pixis's expressions became serious. They knew that what they were about to hear might be the darkest and cruelest truth of this world. The people present took a deep breath and nodded, signaling Ning Chuan to continue. Ning Chuan's gaze became piercing as he began to slowly narrate the truth of this world, the origins of the giants, the tragedy of Emer Fritz, and the conspiracy and brutal history surrounding the power of the giants. Erwin, Pixis, and the others felt their scalps go numb, finding it hard to accept. Every word Ning Chuan spoke felt like a heavy blow to their hearts. They could hardly imagine that the true face of this world was so twisted and dark. As Ning Chuan spoke, the atmosphere in the room gradually became oppressive. Every truth felt like a massive rock smashing against their beliefs, making it hard for them to breathe. Especially when they learned that they were actually on a small island, surrounded by enemies, and that those enemies who had killed many comrades were from another country. The expressions of the people present turned grim, particularly when they realized that their current king, the Supreme Commander Rod Rice, had inherited the power of the founding titan, yet still chose to let everyone on the island live in fear after knowing the truth of the world. The usually radical Commander Erwin slammed his hand on the table and stood up. But soon, he realized his loss of composure and apologized to Ning Chuan before speaking directly. Mr. Ning Chuan, I don't know if we can bear such a responsibility, but I am willing to fight for freedom and truth. You must have your own purpose in telling us these things, right? If the Survey Corps can assist you, please command us. Commander Pixis also said solemnly, now that we know these truths, we can no longer stand by. Mr. Ning Chuan, if you need our help, please let us know. We are willing to fight for the future of humanity. Ning Chuan looked at them and revealed a calm smile. Even if the enemy is the current king of Parody Island? After hearing this, the people present were momentarily taken aback, then nodded without hesitation. Well, it seems our goals should be aligned. I have come to Parody Island this time to completely eliminate the giants. The key to eliminating the giants is to gather all 9 powers of the Titans together and eradicate them from this world. So next, you will need to find a way to approach Rod Rice. This way, we can avoid significant casualties. If you can't find him and I have to take action directly, the casualties will likely be much greater. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Levi and the others showed expressions of fear. They couldn't help but recall Ning Chuan's appearance when he slaughtered the giants outside the city, wiping out all the giants in just a few minutes. After discussing the plan, Pixis and Irwin decided to create an opportunity for Ning Chuan to approach King Rod Rice of Parody Island. They didn't dare to delay for a moment and quickly arranged to meet with Rod. However, after they left, Ning Chuan did not rush to take action. He turned his gaze to Hang and Levi, who remained in the room, and a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. Do you want to come watch a good show? Ning Chuan said with a smile. Hang and Levi exchanged glances, clearly puzzled by Ning Chuan's proposal. However, they had developed a sense of awe towards Ning Chuan's strength and wanted to know what he would do next. After hesitating for a moment, they nodded in agreement to follow Ning Chuan. Seeing their agreement, Ning Chuan said no more and turned to lead the two away. They passed through the corridor and arrived in front of the cells where Aaron, Mikasa, and Armin were held. Ning Chuan raised his hand and with a swipe, the passage to the world of Song of Songs instantly opened. Before Hang and Levi could react, they were brought into this new space by Ning Chuan. Inside, Reiner, Berthold, and Annie, who were imprisoned, showed a hint of vigilance upon seeing the suddenly appeared Ning Chuan and the two behind him. The three did not know what Ning Chuan intended to do, but they were very clear that this man in front of them possessed incredible power. Ning Chuan looked at the three and then turned to Levi and Hang, saying, "You may not believe it, but these three are the inheritors of the 9 Titan powers, humans who can transform into Titans." Upon hearing this, Hang and Levi's faces showed expressions of doubt. Hang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was eager to find out if Ning Chuan's words were true. Levi, on the other hand, frowned slightly, clearly skeptical of Ning Chuan's claim. Seeing that the two were half convinced, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. He did not say much, but extended a hand, palm facing Reiner, Berthold, and Annie. Immediately, an invisible telekinetic force began to surge around the three of them. Ning Chuan used telekinesis to simulate the pain they experienced during their transformation, mercilessly inflicting it upon them. Reiner, Berthold, and Annie instantly felt a severe pain erupting from within them, the pain of their bones and muscles restructuring as they transformed into Titans. They gritted their teeth, trying to resist this pain, but their bodies involuntarily began to change. In the next moment, the bodies of the three quickly began to swell. Under the astonished gazes of Hang and Levi, the 3 Titan inheritors could no longer control the powers within them and transformed into the Armored Titan, Female Titan, and Colossal Titan, respectively. Accompanied by the roar of giants, the 3-headed giant suddenly appeared before everyone. Hang's eyes widened in shock and ecstasy. She was so excited that she almost jumped up, exclaiming repeatedly, "Oh my God, this is simply unbelievable." It turns out that giants are indeed transformed from humans. Although Levi wasn't as excited as Hang, the shock on his face was evident. Ning Chuan looked at the expressions on Hang and Levi's faces, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Next, let me show you something even more interesting," Ning Chuan said as he walked towards Aaron. Before Aaron could react, he grabbed him and threw him into the air. Aaron flipped in midair and almost instantly lost consciousness. Just as his awareness began to blur, his body started to undergo drastic changes. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the attack Titan appeared in the sky above the world of Gogo. Aaron's Titan form radiated a sense of power, with a resolute face and a gaze full of rage that sent chills down people's spines. Hang and Levi were completely frozen upon seeing Aaron's transformation. Especially Levi, who recalled Aaron's behavior all this time, couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. They had kept such a kid, who held the power of a Titan, locked up in a prison, completely unprepared. If this kid had transformed into a Titan just now, how much unpredictable damage would it have caused to the scout regiment? In an instant, Captain Levi was covered in cold sweat, looking at the awakened attack Titan. The Colossal Titan, the Female Titan, and the Armored Titan were all taken aback. They hadn't expected that the forbidden Titan power, which had been missing for so long, would manifest in a child. Aaron, transformed into the attack titan, had already begun to go berserk, charging recklessly towards the three titans ahead. Annie and the others wanted to resist, but they hadn't even had the chance to act. Ning Chuan's telekinesis was instantly applied to the three of them, crushing them together like paper dolls and easily shattering their titan forms. The three were pulled out from their transformed titan bodies, their limbs limp and hanging in the air, as if they had lost all supporting strength. Aaron's transformation triggered a powerful shock. As soon as the attack titan appeared, it crazily charged at the three. Although Annie and the others were already veterans capable of transforming into titans, they simply couldn't adapt to the situation. The Aaron in front of them was no longer just a child, but a titan like them. "Please don't kill us. We won't dare to destroy the walls again," Bertolt pleaded in a hoarse voice. "We had no choice. We really had no choice." Reiner's weak voice also echoed in everyone's ears. Annie, however, was handling it better than the other two, though she still looked pale as she stared at them. "We know we were wrong. Please let us go this once. We will leave Parody Island and never come back." Ning Chuan smiled slightly at their words, his expression still calm. "You didn't realize you were wrong. You realized you were going to die. Besides, the reason you die is not because of destroying the walls, but because you've become vessels of Titan power. As for whether you destroy the walls or not, what does that have to do with me?" After speaking, Ning Chuan ruthlessly threw the three of them into the mouth of the attack titan that Aaron had transformed into. As Aaron fiercely swallowed the three, the transfer of Titan power was complete. Ning Chuan's voice carried a hint of coldness. The powers of the colossal titan, female titan, and armored titan now completely belonged to Aaron. Aaron's body trembled violently, as if he had swallowed not just the titan power, but the heavy burden of the entire world. After consuming the three and gaining the powers of three titans, Aaron's transformed attack titan paused for a moment and then almost lost all rationality, going berserk and charging in all directions. Its massive body swept away everything around it like a storm. But that was merely surface chaos. In reality, Aaron's consciousness was being eroded by these titan powers, teetering on the brink of collapse. Aaron staggered forward a few steps before finally collapsing to the ground. Ning Chuan watched coldly, showing no emotional fluctuations. "Levi, go get Aaron out. Right at the position I told you." Seeing this, Levi immediately approached Aaron. He hesitated not at all, drawing his sword and aiming for the back of Aaron's neck. His blade swiftly cut through the flesh at the back of the attack titan's neck. In a quick motion, he extracted Aaron from the titan's body. Done. Levi carefully pulled Aaron's body out. Aaron had lost consciousness at this point, his lips pale and his body limp and powerless. Upon seeing Aaron being brought out by Levi, Mikasa and Armin rushed over to Aaron's side. Ning Chuan watched Aaron's state and turned to Levi and Hang, whispering, "Aaron now possesses the powers of 4 titans. Next, if we can gather all 9 titan powers, I can personally step in and help you eliminate the source of the titan power." Levi nodded in agreement after hearing this. Although he wasn't fully aware of Ning Chuan's entire plan, he clearly understood that Aaron's state had changed. With the simultaneous mastery of 4 titan powers, he would undoubtedly become a massive threat in the future. "I will do everything as you instructed," Levi said softly, his tone filled with determination. "Lord Ning Chuan." At that moment, Hang suddenly spoke, looking at Ning Chuan as if she had something to say. "Go ahead." Hang paused for a moment at his words, and then directly said, "Lord Ning Chuan, could you let me study the titans before you clarify their powers?" Hearing this, Ning Chuan suddenly turned to Hang. Seeing her curious and excited expression, he smiled and said, "Do you really want to study these titans?" Hang's eyes instantly lit up at his words. She had been fascinated by titans since childhood, and the opportunity to study them was simply an irresistible temptation for her. "Really?" Hang almost blurted out. "You let me study these titans? I promise I'll be very careful." Ning Chuan nodded. "Since you're interested, I can arrange for you to go to a place dedicated to research, where they can provide you with all the resources you need. However, it might be a bit far, so far that you may never come back in your lifetime." Even upon hearing Ning Chuan say this, Hang still couldn't believe her ears. She never expected that Ning Chuan would actually give her the chance to study titans, and she was so excited that she almost jumped up. "That's great. You're just too wonderful." It was clear that she couldn't wait to start her research. Soon after, Ning Chuan waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow him out of the song world. Before long, several people emerged from the song world, and Ning Chuan did not forget to bring Mikasa and Armin along. However, Aaron was temporarily left behind in the song world. Once the next person carrying the power of the titans was caught, Ning Chuan would continue to feed them to Aaron. It wouldn't take long before all 9 titan powers would converge in Aaron's body. A day later, Ning finally received good news from Commander Pixis and Captain Irwin. The capital had already agreed to meet him, the hero who had cleared the Titan disaster. The royal city was ready to receive him, and Ning would soon be arranged to enter the royal city. After receiving this news, everyone had prepared for battle. As Ning, Levi, and Irwin set off towards the royal city, the atmosphere seemed unusually tense. Although they knew the royal city would provide a safe passage, their hearts were still filled with vigilance. They all understood that they must not let their guard down. If what Ning had said before was true, this time going to the royal city, they were very likely to be silenced by the garrison. Soon, the carriage carrying Ning entered the gates of the royal city. Both Levi and the captain felt the atmosphere around them suddenly become tense. As the city gate slammed shut, it felt as if hidden dangers could erupt at any moment. The expressions on Levi and Irwin's faces changed instantly, exchanging wary glances as a sense of ominous premonition surged in their hearts. Both were well aware that once they entered the royal city, they carried no weapons. The enemies lurking within the royal city could initiate an attack at any moment. "Stay alert," Irwin whispered, scanning the surroundings and immediately detecting movement in the air. Suddenly, several sounds of slicing through the air rang out. That was the sound of the vertical maneuvering equipment. Upon hearing this familiar sound, the two immediately tensed up. They knew what it meant. The enemy was lying in ambush all around them, and without any weapons on hand, they were completely unable to fight back. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a bullet flew straight towards Ning position. However, just as the bullet was about to hit Ning, it abruptly stopped in midair. Levi and Irwin's faces were filled with worry upon hearing the gunshot. Meanwhile, Ning slightly turned his head to look at the two, showing no signs of tension on his face. His observation hockey had already sensed everything. A cold smile appeared on Ning lips, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Everything seemed to be within his expectations. It seemed that Rod Rice from Parody Island had already realized his intentions. Ning spoke calmly, his voice filled with coldness. He decided to lay everything bare and take action. Since they did not choose a dignified approach, he would help them be dignified. As soon as he finished speaking, without a moment's hesitation, Ning body suddenly flew out of the carriage. His telekinesis activated, instantly locking onto the positions of the hidden assassins around him. The members of the garrison hidden in the surroundings had no chance to react. They hadn't even had time to make a move, and with the sound of tearing air, their bodies exploded into clouds of blood mist, disappearing into the air. Did these guys think they could kill me? Even 1,000,000 of them wouldn't stand a chance. Ning said indifferently, as if completely unconcerned about it all. As the blood mist spread, the air was instantly filled with the scent of death. After clearing away the annoying flies around him, Ning returned to the carriage, his gaze cold. Irwin, keep moving, charged directly into the palace. Irwin was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He had never thought about driving the carriage directly into the palace. But since Ning asked him to do so, he quickly adjusted his mindset, without hesitation, cracked the whip, and accelerated towards the palace. As the carriage sped along, Ning enveloped it with his armament hockey. On the way, every guard and sentinel, even the palace's defense forces, could not stop their advance. Whenever a guard tried to block the carriage, they were either knocked away by the carriage or exploded in a blood mist with a single glance from Ning. Instantly vanishing into the air, the palace gates were right in front of them, and Ning target was clearly Rod on the throne. The moment they entered the palace, Ning aura seemed to envelop the entire space. On the throne, Rod Rice turned pale upon hearing the storm-like commotion. He knew he had no chance of escape left. Despite being the king of Parody Island, wielding immense power and controlling thousands of colossal titans within the walls, Ning now possessed a strength he could not match. Even sitting on the throne, he could not escape this invisible pressure. "Are you going to kneel down to welcome me? To be honest, I'm not very satisfied with your welcoming ceremony." Ning voice boomed like thunder, filled with undeniable intimidation. Rod wanted to flee, but he had no opportunity to do so. Ning telekinesis had already locked onto his every move. Almost instantly, Rod's body was bound by an invisible force, immobilized. No matter what he did, he could not change the outcome. "Be honest," Ning said coldly. With a gentle wave of his hand, he pulled Rod directly off the throne and tossed him into the song world. At the same time, Levi and Irwin followed closely behind and entered that special space. After returning to the song world, Ning telekinesis moved again, and Aaron's body underwent a transformation once more. The next moment, Aaron's pain surged like a tide. He transformed again into the Attack Titan. However, this time it was the Attack Titan with the power of 4 Titans. Goodbye, Ning said to the rod he controlled, his tone devoid of any compassion. Without hesitation, he pushed Rod into Aaron's Titan mouth. Aaron, being unconscious, could not resist and mechanically swallowed Rod. Almost in an instant, Rod's body disappeared into Aaron's stomach. With the completion of the devouring, a drastic change occurred within Aaron. Almost instantaneously, countless memories and knowledge about the Titans flooded into Aaron's mind. The power of the founding Titan, its history, the origin of the Titan powers, even the secrets of the entire world surged into Aaron's consciousness like a tidal wave. Aaron's eyes gradually regained clarity, and the consciousness that came with Titan transformation finally returned to human rationality. He squinted slightly and looked at Ning, a hint of confusion and incomprehension flashing in his eyes. Although he had gained all the abilities of the founding Titan, he was still filled with bewilderment. After a moment, he spoke, his voice hoarse and deep. Ning, what exactly do you want to do? Do you also want to end all of this and lift the curse of the Titans? Ning quietly gazed at Aaron, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. He did not rush to answer, but carefully observed Aaron's eyes, as if contemplating the question. After a moment, he softly replied, I just want to eliminate the Titans to verify my hypothesis. Upon hearing this, Aaron's eyes suddenly lit up. He stared intently at Ning, as if anticipating a certain answer. So, can you do it? Can you ensure the eternal safety of Parody Island while eliminating the Titans? Ning smiled faintly and continued, Once I merge the entire world, I should be able to easily accomplish all of this. At that time, I will be the god of this world. Hearing this, Aaron was greatly shocked. He could genuinely feel that Ning seemed to be telling the truth. As long as we can end all of this and restore peace to Parody Island, I am willing to serve you and complete your plan. This should have ended a long time ago. Ning, at the headquarters of the Survey Corps, coldly observed the changes in the situation on Parody Island. He decided to help the Survey Corps completely eliminate the military police within the city and dismantle the royal family's long-standing rule over the islanders, transferring real power to Commander Pixis. With Ning powerful support, the Survey Corps swiftly launched a surprise attack on the military police in the city. Ning telekinesis ruthlessly swept through every corner of the military police, like an invisible net capturing those armed forces loyal to the royal family. In this battle, the military police were utterly powerless. They were not facing ordinary enemies, but Ning, who possessed terrifying power. All resistance seemed so pale and powerless before Ning. His strength intimidated everyone, and the military police were subdued one by one. The Survey Corps, under the leadership of Commander Pixis and Captain Irwin, quickly occupied the entire castle and palace. Pixis successfully took the throne of Parody Island, becoming the new ruler. The residents of Parody Island welcomed an unprecedented era of transformation. Commander Pixis decided to no longer conceal the truth about the Titans. Through a speech, he revealed the origins of Titan powers and how the royal family had deceived and manipulated the entire island. The truth struck like a sharp blade, piercing through the lies meticulously woven by the royal family in the hearts of the island's residents. They went from shock to anger, then to resentment. For a long time, they had been kept in the dark, living under the threat of Titans, completely unaware of everything. And now, all of this was brutally revealed. Faced with the shock of the truth, the entire population of Parody Island was filled with rage. The royal family's lies made them feel deeply betrayed. The security barrier they once believed in collapsed instantly, replaced by endless hatred for the royal family. However, while the people were angrily denouncing the royal family, Ning did not linger any longer on Parody Island. Instead, he directly left Parody Island and flew towards Marley. By now, he had successfully collected 5 of the 9 Titan powers. The remaining 4 Titan powers were all in the Marley army. Next, he just needed to go to the Marley army, capture its commander, and then he would be able to gather the remaining 4 Titan powers together. Therefore, as soon as he crossed the sea and arrived in Marley territory, Ning swiftly stormed into the Marley army's headquarters, unstoppable along the way. Inside the headquarters, Ning captured Defense Minister Cavill, lifting him like a puppet. Ning coldly asked him, "Where are those who possess the Titan powers?" Cavill's face turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and did not answer. "You are from Parody Island, aren't you? I will never tell you demons." Cavill shouted furiously. It was clear that he would rather die than reveal any information about the Titans. To protect Marley's secrets, Cavill even attempted to shoot himself, but Ning would not allow him to have his way. Ning Chuan coldly laughed at him, using his telekinesis to firmly control every movement of Cavill, forcing him to reveal the truth. Under the immense pressure, Cavill's will finally broke down, and he struggled to reveal the locations of the Beast Titan, the Cart Titan, the Jaw Titan, and the War Hammer Titan. He also sent out a summons to them, as per Ning Chuan's request. However, at the same time he issued the summons, Cavill devised a plan. He sent a distress signal to the Marley army via phone, calling for all station troops to come to reinforce. After hanging up, a determined look flickered in Cavill's eyes, as if he was prepared to die. Ning Chuan, seeing this, only revealed a hint of disdainful smile, seemingly waiting for the impending conflict. Before long, the four warriors who possessed Titan powers, the Beast Titan, the Cart Titan, the Jaw Titan, and the War Hammer Titan, all appeared outside the headquarters. At the same time, a large number of Marley soldiers quickly gathered, surrounding the area where the headquarters was located. The towering and menacing figures of the four Titans stood before Ning Chuan, roaring and demanding that he surrender immediately. However, Ning Chuan paid no attention to these threats and coldly stared at them. Then, without hesitation, in front of all the soldiers of the Marley army, he slapped Cavill to death, as simple as swatting a mosquito. Seeing this scene, the Marley army immediately launched an attack. Countless bullets and shells flew towards Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan showed no intention of dodging. The arm color of his haki rapidly spread out, forming an invisible shield. All attacks turned to nothing before him, unable to harm him in the slightest. Seeing this, the four Titans also began their assault on Ning Chuan. Facing the attacks of the four Titans, Ning Chuan appeared to be at ease. The Beast Titan was the first to strike. He picked up rubble from the ground and hurled it at Ning Chuan. The rubble whistled sharply through the air. However, Ning Chuan simply waved his hand lightly, and the boulders were directly shattered into countless pieces by his telekinesis, raining down on the ground. The Jaw Titan then swiftly launched a surprise attack from the side, moving at incredible speed. Its large mouth aimed directly at Ning Chuan's upper body. At the same time, the Cart Titan, carrying a heavy machine gun, unleashed a torrent of fiery bullets from behind, attempting to engulf Ning Chuan in a hail of bullets. But Ning Chuan sneered, his laser slicing through the air like a blade, instantly severing the lower halves of the two Titans, causing them to fall to the ground in pain and howling. The War Hammer Titan, seeing this, recklessly initiated an attack. She summoned a massive spike from the ground, thrusting it towards Ning Chuan in an attempt to pierce him completely. However, Ning Chuan's figure vanished like a ghost the moment the ground shook. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the War Hammer Titan. His gaze was cold, and with a burst of telekinesis, he instantly crushed the War Hammer Titan's body. Following that, the Beast Titan, the Cart Titan, and the Jaw Titan could not escape Ning Chuan's grasp either. All were stripped from their Titan forms by Ning Chuan's telekinesis, reverting to human form and crashing to the ground. The surrounding Marley soldiers witnessed all of this, each one terrified to the core. Ning Chuan's power was beyond comprehension. The Titan's strength seemed utterly insignificant before him. They were completely intimidated by Ning Chuan's might, and no one dared to advance any further. Even the courage to raise their guns and aim vanished. Ning Chuan stood at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by the scattered remains of Titans and fallen soldiers. The air was thick with the smell of blood, yet he seemed to be in another world, observing everything with cold indifference, as if it had nothing to do with him. Ning Chuan glanced at the terrified Marley soldiers with indifference. Then, before their eyes, he opened a portal to the world of Giga once again. Without mercy, he sent the four Titans into the Giga world and tossed them into the mouth of the titanified Eren. Thus, the powers of the 9 Titans had all converged into Eren. The strength within Eren surged, and his body began to grow larger. The Titan's powers formed a perfect unity within him, granting him an unparalleled sense of strength. However, after doing all this, Ning Chuan did not linger in Marley. Instead, he opened a space portal. When he reappeared, he was already above Parody Island. He did not enter the city, but placed Eren outside the city walls. "Is it time to begin?" Eren, who had already obtained the powers of the 9 Titans, asked calmly. "It's time to begin. This would all soon come to an end." Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Eren slowly stood up, his gaze firmly fixed on the distant city walls, fully aware of what he was about to do. He took a deep breath. Then his body began to undergo violent changes. Huge bones and muscles rapidly grew, transforming into the form of the founding Titan. Eren's agonized roar echoed through the skies. The entire Parody Island heard his screams as he transformed into the founding titan. After completing his transformation, Eren awakened all the colossal titans within the walls of Parody Island. At Eren's call, the walls of Parody Island began to collapse one by one. The hundreds of thousands of colossal titans that had been sealed within the walls finally revealed their massive forms. These titans seemed to awaken from a deep slumber, each one towering and terrifying, covered in thick muscles, exuding an oppressive aura that instilled fear. As they stepped out of the walls, their enormous footsteps rumbled like thunder across the land. The residents of Parody Island witnessed all of this, their faces filled with panic and despair. They believed that the apocalypse had arrived. Those titans would ruthlessly destroy their homes and devour their lives. Ning stood at the edge of the island, coldly observing it all. It was now his turn to completely eliminate these hundreds of thousands of colossal titans. Just as Ning was about to take action, Eren's body suddenly underwent mutation. The firm will that Ning had sensed from Eren was suddenly replaced by a strange and peculiar force. Ning gaze sharpened as he saw a bizarre worm hidden within Eren's massive body begin to wriggle, gradually taking control away from Eren. This bizarre worm was the source of the Titan powers from the very beginning. It resided within Ymir and Eren, the true manipulator behind this Titan war. It seemed this bizarre worm also sensed my threat and began to resist. Ning muttered coldly to himself, his gaze still calm and composed. However, this bizarre worm was of great research value. Such a creature did not exist in other worlds. Vegapunk and the others would surely love it. Under the control of the bizarre worm, hundreds of thousands of colossal titans began to turn around in unison, as if commanded, rushing towards Ning. These titans piled up densely together, resembling an unstoppable torrent, sweeping towards him with a devastating momentum. Ning stood before the titans, looking at the overwhelming tide of giants, still maintaining his usual expression, even showing a faint cold smile. Very well, let me completely end this. With a wave of his hand, an unparalleled, powerful energy erupted around him. Lava-like scorching energy gathered in Ning hands. His body seemed to become a massive source of energy, instantly unleashing a large amount of natural fruit power. Fiery lava rolled forth, transforming into scalding torrents that instantly covered the approaching giant horde. Wherever the scorching magma touched, the titans' bodies melted away like heated iron, vanishing into nothingness. But that was not enough. In the next moment, lightning flickered in Ning palm, and purple thunder roared forth like a dragon. The thunder struck the titans, and the terrifying high-voltage current instantly destroyed their muscles and bones. The titans were powerless under the thunder, falling one after another. Lasers shot out from Ning fingertips like swords, each laser carrying the sharpness to destroy everything, piercing through the titans' bodies. The massive forms collapsed and fell under the cutting of the lasers, as fragile as paper. At the same time, Ning waved his other hand lightly. A freezing cold current instantly swept out from him, freezing the titans rushing towards him into ice sculptures. Those gigantic figures, which had just been swinging their fists at Ning were suddenly frozen, forever frozen in mid-air. Then, under Ning telekinesis, they were shattered one by one, turning into countless ice shards that scattered. The residents of Parody Island stood at a distance, witnessing Ning stylish killings of the colossal titans. All of them stunned. They watched as Ning stood at the center of the Titan tide, like an immovable god, taking down those titans that had once filled them with terror one by one. In their eyes, Ning was no longer just a powerful being, but a true divine presence descending upon them. When the last colossal titan fell, turning to ash, the people of Parody Island erupted in cheers. It was a celebration of survival after a disaster. It was also gratitude towards Ning this godlike figure. However, Ning gaze remained fixed on Eren. He knew that the battle was not over. The bizarre worm within Eren, the source of power attempting to control everything, was still struggling. Suddenly, Eren's body in the founding Titan form began to tremble violently. His massive form seemed unable to withstand the immense power within, starting to deform continuously. Right after that, Ning saw giant figures emerging from within Eren. These images were the incarnations of the 9 titans from various generations. The founding titan, the attack titan, the beast titan, the female titan, the warhammer titan, the cart titan, the jaw titan, the cart titan, and the colossal titan. These powers that once belonged to the 9 titan holders seemed to manifest as obsessions, attaching themselves to Eren. At this moment, they surged forth, launching a final attack on Ning Chuan. However, Ning Chuan remained calm in the face of these assaults from the powers of the Nine Titans. Your era has ended. Now, it is time for everything to return to silence, Ning Chuan said softly. Then he gently clenched his palm, and his telekinetic power erupted once again. The force of the telekinesis was like an invisible giant hand, firmly grasping the giant images that emerged from Aaron's body. Each Titan's incarnation gradually collapsed and shattered under Ning Chuan's telekinetic force. The huge figures transformed into countless light points in the air, ultimately disappearing without a trace. With the last resistance of the aberrant bug ruthlessly crushed by Ning Chuan, the aberrant bug seemed to realize its fate and ceased any further resistance. At that moment, Ning Chuan directly opened the door to the Giga world, pulling the resigned, aberrant bug inside. Now, he should be able to fuse the Titan world into his body. After eliminating all the Titans and successfully capturing the aberrant bug, Ning Chuan stood atop the ruins of Parody Island, coldly observing his surroundings. He felt the faint energy emanating from the aberrant bug in his hand. This power had been the source of turmoil in this world for hundreds of years. Now, it was finally under his control. Ning Chuan looked at it, his eyes filled with ruthlessness and indifference. Having captured the aberrant bug, Ning Chuan felt it was time to fuse the Titan world into his body as well. He knew very well that, to completely fuse a whole world, he must first eradicate all possible opposing forces. The aberrant bug, the power of the Titans, and the humans who wielded Titan powers were all stumbling blocks to his world fusion. But now, these powers had either been eliminated or captured. There was nothing left to stop him. Ning Chuan began to use his mastery of spatial power. His hands slightly spread apart, and the energy within him gradually expanded, causing the surrounding space to twist and deform under his power. The spatial power acted like a massive barrier, swiftly enveloping the entire Titan world. Ning Chuan could clearly feel the entire world beginning to tremble gently under his power. It was a response from one world to another force beyond the norm. However, what surprised Ning Chuan was that this time, the will of the Titan world did not resist as strongly as it had in the past. Ning Chuan realized that after his previous series of actions, the opposing forces of the Titan world had been completely cleared away. As a result, the world will no longer resist his fusion. I see, Ning Chuan silently thought. It seems that in the future, whenever he wants to fuse worlds, he must first completely eliminate all potential influences to proceed smoothly with the fusion. As Ning Chuan's consciousness deepened, the spatial power, like an invisible hand, began to slowly envelop the entire Titan world and pull it into his body. This process was extremely slow, but also very steady. A ghostly blue light continuously radiated from around Ning Chuan. That was a symbol of the spatial power, gradually overlapping and fusing with the rules of the Titan world. At the same time, the world of Demon Slayer within him also resonated at that moment, actively beginning to merge with the Titan world. Ning Chuan could feel that the world of Demon Slayer and the Titan world were merging. The two different world powers intertwined, causing tremors and instability in both worlds. In these two worlds, all the inhabitants began to feel an inexplicable fear, as if the entire world was undergoing dramatic changes. They were overwhelmed by a sense of unease that they had never experienced before. However, Ning Chuan was not swayed by these disturbances. He focused entirely on sensing the changes within him. During the process of the two worlds merging, he once again felt the power of the world's origin slowly pouring into his body. This power was extremely pure, as if it were an energy from the very beginning of heaven and earth. Compared to the world's origin he had felt before, this time the power was even more abundant. Ning Chuan tried to prolong the time he spent feeling the power of the world's origin as much as possible. Once all the power of the world's origin had entered his body, Ning Chuan silently spoke. System begins settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully contacting the power of the world's origin for 20 minutes, activating the 10,000-fold return system for cultivation. Commencing cultivation settlement now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a return of 200,000 minutes of cultivation for contacting the power of the world's origin. The host's mastery of the power of the world's origin has improved. The system responded quickly, and with a wave of invisible fluctuations. The power of the world's origin within Ning Chuan began to increase. This time he obtained more power of the world's origin than before. Enough for him to grasp the basic rules of the two worlds within him. This made Ning Chuan very satisfied. After the fusion, Ning Chuan stood in the air, overlooking the two worlds that had connected. He He couldn't help but feel a sense of dominion over everything. Now, the world of Demon Slayer and the Titan world were no longer two separate worlds. Instead, they were a new world interwoven and fused together. And Ning Chuan had become the true master of this new world. His power permeated every corner of the two worlds, and his will was the law here. To ensure lasting peace in these two fused worlds, Ning Chuan decided to use the power of the world's origin to establish rules. He extended his hands, with golden light surging in his palms, symbolizing the power of the world's origin. Ning Chuan slowly closed his eyes, mentally reciting the content of each rule, as those rules were inscribed into the very essence of the world. From now on, anyone who attempts to disrupt world peace or harm innocent lives will be sanctioned by the power of the world's origin. Rule violators will be automatically punished and unable to escape. Ning Chuan's voice was deep and powerful. His will was conveyed through the power of the world's origin to all the inhabitants. As Ning Chuan's power spread, all the inhabitants of the Demon Slayer world and the Titan world felt a peculiar sensation in their hearts. Those rules seemed to have become part of their thoughts, automatically integrating into their consciousness. After completing all of this, Ning Chuan knew it was time for him to leave. He found Levi, Hang, and Mikasa, asking if they were willing to follow him to other worlds to explore broader horizons. Hang had long been ready to go to other worlds and expressed without hesitation her willingness to follow Ning Chuan anywhere. Levi frowned and asked, "If we go to other worlds, will it make me stronger?" Ning Chuan looked at him and nodded. "Yes, as long as you work hard in your training. In other worlds, you will experience more battles and challenges that far exceed your imagination in this world. Moreover, in another world, you can help you break through the limits of humanity in this world." Leviathan pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. As for Mikasa, she had been staying by Ning Chuan's side, her eyes filled with a hint of desire and pleading. "If it can bring Eren back to life, I am willing to do whatever you ask." Ning Chuan smiled slightly upon hearing this. "That's simple." He nodded, extending a hand, and a black and white glow appeared in his palm. The power that controls life and death. He gently placed his hand on Eren's corpse, and the power of time within him began to surge slowly. Eren's body gradually regained vitality, his breathing restarted, and his heartbeat gradually stabilized. Eren slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurry. He saw Mikasa standing happily behind Ning Chuan. "Everything has been resolved, so let's get ready to leave." As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, he directly used the ability of the Door Fruit to open the door back to the headquarters of the One Punch world. Ning Chuan led Leviathan, Mikasa, and Hanji through the spatial door back to the One Punch world. After returning to the headquarters, he began to arrange the respective paths for the three of them. First, he took Leviathan to the Basic Martial Arts Department. The Basic Martial Arts Department is a necessary path for all new heroes, the starting point for cultivating fighting skills and physical fitness. Ning Chuan believed this was the best place for Leviathan to start his new journey. "Leviathan, this is where you will enhance your martial arts. The power of every hero is inseparable from strong martial arts, and here you can learn the most fundamental and important skills." Ning Chuan did not intend to let Leviathan explore on his own. He introduced Rengoku Kyujuru, the flame Hashira from the Demon Slayer world, to Leviathan. "This is Rengoku Kyujuru. You can call him by his nickname Flame Hashira. He is also someone I brought from another world, and he will be your guide to help you adapt to the training life here as quickly as possible." The Flame Hashira smiled and approached, patting Leviathan's shoulder. "Leviathan, right? Don't worry, the training here is tough, but you'll get stronger quickly. Those chosen by Master Ning Chuan are all potential strong fighters. Let's work hard together to become stronger." Leviathan was generally taciturn, but faced with the enthusiasm of the Flame Hashira, he slightly nodded, and a new fighting spirit ignited within him. A new world, new training. These were undoubtedly huge challenges for Leviathan, but they were also opportunities for him to become stronger. After arranging Leviathan, Ning Chuan took Mikasa to the training camp for the female heroes. "Shinobu Kocho, I leave this little girl to you. Take her with you and Kanai to train." Ning Chuan pushed Mikasa towards the recently arrived Shinobu Kocho. Shinobu Kocho accepted Mikasa, her eyes shimmering with a gentle yet determined light. "From today, you will train with us. The road to training is tough. Don't give up easily," Shinobu Kocho said softly to Mikasa, her voice gentle but with a serious tone. "I will work hard to become stronger." Mikasa nodded, a serious expression in her eyes. Ning Chuan had already helped her bring Eren back to life. Therefore, next, she had to help Ning Chuan fulfill all his requests. If Ning Chuan was training, then she couldn't slack off at all. After arranging the two, Ning Chuan took Hanji to the science department. He pushed open the door to the laboratory, where the members of the science department were busy working, and the entire laboratory was filled with the atmosphere of scientific research. Hanji's eyes widened as she looked around this brand new world. It was filled with instruments and experimental equipment she had never seen before. The various devices dazzled Hanji. From today, you will also be a part of this place. But you'll have to start as an assistant. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Hanji nodded seriously. She knew this opportunity was hard-earned. Even if she was starting as an assistant, there would be no slackening. Soon, Dr. Vegapunk finished his experiment and walked towards Ning Chuan. Dr. Vegapunk seemed very happy about Ning Chuan's return. He knew that Ning Chuan always brought back new research samples and assistants. This time was evidently no exception. Ning Chuan then introduced Hanji to Dr. Vegapunk. This is Hanji. She will start working as an assistant. Hanji specializes in giant research and should be able to help you a lot. Dr. Vegapunk nodded and welcomed Hanji with a smile. Welcome to our team. The path of science is endless. I believe you will find your direction here. Upon hearing this, Hanji felt extremely excited. She was full of curiosity about the power of giants, and in the science department, she would have the opportunity to study the secrets of giants up close and find the true answers about the power of giants. Moreover, Hanji knew that perhaps here, the research on giants was just the beginning. There were many powers much stronger than giants, and she knew this was the opportunity she had always dreamed of. Ning Chuan then had an in-depth conversation with Dr. Vegapunk to understand the latest research progress in the science department. Dr. Vegapunk smiled proudly and reported to Ning Chuan. Muzin's genes have been fully decoded, and we can now apply Muzin's genes to the new generation of Nephilim warriors. By fusing Muzin's characteristics, we can create much stronger Demon King Nephilim than Muzin, who can not only inherit the powers of blood demon techniques, but also grant them the abilities of devil fruits. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan was very satisfied with the research of the science department. Well done, Dr. Vegapunk. Come, let's see. This is a new thing I brought back for you. After saying that, Ning Chuan brought the bizarre worm into a special research room and locked it up. This is the bizarre worm I encountered in a world. It has the special ability to transform humans into giants. You all start a research team to study the bizarre worm now. I hope to extract more genetic secrets from it to provide more power for our warriors. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Dr. Vegapunk's eyes were filled with curiosity and excitement. He couldn't wait to start new research. After coming out of the science department, Ning Chuan returned to his office. He was preparing to take a day off for some relaxation. However, before he could think of where to go, he encountered Karp, who barged into his office. Karp looked a bit embarrassed this time. Ning Chuan looked at him and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, Vice Admiral Karp? Is there something you need help with?" Karp scratched the back of his head, grinned awkwardly, and said, "Well, it's like this, Ning Chuan. I have a request. I hope you could bring my grandson Luffy to this world for training. As you know, this world is more suitable for becoming stronger than our pirate world. I think it will be a great opportunity for him here." Ning Chuan was somewhat surprised by Karp's request. After thinking for a moment, he nodded directly. "All right, Karp. I agree. Just in time, I was also planning to take a vacation, and this vacation spot will be in the pirate world. When I get back from my vacation, I'll definitely help you bring Luffy over." Upon hearing this, Karp immediately burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, thank you, Ning Chuan. As soon as this kid arrives, I will give him special training. Let him feel the love of his grandfather through my iron fist after becoming stronger." Ning Chuan returned to the pirate world. The once pirate world had changed dramatically. The arrival of the Seraphim completely altered the landscape of the pirate world. The strong in the pirate world had already been taken to the one-punch world by him. This world was fully taken over by the Seraphim. Nowadays, if one wants to go out to sea, they must first obtain a sea permit. However, this permit is not something that anyone can easily obtain. Nevertheless, for some passionate young people, the path to the sea is not completely blocked. There is another way, which is to defeat the Seraphim warriors guarding the island. Defeating them will grant a pass to officially set sail and start an adventure. Ning Chuan went directly to Windmill Village. As soon as he appeared on the shore of Windmill Village, he found that the battle between Luffy, Ace, Sabo, and the Seraphim had reached a heated level. This Seraphim warrior was from an earlier version of the Seraphim. Its strength was roughly at the level of the Three Disasters. There was quite a difference compared to the most advanced version of the Seraphim in the current One Punch world. But compared to ordinary people, it was still unimaginably powerful. Despite this, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo were still fighting tenaciously. Luffy even used his Conqueror's Haki to counter this Seraphim. But facing such a powerful enemy, the three still seemed powerless. After three muffled sounds, the Seraphim warrior effortlessly knocked Luffy, Ace, and Sabo to the ground almost simultaneously. You lost, come back next time. The Seraphim warrior had a calm expression on his face. The three brothers struggled to get up, a trace of frustration flashing across their faces. This guy, why is he so strong? Luffy said helplessly. At that time, to save him, Ning had taken Luffy's fruit ability away, causing Luffy's strength to plummet, almost starting his training from scratch. Although he had never given up on training, he was still unable to defeat the Seraphim warrior, relying solely on his physical skills and Conqueror's Haki. Even with Ace and Sabo added, they still couldn't beat the Seraphim warrior stationed on the island. This made Luffy reminisce about the Gum Gum fruit ability he once had. Back then, he could bounce and stretch like a monster, with limitless strength and elasticity. But now his body seemed to limit everything. He couldn't help but start to miss that feeling of freedom. Although he understood that he couldn't always rely on the fruit power, the confusion and anxiety in his heart after repeated defeats over the past year were still hard to suppress. Just then, Ning suddenly appeared behind them. He gently waved his hand, and the Seraphim warrior immediately stood up straight. He then bowed deeply in one smooth motion. I have seen the Supreme Commander. Go back. I want to talk to these three. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, the Seraphim warrior did not hesitate at all and turned to leave. Wow, Ning Chuan, you're back? Luffy's face immediately showed a hint of excitement when he saw Ning Chuan. After all, he was his savior. If it weren't for Ning Chuan, he might still be that puppet controlled by him. I'm back. What do you think of the Seraphim I brought? Ning Chuan asked with a smile. Upon hearing this question, Luffy and the others scratched their heads. He's too strong. I feel like I won't be able to defeat him for at least a year. Luffy said rightly, the Seraphim is too powerful. If the sea is full of such strong beings, it wouldn't be fun at all. Listening to the complaints of the three brothers, Ning Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, Luffy seemed to remember something and excitedly asked, Ning Chuan, how are my grandpa and dad doing now? Have they gotten stronger over there? Ning Chuan nodded. Admiral Carp and Mr. Dragon have improved their strength a lot. He is currently sparring with strong people from other worlds and has become even stronger than before. The three brothers' eyes sparkled with envy upon hearing this. Although their battles with the Seraphim warriors had rapidly improved their strength, they still felt it was not enough. They knew that to truly become strong, they could not be satisfied with their current progress. Can we also go to that world? A glimmer of longing suddenly appeared in Luffy's eyes. Ace and Sabo beside him also showed the same expression. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, this time, I came back to prepare to take you with me. However, besides the three of you, there are some others who also need to go with us to the new world. Now go back and prepare. We will set off in a few days. Hearing this, the three brothers' eyes lit up. Their eyes were filled with anticipation for the new world. Luffy shouted, really? Can we go to the new world with you? Of course, Ning Chuan replied. However, you need to go and share this good news with Dayton. Get everything ready, and when you come back, we will set off. The three brothers nodded excitedly and turned around without hesitation, running towards their home in the village to share this thrilling news with their adoptive mother Dayton. After the three brothers left, Ning Chuan did not stop. He continued to open the portal. He was preparing to look for possible threats that could affect his integration with the pirate world. After all, to successfully complete the integration of the pirate world, he must send away those who could become threats to other worlds. Just like the members of the Straw Hat crew, he would first send them to other worlds to reduce the impact on the entire world's will. Let's start with Zoro. With a thought, Ning Chuan directly opened the door to the secluded place in Frost Moon Village. Ning Chuan guessed that since he had sent Seraphim warriors to every village in the pirate world, Zoro probably hadn't defeated the Seraphim and obtained the sea permit yet. Sure enough, the moment he stepped out of the spatial gate, he saw the scene before him. Zoro was fiercely engaged in battle with a Seraphim warrior. The Seraphim warrior wielded a long sword and was attacking Zoro leisurely. Meanwhile, Zoro was wielding 3 swords and fighting back with all his might. However, he was still being pressured by the Seraphim wielding just 1 sword. Although his swordsmanship had been continuously improving during this time, he still found it somewhat challenging to face the strength of the Seraphim. Damn it! 3-sword style, Demon Slash. Zoro shouted angrily, his haki covering the 3 swords. He poured all his remaining strength into a fierce attack against the Seraphim. However, he was struck hard by the opponent's sword and sent flying. Zoro's body was knocked backward and slammed into the ground. On the side, Kanshiro stood at a distance. Watching Zoro's performance, he felt gratified by Zoro's progress. But he still put on a haughty demeanor and couldn't help but scold him. You're still too impatient, Zoro. I hope that after you go back this time, you'll really reflect on where you went wrong. Zoro, who was being scolded by Kang Shiro, had a look of defiance on his face. But there was nothing he could do. Kang Shiro's swordsmanship was indeed much stronger than his. Zoro could only listen to Kang Shiro's nagging. Seeing this master and disciple pair, Ning couldn't help but smile slightly and walked up to them. Just as Kang Shiro was scolding Zoro, he suddenly heard some commotion nearby. He looked up and saw a familiar figure slowly walking towards him from a distance. It was Ning. Kang Shiro's face immediately showed a hint of joy, but soon his expression became slightly serious. He realized that Ning had returned alone and Kuina was not with him. Ning Tuan. Kang Shiro stepped forward, approaching Ning with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face, and spoke bluntly. Why did you come back alone? Where's my daughter? Where did Kuina go? And what about my great-grandson? Why are you both so unreliable? He feigned anger, his tone carrying a bit of the authority of a father-in-law, as if blaming Ning for not bringing his daughter back sooner and for not having a great-grandson yet. Ning immediately felt a black line on his forehead and inwardly thought, great-grandson? This old man must be thinking a bit too far ahead. How old is Kuina? Where did a great-grandson come from? He really wasn't afraid of me being taken out by some irresistible force, was he? Ning took it softly. Looking at Kang Shiro's serious demeanor, he understood that Kang Shiro was being so stern out of concern for his daughter. After all, it was only natural for a father to worry about his daughter. Ning knew that his father-in-law just missed his daughter, so he no longer made excuses. He smiled and reassured him. All right, Uncle Kang Shiro, I know you're missing Kuina. I'll go get her right now, so you can be reunited. After saying that, Ning began to channel the power of space in his hands. Moments later, a spatial gate opened before him. Ning stepped in without hesitation. Kang Shiro stood in place, watching Ning disappear into the spatial gate, secretly looking forward to his daughter's return. Ning entered the spatial gate and returned to the One-Punch world. Soon, he found Kuina practicing in the Swordsmanship Association. During this time, Kuina had been diligently training in the One-Punch world, and her swordsmanship and strength had rapidly improved. After chatting with Kuina for a bit, she blushed and followed Ning back to Frost Moon Village. Having been away from home for so long, she missed her father and family very much. The feeling of returning home warmed her heart. The moment Kuina stepped into Frost Moon Village, Kang Shiro's eyes instantly lit up. He saw the familiar figure, and the longing in his heart was finally released at that moment. He stepped forward and tightly hugged Kuina, his eyes filled with gratification. Kuina also revealed a long-lost smile and softly said, Father, I'm back. It's good to be back, good to be back. Kang Shiro's tone was slightly choked, his hands tightly gripping Kuina's shoulders, his eyes full of relief. Seeing his daughter return safely made the stone that had been hanging in his heart finally drop. But you two really are something else. Next time you come back, you must bring me my great-grandson. Kang Shiro arranged for Ka and Ning to settle in the dojo, and he immediately went up the mountain to call for Kang Sanlang, who was still forging up there. Old man, come down. Kuina is back. He shouted loudly towards the mountain, his voice echoing through the forest, sounding extremely high-spirited. At this moment, Kang Sanlang, who was working hard forging on a mountain, heard the faint shout but couldn't quite make out what it was. He paused his hammering and frowned slightly. Over the years, Kang Sanlang had not come down from the mountain for several years in pursuit of creating a transcendent weapon that could surpass the supreme Great Blade. This had become his lifelong pursuit and goal, because the impact from Ning had been too great for him. He also wanted to become a god-level blacksmith like Ning. However, when he perked up his ears and finally understood what Kang Shiro was shouting, he unhesitatingly put down his hammer, abandoned the half-finished weapon, and rushed down the mountain. At this moment, forging weapons was no longer the most important thing. The reunion with family was what he yearned for. Soon, Kang Sanlang also returned to Frost Moon Village. From a distance, he saw the familiar figure. Kuina was standing there with her sword. She had grown quite a bit taller and more beautiful, and her aura was significantly different from before. Her eyes sparkled with sharp light, and she exuded an undeniable presence. Clearly, her strength had far surpassed what it once was. Just as Kang Sanlang was walking forward, he witnessed a scene that left him dumbfounded. Kuina was engaged in an intense spar with Zoro. He saw Kuina effortlessly swing her sword, sending Zoro flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Zoro, unwilling to accept defeat, stood up, gripping his sword tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected Kuina to have become this strong. Kang Sanlang and Kang Shiro exchanged glances, both showing expressions of surprise. Kang Shiro couldn't help but exclaim. Kuina's swordsmanship has improved so quickly. It's truly astonishing. Kung Sanlang also nodded, filled with pride. It seemed that during this time, her training with Ning Chuan had indeed yielded significant results. Kung Sanlang whispered, a proud expression on his face. They had never imagined that their daughter would become so strong. If they had been the ones to teach Kuina, it would have been difficult for her to reach this level. Kang Shiro looked at Kuina in the arena, his heart filled with pride and gratification. As a father, seeing his daughter excel naturally fills him with immense pride. Watching Guina's progress makes him want to spar with his daughter. So he steps forward and says loudly, Guina, it seems you made quite a bit of progress. Come on, let your father see your true strength. Upon hearing her father's voice, Guina smiles slightly and nods. All right, father, but if you lose, you can't deny it. In the peaceful atmosphere of Frost Moon Village, the sword duel between Guina and Kang Shiro is in full swing. The father and daughter stand on a wide open space, the air thick with the oppressive feeling of intertwined sword energy. Kang Shiro, as a great swordsman, swings his heavy blade, each strike seemingly carrying the weight of a mountain. Powerful and forceful. Guina, on the other hand, stands firm as a mountain, her sword techniques ever-changing, with sword light streaking through the night sky like meteors, continuous and relentless. Come on, Guina, show me your full strength. Kang Shiro shouts, swinging his sword towards Guina, the sword energy surging like a mountain flood. A cold light flashes in Guina's eyes as she draws her sword without hesitation to meet it. Armament hockey surges, the sword trembling slightly, as her power bursts forth. A heavy sword energy collides with Kang Shiro's long sword, producing a deafening roar, the air warping instantly, and a powerful shockwave blows the surrounding trees askew. Kang Shiro sneers, applying even more force, as if he wants to cleave Guina in two with a single strike. However, Guina does not back down. Her gaze becomes even more resolute. Following that, her observation hockey, which can briefly foresee the future, erupts within her. It feels as if she can sense every subtle change in Kang Shiro's sword technique. Her figure flashes past, the sword light cutting through the air like a meteor, accurately striking Kang Shiro's sword. With a crisp sound, Kang Shiro's long sword is knocked away by Guina's strike. Sparks fly from the collision of the sharp blade against iron. The long sword falls to the ground, dust rising. Guina does not stop. She quickly retracts her sword, standing firm in midair, her gaze unwavering. Kang Shiro is momentarily stunned, his expression gradually turning to one of astonishment. Finally, as he reacts, a look of relief spreads across his face. Good, my daughter truly lives up to my expectations. Kang Shiro laughs heartily. Although he was defeated in swordsmanship, his heart is filled with pride and satisfaction at seeing his daughter surpass him in the way of the sword, reaching such a level. Guina smiles slightly, sheathed her sword, light sparkling in her eyes. Father, you flatter me. If you were also in the one-punch world, I believe your swordsmanship would improve rapidly as well. Nearby, Zoro stands in shock, his eyes filled with astonishment. He never imagined Guina could become so strong. She is really impressive, Zoro murmurs, filled with admiration. Guina's swordsmanship has surpassed his previous understanding, and it seems his own swordsmanship still has a long way to go. I need to work harder. I can't fall behind her. Just then, Ning Chuan walks over. He has watched the entire duel between the father and daughter. Ning Chuan realizes that Guina's swordsmanship has indeed improved significantly during this time. It seems her training in the Swordsmanship Association has yielded great results. Guina, well done. Ning Chuan approaches and praises softly, a hint of approval in his eyes. You have reached a very high level of swordsmanship. By the standards of this world, your swordsmanship has reached the level of a great swordsman. Guina looks at Ning Chuan, her bright eyes narrowing slightly. She is very happy to be praised by Ning Chuan. After praising Guina, Ning Chuan turns to Zoro. Zoro, do you want to become as strong as Guina? Hearing this, Zoro is momentarily taken aback. A hint of desire shows in his eyes. He grits his teeth and says firmly, of course. I want to become the strongest swordsman in the world. Ning Chuan nods with a smile. That's the spirit. Very well. Since you have such ambition, come with me. After saying this, he waves his hand to open a spatial door. Zoro is startled, then turns to look at the village behind him. He glances at his master Kang Shiro, and upon seeing Kang Shiro nod at him, Zoro takes a deep breath and steps confidently through the spatial door opened by Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan takes Zoro directly to Windmill Village and introduces him to Luffy and his brothers. explaining that this green-haired guy will also join them in their journey to the new world for training. Soon, the four guys of similar ages become a lively group, and the atmosphere is charged with energy. Ning Chuan pays no mind to their immediate brawl upon meeting. After all, he has other matters to attend to. He then opens another spatial door, heading directly to the Bar Thai restaurant on the sea to find Sanji. Over the past few years, Sanji's culinary skills and combat techniques have improved significantly, but due to not going out to sea, he has had to practice with the angel warriors stationed on the ship. His strength is somewhat lacking compared to Luffy and the others, but as a member of the main cast, he can influence Ning Chuan's integration into the pirate world. Ning Chuan plans to bring him along to join Luffy and the others in the One Punch world. After greeting Zeph, Ning Chuan sends Sanji off to Windmill Village. Next, Ning Chuan visits Syrup Village to find Usopp. In the end, Ning Chuan gathers all the members of the Straw Hat crew in Windmill Village. If Ning Chuan had not arrived in this world, these characters would have been the protagonists. However, the world has changed, and their fates have also shifted. To easily integrate the pirate world into himself, Ning Chuan prepares to send these individuals who can influence the world's consciousness away. Are you all ready? Ning Chuan stands before them, smiling as he asks. Next, we will go to a powerful world for training together. You will face a brand new challenge, but it will also be your opportunity to become stronger. The Straw Hat crew members nod in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Then let's go. Ning Chuan waves his hand, opening the spatial door to the One Punch world. Over there, Garp and the others are already ready to receive these newcomers. Ning Chuan believes that with Garp and the others around, he doesn't need to repeat the rules of the One Punch world. After sending them off, Ning Chuan returns to Frost Moon Village. He also sent Guayna and her family back to the One Punch world first, to prevent them from becoming factors that could influence the world as will. After doing all this, Ning Chuan directly began his main task. He prepared to merge the pirate world into his own body, along with the Demon Slayer world and the Titan world, to create a new world. As his spatial power quietly expanded, it began to spread throughout the entire pirate world. In that moment, the sky dimmed, and the air was filled with a heavy energy aura, as if all space was foretelling this great change. Ning Chuan slightly closed his eyes, silently concentrating. His consciousness focused entirely on his spatial power. He knew that this fusion would be a tremendous challenge. The pirate world, as a vast and complex world, had a volume larger than both the Titan world and the Demon Slayer world combined. Incorporating it into his body would be much more difficult than merging the Demon Slayer world and the Titan world. With a single thought, Ning Chuan's spatial power began to spread recklessly within the pirate world, as if an invisible thread was pulling the entire world. Every inch of land, every sea, and even every floating island was under Ning Chuan's control. The sky of the pirate world seemed to be torn apart, with violent fluctuations in space, starlight flickering, and swirling energy ravaging the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave swept through, and the entire pirate world seemed to undergo violent changes under Ning Chuan's control. Mountains and rivers trembled, oceans surged with huge waves, and all living beings in the pirate world seemed to sense some kind of anomaly. Those once familiar scenes suddenly became strange, as if entering a completely new dimension. However, Ning Chuan's state of mind remained extraordinarily calm, his gaze penetrating through layers of mist, observing the distant unknown. As his spatial power further expanded, the entire pirate world began to flow into Ning Chuan's body, as if a vast world was gradually merging into the depths of his endless spirit. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the entire world began to undergo a qualitative change. Finally, with the last wave of energy impact, the pirate world completely fused with Ning Chuan's body. Ning Chuan felt an unprecedented power surge into his body. That power was vast and complex, as if it contained the soul and essence of the entire pirate world. Ning Chuan slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied smile on his lips. The pirate world had successfully become a part of his body and a part of his power. But this was just the first step. Next, Ning Chuan began to merge the pirate world with the other two worlds in his body, the Demon Slayer world and the Titan world. This time, the process was relatively smooth, because these two worlds had previously interacted with Ning Chuan's body. Their fusion became more stable. Ning Chuan's consciousness quickly intervened. With his incredibly powerful spatial power and mastery over the world's essence, he easily merged the three worlds into a larger whole. When the final piece of the puzzle fit perfectly, Ning Chuan's body seemed to transform into a vast universe, encompassing three worlds that once existed independently but were now fused together. After the fusion ended, Ning Chuan once again felt the power of the world's essence. However, this time the power of the world's essence he felt was more than 10 times that from when he merged with the Titan world. 10 times the essence power. Ning Chuan murmured, feeling the fluctuations of power within him. Then he gently spoke, "System, begin the settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully accessing the power of the world's essence for 30 minutes, activating the 10,000-fold return system. Now, starting the cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 30,000 minutes of cultivation return for accessing the power of the world's essence. The host can now successfully use the power of the world's essence within the body." Hearing the system's voice, Ning Chuan was somewhat surprised. After merging with the pirate world, he was actually able to successfully use the power of the world's essence. This was quite unexpected. Since he could use the power of the world's essence, he wanted to see what this power truly was. To uncover the true nature of this power, Ning Chuan decided to conduct an experiment himself. He calmed his mind, gently moved his hands, and began to draw a small portion of the world's essence power from within him. Ning Chuan could feel that this energy seemed to possess endless vitality. Just a little bit allowed him to sense the intense changes it brought. At that moment, his senses seemed to break through the confines of space, and the scenes of the three worlds slowly unfolded before his eyes. Every corner, every inch of land, every living being's existence seemed to reflect in his heart. This power was not merely energy. It was a foundational power that could reshape the rules of the world, even create life and objects. It could almost grant him endless creative abilities, allowing him to conjure any existing entity from the three worlds out of thin air. He could create any type of devil fruit, even endowing it with all the abilities it originally possessed. Whether it was the versatile fruits or the powerful combat fruits, they could easily be birthed in his hands. Moreover, this power could even grant a person any of the three types of haki, instantly elevating their combat power to an extremely high level. Even more astonishing was that this power of the world's essence could also give rise to new entities. Ning Chuan realized that he could even create new bizarre insects or new demon king musicians. This power truly deserved to be called the power of the world's essence. Ning Chuan muttered to himself, a hint of astonishment flashing through his mind. Now, he needed to find a place to test my hypothesis. Soon, Ning Chuan returned to the One-Punch world and called Hancock to his office. Upon hearing that Ning Chuan wanted to see her, Hancock dashed into his office without any hesitation, wrapping herself around Ning Chuan like an octopus. Hey, Ning Chuan, you missed me, right? Let's get to business quickly." Hancock's words were cut off as Ning Chuan reached out to cover her mouth. "Hold on, let's do a little experiment," Ning Chuan said with a smile, then directly took out the portion of the world's essence power he had just drawn from within him. Then, under Hancock's astonished gaze, he directed this power of the world's essence onto her. This time, Ning Chuan intended to make a thorough change to Hancock's entire body. He infused the power of the world's essence into Hancock, directly erasing the side effects of her sweet fruit. The moment Ning Chuan erased the devil fruit side effects, Hancock immediately felt a warm power flowing within her body. At that moment, it seemed as if a shackle binding her disappeared. But Ning Chuan's actions did not stop there. He began using the power of the world's essence to remove the limitation that only one devil fruit could exist within Hancock's body. Hancock once again felt the disappearance of a shackle inside her. Just as Hancock was filled with confusion and wanted to ask Ning Chuan what was going on, she suddenly heard a voice that surprised her greatly. "Hancock, you still have a lot of the world's original power within you. What devil fruit abilities do you want? Just pick a dozen or so." "Hancock, pick a dozen devil fruit abilities?" For a moment, Hancock was shocked by Ning Chuan's words. When did devil fruit abilities become something that could be casually chosen like vegetables in a market? And to pick more than 10 at once? Wasn't it said that each devil fruit user could only gain one ability at most? Looking at Hancock's puzzled expression, Ning Chuan smiled and placed his hands on Hancock's waist, explaining everything that had just happened to her. After listening, Hancock's face showed an expression of shock. Ning Chuan now possessed such powerful abilities, far beyond her imagination. "How about I let you choose some nature-type devil fruits and phantom beast-type fruits?" As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, Hancock felt as if many special abilities had suddenly appeared within her. Before she could try using these abilities, Ning Chuan's large hand directly climbed to Hancock's peak, and the two began to battle in the office. A day later, Hancock surrendered and took a few days off, stating she could not perform hero tasks for the time being. Ning Chuan, on the other hand, walked out of the office feeling refreshed. As the assistant, Robin watched Ning Chuan come out of the office looking invigorated. For some reason, a faint blush suddenly appeared on her face. "Robin, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Hearing Ning Chuan's voice startled Robin. "And no, it's nothing. It's good if there's nothing wrong. If there's any problem you can't solve, just let me know. By the way, how has Wolf been lately?" Upon hearing Ning Chuan's question, Robin hurriedly told him everything that had happened recently in the One Punch world. The Wolf had begun to act, targeting heroes. However, his growth was much slower than in the original plot. More importantly, the Wolf had encountered many heroes from the Multiverse Hero Association. He had been slashed by Shanks, punched by Garp, and shaken by Whitebeard. If Ning Chuan hadn't instructed everyone to hold back, the Wolf would have been taken down long ago. His slow progress was entirely due to the fact that he spent 2/3 of his time recovering from injuries. After understanding the news about the Wolf, Ning Chuan asked another question. "Have you contacted Dr. Casino, who is behind Genos? Is he interested in joining our Multiverse Hero Association?" Upon hearing Ning Chuan change the topic, Robin quickly replied, "We have already made contact, and he himself has agreed to join our Multiverse Hero Association. Vegapunk and the others have already set up a laboratory for Dr. Casino." Seeing everything progressing smoothly, Ning Chuan was very satisfied. "I have to go out and get busy. Why come back next time? Come to my office." After speaking, Ning Chuan directly opened a spatial door and continued into the world's space, starting to search for a small world that he could merge with. However, after he left, Robin stood in place, blushing and dazed for a long time. "You want me to go to the office? How embarrassing." After entering the world space, Ning Chuan quickly chose a new world that didn't have such strong original power, but was suitable for him to merge with. "I'll choose you as the next world to merge." Without hesitation, Ning Chuan passed through the spatial door and entered this new world. As the spatial door closed, his body fell from the air. A few seconds later, he landed steadily on a vast expanse of snow. Snowflakes danced in the air, the cold wind was biting, and everything around was silent. Another snowy place? But what kind of world is this? He needed to find someone to ask for clarification. A smile appeared at the corner of Ning Chuan's mouth as he began to walk forward, simultaneously expanding his observation haki to locate where the human gathering was in this world. Soon, he noticed a figure approaching him from not far away. This figure was coming very quickly. Ning Chuan assessed the strength of the incoming person. They likely had the strength of an S-Class hero from the Multiverse Hero Association, or perhaps even above most S-Class heroes, with blue hair and eyebrows, plus a white uniform. This looked so familiar. Just as Ning Chuan was pondering who this person was, suddenly, a voice filled with anger reached his ears. "Intruder, D." Ning Chuan was taken aback and quickly looked up, only to see a figure swiftly pouncing towards him. The person was the woman he had just seen with his observation haki. "I remember now. She should be his death, right?" Ning Chuan smiled as he spoke her name. Looking at this woman with a glint of killing intent in her eyes, he finally realized where he had arrived. He had come to the world of Akame Ga Kill. The young woman before him was not only the ruler of this snowy land, but also the most powerful force in this world. The youngest general of the empire, Isteth. Isteth stopped in her tracks, coldly staring at Ning Chuan. Her gaze carried an extremely powerful pressure that almost solidified the air around them. "You recognize me, but still won't surrender. You truly are an intruder." "Intruder? How do you want to die in my hands?" Her voice was as cold as ice and snow, as if frost covered the entire world. However, soon after, Isteth, after carefully examining Ning Chuan from afar, suddenly lost the fierce look on her face, instead showing a strange smile. Her tone was a mix of peculiar coldness and excitement. "You're quite handsome. Killing you would be a shame. Instead of killing you, why not keep you as my pet?" Ning Chuan was taken aback. He didn't expect this cold woman to say such a thing. However, recalling Isteth's sadistic personality, Ning Chuan found it understandable that she would say something like this. "You want to keep me as a pet? Even if you mastered the Ice Emperor's equipment, it wouldn't work." Hearing Ning Chuan's mockery, a playful light flashed in Isteth's eyes. She seemed unfazed by Ning Chuan's words and became even more excited. As the strongest of the empire, she was confident she could capture this young and handsome guy. After all, Ning Chuan was the first man in her life that she wanted to possess. "Since you're so confident, then I'll test your abilities. But let's make it clear first, if you lose, you have to be my pet." Her voice was cold, yet carried a hint of mockery. "So can I understand it this way? If you lose, you will become my servant?" As soon as Ning Chuan's words fell, a furious voice erupted from his death. Then you must first win against me. Isteth's figure suddenly moved, her entire being lunging towards Ning Chuan like ice and snow. A massive ice sword formed in her hand in an instant, and a chilling aura swept over, as if the air around them had completely frozen at that moment. She swung the ice sword, the blade slicing through the air, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness, directly aiming to cut down Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled disdainfully. Faced with Isteth's attack, he showed no signs of panic. He merely waved his hand lightly, and the power of the frozen fruit within him erupted instantly. A powerful, icy force surged forth, causing the surrounding snow to tremble slightly. Oomph! Playing with ice and snow in front of me, Isteth sneered and immediately increased the intensity of her attack. Her ice emperor tool was unleashed to its fullest extent in her hands. The surrounding space instantly crystallized into a field of ice, and her attack made the entire ground seem as if it had frozen solid. The airflow around Ning Chuan began to grow rapidly colder. Yet, he did not take a single step back. Instead, he charged directly into the chilling wave. Almost in the next instant, Ning Chuan found himself encased in a thick layer of solid ice. Little brother, it seems you're going to become my plaything. However, as soon as her words fell, the solid ice around Ning Chuan suddenly began to crack on its own. Seeing this scene, Isteth immediately halted her advance, her face displaying a shocked expression, and she instantly retreated several dozen meters. Isteth was momentarily stunned, but soon, her smile grew even more radiant. As expected of the pet chosen by my sister. Not simple at all, but my ice emperor tool is not so easily broken. Emperor tool, Demon God Manifestation. Essence of evil. This time, Isteth held nothing back. She directly unleashed the full power of her emperor tool. In an instant, the temperature around them plummeted to above zero, as if the surroundings had turned into a frozen hell. In fact, I'm also quite skilled at playing with ice. Ning Chuan looked at the serious Isteth and revealed a faint smile. Ice Age. At this moment, Ning Chuan also directly activated the full power of the frozen fruit. Almost in an instant, a large amount of solid ice rapidly spread outward from Ning Chuan, covering the surroundings. Seeing that Ning Chuan could also wield ice powers, Isteth felt a sense of incredulity. The Emperor tool was supposed to be singular. Why could this boy in front of her also use the power of her Emperor tool? An ice wall appeared in front of Isteth in an instant. Following that, a terrifying icy force began to release from Isteth, centered around her. The powers of her Emperor tool and Ning Chuan's frozen fruit collided with each other. For a moment, they seemed to be at a stalemate. But this was merely a surface-level stalemate. In reality, Isteth had already felt the immense pressure bearing down on her. She had a vague feeling that she might be on the verge of defeat. I am Isteth. How can I lose so easily? Isteth steeled her resolve and decided to go all out against Ning Chuan. She was unwilling to be defeated by a little person without a name. Ice Storm General. Isteth snapped her fingers in an instant. The next moment, numerous ice knights surged forth from the countless ice crystals around them. These knights formed a formidable legion, charging towards Ning Chuan's position. Isteth knew that these ice knights would not be Ning Chuan's match, but her purpose was simply to use these ice knights to temporarily hold Ning Chuan back. This way, she would have the opportunity to unleash even stronger abilities. Ning Chuan seemed to have seen through Isteth's intentions. He spoke softly. You want to freeze time and space? That might work for others, but it's useless against me. I advise you to give up early and obediently become my maid. Isteth did not expect that her trump card would be anticipated before she even unleashed it. But things had already reached this point. Even though she guessed she might lose to Ning Chuan, she was still prepared to fight one last time. If you can truly withstand this move, then how about becoming my maid? Mokabatmo. With Isteth's furious roar, she fully unleashed the power of her Ice Emperor tool. The temperature around them rapidly dropped to freezing point, as if time and space had been completely frozen. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed on Ning Chuan, and everything around her became eerily silent, as if entering a realm devoid of time. Even every snowflake in the air was frozen into ice crystals by her power. Quietly suspended in midair, under her Emperor tool, the temperature plummeted sharply, and everything around seemed to be oppressed by the powerful ice and snow. Even the light became indistinct. Seeing this scene, a satisfied smile appeared on Isteth's face, as if she had touched the edge of victory. She took a slow step forward, her light steps extraordinarily conspicuous in this frozen world. She held a glimmering ice knife in her hand, with a momentum that seemed capable of cutting and freezing everything at any moment. She approached Ning Chuan, her eyes filled with intense emotion. In her ice-blue eyes was an uncontrollable affection and the joy of a victor. After so many years, Isteth had finally found an opponent worth her admiration. The Ning Chuan before her seemed to be the one who could make her go all out and awaken her true desires. You lost. So come be my pet. I will love you well, she whispered, her tone cold yet unable to hide a faint emotional wave. She stood before Ning Chuan, ready to announce her victory. Isteth raised her ice knife, preparing to wake Ning Chuan from his frozen state. However, just as she was about to deliver the final blow, Ning Chuan's figure suddenly moved. He smiled slightly, slowly raised his hand, and grasped Isteth's ice knife in his hand, seemingly unaffected by Isteth's time-freezing ability. In that moment, Isteth's heartbeat seemed to pause for a second. Shock and confusion appeared in her ice-blue eyes. She had never expected Ning Chuan to remain so calm and composed under such circumstances. I told you, Ning Chuan's voice rang out leisurely, filled with ease and confidence. Your move can't freeze me. This time it's you who lost. So, according to our agreement, shouldn't you call me master now? Isteth's gaze was still filled with unwillingness and stubbornness. She did not want to admit defeat, even when facing a stronger opponent. Even when Ning Chuan's power far exceeded her imagination. As the youngest general of the empire, she had never bowed her head and would never tolerate failure. However, under Ning Chuan's relaxed and calm demeanor, Isteth gradually felt an irresistible pressure. Still unwilling to surrender? Or do you think you still have a chance to turn the tables? Ning Chuan ignored the look of defiance in Isteth's eyes and continued to look at her calmly. The air was filled with a sense of oppression, and Ning Chuan's aura suddenly changed. A powerful and deep presence began to spread. Then let me show you the gap between us again. A faint smile appeared on Ning Chuan's lips as he released his overwhelming conqueror's haki. In that instant, the powerful sense of pressure surged like roaring waves. Isteth felt an almost unbearable heavy force pressing directly on her heart. Her body trembled slightly, and for the first time, a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. The feeling of being crushed by countless mountains forced her to lower her head, completely powerless to resist. Her body was unconsciously overwhelmed by the conqueror's haki, leaving her with almost no strength to stand. Ning Chuan gently raised a hand, instantly compressing the conqueror's haki to the tip of his fingers. The next moment, the terrifying haki shot out from Ning Chuan's hand like a bullet, striking Isteth's forehead. Her vision instantly blurred, her consciousness became chaotic, and her body could no longer maintain a standing posture. Just as her vision began to darken, Ning Chuan gently supported her body and held her in his arms. What a stubborn girl. However, I'm looking forward to seeing how you change from a sadistic personality to a masochistic one. When Isteth woke up, she found herself in a familiar environment. This was the Empire's command center in the northern frontier. She was wearing pajamas, quietly lying on the bed. She frowned and scanned her surroundings with a vigilant gaze, until her eyes landed on Ning Chuan, who was standing aside. You actually dared to bring me into the Empire's barracks? And where are my clothes? Isteth's voice carried a hint of anger, but more so, it was shock. She couldn't believe that Ning Chuan had the audacity to bring her directly into the military. What was even more frightening was that she didn't even know how she was brought here. Ning Chuan smiled calmly, his voice steady but filled with confidence. You are now my maid. Why would you be afraid? Your belongings are mine. His tone held no coercion, but the calmness made it difficult for Isteth to refute. Isteth was stunned, seemingly unable to react for a moment. However, she quickly recalled the bet she had made with Ning Chuan during their earlier fight. Isteth began to feel a bit scared. After all, as a super sadist, she usually took pleasure in tormenting others. Yet now, she had become someone else's maid, the one being tormented. This left her feeling somewhat at a loss, with a complex mix of emotions swirling in her heart. She frowned slightly, pursing her lips, seemingly reluctant to admit this reality. Even her pride was touched. Isteth took a deep breath, trying to remain calm, despite the strong aversion in her heart. She couldn't find a reason to refuse. She raised her head and looked at Ning Chuan's handsome face. Deep down, a voice seemed to tell her that perhaps this wasn't such a bad thing after all. What? Don't you want to admit it? It doesn't matter. You will gradually adapt. Ning Chuan seemed to sense her hesitation. He didn't rush to pressure her, but changed the subject, casually saying, As my maid, I can give you a reward. What ability would you like as a reward? I can give you a power that is not inferior to the imperial tools you possess. He spoke with an easy tone, as if suggesting this reward held no pressure at all. Isteth paused. The coldness in her eyes softened slightly. Her gaze flickered, and she began to consider what Ning Chuan had said. This suggestion seemed simple, yet it held great temptation. First death, a new ability, meant she could become stronger than she was now. Moreover, Ning Chuan's tone showed no sign of joking. She lowered her head slightly, starting to think seriously. Although she still couldn't fully accept becoming what Ning Chuan referred to as a maid, she realized that Ning Chuan's abilities had far exceeded her imagination. What kind of ability can you give me? Isdeth asked softly, her tone carrying a hint of imperceptible probing. Smack! Ning Chuan slapped her on the butt. Even when he delivered that slap, he used the power of hockey. A wave of pain began to spread across Isdeth's body. The pain wasn't too intense, nor was it overly obvious, but it was a continuous pain, making Isdeth restless for a moment. Don't forget your identity. You should now call me Master. I'll give you a chance to ask again. A smile appeared on Ning Chuan's lips. It seemed that training Isdeth was a very interesting thing for him. Master, what kind of ability can you give me? Isdeth's face was very flushed at this moment. She awkwardly repeated her earlier question. Ning Chuan seemed to have anticipated her response, smiling slightly and casually saying, Wind, fire, lightning, light, lava, and other natural powers. Choose any one. No matter which ability you choose, I can guarantee that it will be as powerful as the imperial tools you possess. Hearing this, Isdeth stood frozen in place. She didn't expect that Ning Chuan would give her so many choices. Moreover, in Ning Chuan's words, it seemed that each of these abilities was not inferior to the power provided by the imperial tools. Master. This time, calling him Master was clearly much smoother than before. However, it could also be because Isdeth was momentarily unable to choose from the abilities available to her. Unable to choose for a moment? Then let me help you. Since you already have ice abilities, let us give you a fire ability next. TSK. The combination of ice and fire sounds quite good. For some reason, Isdeth suddenly felt that there was a hint of mischief in Ning Chuan's words, especially when he said the combination of ice and fire. However, Ning Chuan did not give Isdeth any time to think. He directly extracted a small amount of the world's original power and gently pressed it against Isdeth's chest. In the next moment, that power entered her body. Isdeth felt a wave of scorching energy spread from her chest throughout her entire body. Moments later, she sensed an unprecedented strength filling her being. It was a power completely opposite to that of the imperial tools. She tried to harness this newly acquired energy, and a roaring flame erupted from her body, illuminating the entire room in an instant. Isdeth was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at the flames bursting from within her. She had never experienced such a sensation. The flames were entirely different from the ice power she had controlled with the imperial tools. The ice power required her to touch the imperial tools to trigger it. But this flame's power seemed to come from her own body. Isdeth stood there, stunned for several seconds. Only when she realized it was not an illusion did she finally regain her composure. Master, what is this ability? Isdeth looked at Ning Chuan in shock. She felt the power of the flames within her, realizing that this power was not only powerful, but also incredibly easy to control. It was even more effortless than using the imperial tools. It was as if this power had already merged with her. This was the power of the flame fruit. However, there are some drawbacks to this power, such as being able to use only one type temporarily, and you can no longer swim in the sea. Of course, regarding the subsequent limitations, if you perform well, I will consider unlocking them for you or granting you more abilities. Hearing this, Isdeth's eyes suddenly lit up. You can grant me other abilities? Each ability like that of the flame fruit? Isdeth gradually became excited. She began to truly realize that being by Ning Chuan's side might not be a bad thing. Ning Chuan's power was so strong that he could even bestow her such abilities. Perhaps with his help, she could become stronger, even surpassing her former self. Maybe becoming a maid as powerful as her master is a good choice. Isdeth did not notice that her heart was slowly beginning to change. What plans does the master have next? Isdeth still did not understand Ning Chuan's purpose, so she boldly asked. My purpose? Ning Chuan replied calmly. I want to collect all the imperial tools and capture everyone related to them. Isdeth frowned slightly at these words, a hint of shock passing through her gaze. Collect all the imperial tools? She repeated, clearly shocked by Ning Chuan's plan. After pondering for a moment, she continued, Master, your goal of collecting all the imperial tools is very difficult. Just in the hands of the Empire, there are quite a few imperial tools. If you want to collect them all, you will have to become enemies with the Empire. The Empire's military strength is formidable with many experts. Once we oppose the Empire, it will be very difficult to win easily. Ning Chuan did not rush to refute her. He quietly looked at Isdeth and smiled as he spoke. In that case, Let's directly attack the empire. His words were like thunder, leaving Isdeth stunned in place. First, we take down the king of the empire, and then, with the king's orders, we can quickly gather most of the imperial tools. As for the imperial tools in the hands of those resistance organizations, that will be even easier. Aren't they trying to overthrow this country? Sooner or later, they will come to us. We just need to wait for them quietly and then take them down. After hearing Ning Chuan's entire plan, Isdeth's expression changed several times in an instant. A glint of disbelief flashed in her eyes. She could hardly believe that Ning Chuan dared to propose such a plan. The first step was to directly challenge the empire's rule and attack the capital. Do you really plan to attack the empire? Isdeth's voice trembled slightly, mixed with a hint of excitement. At this moment, a rebellious aspect within her seemed to be awakening. Ning Chuan nodded, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. It's just a mortal empire. We can take it down. Isdeth, remember, don't care who you are against. We just need to accomplish our goal. You can do it. I'll back you up. The confidence in Ning Chuan's words left Isdeth momentarily stunned, her heart filled with shock. Start preparing. The sooner, the better. A few days later, Isdeth began to take action. To prove her loyalty to Ning Chuan, she used all means necessary to move towards the goals set by Ning Chuan. Isdeth quietly gathered her army at night, secretly eliminating those mid-level commanders loyal to the empire. Her methods were ruthless and efficient, without any hesitation. Those commanders and their confidants were swiftly slain by her hands. Under Isdeth's actions, the entire military structure stationed in the northern region underwent a drastic change. The forces loyal to the empire were completely wiped out, leaving only those loyal to Isdeth. She then led these troops south towards the empire's capital. Isdeth's army quickly assembled, their blades aimed directly at the empire's capital. As the core of this entire operation, she was like a sharp blade piercing the heart of the empire. This action was not just for Ning Chuan's plan. It was also an unprecedented action in her own life. As a loyal general of the empire, she had always devoted herself to it. However, now she was betraying the country she once served in this manner. She was no longer the loyal minister who repeatedly received orders from the empire. Instead, she had become a general who would do anything to pursue her own goals. The Northern Army marched south. The garrison forces near the capital were no match for this army that had been stationed in the northern region for years. The army swept through, eliminating all forces that dared to obstruct their advance. In less than 2 days, they were almost at the foot of the royal city. General, we will arrive at the capital tomorrow. Isdeth's adjutant approached her with a nervous yet excited expression. Very good. Isdeth nodded slightly, a hint of madness flickering in her eyes. Prepare everything. Once we enter the capital, directly seize the royal palace and capture the king. After giving her orders, Isdeth turned to Ning Chuan beside her. Master, do you have any orders? Isdeth and all her soldiers will follow your commands. Ning Chuan lifted Isdeth's chin with his hand and whispered, Let's start the siege tomorrow. You and I will go capture the king. The northern army was like a sharp blade, silently piercing through the heart of the empire. Isdeth's army had already launched a fierce assault on the royal city. Ning Chuan stood beside Isdeth, calmly observing the battlefield ahead. However, his goal was not to destroy the empire's rule, but to take the opportunity to gather those who possessed imperial weapons and capture them all at once. To achieve this, the most crucial step was to control the king of the empire and force all imperial weapon users to act according to his orders. During the fierce siege, Ning Chuan and Isdeth took advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the palace. Their movements were as silent as ghosts, quickly approaching their target. Once inside the palace, Ning Chuan and Isdeth headed straight into the depths of the royal palace. Along the way, it was mostly Isdeth who took action. Her power ran rampant in the palace. As a dual-element user of ice and fire, her abilities left the enemies with nowhere to escape. With her ice imperial weapon intertwined with the power of flames, each swing of her hand unleashed a disaster of ice and fire. The palace guards hardly had any chance to resist, collapsing one by one in brutal deaths. The air was filled with the chill of ice and the heat of flames. Ning Chuan watched all of this calmly, not making a move. Master, ahead is where the emperor rests. Isdeth quickly analyzed their target based on her memory of the palace's layout. The two moved swiftly, facing almost no obstacles, quickly approaching the inner hall of the palace. Meanwhile, Minister Onest had already sensed something was amiss. When Isdeth's army was about to invade the royal capital, he had already noticed her intent to rebel. After hearing the sounds of fierce battle coming from the palace, he immediately protected the young emperor and restrained his movements to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Quick, be ready to activate the Empire's supreme, throne imperial weapon. Minister One's voice was laced with urgency and anger. Faced with his death as betrayal, he clearly had foreseen this. In front of the Empire's throne, he quickly made a decision to activate the Empire's most powerful imperial weapon, the Supreme Throne. This mech represented the strongest military force of the Empire. Wrapped in a blue-purple glow, its form grand and imposing, radiating an overwhelming aura. Once this mech was activated, it would be enough to deal with any intruder. However, One's anxiety did not last long. With Ning Chuan and Isteth's entrance, the atmosphere of the palace changed instantly. Isteth's figure appeared before the minister like a specter. Her eyes sparkled with disdain and coldness, and the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, showing a hint of provocation. Minister Onest, it seems you are ready. Will you surrender directly, or shall I beat you into submission? She scoffed, her steps elegant yet commanding. Isteth, you dare betray the Empire? Minister Onest shouted angrily, his eyes burning with rage. You even dare to personally lead troops into the palace. It's simply unforgivable. You are a traitor to the nation. Isteth's gaze was cold, her expression showing no signs of wavering. I am no longer the loyal general of the Empire, she said slowly. Now, I am Lord Ning Chuan's servant, and my loyalty lies solely with him. Her voice was deep, yet carried an undeniable authority. Minister Onest was stunned, his gaze instantly frozen. He never expected that the usually proud Isteth would admit to being a servant of an unknown little brat. It was utterly ridiculous. Damn traitor. You will pay for your actions. Your Majesty, activate the supreme imperial weapon and let them witness its power. Minister Onest cursed angrily, turning around in a fit of rage to directly issue commands to the young emperor. Seeing that Onest was prepared to resist to the end, Isteth had no intention of holding back. Since you insist on this, then you shall die. Isteth simultaneously manipulated her dual powers of ice and fire, her form rushing towards Onest, ready to deliver a fatal blow. However, just as she was about to strike, the entire palace hall suddenly shook. Then, with a thunderous roar, the entire palace shattered apart. The supreme throne imperial weapon beneath the throne erupted in a dazzling light. Its massive form rose slowly from beneath the throne, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, its towering limbs unfolding to block Minister Onest's path. Clearly, the young emperor controlling the mech was indicating that if anyone wanted to attack Minister Onest, they would first have to step over him. This mech was the most powerful among all imperial weapons. However, the current operator of this mech was just a child and could not unleash its full power. It's not the Supreme Throne at its peak. I have a chance to win. The Supreme Throne, with its gigantic blue-purple mech, stood majestically, nearly overshadowing the entire palace skyline. As the machine's engines roared to life, accompanied by a tremendous booming sound, the massive mech's limbs moved, seemingly distorting the surrounding air. Yet, despite this imperial weapon harboring the Empire's strongest military force, Isteth was not afraid. She knew full well that although the Supreme Throne was powerful, it was far from reaching its full potential. After all, the one controlling this imperial weapon was the young emperor. In that moment, Isteth decisively charged towards the colossal mech. Her speed was as swift as lightning, her figure weaving through the intertwining ice and fire. With each step, trails of ice crystals and flames crossed through the air, as if the entire space was being dominated by her ice and fire powers. Without hesitation, she launched a fierce attack on the Supreme Throne. The forces of frost and flames erupted simultaneously, wildly rushing towards the core of the mech. But facing this mech, Isteth understood that she had to give it her all. The Supreme Throne's armor was made of the most solid materials. Isteth's attacks only left slight scratches on its surface, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Worse still, the energy cannons inside the mech were already prepared. A fierce laser beam shot out from the shoulder of the Supreme Throne, instantly slicing through the air and hitting Isteth's body. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the skies, and a powerful wave of energy spread out, nearly destroying half of the surrounding royal city. The blast shockwave surged forward, and Isteth was violently slammed against the palace wall by the immense force. Her expression changed. She activated her elementalization ability of the Flame Fruit, her entire body instantly becoming transparent and ethereal, as if transformed into countless particles of flames. In an instant, she dodged the second round of energy attacks launched by the Supreme Throne. The elementalization ability of fire allowed her to evade fatal damage. That was close. Isdeth couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Indeed, she underestimated the power of the strongest imperial tool. Fortunately, she had the ability granted by Lord Ning, allowing her to avoid damage through elementalization. However, at this moment, Isdeth's expression grew even darker. That damn guy! How dare he make me lose face in front of my master? Unforgivable! Isdeth growled, her eyes filled with murderous intent and rage that seemed ready to swallow everything. Her ice and fire abilities erupted once more, intertwining into two massive forces that charged directly towards the core of the Supreme Throne. Her body transformed into flames again, quickly breaking through the mech's defenses and rushing towards the throne's interior. But the mech's protection system remained formidable. Despite Isdeth's ice and fire attacks reaching near perfection, she still failed to destroy the giant imperial tool. Its metallic shell was covered in frost, shimmering with cold light, as if it could withstand any blow. Isdeth let out a roar, concentrating all her power and directly unleashing the imperial tool's strongest ability. Montak ka'i bote montak. Almost in an instant, the entire space fell into a freeze of time and space. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, and even the flow of air slowed. Isdeth's ice and fire powers began to gather frantically. The surrounding space twisted and froze under her control, ultimately forming an unimaginable powerful force. Her body seemed to become a chain of time. The flow of time completely halted, and she became the only existence that could move. Great Flame Emperor, a massive fireball condensed in her hand, containing terrifying high-temperature energy. Taking advantage of the moment when the Supreme Throne was frozen, she aimed at its core and fiercely smashed the giant fireball down. Boom! The explosion shockwave nearly shook the entire imperial capital. The powerful shockwave shattered the outer shell of the Supreme Throne, revealing part of the mech's core. The position of the young emperor was now exposed right in front of Isdeth. However, in just an instant, the part destroyed by Isdeth had already been successfully repaired. Isdeth was only one step away from grabbing the young emperor, controlling the Supreme Throne. Damn it, just a little more. Isdeth gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Just as she was about to try again, she suddenly felt a wave of weakness. She had used too much power from the Imperial Tool and the Burning Fruit, and now she was unexpectedly a bit drained. How could this happen at this moment? Isdeth glanced at the mech, which was continuously repairing itself, and let out a helpless sigh. She had only been in contact with the Burning Fruit for too short time. If she were given more time to master the limits of the fruit and plan her usage, perhaps she could really take down the Supreme Throne. At that moment, a terrifying laser shot towards Isdeth. Just as she was about to use her last ounce of strength to elementalize and evade the damage, a voice rang in her ear. "You are still too hasty. You had a chance to win, but you will be punished after this is over." Ning smiled as he appeared behind Isdeth, suddenly wrapping one arm around her waist. The powerful sensation instantly gave her a warm sense of security. Watch closely, this is how the Burning Fruit is used. Flame World Descent. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying heat erupted from his hand. The power of the Burning Fruit, under Ning Chuan's control, displayed an unprecedented terrifying might. The temperature in his palm surged instantly, scorching flames flowing from his fingertips, almost igniting the surrounding air. That heat far exceeded Isdeth's imagination. She once thought she had mastered the essence of fire, but after seeing Ning Chuan's flames, she finally understood what fire truly was. Isdeth gasped in shock. The flames before her were dazzling, seemingly swallowing the entire space. The massive fireball shot out, striking directly at the core of the Supreme Throne. The temperature emitted by the fireball nearly reached its limit. The air twisted violently in that instant, and the flames surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the entire mech. Boom! With a loud bang, the Supreme Throne was immediately surrounded by the searing flames. The intense heat caused the metal shell of the mech to twist and melt under the severe temperature difference. Ning Chuan's flames were like a raging sea of fire, mercilessly consuming everything. In a moment, the giant mech of the Imperial Tool was left in ruins. The outer shell continued to melt, and molten metal dripped like rain, producing a chilling sound. Isdeth stood there in stunned silence. She had never seen such terrifying flames, and she had never controlled the power of the Burning Fruit like this. Seeing this scene, a sense of admiration and reverence surged in her heart. She quickly recovered from her shock, her eyes filled with endless respect for Ning Chuan's formidable strength. As expected of my master, with just one move, he easily resolved this supreme imperial tool. Before she could finish her thought, Ning Chuan had already turned away from the impending collapse of the Imperial tool. Soon, the wreckage of the mech began to crumble, and the flames continued to consume all the debris, until the last piece of metal in the mech melted away in Ning Chuan's flames. "It's done," Ning Chuan said nonchalantly, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a cold glint. At this point, the entire palace had turned into ruins due to the previous explosion and the fluctuations of the flames. Even the clouds in the sky had been scattered. As the battle subsided, Ning Chuan's gaze quickly locked onto the young emperor hiding nearby. With a gentle thought, Ning Chuan's power acted like an invisible hand, instantly grabbing the emperor who was concealed inside the supreme throne. The young emperor's face turned pale, his eyes filled with fear and panic. He never expected to lose so inexplicably. Meanwhile, on the other side of the palace, Minister Wunist realized something was wrong and planned to take advantage of the chaos to escape with the emperor. But Ning Chuan had already seen through his intentions. With a slight smile, Ning Chuan activated his telekinesis, firmly grasping Wunist's movements. "Want to run?" Ning Chuan's voice was like the whisper of death, carrying an undeniable pressure. Minister Wunist suddenly trembled, trying to break free, but he found his body suddenly stiffening, as if bound tightly by an invisible force. Just as he struggled desperately, Ning Chuan's telekinesis wrapped around him like iron chains, firmly controlling him, rendering him unable to move an inch no matter how hard he struggled. "Please, spare me." Minister Wunist's face instantly turned pale, his eyes filled with despair. "You can have anything you want from me, wealth, women, everything you desire." Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Chuan let out a cold laugh and increased his telekinetic power, instantly twisting Minister Orinus' entire body into a pretzel shape. Ah! Minister Orinus let out a painful scream and died just like that. With this, the hidden hand controlling the entire empire had been dealt with. The power of the empire successfully fell into Ning Chuan's hands. Standing amidst the ruins, Ning Chuan looked down at the scene before him. The young emperor was completely under his control. The supreme imperial artifact had been confiscated, and Minister Orinus' corpse lay silently to the side. As for his death, she was calmly holding her sword against the young emperor's neck, showing no mercy. The young emperor was clearly terrified, having lost all resistance. He collapsed to the ground, his legs weak, eyes filled with fear, and due to overwhelming terror, he even left a wet stain on his clothes. The strong smell of urine permeated the air, making everything around seem more ironic and absurd. His death coldly smiled, showing no compassion, her eyes only reflecting loyalty to Ning Chuan and a ruthless enjoyment of the power in her hands. She slightly pressed her sword, the cold metal touching the emperor's skin, causing him to tremble in terror. "If you dare to move, I'll finish you off immediately," Isdeth said with a hint of mockery. The young emperor had never seen such a scene before. He was so scared that he couldn't utter a word. However, Ning Chuan did not care whether Isdeth was bullying the young emperor. At that moment, his attention was completely drawn to the supreme imperial artifact. The power of this artifact intrigued him greatly. It was quite a formidable weapon. Ning Chuan had already made plans in his mind. Once he returned, he could let King, a gaming expert from the one-punch world, try to control this supreme imperial artifact. The artifact could not unleash its power in the young emperor's hands, but in someone else's hands, it might explode with incredible force. This artifact is not bad. Let's put it away for now. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chuan directly opened the Go-Go world and stored the supreme imperial artifact into his world. In the next moment, the energy emitted by the artifact instantly vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. Then, Ning Chuan turned to the young emperor and coldly commanded, "Now, if you want to live, you'd better obey my orders." As soon as these words were spoken, the young emperor immediately nodded his head. "I will obey your orders. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." The young emperor's reaction made Ning Chuan very satisfied. He then directly issued an order. "Now issue a command for all the imperial artifact users in the empire to gather at the palace. Have them come to protect you personally." Okay. I will issue the command right away." The young emperor didn't care about the consequences of this order. To survive, he executed Ning Chuan's command without hesitation. Soon, the order was issued. The news of Minister Orinus' death and the emperor being in danger quickly spread throughout the imperial capital. The imperial artifact users who received the order became tense. They were momentarily stunned to receive an order from the emperor, as it had always been Minister Orinus who gave them commands. This was the first time they received an order from the emperor. Then, they began to recall all the information they had received. Based on their judgment, Minister Orinus had already died in the palace. Moreover, it seemed that Isdeth's northern army had also betrayed the empire and was attacking outside. Thinking of this, the Imperial artifact users' hearts wavered. Some even began to have special thoughts. They knew Isteth's strength. If given a chance, they did not want to face the Empire's strongest and most ruthless general. Some had even started to consider switching sides and pledging allegiance to Isteth. However, there were still some loyal ministers. After receiving the order, they rushed back to the palace immediately. General Bud was one of them. After receiving the order, he did not hesitate for long. He was very rigid and absolutely loyal to the Emperor. He had never looked down upon working with Minister Orinist. As a commander of the Imperial Guard, he quickly led his troops back to the palace after receiving the news. He had a premonition that the Emperor might be in danger, and all of this seemed to have a direct relationship with his death. Bud's premonition was not incorrect. As soon as he stepped into the palace, he saw his death standing amidst the ruins, coldly observing, surrounded by the fallen bodies of the Imperial Guards. The air was filled with the scent of flames and frost, the powers of ice and fire intertwining in the air, casting a deathly silence over the entire palace. Isteth. Bud glared at Isteth, angrily asking, "Where's the Emperor?" Isteth's gaze was cold and unyielding. "The Emperor is now my prisoner. If you want to see him, you must hand over your Imperial artifact, Thunder God S. Wrath Adamir." Upon hearing this, Bud's heart sank. It seemed Isteth was here waiting for him for the sake of the artifact. "Isteth, you are betraying the Empire." Bud roared in anger, then drew his Imperial artifact. Lightning gathered around him, the power of the Thunder God S. Wrath filling his body with destructive energy. Betraying the Empire? Huh. What does it matter if such an empire betrays me? If you think you can defeat me, then come and try. A glimmer of cold laughter flashed in Isteth's eyes. In the next moment, frost and flames intertwined around her, forming a powerful barrier of defense and attack. The battle erupted. Bud's Thunder God S. Wrath Adamir unleashed fierce lightning, striking at Isteth with blinding speed. She calmly utilized the powers of frost and fire to neutralize the lightning and counterattack in an instant. Her dual-element abilities made her combat skills more flexible and varied. Although Bud was powerful under the enhancement of the Imperial artifact, he still found it somewhat difficult to cope with Isteth's nearly seamless combination of ice and fire attacks. Bud exerted all his strength, unleashing the strongest power of the Imperial artifact, Thunder God's Wrath. The lightning instantly transformed into a cataclysmic energy, illuminating the entire palace as if it were midday. But just then, Isteth's eyes suddenly flashed, and she whispered a forbidden technique. Mokabatum. Time froze instantly, Bud's lightning solidifying the air. And Isteth seized the opportunity to launch an attack. She quickly froze everything around Bud's body. Then, she drew her sword and effortlessly pierced through Bud's chest, blood spraying out. Bud's face was filled with disbelief. "You are too weak," Isteth said coldly. She then dragged the barely breathing Bud to Ning Chuan. "Master, Bud has been dealt with. The Imperial artifact, Thunder God S. Wrath Adamir, is on him." Isteth's voice showed no fluctuation, her gaze calm. Ning Chuan looked at the severely injured Bud and raised his hand to lift Isteth's chin, seriously observing her flushed face. "Isteth, well done. The next guy will be handled by you. Either hand over the Imperial tools or kill those who try to take them. After we gather all the Imperial tools, let's go check on the night raid team." Bud's defeat was like a heavy bomb, quickly causing an uproar throughout the palace. Isteth mercilessly threw the severely injured Bud out. When Bud's subordinates arrived and saw him gravely wounded and stripped of his Imperial tools, they could hardly believe their eyes. But the harsh reality forced them to accept that General Bud had also been defeated. They didn't even have time to react, and hurriedly carried Bud off the battlefield, retreating in haste. After all, they understood that if they stayed, they themselves would likely become the next targets defeated by Isteth. Bud's failure meant that Isteth had firmly grasped control of the situation. This news quickly spread throughout the Imperial city, and the Imperial tool users inside and outside the palace began to feel a deep sense of crisis, especially for those who were originally indecisive or had doubts. Bud's defeat was undoubtedly a wake-up call. Previously, they might have held onto a glimmer of hope, thinking that General Bud could potentially turn things around for the young emperor. But after seeing Bud thrown out like a dead dog from the palace, all hope seemed so pale and powerless. The current situation became exceptionally clear. Continuing to stand with the emperor and his ministers meant only facing destruction. The defeat of the emperor and Minister Oneist had become a foregone conclusion, and they could no longer protect themselves. With Bud's failure, the balance of the situation had completely tilted. Those who once loyally vowed to defend the interests of the empire finally realized that their choices had no way back. If they continued to be foolishly loyal to a defeated emperor, what awaited them would be endless slaughter and annihilation. The only way out was to throw themselves into his death's embrace and submit to her iron-fisted rule. This sudden change prompted many Imperial tool users who were originally hesitant to make a decision. They no longer delayed or feared, but instead acted swiftly, rushing to the palace with their Imperial tools in hand. They knew that this decision would determine their future fate. If they could win Isteth's favor, there might still be a glimmer of hope, or even a chance to regain new power and status. For their future, all the Imperial tool users laid down their former loyalty and hurried to the palace, preparing to submit to Isteth. As more and more Imperial tool users gathered at the palace, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Isteth stood in the center of the palace hall, looking down at the Imperial tool users before her. Her gaze was as cold as ice and snow, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Her voice echoed in the empty palace, intimidating everyone present. All Imperial tool users, listen. My master has ordered me to collect all Imperial tools here today. Anyone who refuses to hand over their Imperial tools will die at my hands. You have no choice. If you want to live, hand over your Imperial tools immediately. Otherwise, you will become my targets for elimination today. Her voice was not loud, but it pierced each person's heart like a sharp sword. She was no longer the general who obeyed the emperor's orders, but a strong woman, a ruler who transcended everything. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly surrounded all the Imperial tool users present with the powers of ice and fire. The air around them suddenly became heavy, as the cold breath and scorching flames intertwined, forming walls of ice and fire that rapidly trapped everyone inside, leaving them unable to escape. How is this possible? General Isteth's Imperial tool is supposed to be ice-based power, right? An Imperial tool user gasped in disbelief. He could even feel the chill emanating from the ice wall, while the flames on the other side were so hot that he could hardly bear it. This power far exceeded anything he had imagined from any Imperial tool. Especially the might of the flames before him instilled a sense of unprecedented oppression. The once confident Imperial tool users now wore expressions of shock and fear. Boris, who wielded the Imperial tool of the Inferno, was the only one on the field with a fire attribute. But as he sensed an unmatched heat emanating from his death, he felt an unprecedented fear. This power was even stronger than his own Imperial tool. If you do not hand over your Imperial tools, I will personally send you on your way today. Isteth's voice was chillingly indifferent, just as all the Imperial tool users prepared to obediently hand over their tools. Ning Chuan's observation, Haki, suddenly sensed an unusual presence. He raised an eyebrow and immediately noticed some abnormal movement on the palace roof. Ning Chuan quickly activated his telekinesis, instantly disappearing from his spot. Almost at the same moment, he had already appeared on the top level of the palace. On the roof of the top level, in an inconspicuous corner, Leonai was quietly observing the movements of the entire palace. She was hidden in the shadows, trying to eavesdrop on the conversation between Isteth and the Imperial tool users. She clearly did not anticipate Ning Chuan's presence and was completely unaware that she had been detected. Just as Leonai was carefully observing everything below, wanting to find out about the upheaval in the palace, her heart suddenly jumped when Ning Chuan appeared. Without hesitation, Ning Chuan waved his telekinesis, instantly capturing Leonai. She was firmly held by an invisible force and unable to move. A hint of panic flashed in Leonai's eyes as she realized she had been discovered. But she did not give up. She still wanted to struggle and use the power of her Imperial tool to escape directly. However, her movements seemed to be frozen, completely unable to escape. "What are you doing?" Ning Chuan's voice came coldly, his gaze carrying an undeniable intimidation. Leonai's expression froze slightly. She did not expect that the suddenly appearing young man would recognize her. She scrutinized Ning Chuan, feeling unfamiliar with this sudden appearance. "I was just passing by." Leonai tried to brush it off, but Ning Chuan, who had already recognized her identity, would not let her have her way. Ning Chuan said no more, only sneering coldly, and with a wave of his telekinesis, brought Leonai before his death. He then swept over her with a merciless gaze, as if everything was under his control. "I was just wondering how to find you, Night Raid people. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to me. Am I right?" Leonai from the Night Raid team? Leonai was tightly held by Ning Chuan. Her body seemed to be pinned down by a powerful force. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free from Ning Chuan's iron-like grip. Every attempt she made ended in failure, leaving her both surprised and puzzled. She couldn't understand how Ning Chuan could possess such immense strength, almost like a monster with no weaknesses. She was even more baffled as to how he knew her identity, directly pointing out that she was a member of the night raid team. This sent a chill down Leona's spine. She had never encountered such a tricky situation before. How do you know I'm a member of night raid? Leona finally couldn't help but ask, her tone filled with shock and unease. Ning Chuan gave a cold laugh. As long as I want to, there are almost no secrets in this world that I don't know. His tone carried a hint of threat, but it was more filled with undeniable authority. Leona's heart tightened at his words. Although she found it hard to believe Ning Chuan, she knew that he was definitely not someone to be underestimated. The way he had captured her was something Leona had never seen before. Now, you can choose to take me to the night raid base, or you can choose not to take me. But the consequence of the latter is that the members of night raid will die the moment they encounter me. Ning Chuan's voice was icy, leaving no room for compromise. Leona was stunned. She couldn't understand why Ning Chuan was so confident. Could he really destroy the entire night raid team by himself? She thought he was joking, but looking into his cold eyes, she didn't dare to underestimate him at all. The ruthlessness in Ning Chuan's eyes and the special means he had used made her feel an inexplicable sense of fear. Are you joking with me? Our night raid doesn't fear even the royal family. Why would we fear you? Leona forced herself to sound brave, but deep down, she was already shaken. Joking? Ning Chuan scoffed. Do you know that I have gained control over the supreme imperial weapon within the royal city? The entire palace is now in my hands. I could order his death to lead an army to hunt down every member of a night raid in the revolutionary army. After he finished speaking, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he seemed to be waiting for Leona's reaction. A flash of surprise crossed Leona's eyes, and then her mood grew heavier. She had never imagined that Ning Chuan could successfully control the supreme imperial weapon, and that he could even control the so-called strongest general, his death. The legendary supreme imperial weapon that was said to be invincible and the great general's death had all fallen into Ning Chuan's hands. What did this mean? It meant that Ning Chuan not only possessed the two most powerful forces in this world. You actually captured the supreme imperial weapon? I didn't expect you to even tame his death. Leona's voice became hoarse, and her inner fear was impossible to hide. Ning Chuan was very satisfied with Leona's reaction. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Do you still need to think about it? Our strengths are not even comparable. Take me to night raid now, and you still have a chance to live. Otherwise, I'll have to take you to see your companions' corpses. After a moment of silence in her heart, Leona ultimately had a compromise. She knew that if she continued to resist, the fate of the night raid team would become even worse. Although the night raid team was strong, they were nothing compared to the power Ning Chuan currently wielded. Moreover, his death had become even stronger and had mastered the terrifying ability to control fire. With both of these combined, Leona knew that the night raid team had almost no chance of winning. All right, I'll take you there, but you must keep your promise. Leona finally agreed, her tone heavy and resigned, as if she had given up her last struggle. I would never go back on my word to the weak. Ning Chuan nodded, his cold gaze shifting away from Leona. Guided by Leona, they quickly arrived at the night raid base outside. Ning Chuan activated his observation hockey and successfully sensed the members of the night raid inside the base. You can go back and tell them to come out and welcome me. Don't try any tricks, or the only ones who will regret it will be you. Ning Chuan's voice came coldly. Leona was a bit stunned. She had never expected that Ning Chuan would actually let her go. Rubbing her wrist, which was sore from being held, she complained, "You really don't care about people's feelings." After throwing out a complaint, she obediently returned to the night raid base. Shortly after, the members of the night raid rushed out from their hiding spots. Each one was fully armed, their expressions grave, clearly aware of the seriousness of the situation. Everyone stared at Ning Chuan, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. What? It seems like you want to test my skills? Ning Chuan sneered, his gaze sweeping over everyone. If that's the case, how about you, Akame? Suddenly, Akame, surprised to be singled out by Ning Chuan, stepped forward. She tightly gripped her sword, Murasame, her eyes filled with battle intent. However, Ning Chuan seemed to show little interest in her. Instead, he focused on the imperial weapon, Murasame, in her hand. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he softly said, "Since you're so interested in me, let me test the strongest imperial weapon in your team." With a slight movement of his psychokinesis, Murasame was instantly pulled from Akame's hand. Akame was taken aback, completely unprepared for her weapon to be so easily taken. A look of astonishment flashed in her eyes, but she quickly snapped back to her senses, ready to reclaim Murasame. However, before she could react, Ning Chuan had already picked up Murasame and lightly sliced open a cut. In an instant, powerful dark curses emerged from his body like living things, rapidly spreading throughout Ning Chuan's entire being. The other members of Night Raid changed their expressions upon seeing this. Are you crazy? If you're hit by Murasame, you'll die. However, Akame's words were not finished. The next moment, she saw Ning Chuan actually suppressing those fatal curses back with sheer force. I think the lethal strike of the Imperial weapon Murasame doesn't seem to work on me. It must be that I'm too strong. Even these lethal curses dare not take my life. Listening to Ning Chuan's extremely arrogant words, no one present dared to speak. After all, they had never seen a scene that left everyone in shock like this. The so-called lethal strike of Murasame had actually failed in front of this man. Ning Chuan easily suppressed the curse power from the demon sword Murasame, as if the power of those dark runes filled with endless death intent could not touch him at all. Ning Chuan's figure moved slightly, and the dark talismans instantly dissipated, as if they were dissolving in the air. At this moment, the members of the Night Raid team were all frozen in place, dumbfounded, especially Akame, her face filled with shock and disbelief. She had always believed that Murasame was an unbeatable existence. Anyone who was wounded by this blade would surely face death. But now, the scene before her completely stunned her. This is impossible, Akame muttered to herself, unable to accept the reality before her. She had never thought that a cursed blade like Murasame would someday lose its effectiveness. Everything was too shocking for her. Ning Chuan stood in place, coldly surveying the members of the Night Raid team. His gaze was sharp, as if carrying endless pressure. There was no trace of pity in his eyes, only coldness. You must have seen my strength. Ning Chuan's voice was calm, yet powerful, but the pressure within it sent chills down everyone's spine. If you still wish to resist, there will only be a dead end. This statement carried an irresistible domineering aura, filled with oppression. Neja Shishin, Mine, and Hill, among the Night Raid team, had originally held onto a glimmer of hope. But upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, they involuntarily took a step back. Under Ning Chuan's terrifying domineering presence, their fear and unease magnified infinitely, gradually overtaking their rationality. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Ning Chuan was filled with terror and despair. Neja Shishin took a deep breath, raised her head, her voice trembling yet resolute. We are members of the Revolutionary Army. Even if you kill us, the Revolutionary Army will not give up attacking the Imperial City. We will continue to liberate this country. Ning Chuan let out a cold laugh. Liberate this country? Your plan seems quite boring to me. As for liberating the Imperial City, that is not important to me. His voice continued coldly. Wawa now is only the Imperial tools on you and you yourselves. The power of the Empire can be handed over to your Revolutionary Army. But you and the Imperial tools you possess must choose to follow me to another world. In exchange, I can help you realize your dreams and complete a bloodless revolution. Ning Chuan's voice carried an irresistible allure. His words seemed to penetrate the hearts of the Night Raid members, making their emotions more complex. Neja Shishin and the others were momentarily stunned, unable to understand Ning Chuan's thoughts. They could not comprehend why Ning Chuan would choose the Imperial tools instead of his country. He was unlike anyone they had ever encountered who was powerful. Logically, possessing all the Imperial tools meant they had gained nearly invincible power. They could destroy anyone who obstructed them, and even change the world as structure. However, what the Night Raid team did not know was that Ning Chuan actually wanted neither the Imperial tools nor the Imperial City. He was preparing to completely control the entire world, merging the world of the Crimson Eyes with several other worlds, creating another realm under his control. Neja Shishin looked deeply at Ning Chuan, her heart filled with complex emotions. She found it hard to believe what Ning Chuan had just said about handing over the Imperial City to the Revolutionary Army. She did not choose to retreat, but instead spoke in a deep voice. What if we don't believe you? What will you do? Ning Chuan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a cold smile. If you don't believe, then you can only die. You have no power to bargain with me. As soon as his words fell, the power of his domineering presence surged several times, spreading outwards with endless pressure. That force felt like an invisible giant hand, fiercely pressing down on every member of the Night Raid team. Almost instantly, everyone felt a wave of breathlessness, as if all their strength had been drained. Even their Imperial tools were suppressed by that pressure, unable to function. Neja Shishin and the other members' bodies involuntarily bent down. The thoughts of resistance that had still lingered in their minds were instantly extinguished by Ning Chuan's overwhelming presence. They were completely unable to withstand Ning Chuan's oppression. At this moment, they finally realized that Ning Chuan's strength far exceeded their imagination. His terror was countless times more frightening than anyone they had encountered before. His power could easily take the lives of all of them. At this moment, they fully felt the irresistible aura emanating from Ning Chuan, as if any resistance became insignificant before him. Neja Shishin spoke softly to her companions around her. Her voice was filled with helplessness and frustration. It seems we have no choice. At this moment, Neja Shishin looked at her teammates beside her, feeling a heavy weight in her heart. She knew that against Ning Chuan, they had no possibility of resistance. Whether it was Akame, Mine, or Hill, everyone had been completely suppressed by Ning Chuan's aura, unable to move. Faced with Ning Chuan's might, they could only choose to submit. It was either to surrender the Imperial tools and survive, witnessing the Revolutionary Army take over the Imperial City and change the dynasty, or to choose meaningless resistance. I will give you two choices. Ning Chuan's voice remained calm, but it carried an undeniable command. Upon hearing this, Neja Shishin and the others all took a deep breath. As the leader of the night raid, she was not afraid of death. But what she feared was that their deaths would be utterly worthless. Now they had no fighting capacity at all, completely like fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. If they could not see the situation clearly now, then she naturally was not worthy of the position of Night Raid Captain. Finally, they all lowered their heads in unison, indicating their submission to Ning Chuan. We are willing to surrender the Imperial tools and follow you. As her words fell, the other members of the Night Raid team also lowered their heads, their expressions complex and heavy, although they felt extremely unwilling in their hearts. Faced with Ning Chuan's unmatched strength, they had no other choice. Only by submitting to him could they continue to survive. Perhaps they could even use Ning Chuan's power to fulfill their unfinished dreams. Ning Chuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over each member of the Night Raid team. Congratulations. You have made the most correct choice. Next, follow me to the Imperial City, and I will fulfill my promise to you. Await the Revolutionary Army to completely change this world. Ning Chuan collected the Imperial tools from the Night Raid team one by one. To others, these Imperial tools were merely symbols of power, but to Ning Chuan, they were important factors hindering his integration of the worlds. Collecting them all together, isolating them from this world, would make it easier for him to merge the entire world into his own being. Afterwards, he led the members of the Night Raid team back to the Imperial City, stepping into this land filled with power and conflict. As he stepped through the city gate, Isteth's figure quickly appeared on the city wall. Her eyes were filled with joy, as if she were seeing a returning hero. She had long since made plans, ready to hand over control of the entire Imperial City to Ning Chuan and elevate him to the throne. As for herself, she would be Ning Chuan's most loyal general, never to betray him. Master, you have finally returned. I have taken care of everything in the Imperial City, just waiting for you to settle in. Isteth stepped forward with a smile, her voice gentle. Ning Chuan nodded slightly, but there was no excitement or joy in his eyes like Isteth's. Isteth, I don't intend to be emperor, Ning Chuan said plainly, his words concise and direct. Isteth was stunned, as if she never anticipated Ning Chuan would respond this way. Her brow arched slightly, clearly unable to understand Ning Chuan's decision. Her plan was to push Ning Chuan to the throne. Yet Ning Chuan rejected the temptation of the highest power. You don't plan to be emperor? Isteth's face was filled with astonishment and confusion. Then all the preparations we made before, wouldn't that be? Just a throne within our reach. Ning Chuan continued with a light smile. What I seek is the power to completely change this world, not merely to sit on a seat of power. The Imperial City I have promised to the Revolutionary Army. Let them continue their cause, and we will become the rulers of the entire world. Isteth fell silent for a moment, her heart filled with complexity and disbelief. She had never thought that Ning Chuan's goals exceeded her imagination. Since this is your decision, I will support you wholeheartedly, Master. A few days later, the Revolutionary Army finally arrived at the foot of the Imperial City. At that moment, Ning Chuan was already fully prepared. He personally stood on the city wall, watching the massive army gradually approach. Just as the Revolutionary Army reached the foot of the Imperial City, Isteth issued an order that shocked all the Imperial troops prepared for battle. Disband. All Northern troops and Imperial troops, disband at once. Isteth's voice echoed through the Imperial City via loudspeakers. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were instantly bewildered. They had never witnessed such a scene. All the troops were no longer a unified fighting unit, but rather a group of lost wanderers. Isdeth coldly announced, "Everyone, you can take your pay and go home." This order struck like a bolt from the blue, shaking the entire imperial city. Soldiers scattered in panic, seemingly unable to believe the reality before them. There was no reason given, nor any warning, as if the entire power of the empire had collapsed in an instant. The members of the night raid stood by, witnessing it all. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Nageshidan involuntarily turned her gaze to Ning Chuan. Her astonishment and awe for Ning Chuan reached new heights. She could hardly believe that everything had indeed happened as Ning Chuan promised. He truly fulfilled his previous commitments. It seems that Lord Ning Chuan's vision far exceeds our imagination. Nageshidan said in disbelief. Indeed, Main replied softly, her eyes filled with shock, and she grew increasingly interested in Ning Chuan. Aside from the two of them, everyone in the night raid displayed expressions of utter astonishment. After the disbandment of the troops in the imperial city, Nageshidan immediately contacted the Revolutionary Army. Soon after, the Revolutionary Army swiftly took control of the imperial city, preventing chaos due to the disbandment of the troops. After the troops were disbanded, Isdeth showed no hesitation in returning her imperial tool to Ning Chuan. When the imperial tool was handed to Ning Chuan, her expression was calm, as if she had anticipated all of this. However, she understood that even after surrendering the imperial tool, the master would not treat her unfairly. Sure enough, after losing the imperial tool, Isdeth should have lost her ability to control ice and snow. But with a gentle wave of his hand, Ning Chuan used a bit of the world's original power to recreate a fruit of ice without any side effects for her. When Isdeth consumed this fruit, her ice and snow abilities returned, and a powerful force instantly filled her body. She felt that familiar power flowing within her again, and her entire being radiated a powerful pressure. The master's strength truly exceeds imagination. Isdeth deeply marveled, her eyes filled with endless admiration for Ning Chuan. The members of the night raid witnessed this scene, all expressing their amazement. Even though they had once been enemies, they were now awed by Ning Chuan's power. Ning Chuan stood atop the high tower of the imperial city, gazing at everything before him. He had completed the task of collecting all the imperial tools. Next, he would completely merge the world of the Crimson Eyes. With a gentle wave of his hand, all the collected imperial tools were drawn into the new space created by the space fruit. They entered a completely isolated realm. The members of the Night Raid also temporarily entered this new spatial world along with those imperial tools. After completing all this, Ning Chuan looked at Isdeth beside him and smiled slightly. "Let's go, I'll show you the true face of the world." As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, suddenly, he shot up into the sky at high speed, taking Isdeth with him to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Isdeth was left dumbfounded. She couldn't understand what Ning Chuan was trying to do. As the two gradually ascended to a place where they could see the entire world, he smiled and said to Isdeth, "The scene you are about to witness will be a reward for your obedience." As soon as Ning Chuan's words fell, the power of space began to spread from his body to the entire world. The world of the Crimson Eyes gradually resonated with Ning Chuan's body with the fluctuations of the spatial power. Beside him, Isdeth was somewhat dazed. She didn't understand what Ning Chuan wanted to show her. However, moments later, she was shocked to see the world beneath her slowly beginning to move, merging into Ning Chuan's body. She was utterly astonished and almost cried out. However, before she could exclaim, she saw that inside Ning Chuan's body was a world many times larger than the one beneath her feet. At this moment, the two worlds were slowly merging together. At this moment, Isdeth finally understood the deep meaning contained in Ning Chuan's earlier statement that we are the rulers of the world. He was not boasting. He truly achieved it. He was indeed the ruler of this world. Ning Chuan stood in the void, with the world of the Crimson Eyes now completely merged with the three worlds within Ning Chuan's body. Now there is no longer a separation. They have intertwined to become a new complete world. After the fusion of the worlds was completed, a large amount of the original power of the world also emerged within Ning Chuan. At this moment, above the newly formed world, countless energy fluctuations roamed freely in the void. The moment the world fused brought great shock to Isdeth. Isdeth stood quietly to the side, her hands slightly clenched into fists, her gaze filled with complex emotions. She witnessed with her own eyes how Ning Chuan forcefully merged these worlds using unimaginable means. The momentum that seemed to control everything was truly comparable to that of a deity. In her understanding, Aside from deities, no existence could achieve such a feat. Her usually proud face was now filled with awe, even tinged with a hint of fervent admiration. Ning Chuan turned his head and looked at this woman, who was cold and ruthless on the battlefield, and smiled gently. His voice was deep and full of power. "It's death. Now you have two choices. Would you like to stay in this fused world? I can make you powerful enough to be like a deity, to control the entire world. Or would you prefer to follow me to a larger world, to experience a broader expanse?" His death showed no hesitation, not even needing time to think. She directly knelt on one knee, her gaze firmly fixed on Ning Chuan. "Lord Ning Chuan, I do not wish to become a deity. I am willing to be your servant, to serve you forever and offer you everything." Ning Chuan smiled with satisfaction, reaching out to pinch Isteth's extraordinarily beautiful face. "I like your loyalty. Since that's the case, let's go." With a wave of his hand, a spatial rift suddenly appeared. Ning Chuan took Isteth and left this fused world. At the same time, he did not forget the imperial tools of the Crimson Eye world and the members of the Night Raid team. Bringing them all together, they entered the spatial rift. In almost an instant, Ning Chuan and the others arrived at the headquarters of the One Punch world. The members of Night Raid were caught off guard by the sudden change in scenery, but they quickly realized that Ning Chuan had brought them to a completely new place. Ning Chuan glanced at these people and calmly said, "Now that you are without your imperial tools, it means you have lost a significant portion of your power. I do not want you to rely too much on the imperial tools in your hands, as that will only make you weaker. Your strength needs to be rebuilt from the beginning. In this world, there are no absolute strong ones, only the possibility of continuous breakthroughs. When you have regained the strength equivalent to mastering your imperial tools, you will be able to possess them again. By then, you will only find that the power granted by others is worthless." Shortly after, Ning Chuan summoned Robin. He instructed her to quickly assign the members of Night Raid to suitable teams to help them adapt to the new world rules. Robin arrived promptly after receiving the order. First, she respectfully bowed to Ning Chuan, then began to carefully observe the situation of the Night Raid members. The female members were sent to the reserve female hero team, while the male members went to the new recruits training camp, starting basic training from the beginning. Robin efficiently made arrangements according to Ning Chuan's preferences. After the arrangements were completed, Robin personally led these members away from Ning Chuan's office to begin their respective training. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan took his death to the science department and handed over all the imperial tools from the Crimson Eye world to Vegapunk. When Vegapunk saw these imperial tools, his eyes revealed intense interest. He eagerly began to study them and stated that these items had extremely high potential and could be optimized by integrating with the technology of other worlds. By then, perhaps all the Seraphim warriors could be equipped with new imperial tools as weapons. After returning to his office, Ning Chuan sent a message to Hancock. Shortly after, Hancock hurried over. The moment she pushed open the door, she directly leaped into Ning Chuan's arms, as if they were lovers reuniting after a long time. "Ning Chuan, I missed you so much. Come, give me a kiss." Mua. Hancock's enthusiasm made Ning Chuan feel somewhat helpless, but he still reached out to gently pat her back. "All right, calm down first. There are others here." Ning Chuan cleared his throat and glanced at Isteth, who was standing beside them. Isteth stood there with a smile on her face, thinking to herself, "Is this the woman of the Lord Deity? So beautiful. Only such a beautiful woman can match the Lord Deity." After Ning Chuan's reminder, Hancock finally noticed that there were others in the room. She released Ning Chuan and looked at Isteth. Although she felt a bit displeased in her heart, she still maintained a proper smile on the surface. Ning Chuan pointed to Isteth and said to Hancock, "This is Isteth. She will be working with you from now on. Her strength is not weak. I want you to personally guide her to help her quickly familiarize herself with this world." Hancock raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Don't worry, I have experience in bringing newcomers. However, Ning Chuan, you should know that helping you train a beautiful woman for free comes with a price. I expect a nice punishment for you tonight." Hearing this, Ning Chuan revealed a hint of a smile. "You? Punish me? Aren't you always the one who concedes first?" Hancock's face turned slightly red, feeling shy, but she didn't want to show it too obviously in front of Isteth. She huffed, took Isteth's hand, and left. "Come with me. I'll teach you the rules of this world first. Rule number 1. I'm the big sister of all of you, and you must respect me." Meanwhile, Robin had also completed the task of assigning all the Night Raid members. With some free time, she couldn't help but recall when Ning Chuan had told her before he went to other worlds to wait for him to return to the office. Thinking of this, Robin's heart began to race. Before returning to Ning Chuan's office, Robin deliberately tidied up her makeup and changed into a rather sexy outfit. She stood outside the office door, adjusted her breathing, and then gently pushed the door open. Ning Chuan had been waiting there. He looked at the entering Robin with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Without waiting for Robin to speak, he directly scooped her up from behind. Ning Chuan. Robin was startled by his action, and her cheeks instantly turned bright red. Ning Chuan leaned close to her ear and chuckled softly. Good memory. I won't punish you this time. Go take a shower first. I have some new discoveries that need to develop your fruit abilities. Robin immediately understood Ning Chuan's meaning. Shyly, she playfully punched Ning Chuan's chest, obediently nodded, and quickly walked toward the bathroom. Ning Chuan followed closely behind her. Taking advantage of Robin's inattention, he walked in together and closed the door. As night faded away, dawn broke. Ning Chuan opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, and turned to look at Robin beside him. After a night of development, Robin was curled up like a tired little creature, her skin still lingering with the remnants of last night. She was so exhausted that she lay limp on the bed, not even aware that she had woken up. A slight smile appeared on Ning Chuan's lips as he raised his hand and gently waved. A faint golden energy flowed from his palm, silently merging into Robin's body. This was the power of the world's origin. He infused some elemental abilities such as fire, thunder, and light into Robin's body. When Robin woke up, she would naturally discover the change in her body. This would be an interesting surprise gift. After doing all this, Ning Chuan got up and dressed. He began to observe the changes that had occurred in the One Punch world during his absence. With the monster association completely eliminated, the world had temporarily become much quieter. The usually arrogant monsters had now all gone into hiding, fearing that the Multiverse Hero Association would catch their tails. During this time, the strength of the Seraphim warriors and S-class heroes from the Multiverse Hero Association was evident. No monster dared to provoke them. The One Punch world was temporarily free of any special circumstances, indicating that their headquarters was still quite safe. Thus, Ning Chuan's mind began to develop the idea of continuing to merge with other worlds. Conquering one world at a time was too slow, Ning Chuan murmured, a mad thought flashing through his mind. If he could use scientific means to open channels to other worlds in bulk, allowing the Seraphim warriors and heroes from the Multiverse Hero Association to attack first and gather those that needed to be taken away, then he would be able to easily merge more worlds. With this thought in mind, Ning Chuan no longer hesitated and headed straight to the science department. Inside the science department, Vegapunk was bent over his desk researching. He was currently verifying Ning Chuan's idea. Several clones, along with his main body, were simultaneously running complex calculations. After hearing Ning Chuan's thoughts, his eyes flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly nodded. Theoretically, it was feasible, but it required a key condition. Vegapunk pushed up his glasses and said seriously, every time a new world channel is opened, one Seraphim warrior who possesses the power of the space fruit must be sacrificed as a cost. Furthermore, the channel could not be maintained for long. Once closed, it could not be re-entered unless another space fruit warrior was consumed. Space fruit. Ning Chuan frowned slightly. The space fruit was a top-tier devil fruit. Even after numerous genetic iterations, the Seraphim who possessed this power in the science department were still extremely rare. If they had to sacrifice one such space-type Seraphim warrior every time they opened a space channel, it would indeed be a significant loss for the Multiverse Hero Association. However, after hearing this condition, Ning Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. A smile crept onto his lips. It was just a single space fruit. He could create one using the power of the world's origin. If this plan was feasible, then he only needed to use a trace of the world's origin power to generate a space fruit. He would be able to merge a new world shortly thereafter. At that time, he would also gain a large amount of the world's origin power in return. This was completely a profitable deal. Thinking of this, Ning Chuan raised his hand to gather the power of the world's origin. In just a moment, a space fruit appeared in his palm. The surface of the fruit rippled with spatial cracks, as if it contained endless void power. Ning Chuan handed this space fruit to Vegapunk and then spoke. I can create space fruits. You don't need to worry about that. Vegapunk was immediately astonished. He never expected that Ning Chuan could even make a devil fruit by hand now. He couldn't imagine how powerful Ning Chuan had become. However, Vegapunk quickly raised another crucial question. Lord Ning Chuan, what if there are terrifying, strong beings in the world on the other side? If they trace back to find our world, we could end up in crisis. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan's gaze was calm, and he chuckled lightly. This problem, as long as I am present, it is not a problem. His observation haki had already reached the realm of future sight. The moment the channel was opened, He would be able to sense the danger level of the other world in advance. If he found that the opposing world was too powerful, he could completely terminate the plan at the first moment. After conveying his thoughts to Vegapunk pondered for a moment and finally nodded seriously. In that case, let's get a try. But we need to wait for a while. We need to build a machine to open the channel first. Half a month later, in the laboratory of the science department, Ning Chuan and Vegapunk stood in the center. Scientists such as Gaji, Caesar, and Saikusu had all gathered together, watching this experiment. The surrounding researchers were busy and tense, as a towering new time-space machine emitted a faint blue glow. Ning Chuan held the space fruit he had just created, ready to place it into the device. Confirming energy stability. Coordinate setting locked. Seraphim Space Warrior in position. Space fruit has been consumed, and space abilities are beginning to take effect. A Seraphim who possessed the power of the space fruit was fixed in front of the instrument, his pale golden pupils flickering with complex data streams, injecting spatial power to awaken the space fruit. Other Seraphim warriors began to inject their spatial power into the machine to help the one who had just consumed the space fruit awaken its powers as quickly as possible. In fact, Ning Chuan could directly help him awaken his spatial power. But after calculating, Ning Chuan found that this method consumed less. So he adopted the proposal from the science department. The moment the Seraphim who had just consumed the space fruit awakened its powers, he immediately unleashed his spatial power to the fullest under command. Ultimately, he was completely engulfed by the spatial power. The next moment, a violent surge of spatial power erupted instantly. Under the control of the time-space machine, this violent spatial power was directed to forcibly open a new world. In an instant, the entire laboratory shook violently. A spatial rift slowly opened, and an unknown aura came from the world on the other side. The observation haki spread out instantly. Ning Chuan directly used his observation haki to begin predicting the future. The next moment, scenes from the world on the other side emerged in his mind, too. 5 Jujitsu Sorcery, Itadori Yuji, Fushiguro Megumi. This is the Jujitsu Kaisen world? Interesting. Next up, it's your turn. In the One-Punch world, a spatial door flickering with strange energy slowly opened, revealing a deep and boundless void leading to a completely different world. The world of Jujitsu Kaisen. Ning Chuan stood before the door, pondering for a moment before a slight smile crept across his face, his gaze sparkling with an invasive sharpness. Since this world has been opened, it should be well utilized. He murmured softly, then waved his hand, issuing a command. Bring forth 1,000 Seraphim warriors. Shortly after Ning Chuan's command, 1,000 of the latest Seraphim warriors stepped forward. Each of these warriors possessed the abilities of 10 devil fruits and between 2 to 3 types of haki. At the same time, they were infused with the latest research on Kaijin cells. In a critical moment, they could transform into Kaijin, further enhancing their combat power. These Seraphim would likely be difficult to completely eliminate even if Satoru Gojo teamed up with Raiman Sukuna. Moreover, Ning Chuan had not sent only this group of warriors. His troops were ready, and next came the generals. Ning Chuan lightly tapped the table, his gaze sweeping over his subordinates, and after a moment of thought, he had a plan in mind. Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, the 3 former Marine admirals, having trained in the One-Punch Man world for so long, had now fully surpassed the 5 elders. They were the best candidates for this offensive. All 3 were Logia-type users, unafraid of physical attacks. Even if Sukuna's terrifying spatial slash was powerful, it would be difficult to truly injure their real bodies when they elementalized. Moreover, under Ning Chuan's training, they had completely shed their previous constraints and were even stronger than during the peak of the 5 elders. However, before they set off, Ning Chuan specially provided them with additional enhancements. He utilized the power of the world's origin to grant each of them a Yomi Yomi no Mi. After death, they could resurrect as souls. This safety net relieved the 3 of any worries. Do you not need other abilities? Ning Chuan inquired. Akainu stared at his fist, a look of determination flashing across his face. My magma power is strong enough now. Adding other abilities would only weigh me down. Kizaru maintained his lazy demeanor, shaking his head with a smile. Oh, new abilities seem quite troublesome. My Pika Pika no Mi power is sufficient. Akiji shrugged. This is fine as it is. The 3 rejected the additional ability enhancements. After all, their current strength had already surpassed their peak. Now they just needed a good, intense battle to test their recent training. Seeing this, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. Good. Since that's the case, let's execute according to the original plan. Your mission is to capture all the sorcerers and cursed spirits. The ultimate goal is to capture the entire jujitsu world until not a single sorcerer or cursed spirit remains. Even the legendary cursed spirits should be triggered and captured. The three generals nodded slightly. They had fully understood Ning Chuan's mission. The next moment, a violent wave of energy surged from the spatial door. They were set to depart. In the Jujutsu Kaisen world, Tokyo, at Jujutsu High. On this day, the originally peaceful sky suddenly split open with a pitch-black crack, as if some unknown monster had torn reality apart. The students of Jujutsu High looked up in shock. What is that thing? Could it be a special grade cursed spirit? Kuma stood up abruptly, his expression grave. Inu Makitoge raised his hand, uttering a single word, curse. And Satoru Gojo, who had been nonchalant, suddenly lost his smile. Frowning slightly, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Danger was approaching. The next moment, 1,000 seraphim warriors dove down from the sky, like a natural disaster descending upon the earth. Boom! The air was torn apart by the scorching energy, the wings behind them slicing through the sky, crashing down with a furious aura. The ground shattered in an instant, countless buildings collapsed, and shockwaves swept through the entire Jujutsu High. Battle preparations. Satoru Gojo's expression suddenly became serious as he quickly activated his limitless technique. An invisible energy barrier blocked the seraphim warriors' attacks. However, the next second, his pupils slightly contracted. Behind those warriors, three incredibly terrifying figures slowly descended. Oh, is this the world that Ning Chuan wants us to conquer? Kizaru stood in midair, lazily surveying the surroundings, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It's indeed somewhat interesting. Akiji exhaled lightly, the temperature around him suddenly dropping, instantly freezing the entire Jujutsu High. Does this world have criminals? Before capturing them, I must execute justice to the end. Akainu snorted coldly, his fist transforming into magma. In the next moment, a torrent of magma erupted, instantly covering a deserted area. The seraphim warriors stood together in an orderly fashion. Every devil fruit ability they possessed was more dangerous than that of a special grade cursed spirit. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out, and the students of Jujutsu High retreated in fear. They had never witnessed such a terrifying invading force. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Satoru Gojo's gaze fell upon the three figures suspended in the air, his tone serious. It seems that this time, the opponent is many times more troublesome than a special grade cursed spirit. It might not be guaranteed that we can win. Since he learned to reverse techniques and defeated Fushiguro Zenin, Satoru Gojo felt an immense pressure from humanity for the first time. And the source of that pressure was a total of 3 individuals. Above Jujutsu High, the 3 powerful generals hovered in midair, looking down at the devastated campus, their eyes devoid of pity. But at this moment, they sensed a powerful wave of energy. That was the presence of the peak of the Jujutsu world, Satoru Gojo. Oh, this guy seems a bit troublesome. Kizaru squinted, his tone lazy. Although his tone was light, the underlying threat was not to be ignored. So, who should we assign this guy to? Akiji glanced at Kizaru and Akainu, a hint of playfulness in his voice. Akainu's expression was cold, magma slowly flowing from his fists as he replied in a deep voice. I have no interest in this guy. Since we have received the mission, let us capture people quickly. If we encounter any truly wicked individuals, leave them to me. Whoa, Kizaru chuckled, spreading his hands. Since Akainu is not interested, then Kazan. Let us decide between the 2 of us. To be fair, let us play rock, paper, scissors. The next moment, the 2 admirals slowly raised their hands, forming the gestures for rock, paper, scissors in the air. Rock, paper, scissors, oh wow. It seems I've won. Kizaru smiled, a teasing grin on his face, stepping forward and slowly approaching Satoru Gojo. The white-haired kid, your opponent is me. However, I still advise you to surrender quickly. Kizaru strolled over, his particle-like footsteps causing slight ripples in the air, leisurely coming to a stop. Facing the seemingly strong Satoru Gojo, Kizaru did not appear tense at all. Instead, he seemed rather nonchalant, as if he were just an ordinary tourist here for sightseeing. Satoru Gojo had his hands in his pockets, tilting his head to look at Kizaru, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes, but the smirk on his lips remained unchanged. Hey, suddenly so many people show up uninvited, causing a ruckus without leaving a name. Aren't you a bit too arrogant? Can you tell me who you guys really are? Kizaru narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. We're just following orders to capture you. We have no other intentions. If you surrender obediently, it will save a lot of trouble. Of course, if you choose to resist, then we will have no choice but to start killing. Upon hearing this, Satoru Gojo's smile faded a little, and a serious expression began to show on his face. You guys are quite straightforward. However, it's a pity that I'm not someone who enjoys surrendering. Before we start fighting, can I ask who sent you to capture us? Kizaru shrugged, grinning as he replied. You should be the first to surrender. You'll find out after you do. Satoru Gojo imitated Kizaru, spreading his hands and fixing his sharp gaze on him. How about this? If you can defeat me, I'll lead my people to surrender. How's that sound? Upon hearing this, Kizaru couldn't help but laugh. Oh my, how arrogant. But it doesn't sound too bad. After all, we're not bad people, and we don't want things to get too ugly. Satoru Gojo slowly raised his hand, a blue technique's glow appearing in his palm. His 6 eyes had quietly activated, and a strange light flickered in his light blue pupils. Well then, let's see who is stronger. Satoru Gojo's lips curled up slightly, and in an instant, his figure vanished. His speed was at its peak, and he almost instantly appeared in front of Kizaru, his palms slightly raised. A brilliant blue technique burst forth. Blue. The annihilating repulsion erupted in an instant. Elementalization. However, Kizaru's figure instantly transformed into light particles, easily dodging the attack. In the next second, his form reassembled in the air, a teasing smile on his face. Oh wow, so fast, but you're still far from the speed of light. You finished, now it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru's palm slowly rose. Golden light points flickered at his fingertips, photon energy coalescing in an instant. The 8 Shaku Kg. Boom! Countless high-speed light beams suddenly poured down, transforming into a dense rain of light. Almost instantaneously, they completely enveloped Satoru Gojo's position. However, a hint of surprise appeared in Kizaru's eyes. At the moment the beams fell, Satoru Gojo's figure was not hit. Instead, it seemed as if he were in another dimension. The beams were very close to his body, yet they caused him no harm whatsoever. Interesting. What kind of ability is this? Kizaru tilted his head, his tone curious. Satoru Gojo chuckled lightly. It's a limitless technique. Simply put, all attacks will infinitely approach me without ever truly making contact. Kizaru squinted, a meaningful smile appearing. Oh, so that's how it is. But how long can your limitless hold? Satoru Gojo smiled. Then why don't you give it a try? Interesting kid. This trip has turned out to be quite fun. Little brat, I'm going to get serious. As soon as Kizaru's words fell, countless light points began to gather in his hand. Tench K Ken. Watch out. Kizaru instantly transformed into a streak of light. The light sword in his hand came straight down towards Satoru Gojo's head. Satoru Gojo quickly began to use his technique to counterattack. Boom! A simple clash between the two almost instantly destroyed the entire venue. 6 eyes. Under Satoru Gojo's 6 eyes, Kizaru was a terrifying enemy who seemed to be able to vanish in an instant. His speed was astonishing, even making Satoru Gojo feel a hint of ungraspable pressure. Even more terrifying was that Satoru Gojo couldn't even discern what technique Kizaru was using. In fact, there were no traces of any technique left on him. This left Satoru Gojo baffled. Satoru Gojo felt that they did not seem to be humans from this world. When Satoru Gojo turned to look behind him, he was shocked to find that the battle within the Jujutsu High had completely ceased. The other two who came with Kizaru had already captured everyone inside the Jujutsu High along with 1,000 terrifying beings. At this moment, all 1,002 of them were watching the battle between him and Kizaru. Oh wow, are they this fast? That old man needs to step up his game. But even though he needed to step up, Kizaru couldn't help but advise, white-haired kid, why don't you just surrender? You can't fight against so many of us by yourself. My temper is quite good, but if the other two come, I won't be so gentle. Listening to Kizaru's persuasion, Satoru Gojo felt anxious but still maintained a calm facade. It seems that now I can only go all out. Domain expansion, unlimited void. Satoru Gojo took a deep breath, then his eyes slightly narrowed, and his palm suddenly spread out. In an instant, the space around him began to violently fluctuate. His domain, unlimited void, was instantly unleashed. A massive black sphere suddenly appeared in the space in front of Satoru Gojo. Within this black sphere, time and space seemed to be infinitely extended in that moment, plunging the entire world into immense void. Anyone trapped in this place would have all their senses instantly blocked. They could only accept all the knowledge and information that Satoru Gojo poured into them. You lose. The moment the domain unfolded, Satoru Gojo's voice rang out quickly, filled with endless confidence. However, What shocked Gojo was that at the moment his domain was unleashed, Kizaru's body slightly bent, and his entire aura instantly changed. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "I saw it long ago," the yellow ape murmured softly, as if he had already foreseen Gojo Satoru's movements. Suddenly, his body shook violently and transformed into a beam of light, instantly vanishing from sight. "How is that possible?" As Gojo Satoru exclaimed, his domain, Unlimited Void, had fully unfolded. Yet, he did not manage to catch the yellow ape. What? How is that possible? He clearly hadn't seen this move of mine before, but why did he act as if he had? Gojo Satoru was shaken. He suddenly turned his head, his pupils constricting, and in an instant saw the yellow ape picking his nose beside him. This move is very dangerous, but I already knew in advance. Above Jujutsu High, the battle continued. The yellow ape's figure repeatedly transformed into beams of light, darting through the air. His lightspeed movement made his attacks too fast to capture. Each appearance was accompanied by a series of high-speed laser shots, continuously attacking Gojo Satoru based on the yellow ape's attack direction. Gojo Satoru could feel that this seemingly careless guy was actually incredibly powerful. Generally, special-grade cursed spirits would not be his opponent. To take him down, it would require a sorcerer like himself with powers far exceeding that of a special grade. While Gojo Satoru contemplated the yellow ape's combat strength, golden beams of light traced deadly trajectories in the air. Each strike carried terrifying destructive power. However, even so, in the face of Gojo Satoru's unlimited void, they could not inflict any damage at all. The yellow ape squinted slightly, although a lazy smile remained on his face. He knew in his heart that this man was indeed a difficult monster. His attacks were as fast as lightning, yet they could never touch his opponent, even slightly. The nature of unlimited void caused all his lightspeed attacks to be infinitely close to being frozen the moment they approached Gojo Satoru. They could not generate any real impact. No matter how fast the yellow ape was, as long as he couldn't break through this technique, his attacks would forever be ineffective. This is quite troublesome, the yellow ape muttered softly. Then, his figure transformed into a beam of light once again, instantly flashing to a distance. Meanwhile, the distant Akainu and Akiji had already stopped clearing the battlefield. They witnessed the yellow ape struggling to take down Gojo Satoru. The two exchanged glances, then strode toward the center of the battlefield. "It seems this guy's a bit troublesome. It's about time for us to make a move," Akainu said in a deep voice, his expression cold. Magma flowed slowly down his arm, the terrifying heat causing the air to begin to slightly warp. Akiji's gaze remained indifferent, cold air swirling around his fingertips. With each step, the ground was covered in frost. Soon, the original ruins of Jujutsu High had completely frozen into a white expanse of ice. The yellow ape sensed the approach of the two, frowned, and a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Hey, you guys aren't thinking of intervening, are you? I never said I couldn't handle him. At worst, I could just drag it out for 10 days and nights to see who gives up first." The yellow ape spread his hands, revealing a helpless expression. However, Akainu's gaze was as sharp as a knife, coldly sweeping over him, his tone firm and unyielding. "Yellow ape, the mission is critical. It's our first time executing such a task. We can't waste too much time. Otherwise, Boss Ning Chuan might consider sending another team. I don't want to miss this opportunity to battle against other world powerhouses." Akiji nodded in agreement. "I think so too." The yellow ape blinked. After a moment, shrugged his shoulders and lazily sighed. "Fine, let's go together then." The moment the yellow ape agreed, the next second, magma, frost, and lasers erupted with overwhelming power simultaneously. Dogbite Red Lotus. Akainu's flow of magma erupted like a volcanic explosion, the scorching magma sweeping across the entire battlefield. The intense energy instantly evaporated the moisture in the air, making the air itself scorching hot. Ice Age. Akiji's frost followed closely. He slammed his palms down. The entire space was instantly enveloped by the chilling presence of absolute zero. The ice spread. Even at the moment when magma and frost converged, an extreme energy shockwave was formed, tearing through the air. Ichaka Jingu. The yellow ape's figure continuously darted through the air at high speed, accompanied by countless beams bombarding. His attacks were even more ferocious than before. He attempted to find the weakness of Gojo Satoru's technique amidst the barrage. Faced with the siege of the three commanders, Gojo Satoru frowned slightly, his expression gradually becoming serious. Even he had to admit that the three before him were indeed genuine monsters. especially the one before him, whose body was flowing with magma. His strength was far superior to the special-grade cursed spirit, Leaky Pot, that he had previously fought. Boom! At this moment, Jujutsu High was completely reduced to ruins. A powerful shockwave tore through the entire battlefield. Just the aftermath of the battle flattened all the buildings of Jujutsu High. Gojo Satoru stood at the center of the battlefield, his unlimited void still operating perfectly. All attacks stopped just before touching his body. Even Akainu's magma, Akiji's frost, and the yellow ape's lasers could not truly reach him. However, Gojo Satoru's heart had already stirred with a ripple. He looked down at the completely ruined Jujutsu High. He then glanced at the students suppressed by the Seraphim warriors. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. He couldn't escape, but if he continued fighting, could he really win? He squinted his eyes and tried to expand his domain again, attempting to trap the three within it. Unlimited void. However, just as his technique was about to complete, the three seemed to have already foreseen it and simultaneously retreated in different directions. Is it foresight again? Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes instantly captured the trajectories of the three, realizing their predictive ability regarding the domain was extremely strong, not giving him a chance to unfold it. However, he didn't have time to think. The next second, boom, Conqueror's haki suddenly erupted. A strong wave of haki swept across the entire battlefield. Gojo Satoru's body shook slightly as he felt an intense sense of pressure. However, his unlimited void still functioned. Even the Conqueror's haki could not break through his barrier. But the surrounding students had all been knocked unconscious by the Conqueror's haki. The entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. Gojo Satoru looked at the students on the ground, fell silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head to look at the yellow ape, his tone slightly somber. What do you all want to do? The yellow ape squinted his eyes, a lazy smile hanging on his lips. There isn't anything particularly meaningful. It's just an order to capture you sorcerers and eliminate the cursed spirits in this world. Satoru Gojo narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a deep voice, so, if we surrender, you won't kill us, right? In theory, yes, Kizaru smiled lazily. However, Akainu suddenly stepped forward and coldly stated, but if you continue to resist, we won't show any mercy. The air fell into a dead silence. Satoru Gojo slightly closed his eyes. He knew that if the three in front of him continued to wear him down like this, he would inevitably be dragged into a dead end. He was strong, but the coordination of the three admirals was even more terrifying. Even if he could outlast them, it would be 3 against 1. He had no chance of winning. Therefore, Satoru Gojo judged that continuing to fight was meaningless. He glanced at the fallen students and found that they were not seriously injured. The students who had been hurt in the earlier battle had even received treatment from those strange guys. Moreover, they had also said they wanted to eliminate the cursed spirits. It seemed that the intentions of this group were not necessarily good or bad. Thus, after a moment of silence, Satoru Gojo slowly opened his eyes. All right, he chuckled lightly, revealing a relieved smile, and slowly raised his hands. I surrender. The already surrendered Satoru Gojo stood atop the ruins of the Jujutsu High, which had been ravaged by battle. His blue 6 eyes narrowed slightly, locking onto Akainu as he slowly spoke. I have already surrendered. You should honor your promise and release those inside Jujutsu High, right? His voice was not loud, but it carried a hint of seriousness. However, Akainu didn't even furrow his brow and coldly replied, there is no need for that. Furthermore, we never promised you that we would let them go after your surrender. We only said we wouldn't kill them. After saying that, Akainu turned away and began issuing orders to the Seraphim. Send everyone to the spatial entrance. His tone left no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Satoru Gojo's pupils suddenly constricted, and he spoke up. Where are you sending them? As soon as he asked, Akiji, who had been tossing a coin nearby, directly answered, to another world, of course. White-haired kid, if you're interested, you can go take a look. Our boss might be interested in your abilities. After saying that, Akiji even made an inviting gesture towards Satoru Gojo. Following Akainu's order, the Seraphim quickly sprang into action, mechanically executing the command. Their figures moved as fast as lightning, and in an instant, they had controlled all the sorcerers, whether they were the unconscious students or the severely impacted teachers. They were swiftly moved towards the distorted spatial entrance. Satoru Gojo's fingertips trembled slightly as the cursed energy gathered in his hands. He wanted to intervene, but he also knew that even his limitless technique could not stop so many strong enemies. Satoru Gojo took a deep breath and ultimately did not make a move. He knew he was powerless to change the situation. If he continued to resist, it would only put his students in even more danger. What? You were quite arrogant just now, and now you're cowering? Akainu looked at Satoru Gojo, his tone indifferent. If you're really worried about those people, just go in and take a look. Perhaps that world will give you new insights. At least you won't continue to be so arrogant. Satoru Gojo fell silent for a moment, then revealed a bitter smile. It seems I have no other choice. He then stepped forward and entered the spatial entrance. Outside the new world, Ning Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, calmly standing in front of the teleportation array, a slight smile on his lips. He had already watched the entire battle process of Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji. From the contest between Kizuru and Satoru Gojo to the final siege by Akainu and Akiji. The entire mission had gone quite smoothly. They successfully brought back the people from Jujutsu High, marking the victory of the first phase of the mission. However, what surprised Ning Chuan was that Satoru Gojo had actually come back with them. In the world of Jujutsu, Satoru Gojo's importance was needless to say. And this was far from enough. Next, Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of aggressive cold light flashing in his gaze. It was the plan to clear the cursed spirits. He waved his hand, issuing a command. Boom! Outside the spatial rift, a new legion descended. This time, it was a full 10,000 seraphim. When the first batch of seraphim stepped out of the space, the entire earth trembled, marching in unison. Each seraphim was imbued with different devil fruit abilities. Their eyes were cold and emotionless, with not a hint of fluctuation, resembling true war machines. Even more terrifying was that to deal with the cursed spirits, Ning Chuan had specially dispatched an elite legion this time. Soul fruit users. Among the 10,000 seraphim warriors, each squad was equipped with a seraphim who had the soul fruit ability. They would become the ultimate weapon against the cursed spirits. Satoru Gojo and the teachers and students of Jujutsu High had just stepped out of the spatial entrance when they saw this scene at first glance. Their eyes flashed with a rare shock. What a joke. He scanned the terrifying legion, especially those manipulating soul energy, and his heart sank suddenly. If he continued to resist. Once the second batch of seraphim officially entered the battlefield, the entire Jujutsu world would probably be turned upside down. Satoru Gojo was not a saint. His belief was simple. Protect the important people in his life. As for the lives and deaths of other sorcerers, he would take care too much. Given the current situation, if he continued to resist, in the end his students, colleagues, and even himself could be completely annihilated. This made Satoru Gojo's heart sink. However, soon, Satoru Gojo's gaze fell on Ning Chuan. This guy, is he the leader of this group? What kind of person is he, and how strong is he? How can he command such terrifyingly strong individuals? The first time Satoru Gojo saw this young man, he could clearly feel that this man was the one orchestrating everything. Ning Chuan noticed Satoru Gojo's gaze, a slight smile on his lips as he walked slowly towards him. Just as Satoru Gojo was about to speak, a cold yet stunning figure blocked his path. It's death. This stunning woman in military uniform slowly walked out, her killing intent very evident. She had no interest in wasting words with Satoru Gojo. She directly raised her hand, and a blast of icy cold air surged towards him. Captives must have the demeanor of captives. It's death coldly declared. Don't think you still have the right to negotiate with the master. Boom! The frost storm roared in, filled with a chilling, killing intent. Wataru Gojo frowned slightly and immediately activated his limitless technique. A barrier appeared, completely blocking the frost impact. However, he didn't counterattack immediately. Instead, he turned to look at Ning Chuan with a hint of coldness in his gaze. Wasn't it said that they were going to negotiate? Why did they start fighting right away? Ning Chuan smiled slightly. Negotiate? His voice carried sarcasm, and his eyes were filled with disdain. In the next moment, he waved his hand. The air in front of Wataru Gojo twisted instantly, and space shattered. Ning Chuan's palm struck forward, directly penetrating Gojo's limitless technique and hitting him hard on the face. Boom! Wataru Gojo's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the wall behind him, causing the ground to tremble from the massive impact. All the students and teachers from the Jujutsu High who were watching were stunned. They had never seen anyone break through Gojo's limitless technique with pure force so violently. Puff! Wataru Gojo slowly stood up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared intently at Ning Chuan, for the first time showing a serious expression. Ning Chuan stood in place, his gaze cold, and said lightly, "A defeated opponent should have the awareness of a defeated opponent." He stepped forward slowly, a cold smile on his lips, his tone chilling. If you dare to be this arrogant again, I'll slap you to death. Wataru Gojo lay on the ground, the blood at the corner of his mouth still not wiped away, staring at the young man before him. How did this guy manage to defeat him? The limitless technique, theoretically, meant that any attack would approach a state of rest before touching him. This was the invincible defense that made him famous. Even the strongest attacks in the world would be blocked by an invisible barrier before reaching his body. Yet this young man, who was even more extreme than himself, had effortlessly broken through the limitless. Gojo's 6 eyes flickered slightly, and he finally couldn't help but grit his teeth and ask, "How did you do it?" Ning Chuan smiled slightly, his tone filled with disdain. "Your limitless technique relies on the principle of approaching infinity. But the power of space is not limited by this concept at all. I can bypass your limitless and directly slap you." Wataru Gojo's pupils constricted. Space. The power of space? Ning Chuan placed his hands behind his back and said lightly, "You think you're invincible. But have you ever considered that if the enemy's attack does not physically contact you, but directly ignores space to reach your body? Impossible, no one can do that." Wataru Gojo murmured, still unwilling to believe it. However, Ning Chuan merely smiled lightly. "Don't believe it? To be honest, even in your world, there are those who can do this. Like the king of curses, Sukuna." As soon as he finished speaking, in the next moment, Ning Chuan didn't even raise his hand. An invisible wave of spatial distortion directly twisted Wataru Gojo's body. Slap! A crisp and loud slap landed on Gojo's face from midair. Gojo was once again sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The second time, it worked again? How could a human possibly master the power of space? What kind of technique was this? Wataru Gojo climbed up from the ground, not angry but shocked. This was the legendary power of space. Even he could only glimpse a bit of the structure of space with his 6 eyes, but had never truly mastered it. Yet this young man could manipulate space at will. He could directly crush his technique. What kind of monster was this? What technique allows you to wield the power of space? Technique? Sorry, I don't use those useless things. However, your power system is still worth researching by the science department. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Wataru Gojo raised his head and stared at Ning Chuan, his breathing a bit hurried. This time, he truly realized the reason behind the strength of this group, because they possessed a more powerful power system that he had never heard of. Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips, and asked, "Are you convinced?" Wataru Gojo fell silent. His pride made it hard for him to say that word, but he subconsciously glanced behind him. The teachers and students of Jujutsu High were still under the control of the Seraph. Ning Chuan noticed his gaze and smiled lightly. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in them. What I want is you, not these minor characters. I like strong people and geniuses. You can fight for me in other worlds. So, I need your sincere submission." Wataru Gojo, hearing this, forced a wry smile. "What a troublesome guy. However, if you can withstand this move of mine, I will submit to you. I will fight for you and follow your commands." Wataru Gojo looked at Ning Chuan. He knew that he might still lose badly next. But if he didn't personally test this guy, he wouldn't be able to judge how strong he really was. Therefore, with his pride, he had to personally verify Ning Chuan's depth. In that case, if you can block my next move, I will serve you. After speaking, Wataru Gojo's 6 eyes suddenly became sharp. The technique within him surged wildly, and his hands suddenly came together. Domain expansion. Infinite void. Boom. In an instant, the space of the entire world was filled with endless, useless information. Countless data, perceptions, cognitions, and other useless information began to flood into Ning Chuan's brain. If it were an ordinary person, or even a top sorcerer, once dragged into the infinite void, they would become lost in the world of information due to information overload, turning into a living dead. Wataru Gojo's gaze was sharp, staring intently at Ning Chuan. He wanted to see if this man could withstand this blow. However, Ning Chuan stood in the center of the domain, his expression unchanged, still wearing a hint of mockery. Wataru Gojo was slightly taken aback, and then, boom! An unimaginable amount of information suddenly surged into Wataru Gojo's mind. It was vast knowledge that transcended human understanding. It was the sum of knowledge from several worlds. It was a terrifying flow of information that even the 6 eyes couldn't analyze a billionth of. Wataru Gojo's pupils suddenly widened. What is this? His brain instantly froze. The impact of that amount of information far exceeded the limits that his own domain could bear. Even under Ning Chuan's gaze, Satoru Gojo's limitless space directly collapsed in front of him. A millisecond later, Ning Chuan feared that Gojo's head would completely explode. He finally retracted all the information he had forcefully poured into Gojo's mind. It wasn't until an hour later that Gojo stood dazed in place, cold sweat slowly dripping from his forehead. He lost. Completely lost. I concede. Gojo slowly raised his head, took a deep breath, and asked in a low voice, "Can I ask one last unnecessary question? What do you want by bringing us here?" Ning Chuan smiled faintly, his gaze deep. "You are just a side note. My real target is actually your world." Gojo's expression changed, his heart suddenly shaking. "What do you mean?" Ning Chuan said calmly. "You guys in that world are troublesome for me. So, I'll take you away first. Once my subordinates have taken away or dealt with the sorcerers and cursed spirits, that world of yours will completely belong to me. From then on, I will be able to control your world like a god. It's that simple." Gojo's body shook violently. He had never heard such a crazy plan. Ning Chuan's goal was not to rule the world, but to directly control the entire world. Become a god of a world? How? Is that possible? Gojo murmured. However, during their conversation, the spatial entrance fluctuated again. Then, two figures were thrown in, crashing heavily to the ground. Gojo frowned and looked over, but when he saw the newcomers, he was stunned. Were these the two special-grade cursed spirits? Mahito and Hanami. The people from Jujutsu High were also in shock, staring at the two figures on the ground. Two special-grade cursed spirits were actually beaten in a serious injury by Ning Chuan's subordinates and directly thrown in. Team of Seraphim, go clean these two up and send them to the lab. And you sorcerers, I hope you can cooperate with the scientific department's work from now on. Once they finish their work, I will introduce you to your jobs in this world. Ning Chuan's eyes coldly swept over the two struggling special-grade cursed spirits on the ground. Mahito and Hanami, two powerful special-grade cursed spirits that ran rampant in the world of Jujutsu, were now easily subdued by Ning Chuan's subordinates, looking utterly ridiculous like prey waiting to be slaughtered. Take them to the lab. Ning Chuan ordered lightly, his voice devoid of any emotion. Mahito and Hanami, who had just escaped from the battlefield, instantly flew into a rage. They were special-grade cursed spirits, terrifying beings that could easily destroy cities. How could they accept being disposed of at will? Who the hell are you? Mahito roared, magma ready to erupt from his body. Bang! A blue shadow suddenly flashed out. His death kicked out. Boom! Ah! Mahito screamed, his body kicked away like a cannonball. The next second, his body instantly froze in midair, turning into a giant ice sculpture. Hanami didn't have time to react. An ice-blue hand had already firmly grasped her neck, and a bone-chilling voice rang in her ear. Still want to resist? Its death's voice carried a hint of mockery, her gaze filled with indifference. Boom! Hanami's body was also instantly frozen. Even her cursed energy was frozen, unable to move at all. The people from Jujutsu High's pupils suddenly constricted, staring in shock at this scene. Gojo also showed a serious expression for the first time. His 6 eyes clearly captured its death's speed of attack. This woman's combat power was terrifyingly strong. He believed he could easily crush any special-grade cursed spirit. But this woman could so easily subdue Mahito and Hanami. Moreover, he sensed a hint of danger from this woman following Ning Chuan. Another monster. Why did he feel dangerous around her? Could it be that she also had the ability to break my limitless? Gojo murmured softly. Ning Chuan waved his hand, signaling Robin, who had just gotten out of bed, to come forward, ready to assign the group to their next locations. Robin elegantly stepped toward the crowd from Jujutsu High. A slight, almost imperceptible smile appeared on her exquisite face. She scanned the crowd, seemingly selecting something, when her gaze landed on Nobara Kujisaki and Maki Zenin. A hint of a smile flashed in her eyes. She was already familiar with Ning Chuan's tastes. These two girls were beautiful and had a great aura, fitting Ning Chuan's preferences perfectly. Thus, she slightly raised the corners of her mouth and directly included them into the reserve team of female heroes. You two, after leaving the scientific department, will be under my management. Robin smiled and said. Nobara frowned, about to retort. However, her intuition told her that this woman was very dangerous. It was better not to go against what she said. Maki, on the other hand, clenched her fists slightly, her eyes filled with unwillingness. She hated being arranged and despised the feeling of having her fate dictated by others. But she knew that the people in front of her were too powerful, leaving her with no room for resistance. As for the others, they were assigned to the basic training ground. Of course, all these actions would have to wait until Vegapunk's experiment was completed. Ning Chuan watched everything arranged in an orderly manner and nodded in satisfaction. Then, his gaze fell on Gojo. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, he asked, Do you want to see the lab? Gojo frowned slightly, then chuckled, putting his hands in his pockets and pretending to be indifferent. Sounds interesting, of course I want to see it. Anyway, I'm your subordinate now, whatever you say goes. Ning Chuan waved his hand and commanded, Robin, take them to the lab. In the lab, Vegapunk stood in front of the experimental table, his eyes intensely fixed on a pile of collected cursed spirit and sorcerer samples. Soon, his gaze locked onto Gojo's eyes. Oh, this eye is interesting. Vegapunk adjusted his glasses, revealing a look of extreme interest. Ning Chuan stepped forward and asked lightly, how is it? Vegapunk excitedly replied, according to what you said, this Six Eyes ability seems to be hereditary. It can observe the essence of jujitsu and possesses extreme technique calculation abilities. If we can study it thoroughly, perhaps we can decipher the secrets of cursed energy. He paused for a moment, then looked sharply at Gojo. Can I take your Six Eyes for research for a while? Upon hearing this, Gojo's smile slightly stiffened. Then he bitterly laughed and said, you are quite direct. However, the Six Eyes are hereditary, and even if you remove them, you probably won't be able to research anything, right? Moreover, I don't have that technology. Satoru Gojo thought this matter would just pass. Ning Chuan and the others probably wouldn't really remove their Six Eyes. However, a smirk of mockery appeared at the corner of Ning Chuan's mouth. No worries, I can. As soon as he finished speaking room, boom, a strong spatial fluctuation spread throughout the entire laboratory. Ning Chuan's figure moved slightly, instantly activating the ability of the surgical fruit. A massive room force field enveloped the entire experimental platform. Satoru Gojo's expression suddenly changed. His Six Eyes failed to catch Ning Chuan's ability. Wait a minute. However, Ning Chuan did not give him any chance. Satoru Gojo felt darkness in front of him, a strange sense of emptiness washing over him. He frantically reached out to touch his face. His eyes had disappeared. What surprised him even more was that even though his eyes were gone, he could still see everything around him through his own eyes. How did you do that? Satoru Gojo suddenly looked up, his voice filled with extreme shock. On the experimental platform, two intact Six Eyes quietly floated in the room force field. Ning Chuan directly sent them to Vegapunk. Now we can research them. After the research is done, remember to let me know so I can return them. Ning Chuan said with a light smile. Vegapunk excitedly picked up the Six Eyes, his eyes filled with a fervent thirst for scientific knowledge. Meanwhile, Satoru Gojo stood there, dumbfounded, frozen in place. This man actually managed to remove his own Six Eyes, and he didn't feel any pain at all? What kind of monster is he? Satoru Gojo found it hard to imagine. After a long time, he took a deep breath, forcing a smile, and looked at Ning Chuan. Your methods are really impressive. Even the most powerful sorcerer probably couldn't do all this. Ning Chuan stood in front of the experimental platform, smiling slightly. Don't worry, all of you are in the laboratory now. Just cooperate with the research of the technology department. He glanced at Satoru Gojo, Yuji Itadori, Maki Zenin, Nobara Kudasaki, and the other students from Jujutsu High, and said calmly, after the research is completed, I will ensure that you leave here safely and receive training before entering the new world. But if you don't behave, you'll end up like them. As soon as Ning Chuan's words fell, everyone heard the distant screams of Leek and Hanami. They were being held down by a group of cursed spirits and were forcibly undergoing dissection research. Everyone from the jujitsu world turned pale at their screams. At the same time, they all had the same thought in their hearts. These guys from this world are truly terrifying. They even directly dissected a special grade cursed spirit. After successfully making Satoru Gojo and the others behave, Ning Chuan said no more and turned to leave the science department. He returned to the entrance of the spatial passage. After staying at the entrance of the spatial passage for a while, Ning Chuan felt a bit bored and prepared to go to the jujitsu world to take a look. With a thought, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. As soon as he entered the jujitsu world, Ning Chuan immediately spread out his observation haki, quickly locating the positions of the three generals. Then, with a flash, Ning Chuan's figure appeared beside the three generals. Feeling someone suddenly appear behind them, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru immediately stopped and turned around, their expressions slightly changing. When they saw it was Ning Chuan who had personally descended, the three were momentarily taken aback. Then their expressions relaxed. Akainu stepped forward first, speaking in a deep voice. Boss, why are you here? Is our action not swift enough? Kizaru shrugged, still looking lazy, but a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Boss, you don't think we're too slow, do you? Akiji squinted, his tone calm. If you're not satisfied with our efficiency, we can speed things up a bit. The three almost instinctively thought that they were not acting quickly enough. prompting the boss to come in person to supervise. Ning Chuan glanced at them and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I am very satisfied with your execution." Only then did Akainu and the others breathe a sigh of relief, slightly bowing their heads, waiting for Ning Chuan's next instructions. Ning Chuan slowly said, "I came just to see the upcoming battle situation. The Kyoto Prefectural Jiu-Jitsu High School is your next target, right?" Akainu nodded. "Yes. According to the information you provided us, this school's strength is only one Satoru Gojo short compared to the Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu High School, and the other students are basically no different. Therefore, it shouldn't be difficult to take them down." Akiji added, "However, they have already received news of the fall of the Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu High School, so they are probably prepared to fight to the death." Kizura squinted and lightly blew on his fingers. If they really want to fight to the death, then they can only let them experience despair. After hearing this, Ning Chuan's lips curled slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. It's best not to kill the people. The more techniques we can research, the more abilities our cursed spirits will have. As for the cursed spirits, if we can make them surrender, we will directly capture them. If they're truly stubborn, then just eliminate them. After explaining all this, Ning Chuan directly vanished from the sight of the three. He planned to capture Kinjaku, the big boss of the Jiu-Jitsu Kaisen world, in advance. This would save a lot of trouble. Ning Chuan slowly flew into the sky. He hovered above the night sky, overlooking the entire neon city, his eyes slightly closed, his expression indifferent. The next moment, observation haki, fully covered. Boom! The invisible sensing power spread like a wave, instantly sweeping across the entire neon city. At that moment, the whole world seemed to be enveloped by Ning Chuan's spiritual will. His perception penetrated into every corner. All sorcerers, cursed spirits, and even unknown entities hidden in the darkness could not escape. However, he was currently looking for one person, Kinjaku, the mastermind who had been plotting for 1,000 years. The one who had parasitized within Suguru Ghetto, manipulating everything and attempting to completely change the jiu-jitsu world. Found him. Ning Chuan's lips slightly curled up, his observation haki accurately locking onto a shadow. A figure resembling Suguru Ghetto, but exuding an ominous aura, was hiding in a dilapidated shrine ruin. He suddenly felt an inexplicable quickening of his heartbeat, as if danger was imminent. He stood there quietly, his aura almost completely retracted, as if he had vanished into thin air. However, under the perception of observation haki, he had nowhere to escape. As Ning Chuan locked onto him, a tightness gripped Guan Suo's heart, his instincts wildly warning him of approaching danger. Not good. A shadow flickered in his eyes, and without hesitation, he abruptly retreated, wanting to escape from this place at the first moment. However, Ning Chuan would not give him that opportunity. Buzz! The space trembled, and Ning Chuan's figure vanished from the high sky in an instant. Just as Guan Suo was about to move, Ning Chuan's figure suddenly appeared behind him. "What do you think you're running to?" A deep, mocking voice echoed in Guan Suo's ear. Guan Suo turned around abruptly, his eyes narrowing sharply. He felt an indescribable, terrifying pressure. More terrifying than Tianyuan and even Sukuna. No, even more terrifying than all the powerful sorcerers he had ever seen. Guan Suo stared at Ning Chuan, his voice hoarse and his gaze vigilant. "Who are you? What do you want?" Ning Chuan's lips curled slightly as he slowly spoke. "I am Ning Chuan, and my goal is very simple. To make all the sorcerers, and cursed spirits in the world temporarily disappear for a period of time. And by the way, to turn this world completely into my world. That's all." Hearing this, Guan Suo's expression changed drastically. "What? Making all the sorcery in the world disappear?" Guan Suo's eyes widened, the shock and anger in his heart almost tearing him apart. Ning Chuan's goal was to make sorcery disappear. This completely conflicted with his plan that he had been plotting for 1,000 years. He wanted to evolve the sorcerers, to completely merge humans with cursed spirits, and create a brand new world. And this man's goal was to make sorcery completely disappear. What a joke. What do you take my 1,000-year plan for? Just because you are strong, you want to destroy my plan? How could I let you have your way? Anger exploded in Guan Suo's heart in an instant. The plan he had prepared for 1,000 years could not be ruined here. Guan Suo raised his hand without hesitation, his cursed energy surging wildly. He directly unleashed the strongest cursed spirit manipulation technique that Yaga Yoshinobu, the person he was currently possessed by, could use. He instantly controlled 5 special-grade cursed spirits. "Go kill him for me." In an instant, 5 special-grade cursed spirits charged towards Ning Chuan simultaneously. Each of these cursed spirits possessed special grade combat power. Their cursed energy surged, like 5 living disasters descending. The 5 special grade cursed spirits, with absolute terror, surrounded Ning Chuan in the center. Meanwhile, Guanso stood by, ready to launch other sorcery attacks on Ning Chuan the moment these 5 special grade cursed spirits attacked. He wanted to unleash his strongest power to leave Ning Chuan utterly defeated. Facing the siege of 5 special grade cursed spirits, Ning Chuan's expression showed no fluctuations. He merely smiled slightly, his eyes filled with indifference and disdain. Heh, do you think these ordinary cursed spirits can trap me? So naive. Let me show you absolute domination. Soul fruit. The next second, boom, an indescribable, terrifying soul power erupted in an instant. Ning Chuan slowly raised his hand, and the previously raging, cursed energy of the 5 special grade cursed spirits instantly froze. Their bodies trembled, and their pupils constricted sharply. The 5 special grade cursed spirits let out terrified wails in an instant. Their souls were completely grasped in Ning Chuan's palm at that moment. Bang! As Ning Chuan slightly clenched his fingers, the 5 special grade cursed spirits were instantly crushed into pieces by Ning Chuan. Their bodies then completely collapsed, turning into ash that scattered in the air, instantly dissipating. The entire world fell silent in an instant. The 5 special grade cursed spirits were crushed to pieces by the terrifying youth before them, leaving Guanso struggling to believe what he was witnessing. How is this possible? These were 5 special grade cursed spirits. However, after a moment of shock, he turned and fled without looking back. At this moment, Guanso understood. He was no match for Ning Chuan at all. He knew this guy was too terrifying, and he couldn't stop. However, Guanso had not run far when he was pursued by Ning Chuan. I told you, you can't escape. A low voice, like the whisper of death, suddenly echoed in his ear. Boom! The space tore apart. Ning Chuan's figure appeared once again behind Guanso. Guanso's pupils dilated suddenly. What? Bang! Ning Chuan kicked out mercilessly. Guanso's body was sent flying, crashing hard into a distant wall. The wall shattered, countless fragments flying everywhere. And Guanso was embedded in the wall, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He had never felt such a complete sense of powerlessness. Ning Chuan stepped forward slowly, looking down at Guanso, embedded in the wall with a cold smile of disdain on his lips. What's wrong? Can't escape? Ning Chuan's voice was indifferent, his gaze sharp. Guanso gasped for breath, never having thought that he would fall into the hands of this young man. He was already clear that he was no match for Ning Chuan, but he was unwilling. 1,000-year plan, the cycle of death and rebirth, the evolution of humanity, the creation of a new era. Everything was not yet complete. No, he absolutely could not die here. Guanso murmured softly, his eyes becoming incredibly determined. He could not die here. He still had one last trump card. The next second, he slowly took out a small wooden box from his pocket, gently opened the lid. Inside were 10 black and red, shriveled fingers. Ning Chuan's gaze slightly narrowed. Then, he revealed a curious smile. Oh, Sukuna's fingers? Guanso looked up, his eyes wild. A hint of madness on his lips, whispering, since you know about these, then I will become Sukuna's vessel. With his power, I will kill you first. Boom! Before his voice faded, Guanso suddenly opened his mouth wide and swallowed all 10 of Sukuna's fingers into his stomach. Ning Chuan laughed out loud upon seeing this. Ha ha! Guanso, you actually want to turn yourself into Sukuna's vessel? Guanso's body trembled violently. Complex cursed patterns rapidly appeared on his skin, and cursed energy surged wildly within him. It seemed as if some terrifying existence was breaking free from its shackles. However, upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Guanso's gaze slightly froze. Suddenly, he forced himself to suppress the violent surge of cursed energy within him and gritted his teeth, saying, Since you know these fingers belong to Sukuna, do you still dare to stand here? Aren't you afraid of death? The resurrection of Sukuna is the most feared event in the entire Jujutsu world. He is the strongest cursed king who reigned over the Jujutsu world 1,000 years ago. But Ning Chuan merely shook his head lightly, his gaze extremely indifferent. It's just a little Sukuna. Even if you give him 20 fingers to regain his peak strength, I could easily take him down. Upon hearing this, his body stiffened, and a look of shock and disbelief crossed his eyes. This guy, has he gone mad? He has no idea how powerful Sukuna was at his peak. Foolish little boy, you don't understand the terror of Sukuna at all. He gritted his teeth. His mind focused on one thought. Let Sukuna take action personally to suppress this arrogant kid. Sukuna, come on. Boom. Terrifying cursed energy surged into the sky. In the sea of consciousness of his mind, Sukuna opened his eyes. Deep within consciousness, the souls of Goju and Sukuna met. Sukuna sat cross-legged on a vast blood-red land. A wicked smile on his lips as he coldly looked at Goju. Hey, Goju, we meet again. I didn't expect you to be the one who swallowed my fingers. Do you want me to take over your body? Sukuna chuckled. Goju maintained a calm expression. He didn't want to submit to Sukuna, but he had no choice. Outside, there was a terrifying little boy. Goju gritted his teeth and said, strong enough to force me to seek you out personally. Oh, Sukuna was momentarily taken aback. A hint of interest flashing in his eyes. He naturally knew this guy Goju. While his strength might not compare to his own, he was certainly not weak. It's somewhat interesting to see that you're afraid to this extent. My conditions are simple. Goju said in a deep voice, his gaze steady. Help me get rid of that little boy, and afterwards, I will complete the deadly reversal and let you switch to a more suitable new body to leave. Sukuna laughed. Slowly standing up, stretching and rotating his neck, a chilling smile forming at the corner of his mouth. All right, I want to see what kind of little boy can force you to this extent. Boom! The sea of consciousness trembled as Sukuna's cursed energy erupted completely. Outside, Ning quietly watched as Goju's body underwent a transformation. With a violent release of cursed energy, Goju's eyes suddenly turned into red vertical pupils. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a strange crack manifested on his forehead. Finally, I can breathe freely again. Sukuna raised his hands, casually stretching his neck, a playful smile on his face. It's been a long time since I've moved my muscles and bones. Sukuna slowly said, his gaze sweeping toward Ning, filled with playful interest. You're the one who forced this guy to eat my fingers? Heh, this is interesting. Ning stood with his hands behind his back, a slight smile on his lips, his gaze indifferent, lightly uttering a sentence. Is little Sukuna online now? Sukuna's face immediately darkened. This kid actually dared to refer to himself as little Sukuna. He is the Curse King from 1,000 years ago, a being feared by countless jujitsu sorcerers. Even Satoru Gojo wouldn't dare to underestimate him like this. Sukuna's eyes suddenly turned extremely cold, a bloodthirsty sneer on his lips. His tone icy. Little boy, how do you want to die? At this moment, Sukuna's eyes sparkled with a mad, killing intent. Powerful energy surged within him from the 10 fingers of Sukuna. At this point, he was already close to half of his peak power. Boom! A terrifying wave of cursed energy erupted from Sukuna. The entire ground trembled violently, and the surrounding buildings were shattered by this surge of cursed energy. This power is enough to crush everything. You little boys have no idea what it means to be the Curse King, Sukuna whispered, a bloodthirsty smile curving at the corner of his mouth. He knew that he had not fully revived yet, but the power of the 10 fingers had already filled him with immense confidence. This time, he would completely tear apart this arrogant little boy in front of him. Release. The jujitsu was activated. Boom. Dozens of terrifying slashes instantly erupted from Sukuna's palm. Each slash contained the powerful strength capable of cutting a special grade curse spirit. All of these dozens of slashes were aimed at Ning. However, in the face of such terrifying attacks, Ning merely stood there quietly, not moving an inch. TSK, is that it? Ning smiled lightly. An invisible force of telekinesis erupted instantly. As Sukuna's release technique slashes approached Ning, they were all deflected by an invisible force. Boom! Those slashes were forcibly redirected, cutting through the surrounding ruins. The entire area of the building ruins instantly turned to dust. This shows the terrifying power contained in Sukuna's slashes. But at this moment, Sukuna was not happy. His expression changed slightly, and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. What kind of ability is this? An unprecedented special power. Is this kid using jujitsu? Sukuna fell silent for a moment, but then snorted coldly, his gaze becoming even more ferocious. Interesting, but no matter what power you are using, encountering me, the Curse King, your fate is only death. He slowly raised his palm, and cursed energy surged wildly. The next moment, the power of the release technique slashes was once again enhanced. Even more terrifying slashes were unleashed, each capable of cutting through a building. But the results still remained unchanged. Ning didn't even furrow his brow. He waved his hand casually. The telekinesis trembled slightly and blocked all of Sukuna's attacks. And in the next second, Ning Chuan's lips curved slightly, his gaze mocking. Sukuna, have you had enough of your little tricks? Bastard. Sukuna's expression darkened, his eyes instantly sharp. But before he could launch an attack, Ning Chuan's telekinesis erupted instantly. Sukuna's body was immediately suppressed by an invisible, terrifying force. This force slammed his body hard into the ground. Boom! The earth exploded, and Sukuna's body was deeply embedded in the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and for a moment, he couldn't move. Sukuna's pupils suddenly constricted, a rare look of horror appearing on his face. Are you kidding me? My power can't even touch a single one of his fingers. Bastard. Damn it. Sukuna's face turned extremely hideous, and his body began to rapidly heal. Reverse technique. Under the effect of the reverse technique, Su Quan's injuries healed rapidly. Even the shattered bones crushed by telekinesis were restored in an instant. He suddenly sprang up from the ground, his gaze extremely cold as he glared at Ning Chuan, gritting his teeth. Is this the so-called King of Curses? Ning Chuan looked at Su Quan with indifference, his tone full of disdain. A bit weak. I'll rate you as a mid-level dragon. Upon hearing this, Su Quan was completely enraged. You're looking for death. The next second, open. Boom. Scorching flames erupted violently from Su Quan's palm. The temperature was several times higher than the flames released by the leaking coral. The entire sky was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. The oxygen in the air burned away in an instant. Burn to ashes for me. Su Quan roared. The terrifying high-temperature flames sweeping towards Ning Chuan like a heavenly punishment. However, Ning Chuan merely sighed lightly, his eyes filled with helplessness. Are we still playing house? Kids who play with fire deserve a spanking. The next moment, boom! Terrifying purplish-red flames erupted from Ning Chuan's body, instantly devouring Su Quan's flames. Burn fruit awakened. What? Feeling the terrifying flames from Ning Chuan, Su Quan's expression changed drastically. He did not expect that his flames would be completely suppressed and rebounded at this moment. The overwhelming purple flames surged forward. The next second, Su Quan's body was directly scorched. At this moment, he felt as if he had fallen into a giant furnace. His flesh roasted beyond recognition. In this moment, Su Quan frantically activated his reversal technique. Having just re-entered the world, he did not want to die now. He exerted all his strength to repair his burned skin and muscles. At this moment, a raging wave surged in his heart, his eyes filled with unbelievable shock. What kind of monster are you? Ning Chuan walked slowly towards Su Quan, a cold smile on his face. Su Quan, you're still far from being a 10-fingered version of yourself. But I think, even if you had 20 fingers, your progress would probably not be significant. He said softly, his tone calm, yet it filled Su Quan with a sense of extreme fear. How about it? Do you want me to help you find the remaining 10 fingers? Right now, you are so weak that I don't even feel like lifting a finger. Of course, helping you find all your fingers comes with conditions. If you lose to me, you'll be my dog for 1,000 years. Upon hearing this, Su Quan clenched his fist tightly, his eyes dark and terrifying. He is the King of Curses. How could he possibly become a dog for someone much younger than himself? But at this moment, apart from agreeing, he had no choice. He knew that with only 10 fingers, he was not on the same level as Ning Chuan. If he wanted to kill him, it would be effortless. He could only take a gamble. 20 fingers are better than being killed. After thinking for a long time, Su Quan roared, if I swallow down 20 fingers, I will definitely be able to kill you in my prime. Ning Chuan smiled, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Oh, really? But if you lose, you'll have to be my dog for 1,000 years. Hearing this, Su Quan gritted his teeth, squeezing out 2 words from between clenched jaws. Okay. Hearing the word okay, a smile appeared on Ning Chuan's face. Since that's the case, then it's settled. Line fruit. Birdcage. Boom. Countless sharp threads descended from the sky, completely sealing Su Quan in a giant cage. Su Quan is Pumpal shrank. He was now like a caged bird, locked up by the boy in front of him. What a humiliation. This is truly a great humiliation. Bastard, remove the cage. Ning Chuan listened to Su Quan's furious roar. He chuckled lightly, then turned and left. No longer paying attention to the enraged Su Quan. He was going to find Su Quan's remaining fingers, so he could make him lose convincingly. Ning Chuan stood in front of Su Quan, casually using the power of the space fruit. He directly opened a space door right in front of Su Quan. Su Quan's eyes widened, watching the space crack slowly open, feeling the spatial power emanating from within. Su Quan knew that this was a space door leading to an unknown world. What a joke. How could he use spatial power so easily? He is Su Quan. The king of curses, who controls countless terrifying techniques. He can even use a few spatial techniques, like his space slash. But even in his prime, he could only perform a space slash once in a short time, and it required a massive amount of curse power to support it. But Ning Chuan? This man could casually open a space door and step right in. This was completely different from what Su Quan was familiar with. The ability Ning Chuan had just displayed had already surpassed all his understanding over the past 1,000 years. The Ning Chuan before him could so casually manipulate the space he had regarded as his limit. What kind of monster is this guy? Yet even so, Sukwandimandun Sakin, he is the king of curses. Even if Ning Chuan was absurdly strong and used methods that even he found hard to believe, he still believed that he could defeat him in his prime. Humph. Su Quan snorted coldly, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. This was the first time he wanted to kill someone so badly. Little brat, wait until I fully revive, and you will regret it. I will kill you. I will absorb everything you know. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan had already arrived in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Inside the science department, in Itadori Yuji's room, Fushiguro Megumi and Kujisaki Nobara were together, discussing what they had seen and heard today. Just at that moment, Ning Chuan appeared out of thin air in front of Itadori. The boy had not fully reacted, yet when he felt his body suddenly enveloped by some strange force field. Itadori's face changed dramatically, and then he felt his body being forcibly sliced apart. Ning Chuan slightly raised his hand. The domain of the surgery fruit instantly covered the entire room. With a casual wave, Itadori's body was torn apart. Soon, Ning Chuan's gaze swept over Itadori's dismembered body. Found it. Deep within Itadori's body, a pitch-black finger exuding evil curse power was quietly lying there. Ning Chuan reached out and easily pulled out Su Quan's finger. Done. Just then, Fushiguro Megumi and Kujisaki Nobara, finally reacting, erupted. What have you done to Itadori? Dingzaki's eyes were cold, and the nails in her hand instantly gathered curse power. Fushiguro Megumi's Shikigami technique was also released in an instant. Several Shikigami appeared, ready to attack Ning Chuan. However, at that moment, Ning Chuan suddenly revealed a hint of a smile to them. Kneel. Boom. Ning Chuan waved his hand casually. A powerful telekinetic force descended like a heavy weight. Fushiguro Megumi and Dingzaki were instantly pinned to the ground, completely unable to move. The pupils of both contracted sharply, their faces filled with disbelief. What? What kind of power is this? Curse power? No, it's definitely not a curse technique. There is no fluctuation of curse power on him at all. Fushiguro Megumi whispered in shock. He knew that this pure telekinetic suppression was something that a curse technique could not achieve. Ning Chuan merely smiled faintly. He casually withdrew the room domain, and Yuta's body instantly returned to its original state, as if it had never been cut. The three looked at Ning Chuan in terror. Their faces pale, but Ning Chuan completely ignored their gaze. Holding the cursed finger in his hand, he smiled slightly. Time is running out. The remaining fingers need to be gathered quickly. In the next second, the space distorted, and Ning Chuan's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving the three trembling in fear. Apart from the cursed finger inside Yuta, Ning Chuan quickly went to Satoru Gojo to retrieve the finger he had kept. After that, he returned to the Jujutsu world. From Raimai and the other cursed spirits, he recovered the remaining 9 fingers. When he returned to the birdcage, Sukuna was coldly staring at him. Sukuna did not expect that Ning Chuan would retrieve all of his fingers so quickly. Although shocked by Ning Chuan's speed, Sukuna did not show any signs of astonishment. Pretending to be indifferent, he spoke, "It seems you really intend to fully revive me?" Sukuna licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing a hint of madness. Ning Chuan casually tossed Sukuna's 10 fingers onto the ground of the birdcage like garbage. "Pick them up yourself." Sukuna's pupils contracted slightly. Although extremely angry, he swallowed his pride. Using curse power in his hand, he gently hooked the 10 fingers into his grasp. Then he swallowed them all. Boom! In an instant, terrifying curse power surged into the sky, as if the entire space was roaring. Ha ha! Sukuna laughed wildly, his body instantly swelling, muscles tensed, and his full power with 4 arms completely revived. The curse power is finally back. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a violent curse power swept through the entire space. But at that moment, bang! Sukuna slammed his palm against the birdcage, wanting to destroy this damned seal at first opportunity. Unfortunately, with that palm down, the birdcage remained motionless. Sukuna's smile instantly froze, his eyes turning dark. What? Sukuna instantly erupted in rage, pouring out curse power, frantically attacking the birdcage. Break from me. However, no matter how he struck, the birdcage showed not even a single crack. This is impossible. I refuse to believe that my full power can't even break a birdcage. Release. In Sukuna's fury, countless curse powers formed terrifying slashes, all aimed at the birdcage that trapped him. However, to Sukuna's surprise, all his attacks were easily blocked by this seemingly flimsy birdcage. He even noticed that his slashes left no marks on it. This birdcage seemed to be made from the strongest and most flawless material in the world. No matter how Sukuna attacked, it had no effect. Heh, is this all your full power? You can't even get out of a birdcage, yet you want to kill me? It seems the line fruit I enhanced with the world's origin is still too much of a bully. Ning Chuan looked at the furious Sukuna in the birdcage, and a hint of disdain appeared on his face. Ning Chuan knew that a proud guy like Sukuna must be attacked from all sides to undermine his confidence. Only then could he truly submit to him and fight for him across the worlds. You bastard, do you think that by using a special tool to trap me, I can't kill you? Don't think you're the only one who can ignore space. I can ignore space too. Dragon Scale, Reflect, Double Meteor. Release. Sukuna's eyes burned with unparalleled rage. He swung his arms forward violently. The power he had accumulated for a long time slashed directly at Ning Chuan. Spatial Slash. The power of space cut through the air like an invisible blade, slicing directly toward Ning Chuan's chest. Boom! A strong spatial fluctuation swept around. The oppressive feeling in the air made the entire space seem like it would collapse at any moment. But Ning Chuan still stood there, coldly smiling at the impending spatial wave. He seemed unconcerned about such a powerful spatial slash and merely raised the corners of his mouth, showing no intention of dodging. Then, with a flick of his finger, the power of the space fruit instantly gathered in his palm. Is this it? Ning Chuan sneered. As his words fell, an invisible force instantly blocked Sukuna's spatial slash. Ning Chuan's palm gently waved, and the power of the spatial slash was instantly absorbed by the space power in his hand. Sukuna's attack disappeared into the air without leaving a trace. Sukuna, your strength is nothing more than this. The spatial slash is as weak as a child's game. Ning Chuan's tone was filled with disdain and ridicule. He felt no pressure whatsoever from Sukuna's attack. He stood there looking at Sukuna, seemingly unconcerned that this was once the king who dominated the jiu-jitsu world. Instead, he regarded him as a helpless prey. Seeing this, Sukuna's pupils instantly contracted. Flames of rage burned in his eyes. He had never been so humiliated. At this moment, he was nearly losing his mind. I want to kill you. I must kill you. Sukuna roared, no longer able to suppress the violent power within him. Die for me. In the next moment, Sukuna hesitated no more. He unleashed his semi-open domain. This move is one of Sukuna's ultimate techniques. It can use powerful domain abilities to suppress the opponent's curse power and space, forming countless sharp attacks to surround the enemy from all sides. Demon Slayer Chef. I will chop you into pieces. The Demon Slayer Chef is a semi-open domain that can move along with Sukuna's movements. However, this trick, when facing Ning Chuan, fails to exert any of its expected power. Su Chong can't even break out of Ning Chuan's birdcage, let alone bring his domain close to Ning Chuan. The next moment, Su Chong's domain power erupted explosively. However, even with his domain activated, it couldn't break free from the confines of the birdcage. Seeing this, a cold smile flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes. His strength is just too weak. Forget it, I won't waste time with you. Ning Chuan sneered and spoke. Then, he slightly moved his fingers. The birdcage shrank. Bang! The power of the birdcage began to rapidly contract. The originally calm space was tightened in an instant. Like a giant iron cage, it imprisoned Su Chong along with his Demon Slayer, Chef domain. Before Su Chong could react, his domain was instantly suppressed and collapsed by Ning Chuan's birdcage. In that moment, his body was squeezed like a crushed gummy bear. Under the pressure of Ning Chuan's domain, all his attacks became meaningless. Su Chong struggled frantically but still couldn't escape this seemingly unsolvable pressure. He was crushed by Ning Chuan's birdcage, his limbs twisted and unable to move. Even his mouth was brutally torn open, blood splattering everywhere. However, Ning Chuan did not let him die easily. The power of the birdcage instantly compressed Su Chong to his limits. Even his body was cut into countless chunks of flesh. Su Chong could hardly imagine that he would fall into such a terrifying situation. His domain was directly destroyed, and his body was torn apart. This complete sense of failure almost drove him to collapse. However, just when Su Chong thought he was doomed, he suddenly heard a familiar spell name. Reverse technique. You promised to be my dog for 1,000 years, so you can't just let yourself die like this. The next moment, Su Chong's consciousness was suddenly pulled back by a force. He opened his eyes and found that he was rapidly recovering. A hint of shock appeared in Su Chong's eyes. He could use the reverse technique, but he had not expected that Ning Chuan, this guy from another world, could also use it just by glancing at it. And he used it even better, recovering much faster. However, before he could adapt to this recovery speed bang, Ning Chuan suddenly stomped on Su Chong's face. The next moment, the powerful conqueror's haki erupted instantly. Su Chong's body was instantly immobilized by this terrifying conqueror's haki. Despite his desperate struggles, Ning Chuan's foot pressed down on him like a heavy weight embedded in the earth. Su Chong's face was instantly deformed under the pressure. His eyes filled with humiliation and anger. Previously, he had trampled his enemies beneath his white bone throne. And now, the one being trampled was himself. This sudden role reversal left Su Chong struggling to adapt. Not convinced, Ning Chuan asked coldly, his tone laced with disdain. Su Chong gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "I'm not convinced. You are merely relying on your methods and the power of space. Do you think you can always suppress me so easily? I am not convinced." Ha! Ning Chuan chuckled, intensified his conqueror's haki, and mercilessly stomped down. He crushed Su Chong's head. Su Chong's head was directly ground into a bloody mess, blood splattering everywhere. However, Ning Chuan would not let him die so easily. Reverse technique. Ning Chuan used the reverse technique again. Su Chong's body instantly restored itself. However, this recovery brought Su Chong no hope. Instead, it made him feel even more humiliated. Just like that, Ning Chuan began to stomp on Su Chong's head again, asking if he was convinced. Each stomp brought Su Chong's spirit closer to collapse. Su Chong finally realized that he could not win this battle, no matter how he struggled. He couldn't change the already predetermined outcome, but his pride still made him unwilling to bow down and surrender. After repeating this hundreds of times, Su Chong's spirit completely collapsed. Unable to endure the unbearable humiliation and mental torment, Su Chong had to make the most painful decision. He released the soul of Xian Su. Let Xian Su surrender to Ning Chuan on his behalf, and the proud him would never be able to utter the humiliating words of surrender himself. Soon, Xian Su's soul awakened within Su Chong, beginning to take control of the shared body. And after witnessing Ning Chuan's strength, which could press the king of curses to the ground, Xian Su had long since lost any thoughts of resisting Ning Chuan. Without any hesitation, he directly spoke, "I surrender." A choice he knew. Ning Chuan sneered, finally lifting his foot off Xian Su's head. Xian Su got up from the ground, letting out a helpless sigh. In fact, that guy also wanted to surrender, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. If it weren't for that tactless guy holding him back, I would have surrendered long ago. At this moment, it was Xian Su's consciousness that dominated this body. The true consciousness of Su Chong voluntarily allowed Xian Su to forcibly suppress him deep within, falling into silence. He had been driven to a state of mental breakdown. Xian Su looked down at Ning Chuan. He understood that his life was now completely in Ning Chuan's hands. Xian Su raised his head, looking at Ning Chuan with a complex expression, and cautiously asked, "Master, you possess such powerful strength. Why haven't you killed me and Su Chong? Could it be that you want me to do something for you?" Ning Chuan glanced at Xian Su, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and said, "You're quite smart. I like dealing with smart people." Xian Su's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously asked, "What do you want me to do for you?" Ning Chuan slightly squinted his eyes and slowly said, "Actually, I'm very interested in your death and rebirth plan. Haven't you always wanted to create unprecedented new life forms? I also want to see what kind of existence will be born if your death and rebirth succeeds." Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Xian Su was instantly stunned. Even his breath caught in his throat. He never expected that his millennium-long plan could attract the interest of such a powerful being beyond reason as Ning Chuan. Excitement appeared on his face, and his voice trembled as he said, You really are interested in my plan?" Ning Chuan chuckled lightly, then shook his head and said casually, "However, this experiment is not suitable to be conducted in the world of curse users. The curse users here are too uncontrollable. If an accident happens, you probably won't be able to clean it up." The excitement in Xian Su's eyes instantly cooled down a bit, and he tentatively asked, "Are you saying that?" Ning Chuan looked at him calmly and said slowly, "As long as you are honest and obedient, I will provide you with a more suitable experimental environment and a large number of completely controllable experimental subjects. I have a large number of Seraphim warriors under my command. These Seraphim are numerous, completely obey commands, and their strengths are relatively similar. At that time, I will have them master the sorcery, and you can safely implement the deadly reversal plan using them. I will also send professional scientists to give you the best guidance. I'm also very curious about what kind of changes this plan will bring if it succeeds." Upon hearing this, Gun Sua's heart raced. An uncontrollable excitement welled up in his eyes. He had never thought he would have the opportunity to fulfill his Millennium Wish, especially with such ideal experimental conditions. "What you said, is it true?" A hint of disbelief and excitement seeped into Gun Sua's voice. Ning Chuan nodded gently and casually said, "Also, Sukuna's consciousness in your body is ultimately a hidden danger. Your strength is too weak to completely suppress him, but I can help you completely separate his consciousness, so you won't have to be controlled by Sukuna anymore." Gunsu suddenly shook, and his eyes burst with joy. "You can really do that? Huh?" Ning Chuan snorted coldly, then disdainfully replied, "Are you doubting my abilities?" "Not at all, not at all." Gun Sua was extremely excited in his heart, and his gaze gradually became firm. He knew that he now had the opportunity to stand on Ning Chuan's side and could complete his own plan. There was nothing better than realizing his dream of 1,000 years. After all, facing such a powerful being as Ning Chuan, submitting might be the best choice. Thus, Gun Sua lowered his head and said seriously, "From now on, I am willing to serve you." Ning Chuan smiled faintly and said nothing more. He turned and flew directly towards the Kyoto Prefectural Jiu-Jitsu High School, with Gun Sua closely following behind him. Soon, the Kyoto Prefectural Jiu-Jitsu High School appeared in their sight. At this moment, the campus had been completely controlled by the three generals. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji stood calmly on the playground. Behind them were the teachers and students of the Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High School, closely guarded by the Seraphim. Tudu Aoi, Zenenmai, Miwa Kasumi, and Principal Rakwanji Yoshinobu. These well-known sorcerers in the jiu-jitsu world had all become prisoners, with no power to resist. Gunsal looked at this scene, and his heart couldn't help but be shocked. He once thought he was at the pinnacle of the jiu-jitsu world, able to control a large number of special-grade cursed spirits to fight for him. But now he truly realized that the forces he controlled were insignificant compared to the power of Ning Chuan and his subordinates, especially when Gun Sua looked at those identical, cold-breathing Seraphim warriors. A strong curiosity arose in his heart. He had already guessed that these Seraphim would be the experimental subjects for his future deadly reversal plan. He could feel that these people were terrifyingly strong. When he later experimented with them, they might produce cursed life forms powerful enough to be feared. At this moment, Akainu respectfully stepped forward and said to Ning Chuan, "Boss, the Kyoto Prefectural Jiu-Jitsu High School has been completely taken down, and all the teachers and students have been captured. No one could escape." Ning Chuan nodded in satisfaction and said indifferently, "Good. The next sweep of the jiu-jitsu world is up to you three. All remaining sorcerers and cursed spirits must be cleaned up. Even the remnants of power, like Fushiguro Zenin, who only has ashes left, must be resurrected and captured. I want the entire jiu-jitsu world to become quiet." Akainu and the others bowed and expressed their orders. "Yes, boss." After giving them their next tasks, Ning Chuan no longer said much and directly turned to Ginsaw and said, "All right, let's go back. The real main event is about to begin." With that, Ning Chuan extended his hand. A rift in space quickly appeared before him, forming a spatial door. Ginsaw excitedly followed Ning Chuan into the spatial door. The scenery before them rapidly changed. In the next moment, he was back standing in the hall of the scientific department. At this moment, Bijapunk and other scientists were busy processing a large number of experimental materials brought from the jiu-jitsu world. Upon seeing Ning Chuan return, they all raised their heads and respectfully bowed. Bijapunk noticed Gunsaw beside Ning Chuan, and his eyes immediately brightened as he asked, "Boss, is this also a new experimental subject?" Ning Chuan nodded and then spoke. "He has a very interesting plan. You should communicate well with him. Perhaps you can create some new life forms." Bijapunk's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Could it be the guy boss mentioned before, who wanted to execute the deadly reversal plan? Ning Chuan nodded. "That's right. Next, you all assist him in starting new experiments to see if you can create some truly exciting new life forms." Bijapunk excitedly nodded. "Don't worry. We will definitely cooperate with him." At this moment, Gunsua had completely submitted to Ning Chuan. Hearing Bijapunk's words, he also showed unprecedented excitement. However, before that, I need to find a way to get the other guy who is locked inside his body out. In the experimental hall of the scientific department, Ning Chuan was discussing the next plan with Baijapunk. Gun So, standing beside him, was full of excitement, thinking about the imminent realization of the deadly reversal. His mood couldn't help but become excited. Just then, beside the experimental platform, the 6 eyes that had been placed separately suddenly flickered. Seeing the familiar figure, Satoru Gojo slowly stood up and unsteadily walked towards where Suguru Geto was. Although he had lost his eyes, his powerful perception still clearly sensed that a familiar figure was currently following behind Ning Chuan. That was his former best friend, Suguru Geto. However, now his body and eyes were separated, and he walked quite unsteadily. However, just as he was about to reach Ning Chuan, the separated 6 eyes saw a shocking scene. Ning Chuan suddenly raised his hand and softly said, "Room." Accompanied by a strange spatial fluctuation, the body of Suguru Geto, controlled by Ginso, was instantly cut into countless pieces. Subsequently, a finger of Sukuna quickly emerged from the shattered body. A total of 20 fingers floated in front of Ning Chuan. Satoru Gojo's 6 eyes clearly saw the process of his friend Suguru Geto's body being cut to pieces by Ning Chuan. His heart tightened, and his face turned pale. The footsteps that were originally meant to approach suddenly came to a halt. He first thought that Ning Chuan was going to kill Suguru Geto. However, he quickly realized that Ning Chuan's special force field seemed to have more than just the ability to cut. Perhaps he was also planning to extract something from Suguru Geto's body, just like when he took out his 6 eyes. Beach Punk, find a body of a seraph that doesn't have any fruit powers. At this moment, Beach Punk quickly moved to the side and began operating the instruments. Soon, he brought over a brand new seraph warrior body. This body had no implanted fruit abilities. It was just an ordinary blank vessel. But this body had strength comparable to that of a special grade cursed spirit, crafted by the top technology of the science department. With a wave of Ning Chuan's finger, 20 fingers of Sukuna instantly plunged into the seraph's body. Following that, Ning Chuan withdrew the ability of the surgery fruit. The body of Suguru Geto, controlled by the binding chain, returned to its original state. Feeling his body recovering, Sukuna was successfully separated by Ning Chuan. The binding chain immediately breathed a sigh of relief and regained his footing. Just as the binding chain was marveling at Ning Chuan's incredible methods, Satoru Gojo, who was nearby, slowly walked toward Ning Chuan with a difficult gait. The next moment, something shocking happened that stunned everyone. Satoru Gojo actually bent his knee and knelt down before Ning Chuan. This scene was too shocking. Even Ning Chuan felt a hint of disbelief. Satoru Gojo had been proud all his life. Even after losing his eyes and abilities, he had never truly bowed to anyone. But now, he was kneeling before him. Satoru Gojo's voice trembled slightly, but he remained resolute. "Lord Ning Chuan, please, revive Suguru Geto." Upon hearing this, the binding chain immediately became nervous. Reviving Suguru Geto would mean he would lose this precious body, right? Thinking of this, the binding chain couldn't help but panic, and his expression turned ugly. But Satoru Gojo insisted, "Lord Ning Chuan, as long as you can revive him, I, Satoru Gojo, am willing to serve you forever. No matter what you ask me to do, I will do it without hesitation." When Ning Chuan heard Satoru Gojo's words, a faint smile appeared on his face. He pondered for a moment and then slowly nodded. "All right, I agree to your request." The moment Satoru Gojo heard Ning Chuan's agreement, a look of relief finally appeared on his face. Just then, Sukuna, who had just completed his embodiment in the seraph body, couldn't help but speak up. He sneered and mocked. "With someone like you, a nameless pawn, how can you be worthy of being Lord Ning Chuan's dog like me? Aren't you just devaluing Lord Ning Chuan's worth?" Upon hearing this, Satoru Gojo immediately turned his head. Although he no longer had eyes, he still accurately found Sukuna's location and retorted without politeness. "Just a mere king of curses dares to speak so grandly to me here. Sukuna, once the experiment is over, if you're not convinced, let's have a match. Just don't lose so embarrassingly next time." Sukuna, who was already in a bad mood from being bullied, couldn't help but explode in anger. "Fine, just a mere sorcerer. I want to see what qualifications you have to be arrogant in front of me." Both of them were extremely proud individuals. Now, they were provoking each other in the laboratory, arguing fiercely. However, their quarrel was quickly interrupted by Ning Chuan's indifferent voice. "Satoru Gojo, were your words just now sincere?" Satoru Gojo nodded firmly. "Of course, they're sincere. As long as it brings Suguru Geto back to life, I am willing to do anything you ask. Ning Chuan knew that Satoru Gojo had very few close friends in his life, and Suguru Geto was one of them. Very well, since you are so sincere. I will speak plainly. I agree to your request, but the condition is that you and Suguru Geto must serve me as dog for 1,000 years. How about it? Upon hearing this, Satoru Gojo was momentarily stunned. Then he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy inside. He knew that with his and Suguru Geto's lifespans, they would never live to 1,000 years. This condition was nothing to them. After all, it was just working for a lifetime. However, the only downside was that Suguru Geto would also lose his freedom like himself. But thinking of Suguru Geto being able to come back to life, he agreed without hesitation. I agree. Sukuna sneered upon hearing this. It seems you really are cheap, agreeing so easily. I've fought several matches with Lord Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan was too lazy to pay attention to their bickering. He then turned to look at the binding chain standing nearby and coldly asked, "What about you, binding chain? Do you want to leave this body yourself, or should I help you?" Upon hearing this, the binding chain had a helpless expression. He could only sigh and say, "Of course, I want to leave, but now if I leave, I'll have nowhere to go. Can you help me find a suitable body? A powerful body, like Sukuna's?" Sukuna, upon hearing this, couldn't help but explode in anger. "With you? Do you think you deserve to use the same body as me? You and that white hair brat. How can you compare to me? Binding chain." Satoru Gojo, TCH. Ning Chuan waved his hand lightly. The power of the silence fruit immediately rendered Sukuna unable to say anything. Not long after, someone brought over another body suitable for the binding chain to use. The binding chain glanced at Ning Chuan, his eyes filled with deep respect. He never expected that there would be so many bodies comparable to special grade cursed spirits in this laboratory. After obtaining a suitable body, he then voluntarily relinquished control over Suguru Geto's body and slowly transferred his soul into the newly provided vessel. At the same time, he also completely released Suguru Geto's soul, which had been sleeping deep in his consciousness. Moments later, Suguru Geto's body trembled slightly. His originally lifeless eyes slowly opened, revealing a clear light. "Suguru Geto." Satoru Gojo sensed the moment Suguru Geto awakened. His voice trembled, and he excitedly called out his name. Suguru Geto slowly stood up, looking at Satoru Gojo with a warm smile in his eyes. "Satoru Gojo, long time no see." Satoru Gojo's emotions were at their peak, even finding it hard to speak. He could only manage a strained smile and say, "Welcome back, Geto. But before you return, I have some unfortunate news to tell you. I sold both of us to Boss Ning Chuan. The time is 1,000 years. Suguru Geto." Introduction. Ning Chuan travels to the world of pirates, and after being saved by Nami, successfully tricks her onto his ship to embark on adventures. During this time, Ning Chuan unexpectedly awakens the cultivation 10,000 times return system. The results of his daily training will be rewarded with a 10,000 times return.